Family, in the Spirit Village's Spirit Hall, Su Yuntao was trying to persuade me and Tang San to join the Spirit Hall, when suddenly Tang Hao appeared and made Su Yuntao kneel and tremble with just one sentence. I have crossed over to become Tang San's twin brother, Tang Xian, and awakened a blue-silver sword with full innate soul power, but my father only let Tang San go to Nuoding Academy. Why is that? Let me tell you, I was really dumbfounded by that scene. That Spirit Hall steward, Su Yuntao, was just there painting a big picture, saying something like, "Child, joining our Spirit Hall is not a dream of wealth and honor." And the next second, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and reeking of alcohol suddenly blocked the door like he teleported, his eyes sharp as knives, saying just one thing. "They don't want to." Good heavens, the atmosphere, I tell you, the temperature in the whole room dropped by 10 degrees. Su Yuntao was directly pressured to kneel, trembling like a quail. At that moment, I had only one thought. Who is this guy? So arrogant. But to talk about this, we have to start from the beginning. It's simply outrageous. Let me tell you, the protagonist of this story is called Tang San. But he is not me, I am his brother, Tang Xian. We live in a rundown place called Spirit Village. My brother has never been an ordinary person since he was little. Before dawn, a 5 or 6-year-old kid zoomed off to the back mountain. I tell you, his speed was like he had activated cheat. On the way, a 200-pound wild boar jumped out of the bushes. Good heavens, if it were any other kid, they would have peed their pants. But guess what? He didn't even blink, threw 2 stones, and bang bang, hit perfectly. Then with a flick of his left hand, 3 little arrows shot straight into the pig's head, and that wild boar didn't even grunt before it fell. Family, who understands? A 6-year-old kid single-handedly killed a 200-pound wild boar and then carried it away like he was picking up a little chick. Is this reasonable? Isn't this a reserve for a dragon soaring in the sky? He carried the pig back to our shabby wooden house, and the first thing he did was make me breakfast. I tell you, my brother is really both a father and a mother. He came to wake me up, and I was still groggy. He opened his mouth with a soft, girly voice. "Little San, stop messing around. Let me sleep a bit more." Yes, you heard that right. I, Tang Xian, a pure man with a certain something, have a face that could make a lolicon faint on the spot, and a voice so sweet it's sickening. This is all because of this damn reincarnation. Then little San went to wake up our alcoholic father, Tang Hao. That guy, all he does is drink like a living corpse. By the time I stumbled out, little San had already cooked wild boar meat porridge. I tell you, my brother looks incredibly stunning. He has blue hair that could cover his butt, a little face so tender it could squeeze out water, wearing little San's loose white shirt, exposing his fragrant shoulders. Ugh, gross. Isn't he adorable? Too bad I'm a guy. We sat down to eat porridge, and my appetite is a mystery. I finished half a pot and still said I was hungry. Little San said he had caught a wild boar, and my eyes lit up. "Hurry up. Let's have barbecue." I tell you, his cooking skills are far ahead. We finished off more than half of that 200-pound wild boar, leaving the rest for the old drunkard. Little San even wanted to get my barbecue secret recipe, and I shot back. Not even for my biological father. Are you kidding? This is the only starter gift package I got from the system when I crossed over to Premium Orleans seasoning recipe. Can I just give it away? Yes, you heard that right, a system. I, Tang Xian, was a 20-something shoot-in living off rent, reading a Douluo novel when I suddenly had a headache, and when I opened my eyes again, I became a baby with a baby version of Tang San lying next to me. Good heavens, I directly crossed over to Douluo continent, becoming Tang San's twin brother. My father is that drunkard, the Hao Yin Douluo, Tang Hao. When I first arrived, I was still thinking about how to get the Xintian Gong from Tang San, but then my golden finger Ayurveda punch-in system. I was so excited at that moment, thinking God-level martial souls and heaven-defying artifacts were going to be arranged. But then, ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the Premium Orleans seasoning recipe system modified version. I was dumbfounded on the spot. Family, who understands? I didn't come here to be a cook. I directly started arguing with the system, but this system wasn't easy to deal with either. It had a cute girl voice and fought back with me for 300 rounds with a vocabulary even richer than mine. It said reward depend on looks, meaning my luck was bad. What could I do? I could only accept it. From then on, I daily bickered with this sassy system, and life wasn't too boring. To make a living and satisfy my astounding appetite, I set up a barbecue stall at the age of 3. A child who looked like a doll stood on a stool grilling skewers, and that scene shocked the whole village. The business grew bigger and bigger, and later I opened a heartache barbecue shop. Why is it called heartache? Because I looked too cute and was mistaken for a girl, and I felt heartache. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the martial soul awakening. The village chief, Old Jack, came to knock on the door early in the morning, and my alcoholic father surprisingly said, "Go ahead." So we followed Old Jack to the village's spirit hall. That place was as shabby as a local temple. Inside the hall stood a young man, Su Yuntao. He pretended to go through the process, and the first few kids had either scythes or hosts totally useless martial souls. When it was my brother Tang San's turn, good heavens, a plain blue silvergrass. Su Yuntao's face fell, like he had lost his father. Then it was my turn. He saw I was cute and called me pretty little girl, saying I would definitely surprise him. At that moment, I was lost and thought about what to eat for dinner. Suddenly, golden light flashed, and I floated up with a super cool blue long sword appearing in my hand. That light almost blinded Su Yuntao's titanium alloy dog eyes. He was stunned on the spot, stuttering to let me test my soul power. As soon as I placed my hand on it, that crystal ball lit up like a big light bulb. First, full innate soul power. His voice cracked. I thought, is that it? The ball didn't even explode. It felt a bit underwhelming. He was just about to recruit me when I reminded him that my brother hadn't tested his soul power yet. Reluctantly, he tested Tang San, and guess what? Another full innate soul power. Su Yuntao was completely dumbfounded, probably thinking he won the lottery to Dalu full innate soul powers at once. Just as he was about to start persuading us to join the spirit hall, my alcoholic father Tang Hao made his entrance. Then the scene at the beginning happened. With one sentence and one look, he directly made the great soul master Su Yuntao kneel. At that moment, I realized my father is definitely a hidden big shot. Then my father took us home, saying nothing on the way. Once home, my brother revealed his twin martial souls, Blue Silvergrass and Haotian Hammer. When my father saw it, he broke down right there, tears streaming down his face, saying something like, use the hammer in your left hand to protect the grass in your right hand, and also, your brother. Family, who understands? I, a big sword-wielding man with full innate soul power, need him, a blue silvergrass, to protect me? Then I revealed my blue silver sword, and my father got even more excited, saying it was a sword mutated from the Haotian hammer and blue silvergrass. And then he ran back into the house crying, leaving me and Tang Sen looking at each other. My brother even asked me with a confused face, brother, what does mutation mean? What could I say? I could only make something up. I said mutation, it means, genetic mutation, you know? Simply put, it means your brother is exceptionally talented and way ahead. While we were staring at each other, good heavens, village chief Old Jack rushed into our house like a little whirlwind, his voice loud enough to lift the roof. Tang Hao. Tang Hao. I hurried to greet him. Grandpa Jack, did you win the lottery? Why are you so happy? He pushed me aside. Never mind you. Where's your father? Call him out quickly. Just as the words left my mouth, my father's door opened, revealing the same half-dead demeanor as usual, his face wearing a look of nonchalance. I tell you, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would have thought this person was crying like a 200-pound child just half an hour ago? Old Jack grasped my father's arm, his face flushed with excitement. Tang Hao, your two kids, they both have innate full soul power. Do you know what this means? In the future, just put on a ring, and they will be soul masters. They'll be above everyone else. And what did my father do? He merely glanced over, his expression filled with disappointment. Soul master? What's so great about that? I'd rather be a chef. Well, that statement sent Old Jack's CPU into overdrive. He completely ignored my father's gloomy words and launched into a monologue. Soul master. That's the noblest profession on the continent. Back in the day, our village had a soul sage. Who understands family history? I and Tang San had nearly developed calluses on our ears from hearing, and we always had to wait for him to finish his entire spiel before we could get down to business. My father finally lost his patience and interrupted. Spit it out quickly. Don't waste my time thinking about life. Old Jack was momentarily taken aback and huffed. I'm here to inform you. I plan to send Xiao Xin and Xiao San to Notting Academy. Your family is now the richest in the village, so you can afford it. My father fell silent and turned to us. Do you both want to be soul masters? I exchanged a glance with Tang San, and we instantly replied in unison, yes. You ultimately chose this path. My father sighed deeply, then delivered a sentence that sent me into a frozen abyss. All right, Old Jack, I agree to Xiao San going. But Xiao Xin, no way. I was dumbfounded, huh? No, Dad, are you joking? On what basis? So my innate full soul power is just a gift for topping up phone credits? My brother goes to college while I stay home to inherit the barbecue stall? Tang San was also anxious. Yeah, Dad, why can't my brother go? Old Jack was confused as well. Tang Hao, what are you thinking? You're wasting such a good talent. My father's attitude was resolute, as if it were welded shut. If I say no, then it's no. You two have nothing to worry about. Grandpa Jieka graciously escorted us back home. My father, Tang Hao, was busy moving firewood. Tang Hao, good news. Your family has produced two prodigies. I have taken the liberty of securing them a work-study position. Grandpa Jieka exclaimed with great excitement. However, my father immediately responded, "No way. If they go to school, who will cook for me?" This infuriated Grandpa Jieka, who pointed a finger at my father and scolded him for quite some time before storming off with a huff, saying he would return in 3 months. Once Grandpa Jieka left, my father called us into the house, his expression grave. "Let me see your martial souls." Tang San presented his Lan Yin Chao, and my father's gaze became complex. Then my brother added, "Dad, I have another martial soul." He extended his other hand, conjuring a small Hao Yin hammer. I watched in astonishment, thinking, goodness, a twin martial soul. Isn't this the template for a legendary hero? Oh, so the protagonist is my brother. That's fine. Upon seeing the hammer, my father's eyes lit up. He made my brother swear to always use the hammer to protect the Lan Yin Chao and insisted that he should never reveal the hammer unless absolutely necessary. It was my turn. I hesitated and said, "Dad, mine doesn't seem like a martial soul." I recounted the situation during my awakening, even lamenting why I only had a level 5 soul power. What on earth is going on with your cultivation?" My father asked anxiously. I confided in him that I was cultivating magical power, that I had a legacy in my mind, and that I was now part of the Battle Mage School, capable of passing on skills to others. This revelation completely upended my father's worldview. He urged me not to disclose this ability to outsiders and instructed me to regard my battle spear as my martial soul. When I summoned my spear, Willie, he immediately complained about being confined in a dark room. My father, with a stiff demeanor, inquired whether Willie could simulate soul rings. Willie, with an air of arrogance, replied, "Of course," and promptly manifested 10 colorful soul rings of various hues, leaving my father dumbfounded. Thus, the issue of martial souls was resolved. In the following 3 months, my father began teaching Tang San blacksmithing, while I learned alchemy alongside Willie, even passing on the skill imprint of the giant soldier mastery to my father to help him wield the Hao Yin hammer more adeptly. I also granted Tang San an enhancement for throwing, significantly amplifying the power of his projectiles. 3 months later, Grandpa Jieka returned. Tang San and I were already waiting at the door with our packs. After bidding farewell to our still sleeping father, we followed Grandpa Jieka and, after half a day's journey, finally arrived at Nodding City. Upon reaching the entrance of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, a guard immediately stopped us. "What do you want?" "This is a Soul Master Academy, not a place for random intrusions." Grandpa Jieka respectfully handed over our credentials. The guard looked at them and exclaimed, "Oh, Lan Yin Chao, an innate, full soul power? This must be fake." My temper flared instantly. "It's not fake. Are you blind?" The guard, incensed by my retort, was about to shoo us away when a voice came from behind us. "What is going on?" A formidable-looking man approached. The guard hastily explained that he believed our credentials were forged. The man took a look at the documents and said nonchalantly, "Both of these credentials are genuine." He then shot a cold glare at the guard and added, "Let this be a lesson." Turning to Grandpa Jieka, he kindly instructed him to take us for enrollment. Grandpa Jieka thanked him profusely before parting ways with us. On our way to the administration office, Tang San politely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, teacher." However, the man replied, "I'm not a teacher of the academy." Tang San, puzzled, asked, "If you're not a teacher, how can you represent the academy?" I chuckled, "Little San, just because he's not a teacher doesn't mean he can't be a leader." The man laughed. "You two clever children are mistaken. I am merely a guest here, indulging in the hospitality." He then squatted down to look at my brother Tang San and said, "In the future, don't call me master, call me teacher, but only if you truly wish for me to teach you." My brother was ecstatic, his eyes sparkling. "Will you teach me to cultivate my martial soul?" The master nodded and countered, "Are you willing?" My brother hesitated for a split second before fervently nodding his head. Then the master's expectant gaze turned to me, and I promptly shook my head vigorously. Like a rattledrum, the master was taken aback, his expression clearly conveying confusion. "This is peculiar. I see that you possess even more talent than your brother. So why the reluctance?" He directly asked. "Tang San is a clever child, but Tang Yu, why do you hesitate?" I scratched my head and chuckled awkwardly. "Well, master, there are many reasons. However, since my brother has become your disciple, I'll share my truth with you. What I practice is not a martial soul at all. Your theories simply do not apply to me. I cannot be taught. At this, the master nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. He was utterly frozen. Mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Not a martial soul. His expression was more absurd than if he had just heard he could ascend to title Douluo the next day. He stated that throughout the Douluo continent, aside from soul beasts, no one cultivates without a martial soul. This was simply unheard of. Finally, he sighed and said, well, since that is the case, I indeed cannot teach you. But you're the sister of my disciple, so if you ever need anything, feel free to seek me out. His eyes were filled with a mix of astonishment and desire to study me, yet he couldn't bring himself to admit it. Thus he phrased it as such. Then he shifted focus and dropped a bombshell on my brother. Little Sam, work hard. After all, you are the third person in 100 years to possess a twin martial soul. My eyes widened in shock, and my brother reacted even more dramatically, his hand reaching for the concealed weapon within his clothes, muscles tense like a cat ready to pounce. The master calmly looked at my brother, shaking the martial soul hall credentials in his hand. Are you curious how I know this? He pointed to the paper. I have studied 647 Lan Yin Chao martial souls, and only 16 possess soul power, none exceeding level 1. But you are innately full of soul power. His tone was as assured as if he were delivering a lecture. According to my research, innate soul power is directly proportional to the quality of the martial soul. Lan Yin Chao, being a useless martial soul, cannot support innate full soul power. Therefore, I am confident that you have a second, extraordinarily powerful martial soul. My brother attempted to argue. There are exceptions to everything. Why can't I be that exception? I quickly chimed in, yes. Why can't my brother be the chosen one? The master then switched to scholar mode, presenting facts and reasoning. In the past 100 years, there have been only 2 instances of twin martial souls, yet there have been 19 with innate full soul power, all of which were top-tier martial souls. The so-called exceptions only occur when a martial soul mutates. However, I have spent many years studying and have never encountered a martial soul that could beneficially mutate with Lan Yin Chao. He continued expounding on advanced theories. My brother was thoroughly overwhelmed by this barrage of information, and he knelt on the ground, banging his head 3 times. Teacher, please take me as your disciple. This gesture left the master flabbergasted, and he hurried to assist him. Hey, no need to bow your head like that. This is a salute reserved for kings and parents. My brother insisted earnestly, once a teacher, always a father. You deserve it. The master was so touched that his eyes turned red. After the formalities, the master led us to the administration office. Upon pushing the door open, a teacher greeted us with a forced smile. Oh, master, what a rare visitor. The master handed over our credentials and exchanged a few words before departing. Just as he left, the teacher slyly questioned my brother. You call him teacher? He is not a teacher at our academy. My brother retorted defiantly. But he is my teacher. The teacher let out a derisive laugh, incredulous. You took master as your teacher? I was a bit irritated. What is wrong with that? Upon observing our demeanor, the individual waved his hand dismissively, wearing an expression that conveyed a sense of self-preservation, and entrusted the task to another person before making his exit. The other instructor, equally indifferent, tossed the uniforms at us, stating, Gongdu students, you reside in Chi-Shi, before turning his gaze away entirely. As we stepped outside, we could hear the laughter of those 2 from within the room, their derision directed at the master. My brother's fists clenched tightly, trembling with rage. I quickly patted his shoulder, saying, Do not be angry. It is futile to let ignorance provoke you. It is not worth it. After discerning the directions, we successfully located Chi-Shi. However, as I merely cracked the door open, a half-grown child leaped forth, launching a fierce punch at us. Goodness, an ambush as soon as we entered. Without a moment's thought, my instincts took over, and I executed a defensive strike, the force of my palm infused with energy. With a resounding impact, not only did I deflect his blow, but I sent him flying across the room. Yet the encounter was not over. My battle instincts, ingrained in my very DNA, prompted me to follow up with a swift dragon tooth maneuver, the illusory spear striking him squarely in the abdomen while he was still airborne. He was propelled backward with great velocity, crashing to the ground with a thud. "Ouch! That hurts!" he exclaimed, clearly pained. The boy, identified as Wang Sheng, stood up with the assistance of his classmates, howling in agony. My brother, infuriated, demanded, "What is the meaning of this? Why did you ambush us?" Wang Sheng, rubbing his belly, replied, "It is the custom in Qi. When newcomers arrive, they must fight the leader. If you win, you become the new leader." It turned out that Qi was comprised entirely of Gongdu students, often bullied at school, hence the necessity for a strong leader to maintain order. Thus, I found myself inexplicably thrust into the role of leader. Just as I was contemplating this, the dormitory door swung open again, revealing a charming young girl clad in pink, as lively as a bunny. "I am Xiao Wu, the dancer," she introduced herself with a beaming smile. At that moment, Wang Sheng nudged me from behind, whispering, "Boss, go. Show her what you're made of." I was taken aback, thinking, who understands? I am an adult spirit, and now I must fight a girl who appears to be merely 6 or 7 years old. However, rules are rules, and I had no choice but to proceed. "Hello, Xiao Wu. There's a custom here." Upon hearing the term boss, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "How intriguing. I want to give it a try." With that, she tossed aside her belongings and assumed a fighting stance. "Very well, let us engage in battle." She charged at me with remarkable speed, attempting to employ a grappling technique. Yet, being at level 18, I effortlessly countered with a powerful defensive strike, disregarding her attempt entirely. As my palm struck her, a dazzling energy pattern emerged, and without a second thought, I unleashed it. My hands moved fluidly, executing a seamless combination of techniques. Xiao Wu was rendered momentarily stunned, and my strike sent her soaring. This misstep allowed me to showcase my prowess. With each successive strike, I generated more dazzling energy patterns, which I unleashed with precision. Finally, I executed a sweeping motion that brought her crashing down from the air onto the ground. Xiao Wu lay there, dazed, and, after a few moments, her eyes welled with tears, though she fought valiantly to hold them back. I felt a pang of guilt rushing over to her. "Please do not cry. We were merely sparring." She retorted indignantly, "I am not crying." Clearly, she was genuinely upset. Ultimately, I retrieved a sparkling magical crystal from my bag, offering it to her as a peace offering, which succeeded in placating her. Later that evening, staff members delivered bedding, but there was none for Xiao Wu, and she appeared ready to explode. Reluctantly, I acquiesced to her request to share my bed, which settled the matter. The following day, we sought out the master. He informed my brother, "Xiao San, you possess innate soul power. It is time for you to hunt for your soul ring. I shall take you tomorrow." Upon hearing this, I interjected, "What about me? Surely I should join." The master flatly refused. "Nonsense. Hunting soul beasts is perilous. I can only protect Xiao San. Adding you into the mix would overwhelm me." I hastened to showcase my abilities, but I am quite formidable now. I am at level 18, nearing level 20, and can defend myself. "What? Level 18? The master's eyes nearly bulged out of his head as he turned to my brother for confirmation. "Xiao San, is this true?" My brother nodded earnestly. Indeed, sister is truly at level 18. With no further argument to make, the master reluctantly agreed to allow me to accompany them to the soul-hunting forest. Early the next morning, I dragged my weary brother to the master's office. Upon seeing my brother's dark circles, the master was taken aback, asking, "Xiao San, what has happened to you?" I shot my brother a pointed glance. "Master, he spent the entire night with Xiao Wu outside. By the time I fell asleep, they had not yet returned, so it is no wonder he is exhausted." My brother was left speechless, embarrassed. The master sighed. "Very well, let us board the carriage, and I will explain the precautions during our journey." On the carriage, the master began to impart knowledge about soul rings, detailing the classifications: 10-year white, 100-year yellow, 1,000-year purple, 10,000-year black, and a fabled 100,000-year red. Just as he was getting into the swing of things, my summoned weapon, Willie, suddenly spoke up in its mechanical voice, "Master, could you elaborate on the optimal soul ring configurations for each level?" The master, momentarily stunned, stammered, "You spoke? Is it your weapon talking?" His expression reflected sheer astonishment, as he had never encountered a talking weapon before, though it was not exactly a weapon. I hastily clarified, Master, this is my companion, Willie. It is similar to a martial spirit and can even simulate soul rings. The master regained his composure and continued his exposition. According to my research, the maximum age for the first soul ring is 423 years, while the second is 764 years. Therefore, the ideal soul ring configuration would be yellow. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Willie instantly comprehended, understood. Thus, the first disguised soul ring for the young lady is yellow. Subsequently, the master produced a belt and handed it to my brother, stating, "This is a soul guide device with 24 storage compartments. It is yours." My brother accepted it without hesitation. The master then looked at me with an expression of concern, likely unable to provide me with a second item. I quickly reassured him, "Do not worry, master. I possess my own independent space, and it is quite ample." Before long, we arrived at the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. The scene was bustling with people, vendors, teams, and those offering assistance, reminiscent of a large-scale online game dungeon entrance. An idea struck me, and I inquired of the master, do you think selling potions that can instantly restore health and energy would be popular here? What? Instant recovery potions? The master was taken aback. If such a thing existed, it would undoubtedly be in high demand. This could be a second chance at life. I casually produced 2 bottles of expert-level HP and MP potions, handing them to him. Upon feeling their energy response, he trembled with astonishment, exclaiming, "My goodness! The energy response is astonishing. This item is exceedingly precious. In your current state of power, you must never sell such things openly. If you trust me, allow me to handle it." I was left speechless. These were merely the most basic potions I crafted for practice, and I still had hundreds more in my bag. However, seeing his seriousness, I ultimately acquiesced. Once we entered the soul-hunting forest, the master summoned his martial spirit. "Come forth, Luo San Pao." At his call, a plump creature resembling a mutated pug appeared. The master wore a sorrowful expression as he explained that this was the product of a failed martial spirit mutation. Weak in strength, and the reason he had yet to break through level 30, having lost his beloved. Seeing his despair, I felt a pang of compassion and spoke up. "Master, do not be disheartened. If the path of martial spirits is not viable, then let us explore another avenue. I possess other legacies. Would you like to give it a try?" At first, the master hesitated, fearing that he might bring trouble upon me. I promptly instructed Wei Li to take action, and in the air, he concentrated to create an extraordinarily complex sigil, which swiftly penetrated the master's body with a swift motion. In the next moment, a torrent of knowledge inundated the master's mind, overwhelming him completely. He immediately sat cross-legged, his face paling as he began to assimilate the information. Luo Sanpao, overwhelmed by the mental strain, was forcibly retracted. After a full 3 hours, the master slowly opened his eyes, having acquired the legacy of mechanical theory. A brand new path forged through knowledge and steel. For someone like him, constrained by his martial spirit, this was akin to a divine revelation. Moonair, his voice choked with emotion, expressed his gratitude. I waved my hand dismissively, saying, "Come on, we are comrades. No need for formality. If you truly wish to thank me, then please teach my foolish younger brother well." After a brief respite, we continued our journey. Along the way, I pointed to a distant area where serpentine vines writhed. "Master, look, there's a vine creeping towards us." The master squinted, his expression shifting dramatically. "This is not good. That is a mandala snake. It appears to be 400 years old. Run." We hastily followed his lead. After running for a while, I could no longer contain my curiosity. "Master, why are we running? It doesn't seem very strong. The 3 of us should be able to handle it, right?" The master's face flushed with embarrassment as he coughed awkwardly. "I was merely acting instinctively to protect you." Realizing this, I declared, "Then let us defeat it. Moonair, be merciful and don't kill it." This snake is the most suitable soul beast I envisioned for my brother. With the command given, I activated my magical shield, performed a backflip onto the snake's head, and executed a precise kick to its vital spot. The snake's heart abruptly ceased, and it writhed in agony on the ground. Upon landing, I summoned Wei Li and delivered a dragon tooth strike directly to its heart. However, the snake, driven by an overwhelming will to survive, managed to twist away by half an inch. At that moment, my younger brother and the master arrived. My brother leaped onto a tree and shot a sleeve arrow at the snake's eye. Although it was blocked by the snake's eyelid, it still caused a distraction. Seizing the opportunity, I swung my staff in a circular motion, smashing it into the ground, followed by a heavenly strike that sent it flying, delivering another powerful blow to its vital spot. The immense magical force nearly expelled its heart from its body. In pain, it gaped wide, and I quickly grabbed a stick from the ground and wedged it vertically into its mouth, effectively jamming it shut. I then leaped onto its body and pinned it down with my weight, shouting, "Little sand, shoot into its mouth." My brother, displaying impressive skill, fired 2 sleeve arrows that pierced straight through its heart. The snake convulsed for a moment before falling still, a yellow soul ring slowly rising. The master, throughout the encounter, had remained a mere observer, utterly dumbfounded. Our teamwork was akin to that of professional competitors. My brother successfully absorbed the soul ring, gaining his first soul skill, entanglement. Noticing his newfound poisonous attribute, I considered the prospects of doubling our fortune and had Wei Li infuse him with several sigils: poison attack mastery, backup pocket, and automatic refill. In simpler terms, this meant an unreasonable amplification of poison potency, random enhancements for thrown projectiles, and the ability for missed projectiles to return automatically. It was simply absurd. After this battle, I too ascended to level 19. Upon returning to the academy, the master led us to the Martial Spirit Hall for registration and to collect our rewards. I casually gifted him a batch of expert-level potions. Just as I returned to my dormitory, a younger student from the 7th dorm rushed over, panicked. "Boss, this is bad. Sister Xiao Wu got into a fight with Senior Xiao." Upon hearing this, I realized that being the leader came with responsibilities. When I arrived at the scene, Wang Sheng had already been knocked down. As soon as Xiao Wu spotted me, she rushed over to complain, "Sister Yu, they are bullying me." I sensed her aura and was taken aback. She had also broken through level 10. I couldn't help but chuckle. "With your level, shouldn't you be the one bullying them?" "I don't care. Help me," she whined. And who could resist such charm? I approached the group facing us and directly taunted, "Come on. Shall I take you all on one by one? Or do you all want to challenge me together?" Senior Xiao, infuriated, shouted for them to attack. He charged at me. I executed a flower petal palm, sending the group of underlings sprawling. From that day forward, Xiao Wu leveraged my reputation, becoming the unofficial queen of Nuoding Academy. Soon, a semester passed. My brother and I prepared to return to Shenghun Village, but Xiao Wu insisted on accompanying us. However, upon reaching our doorstep, we were greeted not by our father, but by Village Chief Jack, who handed us a letter. It was written by my father, Tang Hao. "Little San, you heir, I have departed for a task. You have grown. Focus on your cultivation and become strong. Do not worry." Holding the letter, a sense of emptiness enveloped me. My brother's emotional turmoil was even greater, with his eyes reddening. That night, on a hillside, my brother sat at the edge of a cliff, lost in thought. Xiao Wu and I sat beside him. I comforted him, "Little San, you still have us. Father also said he would return. What we need to do now is to keep growing stronger." Xiao Wu chimed in, "Yes, third brother, you still have us." Looking at the two of them, an idea struck me. "How about this, Xiao Wu? Why don't you become our sister? That way we'll be family." In the end, the three of us swore an oath on the mountaintop, becoming sworn siblings. Since we were family now, we couldn't neglect the meeting gifts. I looked at Xiao Wu and asked, "Xiao Wu, you practice agility techniques, right?" She nodded. I smiled and said, "Since you're now my sister, let me gift you something." With that, I had Wei Li create several sigils tailored for her, all designed for capturing: Violent Grasp, Gliding Grasp, Air Scythe, and one called Grasping Cannon. As Xiao Wu felt the new skills flood her mind, her face flushed with excitement. "Wow, Sister Yu, what are these? They're incredible. But what does the Grasping Cannon do?" I explained. The Grasping Cannon quite literally allows you to grab someone and then blast them away. Simple and effective. You wouldn't believe how swiftly these 6 years flew by. My younger brother, Tang San, and Xiao Wu shot up in height, both nearing 1.70 meters, looking quite dapper. Meanwhile, I, the esteemed elder sister, remained stubbornly stuck at 1.50 meters, not gaining a single millimeter. Who understands the plight of family? Now, whenever the three of us walk together, others regard me with the look of who is this little sister being dragged along, which nearly drives me to hypertension. Not long after, the master directed us to the so-called Shrek Academy, and we set off. Let me tell you, with my short legs, I could barely keep up with them. They would vanish from sight after just a couple of steps, which was infuriating. So, I hopped onto my beloved Wei Li, transforming into broom form, flying gracefully at low altitude. However, Tang Sin dared to mock me from below, saying I was tired while flying. I shot him a disdainful glance. Look behind you. Xiao Wu is practically climbing your back, and you still have the audacity to criticize me? Thus, amidst playful banter, we finally reached Suatawa City. Xiao Wu immediately set her sights on a hotel adorned with pink roses and insisted on staying there. I thought, as long as there was a place to sleep, it didn't matter. However, just as I approached the front desk to book a room, a blonde youth swaggered in, flanked by two girls, exuding an air of arrogance, declaring that the room was reserved for him. Tang Sin attempted to reason with him, but Xiao Wu, with a temperament more fiery than mine, erupted, "Get lost." The blonde, hearing this, became excited, insisting on giving us a chance to demonstrate how to roll away. I couldn't help but laugh as I listened from behind the counter. How dare he speak to my brother and sister like that? The blonde scanned the area for a moment, failing to find anyone, and when he looked down, he finally noticed I was the one speaking. His expression was filled with disdain and confusion, as if to say, "Who is this little one?" Xiao Wu, standing nearby, began to revel in the misfortune, whispering, "It's over. Yu Jie despises it when others mention her height." Without hesitation, I unleashed a powerful wheelie. My weapons were instantly in hand, and the 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, shone brilliantly. The golden-haired opponent turned pale. I afforded him no opportunity to protest and swiftly activated my combat instincts along with an automatic dazzling pattern, initiating with a formidable, strong assault meteor strike. Energy crackled at the tip of my spear. The golden-haired one was left dumbfounded, hastily summoning his martial spirit, White Tiger Possession, White Tiger Body Transformation, and White Tiger Protective Shield, securing himself with a comprehensive defense. However, it was utterly futile. My strong assault meteor strike was charged just in time to collide with him the moment his shield was fully established, resulting in a thunderous impact that shattered his protective barrier like shards of glass. The energy sphere continued unabated, sending him crashing through the hall and pinning him against the entrance like a painting. Task accomplished, I nonchalantly retrieved my keys without looking back. After a long pause, the golden-haired one finally pried himself off the door and returned, crestfallen, admitting that everyone was indeed headed to Shrek Academy, as we would soon be classmates. How pitiful. Upon entering the room, I finally understood why Xiao Wu insisted on staying here. The place was adorned with hearts and roses, a quintessential couple suite. I couldn't be bothered, and with a flick of my hand, sent the petals scattering from the bed before collapsing into slumber. That technique had indeed drained considerable energy. The following day, we ventured to the so-called Shrek Academy. Let me tell you, it was hardly a school gate. It resembled a dilapidated village entrance, crumbling to pieces. Numerous parents were vocally protesting, questioning if this was merely a scam to collect registration fees. The admissions officer was an elderly gentleman, lazily assessing applicants, clearly past the age threshold and possessing soul power below level 21, directly passing on most candidates with a strict no refunds for the 10 golden soul coins registration fee. One parent attempted to stir trouble, and the golden-haired one, Damu Bai, whom I had previously defeated, leaped down from a tree, his soul rings glowing, scaring away the troublemaker. Seeing this, I couldn't suppress my amusement and approached him. "Oh, aren't you the one from yesterday? If I defeat you, can I take all the money from a box?" Upon recognizing me, Damu Bai recoiled in fear, retracting his soul rings, scratching his head awkwardly. "It's a refund. Not taking money." The admissions officer, Liu Song, overheard and became intrigued, inquiring about how Damu Bai and I were acquainted. Damu Bai stammered. "We had a spar, and I was thoroughly defeated." The look in the teacher's eyes towards me shifted dramatically. When it was our turn to register, I tossed 30 golden soul coins into the box. Teacher Lee placed his hand on my wrist, his eyes widening in astonishment as he muttered, "My goodness, level 36. The quality of this energy is nearly on par with a Soul King. Unheard of, although being 12 years old is a bit short. His excessive praise had initially pleased me, but the last comment ignited my fury. Tang San and Xiao Wu held me back firmly to prevent an outburst. I yelled at the ceiling, "I am merely temporarily stunted." AirdroppedRed-Haired. After much effort to calm me, we followed Dalu Bai into the academy. On the way, we encountered a beautiful girl named Ning Rong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. She seemed pleasant, and we quickly became friends. Upon entering the village, I was greeted by an enticing aroma. Lo and behold, there was a vendor selling grilled sausages in the square. I rushed over. "Uncle, give me 4. The scruffy-looking vendor, however, was displeased and stated he was only 14 years old. I was immediately infuriated. "I'm 12. Do not call me short." I slammed my money onto the table, embedding it into the wood, snatched the sausages, and turned to leave. Just as I was about to share with Xiao Wu and the others, Dalu Bai came rushing over, shouting, "You can't eat that." It was too late. I'd already taken a bite, and it tasted quite good. He then forced the vendor to perform on the spot. The vendor hesitated for a long time. Finally blushing and shouting, "I have a big sausage." The crowd fell silent. Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Ning Rong's faces turned green as they silently returned their sausages. I was puzzled. What's the issue? This is made with soul power, much cleaner than those messy casings outside, right? The vendor, Oscar, upon hearing my words, burst into tears, clinging to my leg and exclaiming, "A kindred spirit." I disdainfully kicked him away. How greasy. Later, we advanced directly to the 4th trial. Overseen by an examiner named Zhao Wuji, a level 76 soul sage, known as the Unmoving King. Quite an imposing title. He instructed us 5 to endure for a single incense stick's duration to pass. Tang San hurriedly strategized, declaring that he would control while I would attack, rambling on. I thought to myself, is it really that complicated? The battle commenced. I immediately activated 4 buffs, charging forward with my invincible body. Zhao Wuji aimed to eliminate our support. Ning Rong, but that was just a dream. I swiftly executed a circular staff maneuver, pulling him down from midair, landing him directly onto the dazzling explosive I had thrown. Boom! The explosion left him dazed. Xiao San and Xiao Wu seized the opportunity to follow up with their attacks. But the old man, with his tough hide, used his unmoving king form to repel them all. But I remained unfazed. I charged at him with my invincible body, colliding with him head-on, then executed a flower falling palm into a sky strike, sending him soaring. Tang San's blue-silver grass ensnared him, and I leaped into a series of combo attacks, a dragon tooth followed by a double hammer strike, smashing him down into the ground. But that wasn't the end. Gazing down at him in the pit, I gathered all my dazzling energy for a massive, dazzling pressure. I tell you, the scene resembled a small tactical nuclear explosion, rumbling. The entire venue trembled thrice, creating a massive crater. As the smoke cleared, the level 76 soul sage lay at the bottom of the pit, instantly knocked unconscious by my strike. Everyone present was left stunned, gazing at me as if I were a monster. By the time Zhao Wuji regained consciousness, the incense had long since burned out. He, looking disheveled, had Oscar hand him 2 recovery sausages before instructing us to head to our dormitory. Ning Rong and I shared a room. Her belongings were absurdly numerous, and we spent quite some time organizing them. The next morning marked the beginning of classes. The academy head, Flinder, a notorious miser, collected 100 golden soul coins from each of us before launching into a lecture about how support soul masters must learn to flee, sending Oscar and Ning Rong to run 20 laps around the village. Ning Rong, with her spoiled temperament, could not tolerate this and stormed off to play in the city. At noon, during roll call, Flinder asked Oscar if he had completed the laps. Oscar hesitated, but ultimately provided cover for Ning Rong, claiming we had finished. Flinder immediately sensed something was amiss, penalizing Oscar before reprimanding Ning Rong. She exploded in anger, arguing back at the headmaster. Flinder did not relent, retorting, "Here, every student is stronger than you." Ning Rong Rong, unaccustomed to such treatment, shot back. "That's nonsense. I've broken through to level 25. I am a renowned genius for my sect, and our seven-treasure glazed tile school boasts unparalleled martial spirits. I assure you." Flinder unleashed a verbal barrage without mercy. He sneered, "Genius? Look at Dai Mu Bai. He is a soul master. Tang Yu, the same age as you, is level 36. Even Ma Hongjun, with a flawed martial spirit, is top tier among beast martial spirits. What do you have to show?" Ning Rong Rong's face turned pale, but she stubbornly retorted, "I'm a support type. My role is significant." Flinder shot back, "Significant? With your petite frame, you be the first to fall on the battlefield. Who would dare trust their back to you?" Ning Rong Rong was on the verge of tears, pointing to the side. "What about Oscar? Surely I'm better than him." Flinder's retort, "Have you ever encountered a food system with innate, full soul power?" silenced her completely. Family, who understands? This was a severe blow, and she ran off in tears. Flinder then sent Oscar to console her. This incident was soon behind us. That evening, Flinder announced he would take us to a wonderful place, and upon hearing this, I felt excitement bubbling, directly following him to the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. That place, I assure you, is nothing short of a coliseum for soul masters. Flinder elucidated the rules for us, which can be succinctly summarized as a combat system. Victories yield points, while defeats incur deductions. Accumulate sufficient points, and one can ascend in rank by earning badges. Our ultimate goal for graduation is to acquire the Yin Duhun badge. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu remarked that reaching the third level was quite manageable. However, Dai Mubai swiftly doused her enthusiasm with cold water, stating, "Easy? I began my battles at level 29 and have only just attained Soul Sovereign status, with a record of 29 wins and 27 losses, netting a mere 2 points. I was perplexed, and Tang Sin echoed my sentiments, questioning how this was possible. Dai Mubai, with a pained expression, explained that the Duhun Arena employs a system of tiered matchmaking, and upon just attaining Soul Sovereign rank, he was thrust into combat against a cadre of formidable opponents, being treated like a punching bag. Upon hearing of the impending battles, Tang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly urged us to sign up. One could only imagine the vivid images in Dai Mubai's mind at the thought of Tang Yu's fierce encounter with Zhao Wujia. This girl is a true expert at challenging foes beyond her level. Tang Yu enlisted Zhu Zhuqing to form a team, proclaiming she would lead her to victory. She whimsically dubbed herself Ma Jiarun, a name that struck me as rather juvenile. Their team name, Miaodo Combination, required a registration fee of 10 gold coins, which they paid without a second glance. Shortly after registering, the announcement rang out. "Iron Duhun Ma Jiarun, please proceed to Arena 1. Remarkable efficiency." Tang Yu rejoiced. "It's my turn. Await my triumphant return." I squeezed through the crowd to watch. Her opponent, a soul sovereign named Zheng Kaidong, wielded a beast martial spirit resembling a rhinoceros and appeared quite imposing. Yet a voice from the audience exclaimed, "Look, it's a little girl." At that moment, Tang Yu's expression darkened. She despised being referred to as small. She turned to the heckler with a chilling smile and declared, "I am currently very upset, so you're in grave danger. Brace yourself." The battle commenced. The spectacle was astounding. Tang Yu illuminated with 4 glowing rings, signaling her buffs were activated. In an instant, she transformed into a blur, charging forward, leaving her opponent bewildered, who instinctively crossed his arms to shield himself. Tang Yu delivered a devastating Tianji, launching him skyward, seemingly to the ceiling. But that was just the beginning. With her Luo Huazhong, Longya, and an array of skills unleashed like a torrent, her opponent became akin to a mere punching bag, never descending from the air. Tang Yu leapt, executing a Yuan Wu gun, sending him crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Following there was Sui Ba, Xianwen Baodan, propelling him skyward once more. I was utterly mesmerized, as she conjured a multitude of vibrant orbs that coalesced into a colossal energy sphere, culminating in a Xianwen Changya that struck down with ferocity. KO. The entire encounter lasted no more than a few seconds, with her opponent failing to unleash even a single soul technique. The host, rendered speechless, stammered. Magia Ren emerges victorious. After that bout, Tang Yu's spirits soared, and she leveled up to 37. As she stepped off the platform, Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing finished their match, with Tang San triumphing over Zhu Zhuqing, leaving her with a negative score. Tang Yu waved her hand dismissively. No worries. I will help you reclaim your points. Thus began the Miao Do combination in a 2-on-2 match against twin brothers whose martial spirits were wooden staffs. Tang Yu told Zhu Zhuqing to observe closely, as she would take the lead. Again, the familiar opening ensued, with 4 buffs applied instantaneously, and she was already upon her opponents. With a single Tianji, she astonishingly launched both brothers into the air. What followed was a showcase of her prowess, leaving Zhu Zhuqing in awe, as if she were ready to cheer her on with glow sticks. Friends, this was no 2-on-2. It was a display of companionship in battle, with Zhu Zhuqing merely posing as the fight concluded. The host, once more taken aback, eventually announced Miao Do combination as the victors. Upon returning to the stands, Zhu Zhuqing appeared dejected, feeling like a mere bystander. Tang Yu, ever the defender, retorted, "How was I to know they were so weak?" Zhu Zhuqing, with a sigh, replied, "Even teacher Zhao Wujia would struggle to withstand one of your combos." After the battles, we prepared to return to the academy. Upon arriving at the entrance, we stumbled upon a dramatic scene. Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong were in a standoff, with Oscar anxiously pacing nearby. As we approached, we heard Dai Mubai roaring, "Don't think I won T-act against you. Provoke me, and I shall end you." Ning Rongrong, fanning the flames, replied, "Oh, how I fear you." Dai Mubai erupted in fury, swatting Ning Rongrong away, prompting Oscar to rush in to catch her. As Dai Mubai seemed poised to strike again, Tang Sen intervened, restraining him. Ultimately, Dai Mubai relented, leaving with a menacing remark. Ning Rongrong, indignant at this affront, stormed toward Tang Yu, demanding, "Tang Yu, are we not friends? Help me take him down. I will offer you 10,000 gold soul coins, and our 7-treasure glazed tile school will unconditionally support you henceforth." I sensed the atmosphere shift. Tang Yu's smile faded as she spoke. "Rongrong, my friend, is the optimistic, self-aware Ning Rongrong, not the one who is presently blinded by vanity and status. Friendship is mutual. It does not entail wielding others as mere servants. If you remain so high and mighty, let our friendship conclude here." Her words were heavy, leaving Ning Rongrong stunned. She then turned to plead with Oscar, who merely shook his head, stating, "I prefer the person I first met." Ning Rongrong was utterly devastated, exclaiming, "Do you even comprehend the might of the 7-treasure glazed tile school?" Tang Yu sighed. "As a friend, I will offer you one final piece of advice." She then pointed a finger at Ning Rongrong's forehead. A flash of light ensued, and I was unsure of what transpired, but Ning Rongrong appeared entranced. Tang Yu had shown her fragments of memories from true powerhouses, visions of mountains cleaved asunder and cities obliterated by dragon fire, scenes that likely shattered Ning Rongrong's worldview. After advising her to reflect on this, Tang Yu departed, and we followed suit, leaving Ning Rongrong alone at the entrance, weeping. That night, she did not return to her dormitory. The following morning, as we gathered, she stood alone on the playground, her demeanor transformed. Just then, Flinder arrived, ready to lecture. When Oscar bounded over, beaming, "Dean, I have broken through to level 30. Flinder was elated, announcing that the next day, Teacher Zhao would lead a team to the Stardow Forest to assist him in hunting for soul rings. However, today's lesson was to consist of everyone consuming Oscar's sausages. Apart from Tang Yu and Ning Rongrong, the rest of us men turned a shade of green. To our astonishment, the first to step forward was none other than Ning Rongrong. Without hesitation, she grabbed a sausage and popped it into her mouth, chewing and remarking, "The taste is quite pleasant." I was taken aback. This girl had truly come to terms with herself. Tang Yu also laughed and sampled one herself. With the two of them leading the charge, we felt compelled to follow suit, reluctantly consuming the sausages. The next day, Zhao Wujia led us on our journey. While dining in along the way, I was engrossed in my meal when I glanced up to find my brother embroiled in a scuffle with students from the neighboring Songhui Academy, even challenging their teacher to a duel. Upon hearing of the impending fight, Tang Yu immediately abandoned her meal, her eyes sparkling. "Step back. Let me handle this." The teacher was a Soul King, utilizing the Xian Gui martial spirit. What unfolded next was yet another display of Tang Yu's prowess. As the teacher called out for Xian Gui Fu Ti, Tang Yu swiftly launched him into the air, cracking his shell. Ultimately, she executed a flurry of combos, rendering him unconscious and sending him crashing into a well at the inn's entrance. Tang Yu clapped her hands, a satisfied expression on her face. Ah, what a relief. A delightful way to aid digestion post-meal. We continued on our journey, entering the Star-Doe forest, where fortune smiled upon us as we swiftly encountered a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Perfect for Oscar. We all joined in to subdue it, with Tang Yu delivering the majority of the damage, reducing the serpent to a near-lifeless state. Just as Oscar prepared to absorb the soul ring, a voice from an elderly woman echoed, "Stop." A soul emperor-level serpent matriarch arrived with her granddaughter, asserting that they were the first to discover the serpent. Following the conventions of the Soul Master Realm, a duel ensued. Tang Xin substituted for Oscar in the battle, resulting in a stalemate with her granddaughter. The serpent matriarch contemplated interrupting the match alongside Zhao Wujing, but Tang Yu boldly positioned herself between them and waved her hand, casting a dispelling spell that instantly dissolved their contending soul power. The matriarch's expression at that moment was akin to encountering a ghost. Ultimately, Oscar successfully absorbed the soul ring, acquiring his third soul skill named Mushroom Introspection, which enabled him to fly for a minute at the speed of a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. This skill was nothing short of a miraculous means of escape. Just as Zhao Wujing urged us to return swiftly, Tang Xin suddenly interjected, "I fear we cannot return yet." Zhao Wujing was taken aback. Why? "Because I also require a soul ring," Tang San replied nonchalantly. I was taken aback. He had reached level 30 as well. Just as Zhao Wujing was reveling in this news, his expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed, "Get back." We dispersed in an instant, but it was too late. A colossal black hand descended from the heavens, seizing both Xiao Wu and Tang Yu. Upon closer inspection, we were horrified to find it was the forest overlord, the Titan Great Ape. Zhao Wujing fought desperately to rescue them, only to sustain severe injuries. Helplessly watching as Tang Yu and Xiao Wu were taken deep into the forest by the Titan Great Ape, Tang San, in a frenzy, requested several mushroom tendrils from Oscar and pursued them. Meanwhile, the Titan Great Ape, after carrying the two for a while, seemed to realize it had an extra catch and casually tossed Tang Yu aside. Had she not activated her magical shield in time, she would have suffered a significant fall. However, I must say, I have a resilient life. After rolling on the ground a few times, I felt slightly dizzy, but I stood up, brushed off the dirt, and immediately followed the large footprints left by the gorilla. It was as if I had poked a nest of soul beasts along the way, with groups of them charging at me, but they were merely insignificant minions. I activated my unparalleled mode and cut through them effortlessly. On the other hand, my brother Tang San, relying on Oscar's rapid flight mushroom tendril, chased for a while, but unfortunately his enhancement expired midway. He was forced to run on foot and soon came upon the aftermath of my work. Soul beasts sprawled haphazardly, unconscious. Old habits resurfaced as he stood still, wallowing in self-pity, lamenting his inadequacy in protecting his sister and Xiao Wu. Could he not save such musings for later, especially when he was in pursuit? Just then, fate intervened, and a human-faced demon spider leaped out to ambush him. Tang Sen quickly dodged and engaged in a classic chase, leaping and dodging until he finally seized an opportunity to shoot the grotesque creature with his Zhuge divine crossbow, turning it into a sieve. Returning to my journey, my relentless slashing caused my experience bar to soar as if propelled by a rocket, propelling me to level 40. I also unlocked a new skill called Meteor Strike. I felt myself drawing closer to Xiao Wu, yet I knew that merely being level 40 would not suffice to contend with the 100,000-year Titan Great Ape. I urgently called upon my system for assistance. "Willie, my divine aid, do you have any temporary boosts available?" I need something formidable. Willie, ever reliable, replied, young lady. Since you've reached level 40, your body can withstand some pressure. I have 3 powers of the apostles stored, which can temporarily enhance you. However, since you have not yet awakened, I can only grant you a temporary boost of 20 levels for 10 minutes. 10 minutes? I thought that should suffice. It was merely a battle after all. With a trump card in hand, I pressed forward, the smaller soul beasts having fled in terror from the Titan's overwhelming aura, leaving a clear path. Before long, I confronted the Titan Great Ape, Ming, face to face. Without hesitation, I activated an Apostle S power. Return Xiao Wu to me. A golden light enveloped me, and I began to transform. It was akin to the transformation of a magical girl, my height soaring to 2 meters, radiating golden light, with golden dragon patterns swirling behind me. In that moment, I felt like the chosen warrior, exuding unparalleled charisma, facing the approaching Ming. I raised my hand and unleashed my newly acquired meteor strike. The Titan Great Ape sensed my formidable presence and immediately raised its hand to defend. Realizing that my attack was merely a scratch, I swiftly altered my strategy and unleashed my ultimate move, Glorious Dragon Dance. My weapon, Willie, morphed into a magnificent dragon spear, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon Ming, while the dragon patterns behind me shot forth like arrows. The combo countersoared, and I felt my strength surging, causing Ming to howl in response. Shatter Dominance. Lightning Shatter. Seizing the opportunity, I unleashed a double whip strike. Ming, agitated, retaliated with his soul power, attempting to repel me. However, my extensive combat experience led me to employ a dazzling technique to counter his shockwave, delivering a fierce blow that was far more than a mere scratch. That brute was tough-skinned, and we exchanged blows. Yet I grew stronger with each strike, quickly accumulating my fighting god will, unleashing a golden domain that suppressed Ming's power. He attempted to counter with his own domain, but guess what? My domain possessed the highest priority, rendering his efforts futile. Noticing time was running short, I resolved to end this swiftly. I declared, this final move will determine the outcome. I must save Xiao Wu today. I gathered all my strength, summoning the dragon patterns behind me to coalesce into a massive, radiant energy sphere. Starfall explosion. Just as I prepared to show Ming the essence of technology and magic, he seemed to comprehend my intent, realizing I might be Xiao Wu's ally, and shifted to a full defensive posture. The next instant, a blinding light erupted, and I felt utterly drained, plummeting from mid-air. Ming was thrown to the ground, charred and unconscious. The energy fluctuations were so immense that even Zhao Wujing and the others in the distance could see it, likely leaving them in shock. At that moment, Xiao Wu finally completed her breakthrough and rushed over, only to find both Ming and I collapsed on the ground. Her face paled in fear as she approached to check on us, finally sighing in relief upon discovering I was merely exhausted while Ming had only fainted due to his defensive stance, suffering no fatal injuries. As Xiao Wu patted her chest in relief, she regarded me with a look of astonishment, perhaps wondering how someone my age could contend with Ming in such a manner. When we both regained consciousness, the secret of Xiao Wu's identity could no longer be concealed. She had no choice but to confess her true nature as a 100,000-year soul beast. What can I say? I directly assured her, Sister Yu, from now on, I promise to keep your secret. You are my sister, and anyone who dares to harm you shall face my wrath. Xiao Wu finally felt at ease, and together we embarked on our journey home. To soothe her worries, I had Willie showcase my radiant soul ring, assuring her that I had no need to hunt soul beasts. When we rejoined the main group, we found everyone encircling Tang San, who lay on the ground convulsing in agony, surrounded by a purple aura indicative of potent poison. Everyone keep your distance. I quickly pulled Xiao Wu behind me, warning her that Tang San was now toxic and to stay away. Xiao Wu was concerned, repeatedly calling out for her brother. I reassured her, don't worry. I had already anticipated this and left a safeguard on him. This poison 1T claim his life. Indeed, as soon as I finished speaking, the imprint of the poison control technique within Tang San activated, and the raging toxins instantly became as docile as lambs. Soon, Tang Sen awakened, and upon seeing both Xiao Wu and me unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Zhao Wuji wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "Very well. This expedition to the Xingdou forest has gone smoothly. Oscar, Tang San, and Xiao Wu have all made breakthroughs." I immediately raised my hand. "Teacher, I have also achieved a breakthrough." Teacher Zhao, perhaps thinking I had merely leveled up, mentally noted my lack of composure and casually responded, "Oh, you've leveled up? Not bad." I rolled my eyes and stated, "No, I have reached level 40. "What? Level 40? This exclamation not only stunned Zhao Wuji, but also left everyone present, except for Xiao Wu, in a state of shock. Their mouths hung open as if they could fit an egg inside. A 12-year-old soul master? What does this signify? A true anomaly. Zhao Wuji was at a loss for words, and after a moment of contemplation, he burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent. Truly wonderful news. Let's return at once." Come. Just as we were about to depart, an unexpected turn of events ensued, as a swarm of demon spiders surrounded us. This time, Tang Sen displayed his prowess by drawing forth his treasured hidden weapons and unleashing a barrage. Meanwhile, I activated my magical shield and charged into the horde of spiders, wreaking havoc and dispatching nearly a quarter of them. Once we overcame this wave of trouble, the way everyone looked at Tang Sen shifted, filled with curiosity towards his hidden weapons. On the return journey, the atmosphere was quite peculiar. Silence enveloped us, likely due to our minds being overwhelmed, with thoughts swirling about my extraordinary rate of advancement and the endless array of Tang San's hidden weapons. By the time we arrived back at Shrek Academy, night had fallen. Everyone was utterly exhausted and retreated to their rooms to rest. Teacher Zhao hurried to report the situation to the dean, Flender, who was joined by Master Yu Xiaojiang. When Flender learned that I had broken through to level 40, his jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. The following morning, we entered the dining hall, only to be astonished by the lavish breakfast spread before us. Moreover, Master was present. It appeared he had officially joined Shrek. After breakfast, we gathered on the playground. Dean Flender formally introduced Master to us, stating, "This is Master, Tang San's mentor, who will henceforth be responsible for guiding your training." Master took over the conversation, mentioning that he had already reviewed our profiles. At that moment, I raised my hand high. "Master, I believe we have all become like family, so I intend to share my legacy with everyone. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, aside from Tang San and Xiao Wu, the others looked utterly bewildered. "Legacy? What was that?" Master glanced at my resolute expression and then at Tang San before nodding. "That is your choice. However, I must remind the rest of you that this opportunity is monumental, and you must always remember the gratitude owed to Tang Yu." Dai Mubai and the others were even more perplexed, questioning the gravity of opportunity and gratitude. Master felt obliged to clarify, "You may think little of it, but what Tang Yu is offering you is a legacy powerful enough to elevate an ordinary person to the rank of a title de law. I was originally just a 29-level soul master, likely weaker than any of you. Yet with the aid of Tang Yu's legacy, I now possess combat strength comparable to a soul sage." This revelation stunned not only the Shrek Five, but also Zhao Wuji and Flender, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. "What? Xiaojiang, you now possess the strength of a soul sage." Flender could hardly believe his ears. Master, maintaining an air of coolness, smiled. "Flender, would you like to give it a try? It would also serve to enlighten the youngsters." My brother Tang San was equally astonished and quietly asked, "Sister, what exactly did you give the master to make him so formidable?" I counted on my fingers. "Oh, it's nothing much, just that the mechanic profession suits him perfectly. I provided him with fundamentals of mechanics, mechanical modifications, arc reactors, and a plethora of G-series robots he developed himself, along with the venom cannon and airdrop support. Most importantly, I shared the teleportation command of Gaebojia with him, which can severely injure a soul sage in one strike." Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief, likely feeling overwhelmed by the information. Meanwhile, Master and Flender had already begun sparring. With a mere gesture from Master, a swarm of robots and turrets appeared, while aerial combat machines soared above, unleashing a torrent of firepower upon Flinder. Flinder, utilizing his martial spirit to take to the skies, attempted to evade, but Master executed an airdrop support maneuver, summoning a massive aircraft from a height that bombarded Flinder, accompanied by interceptors forcing him back down. As Flinder struggled to regain control, Master snapped his fingers, triggering mechanical explosions. All robots surged toward Flinder, culminating in a resounding boom. When the dust settled, Flinder emerged, disheveled and coughing. Ahem, Xiaojiang, your techniques are quite formidable, though you may not yet be a soul sage. They are more than sufficient to handle an average soul emperor. Master, retracting the machinery, calmly replied, I cannot very well use my truly devastating techniques against you. He then turned to us, and aside from me, everyone appeared as if they had witnessed a ghost, their jaws agape. They had never encountered such a combat style. Xiao Wu was the first to react, immediately rushing to my side. Sister Yu, look at all the skills you've given the master. I only have 3. Please grant me a few more. Dizzied by her exuberance, I gently pushed her head aside. All right, I came to share new skills with you all. Dai Mu Bai and Ning Rongrong, hailing from prestigious families, understood the terrifying value of the legacy. Just as Dai Mu Bai was about to express his gratitude, I interrupted him. No need for pleasantries. We are family. Either accept it, or we sever ties. The choice is yours. What more could they say? They could only etch this monumental favor in their hearts. Thus, it was settled, and everyone awaited my presence with excitement in the dormitory. Naturally, I first sought out Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, are you ready? What I am bestowing upon you is the power of the Seraph. Ning Rongrong was taken aback. The Seraph? Isn't that exclusive to the Spirit Hall? But she quickly realized, wait, is it the angelic power you showed me in that memory? Indeed, it is the authentic version, far superior to the counterfeit ones of the Spirit Hall. Prepare yourself. It's about to begin. I gathered several golden sigils, infusing them into her body while explaining. I will provide you with some foundational skills first. Once you're proficient, I will introduce the advanced ones. I understand. Thank you, Sister Yu, Ning Rongrong replied, her demeanor as gentle as a kitten. Soon, a faint golden light emanated from her. I granted her a complete set of support skills, including Holy Light Infusion, Revelation Hymn, Guardian Blessing, Courage Blessing, Healing Prayer, and Purification, along with 2 offensive skills. From now on, she would become our team's most formidable mobile source of healing and buffs. Overwhelmed by the newfound power, Ning Rongrong was deeply moved. I patted her shoulder. We are friends after all. Familiarize yourself with this, as I will move on to the next. Next, I approached the room of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. As I opened the door, Xiao Wu darted towards me like a cannonball. Sister Yu, you're finally here. I've been waiting so long. I quickly caught her and urged her to sit properly. I summoned 2 distinct sigils, one bright silver and the other silver tinged with gold, infusing them into their bodies. For Xiao Wu, I bestowed skills to enhance her agility, including grappling enhancements and a host of active throwing techniques, ensuring she would become a melee nightmare. For Zhu Zhuqing, I offered the legacy of an assassin, centered around the power of synergy, allowing her to accumulate might during rapid attacks to unleash finishing moves, along with double jumps and various evasive maneuvers, making her even more elusive. Having completed their enhancements, I proceeded to the boys' dormitory. Upon entering, Ma Hongjun eagerly approached me like an excited puppy, his enthusiasm almost prompting me to kick him away. Come on, Sister Yu, can I call you Sister too? After I threatened to revoke his eligibility, he quickly shrank back. I asked Ma Hongjun, you decide, would you prefer a majestic and imposing style, or a graceful and stylish one? He struck a pose with flamboyance, proclaiming, only those who are graceful and dashing are worthy of my handsomeness. How distasteful. I swiftly imparted the legacy of the ninja to him, liberating him from the torment of dark fire, enabling him to perform techniques such as Shadow Clone and Great Fireball, as he felt the malevolent energy within him completely purged. Tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes as he gazed at me, sending a chill down my spine, prompting me to hastily kick him away and make my escape. As for Dai Mu Bai, I bestowed upon him the legacy of Sonda, filled with powerful close combat techniques, including Bone Shatter, Iron Mountain Crash, Inch Punch, and rising dragon fist, complemented by an armor of dominance and the ability to perceive weaknesses, transforming him into the true king of berserk warriors. Finally, I arrive at the quarters of Tang San and Oscar. I address Tang San, saying, "Xiao San, I have yet to finalize your legacy. I will give it further thought." Turning to Oscar, I continued, "It is your turn. What do you desire?" At first, Oscar was filled with ambition, but soon he deflated, expressing his wish to remain a humble support. I promptly enlightened him. "Do you not harbor feelings for Ronron? You both are supports, if you lack combat prowess. How will you protect her in the future?" Then, with a mysterious smile, I added, "Moreover, I happen to possess a legacy that encompasses both combat and support, and it pairs perfectly with Ronron." Upon hearing this, Oscar's eyes sparkled with desire, practically wishing to cement his role as Ronron's exclusive aide right then and there. Naturally, I gifted him the legacy of the Paladin, also known as the Healer, which not only provided formidable support buffs, but also included a suite of combat skills, such as Holy Cross and Spear of Victory, exuding an aura of unmatched charisma. Now, he and Ning Rongrong, one being a seraph and the other a paladin, formed an official couple destined to be together. Overcome with emotion, Oscar shed tears as he absorbed the information from the legacy. Thus, the splendid transformation of the entire Shrek team was officially complete. The following morning, everyone gathered on the playground, invigorated and feeling capable of taking on 100 foes. The master requested that I introduce each person's new profession, and after hearing it, he nodded in approval, stating that he would revise the training plan accordingly. "Now let us commence today's training," he declared, pointing to several large baskets by the academy entrance. "You are prohibited from utilizing soul power. We shall engage in weighted runs. While your imprint powers have not yet fully merged, this weight will still prove beneficial." Upon inspection, we discovered 8 baskets, each labeled with names. Tang San and Dai Mubai's baskets were the largest, filled with the most stones, while Ma Hongjun and I followed, with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing carrying slightly less, and Oscar and Ning Rongrong having the least. As everyone wondered why my load was so minimal, Tang San stepped forward to test his basket and turned beet red, unable to lift it. It was then that everyone realized something was amiss. The stones within the baskets were of varying materials. My seemingly smallest basket contained the highest density special metal. Although it appeared lighter, it was indeed the heaviest. Let me tell you, in the astonished gaze of my companions, I effortlessly hoisted the basket that Tang San struggled with, using only one hand. You see, with my elevated level, I could accomplish such feats with ease. My magical energy concentration was akin to a premium membership, soaring upwards, and my physical prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. To put it succinctly, my current attributes resembled a healer in a game who had stacked intelligence, but upon awakening a passive skill, transformed all that intelligence into strength, capable of shattering a boss's resurrection armor with a single punch. Enough of this, days. Let's set off. We must finish our run before mealtime, I commanded, and the entire group began to move at a snail's pace. Prohibited from using soul power and relying solely on our physical abilities made this weighted run excruciating. Ning Rongrong and Oscar, both supports, nearly collapsed after covering a third of the distance, their faces drained of color. Realizing this was untenable, I quickly had them each lean on my shoulders, resembling a locomotive as I dragged them along. Tang San and the others attempted to emulate this, but Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing stubbornly insisted on relying on themselves, maintaining formation. Very well, I admired their sisterhood. But guess what? As we continued this daily routine, we caught the attention of the lackeys from Tsanghui Academy, who plotted an ambush for revenge. I must tell you, their actions were akin to kicking against steel plates, or rather, colliding with a 40-meter-thick vibranium wall. I was too apathetic to engage directly and summoned my long-forgotten subordinate, Goblin Heddle. To my surprise, Heddle's level matched mine. Now, a handsome level 40. Although he couldn't fight 20 levels above his own like me, dealing with these minor nuisances was child's play. Heddle expertly wielded his slingshot, raining stones upon them, causing them to wail and flee. Had I not intervened, he would have unleashed magic bombs, capable of taking down even a titled Douluo. This display left Dai Mubai and the others utterly bewildered, likely pondering just how many peculiar treasures I still had hidden away. After a period of rigorous training, everyone acclimated to the enhancements from the imprint, and the master's second phase training plan was officially initiated. He gathered everyone together and began distributing personalized training schedules. Dai Mubai was assigned to practice martial techniques and fluidity, followed by one-on-one duels with everyone. Ma Hongjun was tasked with improving his casting speed and positioning. Xiaowu focused on mastering soft techniques and her new skill, the grab bomb, specifically designed to counter Zhao Wujia's immovable king turtle shell. Zhu Zhuqing worked on her reaction speed and the interruption of combos, preparing for future high-speed encounters. Ning Rongrong and Oscar provided comic relief as they first practiced how to swing their cross-shaped weapons, followed by instant activation of all support skills. As for Tang San and me, the master waved his hand, indicating that we were free to train on our own. Dai Mubai panicked at that moment, exclaiming, "Master, with such high-intensity practice, what if we get injured every day?" The master chuckled, producing several vials of potions from his robe. "Rest assured, Yuer has miraculous remedies. With just one potion, you can resurrect right where you fell." Upon seeing the vials, Ning Rongrong's eyes nearly bulged out as she exclaimed, "Ah, isn't this the potion that has been driven to exorbitant prices at the auction house? It was made by you, Sister Yu." I slapped my forehead. "Oh dear, I almost forgot. Come, everyone gather around to take some. I make a large batch every day, and the master doesn't allow me to sell more. So my storage space is nearly overflowing." As I spoke, I began to distribute them like pouring beans, a large quantity spilling forth, including a few exquisitely packaged vials. Xiaowu picked one up and inquired what it was, to which I casually replied, "Oh, that one. It should instantly restore a tidal Douluo to full condition. I make it the most, so take a little less, you probably won't need much." Instantly, the entire area fell silent. Even the master was left speechless. Ultimately, they hesitantly took one vial of the Heaven Potion each as a life-saving trump card, while they eagerly grabbed a multitude of the ordinary potions. In the following days, the training ground was filled with chaos, as everyone trained vigorously, knowing that they had potions to recover from injuries. Tang San focused on sparring and researching his hidden weapons, while I assisted the master in overcoming technical challenges. I took on a second side profession as a decomposer, crafting a decomposing machine for him. This machine was quite formidable. Any energy-containing object could be fed into it, from weapons to tools, and after a thorough grinding, it would emerge as pure energy crystals. Crushing these would restore energy, a true artifact for sustainability. With this, I provided the master with several new mechanic imprints, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. By the time we concluded the second phase of training, the treasury of Dean Flender had finally run dry of its last tier. The master announced, "Children, we now enter the third phase, true combat. We shall head to the Soto City Great Soul Arena and fight. We will cease when we obtain the Silver Soul Badge." I must say, after enduring my relentless training, their confidence had nearly been shattered, and they felt like mere novices. However, upon hearing we would be facing ordinary soul masters, each of them lit up as if they had spotted fresh meat after a long fast. The master specifically instructed me that the DNF skills I possess are trump cards and should be used sparingly, particularly the attack techniques of AOC Ka and Ning Rongrong, which must be concealed. Upon arriving at the Dun Arena, I adopted the alias Ji Yuanzhan Fa, while the others chose peculiar names such as Xie Yao Bai Hu and Qianshou Xiuluo. Zhu Zhuqing resolutely refused to team up with Dai Mubai, ultimately pairing with Ning Rongrong instead. Dai Mubai, left without any options, pathetically joined my team. As the battle commenced, the spectacle resembled a series of veiled confrontations. They finally experienced the overwhelming sensation I typically inflicted upon them. Merely the passive effects and enhancement from the marks created a chasm between us and ordinary soul masters. Our points soared, and our level skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. Ma Hongjun and the others all surpassed level 30, while Dai Mubai approached 40. My progress was the slowest, barely reaching level 44. Why? Because in the doubles format, Dai Mubai fought 2 against 1 while I observed. The group battles were even more absurd, with Ning Rong and Ao Sika instantly applying numerous buffs before hiding behind me, while Tang San and his companions charged forward like wolves, swiftly concluding the skirmish. I remained as a mere observer, primarily offering companionship. With a streak of victories, we arrived at the Silver Dahan tier promotion match, only to face the formidable Tiando Royal team, led by Yu Qianheng of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Awkwardly, our team had just surpassed level 40, with everyone being soul ancestors, yet we still seemed to outclass the opposition. Most critically, the master declared, "Feel free to use your inherited skills. AOC Ka and Ning Rong may attack. The sole restriction is that I, Tang Yu, am prohibited from entering the arena." Naturally, if I were to participate, it would no longer be a team battle, but merely a solo performance. As the match commenced, the instant the referee's announcement concluded, Ning Rong and Ao Sika swiftly maximized their buffs, with Ao Sika immediately unleashing the Holy Spirit Hammer, absorbing all enhancements for himself as he prepared to strike, while the opponents planned to eliminate the support first. Damu Bai charged forward, disregarding Du Guyan's poisonous mist with his invulnerable armor. With their attention solely on Damu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing executed a 3-stage arc light flash, infiltrating their backline to confront their healer, with Xiao Wu promptly teleporting in support. This maneuver, if set in 2025, would undoubtedly be a remarkable skill. Inevitably, Xiao Wu sent the healer soaring with a crushing blow, while Zhu Zhuqing seamlessly followed up with a finishing move combined with her ghostly claw, eliminating her target. On the front lines, Damu Bai's powerful punch forced Yu Qianheng to retreat, followed by a dance of lightning darting through the crowd, while Tang San's web ensnared the battlefield with precision, and Ma Hongjun launched a fiery tornado, engulfing the remaining foes in a massive conflagration. As the flames subsided, only 2 Xuanwu Turtle Soul Masters remained to endure. Upon conclusion of the battle, the master nodded in satisfaction. The officials from the Duhan Arena approached to present badges, and upon reviewing our performance, they bypassed the silver tier, awarding our entire team with gold Duhan badges. Meanwhile, the Tiando Royal team was left in utter dismay. Their mentor, Qin Ming, attempted to console them, stating, "Do not lose heart. Your defeat was not unjust. You faced the monsters from the Monster Academy, and the strongest among them, capable of overpowering a Soul King, did not even participate today." Upon hearing this, Yu Qianheng and his team turned even paler. Following the conclusion of the 3rd phase of training, we were granted a 2-week break. Dean Flender decided to lead our entire academy to seek refuge at the Tiando Royal Academy. However, upon arriving at their doorstep, we were first thwarted by a prince named Xue Beng, who was subsequently slapped by Damu Bai and then expelled by Prince Xue Xing, accompanied by the poisoned Douluo du Gubo. Such is the unpredictability of life. As we trudged along the streets of Tiando City, pondering where to find shelter, we spotted a recruitment advertisement for the Lanba Academy. Flender swiftly decided to investigate. Upon reaching the recruitment office, Flender and several teachers revealed their soul rings, astonishing the recruiting staff with 3 soul saints and numerous soul emperors, prompting them to hastily fetch the academy dean. When we were brought to the dean's residence, the door swung open to reveal a spirited woman who immediately embraced the master, weeping uncontrollably. Flender introduced her as the final member of the Golden Iron Triangle. Lu Erlong, seeing his long-lost love after 2 decades, the master was filled with remorse and managed to utter 3 words, "I am sorry." Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong cried even harder. Once her emotions slightly settled, upon learning of our experiences at the Tiando Royal Academy, she pounded her fist on the table. Her fiery temper ignited. "This is intolerable. Flender, do not say another word. My academy shall become yours. Tomorrow, I will convene a meeting to rename Lanba Academy as Shrek Academy." Flender nearly spat out his tea, utterly astonished as he looked at the master. At that moment, the master had come to a realization, holding Lu Erlong's hand and calmly stating, "Everything shall proceed according to Long Air's wishes." During dinner that evening, the master called Tang San and me aside to recount his past with Lu Erlong, explaining how, when he was weak, He could not protect his love, and thus chose to evade. Now that he possessed strength, he was uncertain how to make amends for the past 20 years. Tang San encouraged him. Teacher, you truly love each other. Why concern yourself with societal opinions? I chimed in, Indeed, master. Who dares to speak ill? Just unleash a physical rebuttal and send them flying. That's right, teacher, Tang San continued. Now that you possess the strength to defy societal norms, it is time to cherish your relationship with Aunt Erlong, for that is what she desires most. If you still cannot overcome your internal struggles, then a spiritual union should suffice. As soon as Tang San uttered those words, it was as if a dreamer had been awakened. The master's mind cleared. Indeed. Why was I so troubled? Now that I was formidable, who would dare gossip behind my back? As for the obstacle of blood relations, transcending it spiritually was all that was needed. With this newfound clarity, the moment was fortuitous as Aunt Erlong emerged just then. Without hesitation, the master swiftly embraced her tightly. Finally, the profound dilemma had found resolution. Tang San and I exchanged glances, realizing the flood of affection being shared, and decided to discreetly withdraw, not wishing to be the glaring light bulbs in this tender moment. I contemplated returning to my meal as hunger gnawed at me, while Tang San mentioned he would take a stroll in the nearby grove to clear his mind. Yet, little did we know that during that stroll, he would vanish. An individual named Douluo, a cunning poison master, seized the opportunity to ambush him, abducting Tang San without a trace. By the time we realized what had transpired, he had already disappeared. Tang Yu, frantic as a boiling ant, abandoned her meal and immediately commenced a city-wide search for him, while others floundered aimlessly. Tang Yu had already activated her extraordinary abilities. Utilizing her connection to the inheritance mark, she pinpointed Tang San's approximate location and dashed forth. Her speed was astonishing. After a frenzied sprint, she arrived at a vast forest, the Sunset Forest. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged in, undeterred by the surroundings. For this was not the hellish Douluo forest. The worst here were merely 10,000-year-soul beasts, and if they could not defeat her, how could they outrun her? Without hesitation, she plunged deeper into the forest. I must say, the commotion Tang Yu caused was monumental. She did not bother with evasion, moving in a straight line forward. Any soul beast she encountered, whether they were 1,000 or 100 years old, fell before her with a single blow. The scene mirrored her previous exploits in the Douluo forest, as foes lay defeated in neat rows behind her. The further she pressed on, the higher the levels of the soul beast she encountered, sometimes even coming across entire clans of them. But guess what? It made no difference. Tang Yu's skills were akin to activating a cleaning mode in DNF, obliterating everything in her path with a single strike. Thanks to her extraordinary attributes, she became an unstoppable force, annihilating several soul beast clans along the way. To be honest, for Tang Yu, grinding monsters in this soul beast forest was akin to a paradise for leveling up. The experience bar surged rapidly, soon breaking through level 45, and she mastered a new skill called Huang Long Yin Yue. With this formidable ability, her speed in clearing maps increased significantly. Before long, she sensed a dense toxic formation ahead. The old poison master, Douluo, also noticed her, utterly perplexed. How could a girl in her 40s hack her way from the forest's edge to the core area? It defied logic. As for Tang Yue, she glanced at the verdant toxic mist without a hint of hesitation and charged straight in. The deadly fumes capable of killing a tidal Douluo were instantly assimilated and absorbed by her internal magic the moment they approached her body. Douluo's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. This toxic formation made even the soul beasts in the forest steer clear. Yet this young girl treated it as if it were mere air. His interest in Tang Yue was piqued immensely. When Douluo appeared before Tang Yue, she had already reached the center of the toxic formation. The moment she laid eyes on the green-haired elder, she knew she had found the right person. Return my brother to me. Tang Yue fixed her gaze on the titled Douluo, unflinching. She had already calculated her options. She could unleash her power of the apostle once more. Now, at level 46, her physical strength was significantly improved compared to before. If it came to a life-or-death struggle, defeating him was not out of the question. Little girl, You are quite intriguing, Douluo chuckled, amused by her audacity. How dare you act so brazenly in front of title Dalu? Douluo's interest was piqued, since she wished to see her brother. He decided to take her to him. Although Tang Yue found it odd, she followed him. Douluo led her to the edge of a cliff, pointing to a pool below that emitted eerie red and blue mist. That boy is down there. Whether you can find his corpse now is another matter. With that, the old man vanished, hiding in the shadows to observe discreetly. Tang Yue climbed down the cliff and searched through a garden filled with rare flowers and herbs, ultimately focusing her gaze on the ice and fire yin-yang eye at its center. Being the resolute person she was, she leaped in without a second thought. Indeed, she discovered Tang San submerged in the water. However, at that moment, the effects of the ice and fire yin-yang eye activated, with one side exuding bone-chilling coldness and the other scorching heat. For Tang Yue, whose tough skin and robust flesh could withstand significant adversity, it felt akin to a sauna. Yet, the sheer potency of this phenomenon was overwhelming. As she plunged in, her body instinctively began to absorb the energy voraciously. The sensation was so delightful that she inadvertently fell asleep. Outside, Falande and the others noticed Tang Yue's absence, and chaos ensued. They hurried to inquire about Douluo from the three elders at the Tiando Royal Academy, eventually pinpointing the location to the Sunset Forest and rushing there in haste. Douluo, of course, was aware of their arrival. A fierce battle erupted instantly, with Dashi, Falande, and Liu Erlong unleashing their martial soul fusion technique, the Golden Sacred Dragon, to combat the Biphosphor Snake King, shaking the very heavens and earth. Yet, facing a tidal Dalu, the Golden Sacred Dragon was ultimately shattered. Seeing the dire situation, Dashi quickly produced his mechanical assistant, inputting a series of commands, which conjured a space portal out of thin air. Behind the portal lay an endless void, an aura of ancient chaos wafting forth. Just as Douluo grew curious, a gigantic hand, obscuring the sun, suddenly emerged from the portal and struck towards him. Douluo hastily defended, expending a considerable amount of soul power to barely withstand the blow, yet he was still sent flying a great distance. Just as he prepared to unleash his full power, Tang San emerged. Having absorbed the Eight Corners' mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot glazed vegetables, he was reborn. After a series of intense struggles and friendly exchanges, both sides finally reached a temporary truce. Tang San's foremost concern remained his sister. When he emerged, Tang Yue was still floating atop the ice and fire yin-yang eye, sound asleep like a corpse. Falande and the others returned, while Tang San followed Douluo back to the ice and fire yin-yang eye. The two looked at Tang Yue, who was still lazily circling in the spring, and shared a mutual expression of helplessness. "Kid, what on earth is your sister?" Douluo pondered in confusion. "Even I would hesitate to bathe in that spring. Yet she can sleep soundly? I don't know either. My sister has always been mysterious. A true anomaly among anomalies," Tang San replied with a wry smile. "All right, old monster, weren't you going to test my understanding of poison? Let's begin." The subsequent trial was a mere formality for Tang San, with the Tang sect's secret techniques combined with his body modified by divine herbs. Along with the toxic attack imprint bestowed by Tang Yue, he was virtually immune to poisons. Douluo was thoroughly impressed by Tang San's performance, and the two became unwitting allies, settling down in the ice and fire yin-yang eye. After 3 full days, Tang Yue finally awoke. Upon waking, her level soared directly to 48, leaving Douluo astonished and speechless. She immediately rushed to Tang San, expressing concern. "Little San, I'm so glad you're okay. It's all my fault for being in such a hurry to return for a meal. Do you want me to help you slay your way out? Don't worry, the soul beasts outside are no match for me." Tang San hurriedly calmed his battle-crazy sister, and after much persuasion, he finally convinced her to abandon the idea of rampaging through the Sunset Forest. Afterwards, their relationship improved, with Tang San and Tang Yue referring to Douluo as the old monster, while Douluo called them little monsters and true anomalies. Having settled in, Tang Yue fully unleashed her wild side. She ventured out daily, challenging soul beast groups in the forest, causing the surrounding soul beasts to flee in terror. Under this high-intensity monster slaying, her level skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, when she broke through level 50 and completed her first awakening. The commotion drew Douluo over. "Old monster, you're just in time. I've just broken through. Shall we spar?" Tang Yue said, her hands itching with eagerness upon seeing Douluo. "You truly are an anomaly. I'm a titled Douluo, and my appearance fee is quite high." Douluo attempted to maintain his aloof demeanor. Tang Yue, disinterested in idle chatter, tossed him a vial of potion. Mental stimulation potion, temporarily accelerating your soul power operation. "Are you in or not?" Douluo's eyes lit up. This was a fine treasure. He promptly stowed it away and declared, "To the old place. Let us go." They arrived at a clearing they had created through their battles. Tang Yue's aura transformed. "Now, let me show you the power of the Bayana battle god." As her voice fell, she became enveloped in blue and gold magic, transforming into the form of Bayana amidst a dazzling glow. The battle that ensued was extraordinary. Tang Yue attacked relentlessly like a storm, each strike accompanied by explosive effects. Douluo was caught off guard, feeling as if he were not battling a soul king, but a soul sage. He was forced to unleash his martial soul true form, the colossal by Phosphor Snake King. Tang Yue displayed no fear, conjuring a 40-meter-long Huang Long Yin Yue blade, launching her ultimate move, Huang Long Wan Wu, and engaging in a fierce exchange with the martial soul true form. As the battle escalated, Tang Yue's momentum intensified until, with a resounding boom, a golden domain unfolded instantaneously. In this domain, Douluo's strength was thoroughly suppressed. He attempted to activate his own domain in response, only to find that this maneuver, characterized by textbook-level abstraction, was utterly ineffective within Tang Yue's battle god domain. It was completely stifled. The confrontation lasted a full day and night, concluding only when Tang Yue, driven by hunger, voluntarily called for a truce. After some time, Tang San was nearly ready to return to the academy. One day, while Tang San was crafting his ultimate dark weapon, the Yin Wang Tie, Tang Yue unusually sat quietly beside him. "Little San, how have you been adapting to the new imprint I gave you?" Tang Yue inquired. Having recently gifted Tang San a new skill, Mengdu Jishue, which infused his blood with potent toxins, Tang San's level had reached 33. Upon reaching level 40, Tang Yu transformed into Bayana and captured a 10,000-year-old earth cavern spider, leaving it questioning its very existence. When Tang San ultimately slayed the spider, its eyes reflected a sense of relief and gratitude. With this accomplishment, they would soon be able to return to Shrek Academy. As Tang San gazed at the furnace, he found himself nostalgically yearning for his companions. The following morning, before dawn, Tang San roused a bleary-eyed Tang Yu, and they began to sprint away. Soon, the furious roar of Douluo echoed behind them. "Xiao San, what on earth did you do yesterday? That old monster is chasing us like a madman." Tang Yu shook off her drowsiness and replied, "It's nothing much, just invited him to be an honorary professor at Shrek." "Is that all? I can't believe it." "Oh, and I also took some medicinal herbs." "I knew it." Tang Yu turned to see Douluo almost catching up, bellowing, "You little rascal. Stop right there." As they ran, Tang San shouted back, "But you said I could take whatever I wanted." Douluo, enraged, nearly lost his voice. "I meant you could take some, not empty out my entire stash." Tang Yu silently gave Tang San a thumbs up, impressed by his cunning. Ultimately, the trio bickered their way back to Shrek Academy. Upon their arrival, Flander and the others greeted Tang San and Tang Yu warmly, but when they spotted Douluo following them, they were utterly bewildered. When Tang San announced that the esteemed Douluo was willing to join the academy as an honorary professor, all the teachers were rendered speechless in shock. Flander, the dean, was the quickest to react, donning a cheerful smile and leading Douluo to arrange accommodations. "Xiao San, how did you convince that old monster?" Lu Erlong asked, still in disbelief. "Don't ask me, ask Xiao San," Tang Yu deflected. Tang San could only reply vaguely, "Perhaps we just hit it off." "Master," Tang Yu turned to Xiao Zhang. "I've observed that your energy has nearly merged perfectly. In due time, I'll be able to present you with the Transcendental Agreement, and, at that point, you should be able to contend with the title Douluo." This revelation left the oblivious Lu Erlong astounded. The master took the two to meet the others, sharing their progress over the past 6 months. Daimyo Bai was nearing level 50, and the others were also pushing towards level 40. Rest assured, teacher, Tang San reported. I am now level 33, and my sister recently broke through to level 50, currently around 54. My fourth soul ring was acquired with her assistance, a 10,000-year-old one. Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily taken aback. His fourth soul ring was a 10,000-year one, yet upon recalling Tang Yu's capabilities, it seemed reasonable. When they pushed the door open, Xiao Wu was the first to spot Tang San and leapt into his arms, prompting the others to swarm around him, chattering incessantly. After the pleasantries, Ma Hongjun straightforwardly inquired, Singo, where are the gifts? Tang San smiled as he produced the celestial herbs, distributing them. Dai Lao's Qirong Tong Tianju, Xiao Ao's 8-petal Xianlan, Fatty's Jiguang Phoenix Sunflower, and Rong Rong's Chilua Tulip. Yu Xiaojiang felt a twinge of concern, but Tang San reassured him that these herbs primarily supported foundational energy and would have no side effects, easing the master's worries. When it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn, Tang San presented her with an extraordinary herb known as the Heartbreak Red, sharing its tale of choosing its master. Unfortunately, Zhu Zhuqing, distracted by her thoughts of Daimyo Bai's past romances, failed to successfully bond with it. Daimyo Bai, standing nearby, felt awkward, his face turning green. Finally, it was Xiao Wu, who managed to successfully pick the flower while her heart was set on Tang San. However, she hesitated to consume it, opting to wear it instead, which inadvertently masked her spirit beast aura perfectly. The group began to absorb the celestial herbs, and Tang Yu pulled Xiao Wu aside, assuring her that with her mark in this herb, she was doubly protected and safe. Only then did Xiao Wu feel reassured. By the time they returned, the others had nearly finished their absorption. Oscar was the first to awaken, his soul power doubled. Ning Rongrong also broke through to level 40, and more thrillingly, her 7 Treasures Glazed Tower transformed into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. She hugged Tang San, tears streaming down her face. For this was a momentous break from the sex fate. Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun also reached level 40, while Daimyo Bai directly broke through the 50-level barrier. The last to awaken was the Master, who, with the aid of a 9-pin purple ginseng, finally broke through the 30-year-long bottleneck to reach level 30. His body was completely transformed, ready to accept the final inheritance. Wonderful, Master! Tang Yu sincerely rejoiced. It appears your body is prepared. Tomorrow, I will commence the final inheritance for you and also conduct secondary inheritances for the others. The next day, the group gathered in a secluded location. Master, please be prepared, Tang Yu said solemnly. This will mark the world's first encounter with transcendent power. As her words fell, 2 immensely profound seals gradually merged into Yu Xiaojiang's body. A surge of immense energy coursed through him, inducing excruciating pain that caused him to sweat profusely, but he persevered. This was a transformation of his body, advancing towards the pinnacle of genetic technology known as the Celestial Realm. Fortunately, the Master had previously adapted, and the final inheritance proceeded exceptionally smoothly. I must tell you, once the Master awakens, he will seem utterly transformed, radiating vitality, murmuring about feeling light, and possessing sharp spatial awareness, much like someone who had just enjoyed a rejuvenating treatment. Tang Yu, standing nearby, acted like a top salesperson, showering praises. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring the Transcendental Agreement. Gibo's power has also been fully unleashed, allowing you to confront title Douluo head-on. Should you grasp that ultimate move known as Shanna, surpassing title Douluo will no longer be a dream. Such words rendered the formidable title Douluo, once deemed invincible, now trivialized like a mere cabbage by the roadside. With the Master sorted, it was time to turn to the rest of the team. I tell you, in the past 6 months, everyone's levels have surged, and the inheritance must also be upgraded. First up was Daimyo Bai, who reached level 50 and acquired a passive skill called Martial God Step, enabling him to run faster and strike harder, pure brutality at its finest. Coupled with skills like Shadow Kick and Martial God Strong Kick, his melee capabilities soared, making him the team's primary powerhouse. Next was Oscar, who had become remarkably formidable. He not only gained a life-saving skill called Life Spring, which allowed him to recover a significant portion of health when severely injured, but he also acquired 3 attack skills. One supportive ability transformed him into a healer capable of offense. Truly absurd. Xiao Wu was no different, having obtained an array of skills like Thunder Strike and Spiral Comet Fall, all designed for brutal crowd control, ensuring her foes understood the meaning of cruelty up close. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun also advanced to level 40. Rongrong's enhancement was substantial, granting her a domain skill called Resurgence Light, allowing teammates to be revived within its range, albeit with a cooldown, essentially a mobile spring of life. Zhu Zhuqing became even more extravagant, wielding skills like Death Storm and Blade Storm, her combat style resembling an elegant dance, a real-life version of a fluid combo. The most amusing was Ma Hongjun. Upon seeing his skill list, I was taken aback. Fire Escape Spiral Shuriken, Shadow Clone Technique, and Flame Heaven Path. Was this not straight out of Naruto film set? Now, Fatty had become a mobile artillery platform, fully equipped for sustained bombardment. The master observed our magical transformation from the sidelines and finally grasped our developmental trajectory. Dai Mubai was the tank, Xiao Wu an assassin with control, Zhu Zhuqing a high-mobility reaper, Rongrong and Oscar as super healers and secondary damage dealers, Fatty as an AoE mage, while Tang San was a dual-control poison master, and Tang Yu was simply divine. With everyone upgraded, the next step was to venture into the forest, battle monsters, and acquire soul rings. This time we felt emboldened, each capable of soloing, with the teachers nearby to ensure we didn't overreach. Ma Hongjun was the first to find target, and the scene was nothing short of brutal. The entire figure soared through the sky, unleashing a barrage of fire techniques as if they were free of cost. Various attacks, such as Chan Yu Yandan and Luo Xian Shou Li Jian rained down, resulting in a frenzy of destruction below. Once the assault concluded, an expansive forest lay charred to a crisp, with purple soul rings lazily drifting up into the air, to the astonishment of the teachers observing the scorched earth. They even wore expressions of satisfaction. Next came AO Ka and Ning Rongrong, who after their skirmish, left behind a glimmering expanse of ruins. I must say, they encountered the Pink Lady, and with a single purification from Rongrong, all toxins became ineffectual. Following this, AO Ka went into a frenzy, entering judgment mode, using his Lioli ball as a golf ball, tossing it haphazardly, hence the sparkling remnants on the ground. On Zhu Zhuqing's side, the battlefield resembled a feline's playful destruction. Claw marks scattered everywhere. With Tang Yu providing protection, Xiao Wu thrived, her level soaring to 44, surpassing Tang San by a rank. Our Shrek 7 Devils soared collectively once more. After collecting the soul rings, we returned to the academy, where the master instructed us to attend class, stating it was for the Soul Master competition. We couldn't possibly fight together from start to finish. We needed to find some substitutes. Moreover, after half a year of wild adventures, Tang San and I should experience campus life. On our way to the classroom, AOC Ka and Ma Hongjun strutted about, boasting as they walked, explaining that the academy was divided into 6 classes, and they were in the highest advanced class, from which future teammates would be selected. How quickly they had forgotten their humility when they had previously been soundly defeated by Tang Yu. Tang Yu remarked coolly, "The power of time is truly magnificent." Tang San, Xiao Wu, and I exchanged puzzled glances. Tang Yu continued, "Not long ago, I educated you all into a state of profound humility, and here you are, floating on clouds again." After saying this, she walked ahead, leaving us awkwardly reminiscing in place. Upon reaching the classroom, Tang Yu found a prime spot to sit and began jotting down her notes. Although her petite figure drew attention, all gazes were soon captured by Tang San, who entered hand in hand with Xiao Wu. Then, the classic scene unfolded. A muscular man named Tai Long stood abruptly, approaching Tang San and adopting a menacing stance akin to that of a gangster. "Hey, newcomer, don't know the rules? Didn't you realize no one can sit next to Xiao Wu?" Tang San was taken aback. Xiao Wu slammed her hands on the table. "I invited him to sit. Are you all so idle? Get lost." Tai Long immediately shrank back, stuttering to Xiao Wu. Wu, this is a matter between men. You needn't concern yourself. He then attempted to assert his dominance toward Tang San. I'm telling you, it's not that I'm afraid. Do you think I became the Academy's top dog for nothing? The title of Academy top dog left Tang San bewildered. A nearby lackey eagerly explained, "He is the strongest in the entire Academy." Before he could finish, Xiao Wu kicked him away. Yet, the title intimidated Tang San, who genuinely believed this person was more formidable than Damu Bai. Seeing Tang San's hesitation, Tai Long grew bolder. You've got two choices. 1. Challenge me to a duel. If you win, you can sit here. 2. Scram immediately. Naturally, Tang San accepted. Tai Long laughed heartily. Do I need to choose a venue for a kid like you? We were on the verge of laughing out loud. This fellow truly didn't know the meaning of danger. Tang Yu, looking up momentarily, shook her head and resumed her drawing, likely finding it all too tedious. The two moved to the center of the arena, and Tang San announced, Tang San, Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass, 34th Level Control System Soul Master. The moment his 4 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, appeared, Tai Long's expression froze. His face turned pale, likely cursing inwardly. Ultimately, he could only muster the courage to reveal his meager 3 soul rings. Tai Long, Martial Soul Mighty Gorilla, 37th Level Attack System Soul Master. The battle commenced? No. It was a swift execution. In a single exchange, Tai Long found himself bound like a rice dumpling by blue silvergrass, unable to move. Tang San clapped his hands and returned to his seat. Just then, the teacher entered, spotting Tai Long on the ground, mistakenly believing Tang San was bullying a classmate. Yet, Tai Long, maintaining his composure, admitted he was the one seeking trouble and conceded. However, the matter was far from over. After class, he sought out Tang San again, demanding a fight. The result? Naturally, Tang San delivered another thrashing using his chaotic wind hammer technique. Did you think this was the end? How naive. After dealing with the small fry, the big fish arrived. After dining, Tang San and Xiao Wu were confronted by a middle-aged man blocking their way. Tai Long's father, Tai Noa. This father was a peculiar character, launching an attack right away, only to be thwarted by Tang San's defenses. He then revealed his identity. I am a mighty king, Tai Noa. You harm my son. Give me an explanation. Xiao Wu quipped from the side Tai Long. If we beat your father as well, will your grandfather come out too? I tell you, that remark was prophetic. Tai Noa Soul King ultimately fell to Tang San's 8 spider lances poison. The next day, I couldn't believe my ears. Her words had come true. After dealing with the small fry, the big fish arrived, and then the old fish followed. Tai Long's grandfather, a soul Daw named Tai Tan, truly came with his son and grandson to confront us. Coincidentally, Tang Yu was just heading out to buy materials and ran into them. Tai Long stammered, unable to voice his complaint, but his grandfather Tai Tan was unyielding, shouting, my grandson and son were defeated by a boy named Tang San. I have come for justice. At this, Tang Yu stepped forward. If you seek justice, then I shall take it upon myself. Come at me. Tai Tan hesitated. Little girl, who are you to Tang San? I am his sister, Tang Yu proclaimed, summoning her weapon and charging forward with a fierce attack. She initiated with a Huanglong Yin Yuan move, aiming to seize the initiative. However, her opponent was an over 80 level soul Douluo. Tai Tan, upon receiving her blow, was astonished, exclaiming that the girl's strength was nearing his own. This shocked Tai Long and his father into silence. Then, Tang Yu transformed, revealing a towering golden goddess, 5 soul rings dazzling the eyes. Tai Tan was left even more astounded. The pressure she emitted was unmistakably at the soul saint level. The two clashed, shaking the heavens and earth, demolishing the surrounding area. At that moment, Tang San arrived. The battle paused, and Tang Yu reverted to her original form. AOC Ka and Ma Hongjun looked on in astonishment. Tai Tan, recognizing Tang San and Tang Yu as geniuses, expressed a sudden fondness for talent and proposed a gamble. The wager was that Tang San must endure the soul power pressure he released for the duration of a stick of incense. If he lost, he would have to join their Li Ji tribe. Later, AOC Ka, attempting to mediate, altered the stakes to offer Tang San a chance to rebuild the Tang sect, to which Tang San acquiesced. As the contest commenced, Tai Tan's soul law pressure bore down like a mountain, causing Tang San to kneel. He attempted to utilize blue silvergrass, but faltered. With the 8 spider lances, he too was on the verge of collapse. I stood nearby, my fists clenched, ready to rush in and save him. Just as Tang San was about to reveal the Haotian hammer, reinforcements arrived. Ning Rong Rong came along with her father, Ning Feng Ji, and a title Douluo, Bon Douluo, making their grand entrance. Upon Bon Douluo's appearance, Tai Tan relinquished his pressure. However, he still caught sight of the fleeting Haotian hammer in Tang San's grasp. "Old Bon, did you see what that boy is holding?" Tai Tan prompted. Upon realizing, Bon Douluo was equally astonished. "That is Haotian." At that moment, Tai Tan hurried to Tang San's side, excitedly inquiring, "Is your father's name Tang Hao?" Tang San, bewildered, nodded. In the next instant, I assure you, the scene was one for the ages. This revelation nearly fried my CPU. The over 80 level Soul Douluo, the leader of the Li Ji tribe, Tai Tan, knelt on one knee before Tang San. Old servant Tai Tan pays respects to the young master and young lady. Everyone present was left in shock. Later, we learned that our drunken old father, Tang Hao, was a direct descendant of the Haotian sect, and Tai Tan's Li Ji tribe was an affiliated sect of the Haotian sect. Now, Tang San has successfully recruited a Soul Douluo as his subordinate. After this matter was resolved, we embarked on another 6 months of arduous training. I must tell you, we as a group have experienced a meteoric rise in our levels. Dai Mubai has reached 53, Tang San 49, Xiao Wu 48, and the others are all around 47. Oscar has been particularly impressive, soaring to 51 and even acquiring a 10,000-year spirit ring, along with a piece of soul bone. What is even more remarkable is that he has awakened his abilities and can now unleash a powerful cry, Oppo Kolai, to enhance his attacks. It's truly astounding. As our training concluded, the grand competition was about to commence. The master decided to conduct a preliminary assessment, with the examiner being Tang Yu. In the first match, she faced off against Dai Mubai and Oscar alone. As soon as the battle commenced, Tang Yu transformed, and the oppressive aura emanating from her was palpable even from a distance. Dai Mubai and Oscar understood that they could not afford to hold back. Dai Mubai activated his martial spirit, unleashing his full strength. Oscar, in a frenzy, fed Dai Mubai an assortment of spirit sausages, pink, dark green, and mushroom varieties, while simultaneously casting numerous buffs on him. They were acutely aware that if they did not secure an advantage against Tang Yu at the outset, they would be utterly decimated. Do you know what happened? Bolstered by Oscar's explosive dark green sausages and a plethora of outrageous buffs, Dai Mubai, upon colliding with Tang Yu for the first time, surprisingly managed to avoid being completely overpowered. He even managed to execute a second move. I must emphasize that such an occurrence had never transpired in previous encounters against Tang Yu of the same rank. We, the spectators, were left in awe. Dai Mubai had been enhanced to such an extent that he could barely hold his ground against Tang Yu, highlighting just how terrifying she truly was. How terrifying, you ask? That stalemate lasted merely 1 second. Dai Mubai, quick to react, unleashed a white tiger meteor shower, his fists raining down like a deluge. However, in Tang Yu's repertoire, there was no concept of defense. She met his assault head-on with her own meteor flash strike. The scene was nothing short of a symphony of fists and spears, sparks flying in every direction. Oscar desperately attempted to heal Dai Mubai from behind, but it was all in vain. Dai Mubai was ultimately sent flying by Tang Yu's final strike, still suspended in mid-air when he forcefully activated his White Tiger Diamond Transformation and White Tiger Demon God Transformation, layering 2 massive buffs upon himself, hoping to charge back with Lightning Dance. But what was the result? Tang Yu, uninterested in his antics, nonchalantly dispelled his acceleration state with a simple counterspell. Then, with a single round dance staff strike, she yanked him down from the air. My dear friends, those of us watching this knew immediately that it was over. Dai Mubai was doomed. All those who had previously suffered at Tang Yu's hands had started from this very simple round dance staff strike. As expected, once Dai Mubai was immobilized, Tang Yu activated her infinite combo mode, unleashing a flurry of moves: Falling Flower Palm, Heaven Strike, Dragon Fawn, shattering dominance. Each blow landing mercilessly as if he were merely a punching bag, never coming down from the air. Dai Mubai, exhibiting remarkable resilience, managed to find a gap to activate his invulnerable armor, forcibly breaking free, and Oscar, cunning as ever, launched a surprise attack, delivering a hammer of repentance to Tang Yu. Upon realizing she was being flanked, Tang Yu did not hesitate. She unleashed her ultimate move. A dazzling flamboyant dragon dance engulfed both of them. At this point, the battle escalated to fervent intensity, with both fighters reaching their zenith. Dai Mubai was surrounded by platinum flames, while Tang Yu summoned a golden magic circle beneath her feet. Oscar, giving it his all, shouted Oppo Kalai, as a golden holy light orb ascended, bestowing Dai Mubai with an ultimate buff. Then came the climactic confrontation of ultimate techniques: Star Pattern Meteor Explosion versus Martial God's Mighty Kick. With a resounding crash, the entire arena was engulfed in brightness. As the dust settled, Dai Mubai and Oscar lay exhausted on the ground, while Tang Yu stood as if nothing had transpired. I must tell you, we were all left dumbfounded. That last kick from Dai Mubai could have easily obliterated a Soul Emperor, yet Tang Yu treated it as if it were a mere itch, simply drinking a potion to restore herself completely. This battle, a mere 20 levels apart, was no jest. Following this, she faced off against Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong, and what was the outcome? A clean sweep. None of them could hold their ground. Now we, the so-called geniuses, felt utterly unburdened, especially with such an extraordinary being towering above us. Ironically, due to our overwhelming strength, Tang Yu had no grasp of what a typical Soul King-S level was, leading her to invite Tai Long's father, Tai Nuo, to serve as a benchmark. Absurd indeed. In the days leading up to the grand competition, the master outlined the rules, emphasizing that fatalities were prohibited. I couldn't help but chuckle, as this directive was clearly aimed at Tang Yu. She could inadvertently eliminate her opponents with a single misstep. Ultimately, the master had no choice but to issue a strict order. Whenever Tang Yu entered the arena, Oscar and the others were to accompany her, not primarily to heal us, but to ensure the opponent survived. There was a genuine fear that Tang Yu might accidentally kill someone. Furthermore, Tang San's hidden weapons and Tang Yu's potions were both banned, perhaps a blessing in disguise. Finally, the grand tournament of elite Soul Master Academies across the continent commenced. Our first adversaries, however, turned out not to be competitors, but rather the eccentric aesthetic choices of our own dean, Flandra. The dark green uniforms were an assault on the eyes. They even had advertisements emblazoned on the back. My friends, who understands? Competing in such attire felt like public execution. Tang Yu was infuriated on the spot, confronting Flandra to demand change. Eventually, he relented to switch to black, but for the first match, we still had to don those ghastly green uniforms. We huddled behind columns like thieves, utterly unwilling to face anyone. After much effort, we slipped into the venue, where the Emperor of Snowy Night delivered a rather smooth speech at the opening ceremony. Our first match was against the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy. I must say, we walked right into the lion's den, already simmering with frustration from our dreadful attire. The opposing team made a flamboyant entrance to the cheers of the crowd. Looking at us, clad in our garish green uniforms, we resembled a moving chive box, inviting ridicule from the audience. The master issued a stern command: finish the battle within 1 minute. As the match commenced, our spirit rings illuminated, leaving the opposing team in shock. Dai Mubai's 5 spirit rings nearly caused the judges to drop their jaws in disbelief. Like a rampaging bull, Dai Mubai charged forward, and when the opponent's control-type spirit master attempted to restrain him, he shattered their bindings with his 5th spirit skill. Following this, Tang San ensnared all 7 opponents in a blue-silver prison, while Xiao Wu executed a high-flying spiral comet fall, and Dai Mubai finished with a white tiger meteor shower. In under half a minute, the battle concluded. The opposing captain attempted to protest, claiming we were committing murder. How ridiculous, considering that throughout the match, Jiang Zhu had been continuously healing them. After this bout, Ning Fengji summoned Tang San away to meet the prince, Shueqinghe. Tang Yu, having not participated, had already slipped off to the sun-setting forest to play with the spirit beasts. The next day, our new uniforms finally arrived. The colors were acceptable. Yet Flandres stubbornly added a sponsor's logo to the design. Soon, we approached the second match, facing the Elephant Armor Sect, a team composed entirely of meat shields. The master had warned us beforehand that the opponents were tough-skinned and resilient, allowing us to unleash our full potential. As the match began, the 7 mammoth spirit masters formed a shield wall, pushing forward like an impenetrable barrier with an impressive display of momentum. Dai Mubai, however, activated his diamond transformation and demon god transformation, delivering a devastating punch that shattered their diamond shield wall. Xiao Wu then charged in with an Iron Mountain crash, seizing a fortunate opponent and initiating her Hell's Cradle, rolling through the mass of foes. Tang San then employed Heaven's Net to gather them together. While Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu unleashed their ultimate moves, shadowy chain kicks coupled with shattering heaven. When the dust cleared, only the opposing captain remained standing, still adorned with a soul bone. Dai Mubai approached and delivered a finishing punch, securing the victory. The subsequent matches were even less engaging, as the opponents were overwhelmingly weak, with some even opting to forfeit outright. Until one day, on his way back to the academy, Tang San was ambushed by an elder named Shenyan from Songhui Academy, drawing him into a nightmarish illusion. Coincidentally, Tang Yu, having grown bored playing in the forest, returned just in time to sense something amiss with Tang San and went to investigate, only to witness Shenyan plotting against him. "Stop! What are you doing to Xiao San?" Tang Yu shouted. Upon reflection, a new prodigy emerged, effortlessly drawing Tang Yu into the illusion. What was the outcome? To our astonishment, as soon as his psychic energy brushed against Tang Yu, it was as if a single drop of water had plunged into the vast Pacific Ocean, instantly overwhelmed by an immense psychic force that swept him away. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief, rendering him utterly foolish. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San unleashed the Yama King's decree, sending the assailant on his way while also shattering a piece of soul bone. The remaining rounds of the preliminary matches held no suspense until we faced the vengeful Songhui Academy. Tang Yu insisted on participating, and despite Master S reservations, he reluctantly consented on the condition that she would regulate her power. I must tell you, that match against Songhui Academy was nothing short of Tang Yu's personal showcase. She applied to enter, while the rest of us stood around the healer like mere spectators. Songhui attempted a 7-in-1 fusion technique, but Tang Yu disregarded it completely, charging straight at the most arrogant captain and sending him soaring with a heavenly strike. Then came the traditional display of skill, as she sent all 7 opponents flying into the air, treating them like mere balls to be kicked. Throughout the ordeal, she ensured they never touched the ground, executing a flurry of attacks as if she were cooking. The most ruthless part was her control over the force, allowing our healer to revive them just enough to prevent death while inflicting excruciating pain. As the match neared its end, she injected a special kind of magic into their bodies, ensuring their soul power circuits would be utterly destroyed in a few days, rendering them useless. I must say, this tactic was truly sinister, yet I adored it. In the final round of the preliminaries, we faced Tianshui Academy. Dai Mubai and the others took to the stage, and their opponents initiated a large-scale ice freeze. Dai Mubai, however, disregarded the control effects with his dominance. The 2 girls from Tianshui Academy had no choice but to use their martial soul fusion technique, creating an ice phoenix. Tang San's blue-silver prison barely held up, but it was clear it wouldn't last much longer. Dai Mubai instructed our healer to exert all their efforts in healing, while he began gathering power. The moment Tang San released his defense, Dai Mubai unleashed a powerful kick, shattering the ice phoenix along with its fusion technique. The entire arena erupted in chaos. To obliterate a martial soul fusion technique head-on was unprecedented. After the preliminaries, we emerged victorious in every match. Following that, we underwent a month of intensive training. Guess what we practiced? Sparring with Tang Yu. Those days were akin to hell. We would rather face teacher Zhao Wujia 10 times than endure a single match with Tang Yu. Eventually, Douluo arrived and took away this formidable demon, granting us our freedom. Time flew by, and the advancement rounds commenced. The venue shifted to a military camp, offering enhanced confidentiality. Upon the drawing of lots, the first match was Shrek Academy versus Balak Academy, the same Balak kingdom that had once marginalized us. This was going to be thrilling. Confrontations between foes are always particularly intense. Teacher Qin Ming was infuriated, lamenting this as a lifelong regret. Tang Yu stood up resolutely. Teacher Qin, I shall avenge you. Watch me take them down in one swift series. Master agreed, as the advancement rounds were a round-robin format, perfectly suited for Tang Yu's strengths. Just before the match, the Balak Academy team provocatively approached us, calling us the lost dogs of Soto City. I assure you, we regarded them with pity akin to observing clowns, entirely unaware of the hell they were about to face. The chubby one discreetly inquired how Tang Yu planned to handle them, to which she replied cheerfully, "Don't worry. I harbor no murderous intent. I merely adjusted some new magic to ensure they'll be in pain for several days after the match, possibly even suffer from insomnia. But it won't harm their bodies." Tang Sen nodded in agreement, stating that a string of 7 would be their greatest blow, merely a point of interest. Soon, the match between Shrek and Balak commenced. At the start, the host nearly lost his voice, exclaiming, "Balak Academy S Captain, level 42 Soul Master. Shrek Academy S Tang Yu. I cannot be mistaken, level 58. The arena erupted in astonishment. Everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes fixated on the petite girl beside me, who stood at a mere 1.50 meters. I tell you, even the Emperor, Ning Fengji, seated at the dignitaries' table, along with Salas from the Spirit Hall, sprung to their feet, jaws nearly grazing the ground. They understood perfectly. The Pope's most cherished golden generation. The strongest among them barely reached level 52 and was several years older than Tang Yu. This was a staggering 6-level difference, and not just any 6 levels, but those following the rank of Soul King. This was a sheer dimensional assault. The faces of the Balak Academy team turned pale. This was no mere competition. They had summoned an ancestral being to crush them. How could a Soul King on the brink of becoming a Soul Emperor deign to compete against us? What do they know of the impending doom? However, Tang Yu had no intention of annihilating them instantly. That would be too mundane. She aimed to toy with their mental states. After applying several buffs to herself, she commenced her traditional display, dancing through the skies. Previously, during the match with Songhue Academy, the mist obscured the view, but this time it was a high-definition live broadcast. We witnessed Balak's captain sent soaring by Tang Yu's kick, treated like a sandbag, bombarded in mid-air with a series of attacks, never once touching the ground. The spectacle was nothing less than a magnificent display, both fluid and brutal. Regrettably, the limitations of single-target combos became apparent without a healer to sustain them. Just as the unfortunate captain was nearing his limit, Tang Yu delivered a final blow with the fractured tyrant, sending him flying while injecting a touch of her special magic. Upon landing, he didn't perish but writhed on the ground, howling in agony. Medical personnel rushed over and after a quick examination, declared him unharmed, merely in pain. Tang Yu waved her hand, beckoning the next opponent from Balak. Next, I tell you, this infuriated the remaining team members, who charged at her en masse. Tang Yu, amused, remarked nonchalantly, "Oh, you wish to gang up on me? As long as the referee has no objections, I can take you all on single-handedly. No problem." Her air of disdain nearly provoked them to ascend in fury. Ultimately, it was Salas's booming voice that quelled the chaos. Since they couldn't approach collectively, they had no choice but to engage in a sequential manner. The remaining 6 faced Tang Yu, who played with them, intentionally lowering her skill power to prolong their aerial suffering. Consequently, Balak Academy was utterly vanquished by Tang Yu alone, the 7 of them lying in a disheveled heap at the sidelines, utterly humiliated. After this decisive victory in the advancement rounds, our next adversary was a familiar face. The Academy of Fiery Flames. The chubby Ma Hongjun was eager to take the stage, but Master insisted that Tang San lead the charge. The following day's match saw Tang San face off against Wu Shuang. Aware of Tang San's fire immunity, the opponents devised a new strategy involving explosions, initially gaining the upper hand. But what did that matter? Tang San quickly ensnared Huo Wushuang with a web-binding technique, drawing him in as if he were a dumpling, and unleashed the tiger fist that Tang Yu had recently compelled him to practice. I must say, the sight was too exquisite for me to bear. With a single grapple, he slammed the opponent to the ground and proceeded to rain down blows, demonstrating a complete disregard for reason. Ultimately, Huo Wushuang succumbed to the might of Tang San's Tang sect secret arts. Then, Tang San exhibited an almost supernatural prowess, swiftly dispatching 6 opponents, leaving only Huo Wu remaining. This girl was no pushover. Realizing her chances of turning the tide were slim, she fought desperately. Knowing Tang San's soul power was severely drained, she seized her opportunity and launched a fierce attack, sending him soaring into the air, where she activated her ultimate technique, the fusion ring. It was a mutual destruction tactic, employing all her strength to force Tang San out of the arena. However, just as Tang San was being carried off, Tang Yu administered a bottle of heavenly elixir, reviving him to full health without a scratch. Huo Wu's declaration of wanting him to taste defeat rang hollow in comparison. Following the battle with the Academy of Fiery Flames, our next target was the Academy of Plants. This time, Master finally allowed the chubby one to take the stage. First, he sent Talon and the others to scout, before the chubby one leisurely stepped onto the platform. Others regarded him with a sense of disdain due to his plumpness. But when the data illuminated the large screen, revealing his martial spirit, Fire Phoenix, level above 40, the entire venue fell into an immediate silence. As expected, the stout fellow effortlessly dispatched 5 opponents with a single move, Phoenix Fire Line, as if he were grilling skewers. Attribute restraint is indeed an unreasonable force. The captain of the Plant Academy was compelled to take the stage personally. She confidently claimed that her thorns could withstand fire. The stout fellow chuckled and recalled what Yujia had said. As long as there is no immunity, so-called resistance is utterly insignificant in the face of absolute firepower. With that, he activated the 6 paths of reincarnation. To everyone's astonishment, he showcased astonishing speed, unleashing techniques like Fire Release, Great Fireball, and Fire Release, spiraling shuriken as if they were free. The captain's fire-resistant thorn wall crumbled like paper. And just as it seemed a life-threatening situation was imminent, Tang San and the others urgently called for a halt. The stout fellow finally ceased his assault. Yet the heat wave still left the opposing captain dazed. Witnessing the overwhelming display, the last remaining opponent surrendered outright. Shrek Academy achieved yet another remarkable victory of 7 consecutive wins. In the subsequent matches, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing each took to the stage, each securing 2 victories of 7 consecutive wins, enjoying the battles with great ease. Soon, it was time to face Thunder Academy. This time, the master made a jaw-dropping decision that left everyone astounded. He sent Oscar to the arena. I tell you, the expression on Ning Fengji's face at the podium turned pale as he explained to the emperor beside him that Oscar was a food system soul master. Sending a mere cook to engage in single combat was sheer madness. However, once Oscar stepped onto the stage, everyone was left speechless. Imagine a sausage vendor, bearing a gigantic cross even taller than himself. He stood firm in the center of the arena, eyes filled with determination, and began to unleash a flurry of buffs upon himself. Honor Blessing, Guardian Emblem, Holy Spirit Hammer. His body shimmered with golden light and with a resounding sound. The cross transformed into a radiant hammer. He nonchalantly pulled out a mushroom sausage and took a bite, instantly soaring into the air. The members of Thunder Academy were left bewildered. When a bolt of lightning struck, Oscar emitted a golden lightning bolt that rebounded, stunning the opponents. With that, Oscar charged forward, hammer in hand, delivering decisive blows one after another. The following matches were similarly resolved with ease, culminating in a spectacular showdown against the Thunder Academy captain, Yu Tianxin. This proved to be a formidable battle. Yu Tianxin's blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex was fierce, and Oscar's soul power had been significantly depleted, making the clash intensely fierce. Just as the battle reached its peak, the Master Salus suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed on Oscar, for he had just witnessed an ethereal angelic figure materialize behind Oscar. Without hesitation, he departed in haste to report back. On the arena, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of ultimate moves. Yu Qianxin transformed into a lightning dragon and charged forward, while Oscar raised his great hammer, unleashing his final skill, Pearl of Apocalypse. I assure you, the scene was apocalyptic as countless thick black beams of light descended from the heavens, utterly obliterating the lightning dragon in an instant. Thus, Oscar accomplished yet another remarkable feat of 7 consecutive wins, proving his worth before his future father-in-law. In this critical moment of life and death, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly had a flash of inspiration, recalling the potion Tang Yu had distributed during their training at Shrek Academy, the legendary potion of regret. Remarkably, a bottle still lay untouched in his soul guide. He quickly retrieved it and, without hesitation, administered it to Bibi Dong. To everyone's astonishment, upon consuming the potion, Bibi Dong resurrected on the spot, her vitality restored to full capacity. It was as if she had activated a cheat code. Evidently, the heartfelt confession before her near demise had finally allowed her to release her burdens. Bibi Dong herself was taken aback. She had been prepared to meet her end. Yet with the potion, she experienced an unexpected revival. Who could withstand such a turn of fate? Yu Xiaojiang, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced Bibi Dong with genuine affection. In that warm embrace, she finally let go of her past, as if everything had returned to the way it once was. They held each other for a full half-hour before Bibi Dong timidly inquired, "Little gang, may I be released now?" Only then did Yu Xiaojiang come to his senses and quickly let go. He gazed deeply into her eyes and remarked, "Donger, let the past remain in the past. I care not for what has transpired. I only care that you are you." Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong felt utterly reassured, her previous cold demeanor dissipating, replaced by a vibrant beauty akin to spring blossoms. "What do you plan to do next? Will you continue as the Pope? Also, I came here to inquire about your twin martial souls." Yu Xiaojiang finally recalled the purpose of his visit, to which Bibi Dong smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no, I completely forgot. I had sent Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo to ambush your convoy." "What?" Yu Xiaojiang was left dumbfounded. 2 titled Douluo were dispatched to attack the convoy. Wouldn't Tang San and the others be in grave danger? The two hurriedly exited, intent on assessing the situation. Given the speed of the titled Douluo, the outcome was likely already determined. As Bibi Dong stepped outside, her demeanor shifted to a serious one, akin to a stern official. She grabbed a staff member at random and inquired about the 2 Douluo's whereabouts. The good news was that the 2 unfortunate souls had returned to Wuhuan Palace. Bruised and battered, Bibi Dong quickly relayed this information to Yu Xiaojiang, who breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Xiao San and his companions had encountered a powerful ally and emerged unscathed. Yu Xiaojiang bore no grudge against Bibi Dong. After all, it had been his orders prior to his arrival, and now that everyone was safe, there was nothing more to say. Bibi Dong shared her plan. "I will continue as the Pope until my disciple matures, at which point I will pass the position to her, allowing us to live together." Having unraveled her emotional knots, she yearned to tidy up her affairs. She had prepared extensively to undermine the 2 empires, and now wished to eliminate any lingering threats before passing the papacy to Hulaina, ultimately living a blissful life with Yu Xiaojiang, although she might still need to address the matter of Lu Erlong. Nevertheless, she was confident, for her bond with Yu Xiaojiang was an eternal advantage. However, the most pressing issue remained the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. Subsequently, Bibi Dong discussed her insights on twin martial souls with Yu Xiaojiang, who, having obtained the information he sought, shifted his focus to Bibi Dong's daughter, Qian Renxue. Ultimately, persuaded by Yu Xiaojiang, Bibi Dong resolved to rekindle this familial bond, entirely out of regard for Yu Xiaojiang's feelings. Her ultimate goal for Qian Renxue was to have her call Yu Xiaojiang daddy. Thus, Yu Xiaojiang spent a joyful period here, yet the time for parting inevitably arrived. The teams for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition were nearing Wuhuan City, and Yu Xiaojiang needed to return to Shrek Academy. Of course, this was merely a temporary separation. The open-hearted connection between the two would forever remain unbroken. After Yu Xiaojing departed, Hulaina visited Bibi Dong, who was astonished to discover that her usually frosty teacher now radiated the unmistakable scent of romance. Hulaina even feared she had miscalibrated her training and was hallucinating. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojing floated back to the academy's team, prompting curious glances from everyone until he was abruptly pulled into a room by Lu Erlong. "Teacher, you've returned," Lu Erlong exclaimed anxiously, rushing to inquire about the situation regarding the two Douluo. "Ahem, everything is fine. This time, my endeavor was remarkably smooth, and the issue regarding your dual martial souls has also been resolved. The high adaptability of your Lan Yin Chao martial soul will aid you in seamlessly integrating the Hao Ian Hammer S spirit rings in the future, avoiding any conflicts. Now, you merely need to address the impact that the increase in soul power has on your body. For assistance in this matter, you may consult your sister, as both potent inheritances and various potions could be immensely beneficial when you augment the Hao Ian Hammer S spirit rings." Yu Xiaojing has finally accomplished his task, having discerned the method to mitigate the perils of dual martial souls. However, these matters are still premature. In my view, you should reach at least level 70 before you commence the process of adding spirit rings to the Hao Ian Hammer. The immediate focus should be on the finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. Yu Xiaojing redirected everyone's attention back to the competition. Previously, in Lu Erlong's chamber, he had gathered information regarding the ambush, which was indeed perilous. Soon, the time for the competition arrived. Tang Yu was set to enter first, and the outcome was predictable. Regrettably, the rival Qihua Academy opted to forfeit, intending to merge with Shunfeng Academy, hoping to have an opportunity to clash with Tang Yu's team, given that Shrek's current combat prowess is exceedingly formidable. They are wagering on the chance that Tang Yu will not participate when they face them. However, an amusing incident transpired within Shrek over the last 2 days. The Pope Bibi Dong visited Shrek's encampment alone, startling everyone, except for Yu Xiaojing and Lu Erlong, as it was not of concern to others. Upon her arrival, Bibi Dong entered a room with Yu Xiaojing and Lu Erlong, and strange sounds emanated from within. Subsequently, Bibi Dong emerged with a smile, offering words of encouragement to the crowd, leaving behind a rather disheartened Lu Erlong, indicating her defeat. After enjoying 2 rounds of fortunate buys, Shrek's first opponent in the finals was confirmed to be the Academy from the Xing Luo Empire. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing recognized the significance of this battle. Indeed, it posed a challenge. Yu Xiaojing expressed his support for Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, yet this approach seemed unfavorable for the subsequent battles. "No worries, Master. Let Xiao San and the others participate. We will lift all restrictions, and I shall serve as the final trump card. This will ensure our success." Tang Yu intercepted the position of the last card, which also implied that she would not enter the fray against the Spirit Hall team in the future, though there were not many battles left. With Tang Yu as their formidable backup, everyone could unleash their full potential, assisting Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing in securing a splendid victory in this confrontation. The fully liberated Shrek 7 monsters would showcase their terrifying combat capabilities to the world. Now, let us convene to discuss our tactical arrangements. Tang San initiated the strategy meeting. "I propose that this battle centers around Boss Dai and Zhu Qing, creating opportunities for them to shine." Tang Yu was the first to voice this suggestion, and the others unanimously agreed. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged grateful glances with their comrades, as they were indeed partners and gratitude was unnecessary. Sister is correct. In this battle, Boss Dai and Zhu Qing shall face the opposing captain and vice-captain, while Oscar focuses on amplifying their powers, and Ronron will provide us with enhancements. We will address the members of the Xing Luo Royal Academy, ensuring ample space for Boss Dai and Zhu Qing to engage. Tang San's planning remained as effective as ever. "Thank you, Xiao San. We will undoubtedly secure a resounding victory in this match. Let us go." Dai Mubai felt immensely fortunate to have encountered such a group of companions. "Let us go." Soon, the moment of the competition arrived, and the participants took to the stage. On this day, the The stands of the Spirit Hall were solely occupied by Bibi Dong, as the ghostly figures in Yu Guan, who should have been there for support, were still recuperating from their injuries, inflicted by the apostolic power of the Xingwen explosion, which was not easy to recover from. Before the battle commenced, both sides engaged in verbal sparring. Bolstered by the confidence granted by Tang Yu in their recent training, Dai Mubai held the upper hand in this exchange of banter, though it was unclear where he had learned such repartee. After the banter concluded, the battle began, and they summoned their martial souls. Observers noted the similarities between Davis and Dai Mubai, as well as Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun, whose martial souls were alike, albeit at different levels. Zhu Zhuqing's 4 spirit rings left Zhu Zhuyun astounded, and upon witnessing Dai Mubai's 5 spirit rings, Davis could no longer remain composed. When Dai Mubai departed, he was still beneath Davis in rank, but he had now surpassed him, and at a younger age, which instilled an immense sense of pressure within him. Level 50. Davis's astonishment echoed the sentiments of many who had never witnessed Shrek in combat. The Soul Kings of Shrek were not limited to Dai Mubai. Oscar was also among them. As the battle officially commenced, Oscar immediately bestowed the honor blessing upon Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, layering them with an array of buffs, while simultaneously conjuring pink and dark green sausages. Ning Rongrong activated the Courage Blessing and amplified the 9-treasure glazed tile, initiating the Courage Hymn. Go for it, Boss Dai. We will handle the rest. Tang San swiftly employed his Lan Yin Chao to erect a wall, encircling Dai Mubai and his 3 companions. Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun began to flank the remaining members of the Xing Luo Royal Academy. Dai Mubai unleashed his formidable fist, charging towards Davis with Iron Mountain. Davis retaliated with a White Tiger-S Radiant Wave, aiming to counterattack. Yet Dai Mubai's speed was extraordinary, directly striking Davis, who felt as though he had been collided with by a massive boulder, sending him flying backward. Observing this, Zhu Zhuyun immediately sought to provide support, while Zhu Zhuqing was already poised for action, employing Arc Light Flash to close the distance, executing a flurry of rapid strikes. The battle beyond the barrier was equally thrilling. Xiao Wu teleported directly between 2 members of the Xing Luo Royal Academy, executing a Thunder Elbow and Thunder Strike to capture them, subsequently lifting them to unleash the Spiral Comet Drop, slamming them into the ground and rendering them incapable of further combat. Ma Hongjun activated the 6 paths of reincarnation, swiftly forming seals in his hands, unleashing Hurricane Kill, Toad Oil Flame Bomb, and Flame Heaven-S Path in quick succession, with effects reaching their zenith, culminating in a conflagration that soared skyward. As the flames subsided, only the fallen members remained, shrouded in darkness. Tang Sin utilized the Lan Yin Chao to nullify the flames, leaving Davis and Zhu Zhuyun to witness a towering inferno erupt nearby, before silence enveloped the scene. At this moment, Zhu Zhuyun found herself suppressed by Zhu Zhuqing, with Dai Mubai's attack following closely behind. Davis invoked his 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Earthquake, intending to restrict Dai Mubai's advance. However, Dai Mubai, drawing from the experience of rigorous training under Tang Yu over the past few years, instinctively activated his body armor, rendering Davis's soul skill utterly ineffective and leaving him in shock. Dai Mubai engaged, executing a combination of White Tiger Meteor Shower and Shadow Chain Kicks, delivering a barrage of rapid-fire strikes that left Davis overwhelmed. Davis and Zhu Zhuyun found themselves completely overpowered, resorting to their martial soul fusion skill, the Spectral White Tiger. Davis felt emboldened, believing that even if Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing attempted their own fusion, they would still not match their prowess in terms of experience and execution, maintaining a glimmer of hope for victory. Yet, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing showed no intention of employing a martial soul fusion skill as Oscar unleashed the Celestial Pearl. Under the immense amplification of the Golden Miniature Sun, Dai Mubai charged towards the Spectral White Tiger with the might of the Martial Goddess Steps. Martial God S Strong Kick. This strike shattered the Spectral White Tiger, forcibly breaking its fusion state and unleashing a shockwave that ravaged the ground behind Davis and Zhu Zhuyun. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing emerged victorious. This confrontation between Shrek and the Luo Royal Academy concluded with Shrek's overwhelming dominance. Dai Mubai's final martial god strong kick was nothing short of breathtaking. Subsequently, the Tiando Royal Academy faced off against the Spirit Hall Academy. While the appearance of 3 Soul Kings was indeed striking, Shrek also boasted 3 Soul Kings, maintaining parity in terms of levels. While Tang Yu's astonishing level 59 completely overshadowed the competition, Hulaina and Xie Yu's martial soul fusion skill was equally impressive, achieving Soul Saint-level combat power under the effects of their fusion skill. Without Tang Yu's presence, the Tiando Royal Academy found themselves utterly defenseless against the mesmerizing control exerted by their opponents. The dense crimson fog could not obstruct Tang Yu and Tang San's view. Tang San possessed the Ziji Demon Eye, while Tang Yu simply disregarded the fog, rendering it utterly ineffective against her. The performance of the Wuhuan Temple team was remarkable, yet they were ultimately outshone by Shrek Academy in terms of special effects. The subsequent battles were uneventful, as Shrek smoothly advanced to the top 3. At the commencement of the top 3 battles, the first task was to pay homage to the Pope. Only Shrek refrained from kneeling, as they had frequently seen Bibi Dong secretly visiting Yu Shaojiang over the past few days, leading to a sense of familiarity. The Wuhuan Temple members angrily reprimanded Shrek, but their objections were swiftly dismissed by Bibi Dong. Lu Erlong took advantage of Bibi Dong's role in presiding over the matches to flirt with Yu Shaojiang, greatly aggravating Bibi Dong. The first challenge for the top 3 was a personal elimination round. Shrek opted to dominate the personal elimination matches, advancing directly to the finals. For the first match, they sent Xiao Wu into the arena, allowing her to rest as a substitute for the final team battle, ensuring she could fight vigorously in the personal elimination round. The Shrek 7, with their formidable strength, easily engaged in round-robin battles. Regardless of whether they faced Wuhuan Temple's competitors or Huoshuang, all fell under Xiao Wu's graceful skills, securing 2 victories effortlessly. Su King, Ma Ongjun, and Tang Sen also showcased their overwhelming prowess. Huo Wu suffered yet another defeat against Tang San. Dai Mubai faced Yan, and with the aid of his formidable armor and powerful fists, he ultimately crushed Yan's flamed demon with a divine kick, winning the battle. Oscar managed to draw with Xie Yu using the Celestial Pearl, while Tang Yu confronted Hulaina. Due to her complete immunity to charm, Tang Yu swiftly placed the spear's tip against Hulaina's throat, claiming victory without even striking. Relying on their tremendous strength, Shrek Academy triumphed in the individual elimination round despite being targeted by 2 academies, thus securing a place in the finals. Wuhuan Temple undoubtedly claimed victory in the losers bracket. The following day marked the grand finale of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament, featuring the Wuhuan Temple team, which boasted 3 Soul Kings, pitted against Shrek Academy. The pressure on the Wuhuan Temple team was immense, as the previous elimination matches had already showcased Shrek's exaggerated individual strength, even allowing support Soul Master Oscar to draw with Xie Yu in direct combat. As the day arrived, the highly anticipated final battle commenced. From the recently revived Yuguan, it was learned that Tang Yu's baseline combat strength reached the level of 70, not accounting for her teammates' boosts. The representative team had only Xie Yu and Hulaina's martial soul fusion skills to counter, creating a 6 against 7 scenario. On the eve of the finals, Tang Yu sensed Tang Hao's presence, foreseeing that after today, they would part ways. She combined all subsequent marks into a crystal and entrusted it to her companions, which would automatically impart corresponding skills when they reached the appropriate levels, serving as a premature farewell gift. As the battle began, Tang Yu positioned herself centrally for Shrek Academy, with Ma Hongjun providing support, Oscar and Ning Rongrong flanking left and right, while Tang San stood at the forefront and Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai occupied the wings, ready to encircle from both sides. Hulaina initiated with her charm, but as the effect reached Shrek, Tang Yu immediately employed a nearly forgotten skill to dispel it in an instant, rendering Hulaina's charm ineffective. Startled, Hulaina quickly fused her martial soul with Xie Yu, completing the demon charm, and the crimson fog swiftly enveloped the Shrek team. Tang Yu transformed into Bayana, unleashing a torrent of pure energy that dispersed the encroaching red mist. Her magical prowess had reached an extraordinary half-gold, half-blue state, increasingly potent as it transitioned towards apostolic power. The battlefield was laid bare before all. Tang Yu's Bayana form was utterly breathtaking. Let the true battle commence. Tang Yu's voice resonated powerfully, echoing across the arena. The buffs from Ning Rongrong and Oscar culminated. After Oscar enhanced his sausages, he activated the Holy Spirit Hammer, transforming into an Assault Soul Master and teaming up with Dai Mubai against Yin. The 2-on-1 battle left Yin severely suppressed. Zhu Zhuqing's rapid harassment and Tang San's formidable net completely dominated the battlefield, enveloping it in purple poison mist, marking Shrek's territory. Zhu Zhuqing, with her remarkable agility, overwhelmed the rest of the representative team, swiftly eliminating the support Soul Master. Ma Hongjuan's continuous flames engulfed the entire arena. As the team members restrained by Zhu Zhuqing could not withstand the onslaught, Tang Sin detonated the poison mist, instantly taking down the last 3 members of the Wuhuan Temple team. Only the Demon Charm and Yin remained, facing Shrek's relentless assault, and the tide rapidly turned in Shrek's favor. Tang Yu seized the opportunity to execute a celestial strike, immobilizing the Demon Charm mid-air with the earth-shattering dominance. Let me tell you, I haven't even finished my combo, and my sister Tang Yu just exploded on the spot. At that moment, I was utterly astonished, witnessing her radiate a golden aura that instantly overwhelmed everyone present. It dawned on me that she had broken through the 60th level and unleashed the last remnants of her apostolic power, forcibly elevating herself to the 80th level. Transfiguration. After her powerful declaration, my sister transformed entirely. Although she did not grow taller, a pair of golden, halo-like horns sprouted from her head, exuding an overwhelming pressure that caused every soul master present, including Qiandoliu's angelic martial soul, to tremble in fear. Ning Rongrong was left speechless beside me, shouting in astonishment, "It's an apostle," which drew puzzled expressions from everyone. However, my sister had no time to explain. After her transformation, she lightly sprang into the air, seizing Qian Dalu and the golden crocodile Douluo and launching them skyward. Chaos dance of the apostles. I hardly saw how she moved, but the sky sparkled with golden light, reminiscent of a 10th-level beauty filter, followed by a resounding crash as the golden crocodile Douluo was sent flying like a rag doll, plummeting from the sky. Although Qian Dalu managed to endure, the expression on his face was nothing short of spectacular, akin to seeing a ghost. He must have been thinking, "What on earth is this? How can such combat power exist? This defies logic." My sister, unconcerned with his musings, proclaimed from the heavens, "Today, I shall take all my people away. Prepare yourself, 1 against 1,000, earth-shattering dominance." As her words fell, a colossal, ship-slicing blade materialized from thin air. Have you ever witnessed a blade descending from the heavens? It was absurdly large, and the energy emanating from it left us breathless. Then, with a single stroke, the mightiest Qian Dalu was severely wounded and sent reeling. Having secured victory, my sister swiftly returned to our side, grabbing me and Xiao Wu, passing me to my father, and then soaring into the sky with Xiao Wu, calling to the masters below, "Teachers, we must take our leave. Until next time, Father, keep up." With that, she rocketed away like a small missile. My father thanked Yu Xiaojiang and hurriedly carried me off. As we fled, Bibi Dong, who had just been lying on the ground, suddenly sprang to her feet, waving her hand for everyone to let the masters go. Naturally, my sister's decisive strike had left everyone in shock, rendering them too intimidated to intervene. Once we were a safe distance away, Dean Flinder announced that the Shrek 7 had officially graduated. Everyone began discussing their future plans. The fatty expressed a desire to travel the continent. Oscar intended to return to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School with Rongrong, and Dai Mubai, along with Zhu Zhuqing, planned to return to the Star Luo Empire. Ultimately, it was the fatty who proposed a 5-year pact, vowing to reunite after 5 years. And thus, the grand tournament came to a resounding conclusion. Meanwhile, just as we had flown a short distance from Wuhuan City, my sister, akin to a phone running out of battery, suddenly lost her golden glow, her energy dissipating in an instant as she began to descend gently. Fortunately, my father, with his keen eyesight and swift hands, caught her and the little dancer in her grasp. What was happening? My father was equally perplexed. Suddenly, a ghostly butler named Wei Li appeared to explain. The young lady had forcibly summoned her powers, and now, exhausted, she had collapsed. Upon hearing this, my father nodded in understanding. Without further ado, he hurriedly led the three of us to a secluded forest to rest. Once we settled, the little dancer awakened first. She gazed at my father, a titled Douluo, and was thoroughly frightened. Ultimately, my father urged her to return to the Xingdou Great Forest, as it was far too perilous to accompany her at that moment. Not long after, my sister and I also regained consciousness. As soon as I awoke, I inquired about the little dancer. "Dad, where is she?" My sister echoed my concern. "Yes, father, has she left?" My father nodded, and a wave of distress washed over me. I felt utterly useless. Observing my dismay, my father slapped my back and said, "Be a man. Learn to both take and let go. If you wish to protect her, then grow stronger." Following this, my father expressed his desire to have a serious talk with us. He looked at my sister and dropped a bombshell. "You are not my biological daughter. I adopted you." I was taken aback, but my sister remained composed. I asked her sister, "Why are you so unfazed?" She began to count off her fingers, analyzing. "Isn't it obvious? First, my cultivation method is entirely different from yours. Second, the energy I use is not soul power. And third, and most importantly, why is my height fixed at 1.50 meters while the rest of you are taller?" The last point she nearly shouted, leaving both my father and me speechless. My father sighed and remarked that despite not knowing my sister's origins, the care she had received over the past 8 years had made us as close as blood relatives. I inquired if my mother had been killed by the Wuhuan temple. His expression darkened, and he said he would tell us once we were strong enough. He then announced that we would begin rigorous training. Thus, a grueling life commenced. My father brought us to a paradise with a magnificent waterfall. My task was to practice the chaotic cloak hammer technique beneath the cascade, while my sister was to spar with my father. Remarkably, my father's old injuries had healed, and with a plethora of divine elixirs, he had even reached the 97th level. Yet, he still could not defeat my sister. She was already at the 60th level with a higher energy tier, and the two of them would clang away at each other, while I listened attentively from beneath the waterfall. My sister even bestowed upon my father a myriad of skills from the Haotian hammer, including the Hidden Dragon, Void Breaker, and True Dragon Blaze. My father, now incredibly powerful, still could not best my sister. After several months, I finally mastered the chaotic cloak. My father then took me to awaken my blue-silver emperor bloodline. In a place filled with blue-silver grass, I was enveloped in a blue cocoon. Just then, my sister strolled by, and upon her arrival, the surrounding blue-silver grass began to grow wildly, as if energized. An ancient blue-silver grass even greeted her as a great being. My sister, amused, exclaimed, "Oh, interesting. I have a bold idea." Without hesitation, she infused a surge of golden apostolic power into my cocoon. I can assure you, I underwent a second evolution right then and there. My martial spirit transformed, the blue-silver grass shimmering with golden radiance, and the Haotian hammer followed suit. My level skyrocketed to 63, and I gained 2 soul rings that were black with golden hues. My father, witnessing this, realized that teaching me had become impossible. He himself could not defeat my sister, and if he continued training me, he would soon have no face left to show. Thus, he made a decision. Let's go to the city of slaughter. My aim was to claim the domain of the god of slaughter, while my sister, simply because my father could no longer best her, intended to throw him in so he could fend for himself. In my father's words, "You'll have fun in there." The rules of the city of slaughter prohibited the use of soul power, but they could not restrict my sister's apostolic power. To her, it was merely a large amusement park. Upon reaching the entrance of the city of slaughter, we found a shabby bar where my father ordered 3 cups of blood-red Huangquan. My sister wrinkled her nose at the smell, but pinched her nose and drank it anyway. After finishing, she remarked, "This stuff is truly awful." As for me, I suffered greatly, One sip sent a wave of killing intent rushing to my brain, nearly making me vomit. Surrounding thugs, seeing me as a novice, closed in, but upon revealing my 6 soul rings, they were instantly intimidated and fell flat. I dispatched them all with a single blue-silver spike array. Upon entering the city of slaughter, a heavily armored knight named Scott blocked our path, stating it was an entrance trial. While I pondered how to fight without soul power, my sister had already charged at him with her spear. With a swift twirl, she yanked him off his horse, sent him flying with a palm strike, and unleashed a series of dazzling combos that I could hardly comprehend, battering the knight like a punching bag in midair before sending him crashing to the ground. His armor shattered. The surrounding guards were left in awe. They had never witnessed such a display against a novice guide in all their years. A different knight came to test me afterward, and I too passed with my hammer. We received our identification numbers. My sister was 9527, and I was 9528. My sister, looking at her number, exclaimed with excitement, "Little San, does this mean there are over 9,000 opponents in here? How splendid. There will be plenty of fun." A female instructor arrived to explain the rules, and my sister immediately asked, "Miss, where can I take out a whole bunch of people at once? How formidable is the King of Slaughter?" The instructor, momentarily bewildered, proudly replied that the King of Slaughter was the ultimate ruler. My sister's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. "Oh, great. I found a new target." Just as we entered the inner city, we encountered Hulaina. Thanks to the awakening of my blue-silver emperor, my appearance had drastically changed, yet she recognized my sister instantly by her height of 1.50 meters and her red hair. "Tang Yi Ue, you are Tang Yu, and the one beside you is Tang San." My sister remained unfazed. "Ah, it's Hulaina. Little San is here for training, and I'm here for fun." Sigh. My progress has slowed. I'm only at level 75. Upon hearing this, Hulaina turned pale, torn between the desire to fight and the fear of my sister. The ensuing days were filled with relentless battles. My sister participated in the hellish slaughter arenas as if it were a game, while others faced 9 opponents. She was the sole fighter against 9, completing 90 matches in 3 months, her level soaring like a rocket to 79. After my sister finished her 99th match, she began to leisurely roam the city of slaughter. Initially, some misguided souls attempted to attack her, but after a group of hundreds surrounded her, she obliterated them with a single skill, turning them to ashes. From that point onward, anyone within 3 meters of her would automatically clear out. 2 years flew by. Hulaina and I achieved 99 victories, while my sister, astonishingly, reached 82, completing her second awakening and transforming her power into apostolic energy. When I broke through level 70 and struggled to find soul rings, she, in a moment of experimentation, crafted a 100,000-year red soul ring for me, using her apostolic power. I mean, can soul rings really be created by hand? She was leagues ahead. On the day of my 100th victory, my sister lounged on her bed and lazily said to me, "Little San, tomorrow you and Hulaina should venture into the Hell Road." I asked sister, "What about you?" She yawned. "You two are leaving tomorrow. I'll go the day after to give that King of Slaughter a good beating and tear this wretched place apart. Once you're out, inform father and wait for me." After hearing this, I broke out in a cold sweat and could only nod. "All right, sister, enjoy yourself." The next day, Hulaina and I successfully traversed the Hell Road and obtained the domain of the God of Slaughter. My father, eagerly waiting outside, was ecstatic. "Little San, congratulations. What about your sister?" I scratched my head, feeling somewhat awkward, and replied, "Well, father, sister said she plans to dismantle the city of slaughter and wants us to wait outside for a while." I assure you, that waiting period was not in vain. Just as I finished exchanging pleasantries with my father and Little San, my sister had already made her way to the King of Slaughter. It was time to fight. I boldly declared to the King of Slaughter, "My friend, let us spar. If you win, I will leave. If you lose, I shall gladly claim this place." In a very literal sense, in a moment of sheer astonishment, the King of Slaughter erupted in fury, feeling profoundly insulted, and bellowed for me to witness true power. The audience, equally electrified, seemed to revel in the unprecedented audacity of someone daring to challenge their leader. Just as the King of Slaughter was delivering his fierce proclamation, A small girl behind him choked, and why was that? Because I had transformed. Upon assuming my apostle form, an array of buffs surged to their zenith, with the golden horns atop my head radiating brilliance, and my aura fully unleashed. I boldly declared, "Come forth. Let me behold the might of the King of Slaughter." Upon witnessing my imposing demeanor, his face turned a ghastly shade of green, realizing he had encountered an indomitable force. Yet, I would not grant him a moment to regroup. With a swift blossom palm, I sent him careening, seamlessly transitioning into the Dragon 2 Sky Strike. Following that, a flurry of moves ensued: the Radiant Dragon Dance, dual shattering dominance, and meteoric thunderstrike, akin to unleashing infinite firepower in a game. My fluid and exquisite combo left him disoriented as snowflakes began to manifest around him, and his signals grew unstable. Ultimately, with a star-patterned meteoric explosion, the world fell silent and he fainted. To my astonishment, as his sinister energy dissipated, he reverted to the appearance of an elderly gentleman. Sensing something amiss, I seized him and, with a flourish, dismantled the entire city of Slaughter. Indeed, I obliterated it. With a single strike of my 1,000 warriors' shattering dominance, I severed the very space housing that cursed place from the main world, reducing it to cosmic dust. From that moment forth, the city of Slaughter ceased to exist. Meanwhile, my father and his companion were gathered around a campfire, engaging in conversation. Upon hearing of our recent adventures, my father expressed admiration for my brother's prowess while simultaneously lamenting my own formidable combat capabilities. When he learned that I had reached level 82, he fell into a contemplative silence. After all, I had once been capable of subduing a level 99 opponent when I was merely at level 80. Now, I could confidently assert my overwhelming superiority. My brother, too, had excelled under my guidance, elevating his soul power to level 73, with his 7th spirit ring being a magnificent 100,000-year red ring crafted by my own hands. When he showcased his rings, yellow, purple, black, 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 and red, the configuration left my father utterly speechless, exclaiming, "Good, very good, exceedingly good." At that moment, the sky shattered like glass, producing a cacophony as red fragments began to rain down. I gracefully descended amidst the debris, illuminated by the moonlight, and waved to them, "Father, companion, I have returned." Their expressions were filled with astonishment, as if they were thinking she truly dismantled the city of Slaughter. After a moment of hesitation, my father inquired, "Did you enjoy your adventure?" "Well," I nodded vigorously. Indeed, had I not nearly exhausted my energy, I would have hesitated to destroy it. The inhabitants were like iron-headed children, relentlessly challenging me and providing ample experience. That King of Slaughter seemed even more resilient than you. At my words, my father's countenance turned a shade of green, his embarrassment palpable. Just as we prepared to depart, a figure with wings burst forth from the fragments. To my surprise, it was the King of Slaughter pursuing us. I scoffed. What an unrelenting spirit. Was it so terrible to dismantle your domain? My father and his companion exchanged glances, likely thinking, this is indeed Tang Yu, demolishing a place and still complaining about being pursued. The King of Slaughter exemplified the classic case of someone who, after being battered into amnesia, suddenly believed in their own prowess. What transpired next? I soared upwards, ensnaring him with a graceful staff strike, then executed a dazzling series of moves. By the time my father and his companion arrived, they witnessed me deliver the final blow, the 1,000 warriors' shattering dominance, leaving him gravely injured, his bat-like wings flickering as if suffering a connection failure. It was my brother who, with his keen eyes, noticed the anomaly. "Sister, those wings do not seem to belong to him. They appear to be parasitic." Intrigued by this revelation, I harnessed my apostle power and employed a unique technique to strike his back. With a resounding clap, a massive blood bat was forcefully expelled from him. The bat, caught off guard, was swiftly obliterated by my colossal radiant sphere. With the bat gone, the elderly gentleman revealed his true form. My father gasped, "Is that really my grandfather?" The realization struck. After all this time, I had been battling my great-grandfather. I swiftly offered him a heavenly elixir, which he consumed upon awakening. As he listened to my father's recounting of the past years of the Haotian clan, his anger boiled over, leading him to recount his own tales of yore, including his entanglements with the spirit hall's Qian Dalu and a beautiful woman named Poseidon, culminating in a tumultuous love triangle. Ultimately, he had vowed not to ascend to godhood, leading to his fateful encounter with the Shura god's inheritance, resulting in his transformation into the king of slaughter. What? The city of slaughter is the site of the Shura god's inheritance? My father and his companion were taken aback. I sheepishly scratched my head, aware that I had already reduced that place to ash. Fortunately, my great-grandfather was quite magnanimous, ruffling my hair and laughing heartily. Do not feel remorse, Loliwith. If not for you, I would still be under the bat's control. In the end, the Shura god's inheritance would fortuitously pass to my father. When asked why it would not go to my brother, I confidently assured my great-grandfather, "You can rest easy. I will ensure my brother ascends to godhood." My great-grandfather, convinced, even revealed a shocking tidbit. "I believe you. After all, Loliwith has already become a deity." Now, it was my father and brother's turn to be astonished. Subsequently, my great-grandfather returned to the Haotian clan to restore family values, promising us that we could return home at any time, as he would protect us. My father was visibly moved, tears welling in his eyes. He then proposed we visit a place in Tiando City called Yuxian, suggesting my brother learn to temper his murderous aura. Curiosity piqued, I inquired, "Father, what is Yuxian? Is it a karaoke venue?" He simply replied, "You will understand once we arrive." We moved swiftly, soon reaching Tiando City. Yuxian was resplendent, its entrance manned by two attendants who, upon seeing our travel-worn appearance, barred our entry, stating, "Halt. We cannot accommodate those who are improperly attired." My brother's temper flared, but I was quicker. Without a moment's hesitation, I transformed into my Bayana form, a golden light flashing as the aura of the god of battle emanated from me. The attendants were instantly paralyzed with fear, trembling as one scurried away to alert the authorities. Upon our entrance, a steward attempted to eject us, but my father confronted him directly. "You are judging us too superficially. Step aside." The two attendants, undeterred, attempted to escalate the situation. It was preposterous. I possessed level 82 divine combat prowess. My brother was a level 73 soul sage, and my father was a level 98 Haotian Douluo. What chance did two level 40 soul masters have against us? Ultimately, it was my brother who took action, though my father cautioned him not to take any lives. Rising to the challenge, he swiftly dispatched the two. However, the murderous intent was intoxicating, threatening to spiral out of control. With a sigh, I retrieved my formidable hammer, Willie, and delivered a swift blow to the back of his head. A dose of physical tranquility, indeed. My brother snapped back to his senses immediately. Such a commotion finally drew the owner out, a woman of extraordinary grace. Upon seeing my father, her composure shattered, and she rushed to embrace him, weeping, "Is it truly you, Yuewa?" Lo and behold, she was my aunt, Tang Yuewa. As my brother and I observed, I whispered, "I told you, father needed to tidy himself up. Look how distressed my aunt is." After she finished crying, she noticed us and, upon learning of my adoption, her eyes widened in realization. "No wonder you are so beautiful, unlike your brother's coarse genes." She then proceeded to ruffle my hair, and I responded with a feline expression, fully compliant. She yearned to caress the little third party, but my younger brother instinctively recoiled, prompting my aunt to cast him an exasperated glance and remark, "What are you hiding from? I am your aunt. You are nowhere near as charming as you are." Her words made me burst into laughter. Ultimately, my brother stayed behind to study etiquette, while I, on the other hand, was merely there for the amusement, playing the role of a companion. On the following day, we attended class to learn the harp. My brother, clumsy and awkward, nearly faced ridicule yet again. As for me, I quickly grew weary of studying music notation and, in a swift motion, transformed the elegant harp into an instrument of exuberant rock, leaving the entire gathering of noble offspring in astonishment. My aunt beside me rubbed her temples in distress. As I continued to revel in my performance, I recalled the guitar, bass, and drums from memory, ultimately orchestrating a symphony with hundreds of instruments at my command. The spectacle left them utterly mesmerized. Throughout that year, my brother underwent a remarkable transformation. While I became the most dashing figure at Yuxian, we even made a trip back to Shrek Academy, where we encountered our masters and bestowed upon them a basic mastery buff, assisting them in breaking through their limitations. During the graduation ceremony, my brother elegantly performed a piece, while I enchanted the guests with a rendition of Lilia, transporting them into a realm of sweet dreams. When the year's agreement concluded, we reunited with our father, who took us to see our mother, a magnificent blue silvergrass. He regaled us with tales of his love story with her, bringing tears to our eyes. The little third party mentioned knowing a place called the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang that could help our mother grow quickly. Recognizing the name, I eagerly added, absolutely, that place. Rest assured, Father, with the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang to accelerate growth, I'll also set up a time acceleration, stacking buffs to maximize the effect. We might even make it back for dinner. Father and the little third party were instantly exhilarated. Without hesitation, we split into 3 groups. Father prepared to relocate Mother. The little third party absorbed soul bones, while I was tasked with seeking out the ancient being Douluo at Shrek Academy to borrow a venue. In an instant, I soared to the academy, landing before him. Old monster, it's been a while. I greeted him. He looked up and chuckled. Ah, it's you, the true monster. With your current prowess, I fear I wouldn't stand a chance against you. I proudly replied, indeed. Even that old fellow Dalu is no match for me now. Suddenly, I smacked my forehead, recalling the purpose of my visit. Old monster, I'm not here for nostalgia. I have a small favor to ask. Upon hearing this, the old monster was amused, saying it would be advantageous for him to have a favor owed by me, the monster. While he jested, there was a hint of apprehension in his tone, considering I had just boasted about overpowering the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall. It was nothing too grand. I waved my hand dismissively, just looking to borrow your ice and fire yin-yang eye. Douluo, visibly relieved. Readily agreed, but warned me not to strip his medicinal garden bare again. I assured him, don't worry, this time I won't plunder your meager herbs. I'll directly accelerate time, planting and harvesting right here in your precious land, yielding far more than your stock. With permission granted, I promptly teleported to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang eye. Before long, I spotted Tang San and his father laboriously transporting a colossal potted plant, reminiscent of ants moving their home. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that they had uprooted our entire backyard. The pot was absurdly large, dwarfing the hole I had prepared, which appeared as insignificant as a dimple. Father, little San, over here, I called out, waving. Tang San, noticing my incredulous expression, sheepishly scratched his head. We didn't want to harm Mother's root system. I face-bombed in exasperation. All right, enough explanations. Quickly, place Mother in the hole. I'm about to unleash my power. They swiftly arranged the gigantic potted plant. As soon as the Yin-'s essence touched the soil of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang eye, her leaves unfurled as if indulging in a luxurious spa, radiating comfort. Tang Hao's eyes glistened with emotion as he remarked, your mother truly loves this place. Enough with the sentimentality. Father, step back, everyone. I'm about to manipulate the flow of time. You mere mortals, without eternal lives, would turn to dust if you come too close. I don't wish to devise a way to resurrect you. This was no jest. Upon hearing my words, they swiftly retreated. I approached a Yin-'s true form, and she gently extended her vines, wrapping around my ankles as if to cheer me on. Mother, are you ready? I'm about to begin. Just focus on your training and strive to return soon. With that, I activated my apostolic transformation. In that instant, I felt the energies of the universe converge upon me, the sweetness of power permeating the air. I closed my eyes, concentrating intensely, for this was my first earnest endeavor to wield the power of time. In my name, reveal the river of time, I commanded, and a shimmering river of golden sand enveloped the area where Ain resided. Time acceleration. The scene before me resembled a rapid playback. With Ain growing at a visible pace, her leaves adorned with increasingly vibrant golden patterns, dazzlingly brilliant. Outside, Tang Hao and Tang San seized the opportunity to absorb the energy I released meditating diligently, wasting no moment. After a day and night passed, I snapped my fingers, and the river of time gradually dissipated. Stretching languidly from a nearby recliner, I noticed Tang San waking up as well. We turned to observe Ain's previous position. Our family members nearly suffocating from an overwhelming atmosphere of romance. Where was the blue silvergrass? Before us stood an extraordinary beauty, entwined in a tender embrace with my father. The scene was so sweet, it was almost unbearable to witness. I swiftly yanked Tang San by the collar. Let us go. Go. Eyes averted. Let them have their space. We need to show some decorum as children. When we returned from our stroll, they had finally concluded their affectionate moment. Ain rushed to embrace Tang San, then pulled me into her warm embrace as well. However, due to my unfortunate height, I was completely engulfed in her comforting presence, struggling to breathe. By the way, with her resurrection, accompanied by time, acceleration, and abundant energy, my mother surged to the pinnacle of a 91st level title Douluo, boasting a soul ring configuration of yellow, purple, black, and red, a standard top-tier setup. Consequently, in our household, Tang San officially found himself at the bottom of the food chain. With mother revived, my father's emotional burdens were finally lifted, radiating vitality as if he had regained 20 years of youth. With a strength of 98 and mother at 91, our family was complete. He decided to take us back to Haotian sect to reconnect with our roots. Previously, he had been adamantly opposed to returning, but now, with renewed confidence, he was eager to pay respects at his father's grave. We were all excited at the prospect of returning to the sect. Along the way, Ain recounted tales of her and Tang Hao's youthful exploits, while Tang Hao, unable to intervene, was silenced by a mere glance from Ain. Upon arriving at the territory of Haotian sect, gazing at the dilapidated village before us, Tang San and I marveled at how the once greatest sect had fallen into such disrepair. Suddenly, Tang Hao shouted, "What are you standing there for? This is merely the outer village. Keep up." To our astonishment, it turned out to be a novice village. As the journey progressed, we were soon intercepted by several disciples who greeted us with a rehearsed phrase, "This place does not welcome outsiders. Please leave." However, one disciple stared at Tang Hao for an extended period before suddenly slapping his thigh and exclaiming, "Oh, it's Uncle Hao. You finally returned." The excitement in his tone was palpable as he began to lament. "Ever since our great ancestor returned, the sect leader has been eagerly awaiting your arrival, making us stand guard outside every day for a year. Our days of suffering have finally come to an end." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that my distant great-grandfather, Tang Chun, had spun quite the tale for these youngsters upon his return. With the recognition established, the atmosphere shifted from tense to jovial. We learned that after Tang Chen's return, he had extolled the virtues of Tang Hao, Tang San, and myself to great lengths. One a level 98, another a young soul sage, and myself deemed a divine being. Consequently, those elders who once harbored doubts about Tang Hao now dared not utter a word. To reach the true Haotian sect, we had to cross an iron suspension bridge, and the ensuing scene was quite entertaining. Several younger disciples from the Haotian sect and Tang San were puffing along in the front, while Tang Hao and Ain, both titled Dalu, floated leisurely behind. As for me, I reclined weightily in midair, being pulled along by Ain with a strand of blue silvergrass, embodying an air of nonchalance. When the younger disciples glanced back, they felt immense pressure. It was one thing for two elders to fly, but the sight of me, a diminutive figure of around 1.5 meters, seemingly defying gravity, was a shocking revelation for their hearts. Upon entering the sect's main hall, Tang Xiao and Aunt Tang Yuehua were already waiting for us. The moment Tang Xiao spotted Tang Hao and Ain, he stood transfixed, his carefully prepared lines escaping him entirely. "Brother, I'm back," Tang Hao simply declared, shattering Tang Xiao's emotional defenses. He dashed forward, and the brothers embraced, weeping uncontrollably. After their reunion, Tang Hao proudly introduced me and Tang San. "This is my child." Tang Xiao beamed at us, exclaiming, "Wonderful. Quickly, call me uncle." "Uncle." Tang San and I chorused obediently. At that moment, a core question struck me, and I raised my hand to inquire, I have a question. As an adopted child, why must I also recognize my ancestry? Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Xiao replied, an adopted daughter is still my Hao brother's child. She is one of us from the Hao Qian sect. Yet Aunt Tang Yuehua interjected playfully, don't listen to him. My dear, you were specifically mandated by grandfather upon his return to recognize your ancestry. Those elders who opposed it were all dealt with harshly by grandfather. Upon hearing this, I realized that I was indeed at an advantageous position. Those old men were simply eyeing my divine combat prowess, eager to secure my allegiance to the Haotian sect. The next day, the ritual of recognizing our ancestry commenced. Though termed a ritual, it was merely a formality, with the core focus being a test of strength. Aunt Tang Yuehua had forewarned us that the Haotian sect thrived on strength over gentleness. The stronger you were, the more respect you garnered. This was a straightforward task. Ain showcased her soul rings, 9 in total, the last being red, silencing the crowd. Tang Sen displayed his own rings, a sequence of yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 and red, 7 rings in total, the last also red, drawing gasps of astonishment from the audience. When it was my turn, I decided to forego theatrics and faced off against the venerable Tang Chun. The outcome? A resounding victory for me. An extreme Douluo could barely withstand a few of my moves. At that moment, not a whisper of dissent remained within the Haotian sect. After the ceremony concluded, a meeting was called to establish an outer sect of the Haotian sect to be publicly known as the Tang clan, with Tang San as the leader. Following the ancestral rites, Tang San and I felt liberated. With the 5-year agreement nearing its end, we hastened towards Shrek Academy. On our way, Tang San expressed a hint of anxiety. Sister, I wonder how Dai Lao and the others are faring. Fear not, I reassured him with a pat. With my legacy mark, they're surely thriving. Upon arriving at the academy's entrance, we were taken aback to find the other 5 already gathered, engaged in cheerful banter. When we appeared, their astonishment was evident. 5 years had passed, and I remained unchanged at 1.5 meters, while Tang San had transformed significantly, nearly unrecognizable to them. Dai Mubai and the others insisted on testing Tang San's progress over the years. As for me, they dared not challenge me. The memory of my overwhelming weapon from Wuhuan City still haunted them. Once the sparring commenced, I realized that these companions had skyrocketed in levels. Dai Mubai stood at 75, Oscar 73, Ning Rongrong 72, and Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun both at 71, all soul saints. Notably, Oscar had formally become engaged to Ning Rongrong, and to pass the trials of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, he had transformed his support-type abilities into those of a berserker, wielding the Holy Spirit hammer with remarkable proficiency. Ning Rongrong brandished her ostentatiously large cross and embedded it into the ground, radiating golden light that instantly granted Dai Mubai and the others a formidable buff, prompting them to charge towards Tang San with exuberance. Tang San, unfazed, activated his domain and unleashed the forbidden technique I had taught him, the 10,000 Poison Serpents Cave, managing to hold his ground against the 4 who appeared to be on a power trip. After the sparring, Ma Hongjun began to grumble. Third brother remains as formidable as ever. Despite my efforts, I still find myself at the bottom, not to mention Sister Yu. Speaking of which, how have you not grown at all over the years? An immediate silence enveloped the room. I smiled and swiftly grabbed him by the collar, dragging him into a nearby grove. What followed was a cacophony of pig-like squeals. Here's a fist for you, so you may understand the gears of fate turning. Dai Mubai shook his head, remarking, Fatty, this is truly something. Little San, welcome back. The commotion attracted the attention of teacher Zhao Wujin and the others. Upon spotting us, teacher Zhao approached with a wide grin. Ah, the little monsters have returned, and you've all grown taller. Just as he finished, he sensed an icy glare directed at him. I shot him an eye roll. Had he not been a teacher, the grove would have witnessed yet another casualty today. Upon entering the academy, the teachers were astounded as we recounted our experiences. Dean Flander, in particular, was overjoyed, eager to showcase their accomplishments over the past year. To our astonishment, Flander had reached level 90, and Lu Erlong was also at level 90, both just one soul ring away from becoming titled Dalu. Zhao Wujin stood at 88. And even teacher Xiao Xian from the food system had achieved level 81 as a soul Douluo. Wow. Dean, you've all reached level 90. Have you acquired any soul rings? I inquired, keen to offer a suggestion if they had tea. What suggestion? Flander and Aunt Erlong looked at me curiously. Before I could respond, it seemed Tang San had an inkling of what was to come. I nodded at him, and he cleared his throat, addressing everyone with a bombshell revelation. Dear teachers, during the past 5 years, we journeyed to the city of Slaughter. There we not only located our long-lost great-grandfather, Tang Chun, but also uncovered a secret. The city of Slaughter is, in fact, a place of divine trials. The mention of divine trials sent the crowd into a frenzy. I quickly raised my hand, signaling for silence. Let us not rush into the matter of divine trials. While there, I also completed my second awakening and assisted Tang San in condensing his 7th soul ring. With that, I gestured for Tang San to reveal his soul rings. When the crimson 10,000-year soul ring emerged, the astonished gazes of the teachers nearly popped from their sockets. After acquiring knowledge from our great-grandfather regarding divine trials, I had mastered the ability to directly condense a divine soul ring using my powers. I scanned the audience, raising one hand as if conducting a promotional sale, and boomed. Now, who desires a soul ring? Flander and Lu Erlong remained ensnared in the astonishment brought on by Tang San's crimson soul ring, failing to regain their composure. Ultimately, it was Lu Erlong who first snapped back to reality. Although her eyes sparkled with desire, concern creased her brow as she gazed at me. This process of condensing the soul ring, it won't have any adverse effects on you, will it? I chuckled and replied, Teacher Erlong, do you underestimate me? For me, this is akin to squeezing toothpaste, just a bit of effort, and soon enough I'll flaunt a bottle of vibrant red potion, fully rejuvenated without any loss of durability. You just focus on the task at hand. As I rubbed my hands together, 2 radiant golden orbs emerged. Noticing that Flander and Teacher Erlong still appear bewildered, I shouted, Catch them, and swiftly propelled myself forward. The spectacle was astounding. The soul rings ascended like rockets, their hues shifting from white to yellow, purple, and black, so vibrant that the black seemed to glimmer, teetering on the brink of surpassing the 100,000-year mark. With a resounding explosion, they transformed into 2 brilliant red entities. Flander's soul ring reached an astonishing 170,000 years, while Teacher Erlong surpassed that, clocking in at 180,000. Oh my, with this, our Shrek Academy had assembled a full table of 4 titled Douluos. How exhilarating! In his exuberance, Flander proposed we put on a performance match, but of course, I was suspended from participation. It would hardly be a match. It would be a one-sided slaughter. We then spent a few days conversing at the academy. I inquired about the whereabouts of the Master's wife, Bibi Dong. The Master enlightened us that the Spirit Hall was initially a charitable organization aimed at aiding common spirit masters. However, it had been corrupted by the Qian family, transforming into a tool for their lineage. Now, Bibi Dong was engaged in a thorough cleanup, striving to restore the Spirit Hall to its original purpose. Upon hearing this, I felt compelled to support her. Was this not the legendary rectification of chaos? Oh, and there was a brief interlude when Teacher Erlong's father arrived to take her away. Upon witnessing the crimson circles I had conjured for them, along with my brother's formidable mechanical army, he promptly retreated despite his polite words of greeting. Then came the pivotal moment. My brother Tang San and I prepared to venture into the Stardow forest to bring Xiao Wu home. Before we departed, I painted a grand vision, declaring that once we retrieved Xiao Wu, we would form a group to journey to Sea God Island. My ancient ancestor Tang Chun was there, meeting with an old flame. We intended to indulge in a feast and perhaps acquire some divine soul rings without cost. Upon entering the Stardow forest, I unleashed my full potential. With my apostolic transformation activated, I bulldozed my way forward, heedless of ancient trees or formidable soul beasts. None would stand in my path. My brother timidly inquired, Sister, is this ostentation truly wise? I shot him an exasperated glance, of course. This forest is far larger than our living room. If we don't create a ruckus, how will Diming find us? Tang San was momentarily perplexed. Diming? It dawned on me that I had forgotten to mention that the colossal titan great ape was Diming, Xiao Wu's steadfast companion. My brother's expression was priceless, akin to a subway commuter startled by a sudden revelation. As if summoned by fate, we heard the resounding thud of footsteps. Diming appeared, carrying Xiao Wu triumphantly. She immediately spotted me, exclaiming, "Sister Yu," and leaped from Diming's shoulder, tackling me joyfully. After 5 years apart, she had matured, while I remained unchanged. As I regained my footing, the two embraced, exuding an overwhelming sweetness. Diming and I exchanged glances, both feeling like mere light bulbs in their radiant glow. Just then, a group of impeccably dressed individuals descended from the sky, led by an elder who proclaimed himself the Golden Crocodile Daw, demanding we surrender Xiao Wu. I could hardly contain my amusement. Clearly, he was oblivious to my presence, blocked from view by Diming's imposing figure. Xiao Wu's face paled in fright. Yet Tang San remained composed, reassured by my protective presence. The intruders attempted to assert dominance by displaying their soul rings, only to be met with my piercing gaze, causing them to collapse in submission. I immediately activated my apostolic transformation, shimmering with golden light, and coldly declared, "Those who dare to touch my companions? Very well. I happen to be facing a bottleneck. Your lives shall serve to aid my ascent to level 90. The Golden Crocodile Douluo finally recognized me, his face draining of color. Attempting to flee was futile. The battle concluded swiftly as I unleashed a series of devastating moves, creating a grand crater and obliterating them all. Familial destinies are but a farce in the face of absolute strength. With that settled, the three of us returned to Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu and Rong Rong embraced and chattered excitedly, while my brother attended to his Tang sect affairs. I contentedly lounged about. Once he had organized the leadership of the Tang sect, we collectively set forth towards Sea God Island, ready for action. During our journey, we encountered an unfortunate deep-sea demon whale king, which I used as a punching bag before smoothly reaching the island. Upon arrival, everyone underwent tests, all of which were red-level challenges. Remarkable. Yet when it was my brother Tang San's turn, Duong, the sea god's ninth trial, this directly summoned the island's formidable boss, Poseidon, and my ancestor Tang Chun. My ancestor, upon recognizing us, approached with curiosity, but Poseidon seized him, observing my brother as if he were a rare specimen. When it was my turn, I placed my hand upon the altar, unleashing a radiant glow. Upon revealing the trial's content, all present were left dumbfounded, as we were to simply enjoy ourselves on Sea God Island. Poseidon seemed bewildered, stating that he had received a divine message urging me to have a splendid time. Clearly, even the sea god feared I might inadvertently dismantle his domain. This was no trial. It was a VIP experience. Thus, the ensuing days unfolded in an exceedingly peculiar manner. While my brother and his companions faced trials of fire and ice, traversing the sea goddess light and exhausting themselves, I reclined on a beach chair, sipping refreshing coconut juice, watching as Xiao Bai, the great white shark king, led a band of minions, treating the hapless deep-sea demon whale king as a routine challenge. I lost track of time, and in my leisure, I ascended to level 95. At last, they returned. To my astonishment, Dai Mubai Oscar and the others had all become titled Douluos. My brother, however, was still a step away from achieving his goal, as his ninth trial required him to hunt the deep-sea demon whale king. Amused, I reassured him, "Oh, that whale? No need to worry. I've been giving it a thrashing daily, and it's likely on its last legs. You just need to collect a trophy." Their expressions were priceless. All 7 of them cast supportive glances at my brother, then settled on a beach chairs beside me to enjoy the moment. Xiao even gave him a loving hug before reclining beside me. Tang San, left with no choice, begrudgingly followed Xiao Bai, embarking on his solitary quest for his title. When he returned, bloodied and battered, we were initially startled, only to discover he was drenched in whale blood, having forgotten to clean himself before rushing back. Well, Since everyone had completed their trials, it was time to return to the mainland. I felt as if I had been marooned on this island for ages. The sea god's heart? I would leave that to fate. After all, the entire continent was my backyard. We bid farewell to our ancestor and triumphantly sailed back to Douluo continent. This time, our Shrek's 7 monsters, no, the 8 monsters, had all become titled Douluos, making a powerful comeback. However, upon disembarking, the atmosphere felt decidedly tense. The entirety of Tiando City resembled a fortified fortress, with soldiers at the gates brandishing their pikes, as if to thrust them into my very face. Had it not been for Rongrong producing the VIP gold card from her family's Chibao Lioli zone, we would likely have found ourselves camping outside city. Upon entering, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped us, reminiscent of the tension that lingers the night before final exams. Sanji's complexion turned ashen as he declared that something significant was amiss. We hurried toward the academy, our hearts in a tumult. To our astonishment, the guards at the academy gate had been replaced by Teacher Liusong. Upon seeing us, he appeared as if he had encountered salvation, and without further ado, ushered us into the conference room. As I pushed open the door, my pupils dilated in shock. What a gathering of eminent figures was assembled in this conference room. It was normal to see my teacher, Yu Xiaojing, but who was that seated beside him? None other than Bai Bai Dong. Moreover, she was not donned in her ostentatious pope robes, but rather dressed in casual attire, her expression darker than a pot's bottom. Even more astonishing was the presence of 2 formidable guardians behind her, Zhu Tituo Yueguan and Gue Dogame. For those who understand, this was a scene where former literary tropes collided with the stark reality of a battlefield. Sangu, ever the straightforward one, boldly inquired, "Teacher, what is going on here? Why is the Shermu present? And what are these 2 titled Douluos doing here?" Yu Xiaojing, upon spotting us, finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if seeing a lifeline, and hastily motioned for us to sit down before launching into an intense review session. To my astonishment, during our absence, the continent had undergone a drastic transformation. In summary, Bai Bai Dong aimed to cleanse the reputation of the Spirit Hall, but her plot was uncovered by her elder, Dalu. The 2 engaged in a real-life duel at the Spirit Hall headquarters. However, Bai Bai Dong was preoccupied with the so-called trial of the Rakshasa god, which significantly restricted her powers, leading to her being subdued by the 99th level Dalu. Fortunately, with the assistance of her devoted supporters, Yu Eguan and Gue Mei, she managed to escape, albeit at a great cost. Ultimately, Bai Bai Dong severed her ties with the trial, reclaiming her strength through self-sacrifice. But the position of Pope was irrevocably lost. Simultaneously, chaos erupted in the Tiando Empire. The Emperor Shui Yi succumbed to his poison, and his eldest son, Shui Qinghe, also known as Qian Renshua, vanished, opting to inherit his grandfather's divine trial. In the end, the previously overlooked 4th prince, Shui Bong, seized the opportunity and ascended to the throne. With Dalu regaining power, the first order of business was to restart the soul hunting plan, intending to pave the way for his granddaughter Qian Renshua's ascendance to divinity using the continent's collective strength. However, the most pressing issue remained Bai Bai Dong. The aftermath of her interrupted divine trial was catastrophic. The power of the Rakshasa god was relentlessly eroding her body and will. It would not be long before she transformed into a mindless, slaughtering divine tool devoid of her own thoughts. Observing Bai Bai Dong, she seemed surprisingly accepting, stating that this was her retribution, and she found satisfaction in being by my teacher's side at the end. Beside her, Douluo was nearly in tears, professing their loyalty, asserting that they followed Bai Bai Dong because she was the true pope who sought to restore the Spirit Hall to its original intent, rather than being a mere family enterprise of Dalu. Hearing this, Bai Bai Dong gave a self-deprecating smile, likely taken aback by the fact that her past deeds in pursuit of vengeance had resulted in 2 steadfast supporters. Xiao Wu stood beside Sengu, torn between confronting her mother's killer and respecting my teacher's position, creating an inner turmoil within her. The atmosphere in the conference room was so oppressive it felt as though it could be wrung dry. At that moment, I Tang Yu, after a lengthy mutter with my external aide Willie, cleared my throat and declared, "I have a solution." Instantly, all eyes turned toward me. Clearing my throat, I continued. Regarding the issue with the former Pope Bai Dong, I have a plan that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Would anyone care to listen? Yu Xiaojiang nearly leapt to his feet in urgency, urging me to speak without holding back. Relenting, I raised my hands, stating, "First, I require a drop of Xiao Wu's blood." As soon as the words left my lips, Sangu shot up, his face serious as he questioned my intentions. He explained that this substance was fundamental to a person, and even a drop less could cause severe repercussions. Observing the tension on everyone's faces, I laid out my plan in full. Listen closely. My plan is simple yet audacious. First, since the power of the Rakshasa god is causing havoc, we must invite the Rakshasa god for a conversation. Second, we eliminate him. Third, with the Rakshasa god's demise, the divine power residing within Bai Dong will become unclaimed, causing no harm and allowing for absorption, providing a tremendous boost. Then, using the immense power released upon his death, combined with Xiao Wu's drop of blood, we can dismantle the soul ring inherited from Xiao Wu's mother and resurrect her. Fourth, with the remaining fragments, we can forge a new, fitting 10,000-year soul ring for Bai Dong. Perfect, saving a life, reviving another, and enhancing yet again. Who supports this plan, and who opposes it? Silence enveloped the room. Everyone regarded me with expressions that seemed to question my sanity. Slaying a deity? Reviving the dead? Was this even a feasible notion? Yet when Xiao Wu heard of the possibility of resurrecting her mother, her eyes sparkled with hope, and without hesitation, she agreed, dismissing the concern over the blood loss as something that could be remedied later with divine power. The plan was set. We immediately sought an isolated mountain to embark on this unprecedented divine slaying mission. I instructed Bai Dong to sit cross-legged while I activated my apostolic transformation. Let me tell you, the scene was something else. I pressed my hand against her, channeling apostolic power that swiftly locked onto the blackish-purple energy of the Rakshasa god. I then raised my weapon, Willy, and unleashed a torrent of energy towards the source of that power, striking the void. With a resounding crack, it was as if glass had shattered, creating a gaping rupture in the heavens. Without allowing anyone a moment to marvel, the apostolic force transformed into a colossal hand that reached into the rift, grasping something with great force and yanking it down. Accompanied by a scream, a hapless figure enveloped in dark energy was forcibly pulled from the divine realm and crashed to the ground. That figure, the Rakshasa god himself, appeared utterly bewildered, exclaiming, "Where's this?" Before he could comprehend the situation, I thrust my spear before his face. He clumsily dodged, enraged, and shouted, "Who dares to lay a hand on this deity?" I tilted my head, observing him as I replied, "You talk too much. Wouldn't it be simpler to just submit to your defeat? You better hope you're not a vile being, or else I might find it difficult to proceed." His anger flared, and just as he attempted to retaliate with threats, I launched my assault. The Huanglong Yinhua blade emerged. A flurry of movements ensued. Shattered dominance, overwhelming pressure. The apostolic dance, a series of combos, left him no opportunity to breathe. He was utterly overwhelmed, desperately blocking without a chance to counterattack. It dawned on him that this was no ordinary opponent, but a divine king. He attempted to flee, but it was too late. With a single blow, I immobilized him, following it with my ultimate move, the star pattern meteor explosion, which struck him squarely. Boom! In the aftermath of the blinding light, only a massive crater remained, alongside a pure energy orb. I assure you, the Rakshasa god, this unfortunate fellow didn't even have the chance to utter, "I will return," before being utterly vanquished, making him the most beleaguered antagonist of 2025. I collected the unclaimed divine power and beckoned everyone to gather. Next came the moment of witnessing a miracle. I approached Bai Dong, noting that the malevolent energy within her had dissipated, her complexion having regained some color. I extended my hands, and amidst the astonished gazes of all present, I grasped the red 10,000-year soul ring upon her, pulling it off with a determined effort. Then, utilizing the divine power I had just acquired, mixed with Xiao Wu's blood, I conjured a corporeal form out of thin air. Upon seeing it, Xiao Wu was instantly brought to tears, It was the very likeness of her mother. I then completed the soul within the soul ring and infused it into the body. Before long, Xiao Wu's mother truly opened her eyes. The mother and daughter embraced, weeping heartily, a truly moving scene. Without delay, I utilized the remaining divine power and bestowed upon by Dong a brand new and more formidable ninth spirit ring. As soon as the spirit ring was affixed, Bai Dong's aura surged dramatically, transcending the 98th level and achieving the pinnacle of 99, that of a limit Douluo. Moreover, the residual divine power within her began to merge with her spirit power, paving a smooth path to divinity. Just as we believed we had accomplished our grand task and were ready to celebrate, a thunderous sound resonated from the heavens, heralding the arrival of another deity. Who dared to commit such an act of divine murder? A figure wielding a colossal sword, exuding an aura of aggression, descended from the sky. My third brother, Sharp-Eyed, immediately recognized the intricate patterns on the sword as identical to those on his Haotian hammer. It was clear the god of Shura had arrived. This god of Shura was rather amusing. He claimed that the Rakshasa god was an evil aspect that had split from him. He had slain the Rakshasa god, causing a significant decline in his power, nearly relegating him from the realm of divinity. Thus, he was now furious, and the consequences would be dire, threatening to annihilate us all. I found this quite humorous. Was this a case of buy one, get one free? Just as he was about to strike, I boldly advanced to meet him. After all, my family was watching from behind. I could not allow him to put on a show. Moments ago, after vanquishing the Rakshasa god, my own level had also risen to 97, and I was eager to test my newfound strength. After a brief exchange of blows, the god of Shura quickly realized something was amiss. His so-called Shura sword, capable of devouring an enemy's divine power, struck against my willy, not only proving ineffective, but actually chipping away at its blade. He panicked, recognizing that he had encountered an immovable barrier, and attempted to resort to underhanded tactics. Seizing an opportunity during a clash, he suddenly directed a portion of his divine power towards my third brother, aiming to take him hostage. In that instant, my blood ran cold. Touch my family? You have crossed a line. You seek death. An unprecedented surge of power erupted within me, and I instinctively grasped a new skill. A massive spear of light, formed from a torrent of apostolic power, pierced through the god of Shura in an instant. The divine power aimed at my brother dissipated midway. I soared before him, gazing at his grievously wounded form, my voice icy as frost. You should never have dared to lay a hand on my family. With that, I thrust my hand into his chest, and amidst a dazzling glow, I forcibly extracted the energy sphere, adorned with 9 radiant rings, representing his divine position. My decree of punishment is that you shall lose everything, I coldly proclaimed with a flick of my wrist, casting the now powerless former deity aside like refuse to some distant corner of the continent, destined to fend for himself. As for this freshly acquired divine position of the god of Shura, it would be perfectly suited for my father, Tang Hao. I gracefully descended, observing the onlookers now petrified in astonishment, and I clapped my hands. Peace has returned to the world. The events that followed unfolded rapidly. The Spirit Empire and the 2 great empires went to war. Qianrenshue ascended to become the angel god, momentarily suppressing the allied forces. My brother received an urgent summons. Inheriting the sea god's position, returning to engage Qianrenshue in a cataclysmic battle. Just as my brother was poised to deliver a final blow to Qianrenshue, Bai Dong stepped in front of her daughter, taking the lethal hit. In that tragic moment, the entire world resonated with my background music. Countless specks of light ascended from all living beings, converging upon the valley where I had been in seclusion. My consciousness was drawn into a fantastical realm composed of boundless crystals. There, I encountered a resplendent maiden seated upon a throne. She introduced herself as Shun Shangyu, the creator of myriad worlds. I, Tang Yu, was but an incarnation of her consciousness sent to experience life in this realm. Now my experience had concluded, and it was time to return to my true form and reclaim all my powers. In an instant, everything became clear to me. I was the deity of this world, or rather, the creator god of all worlds. When I opened my eyes once more, I found myself at level 100. I returned to the battlefield, observing the critically injured Bai Dong, the weeping Qianren Xue, and my brother Tang San. I snapped my fingers, enveloping everything in a golden glow. Rest assured, little San, I smiled. I shall ensure that everything culminates beautifully. After all, this is my world. A year later, peace reigned across the continent. The Spirit Hall was restructured into a charitable organization. My father became the god of Shura, my mother the lord of this world, and all of us from Shrek 8 monsters ascended to divinity. The divine realm now resembled our backyard. Following a grand family gathering, I bid farewell to everyone. Sister, remember to visit home often. My third brother called out to me. Fear not. The entire universe is our home. We shall meet again. I smiled, cleaving a crystalline rift in the air and stepping through it. My adventures have only just begun. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in an entirely new world. The air was thick with the scents of oil and ozone, filled with incomprehensible high technology. After a week of exploration, I acquired a library to serve as a temporary base and finally grasped my surroundings. This place is called Terra, and the nation I am currently in is known as the United Council of Terra, with the city beneath my feet named New Covenant City, a hub of their scientific endeavors. Most intriguingly, within this city, 12 artificial gods had been born, and I could distinctly sense a peculiar connection between myself and these 12 deities. I must say, this connection feels like the inception of a fateful bond. Not long after, I followed this inexplicable sensation directly to the source. At that moment, I transformed my assistant Willie into a broom, and to my astonishment, I rode it into the sky, flying at an incredibly low altitude, narrowly avoiding interception by traffic enforcers on several occasions. The further I ventured from the city, the stronger I felt the agitation of that power, accompanied by tremendous explosions. My heart raced with urgency as I urged Willie to hasten. Hurry, hurry, if we dawdle. It will be too late. Upon arrival, I was utterly flabbergasted. Before me lay a desolate expanse where 12 radiant figures, resembling humanoid mechas, were reveling in a party. Some tossed energy orbs at one another, while others gathered in groups, seemingly engaged in gossip. At that moment, a stunningly attractive woman lifted her gaze, locking eyes with me. In the next second, a rather temperamental fellow, without a word, conjured an energy cannon and aimed it directly at my face. I must say, I found the situation laughable. Do you know who I am? I am Tangyu. I leaped from Willie, wielding it as a weapon. Entering my divine state, I effortlessly blocked his energy cannon, not only deflecting it back, but also unleashing a shockwave that obliterated a nearby hill. The assailant prepared to attack again, but was halted by the stunning woman from earlier. She called out to me. Who are you? I can sense that you share a similar power with us. Upon hearing this, I relaxed my stance and replied, I am Tangyu. I felt a connection to you all, which is why I came, but your method of greeting is quite unique. The brash young man, upon hearing my words, flushed with embarrassment and quickly apologized. My apologies. I acted on instinct. Since you are like us, then we shall be friends. Thus, through this unexpected encounter, I forged a close camaraderie with these 12 artificial gods of Terra. The leader, named Cain, presided over strength and was a stoic battle fanatic who delighted in challenging me, as I was the only one capable of bringing him to his knees. The second sister, Sarah, governed wisdom. She was beautiful and kind-hearted, albeit a tad cunning. Then there was the fourth brother, Kalia, who bombarded me upon our first meeting, a tech enthusiast who later became one of my closest friends. For several months, we delighted in each other's company. I became enamored with the arcane arts, spending my days tinkering and inventing in the underground garage of my library. Today, I finally completed my sleek frost drilling vehicle and set off to flaunt it to Sarah and the others. Upon arriving, I executed a stylish drift, halting the vehicle before them, eagerly awaiting their praise. They beckoned me over, but you'll never guess why. It was not to marvel at my vehicle. They spoke. O Moon, we have discovered that our 13th brother lies dormant within the core of this planet. After much deliberation, we have decided to annihilate the planet to awaken him. At that moment, I was utterly bewildered, nearly dropping the wrench in my hand. Who could understand my plight? Just when I had made new friends, they were intent on bringing about the end of the world. How was I to cope with this? Elder Cain, noticing my hesitation, coldly remarked, "The will of mortals is beyond our consideration." This statement left me utterly speechless, my heart in turmoil. Just then, a woman named Huda arrived, the chief scientist of the Tyra Research Institute, beseeching me to save this planet. Her desperate gaze stirred my compassion. Torn between my friends and this beautiful world, inspiration struck me, and I rushed to Selah, exclaiming, "Hold on, your 13th brother has no body yet. Appearing naked would be quite unseemly. Leave this matter to me, and I shall craft the most magnificent form for him in the entire universe." Selah, sharp as ever, saw through my delaying tactic, but surprisingly smiled and agreed. She acknowledged that they indeed needed an exceptional body. Thus began my monumental task. To buy time and honor my friends, I secluded myself, fervently researching the arcane arts, what with the Ouroboros ring, lava vials, and a magical assistant heming gloves, I crafted them all. While I immersed myself in this endeavor, the world outside descended into chaos, ignited by the news of the divine intent to annihilate the world. The resistance, the Ark faction, and the God-fearing sects clashed violently across Tyra. The once peaceful and beautiful planet had vanished. Selah would occasionally visit me for tea, checking on my progress and leaving a book she authored titled The Genesis of Creation in my library. Days turned into weeks, and finally, I completed the new body. I must say, it was resplendent, crafted from superalloy, adorned with a radiant halo, exuding an aura of magnificence. I thought to myself, surely Huda and the others' escape vessel must be ready by now. At last, I felt I had not let anyone down. Bursting with excitement, I hoisted the new body and stepped outside, ready to report back. However, as I looked up, the sky erupted in a blinding explosion, brighter than the sun. My heart sank, and I hastily entrusted the new body to my assistants, activating my divine state to fly towards the chaos. The more I flew, the colder my heart became. The earth below lay in ruins, a testament to the ravages of war. Upon arrival, I witnessed my 12 divine friends engaged in a fierce battle against a colossal figure adorned with golden gears, Corollos, the embodiment of the primordial light that had created them. He disdained their newfound consciousness and sought to reclaim them, transforming them back into pure energy. I was at a loss, torn between my friends and their creator. In the midst of my confusion, the clash of divine forces wreaked havoc upon mortals. A combined assault from Cain and the others was repelled by Corollos, and in a catastrophic surge, an energy wave spiraled out of control, striking the already fragile Tyra. With a thunderous roar, the planet shattered before my eyes. At that moment, the 13th fragment of the primordial darkness sealed within the core was unleashed. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place. An overwhelming force enveloped me, encasing me in a cocoon of light. I watched helplessly as the planet succumbed to destruction, my heart heavy with guilt and despair, before a wave of drowsiness overtook me. Meanwhile, Selah, engaged in battle, sensed the anomaly on my end. In that fleeting moment, Corollos seized the opportunity, inflicting severe damage upon all 12 of them. Just as he prepared to press his advantage, the cocoon surrounding me shattered, and I underwent a swift transformation. It happened so quickly that I was left in disbelief. When that light erupted, the world fell silent. Corollos, Selah, and the 12, regardless of their might, melted away like ice cream in the sun, completely obliterated. When I awoke, I found myself in an empty void, emitting light like a 200-watt bulb. Panic set in. Where was everyone? Where were my friends? Where was Selah? In the next moment, a wisp of dark energy approached, and I heard Cain's voice, astonishingly. Even as a spirit, he could still communicate with me. He reassured me, saying, "Do not be disheartened. Sister, your AoE may have annihilated us, but it is far better than being reclaimed by him. We are not truly lost. Our identities have been erased, but we can be rebuilt anew, until we meet again in another life." With that, he drifted away, presumably to be reborn. It dawned on me that this transformation had elevated my power to its zenith. Magic apostolic strength, Compared to my newfound power of zero boundary, they were mere trifles. In essence, I had reached the pinnacle of existence. But what did that matter? My friends were gone, my home lost, and both my vessels, the New Covenant and the Genesis, had been sucked into a dimensional rift, their fates unknown. Staring at the shattered fragments of Tyra, I felt a profound emptiness. Who could understand my plight? I had labored tirelessly to prepare a surprise for my friends, only to have them vanish just as the gift was complete. It felt akin to completing a presentation overnight, only to discover the company had gone bankrupt the next day. I turned to my sword, Willie, and asked, "What should I do now? Should I find a mountain to lie on, waiting for their resurrection?" Before Willie could offer comfort, I had an epiphany. Wait? For what? If they would be reborn, I would reconstruct Tyra for them. Upon their return, they could move right in, continue the festivities, and revel in life. Without hesitation, I set to work, gathering the fragments of Tyra and searching the cosmos for a new abode. At last, I discovered a small azure planet, abundant in water and perfectly situated, a celestial choice. Without a moment's pause, I dove to the ocean's depths, raised my hand, and lo and behold, the entire ocean was lifted into the air. Then I conjured a colossal magical array, stabilizing this aerial sea while allowing sunlight to filter through, creating an artificial sky beneath the waves. Next, I scattered seeds of life, and the barren seabed blossomed into forests and meadows. Done. I then arranged the remnants of Tyra like a jigsaw puzzle above this sea, forming several new continents. In the center of these lands, I erected a towering spire, connecting the two realms. Gazing upon this masterpiece, I smiled with satisfaction. My execution was indeed unparalleled. With time, this place would become the second Tyra. While I reveled in my creation, a small fissure suddenly appeared beside me. I sensed it. My little heminglas, my puppet companions. Without a second thought, I dove into the rift. However, I was unprepared for the fissure to remain open. After what felt like an eternity, it shattered, and from it emerged a colossal spaceship, the long-lost Genesis. It barreled through the aerial sea and crashed into the new world I had created, a place now known as our Rod continent. The crew disembarked, scattering to thrive and multiply, gradually forgetting their origins. Meanwhile, upon entering the rift, I found myself in a floating land within a different dimension, my new covenant. At the edge of the continent stood a figure, straining under a massive magical shield, exhausted beyond measure. As I flew over, I was taken aback to see my former research assistant, Hada, Lord Tangwe. Upon noticing me, she was nearly moved to tears. My curiosity piqued. Hada, how did a researcher like you transition into a mage? She recounted that after the explosion of Terra, she had succumbed to unconsciousness, only to awaken with a magical gift. Upon further examination, I discovered that the power within her was of the same origin as that of Sarah and the others, yet distinctly unique. It dawned on me that she was the heir of the 13th apostle that had been liberated. At present, she was exerting every ounce of her strength to maintain a shield, safeguarding the Terra people within the city. As the energies from this alternate dimension bore radiation that could induce mutations. She even showed me her ears, which had become pointed. Ah, we're quite similar now, aren't we? How intriguing. Henceforth, you shall be my kin, I declared, claiming her with a grand gesture. Huda, on the verge of tears, expressed that her magical energy was nearly depleted and pleaded for my assistance. I assured her, hold on. I will first seek my little pets and return with a superpower bank. With a leap of faith, I jumped from the skyscraper, creating a substantial crater, and headed straight for my library. Upon entering, four small figures rushed towards me, crying, "Master, we are so sorry. We lost your gift." Upon inquiry, I learned that the new bodies I had entrusted them to safeguard for Sarah and the others had also been swept into the alternate dimension and were recently drawn away by another rift. I shrugged it off. No worries, it's lost, and it's not needed now anyway. The pressing question was how to secure a stable energy source for New Covenant City. At this moment, my sword, Willie, suddenly spoke up. "My lady, I may have a solution." I was taken aback as he continued. "With my final transformation, I have evolved into a super AI, akin to the core processor of all worlds, capable of searching for information across all realms. I was astonished. Why didn't you mention such a powerful function sooner? Willie replied, somewhat aggrieved, you never asked. I waved my hand dismissively. Enough with the cuteness, hurry. Find me a powerful and stable energy source, preferably a villain, to make it easier for me to seize. I promptly placed my order. Received. My lady has been located. Coordinates locked, ready for departure. Willie's efficiency was commendable. With the coordinates in hand, I unleashed my full power and effortlessly tore open a rift to another world. Before departing, I felt compelled to remind Willie, remember the way home. Of course, my lady. Let us go. I dove into the interdimensional passage. The destination was nearby. Upon emerging, I found myself suspended in midair, witnessing an aerial battle below, reminiscent of a cinematic spectacle. A blonde girl, appearing no older than 10, was preparing to fire her cannon. When she glanced up and spotted me, she froze. Just as I intended to greet her, a cannonball struck my face. With a casual flick, I dispersed the projectile like fireworks. What was this? Such enthusiasm upon our first encounter? I sighed in exasperation. However, the little girl glared at me with venomous hatred, declaring, don't think I would recognize you just because you changed your entrance. Existence X. Existence X? What on earth was that? As I approached her for a closer look, the bomber squadron behind her opened fire. Annoyed, I retaliated with a move, shattering cosmos, obliterating the entire squadron. Aircraft and crew alike from this world without a trace. I then flew beside the girl, Tanya, circled around her, and chuckled. Indeed, you are the child of destiny in this world. So, the Existence X you mentioned must be your arch-nemesis? She stubbornly insisted that I was indeed that villain. Just then, time suddenly froze, and a mysterious force descended. I remained unfazed, laughing. Ah, is this the true protagonist? What's the matter, Existence X? Can't control your main character, S-body, to speak for you? Tanya realized that I was not her nemesis. I found it amusing, oh. You require a substitute for conversation? How pathetic. I casually conjure a puppet and relinquish control. The puppet immediately inquired who I was and what my intentions were. Witnessing her omnipotent deity unable to handle me, Tanya burst into laughter. I looked at the puppet with disdain. Your Existence X? Let me see. With a flick of my wrist, a white tome materialized, manifesting the history of this world. Flipping through, I discovered that it was merely a being engaged in faith cultivation. Casting the book aside, I laid my cards on the table. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tangyue, here to procure a sufficiently powerful and stable energy source. Now, my target is clear. You, Existence X. I pointed at the puppet, declaring its impending demise. The puppet trembled with indignation. You are audacious. You show no reverence for the divine. I scoffed. You dare to call yourself a deity? At best, you are a mere utility battery. I am not here to seek your approval, but to inform you. With that, I pierced the puppet with my spear, shattering it along with the time freeze. Tanya was left in a state of shock. Ignoring her, I sliced open the fabric of space, revealing Existence X's lair, a resplendent realm of vibrant colors. I charged in with a forceful star-pattern strike, shattering the brilliance, and seized its core, beginning to absorb its essence. Who are you? Why does my power have no effect on you? Came its terrified shriek from within the radiance. I smiled and replied, because I'm stronger than you. When I arrived in this world, the highest authority transferred automatically to me. You, a mere administrator without backing, are now just an ordinary account. A competent battery requires no consciousness. With a surge of power, I annihilated its awareness. The luminous sphere stabilized and purified instantly. Task accomplished. I broadcasted to the entire world. Announcement: your deity has perished. Welcome the dawn of a godless new era. With that, I tore open space and returned home, leaving Tanya alone in the wind. She initially erupted in laughter, but gradually her mirth subsided. I returned to New Covenant City, holding the freshly acquired Existence X energy source. But it was pale, on the brink of collapse. I'm back, and I brought the energy. I shook the luminous sphere in my hand. Just hold on a little longer. I urged her, then descended into the earth, positioning myself at the city's core to inscribe a colossal magical array, funneling existence X into the center. With a resonating hum, the entire city was infused with a continuous flow of energy, and a new protective barrier sprang forth, exponentially stronger than Huda's. I also equipped the city with mobility features, an ecological system, and navigation modules, furnishing it entirely. After finalizing everything, I returned to the surface and handed the navigation remote to Huda. From now on, you shall be our navigator. Huda suggested that we rename the city. After some contemplation, I proposed, let us call it the Magic Realm, the world of magic. Thus, the Magic Realm finally stabilized. However, mere days later, Huda approached me again, reporting that the life energy of the Magic Realm was steadily declining. Upon investigation, I discovered that the ecological system was providing insufficient energy. So, I went to create a fountain of life, procuring a vial of life water for her. Here, just add a drop periodically. This vial will suffice for several millennia. Life settled into a tranquil rhythm. Yet, one day, the Magic Realm drifted past a planet named Jalimbulade, teeming with colossal monsters. They breached the Magic Realm's barrier and began wreaking havoc. Huda rushed out to battle, but the sheer number of monsters overwhelmed her. What was I doing at that moment? I was holed up in the laboratory, unconcerned by such trivial disturbances, trusting Huda to manage. Just then, I suddenly sensed a familiar stirring. It was Cain, the essence of Sarah, and the others. Their reincarnations were manifesting. I immediately set down what I was doing and dashed toward the battlefield. Upon my arrival, a mysterious figure descended from the sky and, with a single strike, annihilated all invading monsters. That power was astonishingly formidable. I was taken aback, wishing to retain this formidable protector of the demon realm. In her moment of desperation, she produced the life-giving water I had bestowed upon her. Unexpectedly, upon sighting the life water, the figure spoke first, his voice deep and resonant. "Where did you acquire this?" Herd replied candidly, "It was given to me by Darren Tong Yue." At the mention of Tong Yue, the figure trembled, casting his gaze about. His eyes filled with both familiarity and confusion. At that moment I arrived. The instant I laid eyes upon him, I was struck dumb. This was the divine form I had meticulously crafted, only to have it lost. I immediately sensed the power within him. "You are." I began to call out the name Kai, but he interrupted me, his voice devoid of any traces of his past. "He is dead. Now, I am Khan." I paused, instructing Herd to tend to the injured while I took Khan aside for a private conversation. He revealed that after his physical form had been destroyed, he retained a fragment of consciousness, drifting through the cosmos until he came upon the godly body I had misplaced in Gringbulad. That body was perfectly suited for him. Upon entering, his powers were restored, yet he had become a new entity, Khan. Realization dawned upon me, and I hastily inquired about Sai-La and how I might find them. "No need to rush," Khan assured. "There exists a connection between us that will naturally draw us together. I can already sense another presence of the same origin here, albeit faint." It struck me then, "Oh, you must be referring to Herd. She should be our long-lost 13th sibling." Khan was equally astonished, never having anticipated that the woman attempting to retain him with treasures was indeed their sister. Thus, the situation seemed secure. Our reincarnated 12 gods, now to be called apostles, would gradually reunite under the guidance of destiny, centered around this demon realm. Let me tell you, the first unfortunate soul we managed to gather was a perfect blend of coincidence and the black humor of fate. Our demon realm, suspended in the void, found Khan establishing himself as our vigilant guardian, ready to thwart any troublemakers with unwavering dedication. Meanwhile, Herd focused on post-disaster reconstruction, embodying a serene presence. However, it wasn't long before a resplendent golden planet drifted into view, shining like a 24K gold light bulb. At that moment, I was in my laboratory, fervently working. I had concocted a magnificent machine, its design abstract, resembling both a rabbit and an eel, adorably grotesque. I named it the Tyler refining machine, instructing my assistant Whaley to feed it a plethora of ores. The machine rumbled ominously, as if on the brink of explosion. Suddenly, with a bayou, 2 beams of light shot from the rabbit's eyes, and a shimmering azure energy orb rolled forth. I caught it, nearly bursting into laughter. Success. Those who understand will know that the extra-dimensional energy within the Tyloshur was essentially a tailor-made battery for my new toy. This new apparatus, dubbed the extra-dimensional tier device, would liberate Herd from her arduous manual navigation, allowing us to tear open space for instantaneous leaps. I gleefully clutched the energy orb and sought out Herd. Upon reaching Malishigu, I found her imparting magical enlightenment to a group of children. Among them were a few familiar faces, one named Kaidi and another named Ailes, both promising talents for the future. Without hesitation, I seized Herd and declared, "Sister, behold this grand treasure." I led her to the Holy Patrick Cathedral, now transformed into a launch site. Pointing to a soaring tower, I proclaimed triumphantly, "Look, the extra-dimensional tier device." I repurposed my roller coaster into this pinnacle of design. With it, we can go wherever we desire with a single leap. As I inserted the energy core into its designated slot, the machine roared to life with a thunderous boom. But it wasn't the sound from my side. It emanated from the council square where Khan resided. Unbeknownst to me, while I reveled in my triumph, a figure from the Golden Planet, a bird-like being named Puel, had already descended upon our demon realm to survey. The moment he entered, Khan's Guardian radar activated. Upon their meeting, their energies aligned, revealing them as allies. Yet a confrontation was inevitable. Instantly, they clashed in the skies, the energy shockwaves resembling a dazzling fireworks display. Khan understood all too well. This was undoubtedly the reincarnation of his brother, who once commanded the skies. Puel's subordinates, witnessing from below, grew frantic, eager to assist. However, they were swept away by the chaotic energy storms and the aftermath of the battle, leaving them scattered and battered. At that moment, my grand creation officially activated, sending forth a beam that tore open a massive dimensional rift before the demon realm. The suction, combined with our realm's own propulsion, swiftly engulfed the entire demon realm, effectively abducting their leader right before the eyes of an entire planet. I stood there, stunned. My intention had merely been to create a portal, not to uproot our entire home. Now, Puel was equally bewildered, gazing at the vibrant dimensional passage, attempting to return, only to be intercepted by Khan. "Do not move. If you leave now, you will become cosmic debris, unable to return. Remain here until the next time you pass by your home," Khan advised, maintaining his usual stoic demeanor. Astonishingly, Puel believed him, perhaps due to the mysterious bond shared between long-lost brothers. Thus, our demon realm unexpectedly welcomed the third apostle, the prodigy Puel. Years passed since Puel settled in the skies of our demon realm. The children Herd had once taught were now grown, forming their own factions. Ailes established a magical research society known as Talakuta, while Kaidi founded the Xuan Mahue, dedicated to revitalizing our barren Central Park. A noble endeavor for which I commended her, gifting her a batch of specially crafted super saplings. As for me, I had recently become quite busy, taking on a young apprentice named Monica. This child was exceptionally obedient yet often clumsy, but the spark of curiosity in her eyes melted my heart. Fortunately, she possessed considerable talent, quickly evolving into a budding sorceress. I entrusted her with the management of my ancient library, though it was merely the two of us within its walls. One day, our demon realm was once again expelled from the extra-dimensional space, revealing a yellow-green planet named Aiken, a world filled with warriors. On this planet resided a formidable individual named Caxilias, who had recently vanquished all challengers and was now seeking worthy opponents. Upon sensing the presence of our formidable leaders in the skies, his eyes lit up, akin to a hound catching a scent, and he charged forward, barking, "Are you the strongest here? Prepare for battle or face death." With that, he lunged into action. Khan remained unruffled, deftly dodging while guiding him to an open area, wary of his potential to demolish our home. Once in the clearing, Khan ceased evasion, standing firm and allowing Caxilias to strike. The spectacle was utterly absurd. Caxilias unleashed all his learned techniques, his sword energy leveling the surrounding mountains. Yet Khan bore not a single mark. Naturally, that was my meticulously crafted super divine form. Not even a planetary annihilation cannon could scratch it. This was akin to a real-life performance of the latest 2025 trend. Minimal damage, yet profoundly humiliating. Caxilias immediately conceded defeat. Acknowledging his loss, Khan added a parting remark. Your skills are commendable, but I am not the strongest. With that, he departed. Just then, Herd arrived, and Caxilias sought to challenge her. Herd, adopting her diva persona, feigned vulnerability, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I am but a weak woman," before gesturing to Khan and Puel, adding, "But the strongest is Darren Tong Yue. She does not appreciate being disturbed." As she had yet to finish her statement, Caxilias transformed into a fleeting shadow and rushed towards me. I was basking in the sun at the entrance of the library when I sensed that surge of battle intent, and I realized yet another reincarnated brother had arrived. Without exchanging pleasantries, he challenged me as soon as he reached my side. I was too disinterested to engage in banter, and with a mere symbolic wave of my hand, I unleashed a gentle force that pinned him to the ground. At that moment, Caxilias understood the depths of the demon realm and recognized himself as merely a BD. Thus, he decided to stay, seeking daily sparring sessions to hone his skills. The fourth apostle, Conqueror Caxilias, was acquired. After that, the demon realm resembled a gathering of apostles, with one after another arriving. First came a shapeshifter named Ziluok, who took over our energy station at the terrestrial orbit center. Next was the toxic Daruji, whose presence turned the vicinity into a no-go zone. Unable to tolerate this, I crafted a magical core for him to consume, compressing his poisonous gas to a 10-meter radius around him. Although the range was diminished, the concentration skyrocketed, ensuring that anyone who ventured too close would perish. Following that, the energy-consuming flame giant turtle Untuan arrived, immediately clashing with Ziluok over resources, leading to daily skirmishes at the energy station. I was quite vexed and promptly created a paradoxical zone devoid of any energy, yet filled with light and heat. Upon realizing there was no sustenance to be had, Ziluok begrudgingly relocated. Subsequently, the great octopus Litz arrived, content to remain in a large lake. Finally, Hierda, through some cunning rhetoric, managed to lure the overconfident tyrant king Bakar aboard. Unfortunately for him, as soon as he boarded, he was swiftly educated by Khan, Puliai, and Caxilias, the three strongest fighters. This resulted in him losing face. Consequently, the denizens of the demon realm gained a new perspective, bestowing titles upon us esteemed individuals and ranking us accordingly. First Apostle Khan, second Apostle Hierda, ninth Apostle Bakar. Naturally, I stood above them all as the zero apostle. Guardian Tong Yue. Bakar was quite displeased with his ninth place, but upon learning it was merely based on the order of boarding, he begrudgingly accepted it. Nevertheless, he remained unwilling to relent and insisted on challenging me. The outcome? I promptly retrieved my recently replaced ripping tower and unleashed a barrage of physical prowess upon him, delivering a painful experience that left him bedridden for an entire month. Just as the demon realm appeared to be bustling with activity, Hierda, within my library, opened a forbidden tome titled Creation of the Divine. She discovered a prophecy stating that all 12 apostles must sacrifice themselves to resurrect our shared homeland, Tyla. Hierda, whose power lay in emotions, held a profound obsession for her homeland, deeper than anyone else. She believed, and a mad scheme began to brew in her mind. Soon after, Hierda opened a portal to the continent of Alade, a world I had pieced together from fragments of Tyla. Unexpectedly, her cherished disciple, Alisai, followed her through. In that instant, the portal collided with a sudden dimensional rift, resulting in Alisai being consumed, leaving no trace behind. With that, Hierda lost her last tether of attachment. She fell into darkness and began orchestrating chaos on the continent of Alade, preparing for her so-called plan to rebuild Tyla. Meanwhile, under Hierda's covert manipulation, our demon realm set sail once more. This time, we arrived at a mechanical planet known as Habilin. Upon sensing the atmosphere, I recognized the essence of Luke, a reincarnation of knowledge power. Elated, I rushed over to claim kinship, only to find him utterly bewildered. He had come to the demon realm in search of solutions for the physical flaws afflicting his creations. We hit it off immediately, both being technology enthusiasts. And together in the laboratory, we created a formidable robotic daughter named Beiki. Luke initially intended to return home, but that cunning Hierda secretly transported him back to the demon realm, commandeering it toward Delayed. Unable to return, he found himself deprived of energy and regressed into an elderly man. Out of compassion, I provided him with an energy gem to sustain his form. He, along with the Golden Clown, began constructing his silent city in the demon realm. Concurrently, Hierda's plans in Alade were in full swing. She transformed an unfortunate wizard named Aotsuma into the Apostle of Chaos, spreading the blood curse across the continent. A monumental war known as the Dark Holy War erupted, with an angel named Mixi leading the holy practitioners against Aotsuma's disguised army, plunging the land into turmoil. Just as their battle reached a fever pitch, our demon realm finally arrived above Alade. Upon seeing that familiar blue planet below, I smacked my forehead, remembering I had left half of my possessions behind. I dashed into the laboratory and dragged out a colossal dimensional anchor device, rushing to find Luke. "Old Lou, help me out. Let me borrow your silent city." I explained my plan to him, using this device to permanently anchor half of the demon realm above Alade, while the other half continued to navigate through the dimensional space, forming a mobile fortress traversing various planets. Upon hearing that it would allow him to revisit his homeland, Luke readily agreed. Together, we assembled the device, and as the demon realm made contact with the atmosphere of Alade, we activated it. A beam of light shot forth, fixing the spatial coordinates. From that moment on, half of the demon realm became a floating city in the skies above Alade. Meanwhile, here to watch the holy war unfold below, both she and Mixier realized a critical flaw. Apostles were incapable of killing one another. Hierda recognized that her plan to incite apostolic infighting would not succeed. A glint of determination crossed her eyes as she began drafting a new, more insidious scheme. Meanwhile, Mixier sensed the predicament, with neither side able to slay the other. This conflict would persist indefinitely, just as Hierda intended to imprison Aotsuma within the dimensional rift. Tong Yue descended from the heavens. Upon arriving on the battlefield, Tong Yue swiftly brought Aotsuma, Mixier, and Hierda to the demon realm. Once in the demon realm, Tong Yue inquired about Hierda's intentions in Alade. "This is to rebuild Tyla." Hierda revealed her purpose, albeit omitting the details of her plan. "Rebuild Tyla? What on earth are you doing?" "Just now, Tyla has already been restored," Tong Yue remarked, casting a puzzled glance at Hierda. Hierda was taken aback by Tong Yue's words. "What? Tyla has already been restored?" Hierda was utterly shocked, unable to fathom that her remaining pursuit had vanished so abruptly. "What is there to be surprised about? Alade is a creation I assembled from the fragments of Tyla. Moreover, just a moment ago, I spotted the Genesis hovering above Alade. It seems the inhabitants of Alade are the descendants of the Tyla people. With the recent anchoring of the demon realm, Tyla has been restored both in terms of the planet and its populace." As Tong Yue spoke, Hierda's mind became increasingly disoriented. "Then what have I done all this for? Alisai is gone. What meaning do I have left?" Hierda began to question her own thoughts. "What? Alisai is dead? Wasn't she quite active in the demon realm?" Tong Yue expressed her astonishment. Afterwards, Hierda recounted her actions to Tong Yue, who felt deeply embarrassed upon hearing her tale. "Did you really put your faith in that book, Creation of the Divine? When you took it, I hadn't recollected. But now I remember that it was a novel written by Scylla, which I kept with me. I never imagined she would go to such lengths, even creating a separate space for it." Tong Yue lamented the detrimental effects of such fantastical novels. After learning the truth from Tong Yue, Hierda's mental state became even more disoriented. "By the way, where is Alisai? Bring her to me. I believe Malachite possesses the power of the soul." Upon hearing Tong Yue's words, Hierda seemed to grasp a lifeline and hastily departed. At that moment, Tong Yue finally had the opportunity to manage the standoff between Aozi Ma and Mixier. "Stop glaring at each other. We are all allies." Tong Yue urged them with an air of exasperation. "Allies? Me with him? Don't mimic me. Observing the unspoken understanding between the two, Tang Yue was reminded of their days on Tyla Xing, when they often quarreled for their opposing powers clashed, and unlike Derue Ji and their former selves, who remained perpetually silent, they naturally found themselves in constant disputes. Enough of the bickering. You are both my former friends, the reincarnations of the 12 gods of Tyla. Fundamentally, you share the same origin, thus cannot harm one another. A residence has already been prepared for you in the demon realm. With that, Tang Yue led Aozima and Mi Xie to their new abode. Mi Xie was settled in the St. Patrick Cathedral, which was quite fitting for an angel, while Aozima was placed in the Freiskier mountain of the Staten region. Thus, the demon realm had gathered all 12 apostles, with only the whereabouts of Silas' reincarnation remaining unknown. After arranging accommodations for Aozima and Mi Xie, Tang Yue returned to the ancient library. Just as she settled onto the sofa, Haired burst in with Alice. "My lord Tang Yue, I have brought Alice." Haired exclaimed anxiously, while Alice looked on in confusion, her understanding of emotions still limited as a mere puppet. "Let me take a look," Tang Yue said, circling around Alice. Haired appeared increasingly agitated. Sensing this, Tang Yue decided not to tease him any longer. "There's nothing to worry about. Mali Leita preserved Alice's soul, and now it is gradually merging with this body. She simply needs to experience emotions." With Tang Yue's diagnosis, Haired felt a weight lift from his heart. So, if Alice experiences more emotions, she will be revived once her soul fully integrates? Haired inquired. "Indeed, that is correct. Now, there is no cause for concern. By the way, please inform Ka and the other apostles to gather at the council square tomorrow for a meeting. Those unable to attend should receive this." Tang Yue tossed a few small devices to Haired. "What is this?" he asked, catching one. "It's a remote projection communication device, just a little gadget." "Remember not to be late," Tang Yue replied, reclining once more on the sofa. Soon, the day of the meeting arrived, and the first to arrive was naturally Khan, who resided in the council square. "All right, no more jesting. I have gathered you all for a serious matter. The demon realm has now welcomed 12 apostles. Yet the 13th remains elusive. Our goal is to locate this 13th apostle." With Tang Yue's pronouncement, the first apostle meeting in the demon realm commenced. "Shouldn't there be 13 of us present?" Kashilia questioned, bluntly disregarding the atmosphere. "Kashilia, I do not count as an apostle. Hence there are only 12. Do you understand?" Tang Yue retorted sharply. Following her admonition, Kashilia fell silent. "Tang Yue, is the remaining one indeed Sila?" Khan inquired. "Correct." "Ka, do you know why?" "It is likely because Sila was closest to you. Thus her situation is the most dire compared to the rest of us," Khan reasoned. "What should we do then?" Lu Ke, embodying the voice of knowledge, asked. At this moment, Tang Yue articulated the critical matter of the meeting. "I have a plan. We shall utilize the sharpened blades of experience, allowing them to grow alongside us until awakening is achieved. I shall refer to these blades as adventurers." Chapter 76. Ma Sala in the remote mining colony of Ma Sala within the Tyran Federation. A day of transformation had arrived. On this day, Tang Yue traversed the world passage to this realm. As the demon realm's trial blade plan required further preparation, Tang Yue seized the opportunity to take a brief respite. Ma Sala is a desert-type planet, yet rich in mineral resources, particularly known for its distinctive silicon ore, which shall henceforth be referred to as crystal ore. However, due to its remote location and the simplicity of its inhabitants, who are often unruly, dealing with the populace necessitates the intervention of notorious figures with a fearsome reputation. Thus, the local sheriff is none other than the infamous member of the demonic underworld, Jim Reno, who will eventually wield the Shattered Star Revolver. At the Ma Sala bar, a voice that seemed out of place in this world echoed from outside. "I'll have a large iced red tea." The sole patron within the bar, Jim Reno, glanced quizzically at the entrance, for typically, no one frequented the bar, let alone ordered iced red tea. "Oh, a self-service bar? And yet there's a customer without a proprietor?" Tang Yue stepped inside, spotting Jim Reno seated at the bar. Jim Reno, in turn, noticed Tang Yue, his curiosity piqued by the sight of the exquisitely delicate young girl standing at a mere height of 1.50 meters. Typically, a girl dressed so splendidly would belong to a wealthy family from Tasani's. Sir, it is quite rude to stare at a lady, Tong Yue chided playfully. Oh, my apologies. But should a girl your age be at home studying? Why are you here in a place like Masala? Jim Reno was both astonished and bewildered, for it was unlikely that one of the Federation's upper class would find themselves in such a situation. What do you mean by my age? I'm nearly 100,000 years old. You young whippersnapper. I just mature slowly. How infuriating! Tong Yue exclaimed, a single tear of sorrow escaping her eye. Despite having spent nearly 100,000 years in the demon realm, she had not grown an inch, while her disciples, Ma Ni Ka and Ni Wu, along with their apprentices, had all matured. What? 100,000? Young lady, you must be joking. After an initial shock, Jim Reno assumed she was merely jesting. By the way, what is this iced red tea you mentioned? After a brief exchange, Jim Reno began to feel a slight fondness for Tong Yue, and thus he expressed interest in her earlier mention of iced red tea. You don't have iced red tea here? Impossible. Iced red tea is a renowned beverage back on Earth, Tong Yue replied, retrieving a supersized bottle of chilled iced red tea from her personal space. This display left Jim Reno thoroughly astonished. What is this? Iced red tea, Tong Yue replied, looking at Jim Reno with confusion. No, I mean the portal you opened. What is that? Jim Reno was evidently taken aback by her unique ability. In his worldview, the most extraordinary beings were those with telepathic abilities. This is a personal space, used for storage. However, since I'm exceptionally powerful, my space is quite expansive. Here, take this. After responding, Tong Yue tossed a ring to Jim Reno. What is this? Jim Reno clearly did not perceive the object in his hand as an ordinary ring. This is a spatial ring, similar in function to the personal space I just mentioned, but more convenient, albeit with a reduced capacity. I have granted you access. You can manipulate it with your thoughts. Tong Yue stated, pouring herself a large glass of iced red tea and sitting beside Jim Reno to enjoy it. After a brief trial, Jim Reno learned to utilize the spatial ring. Feeling quite astonished. I am Jim Reno. What is your name? And who exactly are you? I am Tong Yue. I thought you wouldn't ask. I come from another world and can be considered a deity, though my existence surpasses that of a god by countless magnitudes. Tang Yu, with a mysterious smile, replied to Jim Reno's inquiry. God? Other worlds? It was evident that Jim Reno was still astonished and wished to ask more, but was interrupted by Tang Yu, who insisted. What is the point of asking so many questions? After all, we are friends now. Come, I'll treat you to iced red tea. Thus, after a few rounds of toasting, Tang Yu and Jim Reno became friends. The primary reason was Tang Yu's charming appearance, coupled with her extraordinary charisma and the peculiar powers she acquired upon arriving in this world, which made Reno let down his guard. After all, how could a seasoned warrior easily trust a stranger? I must tell you, just recently, I assisted the governor of Marsala in conducting a simulation exercise. Marsala is not quite peaceful these days. Many bizarre creatures have emerged from the wilderness, some as large as 3 dogs and looking quite fearsome. After becoming familiar with each other, Jim Reno began recounting his recent encounters. However, their conversation was soon interrupted by a federal soldier bursting into the bar. Clad in combat gear, Sheriff Reno, the governor has reported that one of the outpost bases has lost contact and is requesting your assistance to investigate. All right, work awaits. We'll talk again next time, Jim Reno said, preparing to bid farewell to Tang Yu. Wait, how could I possibly miss out on such an interesting affair? I want to go too, Tang Yu exclaimed excitedly, having been cooped up with her research in the magical realm for so long. After all, she was a battle mage at heart. Who is this lady? The soldier inquired, clearly unfamiliar with Tang Yu. This is my friend Tang Yu. Let her join us. I will ensure her safety, Reno replied. Once outside the bar, Reno mounted his beloved vulture vehicle. However, when he turned to show off, Tang Yu had already produced the Ouroboros ring and seated herself within it. What are you standing there for? Lead the way, Tang Yu urged Jim Reno. Reluctantly, Jim Reno began driving the small vulture vehicle ahead, marking the commencement of Tang Yu's adventure in the Kupu Lu Star sector. Chapter 77. the Deadwater camp. As the Vulture vehicle sped along, Tang Yu finally arrived at the frontline base under Jim Reno's guidance. A unit was already waiting there. Several Marines and fire bats saluted Reno upon his arrival and followed his orders. Of course, they were taken aback upon seeing Tang use Ouroboros ring, as it stood at least as tall as a later model of the Thunder God. Crushing a tank would be no challenge for it, as the Apocalypse tank would readily attest. Indeed, Tang Yu had brought the Ouroboros ring to the front lines to establish her dominance, although it was not yet time to wield it in battle. "Jimmy, this must be our destination," Tang Yu remarked, stowing away the Ouroboros ring and rummaging through her pockets. The sight of her putting away the Ouroboros ring left the soldiers astonished, as they had never encountered such a thing before. "Yes, our objective is to investigate the forward outpost." "What are you rummaging for?" Jim Reno could not suppress his curiosity and inquired. However, Tang Yu quickly answered with her actions. From the pocket of her garment, she produced an enormous drilling machine, action direction, Doryman. This drilling machine was unlike the ordinary frost driller. Its rear wheels were equipped with tracks identical to those of the front wheels, and where the engine usually resided, a large, multicolored gem was installed. The drill head had been modified into a conical shape devoid of threads, featuring 4 square openings, suggesting something was concealed within, topped with a faceted crystal. "Behold, the prism beam drill. Tone direction, Doryman. What is this contraption?" the inquisitive Reno queried, his curiosity piqued. "Excellent question. This is the super upgraded version of the Frost Driller that I developed during my millennia of boredom. It transforms the drilling attack into a focused prism beam cannon while maintaining exceptional stability. Furthermore, the gem atop can emit intercept beams, inflicting significant damage on aerial foes. When in siege mode, the focusing crystal will activate for continuous fire." The onlookers, lacking much knowledge, could only feel a sense of awe at Tang Yu's explanation. And as she concluded, they began to applaud in unison. Once the flattery subsided, Tang Yu mounted the prism beam drill and charged ahead. Jim Reno and the others hastened to catch up, increasing their speed in pursuit of her. Under Tang Yu's leadership, the group soon approached the forward outpost. Upon nearing it, a swarm of jump bugs erupted from the ground, lunging towards them. "Prism beam, fire!" Tang Yu commanded, pressing a button. The crystal at the tip began to gather light, which was swiftly unleashed. Upon striking the first jump bug, it was incinerated instantly. However, that was not the end. As the beam hit the first jump bug, it scattered, sending forth numerous smaller beams that inflicted minor damage on nearby secondary targets. Action direction, Phantom Tank. Seeing the battle commence, Jim Reno immediately directed the fire bats to hold the front line and the Marines to provide support from the rear, ensuring those creatures did not close in on them. Meanwhile, Reno maneuvered the Vulture vehicle to engage the jump bugs, while the fire bats took their positions to attack those jump bugs that the Marines had failed to eliminate in time. The initial wave of creatures was soon dispatched, prompting Reno to call for a brief respite. It seems this situation is more complex than anticipated. During the simulation, these creatures were merely a small wave. Now, they appear in such large numbers, Jim Reno analyzed. Indeed, the outpost has been out of contact for some time. Those inside have already fallen victim to these monsters. A Marine responded. The break was soon over, and the group pressed on, quickly entering the interior of the outpost. Upon entry, they discovered a tainted command center at the heart of the outpost. "Look, what is that?" A Marine pointed toward the infected command center. "That is the command center. How could it be like this? It seems to be possessed by something. We must destroy it," Jim Reno commanded upon assessing the situation. However, matters would not be so straightforward. Just as they prepared to act, several stingers surged forth from behind the infected command center, spewing acid at Jim Reno and his team. "What manner of creature is this?" Jim Reno exclaimed in shock. Yet, while the others were taken aback, Tang Yu had already set up the prism beam drill. The 4 metal plates at the back of the crystal unfurled, each adorned with crystals of different colors, converging light onto the crystal at the tip. A robust beam shot forth toward the tainted command center. As the beam advanced, the newly emerged jump bugs and stingers were engulfed, turning to ash. Ultimately, the infected command center rapidly melted under the beam, culminating in an explosive shattering of debris. What were you all planning to do just now? Tang Yu emerged from the vehicle, inquiring of Jim Reno. This spectacle finally allowed them to comprehend the immense power of the contraption the young girl spoke of. As a single strike had annihilated all enemies before them. With the task accomplished, Tang Yu accompanied Jim Reno to meet the governor, of course, riding in the prison vehicle. For the Ouroboros ring was too conspicuous. However, just as Jim Reno began to report to the governor, a communication interrupted. This is Duke. The command center you destroyed is federal property. In the name of the Federation, you are under arrest. What an astonishing revelation. At that moment, Lei Nuo was evidently taken aback, and just as he was about to retort, Duke severed the communication. Tang Yu, witnessing this, remarked, "Isn't Duke just a fool?" Indeed, the Federation is quite antiquated, Jim Lei Nuo concurred. Chapter 78. Departure from Asala. Soon, individuals arrived with the intention of capturing Jim Lei Nuo and Tang Yu. Naturally, Tang Yu would not allow these imbeciles to imprison her. She promptly summoned Sandel to disperse the capture team. After those apprehending troops returned, they planned to send more forces for the operation, but Duke's troops were also encountering difficulties. The insect nest in Masala had already been established and was launching a fierce assault on Duke's stronghold, leaving him overwhelmed. Of course, the area surrounding the Deadwater base was also under attack from the swarm, and General Duke's orders were to await reinforcements. However, the forces stationed at Deadwater base alone were insufficient to repel the onslaught of the swarm. Just as the governor and Jim Lei Nuo were at a loss, an unexpected communication came through. Greetings, everyone. I am Arcturus Monsky, the leader of the Children of Kihar. I am aware that we have garnered a poor reputation under the Federation's propaganda. But believe me, we fight for the people. Currently, only we can assist you, and we will dispatch transport ships to your aid. However, accepting our assistance will label you as traitors. It was indeed the old rascal Monsky, yet given the circumstances, the governor and Jim Lei Nuo had no choice but to accept the assistance of the Children of Kihar. Tang Yu, unperturbed, requested blueprints for the transport ships from Monsky. After obtaining the blueprints, she gifted the Prism beam vehicle to Lei Nuo and hurried off to study the aircraft. Although the Children of Kihar would send transport ships, it would take time for their arrival. The governor and Jim Lei Nuo had to lead their troops to maintain the defense until the transport ships could arrive. With the addition of the Prism beam vehicle, Jim Lei Nuo personally defended his position, simplifying the defense considerably. Any enemy approaching Jim Lei Nuo's defensive area would be obliterated by beams of light. Even those flying dragons, upon nearing, would be vaporized by the barrage emitted from the gem. Unless they were large contingents of flying dragons, they posed no threat at all. While Jim Lei Nuo and his team were engaged in defense, a sealed cargo transport aircraft took off from the rear of the base. This was evidently Tang Yu's handiwork. During the time Jim Lei Nuo and his team were fortifying their positions, Tang Yu had completed her research and modified a transport aircraft. Hey, guys, sorry to keep you waiting. I've finally built this formidable weapon. I call it the Annihilator. I'm off to destroy their base, just watch. Tang Yu opened the communication channel, and after notifying the others, the transport aircraft, the Annihilator, erupted with flames from its wing-mounted launchers and surged forward. As she approached the insect nest area, a swarm of flying dragons charged towards Tang Yu's Annihilator. The spherical devices on either side of the aircraft's nose opened, releasing 6 beams of light that swiftly swept through the throng of flying dragons. They fell like dumplings, their bodies disintegrating into fragments during their descent. This was the Annihilator's aerial weapon, the interdimensional cutting beam. Upon reaching above the base, the thorn serpents and spore turrets began attacking Tang Yu. In response to the ground assaults, the Annihilator's entire body illuminated with a protective shield, deflecting all attacks. Subsequently, a swirling vortex opened beneath the aircraft's cabin, revealing a massive crystal surrounded by numerous smaller crystals. All the smaller crystals began to charge, directing beams of energy towards the central crystal. And after a surge of energy converged, a colossal beam shot downward from the crystal. Tang Yu piloted the Annihilator through the swarm, incinerating everything in its path, leaving no trace of life in her wake. Truly deserving of the title Annihilator, This spectacle was witnessed not only by Jim Nuo at Deadwater Base, but also by the Star Spirit fleet in orbit above Masala. Report. High-energy reaction detected. Its nature resembling psionic energy, reported a Star Spirit operator to Tassadar. Such a powerful psionic reaction could not possibly originate from a human. Based on our observations, humans lack the adaptability to manifest such immense psionic power, Tassadar mused. Proceed with the cleanup operation. I shall personally investigate. With that, Tassadar departed the bridge and boarded a transport aircraft towards Deadwater Base. Meanwhile, at Deadwater Base, jubilation reigned as Tang Yu's intervention had incinerated the entire insect nest, alleviating the defense pressure with only a few stray aberrations daring to attack. Jim Nuo and the governor engaged in light conversation. Tang Yu, you are truly remarkable to have constructed such a powerful vessel. Of course, who do you think I am? I am the guardian of the demon realm, the founder of the art of demonology, and the pioneer of the battle mage discipline, Tang Yu proclaimed, listing an array of titles. Although Jim Nuo and the others did not comprehend a single one, they expressed their admiration for her. The light-hearted banter was soon interrupted as the transport ships from the children of Kihar arrived to provide assistance. Are you really not coming with us? Jim Nuo inquired as he prepared to board. No, I now have an aircraft, and I intend to explore this universe. I'll leave the prism beam vehicle in your capable hands. Use it well, and I believe we shall meet again. Goodbye. Tang Yu waved at Jim Nuo. Indeed, after much contemplation, Tang Yu chose to part ways with Lei Ri Tian, intending to wander this star region alone. After all, she had once traversed the cosmos with a fragment of a planet in tow. Now, she was free to roam at her leisure. Just as Tang Yu prepared to set off, a golden transport aircraft descended before her. Chapter 79. Tassadar, descending from the transport aircraft, was none other than the illustrious Tassadar. Greetings, mysterious being. I am Tassadar, commander of the Star Spirit Golden Fleet. I sense that you are not human. What manner of existence are you? And what brings you here? Clearly, Tassadar was astute. As a star spirit with formidable psionic potential, he keenly sensed that Tang Yu's psionic energy was entirely distinct from that of humans. Furthermore, he perceived an immense and boundless energy emanating from her. Tassadar, I am Tang Yu, here for vacation. As for my status, I suppose I could be considered on par with the creator, Tang Yu replied, recognizing Tassadar's earnest demeanor and not hesitating to share her identity. Could it be the Zerg? Upon learning that Tang Yu was of a creator's caliber, Tassadar immediately associated her with their own creator, Zerg. What Zerg? I'm not of that ilk. Although I possess abilities and authority akin to a creator, I am certainly not the Zerg you speak of, Tang Yu promptly refuted. When she acquired the authority of the cosmos, she learned about the current overseer of this universe, Zerg, who is akin to a floating squid. Our world? Tassadar discerned some crucial information. I hail from another world, beyond your void, possessing power surpassing that of your realm. I came to this world for leisure. Now, let's not dwell on such matters. Your race appears quite unique. Show me around. Faced with Tang Yu's demands, Tassadar naturally found himself without the power to refuse. If everything Tang Yu claimed was indeed true, she would be akin to another Sa or Na Jia from a different realm, which would undoubtedly benefit the development of the Xingling. Thus, Tang Yu boarded Tassadar's transport vessel and arrived at the Xingsoa. Wow, your taste is truly unique. Everything is so resplendent in gold, quite ostentatious. Upon her arrival on the Xingsoa, Tang Yu began to comment on the aesthetics of the Xingling. The Xingling passing by looked at her with confusion, but upon seeing Tassadar, they promptly returned to their tasks. My lady Tang Yu, this is merely the natural color of our Xingling alloy. It is not a result of our design, Tassadar quickly clarified, sensing Tang Yu's misunderstanding regarding their aesthetic choices. I see. Then it's of no consequence. How dull, Tang Yu remarked as she continued onward. Soon, she reached the bridge where the cleanup operation on Masala was nearing completion, with only the finishing touches remaining. Tang Yu gazed out the porthole, observing the scorch marks scattered across Masala, indicating that the alien insects had likely been eradicated. Fleet, Prepare to set sail for our next target, Ta Sa-de instructed, commencing his duties. Ta Sa-de, since there's nothing pressing, I shall visit your laboratory. Farewell, Tong Yue exclaimed as she exited the bridge. Months passed swiftly, during which Ta Sa-de's fleet became thoroughly acquainted with Tong Yue, the formidable sorceress. Ever since her visit to the laboratory, Tong Yue had devised an extraordinarily exaggerated suit of armor. This armor boasted a powerful psionic blade generator capable of producing a light blade extending a meter in length and under Tong Yue's amplified energy intensity. It could even manifest blades as long as 40 meters, utterly absurd. Furthermore, this armor featured a shield that automatically siphoned energy from the void. Minor attacks barely affected the shield's integrity, while more formidable strikes were significantly weakened by a special barrier known as the Steadfast Shield. The only method to counter such a shield was to unleash a barrage of potent attacks, a classic case of using a cannon to swat a fly, unavoidable yet excessive. Additionally, Tong Yue constructed a lightweight fighter jet that perfectly matched the Xingling style aboard the Xingsoa. The aircraft employed a forward-swept wing design, equipped with 2 extra thrusters at the wing's leading edge, allowing for 360-degree maneuverability in attack. Its weaponry consisted of a void annihilation ray that utilized void energy to attack, possessing corrosive effects. Since acquiring her own fighter, Tong Yue frequently soared around the Golden Fleet in her newly named wings of the Sky Raider, which the fleet struggled to keep pace with. Ta Sa-de, have we arrived yet? I just installed a storm energy convergence device on my wings of the Sky Raider and am eager to test it, Tong Yue inquired through the communication channel, her excitement evident as she anticipated the opportunity to demonstrate her new weapon's power. My lady Tong Yue, we will soon arrive at Ta Song-Ni. According to our sensors, the alien insects have occupied over half of the planet. We are about to face a tough battle. Just as Tong Yue accompanied Ta Sa-de in incinerating insects across the star sector, Jim Raynor's sons of Kuruk had acquired the psionic launchers and were plotting against the capital, Ta Song-Ni. Upon arriving at Ta Song-Ni, Tong Yue and Ta Sa-de discovered that the vanguard had been obstructed, failing to eliminate the alien insects in the early stages, suggesting interference. Ta Sa-de, what shall we do now? Shall we glass the planet? If not, this world may very well be ruined, Tong Yue queried, believing that vitrifying the surface was the simplest solution. She sensed that a portion of the alien insects had already departed, leaving behind fewer than initially detected. If there were any objectives, they had likely been fulfilled. Then, let us proceed with the cleanup. However, given the current situation, achieving a thorough eradication will be exceedingly challenging. Ta Sa-de responded. Clearly, the Golden Fleet felt somewhat overwhelmed in the face of a fully occupied planet. Thus, after completing preliminary cleanup efforts, the Golden Fleet, guided by Tong Yue, followed the coordinates for spatial transmission to Cha-er. Chapter 80. The Adventure in Cha-er under Tong Yue's leadership, after traversing several temporal pathways. She and Ta Sa-de finally arrived at the main planet of the alien insects in the Ka-Pu-Lu star region, the lava planet Cha-er. Before them lay the end of the temporal fluctuations. Whatever the alien insects had procured was transported here. Tong Yue stretched and addressed Ta Sa-de, stating that she had led the way in her wings of the Sky Raider. Presently, the wings of the Sky Raider rested in the hangar of the Xingsoa, where phase technicians were conducting research on the aircraft. After conversing, Tong Yue retreated to her quarters aboard the Xingsoa for some rest. Meanwhile, Ta Sa could not afford a rest. He needed to organize personnel for reconnaissance on Cha-er to uncover the alien schemes. After a night of recuperation, Tong Yue returned to the bridge, brimming with vigor. Hey, Ta Sa-de, have you made any discoveries? My lady Tong Yue. The reconnaissance team reports that human forces have been detected on the planet's surface, currently engaged in a confrontation with the alien insects, Ta Sa-de relayed without hesitation. While Tong Yue rested, the phase technicians studying the wings of the Sky Raider made significant strides. With minor modifications, they developed gravitational wave technology. The Xingsoa was now equipped with new devices capable of firing gravitational rays, creating gravitational vortices at targeted locations to draw nearby enemies toward the center. I see. Then I shall pay them a visit. Farewell, Tang Yue declared as she made her way to the hangar, piloting the wings of the Sky Raider toward the battlefield below. It is worth noting that thus far, the Golden Fleet had not been obliterated by the overwhelming number of explosive insects due to Tang Yue's modifications to the Arbiter, enabling it to become stealthy while deploying its cloaking field. As Tang Yue piloted the wings of the Sky Raider, she swiftly descended towards the surface of Char. As she broke through the atmosphere, a swarm of explosive insects and flying dragons charged toward her. Wow, how delightful, what a warm welcome, Tang Yue exclaimed, promptly adjusting her thrusters to reverse mode, evading the pursuing swarm of flying dragons and explosive insects while circling around them. The exceptional maneuverability of the wings of the Sky Raider rendered the enemies unable to close the distance. Simultaneously, void rays were continually fired, diminishing the numbers of both the flying dragons and explosive insects. Just as Tang Yue engaged in this aerial dance, another wave of explosive insects and flying dragons surged forth from a nearby nest, preparing to flank her. Not a chance. Attacking from 360 degrees is not just a hollow boast, Tang Yue retorted, executing a drifting maneuver to evade the two groups of foes, resuming her aerial acrobatics. As the battle raged on, the number of flying dragons and explosive insects continued to swell, soon forming a vast sea of insects. What a perfect opportunity. Let me test my new equipment, storm cannon, fire. A multitude of psionic arcs converged at the wings of the Sky Raider, forming a storm energy sphere. With a swift whoosh, the energy sphere hurtled into the insect swarm, resulting in a brilliant explosion that vaporized the insects in the center and unleashed a tempest of psionic energy across the sky, electrocuting the remaining foes. Hurrah! One strike. All down. Tang Yu, after vanquishing the swarm of insects, continued her flight towards the chasm, the core area of the Char insect nest. SAS. What is that thing that single-handedly annihilated such a vast horde of insects? Daigle exclaimed. I too am uncertain, but it appears to bear the hallmark of our eternal adversaries. The Xingling. You need not concern yourselves with this matter. I have my own plans, a robust voice interjected into their conversation. Yes, master. It was evident that the two cerebrates were astonished by the might of Tang Yu's creation. Returning to Tang Yu, upon reaching the Great Chasm, she flew over the human encampment, enticing a significant number of surface-to-air missiles, then gracefully maneuvered around them until they lost their propulsion and fell to the ground. After executing this maneuver, Tang Yu soared above the Imperial forces, directly infuriating Duke, the leader of the human contingent, whom she recognized as the one who had once sought to detain her in Marsera, relishing the opportunity to vex him. After her aerial display with the missiles, Tang Yu directed her flight towards the insect nests. In the heart of the hive, she discovered a peculiar chrysalis, sensing a unique and potent energy emanating from within. Excited by the prospect, Tang Yu resolved to explore this cocoon further. She hovered the Lu Tianji in the sky and activated its super cloaking device. Rising from her cockpit, she entered the seemingly small yet expansive chamber. After a series of metallic clinks, she loaded a specially designed missile into the weaponry of the Lu Tianji, returned to the cockpit, aimed at the chrysalis, and launched. A diminutive missile, equipped with a super cloaking system, penetrated the chrysalis. This missile contained Tang Yu's primordial power, capable of transforming the bestowed target into a kin. Having completed this task, Tang Yu piloted the Lu Tianji back to the Star Shuttle. After lingering aboard the Star Shuttle for a while, another human squad arrived at Char. Upon landing near the insect nest, they proceeded towards the peculiar chrysalis. Observing this, Tang Yu seized the opportunity to witness the unfolding drama. When Tang Yu arrived at the surface of Char in the Lu Tianji, the newly arrived human forces were being pursued and attacked by an insectoid creature resembling a human. This was Sarah Kerrigan, in pursuit of Jim Raynor. Oh, look who it is. Tang Yu suddenly appeared before Raynor, startling him and his companions. You are Tang Yu. How did you get here? Hurry. Sarah has been infected and is now hunting us. Jim Raynor, upon seeing the sun, felt a surge of joy, then quickly remembered his precarious situation and urged Tang Yu to flee with them. Where are you all headed, Jim? Chapter 81, The Old Mystic. Accompanying this voice, the Queen of Blades, Sarah Kerrigan, made her entrance, flanked by several Zerglings, exuding an imposing presence. It was clear that Jim Raynor harbored lingering resentment towards Kerrigan's transformation. Huh, isn't that the great chrysalis I saw earlier? Tang Yu leaped in front of Kerrigan. Facing Tang Yu's words, both Jim Raynor and Kerrigan felt a disconnect. The former lamented that Tang Yu had reached this fearsome planet before him, while Kerrigan pondered how Tang Yu had sensed her presence before her transformation, questioning whether there was a deeper significance to it. However, Tang Yu's subsequent actions only intensified their confusion. Since you have already completed your metamorphosis, I can now claim my first gift, she declared, gesturing towards Kerrigan, a golden energy flowing towards them. What is this? Jim Raynor demanded, perplexed. This is the genetic coding of the Zerg species. With this, I can create something new, Tang Yu replied, leaving Raynor utterly bewildered. As a dropout struggling to make his way in the world, he was at a loss to comprehend Tang Yu's words. As for Kerrigan, despite her extensive knowledge and expertise as a former Ghost operative, she was equally at a loss when it came to genetic engineering, having only recently transitioned into her role as the Queen of Blades. None of that matters, Jim. Out of respect for our past, I will spare your life this time. Now, get out of Cha quickly, Kerrigan declared, clearly losing her patience as she chided Jim Raynor. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, sensing the Zerg and psychic energies, understood that she was not to be trifled with. Raynor seemed poised to protest further, but a small hand seized his and pulled him away. Let's go. Ignore this arrogant fool who has no grasp of the situation. Tang Yu, incensed by Kerrigan's dismissal and indiscriminate mockery, valued Kerrigan as her first hidden kin. Soon, Tang Yu led Jim Raynor to the docking site of the Lu Tianji. Jimmy, you still haven't explained why you are here, Tang Yu recalled, having been interrupted earlier by Kerrigan. Now that the situation was safe, Raynor began recounting the events that had transpired since their separation. In essence, under the leadership of the old rogue, he had accompanied his new girlfriend Kerrigan in instigating a series of uprisings, toppling the old Federation, followed by the fallout in Tarsonis. What a thrilling yet tragic tale, Tang Yu remarked astutely. Indeed, the uprising was filled with excitement, yet the outcome was undeniably grim. Once Jim Raynor finished sharing his experiences, it was Tang Yu's turn. As they exchanged stories, Tang Yu prepared a bonfire and began grilling meat. At that moment, she sensed several figures approaching. Who goes there? Tang Yu turned her gaze towards an open area nearby. Seeing this, Raynor instinctively drew his pistol and aimed it at the direction Tang Yu was looking, although he discerned nothing there. Esteemed warrior, I am Zeratul, the dark prelate of the Nalazim, and I pay my respects to you. Accompanied by an enigmatic voice, a stooped figure emerged from the shadows. Indeed, it was the old mystic Zeratul. You are a Xingling. How intriguing. I have yet to encounter a cloaked Xingling in Taldaram. Moreover, your psionic energy is fascinating, infused with void, energy, and remarkably pure. Tang Yu was captivated by the unique attire of the Xingling before her. Having grown weary of the ostentatious, golden-clad Xingling of the Kalei. Indeed, esteemed warrior, we of the Nalazim harness void psionics, distinct from the Kalei Xingling on Ire. Zeratul maintained a humble demeanor, acutely aware of the vast, boundless psionic energy within Tang Yu. Oh, do you have business here? By the way, I am Tang Yu. Please refrain from addressing me as esteemed warrior. Tang Yu continued to tend to the bonfire while conversing with Zeratul. Just moments ago, I slayed a Cerebrate, and in that fleeting moment, I touched the thoughts of the Zerg leader, the Overmind. Its objective is to annihilate us Xingling and to execute a grand scheme. I must inform my kin. Since you are acquainted with the commander of the Golden Armada, Taldaram, I hope you can assist in introducing me. Certainly. No problem. We shall depart once we finish our meal. For now, you should rest well. With that, Tang Yu seized a piece of meat from the extraordinary creature she had caught on Char and began to feast. As Tang Yu enjoyed her meal, Zeratul and Jim Raynor engaged in conversation, finding common ground and nearly wishing to forge a brotherhood. The bonfire party soon came to an end, and the remaining personnel of Zelatu and Jim Raynor boarded the ship named Luishanji. After a spatial jump, they arrived directly inside the Star Weaver. Upon returning to the Star Weaver, Tang Yu immediately immersed herself in the laboratory, eager to study the newly acquired genes of the Zerg. Perhaps she could concoct something entertaining. Meanwhile, Jim Raynor and Zelatu proceeded to the bridge to meet with Tassadar. As for what they discussed, Tang Yu was oblivious and indifferent. Days passed, and Tang Yu's research finally yielded some results, but unfortunate news also reached Tassadar. The reconnaissance outpost established on the surface had been destroyed, and the Zerg had discovered the traces of the Star Weaver. Consequently, Tassadar ordered the crew to retreat, while he, along with an elite squad, remained on Char with Zelatu and Jim Raynor to continue their investigation. Naturally, Tang Yu stayed behind as well. However, good times were fleeting. Shortly after they began their in-depth investigation, a fleet was dispatched by AEL to apprehend Tassadar. Chapter 82. Tang Yu's Super Battleship. The fleet sent to capture Tassadar was led by Aldaris, arriving on Char to take him back for judgment by the High Council. Unfortunately, things did not go smoothly at all, due to Tang Yu's presence. Aldaris found himself at a significant disadvantage and was scolded by Tassadar for dispatching a large force to apprehend him during the invasion of their homeworld. After a heated exchange, Tassadar returned to AL with his newfound comrades, Jim Raynor and Zelatu. During the return journey, Tang Yu presented a grand gift to her long-lost friend. Jim Raynor, the Rule Command Center. Its function was simple, a core crystal imbued with the power of rules that, upon acquiring sufficient resources, could project a command center operating entirely according to game mechanics at the target location. This was extraordinarily powerful in the real world. Moreover, Tang Yu also provided Tassadar with a Star Spirit Nexus version of the core crystal. Upon their arrival at EL, they beheld a colossal monster occupying the site of the Genshin Temple on the planet El, none other than the Overmind. Meanwhile, two massive battleships were preparing for takeoff on the opposite side of El, but they were too close to the battlefield, evidently unprepared. Mere moments after takeoff, they were struck down by a barrage of explosive Zerg units. Damn it, this must be the order of that group from the High Council. Do they not consider the significance of these two arcs to the Star Spirits? They took off blindly. Tassadar, with keen insight, immediately recognized that the two massive ships plummeting were two of the three Star Spirit arcs, the Othris Bride, armed with strategic strike weapons, and the Nethson's Memory, housing a vast repository of knowledge. What a pity to see such valuable ships meet their demise. Tassadar, could you possibly grant me these two soon-to-be destroyed vessels? After all, they have already been squandered by you. Tang Yu inquired wistfully. Aldaris, standing nearby, immediately protested. That is impossible. Even if they crash, they remain the property of our God, chosen. Stubborn as ever. My lord Tang Yu, if you can mitigate some of the losses, we are willing to transfer the ownership of these two arcs to you. After some contemplation, Tassadar turned his hopeful gaze toward Tang Yu. Rest assured, I will ensure the safety of all the Star Spirits within. With that, Tang Yu opened a portal and arrived between the two falling arcs. On the Star Weaver, Tassadar, Aldaris, Zelatu, and Jim Raynor witnessed a breathtaking spectacle. Tang Yu, assuming a combat stance, radiated golden light, sending forth two streams of golden energy that enveloped the descending vessels, halting their fall and causing them to hover in midair. Meanwhile, numerous crew members began to teleport out from the Star Weaver and the temporary base below. Once the teleportation of crew members ceased, the two arcs began to disintegrate into fragments under the influence of the energy, their structures breaking down in an exceedingly unscientific manner. The fragments then coalesced behind Tang Yu, gradually forming a towering humanoid mechanical construct. Its lower body featured a sleek, conical design, and at its chest, a dazzling sphere radiated with brilliance, an unstable supernova. Tang Yu harnessed the power of the rules to maintain the supernova's explosive state in a perpetual cycle, serving as the energy source for this war machine. The overall height reached an astonishing 200 kilometers, with a cross-like structure floating behind the creation, featuring a circular ring with non-intersecting segments. Suspended within the gaps of the cross were four massive colored energy orbs, while at the center of the ring rested a perfectly contained black hole. As this new humanoid arc completed its formation, the supernova matrix core began to activate. its eyes glowing with blue light. Tang Yu named this arc Taichu Shilian, signifying its future role as a haven for those who completed their trials. Once activated, Taichu Shilian raised its hand, unleashing a colossal beam of light that swept towards the Overmind, purging all Zerg in its path. After striking the Overmind, it cleaved the creature in half, leaving a scorched glass trail across the surface of El. At this moment, Tang Yu re-established contact with Tassadar, but their responses were notably sluggish, evidently still in shock from the magnificent display of her arc's formation. However, upon witnessing Tang Yu's intention to create glass, Aldaris immediately interjected. AEL is our sacred home. We cannot inflict such damage upon the planet. In layman's terms, it meant no glass burning. Tang Yu, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from making further remarks. After all, it was their planet, and she needed to consider the opinions of the owners. Thus, she directed several beams of refracted light towards the main battlefields on Ale's surface. From these beams emerged a type of creature never witnessed by anyone present, suspended in mid-air, resembling the star spirits, but possessing a massive and broad skull from which numerous psychic tendrils emanated. Indeed, it was the Hybrid Destroyer. Upon arriving at the battlefield, the Hybrid Destroyer unleashed a psychic shockwave, sending the beleaguered jumpers and 2 Thunder Beasts flying, while the star spirits remained unscathed. Subsequently, the Hybrid Destroyer cast 2 gravitational cages to lift the Thunder Beasts, instantly easing the situation. The other battlefields mirror this outcome, as the once retreating Star Spirit Templar forces began to regain ground. Chapter 83. The Death of the Overmind. With Tang Yu's hybrid joining the fray, the Templar forces, on the brink of collapse, reclaimed several positions with the hybrid's assistance. My Lord Tang Yu, what are these soldiers? Zelatu, with his keen perception, immediately discerned the extraordinary nature of the hybrids. These, I call hybrids, biological weapons born from the fusion of Zerg and Star Spirit genes. What you see on the battlefield now is a variety with a higher proportion of Star Spirit genes, possessing immense psychic power. There exists another variety with a higher proportion of Zerg genes, which boasts formidable physical strength, Tang Yu proclaimed proudly, her chest puffed out. What? The fusion of the Xingling and the Yichong. What an abominable creation! How could one dare to conflate our noble race with those grotesque aberrations? It is not just Zelatu who is incensed. Tasada and AirdroppedRed-Haired have also raised their voices in protest. Clearly, the hybridization is utterly unacceptable. What is the issue? My hybrids are synthesized using direct materialization technology powered by void energy, utterly unrelated to your kindred. Moreover, while I was investigating the genetic makeup of your species and the Yichong, I discovered a shared foundational sequence in the genetic architecture of both, seemingly designed for fusion. You claim there is no connection between your kin and the Yichong. In a fit of anger, Tang Yue unveiled a trove of secrets. The speaker may not have intended to reveal, yet the astute Zella too quickly discerned the critical point. Lord Tang Yue, are you suggesting that our Xingling and Yichong share identical genetic components, and that it seems feasible to merge them? Are there forces at play manipulating all of this? Wait, Seltu. As far as I know, there are only 2 pivotal events in the history of our Xingling: the ancient era of cohabitation with the Sarnaga and the War of All Things. Therefore, the only possible link between us and the Yichong is that they're also favored by the Sarnaga, who guided their evolution. The clever Tasada articulated this notion succinctly, and even the old seer perceived its validity. AirdroppedRed-Haired found themselves unable to refute such an impeccable answer. That said, Lord Tang Yue, may I implore you to cease your studies on hybrids? Although you assert that your creations are composed of the purest materials, as a Xingling, Tasada is still loath to witness such creations that incessantly mock the dignity of our race. This is unacceptable. These hybrids are immensely powerful and useful. I have already planned the next version of an even stronger hybrid. Furthermore, even if I refrain from research, others will undoubtedly pursue it. This is clearly a backdoor design. Do not tell me that no one will exploit it. I cannot believe that for a moment. And when that time comes, it will not be with materials as pure as mine, but rather, our kin will become the very flesh and blood of these constructs. Will they not? Lord Tong Yue. On this matter, we of the Nalikim shall support you, but we hope you will share the data and weaknesses of the hybrids with us, to better prepare for future threats. Zella too quickly discerned the true solution. Instead of allowing our brethren to be at the mercy of the hybrids due to ignorance, it would be wiser to support the entirely safe research of Tong Yue, thereby acquiring strategies for future confrontations. Zella too truly understands. No problem. After all, such data is not of great importance to me. Tong Yue readily agreed, considering it mere entertainment. While the group engaged in conversation aboard the Xingsuo, Jim Raynor had already established a commendable base and commenced troop production, advancing towards the front lines. With Jim Raynor's assistance, the United Forces began their march towards the Yichong nest. As the front line drew closer to the master, Tong Yue's hybrid forces began to coalesce. And as the number of hybrids on the battlefield surged from one to many, their advance accelerated significantly. Soon, a mobile unit infiltrated the Master's protective perimeter and launched an assault on its core. Whether through the energy projectiles of the hybrids or the psionic blades of the Templar, the Master sustained immense damage, yet it remained unvanquished. This was hardly surprising. Previously, a beam from the primordial trial had severed it in half, and yet the Master continued to thrive. After rooting its form within the sanctuary, bolstered by the energies of the Sarnaga Temple, the Master exhibited formidable vitality and regenerative capabilities, rendering it virtually invincible. This phenomenon did not escape the notice of Tisada and the others aboard the Xingsuo. I have previously slain a Cerebrate. The Master's condition bears striking resemblance to that of the Cerebrate. One must utilize void psionics to sever the connection and then eliminate the Cerebrate. However, the Master's situation is more complex. The efficacy of mere void psionics is uncertain. I shall pilot the vessel into the Master, accepting mutual destruction. Celto Valentir, resolved to sacrifice himself to eradicate the Master. In the past, during the slaying of the Cerebrate, the Master had gleaned the coordinates of burdening him with guilt. No, simple void psionics will not suffice. Ever since I learned the method of utilizing void psionics from you, I fused two types of psionics, resulting in an overwhelming force. Allow me to pilot the Xingsuo. I shall usher in a new era for our kin. With that, Tisada teleported the others off the Xingsuo, leaving himself alone to operate the vessel. He then proceeded to the energy core of the Xingsuo, channeling the potent dual psionics directly into the core, causing the Xingsuo to emit a tremendous surge of psionic energy towards the Master. In a blinding flash, where the Master once stood, only a colossal, distorted, desiccated carcass remained. The inaugural leader of the Yichong, the Master, had perished in Chapter 84. Sagula's with Tisada's sacrifice, the Master was vanquished. Tong Yue subsequently recalled the hybrid forces. Employing a method akin to a jump, albeit distinct, they were directly decomposed and returned to the resource vault of the primordial trial, ready for immediate use. The current state of is dire. The majority of the surface has succumbed to the Yichong. Following the Master's demise, a significant portion of the Yichong, previously under the Master's control, rapidly devolved into a feral state, becoming restless and agitated. This rendered the Xingling's initial operations utterly unfeasible, and during the Yichong invasion, the High Council was entirely annihilated. One of the reasons Tong Yue was able to acquire 2 arc vessels. The situation is far from optimistic, or has fallen. AirdroppedRed-Haired. Tisada's sacrifice has granted us time. Above lies a portal that leads to our Nalikim homeland, Sagulus. I shall guide your brethren there. My kin will receive you, and until is reclaimed, you may reside in Sagulus. Zella too, will your kin not shun us? As a remnant of the High Council, there lingered a historical bias against the Nalikim. AirdroppedRed-Haired understand that though we Nalikim possess different customs, we are all Xingling, and you shall forever remain our brethren. Zella too placed his hand over his heart, responding resolutely. Then you mean to say we are to journey to Sagulus? Tong Yue interjected at this moment. I wish to accompany you. I have just upgraded my Luishining. I have already sent it out to mine during the primordial trial, so I shall have no time to study hybrids in the near future. Now, I intend to explore your Nalikim technologies. Tong Yue was brimming with excitement as she spoke. Ever since delving into the arcane arts, she had ventured further down the path of advanced technology. In that case, there is no time to lose. Let's depart swiftly. The feral Ichong are relentlessly attacking our positions, and it will not be long before the portal is in jeopardy. Zella too observed that the group had completed their discussions and proposed they hasten their departure. This journey to Sagulas included not only the many civilians who had already set forth, but also researchers and technicians. Tong Yue and her companions were the final combatants, tasked with covering the rear and sealing the portal. Accompanying Tong Yue were Zella II, Adonis, Phoenix, and Jim Raynor, while Airdropped-Haired went to command the larger troop movements. With the assistance of Tong Yue, the majority of the Xingling were successfully gathered and transported to Sagulasi, avoiding the creation of numerous refugees along the original trajectory. After escorting the last group of stragglers, Tong Yue and her companions finally broke through the encirclement of the Zichong and reached the portal. All right, this is the final batch. Now it is time for our withdrawal, Tong Yue remarked, waving away the non-existent sweat. Indeed, we have performed admirably. All that remains is the rear guard. The youthful Atani Si proclaimed with vigor. Leave the rear guard to me, young Atani Si. Fei Ni Kasi will fend off all incoming foes, declared Fei Ni Kasi, who had taken on the rear guard duties within the newly modified prototype of the Super Immortal. Indeed, it was an immortal, and still a prototype. This was a super infantry combat weapon that Tong Yue began to research after encountering the Dragon Knights. The first to undergo testing was Fei Ni Kasi, who had narrowly escaped annihilation at the hands of the Zichong. However, there existed only a single unit of this super immortal, and under the scrutiny of the Xingling engineers, it was deemed impossible to replicate. Nonetheless, the engineers succeeded in developing standard immortals based on this prototype, incorporating them into the manufacturing series of the mechanical forge. In the future, warriors fortunate enough to survive in a diminished state would have the option to become either Dragon Knights or Immortals. Now, regarding the Super Immortal, what truly sets it apart? Firstly, the materials used to construct this immortal mech were personally synthesized by Tong Yue, combining void crystals with a daemon alloy subjected to quintillions of levels of compression, rendering it virtually indestructible, equivalent to several hundred points of armor value, akin to the Yamato cannon. Furthermore, due to the properties of the void alloy, it would gradually self-repair while out of combat. Secondly, the Super Immortal was equipped with a time distortion shield. All projectiles entering the shield's range would be decelerated, ultimately dissipating their energy or becoming ineffective. As for the dog bites, let them gnaw, for they are mere scratches. Finally, in terms of weaponry, the primary armament consisted of two-phase rending cannons capable of bypassing any defenses to directly obliterate targets, while their attacks also generated a gravitational field that drew nearby enemies toward the main target, inflicting area damage, albeit ineffective against aerial threats. Of course, aerial threats would fall to the secondary weapon, the dimensional cutting beam, reminiscent of the strike that severed the dragon in the hands of the wing of the onslaught. Except for heavily armored vessels like the Yamato carrier, it could slice through anything with ease. I shall remain as well, with the command center provided by Tong Yue. I can assist Fei Ni Kasi in defense. Jim Raynor volunteered to stay behind. Then let us set forth. Upon reaching Sagulasi, we must establish a position to receive Fei Ni Kasi and Jim Raynor, Zelatu announced, leading Tong Yue and the others towards Sagulasi. Report. We have detected a multitude of Zichong biological signatures approaching us, an infiltrating scout reported. Zelatu, Atani Si, you must leave quickly. We shall handle this, Fei Ni Kasi urged, prompting Zelatu and the others to depart. Then, farewell, Fei Ni Kasi. Utilize my invention wisely. And you too, Raynor. Tong Yue waved her hand as she stepped into the portal. Indeed, Jim Raynor's vehicle was the very prism beam vehicle from earlier. A prized possession now, boasting formidable combat capabilities comparable to a standard immortal. Additionally, the seemingly open cockpit was protected by a layer of shielding, safeguarding against rain, sunlight, toxins, and more. Thus, Tong Yue arrived at the new map located within the Dark Sun star system, Sagulasi. Chapter 85. The Temple of Lizhu are in a cascade of ethereal light. Tong Yue and her companions arrive at the home planet of Nilachi Mu, Sagulasi. However, they were not greeted solely by the Dark Templar of Nilachi Mu, but also by some Zichong that had previously slipped through the portal. Due to the unique nature of the Zichong, they discovered the portal shortly after invading Ayur, establishing a base here with 2 cerebrates. Instinctively, they began to occupy the ruins left behind by the Xingling, surrounding the temple of Lizhu. Nonetheless, the primary task at hand was to cleanse the swarm of Zichong congregating at the portal's entrance in preparation for the reception of Fei Ni Kasi and Jim Raynor. While simultaneously sealing the portal, the Zichong have occupied the portal's exit. We must clear them out swiftly to receive Fei Ni Kasi and the others. My Dark Templar can engage stealthily to eliminate the foes, Zhe Latu asserted, showcasing his forces. Our High Templar are also ready. They are formidable psionic warriors. The youthful Atanisi boasted. Haha, splendid. My wing of the onslaught has undergone extensive modifications. Allow me to test its might. Tong Yue exclaimed with excitement. For nothing was more exhilarating than conducting military tests while engaged in battle. Soon, this elite squad was prepared. Tong Yue intended to test the support mode of the wing of the onslaught, responsible for tactical support from high orbit. Since acquiring the pride of Aotali Si, she had conceived numerous new strategies for strategic strikes. As for the front line, Tong Yue was clad in the super armor crafted just prior to boarding. With a pair of psionic long swords unleashed, she shouted Ula and charged forth. For Sagulasi, Zhe Latu ignited his master psionic blade, executing a swift strike as he dashed into the fray. Friar Atanisi followed suit, brandishing his twin blades and joining the charge. Under their leadership, the Zealots, High Templar, and Dark Templar surged forward. In response to the advancing warriors, the Zichong forces gathered at the portal promptly retaliated, unleashing a torrent of Zichong that surged toward Tong Yue and her companions, accompanied by many spore crawlers spewing acid. Tong Yue plunged into the swarm, extending her light blade to 2 meters in length, executing a wide sweeping motion that effectively encompassed all units at her diminutive height of 1.50 meters. In contrast, the taller Xingling needed to slash downwards to combat the Zichong, which presented a cumbersome challenge. As Tong Yue spun with her sweeping motion, Zhe Latu was not to be outdone. He flashed into the fray, delivering a shadow strike that obliterated a cluster of Zichong and even dispatched a spore crawler. A small clearing momentarily appeared around Zhe Latu, though was soon filled again by the relentless Zichong. Meanwhile, Atani Si, still a fledgling warrior, could only struggle against the onslaught, parrying and slashing. Activate the time shield. With Tong Yue's command, the wing of the onslaught released a protective shield over each member, enveloping them in a significant barrier that created a temporal force field, slowing the movements of surrounding Zichong. This field would also follow the bearer, providing invaluable support. With the aid of the force field, the battle for Atani Si and the others became considerably easier, while Zhe Latu maneuvered with greater ease. As for Tong Yue, she had ceased her sweeping motion and was now kneeling, visibly nauseated from emotion. Though effective, the sweeping technique had left her feeling quite unwell. Curse it! I shall draw my blade in defiance. With a roar, Tong Yue unleashed a 40-meter light blade that completely cleared the area surrounding her. Activate the Overseer armor, Tong Yue commanded, as the wing of the onslaught directed a beam toward her. The beam expanded, enveloping her in a peculiar white sphere. Yes, a white sphere. After conducting her research, Tong Yue had crafted a unique suit of armor. Due to her petite stature, once donned, the Overseer armor would emanate energy that levitated her, radiating a powerful psionic glow, resembling a sphere. Unstoppable, Tang Yu exuberantly unleashed a beam of light from her hand, obliterating all the jumping insects and stinging snakes in her path. Be cautious. It's the Thunder Beasts, Zella Thursday warned, as 5 colossal Thunder Beasts charged towards them. Leave it to me, prepared to witness the might of my Overseer's armor, Tang Yu declared joyfully, rushing towards the 5 Thunder Beasts. Upon reaching them, she wielded the energy-formed hand blade of her armor and struck decisively at the bewildered creatures. The modified hand blade sliced through the Thunder Beast's monomolecular blade as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, resulting in a piercing howl as one of its prominent tusks was severed. In pain, the Thunder Beast lunged at Tang Yu, who swiftly seized its small head, where a miniature singularity began to form within the grip of her overseer's armor. Tang Yu quickly maneuvered away from the beast, and the singularity erupted, engulfing the Thunder Beast and everything in the vicinity, erasing them from existence. Ha ha ha, did you see that? How cool is this move? Clearly, Tang Yu was immensely pleased with her armor's capability. Seizing the moment, she conjured another singularity in each hand and hurled them at the remaining two Thunder Beasts, unleashing two whirlpools that annihilated the beasts and the surrounding alien insects. With only two Thunder Beasts left, Tang Yu charged forward, instructing her armor to leap from within just before impact. Overseer's armor, initiate self-destruction. With her exclamation, the armor detonated after dispatching the two Thunder Beasts, releasing a violent shockwave that obliterated a wider area of alien insects. Thus, the group successfully cleared the area surrounding the portal, with the wings of the Harbinger providing intermittent shields during the skirmish, ensuring all remained unscathed. Chapter 86. Activating the temple having completed the extermination near the portal. Tang Yu and Zella Thursday re-established contact with Jim Raynor and Phoenix. It appears you have resolved matters on your end. We will remain in Air to close this portal and prevent any further incursions by alien insects. Jim Raynor's voice resonated through the communicator. Indeed, my duty is to safeguard Air. With the indomitable armor bestowed by Lord Tang Yu, our defenses are remarkably fortified. Await our return once you have rebuilt your fleet. Phoenix reassured. Very well. May Tassadar bless your endeavors. We shall take responsibility for cleansing the alien insects in Sagulath to ensure safety here. The young Artanis expressed his concerns. Rest easy, young Artanis. Jim Raynor has displayed exceptional awareness in prior battles, and Phoenix is a valiant warrior equipped with Lord Tang Yu's formidable armor. They shall be secure. Zella Thursday, acting as a professional mentor, comforted Artanis. All right then, let us hasten to meet your chieftain, Tang Yu, having confirmed the status of Jim Raynor and Phoenix, eagerly anticipated experiencing the customs of Sagulath. Soon, guided by the Knights of the Dark Sanctum, they arrived at Timetros, the forward base of the Nerazim. Welcome to your presence. Especially you, Lord Tang Yu. I have learned of your deeds through the vanguard and the kin of Air. Truly powerful and wise, the Nerazim chieftain, Rasher Gal, praised Tang Yu upon their meeting, clearly informed of her exploits. Ha, no need for such formality. I am merely here to explore and study your traditions. Tang Yu replied, somewhat bashfully at the compliment. In that case, welcome. I shall dispatch our most proficient phase engineer to assist in your research. And I hope you enjoy your time in Timetros, Rasher Gal stated, arranging for Tang Yu to meet with the phase engineer while Zella Thursday accompanied him to consolidate intelligence. Artanis ventured to the gathering place of Air's Protoss. With the aid of the phase engineer, Tang Yu swiftly grasped the distinctive technologies of the Nerazim, including their pirate ships. Building upon this foundation, she developed numerous innovations, the most notable being the sanctified Radiance vessel intended for her fleet series. Naturally, the blueprints were also sent for further study, resulting in the collaborative replication of the Void Radiance vessel between Air and the Nerazim's phase engineers. Simultaneously, they acquired research material on the inaugural wings of the Harbinger, successfully recreating the Phoenix fighter and enhanced pirate ships, which could also operate in reverse. Moreover, the formidable battle mechs, the Indomitable, were officially deployed, having participated in a series of research initiatives. Tang Yu also developed the blueprints for the Pursuer and presented them to the Nerazim as a gesture of reciprocity. Thus, the technological prowess of the Protoss surged, transitioning seamlessly from StarCraft I to StarCraft II. After a period of recuperation, they encountered a thieving Samir Duran, whom Tang Yu discovered while strolling, promptly obliterating his head. However, the psionic network sustained damage, necessitating substantial resources for repairs, prompting Tang Yu to join Artanis and Zella Thursday in search of the two crystals of Alaki and Callus. This task posed no challenge for them. Equipped with new gear, They traversed the void, incinerating all in their path, effortlessly securing the 2 crystals. Our Queen of Blades is feeling invigorated, though it hasn't been overly strenuous. Under Tang Yu's influence, Kerrigan's control over the Zerg has reached dominion levels, rendering those assimilated cerebrates incapable of regaining control over her, as they are presently preoccupied with infighting. Meanwhile, the peak traitor, Samir Duran, has met his demise, now activating his hidden form, Nerid. At last, with both crystals in hand, Artanis exclaimed, "Now we must break through and enter the temple to activate it, allowing us to vanquish the Zerg infesting Sagulath." Indeed, young Artanis, thanks to the newly developed military resources from Lord Tang Yu, acquiring the crystals was a smooth endeavor. Our only concern lies in safeguarding the temple during calibration, Zella Thursday concurred. "Haha, leave this task to me. While you were retrieving the crystals, I was not idle. I have enhanced your shield generators for more efficient energy production, and they can now recharge buildings while simultaneously generating an additional shield," Tang Yu proudly announced to Artanis and Zella Thursday. "Moreover, I have developed the Caldera Monolith, a super cannon with extreme range. Defending a temple should pose no issue." Tang Yu beamed with pride. This truly is a timely boon. With this technological support, the task of protecting the temple will become significantly more manageable. All right, Artanis, given that, let us hasten our departure. The sooner we activate the temple, the sooner we can eliminate the Zerg threat, Zella Thursday declared, leading the troops onward. Upon arriving at the temple, they were met with an overwhelming swarm of Zerg surrounding it. Onward, sanctified Radiance vessels. Tang Yu immediately dispatched her fleet, unleashing robust beams that swept through the sea of insects, clearing a vast area. The performance of the Void Radiance vessels had proven exceptional, surpassing expectations of their prototype. The sanctified Radiance vessels in combat efficacy. Even the erudite Zella, too, could not help but express his admiration. Once the area was cleared under command, the exploration vessels surrounded the Lizuer Shengdian with photon cannon turrets, shield generators, and Kydelin monoliths. The calibration of the temple went remarkably smoothly, and the Zerg forces attempting to intervene were all thwarted beyond the defensive line. As a beam of light ascended, a wave of energy swept across, annihilating the Zerg on Sagulus. Chapter 87. The formal establishment of the Superfleet since the activation of the Lizuer Shengdian and the eradication of the Zerg above Sagulus. Tang Yue found himself with an extended period of leisure. During this time, he intended to refine the Superfleet project. The first step was to recall the flagship, Taichu Shirlian. While Tang Yue participated in the battle for the cleansing of Sagulus, Taichu Shirlian efficiently completed its mission, discovering several uninhabited mineral planets, where it mined for a period. The cargo hold was now filled with crystal and a substantial amount of gas, These resources were to be utilized in the construction of the fleet. Initially, Tang Yue planned to designate some specialized compartments within the solid structure of Taichu Shirlian. The first compartment completed was a special teleportation room, which included both standard and exclusive teleportation bays. The standard bays would be used for crew transport, while the exclusive bays were designed for the future 13 apostles. Tang Yue envisioned utilizing the remains of the Trial's blade after it accomplished its mission and revived Scylla, enabling them to conquer the multiverse together, a truly magnificent prospect. Next was the armory, housing a plethora of mass-produced mechs, including extravagant items such as the Overseer armor. Currently serving as an equipment warehouse, future plans included transforming it into a specialized equipment shop. A laboratory was also essential, serving as Tang Yue's exclusive space for developing advanced technologies, which requires no further elaboration. As an ARC ship, the Taichu Shirlian certainly included a starry forge, currently responsible for generating other escort ships for the fleet and producing hybrid forces for deployment. Once the Trials blade was aboard, it would commence the production of special summon companions, dolls, for players. Following this was the living area, where Tang Yue employed spatial compression technology to expand the entire area exponentially, accommodating 1 billion residents effortlessly. The facilities were comprehensive, featuring shopping streets and snack avenues, a veritable main city for players in Taichu Shirlian. Having discussed the modifications to the flagship Taichu Shirlian, it was time to address the escort ships developed during this period. First was the small spacecraft, the Buxingyao. This aircraft was optimized and modified based on the Phoenix fighter, boasting exceptional maneuverability and short-range jump capabilities within the galaxy. It was equipped with phase armor, a gravity cage, and the Buxingyao protocol. The phase armor, upon receiving an attack, would deploy a phase distortion barrier, banishing subsequent attacks to another dimension for a brief duration. Temporal attacks could not be prevented. The gravity cage allowed the Buxingyao to ensnare a target, either leaving it suspended in the air or using additional energy to drag it along. The Buxingyao protocol activated hidden energy reserves upon severe damage, deploying an invincible shield, rule level, and initiating rapid repairs until full restoration, usable only once. To reuse it, new special energy blocks and protocol instructions would need to be purchased. This vessel was designed as the daily transport for the Trials Blade, with an attack method akin to the Phoenix fighter, but even more agile, capable of vertical flight. Additionally, the Shengcai Huiguangjian served as a beam support ship, acting as a guardian attack coordination vessel alongside Taichu Shirlian. Tong Yue also developed an exceptionally outrageous battleship, Suolaliang, named after the Demon Realm moon, featuring a moon-like exterior. It possessed two sets of thrusters, with one set located on the inner arc, providing formidable propulsion that surpassed all other ships. However, its attack capabilities were quite limited, only equipped with small beam cannons on its wings, making it more of a mobile nuisance than a true attacker. Yet, Tong Yue did not merely create a mere nuisance. Suolaliang could change its form, with the cockpit shifting from the outer arc to the inner arc, while the inner thrusters ceased operation and the second set on the outer arc activated. Although this would significantly reduce speed, the unparalleled speed would be exchanged for dazzling destructive power. Once the inner thrusters were disabled, the storm cutter would be activated. This inhumane weapon could unleash a massive arc-shaped energy blade, slicing through all matter in its path, with energy entities being directly melted and absorbed. Nothing would survive in its wake. The Star Spirit engineers, upon witnessing Suolaliang, developed the Storm battleship in conjunction with the data from the wing of the Scavenger. The Golden Fleet was substantially strengthened. Of course, when discussing fleets, one cannot overlook the legendary mothership. Though the Star Spirit engineers successfully restored the production method of the mothership with Tong Yue's assistance, it paled in comparison to Tong Yue's modified super mothership, the Executor. The Executor's appearance closely resembled that of a mothership, differing only in size, being 5 to 6 times larger. It was enveloped in a layer of void shields, continuously drawing energy from surrounding allied forces, rendering it invincible as long as allies were present. Most critically, the Executor could directly leap with Tong Yue's fleet, moving at remarkable speed, ensuring a steady flow of resources. This was merely the ordinary. What truly justified the name Executor was its stellar annihilation device. This apparatus could emit an extraordinarily powerful beam, incinerating planetary surfaces as its primary function, while its true capability was the annihilation of an erupting supernova. Furthermore, as the flagship of mobile forces in encounters with formidable ground resistance, should the need arise to preserve a planet, the Executor could transform into a humanoid form for ground combat annihilation, an exquisite marvel akin to the Guardians of Halo 5. Simultaneously, as a unit for ground assault, Tong Yue developed the large red, large green, and sky blue hybrids as supplements, alongside the artillery bombardment unit, the Void Ripper. Thus, Tong Yue's superfleet was assembled on a grand scale, albeit with limited varieties, yet possessing formidable combat capabilities. Chapter 88. Return to Masala. It has been 4 years since Tong Yue completed the formation of the superfleet. During these 4 years, numerous events transpired. The Star Spirits of Sagula's reconstructed the Golden Fleet, which this time, under the command of the mothership, featured a carrier group as the main force. Storm battleships for long-range strikes, and the Huiguangjian for siege operations, while Phoenix fighters and pirate ships engaged in skirmishes, rendering reconnaissance aircraft obsolete. The Arbiter was temporarily sealed as a special unit due to the presence of a mothership. After reorganizing the Golden Fleet, they set off towards Air to rescue Jimu, Laniuo, and Fenike, accompanied by the Hubolian commanded by Mate Huona. Upon rescuing Jimu, Laniuo, and Fenike, news of a UED Expeditionary Forces invasion arrived. However, due to Kyrrigan's influence from Tong U.S. power, she directly vanquished the newly birthed Overmind with her extraordinary individual combat prowess, combined with Tong U.S. Taichu power, unifying the Zerg once more. In the face of the UED, an intense battle ensued. Meanwhile, the Terran Empire was retreating steadily under the UED offensive, losing its capital, Keha. A.K. Douluo's Mengsike was captured. Kyrrigan, sensing the cunning of the UED, rescued Mengsike, and the two joined forces to vanquish the UED troops. At this juncture, Nerid, having finally completed his transformation, arrived on the battlefield. But Stukov was taken away by Nerid. Marshal Gerard of the UED Expeditionary Force committed suicide, while General Duke of the Terran Empire fell victim to Kyrrigan's surprise assault. Thus, Kyrrigan gained complete control over the Zerg, and Mengsike reclaimed dominion over the Terran Empire. The Protoss began their archaeological pursuits and technological advancements. Jim Raynor recuperated and prepared for rebellion, while Tang Yu busied herself with mining in the Star Sector. For years passed in this manner. Tang Yu piloted her Zergling wing back to Mars Sarah once more. It was the same tavern as before. She pushed the door open and declared, "A glass of iced red tea, please." Inside, Jim Raynor, hearing her voice, withdrew his hand that was reaching for the Starlight revolver. Who would have thought that the elusive Tang Yu would grace this desolate place after 4 years? He mused. "Oh, please, I can go wherever I please without needing to report to you, little sheriff," Tang Yu replied nonchalantly, taking a seat and producing a bottle of chilled red tea, chugging it directly. "So, Jim, what have you been up to all these years? Surely you're not just playing sheriff here?" Tang Yu teased. "Of course not. Just recently, I led a rebellion," Jim Raynor responded. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of the door opening. As the #1 wanted criminal in the Star Sector, "You're not that hard to find, are you?" Jim Raynor remarked, once again reaching for his revolver. "Let us see, Jim Raynor, the people's hero," he continued, recognizing the visitor's identity from the familiar tone. "Tychus Finley, I heard you went in. What? Good behavior got you released?" Jim Raynor jested. "What? You two know each other?" "Jim, introduce me." Tang Yu interjected, intrigued by their camaraderie. "Oh, there's a little girl here too?" "Jim, is she your daughter?" Tychus finally noticed Tang Yu. "Little girl? You must be joking. You're the one who Jim's offspring." Tang Yu retorted, her anger ignited by Tychus' mockery. In a swift motion, she executed an over-the-shoulder throw, sending Tychus crashing to the ground, followed by a joint lock that twisted his armor's components. "Ouch! Let go, Annie! The parts are going to come out. It hurts!" Tychus exclaimed, astonished by such exaggerated combat prowess, especially while clad in powered armor. "Enough, Tang Yu. Spare him. He's just a blabbermouth." "If this continues, Tychus might not survive," Jim Raynor quickly interjected. "What is there to fear? Even if he dies, I can resurrect him. How dare you call me small? Watch as I beat him to death and resurrect him a dozen times," Tang Yu declared, releasing the joint lock and preparing for a Hulk-like rampage. Half an hour later, a battered Tychus, dressed in simple cloth, sat beside Jim Raynor, nursing a drink, while Tang Yu lay on a nearby sofa, clearly worn out from her antics. In the corner of the bar lay a heap of twisted metal, remnants of the power armor Tang Yu had mercilessly dismantled. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Terran Empire, Ka, within the palace, the Emperor raged. "Damn it! What has happened to that prisoner? Why has the signal vanished? Calm down. No matter what, you can't defeat Tang Yu. She is a bona fide deity. We mere mortals should be grateful for any opportunity to engage with her amicably," Jim Raynor advised Tychus. However, Tychus was preoccupied with concerns about the powered armor he had rented, anxious about having to explain its damage to the dealer. Jim Raynor's words suddenly registered in Tychus's mind. "What? A deity? Jim, you must be joking," he replied incredulously. "No, yes, you. I witnessed Tang Yu hovering in midair, dismantling 2 massive ships and merging them into one. The spectacle is etched in my memory for eternity," Jim Raynor recounted with solemnity. Tychus began to reconsider. If Tang Yu was indeed as powerful as Jim described, then aligning with her could grant him freedom. At least his life would be in his own hands. By the way, what brings you here? Jim Raynor inquired. I almost forgot. I've come to discuss a lucrative business opportunity. Whoever is behind it doesn't matter. Money is to be made, Tychus replied, piqued Jim's interest. Robbery, an alien artifact being excavated by the Empire. What? Robbery? How intriguing. Do tell. Tang Yu's interest was piqued, pulling her from her reverie. Tychus, sensing her presence, instinctively recoiled, still wary from their previous encounter. Yes, let me explain. My informant has reported that the Empire has been excavating an alien artifact for several days now. If we succeed, we can set our own price, Tychus elaborated. So, generous? Of course, following my lead, the money will flow easily. I'll take 60, you take 40. Tychus proposed to Jim Raynor. Shouldn't it be 70-30 in my favor? Jim contested. That's not right. The artifact belongs to me. I'll provide you with advanced technology. The price is negotiable. Over the past few years, I've stripped an entire star system of its resources. Tang Yu revealed, inadvertently disclosing an astonishing truth. Indeed, while it may seem that Tang Yu had merely mined for 4 years, she had effectively depleted an entire star system. In this brief span, the neighboring system had been entirely drained of resources, with all civilized planets randomly transported to other systems by Tang Yu. This resulted in a desolate wasteland devoid of resources during the forthcoming cosmic development phase. Thus, Tychus, eager to profit from the artifacts, was unwittingly sold out by his second employer. Anxiously, Tang Yu pushed her companions toward the excavation site. Now clad in a new blue power suit, customized by Tang Yu, Tychus was equipped with the latest super stimulants, enabling rapid healing and activating the suit's shield generator to produce a protective layer equivalent to health points. The suit also featured an auxiliary aiming system, turning everyone into sharpshooters. Most notably, it boasted a built-in super radar with stealth detection and elevated vision, along with a flicker drive module enabling triple flashes. Additionally, Tang Yu provided Tychus with a gravity grenade production line, capable of automatically generating gravity grenades, collaborative grenades. The weapon was a Gatling gun of remarkable speed, with an ultra-rapid ammunition generator, long-range capabilities, and ammunition designed to shred armor. The new whiteboard is undeniably superior to the previous version, much to Take's delight. Upon arriving at the excavation site, he boldly charged into the bunker single-handedly. Hey, try this, Takes exclaimed as he hurled a gravity grenade, which struck the bunker and unleashed a wave of gravitational force, sending the Marines inside into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Takes unleashed a flurry of gunfire upon the bunker, reducing it to mere fragments within seconds. The Marines inside were inevitably exposed. How does the taste of bullets feel? Takes taunted, clearly exhilarated by the chaos he was creating. Is it wise to entrust such armor to Takes? Although I hold great faith in his abilities, I fear he may lose control in this frenzy. Jim Reno, alongside Tang Yu, watched Takes wreak havoc ahead, filled with concern. What's the issue? This is merely a casual creation of mine. The real treasures have yet to be unveiled. Here, take this. Tang Yu pulled out a sniper rifle measuring 1.5 meters from beneath her skirt. Observing this scene, Jim Reno felt an urge to speak, yet he found himself at a loss for words. What is this? He inquired, genuinely puzzled. This is just a casual creation, a joyful sniper rifle. It fires energy projectiles at a rate of 5,000 rounds per second, with an effective range of 200 kilometers. After charging, it can launch small fusion energy projectiles. It can also fire piercing rounds, capable of penetrating anything in its path, whether enemy or terrain. However, it does have a 30-second cooldown period. It's utterly impractical, but I'll let you have fun with it. Tang Yu nonchalantly described its exaggerated capabilities, then dismissed them with a casual remark. 5,000 rounds per second? That's akin to a machine gun. Having seen battle, Jim Reno was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. After testing it briefly, he confirmed the sniper rifle's formidable power. The implications of such firepower at that rate were staggering. Are you serious? He asked incredulously. Of course, that's theoretical. Your bodies are too fragile to withstand such a rate of fire. Hence, one must act within their limits. But aren't you going to give it a try? Takes is about to flatten their tank positions. Tang Yu pointed into the distance. While Tang Yu and Jim Reno conversed, Takes had already advanced and taken down the bunker cluster and the armored vehicle formation, dismantling several tanks. Only two remained, fighting a desperate battle, as Takes launched another grenade. The last two tanks were forced together, their drivers disoriented by the blast. Takes then swept them with gunfire, decisively finishing them off. Well, that leaves the tank positions in ruins, Tang Yu remarked helplessly to Jim Reno. It seems we only need to accept this. Jim Reno shared her sentiment, feeling resigned. Although he had just acquired a powerful weapon, his armor remained standard, unlike Take's new suit, which boasted shields and exceptional resilience, crafted from the finest compressed materials. Soon, the trio arrived at the excavation site. On the way, Jim Reno had also recruited a band of rebel forces. Upon reaching the site, they found Takes sitting amidst the wreckage, smoking. Lord Tang Yu, this gear is incredible. From now on, old Takes will follow your lead, he proclaimed, clearly enamored with his splendid new equipment. All right, no problem. As long as you perform well, even better gear awaits you. Chapter 90. Evacuation of Masala, the divine artifact, has been transported to the shipping port. All we need to do now is await the arrival of the transport aircraft. After a successful raid on the excavation site, Jim Reno, Tang Yu, and Takes were seated in a bar, enjoying drinks, this time a celebratory beverage. Indeed, it was that simple. I charged in and wreaked havoc, and the spoils were mine. Takes reveled in the aftermath of his exploits. However, the moment of leisure was short-lived as the officer's alarm blared. Warning: numerous alien signals detected near the excavation site. Jim Reno was taken aback. Damn it, Takes. How did this turn into an alien affair? After 4 years, why now? Don't worry, I've fought through defensive battles all my life, Takes replied, still in high spirits. Yet, Jim Reno was skeptical about the prospect of facing the alien threat. It seems this defensive battle is going to be quite challenging, Tang Yu unexpectedly declared. What? What should we do? Jim Reno was alarmed. If even Tang Yu doubted their chances in a defense, it seemed dire. We won't engage in a defensive battle. We will conduct an annihilation campaign. Tang Yu's unconventional reasoning shone through. With advanced technology, why bother with defense? Just eliminate them swiftly, no matter the numbers. Wow. Lord Tang Yu, you truly are remarkable. While we ponder how to survive, you're already strategizing on how to vanquish the enemy. Takes complimented her, clearly eager for new toys. Ha ha, I get it. You want new toys. Don't worry, I prepared everything. With that, Tang Yu led Jim Reno and Takes to the nearby aircraft, the Lu Tianji. Shortly thereafter, Tang Yu retrieved 3 noticeably oversized battle mechs from the cramped cockpit of the aircraft. Behold, this is my latest creation, the basic battle mech Zaku. It is equipped with a resilient plasma shield, a shield reset system, and an all-encompassing attack interception system known as Dragon Knight floating cannons. After arranging the 3 Zakus, she provided a brief introduction. Wow, that is absolutely fantastic. I can hardly contain my excitement. Takes exclaimed first, unable to resist the allure of such magnificent machines. What do you say, Jim? Let us each take one and incinerate those bugs. Without hesitation, Tang Yu leaped into one of the cockpits. As the battle mech powered up, she propelled herself toward the excavation site. What are you waiting for, Jim? I want to wait for you. Takes quickly climbed into a Zaku and charged toward the excavation site as well. Jim Reno gazed at the battle mech before him. Its robust legs, as observed from Tang Yu and Take's maneuvering, displayed extraordinary agility. The cockpit was exposed, reminiscent of an old, worn-out prism beam vehicle. The sides were brimming with weaponry, featuring 16 missile launchers and a 12-barrel cannon mounted on the shoulders, along with what appeared to be flamethrowers at both ends. Truly outrageous. As Jim Reno remained momentarily transfixed, Tang Yu had already reached the perimeter of the excavation site. Experience the might of my new toy. Missile launch, she exclaimed as her fingers danced over the buttons, unleashing a barrage of missiles that fired in an almost impossible fashion without any reloading time. In mere seconds, the sky was filled with a torrential downpour of missiles. The densely packed forces preparing to assault the transport port were obliterated in a carpet bombing, evaporating in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Truly remarkable. At that moment, Takes hurriedly arrived. Hey, regardless of what anyone says, take this move. Well, Taikusi was also unaware of which button he pressed. It is important to note that among the 3 Zaku units crafted by Tangyu, besides a button at the center top marked with a start symbol, the only other button with a label was the enormous one adorned with a skull. The rest were identical in both color and size. After Taikusi pressed one of the buttons, the cannon mounted on his left shoulder fired a shell, directly striking a newly hatched thunder beast. The creature's head exploded upon impact, leaving only its lower half intact as it barely had a moment to breathe. This contraption is truly remarkable. Taikusi couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, Jim Reno hurriedly arrived. Tangyu, how do you control this thing? All the buttons look the same. Well, as a rational individual, Jim Reno posed the essential question. What do you mean by how to operate it? It's all about intention. Just think it, and for attacks, simply press the button. The faster you press, the more powerful the firepower. It's quite simple. Tangyu proudly explained the bewildering control mechanism. This is too easy, Jim Reno remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Jim, why overthink it? A man must do what a man should do. Let me try this skull button. As Taikusi pressed the button adorned with a skull, 2 hatches on the back of his Zaku opened, releasing a full 24 floating cannons, which began wreaking havoc among the swarm under Taikusi's command. That's right, unleash the carnage, said Tangyu as she pressed the skull button herself. However, this time an overwhelming number of floating cannons emerged, suggesting that the quantity of these cannons was linked to the operator's mental power. Finally, after a barrage of destruction, the entire excavation site was thoroughly ravaged. During this chaos, Tangyu discovered a Minotaur Marine's makeshift survival toilet. This is Matt Horner. There's still life down there. It seems everything has been resolved. I'm heading down to fetch you. Chapter 91. Tataram. After departing from Masala, Tangyu and Taikusi temporarily resided aboard the Hyperion. Naturally, Matt Horner regarded Taikusi as a dangerous individual and held a considerable degree of caution towards him. Nevertheless, thanks to Tangyu's assurance and the bond with Jim Reno, Matt reluctantly permitted Taikusi to move about the Hyperion. Upon arriving on the Hyperion, Tangyu was eager to visit her beloved laboratory, or rather, the armory. Following the battle with Char, Jim Reno had specially prepared a private laboratory for Tangyu between the armory and the lab, although it had remained unused. The crew members who were aware of it did not oppose its existence, especially Swan and Stedman, who had previously researched the Prism beam vehicle and were eager for Tangyu to settle in. As soon as Tangyu entered her exclusive laboratory, Swan promptly visited her. Welcome, Miss Tangyu. Is there anything I can assist you with? Swan exhibited an enthusiasm previously unseen when he interacted with Jim Reno. Indeed, one was a purveyor of advanced technology, capable of sparking a revolution with just a glimpse, while the other was a financially constrained superior. The difference was evident. Oh, you must be Swan. Jim has spoken of you. You are his chief engineer, after all. I intend to upgrade Jim's current forces and prepare some special equipment for Taikusi. Please lend me your assistance. Tangyu was well aware of who Swan was, and although her memories of her past life had mostly faded, her current prowess allowed her to act freely. Besides, she had access to the database, Willie. Although Willie had been gathering dust in her personal space since her arrival in the StarCraft world, he was still a valuable resource. It is an honor, Miss Tangyu. Let us begin, Swan exclaimed, visibly elated. Meanwhile, Jim Reno, who was preparing to procure some good items from the chief engineer, gazed at the empty armory with a perplexed expression. After enjoying a small drink and losing a round in a game of Viking, Jim Reno eventually awaited the arrival of his chief engineer, Swan. Upon Swan's return to the armory, he appeared with dark circles under his eyes and bloodshot scara. Yet he was brimming with energy. Jim Reno was taken aback. Swan, you look unwell. I am perfectly fine, cowboy. Better than ever. Can you imagine? The capabilities I've discovered are utterly surreal. I have gained so much from Miss Tangyu that I wish I could work there 24/7, but my body could not withstand it, and she had to shoo me away. Nonetheless, I am incredibly excited and can hardly wait to bring those designs to life. As he spoke, Swan collapsed onto the ground and fell asleep. Well, not everyone possesses the ability to work tirelessly like Tang Yu. After all, she is a being of divine creation. Following a well-deserved rest, Swan continued to ignore Jim Reno and began crafting equipment in the armory. Previously, he and Tang Yu had completed an overhaul of the armor for the Marines and medics, as well as a super enhancement for the missile turrets. Now, Swan was set to implement these designs. First, he focused on enhancing the armor of the 50 soldiers. Tang Yu optimized the existing shields, allowing the machine gunners to possess a small shield with half their health, while the shields could be deployed to create an energy barrier at the cost of deactivating the shield to block incoming attacks. Next came the armor. Tang Yu installed 2 thrusters on the feet of the machine gunners, granting them the ability to scale cliffs every 5 minutes. Finally, weaponry upgrades included the installation of magnetic rail launchers on existing firearms, which would fire a beam at intervals to damage the target's armor. Additionally, the formula for the stimulant was improved. While it consumed health upon initial injection, it would gradually restore twice the amount of health consumed after use. Next were the medics, who now received gravitational handguns for minor attacks that could briefly stun targets, serving as a defensive measure. Tang Yu also enhanced the medic's armor to allow for more efficient energy recovery, and it would automatically repair itself after sustaining damage. The range of the healing beam was doubled, significantly increasing its effectiveness, and it could now treat multiple individuals simultaneously, even mechanical units. Finally, for the missile turrets, aside from the added armor and cluster missiles, 2 freezing beams were installed, referencing Red Alert. Most impressively, Tang Yu modified the launch bay of the missile turrets to be adjustable, allowing the launch bay below to tilt downward to target distant ground objectives for short periods. After Jim Reno tested these upgrades, he was thoroughly delighted. Soon, Matt delivered news that Taikusi's former employer had contacted them, revealing the location of the second artifact fragment on the planet Menglair. This opportunity could not be missed, so Tang Yu immediately decided to head to Jim Reno for the journey. One must always repay kindness. Thus, the Hyperions set course for Menglair to seize the second fragment. Upon arrival, the results from the adjutant scans displayed signs of Protoss activity. Clearly, this mission was not going to be straightforward. I do not wish to offend the Protoss. Jim Reno, who had some connections with them, found himself in a predicament. Hey, aren't those Tatarum? Tang Yu interjected. Tatarum? Well, it seems Jim Reno, who only had some acquaintances, was unfamiliar with the Tatarum. I have acquired information from Yeshin-Ji that Taldarum severed ties with the Protoss Society during the Battle of the Infinite, akin to the Nerism. However, according to my calculations from the primordial trials, the Taldarum are merely a group of religious zealots. At an opportune moment, Tang Yu provided an explanation. Just as Jim Raynor was about to speak simply, he was interrupted by his adjutant. A warning was issued. A multitude of Zerg signals detected. What? We cannot fight on 2 fronts, Jim. Tychus offered a strategic opinion. Jim Raynor studied the terrain, contemplated briefly, and devised a strategy. With a stroke of luck, we could land beneath the combat routes of the Zerg and Protoss. While they're engaged in battle, we can carve a bloody path from the side. No need for haste. You may advance steadily. I will dispatch hybrids to obstruct the front lines. Chapter 92. I seek promotion. With everything arranged, Tang Yu and the others naturally disembarked. Jim Raynor, accompanied by Tychus, landed at the designated location, where a portable command center crafted by Tang Yu using the power of rules was established, making the creation of a frontline base a trivial task. Soon, Jim Raynor's base began to take shape. And where was Tang Yu? Naturally, he was stationed at the junction of the upper and lower routes. Recently, the primordial trials had returned to the Copperloose sector, encompassing the deployment range of Menglais, ready to finally mobilize the troops. At that moment, Tang Yu constructed a small camp atop a hill, complete with reclining chairs, snacks, and refreshments. Furthermore, to ensure an optimal viewing experience, Tang Yu employed cliff bombs to demolish the entrance directly. Go forth, my hybrids, let us engage physically. It was evident that Tang Yu's enthusiasm remained high. With the addition of hybrids, the battle between the Zerg and Taldarum was thrown into disarray. Indeed, the Zerg were straightforward, charging forward without hesitation. However, the Taldarum were different. What are hybrids? They are the apostles of Amon, the pinnacle of the ascension chain, an existence they could only dream of becoming. Upon witnessing a plethora of diverse hybrids emerging, the Taldarim's first reaction was one of bewilderment, quickly followed by the ecstatic realization that the great deity had sent his emissaries. We shall surely emerge victorious. They surged forward with renewed vigor. Tang Yu, watching from the stands, could not contain his amusement as he sprayed his drink in delight. The battlefield transformed from the Taldarim's retreat against the Zerg to a scene where hybrids stood firm, fending off the oncoming Zerg, while the Taldarim charged forward like they had been invigorated, pushing a distance before being driven back by the insect horde. The retreating Taldarim fell behind the hybrid lines, where the advancing Zerg were once again annihilated. As for why the hybrids did not attack the Taldarim, it was because Tang Yu wished to observe their fervor. The back-and-forth tug-of-war was vibrant, while Jim Raynor amassed a wave of troops to seek the Protoss artifacts, believing Tang Yu might find them intriguing. Naturally, he would be interested. Even if Tang Yu found them useless, Stetman could still unearth something valuable. Soon, due to the Zerg forces making little progress, Kerrigan remotely dispatched a new queen to the fray. Magna, a newly birthed queen, had emerged after Kerrigan caused the original Cerebrate to perish, leading to the extinction of the Cerebrates. However, with Abathur's assistance, Kerrigan developed the queen. Magna was recently born and sent by Kerrigan to seize the fragments of Menglai's artifacts. Yet, the situation was far from smooth, as she was intercepted by Tang Yu's hybrids. I am Queen Magna, dispatched by the Blade Queen to seize the artifact fragments. If you have any sense, depart quickly. Upon entering the battlefield, Magna roared at the Taldarim and hybrids, clearly mistaking them for allies. The anger of the Chosen Ones was palpable. The deity has sent emissaries to assist us. Today, we shall surely ascend to hybrids. A leading Taldarim shouted and charged forward. This exchange was also overheard by Tang Yu, who found it amusing that these Taldarim aspired to become hybrids. Thus, through the hybrids, Tang Yu conveyed a message to the Taldarim. Since the hybrids' voices were originally designed to mirror Amon's, although Tang Yu's hybrids were different, their tone and voice remained similar. Taldarim, bravely slay the enemies and vanquish more foes. You shall all ascend to hybrids. The deep voice resonated from the foremost large green hybrid. This declaration ignited fervor among the Taldarim, who had previously harbored doubts. I seek promotion. They charged forward en masse. I too wish to ascend. Astonishingly, it was as though the purifiers had bestowed a buff upon them, their combat prowess skyrocketing as they plunged into the swarm of Zerg, wreaking havoc. A few strikes unleashed the devastating power of the Aldol poison explosion. Damn it, charge. We must seize the artifact fragments for the Blade Queen. Seeing this, Magna could only rally her forces with a shout, leading the Zerg army into battle once more. This time, Tang Yu withdrew the hybrids, eager to observe the true extent of the Taldarim's capabilities. The situation escalated further, as news of the chance to ascend to hybrids reached the rear, prompting the stationed troops to hasten towards the front lines. Jim Raynor and Tychus, who had just finished gathering the artifacts, discovered the path ahead devoid of any defenders, save for the automated photon turrets. Thus, they arrived at the location of the fragments. Jim, this is quite strange. Where are all the guards? Tychus pondered, filled with curiosity. I am unsure. Perhaps something has gone awry with Tang Yu. Let us finish quickly and investigate. Jim Raynor was equally perplexed. At that moment, the surrounding statues suddenly activated. Be cautious. On the frontline battlefield, Magna stood at the center, surrounded by Zerg corpses that layered the ground. Before her stood the leading Protoss named Seth, ranked 66 on the Ascension chain, who had almost no chance of promotion but now held hope, having bravely, single-handedly slain 4 Thunderbeasts. Truly a fierce warrior. The accursed Protoss. Magna was covered in wounds, her membranous wings tattered. Yet, she could only seethe in impotent rage. Today, I far surpass my former self. I shall surely ascend. Although Seth was also battered, his spirit remained high. Excellent. Very interesting. Your performance is commendable. I shall grant your wish and transform you into a hybrid. A voice, that of a female, resonated from the mountains beyond the battlefield. Chapter 93. the conclusion of Menglai's and the redstone mining operation. As Tang Yu's words fell, a beam of light descended upon Seth. Ugh, followed by Seth's pained cries. Within that radiance, Seth's form was torn apart, and the surrounding Zerg bodies were likewise shredded, merging in midair with Seth's essence. What is happening? The young Queen Magna was evidently puzzled by the unfolding events. However, what responded to her was not an answer, but a powerful psionic shockwave. Fantastic! I have finally ascended to a hybrid. I have surpassed the high-tier lord. Well, it was Seth, that Taldarum, who completed the transformation. Due to the impressive qualifications of Seth and the high-quality Zerg materials surrounding him, Seth successfully transformed into a hybrid dominator, Dalu. Such an abundance of psychic energy and power. Could this be the strength of a hybrid? My god is indeed correct. With such power, we can certainly put an end to all of this. Seth, feeling the power within, shouted with excitement. I do not know who your god is, but you should know that the power you possess now is granted by me and has nothing to do with whatever deity you worship. At this moment, Tang Yu also jumped down from the cliff, and of course a Dalu caught him mid-air, gently lowering him to the ground. This scene further solidified Seth's conviction. No, you must be Eamon, our great god. The newly ascended hybrid Seth pledges loyalty to you. I shall carve a path through thorns and eliminate all foes for you. However, the dim-witted Taldarum, Tatterlin, had completely misunderstood the situation. Furthermore, ignorance can be contagious. The trembling Mother Zerg, Magna, was also convinced that Tang Yu was the deity referred to by Tatterlin. At this moment, she felt utterly cornered, facing a multitude of insurmountable hybrids and a god. Overwhelmed by despair. All right, I almost forgot about you. You must be the creation of Kerrigan. Such a specimen was not present in the previous Zerg gene pool. How intriguing. Consider yourself a gift from Kerrigan to me. As he spoke, Tang Yu unleashed a beam of light that struck Magna. Upon seeing the beam, Magna was understandably terrified, thinking her end was nigh. Yet, to her surprise, nothing changed, and her injuries began to heal. The only real change was that her superior had shifted from Kerrigan to Tang Yu. Truly, Lord Eamon effortlessly subdued this Zerg, self-proclaimed as ascended. Seth quickly began to flatter his master. I have said, I am not Eamon. I am Tang Yu. Very well. Understood, Lord Tang Yu. I comprehend everything. Seth said with a smile, though it was not evident. What is it that you comprehend? Ah, never mind. Do as you wish. Tang Yu was befuddled by Seth's ignorance. How could this Tatterlin be so dim-witted? Lord Tang Yu, my warriors are also fighting valiantly. Might I be fortunate enough to gain ascension? Seth began to act as if he were the leader, seeking benefits for his subordinates. This matter depends on their willingness. I am indifferent. Tang Yu glanced at the Zerg corpses around them, deeming there should be enough for the remaining Tatterlin to transform, and responded nonchalantly. Servants, the great god has bestowed upon you an opportunity to ascend to hybrids. Come forth to receive this blessing, or perish in disgrace. This was indeed reminiscent of Tatterlin's style. Oh, ascension, ascension. As expected, the Tatterlin present were fanatics. Upon hearing they could achieve their ultimate goal and become hybrids, they were filled with excitement. Very well. Tang Yu observed this group of inexplicable Tatterlin and granted their wish. A radiant light enveloped them, and the remaining 100 or so individuals emitted excited cries. However, due to material limitations and their qualifications, many transformed into hybrid destroyers, Xiao Bai, and hybrid raiders, Xiao He, with no high-tier units appearing. As it was not as straightforward as Tang Yu's primordial trials, where one could synthesize whatever they desired. Thus, when Jim Raynor and Tychus arrived with the artifact to provide support, they witnessed 100 or so hybrids bowing to Tang Yu under the leadership of a different hybrid. Hey, Tang Yu, what is going on here? Jim Raynor quietly inquired as he approached Tang Yu. I am unsure. These Tatterlin are misguided, claiming that I am their god, and thus pledged their loyalty to me. As for that Zerg, it is my trophy to experiment with. Jim Raynor, well-versed in such matters, found the scene before him truly unprecedented. In this manner, the peculiar events surrounding Mon Lyss concluded. To accommodate Seth and his 100 or so hybrids, Tang Yu specifically used all remaining resources and structure from the Protoss base to construct an executor, serving as the base for his Set S hybrids. This scene further convinced the Set that Tang Yu was indeed their god, and even the other indifferent Tatterlin hybrids fully acknowledged it, elevating their loyalty to Tang Yu to unprecedented heights. Truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Magna was taken back to the laboratory aboard the Hyperion, where experiments commenced. Due to the focus on Zerg research, neither Swan nor Stetman had the opportunity to participate this time. As time passed, Matt received a mission message to head to Redstone to mine. The reward was substantial, and the financially strained Jim Raynor immediately approved. Thus, the Hyperion set sail towards Redstone. Upon arriving at Redstone, Jim Raynor was dismayed. The Zerg-infested volcanic planet reminded him of Char and those unpleasant memories. Nevertheless, the rewards for this mission were simply too lucrative to ignore. Just as Jim Raynor and Tychus prepared to disembark for mining, Tang Yu emerged from the laboratory and called out to them, "Wait, for this mission you will stay behind. Let Magna come down instead, as it is the perfect opportunity to test my modifications." Chapter 94. The True Method of Mining. Due to Tang Yu's intervention, the mining operation on Redstone was temporarily halted, shifting focus to testing Magna's combat capabilities. "Hey, friend, why the plans changed? Did we not agree that you would help me gather Yao Jin?" Jim Raynor was easily pacified, but the mission initiator, Tosh, was growing restless, questioning why he was not mining as promised. "Oh, do not fret. It is merely mining, a trivial matter. Allow me to complete my tests, and I will assist you with the mining, ensuring perfect completion." Faced with Tosh's anxiousness, Tang Yu offered a promise to soothe him. Of course, it was merely a promise, and Tang Yu paid no further attention to Tosh. At this moment, testing her latest research results was of utmost importance. "All right, our task is to clear a landing zone, after which I will send Magna down. Then, we will collect data following her lead." On the transport ship, Jim Raynor instructed Tychus and another individual. "Very well, no problem. This is what I excel at," Tychus replied, while polishing his prized weapon. Soon, the transport ship landed in a low-lying area, not far from a small Zerg nest. Hurry, the surface here is extremely unstable. Speed up. We must eliminate that base immediately." With that, Jim Raynor aimed his rifle towards the Zerg base and commenced the attack. Activating the scope, a series of gunfire erupted, accompanied by explosions resonating from the distant nest. "Hey, Jimmy, you cannot just enjoy yourself. Leave some for me," Tychus shouted as he charged ahead, wielding his weapon. The remaining Marines had no choice but to follow suit. With the enhancement of Tang Yu's advanced technology, this group effortlessly cleared the Zerg nest. Once the area was secured, Jim Raynor contacted Tang Yu. "Tang Yu, we have cleared a landing area below. You can begin now." "All right, Jimmy. I will send Magna down immediately." As Tang Yu's voice faded, a beam of light descended. When the light dissipated, a mother Zerg, larger and more robust than a typical one, appeared before them, radiating a glow resembling intricate patterns. Zagara, the Flower Bride. This is the modified Magna by Tang Yu. The current Magna is unlike her former self, adorned with radiant patterns that signify the overflow of spiritual energy. Under the transformation by Tang Yu, Magna's form now autonomously draws spiritual energy from the void, enabling her to recover at an astonishing speed. Furthermore, Magna can restore her own injuries by inflicting damage upon her adversaries using spiritual energy. However, these capabilities merely scratch the surface. Her true power lies in her offensive techniques. Tang Yu has modified Magna's cranial cavity, allowing for the profound development of her brain, which can now unleash spiritual energy storms and feedback. Additionally, the strength of the spiritual link has been significantly enhanced, enabling her to exert direct mental control over enemies and induce psychological chaos. Beyond the enhancement of her mental capabilities, Tang Yu has revamped the organ that launches spines, rendering them razor-sharp and capable of penetrating any armor. These spines are imbued with spiritual energy, leading to explosive effects upon entering the enemy's body. As the mother of insects, her egg-laying abilities have also been reinforced by Tang Yu. My Gana can now rapidly hatch a type of shield insect, a specially crafted creature with formidable vitality and a plasma shield, making it an excellent choice for drawing enemy fire, albeit at the cost of reduced offensive capabilities. I am the mother of insects, my Gana, sent by the command of the esteemed Tang Yu to eradicate the insect nests on this planet. Upon her arrival, my Gana promptly outlined her mission. Without delay, my Gana commenced her task, first hatching 50 shield insects, and then, accompanied by them, she advanced towards the first nest. Under the protection of the shield insects, my Gana unleashed her abilities with fervor, casting lightning indiscriminately. In no time, she cleared one of the nests. Subsequently, she hurried towards the next location, while Jim Raynor and his team arrived at the same spot. At that moment, several Reapers leaped down from a nearby cliff. Did Tosh send you here? Hurry and finish this job, then leave this cursed place. What? Jim Raynor was evidently unaware, prompting him to contact Tosh. Tosh, are there still some of your people here? Do you want me to rescue them? That would be immensely appreciated. Some of my people have gone missing here. Thank you for your assistance. Tosh expressed his gratitude. Wait, Commander. I have detected a powerful signal nearby. It must be a Mang beast. If you could assist me in obtaining some samples, our research would make significant progress. Stedman entered the communication channel with a request. Jimmy, we can't juggle so many tasks at once, Taikis remarked, viewing the multitude of tasks as troublesome. Do not worry, my friend. As my Gana advances, we can simultaneously gather information and assist Tosh's team. As for the Mang beasts, we can enlist my Gana's help. After all, they are also insects and should fall within her mission scope. Jim Raynor calmly articulated his plan. Good idea, Jimmy. Now we can accomplish all our tasks at once. Let's act swiftly. With that, Taikis rallied a contingent to follow in my Gana's footsteps. As my Gana cleared the second nest, Jim Raynor brought up the issue of the Mang beasts. In the worldview of insects, it was quite straightforward. Since Mang beasts were also insects of this planet, it was only natural for her to eliminate them as part of her mission. Thus, my Gana, empowered by Tang Yu's modifications, effortlessly completed her objectives, leaving Tang Yu exceedingly satisfied with the experimental results. May I inquire, esteemed Tang Yu, now that you have completed the test, could you fulfill my commission? Tosh seemed to still be preoccupied with his Eugene. Of course, no problem. Allow me to show you the true way of mining. As Tang Yu's voice faded, a robust beam of light shot from deep space, striking the redstone star, which was already in disarray, instantly shattering it into fragments. Following this, an energy net swept across the remnants of the redstone star, extracting all the Eugene within. Behold, all the ore is contained within that net. This is the true method of mining. Chapter 95. The Great Fire of Agria. Since Tang Yu obliterated the redstone star, some time has passed. After acquiring an overwhelming surplus of Eugene, Tosh hastily concealed it. Consequently, during this period, Matt has also been unreachable. However, the Rangers always have unfinished business. Just now, Matt received a distress signal from the remote colony of Agria. Anyone who hears this distress signal, please help us. Our colony is under attack by insects. Please rush to our aid. Commander Matt turned to Jim Raynor. Do not concern yourself with me. I only fight. Taikis promptly distanced himself from the situation. After all, Taikis' superior is Tang Yu, and the Ranger's primary income is sponsored by her, a mine from a river star system. All right, let's depart. Those civilians are innocent. We should save as many as possible. Jim Raynor could not suppress his compassion. Before long, the Hubrian arrived at Agria. Just as they prepared to disembark, Tang Yu arrived once more, seemingly quite upset. Wait, why did you take on this job without notifying me? Apologies, but these are living souls. Jim Raynor defended himself. What does that matter? Whether or not you save them is your concern, but not informing me of such an intriguing affair is your fault, Tang Yu reprimanded. Clearly displeased that Jim Raynor and the others had taken on a task without including her. All right, I understand now. Tang Yu is not upset about them taking the commission on their own, but rather that they did so without involving her. Okay, I was wrong. In the future, I will notify you at the first opportunity when a task arises. That is more like it. Tang Yu's expression softened into a satisfied smile upon hearing this. By the way, I just optimized the new fire bat armor that Swan recently acquired. The new schematics have been uploaded to the barracks. With Tang Yu's introduction, the group arrived at the surface of Agria. They were greeted by the local head, Dr. Hansen. To our surprise, the ones responding to our distress call are Imperial fugitives. Indeed, but it seems you have no choice but to accept our assistance. Jim Raynor jested, unfazed. I will hand over the base's controller to you. Please assist us in evacuating this planet. Hansen stated directly, recognizing that Jim Raynor did not resemble the notorious criminal depicted in the wanted posters. All right, we will ensure your people are escorted to the main starport. Jim Raynor readily agreed. Soon, the new Firebat made its grand debut. However, Jim Raynor and Taikis were taken aback to find that the new Firebat appeared unchanged. Tang Yu, is this not unchanged? Jim Raynor inquired, puzzled. Oh, you mean this? How about this optimization? It is superb. I installed a Void Fire launcher while keeping the core design intact. The flames can instantly melt steel and reach great heights to shoot down aircraft. Isn't that cool? Tang Yu proudly detailed her enhancements to the Firebat. However, it was evident she was unaware of the implications of a flamethrower that could instantly melt steel and target aerial threats. Absurd, but given previous experiences, this is still somewhat acceptable. On the main road, Jim Raynor and Taikis led the troops, their path illuminated by the hundreds of meters of fiery trails showcasing their power. Meanwhile, Tang Yu embarked on her exploration of Agria. It is worth noting that since arriving in this world, Tang Yu had seldom engaged in hands-on activities. After spending considerable time conducting research aboard the ship, she decided it was time to release some pent-up pressure. Come forth, Willie. Tang Yue raised her right hand, and as her words fell, the long-absent Wei Li shimmered into existence from the void. Oh, young lady, you have finally remembered me. After such a long time, I was suffocating inside and fell into a deep slumber. Wei Li lamented upon his emergence. Ha ha, have you not lost yourself in play? Tang Yue replied with carefree mirth. All right, Wei Li, I have recently developed a new method. Come, let us try it out. There happen to be a few insect nests here. As she spoke, Tang Yue commanded Wei Li to undergo a transformation. The mouth, which initially formed a 90-degree angle with the spearhead, rotated outward to become the end of a staff. Oh, Wei Li, breathe fire. Let them experience my newly researched super void flames. Tang Yue exclaimed excitedly. As her words echoed, a jet of black flame erupted from Wei Li's mouth, hurtling towards the distant insect nest. The instant the flames struck the nest, it ignited, and with Tang Yue's gestures, the fire swiftly enveloped the entire cluster, turning everything it touched to ash. Simultaneously, the scattered embers ignited the surrounding trees, causing flames to spread rapidly. Remarkably, even after reducing the targets to ashes, these black flames did not extinguish. They continued to burn. It turned out that the fuel for these flames was void energy, which would not extinguish until the energy connecting this space to the void was entirely consumed. Combined with the automatic replenishment of energy from the void, Tang Yue realized that unless she personally extinguished the flames, they could potentially burn for thousands of years. While Tang Yue gleefully incinerated one nest after another, Mata was in a state of urgent distress. Commander, a powerful energy reaction has been detected on the other side of the planet. An unprecedented fire disaster is sweeping across Igarueya. You must act swiftly. Mata calculated that, barring any errors, the immigrants could complete their evacuation before the inferno reached them, although time was of the essence. All right, Mata, thank you for the information. We will be vigilant. Jimulanua replied, quickening his pace. Finally, as they beheld the black sea of flames on the horizon, the immigrants completed their relocation. Seated aboard the transport craft, Jimulanua gazed at the burning planet, and after a moment of contemplation, he surmised the cause. Who else could wield such power but the long-missing Tang Yue? Thus, a prime agricultural planet transformed into one of eternal flames, a spectacle in its own right. Chapter 96. Baisha since the Great Fire in Igarueya, Tang Yue had temporarily satiated her desire for destruction and now found solace in her laboratory. However, there was always work to be done. Previously, she had acquired a substantial amount of Yojin from Tawa Shur, and it seemed that he had finally settled his affairs. Not long after, he contacted Ji Mulanua. Hey, my friend, Our last collaboration lingers in my memory. I have a new job. Are you interested? Tawashur expressed his enthusiasm, having profited immensely from their previous partnership. Do tell, Jimalanua replied cautiously. I need you to assist me in collecting a rare gas called Diqing from Baisha-er, Tawashur stated directly. It cannot be that simple. There won't be any insects involved, will there? Jimalanua recalled the perilous environment of the last encounter with the Redstones. Of course not. But there is a group of star spirits, specifically the fanatical Tadaline. They believe that Diqing is the breath of the Creator, Tawashur candidly explained. Well, how is it that we are once again entangled with the Tadaline? The last time, we hardly had any combat because of Tang Yue. She simply recruited them under her command. What is it, my brother? Are you facing difficulties? Tawashur inquired, noticing Jimulanua's peculiar expression. To put it simply, the situation is somewhat complicated, but we shall accept this job. Though it feels odd, the remuneration for this mission is substantial, Jimulanua ultimately agreed. However, mindful of Tang Yue's prior admonitions, he hurried to inform her. You mean we are to venture into a planet occupied by the Tadaline to seize their precious resources? Tang Yue responded while engrossed in her research. Well, that's not entirely inaccurate. We primarily seek some gas and will depart once we acquire it. Jimulanua perceived something amiss, but could not articulate it. Excellent. I shall take charge of this task. You all stay aboard and keep a watchful eye. With that, Tang Yue carelessly tossed a reagent aside, preparing to depart. Jimulanua hurriedly caught the reagent. What is this, Tang Yue? Why are you discarding it so casually? Tang Yue rummaged through the cabinets, responding, This is a highly concentrated liquid spiritual energy, used for replenishing spiritual energy. Ordinary individuals would explode upon consumption. Upon hearing this, Jimulanua, who was about to sample it, immediately placed it safely on the reagent rack. Soon, Tang Yue stepped outside, teleporting directly to the executor she had previously entrusted to Asaita and the others. Hey, it's your turn to shine. We are heading to Baisha-er to collect some Diqing, Tang Yue announced upon arrival. Esteemed Lady Tang Yue, we shall depart immediately. We are well acquainted with Baisha-er, as it is our nearest Diqing supply point. Shall we bring the glory of ascension to our brethren in Baisha-er? Asaita replied with the eagerness of a loyal follower, having arranged everything meticulously. Before long, the executor reached the high orbit of Baisha-er. Let us descend. With a call, Tang Yue was the first to touch down on the surface. As she landed, she waved her hand at an optimal base point, and a void rift opened above. 3 void fragments descended from the sky, one of which settled in a mining area. Upon landing, energy tendrils spread out, linking to the mineral clusters and commencing extraction. The other 2 fragments, one positioned centrally, began to manifest a mixed ethereal image, clearly a barracks, while the last one, situated at the front lines, radiated a soft glow, representing a cannon. This represented Tang Yue's latest research achievement, a versatile creation formed from void energy. It could mine, produce soldiers, serve as a turret, and even detonate like a nuclear bomb when necessary. It was nothing short of perfection. At that moment, Asaita and his unit descended to the surface. My lady, shall we engage with the other brethren now? No need. They are already here. Just as Tang Yue's reply fell, a Tadaline battalion charged towards them. This Tadaline unit was notably formidable, comprising destroyers, vanguards, and punishers. Invaders. Behold the terrifying power of the Tadaline. Without hesitation, the Tadaline rushed forward. The foremost void fragment unleashed a barrage of concentrated fire, swiftly decimating the Tadaline battalion. This sudden assault left their commanding officer bewildered, questioning, what is happening? Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? What just occurred? At that moment, Asaita could no longer contain himself. These disrespectful brethren had dared to confront the divine presence. Disrespectful lower warriors, how dare you challenge the might of the divine? Asaita charged forward, delivering a barrage of blows to the bewildered Tadaline. The beaten Tadaline was left with even more questions. What is happening? Why is the apostle of the divine here? And why am I being beaten? This is utterly incomprehensible. Esteemed messenger, please forgive my rudeness. After enduring a beating, the figure from Tadalin regained consciousness and, accompanied by a group of subordinates, sought forgiveness. My compatriots, the divine grace has descended upon us. I have been elevated from Tatalin to a hybrid. Today, our God has arrived on this planet to obtain Dizon. If we perform well, we may have the chance to ascend. Aset took the stage to deliver speech. The Tatalin, upon learning that Aset was a hybrid promoted from their ranks, were immediately stirred into a frenzy. Heavens! This individual has actually achieved promotion, and divine grace has arrived. Upon hearing about Dizon, the leaders of Baixia promptly mobilized to gather it, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. Thus, just as Tang Yue had completed the construction of the base and successfully formed a hybrid troop, she witnessed a large number of Tatalin arriving with a slow procession of Dizon to offer tribute. Upon grasping the sequence of events, Tang Yue had no choice but to reclaim the newly created hybrids. She accepted the Dizon and converted the 3 void fragments into Barak mode to transform those Tatalin. In this manner, Aset's forces expanded once more. This time, Tang Yue could be considered to have completed her experiment with the void fragments, leading to mutual satisfaction. Chapter 97. The Great Outbreak. With the gathering of Dizon complete, Tosh, feeling well-treated, arrived aboard the Huberian. Naturally, Nova continued to send divisive messages. However, it was evident that Jim Reno trusted Tosh more than Motsk. This matter passed without further incident, although Tosh felt somewhat uneasy. Nonetheless, these concerns were trivial. The pressing issue was that Dr. Hansen's people were once again causing trouble. A new type of alien virus had erupted in their settlement, the refugee camp Mainhof, and was spreading across the entire planet. Jim, please help us. This virus is currently spreading throughout the New World, Dr. Hansen implored with a quivering voice. Commander, according to the existing data, this new virus is extremely potent. It can even infect buildings. With our current technological level, we are utterly helpless against it. Stedman reported in a timely manner. Is there truly no other way, Jim? Dr. Hansen's urgency escalated. All we can do now is burn all infected materials to halt the spread or inquire with Tang Yue for a solution, Jim Reno replied, his tone conveying resignation. For he was merely a soldier, unversed in the complexities of genetics. Tang Yue? That little girl who spends all day tinkering with bizarre things in her laboratory? The newly arrived Dr. Hansen clearly had limited knowledge of Tang Yue. You'd best not let her hear you say that. She despises being called little. Besides, she is a creator god, and her exact age is unknown. She could very well be old enough to be your great-great-great-grandmother, Jim Reno cautioned Dr. Hansen. What? A creator god? If this is true, then perhaps my people may truly be saved. Dr. Hansen seemed to grasp at a final lifeline. Thus, Jim Reno sought out Tang Yue with the latest news. What? An alien virus outbreak. Why didn't you mention such an intriguing matter sooner? Please wait a moment. With that, Tang Yue immediately returned to her laboratory, rummaging through her belongings. After a while, she emerged holding a shell. Here, take this. Fire it at the epicenter of the outbreak. This shell will envelop healthy individuals and push them out of the infection zone, while the infected will be contained within a quarantine shield. This will suffice for now. I must return to create something interesting. As she prepared to re-enter the laboratory, Dr. Hansen stopped her. Excuse me, Lady Tang Yue, is there a solution to this virus? I mean, not just burning it. Only magic can defeat magic. Only a virus can defeat a virus. Why eliminate such an intriguing phenomenon? I wish to study it further. She responded, not looking back as she entered the laboratory. Although her words seemed shrouded in mystery, Dr. Hansen discerned his own interpretation. There was no solution. Or perhaps Tang Yue had one, but simply did not wish to act. Soon, the special shell was fired at Mainhof. A barrier enveloped all infected areas, and survivors were ejected from within the shield, saved from danger. Shortly thereafter, Tang Yue emerged from the laboratory. It's complete. The super zombie virus reagent, an agent capable of significantly enhancing the combat capabilities of mutated combatants. Although it still falls short of my expectations, it will suffice. With that, Tang Yue stepped into the barrier. For Umbrella, she exclaimed, shattering the reagent on the ground. As smoke spread, anguished howls echoed from every corner of the infected city. Soon, tremors were felt as a tide of zombies surged toward her from the horizon. This is it. I have longed to experience the thrill of being pursued by a horde. Tang Yue cheered, spreading her arms and running ahead of the zombie tide, maintaining a distance of 50 meters under her precise control. Willie, come fort. Oh, my lady, what brings me out this time? Old Willie can hardly breathe. Willie, activate photo mode and capture some artistically inspired images for me. Tang Yue maintained her pose, running leisurely while a massive horde of zombies trailed behind, and in that brief span, the number of zombies multiplied several times, accompanied by a few aberrant beings. Meanwhile, Jim Reno and his companions in the high orbital track witnessed this scene. Jim, who had some understanding of the situation, felt overwhelmed. In contrast, the well-informed Dr. Hansen became anxious. What are those? Mutated organisms. We must act quickly. Calm down, doctor. There is no need for concern. Did you not see what is following her? The originally sluggish infected beings have inexplicably evolved, and now mutated organisms have appeared. How can you say there is no need to worry? You are simply being unreasonable. Dr. Hansen, knowledgeable as he was, became increasingly enraged. Dr. Hansen, you must trust that Tang Yue is merely playing. She will resolve this. Our task now is to observe until she tires of her game. Indeed, as Jim Reno predicted, Tang Yue had already taken the zombies on several laps around the entire city, indicating she was nearing the end of her amusement. Willie, how are the photos coming along? My lady, they're all captured and to your satisfaction. Excellent, Willie. Now we must address the remaining issues. With that, Tang Yue seized Willie. Let's unleash a long-forgotten dance of the Shining Dragon. With that, the Willie in Tang Yue's hand transformed into an enormous, shining dragon sword several hundred kilometers long. Augmented by her power, with a single swing, the infected buildings and creatures throughout the city were instantaneously obliterated. Observing this spectacle from the high orbital track, Dr. Hansen was convinced of Tang Yue's divine identity. Once the dust settled, the barrier began to shrink dramatically, ultimately forming a sphere that Tang Yue cradled in her arms. Thus, the outbreak in Mainhof was completely eradicated. Chapter 98. She Jim. Jim, are there any new tasks? I have created something new. One fine morning, Tang Yue hurriedly opened the bridge's door and immediately sought new assignments from Jim Reno. Lady Tang Yue, we have not received any new commissions at this time. Matt promptly informed her of the situation. As Tang Yue's mood darkened, Taikis walked in from outside. Oh, everyone is here. That is splendid. Mobisai's gang has sent coordinates for new artifact fragments. Take C, rather boisterously, proclaimed the news that everyone present had longed to hear. Fantastic. I shall prepare at once. With that, Tang Yue dashed out of the bridge in a flurry of excitement. What is happening? A bewildered Taixi inquired of Jimu Le Noir. Thanks to you. Taixi, had it not been for your news, Tang Yue would have likely dismantled my ship. Subsequently, Jimu Le Noir took the time to elucidate the recent events to Taixi. Well, let us hasten our departure. Taixi wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. Thus, the Zayublian arrived at the planetary coordinates provided by the Mobisai Foundation, the planet Shear. Exercise caution, brothers. We remain unaware of who has cleared this place. Jimu Le Noir, Taixi, and Tang Yue, accompanied by their unit, descended to the surface. Speaking of elite forces, one must mention Tang Yue's initial plans to equip Taixi with outlaws. During this time, Taixi had successfully recruited several members of the outlaw faction. Old Hand Sam, outfitted with Tang Yue's specially crafted super harvester armor, capable of scaling cliffs, achieving brief aerial flights, and employing super stealth during engagements. When disengaging from combat, it can perform rapid self-repair. Armed with a piercing handgun that penetrates all obstacles, a linear terrain-ignoring attack, and an Annihilation C4 explosive, which can instantaneously vaporize any unit or structure capable of manual detonation. Kevin Viper Weisheit, equipped with Tang Yue's specially designed Super Raider armor, featuring a steadfast shield and restorative stimulants for health regeneration. Armed with a dual-barreled explosive grenade launcher, it can inflict devastating damage on both heavy and light armored units. Additionally, he carries a Restoration Matrix production line, capable of deploying Restoration Matrices or activating them directly. The Restoration Matrix significantly reduces damage from ranged attacks and heals allied units within its vicinity. Lieutenant Lena Nikala, donned in Tong Yue's specially crafted super medic armor, capable of deploying a healing barrier that completely blocks incoming ranged attacks, allowing allied attacks to heal comrades as they pass through. The core of the Matrix. The light of Primordial periodically erupts with Nova healing, restoring surrounding allies. Armed with a Decay handgun and Ascendant healing beam. The Decay handgun inflicts substantial slow effects on targets and weakens their armor, reducing speed by 75 and armor by 5. The Ascendant healing beam provides continuous healing to all allies, decreasing damage taken by 25. Although Take C's team consisted of only 4 individuals, they were formidable enough to rival an army, 200 population, including Jimu Lei Nuo and Tong Yue. The group of 6 ventured into this perilous territory. Eliminate these invaders. Suddenly, a massive wave of Protoss surged forth. Upon seeing their distinctive red livery, the group recognized them as yet another band of Tatalin. Amusingly, due to the existence of the Tatalin's chain of ascendancy, branches on different planets rarely communicate, and after Tong Yue's recruitment of the Tatalin from Menglai Si and Baishur, other tribes assumed that these were merely the weaker factions that had been eliminated. Well, at least we now understand how the investigation team met their demise. Jimu Lei Nuo remarked with resignation. As they spoke, Sam detonated 2 C4 explosives, obliterating the nearest Protoss. Continuing onward, they encountered a set of photon turrets. Wait, photon turrets? Tong Yue, where are the new devices you mentioned? Haha, just watch. Swan, bring them over. Upon hearing that it was time for the new invention to make its debut, Tong Yue perked up. Certainly no problem, as Swan's voice echoed. A transport vehicle arrived carrying 2 siege tanks. Behold, my latest masterpiece, the phase bombardment siege tank, effective against both air and ground targets. With an extraordinarily long range, the ultimate dream of a tank. As Tong Yue explained, the siege tanks transformed into bombardment mode and commenced a barrage, reminiscent of machine gun fire. Thanks to the modification of the barrel to a phase collapse cannon, there was no need for cooling. Rapid-fire bombardments became possible, surpassing even machine guns if the driver's reflexes were swift enough. Soon, the photon turrets were reduced to rubble. Press on. Tong Yue charged ahead. It is worth noting that Tong Yue wielded 2 specially crafted revolvers, Star Shatter Level 00. Charge, charge, charge. Along the way, numerous Reapers and Killers emerged. But they were all felled by Tong Yue's revolvers, which fired with the ferocity of a machine gun. Before long, they arrived at the base of the previous exploration team. I am obtaining access to the Mobisai base. I have transferred control of the base to you. Simultaneously, I've connected to the sensing network left by Mobisai, which will assist you. With Matt's help, the base began to operate once more. Draken laser drill, harness the power of the sun, and drill through that gate. Take C activated the laser drill, continuing to excavate the temple. We need to deploy defensive forces beside the base to protect the laser drill. Jimu Lei Nuo also began to utilize the base for defense preparations. All right, you all hold the fort here. Take C, gather your team. We're going to take down the Tatalin base. Tong Yue called upon Take C and the outlaw team to execute a raid. The process of raiding was remarkably effortless. Tong Yue's dual revolvers swept through enemies with manic fury, while Lieutenant Lena Ni Ka La deployed a barrier, astonishingly healing their allies as they advanced under a hail of gunfire, ultimately flattening the Tatalin base. Jimu Lei Nuo sat within the base, watching the information on the sensing network in disbelief, slowly drilling through the gate to pilfer any artifacts left behind. Chapter 99. The train heist. Tong Yue successfully acquired the 3rd artifact fragment, and the testing of the outlaw super equipment proved exceptionally successful. The performance of the new phase siege tanks was also outstanding. All was well, except for the Tatalin of Shearer, who expressed their frustration, deeming the group to be a bunch of lunatics. Just 5 individuals had flattened their expansive base. Tong Yue and his companions made a flamboyant entrance and exit, leaving behind a scene of devastation in Sheer. The Tatalin of this tribe were infuriated and plotted a ruthless revenge, while Jimu Lei Nuo, in their eyes, was merely an employee of Tong Yue's group. However, none of this concerned Tong Yue and Jimu Lei Nuo. Recently, Matt had gathered sufficient resources along with Tong U.S. advanced technology and began to scheme an uprising. Commander, we have discovered that the Empire has recently restarted the old railway system into Sannies and is excavating something there. Matt reported the intelligence regarding the Terran Empire to Jimu Leinua, but this time, the information harbored deeper significance. Interesting. Since the Empire treasures whatever they are excavating, we shall embark on a train heist. Take C and Tong Yue would surely revel in this. After a moment's contemplation, Jimu Leinua decisively declared their intention to raid the train into Sannies. What? A train heist? This is beyond thrilling. Upon learning of the news, Tong Yue was naturally overjoyed. Now, after such a lengthy period, Tong Yue's prowess had matured, leading him to explore intriguing foreign artifacts. Such opportunities to experiment with research outcomes were cherished deeply. Cool. Since we're going to rob a train, it is time to unveil my recently modified gadgets. Tong Yue proclaimed with a mischievous grin, heralding the debut of his new tools. Before long, the Zayubalian reached the excavation site on the outskirts of Sannies. Under the enhanced command capsule that Tong Yue had further improved, they swiftly established a forward base. Step aside, everyone. We are about to land. As Tai Kusi and Jim Reno busied themselves at the base, a voice called out from above, belonging to Tang Yu. Soon, the crowd cleared a space, revealing Tang Yu standing atop a massive container, suspended by a grand parachute, gracefully descending from the heights. Upon the container's landing, a cloud of dust was stirred up by the force of the wind. As the dust settled, a magnificent and colossal laser drill emerged, radiating dazzling light as it pierced the sunlight, with Tang Yu standing atop it, gesturing forward. This was the ultimate Dalu laser drill, personally modified by Tang Yu, capable of ultra-high-speed locking and energy concentration. It possessed phase-ripping rays that inflicted continuous damage on all enemies within the targeted area while diminishing their velocity. It could unleash converging rays and pulse cannons. Under Tang Yu's command, it was capable of executing purifying strikes, penetrating the crust with devastating force. Wow, you actually brought it, exclaimed Jim Reno, astonished. I wondered why I couldn't find a laser drill when we left Shi'er. Turns out you took it. After Tang Yu and Tai Kusi had successfully pushed through Taldalan, Jim Reno had intended to pack up the remaining supplies. Yet he could not locate the laser drill. It seemed Tang Yu had casually taken it during the meeting on the Haberlian. When I first arrived at the excavation site in Shi'er, I immediately recognized the potential of that laser drill. It truly is impressive, Tang Yu remarked proudly. Now that we have everything ready, let us commence, Tai Kusi expressed with eagerness. Commander, I've detected numerous dormant Federal war vehicles near the base. Matt reported with new intelligence. Hey, cowboy, those are rattlesnakes. I thought they had never researched prototype vehicles, came Swan's timely information. These treasures can move and attack simultaneously, particularly effective against trains. I will upload the schematics to the heavy factory. All right, I will ensure to gather the nearby rattlesnake vehicles, Jim Reno readily agreed, recognizing the value of such readily available combat power. Look, the first train is approaching. Watch the might of my drill, Tang Yu declared, activating the laser drill. After a brief moment of locking and energy concentration, a beam shot forth from the drill, obliterating the train's structure in short order. The first train was rendered inoperative. Meanwhile, Jim Reno took the opportunity to collect the remaining rattlesnake vehicles. It seems these are all the rattlesnakes in the vicinity. With them, dealing with the trains will be significantly easier, Jim Reno mused. Commander, I've intercepted communications from the Empire. They plan to assault our base, Matt informed urgently. Let them come. I will burn them down, no matter how many. Tang Yu is already deploying radar within the Imperial military base. As her words concluded, she commanded the laser drill to relentlessly bore into the Imperial base, causing chaos and destruction. Commander, the Empire has canceled their assault on our base. They are now preoccupied with firefighting, Matt relayed, delivering good news. Well, that aligns with Tang Yu's style. Our task is to secure the trains. I trust Tang Yu will handle the rest. Jim Reno, accustomed to such circumstances, continued his efforts to dismantle the trains. Thus, while Tang Yu decimated the Imperial base outside the excavation site, 5 trains were intercepted. Once cleared, Tang Yu led the troops to construct a cluster of bunkers at the dispatch point, effectively halting the trains. Soon, all trains were intercepted, and Jim Reno obtained an old federal deputy. Chapter 100. The new First Sun prison break after robbing the trains. Tang Yu and Tai Ku Si expressed their satisfaction and settled down temporarily. Jim Reno seized the opportunity to tinker with the Ihan crystal that Zaratu had quietly given him. Ever since Tang Yu activated the Riza Air Temple alongside Zaratu in Sagula Sea, Zarata had embarked on a quest to further explore the Zelnaga prophecies. This expedition proved fruitful as Zaratu, the old mystic, stumbled upon a Zelnaga shuttle, the Void Seeker. This remarkable machine operated at astonishing speeds, traversing the galaxy with ease. If Tang Yu were present, she might have claimed it for herself. Having acquired the Void Seeker, Zarata thrived, roaming throughout the star system and occasionally venturing beyond to seek clues. Since Tang Yu had previously engaged with hybrids on AI, Air, Zara, after a skirmish with Kerrigan in Ulan, made his way to Zakul in search of protectors. Naturally, he encountered Mal, but this time he remained remarkably composed, regarding him as merely an inexperienced newcomer, far from the prowess of the formidable. During his time in Sagula Sea, Tang Yu completed her research on advanced hybrids, merging the powers of Nyla, Chimu, and Kalai, now forming Dalu. The Protoss of Dalu were well acquainted with the capabilities of hybrids. While they might not pursue the creation of hybrids due to their values, they nonetheless developed a hybrid disintegration device with Tang Yu's assistance. This device, upon activation, could disassemble hybrids into a multitude of Protoss and Zerg biomasses. Regrettably, the production method for the hybrid disintegration device resided with Tang Yu. Although Dalu had acquired numerous devices from her, they were all outfitted on the Golden Fleet. As someone who had ventured forth, Zarata naturally received one as well, currently installed on the Void Seeker. Upon encountering Mal, he activated the device, resulting in Mal's immediate demise. Subsequently, Zaratu proceeded to the remains of the Overmind. Despite easily dispatching Mal, the emergence of hybrids not under Tang Yu's control indicated a serious issue. Ultimately, Zarata did recover the original Overmind prophecy. However, having spent considerable time with Tang Yu, he recognized that the silhouette of Tassadar must be a true projection of a Zelnaga. Through the Ihan crystal, Jim Reno was informed of this revelation, leaving him feeling quite perplexed. Initially, according to the progression of events, all would ultimately lead to destruction. However, with Tang Yu's extraordinary presence now intertwined in their lives, it seemed improbable that they would falter, especially with the hybrid disintegration device at their disposal. Well, in truth, Zarata's visit to share the crystal was merely for enjoyment, to exchange intriguing tales. Once again, finding himself with free time, Jim Reno resolved to address the concerns surrounding the new passengers aboard the ship. "Tak, let us discuss your situation. What is it that you truly desire?" Jim Reno inquired, having summoned Tak to the bridge alongside Matt to resolve Tak's predicament. Before Tak could respond, a communication request rang through the communicator. Matt exchanged a glance with Jim Reno, who nodded in affirmation to proceed. "This is Nova. I previously contacted you. Tak and his Spectre are both unstable. Their excessive psionic growth could lead to madness. Please assist me in resolving the Spectre issue." "Brother, having experienced so much, I do not wish to say more. The decision is yours," Tak replied, appearing quite resolute. "Compared to the Empire's executioners, we have shared much. I hope my choice is not erroneous." Jim Reno evidently chose Tak. "Good brother, I knew I could rely on you. I shall prepare to launch an offensive against Xian Fursong and rescue my compatriots." Tosh departed with an exuberant face to make the necessary arrangements. "This shall be a calamity for both parties involved." Nova, with a terse remark, severed the communication, just as Jim Reno and Tosh were about to disembark. A smaller figure wielding a spear emerged before them as the airlock opened. It was Tang Yu. "Jim, I recall instructing you to inform me of any significant developments." "What? Were you planning to abandon me for a little adventure?" "I would have remained oblivious had Takes not arrived with new equipment." Tang Yu spoke with her back turned to them, her tone ominous. "But I did ask Takes to inform you while he fetched the gear," Jim Reno stammered, wiping sweat from his brow. "Is that so?" Tang Yu turned her head, her gaze piercing and threatening. Why, yes, Jim Reno replied, trembling. Consider this your reprieve. Should there be a next time, you shall face dire consequences. Tang Yu pointed a finger at Jim Reno, her threat palpable. Consequences? He queried, clearly bewildered. Oh, are you interested? I have a special blend of juices made from exotic fruits harvested from various planets. Care to taste? Tang Yu's expression morphed into a comical visage. Yet her eyes glimmered with menace. No, I would rather pass. Jim Reno quickly declined, the mere thought of such concoctions from alien fruits sending shivers down his spine. Ha! Now that we have settled this, let us hasten to rescue my brothers and sisters. Tosh urged once more. This time, allow me to demonstrate merely the tip of my prowess. Willie, let us proceed. With that, Tang Yu surged forward. Willie floated closely behind her, keeping pace. They soon arrived at the surface of Xianfuersong. As a prison planet, most of Xianfuersong had been hollowed out, its structure largely comprised of artificial edifices. Numerous spaceports dotted the cosmos around it. With Tosh's assistance, the Huberian adeptly navigated through the compromised security systems of Xianfuersong, successfully breaching the outer defenses and gaining access to the surface. Upon reaching the ground, Tang Yu showcased Willie's new form, the dazzling pattern emitter. Chapter 101. The rebirth of Xianfuersong. Tang Yu's landing could be described as a hardcore descent. Trailing fire, she crashed directly onto the surface of Xianfuersong, the resounding impact drawing all nearby guards. Intruders, open fire, commanded the security squad leader. How delightful. I happen to be quite irate today. You shall serve as my outlet. Tang Yu remained unfazed in the face of the oncoming guards, raising Willie. Dazzling pattern emitter, she proclaimed with authority. As her voice resonated, the front of Willie began to unleash a barrage of enhanced dazzling patterns, infused with a few minor enchantments, raining fire upon the guards. The sound of gunfire echoed as Tang Yu advanced. Every guard encountered, be they Marines or Marauders, succumbing to the onslaught, either frozen, incinerated, corroded, or shattered. As Tang Yu relentlessly pressed forward, the guards of Xianfuersong were engulfed by an overwhelming dread, the terror of an irresistible force. The defensive line was soon breached. What began as Tang Yu's slow advance, with the guards struggling to resist, transformed into a scene of the guards fleeing in a panic as she continued her steady march. Meanwhile, what were Jim Reno and Tosh up to? Jim Reno sat at the newly established forward position, accompanied by Tosh and Takes. So, we're leaving that little girl to handle the guard alone? Tosh expressed uncertainty about Tang Yu's capabilities, having missed her previous displays of prowess. Rest assured, my friend, Lady Tang Yu is a genuine deity, capable of tearing apart planets single-handedly. She can handle this with ease. Takes, as Tang Yu's new subordinate, readily praised her. Indeed, we have all witnessed Tang Yu's might firsthand. We need not worry about this situation. She is more than capable, Jim Reno affirmed Take's words. Moreover, I sensed her discontent upon disembarking. What you should be concerned about is whether the guards can withstand her wrath, Jim Reno remarked as he took a swig from his flask. But let us not dwell on that. Takes, do you have any exceptional members in your Ghost Squad? I intend to recruit someone from the Ghosts into the Outlaws. Any recommendations? Takes directed his attention to Tosh's Ghost team. I have a brother named Nax who is imprisoned here. He possesses formidable psychic abilities. Tosh thoughtfully recommended Nax to Takes. He had some understanding of the outlaw special equipment, which he found quite enviable. Then it is settled. Truly splendid. A person who has longed to join the Outlaws, Takes remarked, taking a hearty gulp from his flask. In the camp, the group shared laughter and revelry while on the battlefield. Willie, switch to high-speed mode. As Tang Yu commanded, Willie transformed into a sweeping serpent form. Tang Yu mounted it, and the front continued to unleash dazzling patterns, now at a significantly increased rate. Riding atop Willie, Tang Yu began darting through the ranks of guards, those fortunate enough encountering mere attribute-infused dazzling patterns, while the unlucky faced the frigid feast of ice, toppling en masse. Thus, Tang Yu pressed on, rapidly nearing the central prison block. At this moment, having enjoyed their feast, Jim Reno, along with Tosh and Takes, commenced their sweep along Tang Yu's path. Commander, you are approaching the first military cell. Care to make some new acquaintances? Matt's timely alert chimed in. Interesting. Are the guards in this cell merely crayfish? With all the commotion Tang Yu is causing outside, they have yet to emerge. Quite fortunate indeed. However, we have arrived. Jim Reno could not suppress his urge to jest. All right, Jimmy, let us swiftly liberate them, Takes declared, charging ahead and launching a grenade. Meanwhile, Jim Reno and his party commenced their leisurely cleanup on the battlefield. Tang Yu had already reached the main prison block. Let these scoundrels witness true terror, she announced, charging into the heart of the defenses. Star pattern detonation. After many years, Tang Yu unleashed the star pattern detonation once more. A colossal star pattern, far surpassing previous iterations, coalesced, and upon detonation, the entire core prison block's floor was plowed down several meters, with the cells below losing their ceilings to melting. In the distance, Jim Reno and his group observed the blinding light. What is that? I can feel a power surpassing even fusion strikes. Tosh, witnessing such might for the first time, was utterly astonished. Uncertain, but it must be Tang Yu's doing. Let us hasten to complete our task. Tang Yu should be nearing her end, Jim Reno stated. As anticipated, when they completed their sweep and arrived at the main prison block, not a single living guard remained. Jimmy, you have arrived. Hasten your necessary transfers. I have set my sights on this planet. At this moment, Tang Yu bore a smile, evidently buoyed by the release of her emotions. Soon, Jim Reno and Tosh completed the selection and transportation of prisoners, with numerous political dissidents opposed to Monsk being boarded onto the Huberian, destined for elsewhere. Before long, Jim Reno, Tosh, and Takes gathered on the bridge to witness Tang Yu's transformation of New Forsen. Tang Yu had initiated her divine presence, standing in the vastness of outer space, directing the godhood Willy towards New Forsen. As a golden force enveloped the planet, it began to undergo a transformation, with Tang Yu crafting a core consciousness for this new celestial body, naming it Kanasha. After infusing her energy into the planet, she opened a dimensional portal and cast it inside, intending to revisit it when the opportunity arose, allowing it to develop freely for now. Chapter 102. The fall of Highwind. The rescue operation on New Forsen went remarkably smoothly, and Tosh returned to the Huberian in high spirits. Takes successfully inducted Nax into the ranks of the outlaws. Moreover, due to Take's recent activities, the number of outlaws increased significantly. In addition to Nax, recently extracted from New Forsen, there was Miles Blazer Lewis, an experienced firebat, Rob Warhead Boswell, a temperamental miner clad in specialized mining armor, and Vega, a rogue ghost operative endowed with formidable psychic abilities. Naturally, as new members of the outlaw crew, Tang Yu's subordinates received heartfelt gifts from her. Blazer, super firebat armor, equipped with a void fuel tank, allowing flames to spread through space directly, with enhanced nozzles significantly extending attack range, capable of igniting high-altitude vehicles. Focused flames can instantly melt any armor. It also carries explosive temperature incendiary grenades that ignite targeted locations and adhere to all enemy units within the vicinity. Warhead, super Lek armor, featuring phase steel cables that allow for terrain manipulation, akin to three-dimensional maneuvering, capable of pulling oneself or a target to another location. Equipped with a regeneration protocol that triggers an explosive recovery of all armor when it reaches critical levels, inflicting substantial harm on surrounding foes. The scattershot firearm carried can deal considerable damage to clustered enemies and can switch to a drill mode, tearing apart heavy armaments in an instant. Vega, adorned in a super ghost combat suit, fitted with a long-range visors, granting orbital visibility. Equipped with a shape control device, enabling instantaneous control over multiple enemy units with psychic assistance. It also possesses a phase snare device that can drag airborne units to the ground. The specially designed sniper rifle boasts conventional sniping capabilities, transforming sniping skills into basic attacks usable on any target, including structures. Additionally, it has the ability to connect with outlaw satellites for precision strikes, Monsk's mini-nuclear bombs. Nax, clad in a super phantom combat suit, equipped with scanning goggles, sensing towers. It carries a Tang Yu customized psychic amplifier, releasing ultrasonic pulses with greater range, higher damage, and prolonged duration, while Nax can freely control the pulse's location. Armed with a specially designed grenade launcher that boasts rapid projectile speed, effective against both air and ground, inflicting small area of effect damage. It also connects to outlaw satellites for precision strikes, Monsk's mini-nuclear bombs. The significant increase in membership greatly uplifted Take's spirits. However, misfortune seldom comes alone. After a perilous journey, the settlers of Agria found a planet named Haiwan, only to be beset by alien insects, now accompanied by venomous entities and viral sprayers. This catastrophe directly infected several migrant gathering sites. The news sent Dr. Hansen into a state of panic. Lord Tangyu, I implore you, assist my people. They are innocent. Dr. Hansen had been researching the alien virus since the Mainhof incident, but had made no progress, as the virus mutated too swiftly for any antidote to be developed. Before Dr. Hansen could prepare, an outbreak erupted once more on Haiwan. Let's go to the bridge. Tangyu, feeling overwhelmed, decided to bring Dr. Hansen to the bridge. Tangyu, what brings you here? Dr. Hansen is present as well. We were just about to notify you, Jim Reno exclaimed, surprised by their arrival. What is it, Jimmy? Our sensors have detected another Zelnaga fleet entering Haiwan's orbit. It was imperative to bring you here, Matt explained. Since everyone is gathered, let us initiate communication. Jim Reno commanded, connecting the communication. Intaro Tassadar, James Reno. It is a pleasure to see you here, and of course, the esteemed Lord Tangyu. It has been a while since our last encounter following Sagulath. I did not anticipate your presence aboard James Reno's vessel. Upon establishing communication, the image of Selendis appeared before them. Long time no see, Selendis. I trust Adonis has been quite occupied recently with his new role as High Priest. Has Rosagal retired? And what of Vorazin? Tangyu inquired with a flurry of questions. Lord Tangyu, they're all well. However, I have come because our sensors have detected signs of alien infection on this planet. These infected entities must be purified. Selendis responded succinctly, cutting to the chase. Jim Tang, these are innocent civilians. Grant me some time. Dr. Hansen urgently attempted to dissuade them, but faltered mid-sentence. Given that this is a matter concerning humanity, should you wish to resolve it independently, we would gladly relinquish this task to you, Selendis stated, showing respect for Tangyu and camaraderie with Jim Reno. Intending to cede command, Jim Reno glanced at Hansen, then at Tangyu. What are you looking at me for? If I were to speak, you should first clear the alien base below. I will handle the rest afterward, Tangyu commanded Jim Reno directly. Turning back to Selendis on the communicator, she asserted, Leave this matter to us. With my presence, there will be no issues. Please extend my regards to Adonis and the others. With your assurance, we shall respect your wishes. I will convey your message. Farewell, Lord Tangyu, Selendis concluded before severing the connection. Commander, the Zelnaga fleet has retreated. Now we should report to Jim Reno. Matt noted. Of course, we must proceed to eliminate the alien infestation, Jim Reno stated. Yes, you should first cleanse the aliens and halt the spread of infection. I will handle the remaining matters. With that, Tangyu returned to the laboratory. Left behind, Dr. Hansen felt lost, but soon resolved to rush toward the laboratory. Chapter 103. Using poison against poison after receiving their respective assignments. Jim Reno led Takes and the others to the surface of Haiwan to eradicate the alien base and seal off the infected camps, preventing further spread of the infection. Meanwhile, Tangyu commenced her work in the laboratory to devise a solution to the crisis. While everything progressed methodically, the anxious Dr. Hansen felt otherwise. On the surface of Haiwan, after Jim Reno had just cleared a segment of the alien base, he received a message from Matt. Commander, Dr. Hansen has locked herself in the laboratory. I fear she may do something reckless, Matt reported, his tone filled with exasperation. The laboratory is currently locked from the inside, and it will take some time to unlock it. Very well, Matt. Your priority is to attempt to breach the laboratory's defenses. Please inform Tangyu as well. Jim Reno finds himself powerless in this situation. The ground battle is progressing remarkably well, with the new outlaws joining the fray, which has significantly expedited the advance. Nax unleashed several ultrasonic waves, annihilating entire swathes of the alien creatures. Coupled with Blaze's fire transmission from afar, several bursts of flames ignited an entire nest. Soon, The infection outbreak in Haiwan was under control. Jim Reno, accompanied by Tychus and the outlaw squad, returned to the Huberian. At that moment, Tang Yue emerged from the laboratory. Jimmy, has everything below been resolved? You certainly moved quickly. Indeed, with the assistance of the outlaws, everything went smoothly. Jim Reno expressed his satisfaction with the performance of the outlaws. Of course, you can fully trust old Tychus and his band. Tychus felt a surge of pride at this. All right, what about Dr. Hansen? I have managed to locate her. She locked herself in the laboratory, and Matt has just completed the unlocking. We are about to check on her. Wait a moment. I thought I instructed Matt to inform you. Jim Reno explained, but then recalled that he had indeed asked Matt to relay the message. Oh, did he? I was so engrossed that I must have missed it. Let's hurry and see. Tang Yue chuckled and led Jim Reno and the others toward the laboratory. Upon opening the laboratory door, they found Dr. Hansen collapsed on the floor, convulsing and intermittently spewing black viscous fluid from her mouth. I must develop an antidote. I must save my people, the convulsing Dr. Hansen murmured. It seemed she intended to experiment on herself to create a cure, but it was evident that things had gone awry, and she was on the verge of transforming into an aberrant combatant. Tang Yue quickly grasped the situation upon witnessing this scene. What? Although Jim Reno did not finish his sentence, everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Faced with this dilemma, they could only resort to Plan B. With that, Tang Yue produced a red syringe from her pocket, approached Hansen, and injected the red liquid directly into her neck. What is that? The inquisitive Tychus inquired. It is a new virus I have been researching. It merges with the host's will and soul, replacing all body cells and possessing immense devouring and evolutionary capabilities. I derived it from the alien virus, enhancing and modifying it by integrating the fundamental genetic traits of the alien species. When severely injured, it can directly consume organic matter to repair itself. Interestingly, it can generate seeds from the maternal body to develop offspring. Tang Yue elaborated on her creation. The virus's effects are reminiscent of the blacklight virus, though it is non-contagious, and consuming does not allow for memory acquisition. However, the ability to evolve through consumption is greatly enhanced, enabling one to achieve desired functionalities by consuming corresponding organisms, akin to an advanced version of the original alien species. While Tang Yue explained, numerous black and red tendrils resembling vascular gene chains emerged from Dr. Hansen's body, enveloping her entirely, with black and red liquid seeping onto the floor. What was happening? The scene was utterly shocking for the scientifically inept Jim Reno. Oh, it's nothing, merely expelling impurities. Tang Yue replied nonchalantly. Just then, Dr. Hansen began to slowly regain consciousness, though her speech was still halting, clearly struggling to adapt to her new body. You're awake. How reckless of you. By acting so impulsively, you render my plan to reverse the concentrated virus of the infected individuals futile. I had no choice but to implement Plan B and transform you into a prototype. Tang Yue chided as soon as Hansen opened her eyes. Prototype? Transformation? Dr. Hansen appeared somewhat dazed. Have you forgotten? You injected yourself with the alien virus, and transformation is imminent. Yes, I remember now. I was in a state of desperation and injected myself with the alien virus, but now? Dr. Hansen was evidently perplexed, as her current body did not seem to resemble that of an aberrant combatant. Let me tell you about my masterpiece, the Zero virus. Your current prototype body is composed entirely of the virus, granting you evolutionary abilities akin to the virus itself, enabling you to achieve immortality. Moreover, it effectively binds you to me, pledging your eternal service. Tang Yue explained the capabilities of the Zero virus to Hansen. Upon comprehending the Zero virus's abilities, Dr. Hansen, as a researcher, quickly consumed some samples, unlocking a series of capabilities such as claw form, iron fist form, acid cannon form, psionic lightning form, rapid form, and flight form. She truly explored the evolution capabilities of the Zero virus to their fullest extent. Subsequently, Dr. Hansen ventured to the surface of Haiwan, distributing seeds to those latent infected individuals. The fully mutated aberrant combatants had lost all consciousness and were beyond salvation. However, Dr. Hansen managed to extract the detailed genetic sequence of the alien virus by consuming those aberrant combatants, successfully developing an antidote. I'm truly grateful to you, Lady Tanghua. In the future, I shall serve you loyally. Chapter 104. Later, under the influence of Plan B, the situation in Haiwan stabilized. The human population of Haiwan became one of the first groups to develop immunity to the alien virus. Dr. Hansen, now a prototype, remained aboard the Huberian after selecting a proxy, serving as Tangyue's research assistant. Naturally, the special unit composed of prototypes, known as Blacklight, also temporarily joined the Huberian family. Life as a ranger is always busy. Hardly had they settled down when the Mobius Foundation sent out a distress signal. Kerrigan had found her way to their ancestral home, later, and was directly confronting the Leviathan. The Mobius personnel were utterly overwhelmed and fled in disarray, only to realize that their precious data on artifacts was still left behind. With no other recourse, the Mobius Foundation had to contact Jim Reno's Rangers through Tychus, hoping to enlist their aid in destroying the data core. That is the situation, Jimmy. What do you say? Tychus stated while seated in the newly established conference room. Well, since it concerns artifacts in Kerrigan, we must address this issue. Jim Reno replied after a moment of contemplation. Indeed, fortune favors the prepared mind. Hansen, take your Blacklight squad down to eliminate all alien creatures. I will handle Kerrigan, Tangyue said, her hands clasped beneath her chin, wearing a pair of highly reflective sunglasses. Understood. I will lead my squad to eradicate the alien creatures. Jim, the task of destroying the data core falls to you, Dr. Hansen readily agreed. No problem, Ariel. We'll take care of the data core. You focus on dealing with the swarm. With all arrangements made and everyone assigned their roles, the Huberian, under Matt's guidance, arrived at Later. Team A, move with me. Team B, clear Zone 2. Team C, clear Zone 3. Team D, provide support. This was our first operation. Let us perform well. Dr. Hansen instructed through the communicator. Understood. 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 As the 4 transport ships landed, Dr. Hansen's Blacklight squad commenced their operations. At this moment, Douluo has been invaded by alien insects, with a fungal carpet spreading across the streets. Occasionally, one can observe the anti-aircraft defenses formed by spore crawlers, while numerous Leiso, and Shi, Tuso, patrol in a crisscross manner on the ground. Our objective is the primary nest of the alien insects. Let us keep up. Everyone, stay vigilant and replenish organic matter promptly if life signs diminish. After Dr. Hansen arrived at the surface, he immediately activated his sprinting form, leading team swiftly toward the main nest where the alien insects landed in Douluo. Along the way, every jumping bug and she encountered was cleaved apart by Ayur, who transformed her hands into claws, simultaneously absorbing them into her body as organic matter reserves. When faced with the formidable Leiso, the team coordinated their efforts. One switched to a hammer for direct confrontation, while another employed corrosive armor-piercing tactics. After sufficiently weakening the beast, a third member transformed into a giant blade for a decisive beheading. The collision between the hammer and the Leiso's single-molecule giant blade produced a resonant clang, causing even the enhanced members with 0 virus abilities to stagger back a few steps. The corrosive cannon operator beside them immediately targeted the Leiso's head and joints, relentlessly firing corrosive rounds. Although the alien insects exhibit a formidable resistance to acid, the corrosive liquid from the cannon, bolstered by the virus, succeeded in softening the Leiso's armor. Meanwhile, 2 team members transformed their hands into long whips, connecting them to form a massive slingshot, while a third fused their hands into a giant blade, launching themselves from the slingshot. The tremendous acceleration amplified the blade's power, slicing through the softened Leiso. As a result, the 0 virus-enhanced Haiguang team possessed physical attributes at least on par with the Paladins, and as they continuously absorbed the essence of the alien insects, their physical prowess steadily improved, while numerous new abilities were constantly being developed, making their mission to eradicate the alien insects increasingly effortless. On the other side, Tangyu, sat in the chamber of the Leviathan high above Douluo, facing the infected Kerrigan, the Queen of Blades. It has indeed been a long time, Kerrigan, she remarked. Since our last encounter at Char, the most recent interaction was when you took one of my broodmothers. Kerrigan, still under the influence of the alien insects and Eamon's will, exuded an aura of malevolence. Oh, it was just one broodmother. What of it? You would not have controlled the alien insects without the power I bestowed upon you, Tang Yu retorted, swiftly bringing up old grievances. So this extraordinary power originated from you? I do owe you a favor then. However, may I inquire about your purpose for being here? Kerrigan extended her right hand, a golden radiance emanating from her palm, the same primal force that Tang Yu had infused into her on Char. At the same time, she scrutinized Tang Yu with her eyes, which glimmered with psychic energy. I am here to keep you occupied, Tang Yu candidly confessed. What? Kerrigan exclaimed, surprised by Tang Yu's unexpected straightforwardness. Is it necessary? You should sense that the alien insect presence on the surface is rapidly diminishing. The combat capabilities of my latest masterpiece are formidable. Tang Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, her half-closed eyes reflecting her current elation. Aren't you afraid I might order the Leviathan to attack? Kerrigan feigned strength. You may certainly try. If you and the Leviathan dare make a move, I will dismantle the Leviathan into a multitude of small crystalline fragments. Tang Yu nonchalantly sipped from a cup of milk tea. Thus, Tang Yu kept Kerrigan occupied while the alien insects on the surface were nearly eradicated. Jim Raynor's forces, unimpeded, successfully acquired a batch of new members and destroyed, or seized, the data core. Chapter 105. Tiphan the operations in Douluo were completed successfully, while Kerrigan departed in a huff, leaving one to wonder who would bear the brunt of her frustration. With Mobius's withdrawal, Douluo became available for Tang Yu's legitimate occupation, entrusted to Dr. Hansen's Haguang team for management. Simultaneously, Douluo was transformed into a high-tech factory dedicated to producing the advanced technological units developed by Tang Yu. In addition to the super machine gunners, medical bovines, phase tanks, and the improved Chongtianhuofu, Tang Yu also developed numerous high-tech innovations during this adventurous life. The Pillager, equipped with 100 billion level compressed Adamon alloy armor and powered by a void energy furnace. It features an overloaded kinetic cannon, sponsored by the Electric Eel, capable of incapacitating targets' electronic signals, including bioelectricity, rendering them paralyzed. Due to the hybrid's information transmission being void energy, it can only decelerate. The Harvester, the latest flying backpack enabling short-term high-altitude flight, with explosives replaced by modified city-breaching explosives capable of penetrating fortress-level armor. The combat suit's emergency protocol grants the Harvester invulnerability for 5 seconds when sustaining fatal injuries, facilitating rapid recovery. The Inferno Battlefield, featuring a transformation system. It can morph into a train hero, with an attack mode shifting to a fan-shaped spray. The chassis armor employs 100 billion level compressed Adamon alloy, offering exceptional durability. Additionally, it is equipped with newly developed plasma fuel, which melts through all armor, effectively eliminating light-armored foes while swiftly dispatching heavy-armored enemies. Goliath, the redundant machine guns have been removed. The driving legs reinforced and thickened, and the missile bay expanded, incorporating new phase-locking technology to simultaneously target aerial and ground mass enemies for saturation missile bombardment. The chassis, also made of 100 billion level compressed Adamon alloy, boasts remarkable defensive capabilities. The missile bay is linked to the base's ammunition depot, enabling relentless fire. The specially designed Night Shadow missiles possess strong corrosive attack capabilities, continually damaging the target's armor. The Viper, the weapon has been modified to a focused energy beam, with continuous fire causing the beam to thicken, greatly increasing damage and range. It is also armored with trillion-level Adamon alloy, rendering it indestructible. The recommendation system has been significantly enhanced, resulting in a direct increase in mobility speed, while the so-called nitrogen acceleration, which is actually a void energy acceleration, has been added for instantaneous speed enhancement. The Viking Fighter. The fuselage is similarly constructed from trillion-level compressed Adamon alloy. Its twin barrels have been transformed into laser machine guns, penetrating all armor and inflicting immense damage on all enemies in line. The airborne missiles are equipped with a locking system, and upon locking, they unleash relentless bombardment. While the specially designed Your Life Is Mine 9,000 missiles deal massive area damage. The medical transport. This has been thoroughly overhauled. Tang Yu completely revamped it, transforming the original healing beams into void-cutting rays. The fuselage now includes a healing field, rapidly restoring the health of allies within its range and providing a 50 damage reduction, while also significantly accelerating energy recovery. Furthermore, it features a maniacal leap technology that requires neither coordinates nor line of sight, allowing for instantaneous teleportation without cooldown. Currently, Douluo serves as the production center for these advanced technologies. Naturally, to prevent Douluo from being forcibly reclaimed, Tang Yu excavated 8 massive pits on the surface. 2 located at the poles serve as ethnic shield generators, creating a force field enveloping the entire planet without a pass. Not even a missile or space dust can enter. The other 6 pits house 6 planet-destroying cannons, capable of obliterating planets with a single shot. These serve as a means to counterattack and buy time, effectively addressing most issues. After discussing the situation of Terrador, Jim Raynor had copied some data, which allowed Tang Yu to learn the location of the next artifact fragment on the planet Tiefeng. That asset, it looks promising, Jim Raynor remarked as he gazed at the star map depicting Tiefeng. Exactly. All we need is... Suddenly, Matt interjected, astonished by the report from the probe. What is happening? It means this star is undergoing a supernova explosion, Matt explained. Interesting. So we have to brave the flames of the supernova to seize the artifact. Cool, Tai Kusi said, reflecting on how, if he were still his former self, he might hesitate to return. However, recently, Tang Yu had equipped him with a new set of gear, and having witnessed Tang Yu's immense power, he felt unfazed by such challenges. Let us get going then, Jim Raynor commanded. At that moment, the communication device lit up once more. Hey guys, Swan and I have prepared a new toy for us, the Siren. I've switched to a 100 billion level compressed 8-man alloy and upgraded the stealth system. Now our Siren has super stealth capabilities. Although it consumes energy faster, even anti-stealth units cannot detect it. I've also enhanced the missiles, which will create a gravitational vortex upon striking the target, drawing in surrounding enemies before exploding again. Exciting, right? Tang Yu's voice echoed from the hangar. Evidently, he sensed the supernova upon arriving in this star region and was already waiting for Jim Raynor and the others in the hangar. Why aren't you on the bridge this time? You were already prepared, huh? Jim Raynor chuckled at Tang Yu. Let us hurry up and finish this. I still want to collect that supernova. The energy for the Terrador-S annihilation cannon isn't sufficient for continuous fire, Tang Yu said, as is his style of speaking boldly. The remainder of the operation went smoothly. Although the super stealth consumed more energy, Tang Yu could recharge directly. The undetectable Siren effortlessly obliterated the entire Tatterland base, securing the 4th artifact fragment with ease. Chapter 106. Wayana. After acquiring the artifact fragment from Tiefeng, Valen Lian rushed over to showcase his prowess. However, having secretly changed allegiances, Jim Raynor, though dismissive, felt obliged to give him face, especially since the location of the final fragment had yet to be discovered. Initially, the crew aboard the Hubrilion had reservations about Jim Raynor's collaboration with the Empire. But upon his assertion, "We are currently working for Tang Yu. The Empire is merely our tool for gathering intelligence." Do you understand? Should I repeat myself? All grievances vanished, replaced by a surge of enthusiasm. Tang Yu had an excellent rapport with the crew on the Hubrilion, as nearly everyone had received his assistance. The prospect of helping Tang Yu, while also undermining the Empire, was indeed delightful. Shifting the topic, aside from the affairs regarding the artifacts, there had been issues concerning the officer taken to the Port of the Dead. Colonel Orlon planned to betray them. Upon hearing this, Raynor was incensed. Daring to deceive their rangers was intolerable. He swiftly deployed a large contingent of advanced technology troops, airdropping them to decimate Orlon's forces. Matt encountered his nightmare, Mirahan. Raynor managed to acquire several new Vulture vehicles by riding on Matt's coattails. Reuniting with an old comrade brought him immense joy. Utilizing the overwhelming firepower of advanced technology, Orlon was swiftly vanquished and turned over to Mira Han for safekeeping. With the evidence in hand, Jim Raynor could effectively torment Monsky. Consequently, Matt tirelessly worked through the night to devise a meticulous plan. "Matt, are you sure you're all right?" Jim Raynor observed the dark circles under Matt's eyes. Bloodshot and weary. "I'm fine, Commander. I can hold on." "You wouldn't believe how perfect this plan is," he began, only to fall silent, as he had already dozed off atop the star map on the bridge. "Perhaps we should discuss this tomorrow," Taikasi cautiously suggested. "Wow, Matt is really pushing himself," Tang Yu remarked, poking Matt's face with his finger. Ultimately, they had someone take Matt back to his quarters for rest. The next day, invigorated, Matt summoned everyone to the conference room. "According to my intelligence, the Empire is researching a new type of heavy combat mech, Odin, which is nearing the end of its testing phase and is set to be showcased in Keha. Our first step is to intercept Odin and then obliterate all Empire bases to seal the news. The rest will be left to me." He pointed at the mission map, vividly detailing his brilliant plan. Those present either genuinely didn't understand or were too lazy to listen. Most absorbed very little. Nonetheless, they grasped the essentials. First, seize Odin. Second, raid the bases. "Understood. Let us hijack Odin and set out," Jim Raynor declared, standing up loudly as soon as Matt concluded. The others, who had begun to doze off, instantly sprang to attention, shouting "Charge!" Soon, the Huberliang arrived at Wyanna. Infiltration complete. "Everyone, grab your weapons and move in." Tai Kasi led his band of rogues, charging towards the workshop. "Intruders, activate security systems." The guards barely had time to utter a few lines before Tai Kasi riddled them with bullets. "Charge, brothers. Enjoy my grenades." As expected, Tai Kasi became particularly animated once combat erupted. They quickly reached the assembly area. "Wow, this machine is incredible. Let me give it a try," Tai Kasi exclaimed, eagerly climbing aboard Odin. Meanwhile, Matt remotely activated the assembly system to begin constructing Odin. "Excellent. Now our task is to eliminate all Empire bases." Jim Raynor felt the operation was progressing smoothly. Advanced technology was indeed fantastic. "Commander, I've detected a significant presence of battleships at the Empire base. Odin's anti-air capabilities are not very strong," Matt promptly reported. "Then we might encounter trouble. Check out my upgraded Wraith fighters, equipped with penetrating laser emitters and phase armor systems to deflect attacks. Let us enjoy some fun." Tang Yu is always reliable. A few new Wraith fighters provided battlefield support. Faced with the super armor of the battleships, Tang Yu's Wraith fighters unleashed a barrage of lasers, instantly perforating the hull of the battleships. The once feared battleships were effortlessly brought down by the Wraith fighters. "Wow, these Wraith fighters are impressive. Tang Yu, could you help me upgrade this beauty?" Having marveled at the power of Tang Yu's modified Wraith fighters, asked with a hopeful tone for Tang Yu to enhance Odin. Clearly, Taikasi had begun to regard Odin as his prized possession. "No problem, as long as you work hard for me. It's just a small matter of upgrading Odin. Simple enough." Tang Yu was evidently quite considerate of his own people. With Tang Yu's promise, Tai Kusi's combat prowess surged, enabling him to flatten two bases. Meanwhile, Raynor's troops began to land in Wyanna. As Tai Kusi and Raynor advanced, Empire bases were consistently being destroyed. Tang Yu even wandered around out of boredom, discovering another prototype, the Huoshin. This is a specialized battlecruiser, possessing combat capabilities far superior to those of an ordinary battlecruiser. However, it was swiftly reduced to a mere sieve by a barrage of vengeful spirit aircraft commanded by Tang Yu, ultimately crashing at the launch site. As for Tang Yu's decision not to salvage it, it was simply due to its unsightly appearance. The Huoshunhao inexplicably abandoned its laser cannon array in favor of a massive caliber front-mounted machine gun, a foolish choice indeed. In the end, the operation of Wyanna concluded successfully under the bombardment of a nuclear weapon from Taikusi. Matt utilized all available resources, with the Empire still under the illusion that Odin remained under their control. As an old miser, Matt adeptly pilfered all supplies while masquerading as a mere robber, leaving behind Odin and the accompanying Taikusi. Chapter 107. Koha. The operation of Wayana proceeded exceptionally smoothly, with Odin transported to Koha, ready for its cruise. Tai Kusi remained aboard Odin, while the Huberliong followed closely behind. Despite the pressing time constraints, Tang Yu managed to install a new gadget on Odin before leaving. A miniature nuclear bomb manufacturing facility capable of extracting void energy to create small nuclear bombs, thereby reactivating the skull button. Odin was now performing a cruise exhibition at UNN, drawing crowds of civilians to the central square to witness the spectacle. Colorful confetti and streamers floated through the air, while promotional vehicles filled the streets and advertising airships soared above. The visage of Jim Reno and that of Monsky were plastered everywhere. It was Tang Yu's first visit to Koha, and she was thoroughly intrigued by the sights. Once a planet ravaged by the nuclear bombardment of the Tyrant Federation, it was undergoing a revival through persistent efforts, although the periphery remained desolate. Soon, Matt would seize control of communications, and Taiku's Sea would create chaos, while we would take the opportunity to establish a base and prepare for signal transmission. Jim Reno outlined the action plan. Rest assured, Jim, Swan and I have secured a new asset, the Thor. It is slightly smaller than Odin, but boasts formidable firepower. I have also configured 2 modes, one for air superiority and another for ground assault. Utilize it wisely. Tang Yu directed the transport aircraft towards Jim Reno. Truly reliable, he replied. Now, let us see how Taiku Sea's operation unfolds. With that, Jim Reno activated the communicator. Meanwhile, Taiku Sea received the notification and commenced his rampage. Hey, little guys, feast on this. Woohoo! Taiku Sea piloted Odin and began demolishing everything in his path, leaving a trail of debris and wreckage. With the detonation of the second nuclear bomb, 2 bases were obliterated and Matt's control period came to a close. The base was established and Jim Reno began broadcasting methodically. Tang Yu, meanwhile, discovered a laboratory near the outskirts, uncovering coordinates and classified documents within. After greeting Jim Reno, she set off without delay. Interesting. This appears to be a laboratory. Let's see what it has to offer. A beryllium element extraction facility. How intriguing, she mused, critiquing the travel guide provided by Matt. Upon reaching the main entrance, she found it firmly locked. Oh dear, the door is locked. Allow me to assist with that. With a swift kick, Tang Yu shattered the door, causing a tremor. While the door remained intact, the wall adjacent to it crumbled. I'm coming in, she announced as she entered. Intruder, activate security systems, open fire. The vigilant guards quickly responded and alerted their comrades. Soon, a squad of security forces rushed to the entrance. Assault meteor strike. Tang Yu unleashed her long-dormant battle mage skills, a massive energy hand obliterating all guards into ashes. Continuing onward, she arrived at an experimental area, sensing personnel approaching, prompting the automated research chamber to open. How fascinating, a failed hybrid specimen. It seems there were others experimenting with hybrids. As mentioned in the Ihan crystal brought by Zella 2, she noted. Tang Yu pressed forward and soon found herself in a vast chamber filled with heavy engineering units, including siege tanks and landing mechs. Oh, look what I've discovered, a combat robot in offline mode. Tang Yu quickly formulated a plan, diving into the robot and extracting an array of components, leaving a pile of parts scattered across the floor. How she managed to retrieve components larger than the robot itself remained a mystery. Soon, she emerged, sealing the robot's access hatch with a kick. The combat robot's eyes flickered to life, evidently activated. Allow me to introduce you to my charge, the Charge Forward Battle Robot. With Tang Yu's command, the newly awakened combat robot projected a barrier and advanced steadily, pushing all guards and siege equipment aside. What is happening? What is this thing? I don't know. It's so powerful, we're being forced back. Stop it. Behind us is the landing pad. What? The barrier occupied the entire chamber, relentlessly advancing and driving all guards and siege machines toward the landing pad, with the cold expanse of outer space beyond. If it could not be halted, the consequences would be dire. No. Accompanied by anguished cries, Tang Yu efficiently dispatched yet another wave of enemies, the oblivious robot joining them in the void of space. Soon, she arrived at the core experimental zone. With a resounding crash, the door was obliterated, Entering the laboratory, she effortlessly dispatched the guards with a dazzling energy blast. Standing before a colossal container. Is this the hybrid they manufactured here? Just an ordinary little black one. How mundane. Let me peruse their research data. The hybrid's armor is indestructible? Is this a joke? Pathetic. With that, Tang Yu opened the container. A surge of psychic energy erupted, rendering the core laboratory devoid of life. Save for Tang Yu standing before the hybrid. A hypocritical existence. My master has already discovered you. Your fate is near its end. Embrace death. The hybrid swung a massive claw towards her. Ah, it can speak. How intriguing. Taste my shatter strike. Grasping a weapon that had appeared from nowhere, Tang Yu executed a powerful blow that shattered the hybrid. Though not particularly formidable, it was evident that others were engaged in similar experiments. I should inform Jim and the others, she declared, departing the laboratory and leaving chaos in her wake. Chapter 108, Sigma Quadrant. These are the things I witnessed there. What are your thoughts? Tang Yu shared her experiences from the clandestine laboratory with Jim Reno and the others through the Yahan crystal. Monsky. Once again, it's Monsky. This universe is doomed. It's all his doing. Jim Reno was evidently furious. Why the anger, Jim? Look at the footage. The hybrid was easily dispatched. With Tang Yu around, there is nothing to worry about, Tai Kusi remarked nonchalantly. Since Tang Yu dismantled his mobile prison, he had allied with her, enjoying a life of luxury, experimenting with various advanced technologies as long as he assisted with the work. With Tang Yu's gear, every task seemed effortless. Well, that does not change the fact that Mengsyke is playing with fire. Cheer up, Jimmy. Didn't you just trip up Mengsyke? Be happy. Tang Yu offered some consolation from the side. Indeed, our broadcasting operation has been progressing remarkably well. That old fellow Mengsyke has his hands full now. Matt evidently holds a high regard for this uprising. Commander, we have received communications from the ship by Sifilo, sent by Prince Valerian. Bring it through. Jim Reno. It appears your recent actions have been quite forceful. My father is currently overwhelmed. The figure of Valerian emerged from the communication device. Is that all you came here to say? Jim Reno retorted, his expression lacking warmth. Of course not. Our team has discovered the location of the last fragment of the artifact. Once we secure it, our team can proceed with the assembly. No need for that. I have enough capable personnel here to assemble the artifact after we acquire it. We will then regroup in Char. Are you sure? Assembling the artifact is no trivial matter. It is a highly perilous endeavor. Valerian clearly harbored doubts about the proficiency of Jim Reno's workforce. Certainly, you should know that the expertise of my professionals exceeds your imagination. Provide me with the location of the artifact, and we shall handle it. Jim Reno did not indulge the young prince. In that case, I shall await your good news. However, I hope we can securely obtain the final fragment of the artifact. With that, Valerian terminated the communication. Oh, Jimmy has some guts, Tang Yu teased directly. Ha! Were it not for you, I suppose I would have had to seek assistance from them. Jim Reno's words revealed a deep sense of helplessness. Hey, cowboy. Your little prince has just transmitted the blueprints for a new Minotaur-class battlecruiser. Swan's voice emerged from the internal communication. It seems the young prince places great importance on this matter. Jim Reno found himself at a loss for words. Haha, just in time. I will tinker with it and also call back my ship Taichu Shirlian. We will advance directly. With my modified battlecruiser, your rangers should be able to handle any trouble. With that, Tang Yu made her way to the armory. The remaining group gleaned some information, suggesting that this time Tang Yu was providing them with their final equipment. Before long, the blueprints for the new battlecruiser were uploaded to the Rangers database. Short-range tactical jumps, small Yamato cannon groups, void phase shields, closed defense Dragon Knight floating cannon systems, and annihilation megacannons. It can be said that the current battlecruiser is a true mobile battleship unit, boasting formidable firepower, comprehensive protection, an annihilation mega cannon capable of obliterating all foes, an unparalleled tool for siege warfare. With the vast resources amassed by Tang Yu, Jim Reno swiftly assembled a fleet of battlecruisers, accompanied by the Zaebolian and the Taichu Shirlian returning from the alien system. They set out for the location of the final artifact fragment in the Sigma Quadrant. Upon arriving in the Sigma Quadrant, the probe detected the Zelnaga world ship within. Currently, This Zelnaga world ship was occupied by a group of Taldaran, and the artifact fragment lay within the treasure vault in the core area. Another group of Taldaran. How endless this is. Even Jim Reno felt speechless at the situation. Why bother with so much? Let us go. With that, Takes piloted his customized transport ship, leading the rogue squad on their mission. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Taichu, Shirlian, Tang Yu sat in the captain's seat for the first time in a while. With her, he Menkaras serving her tea. It has indeed been a long time since I've enjoyed such a relaxed life. Let the hybrids assist Jimmy's efforts. As Tang Yu issued her command, the factory of the Taichu, Shirlian commenced operations, producing a multitude of hybrids to be dispatched to the world ship's platform. Jim Reno was directing the newly acquired fleet as they advanced toward the treasure vault. On the ground, the rogue squad showcased their diverse talents. The Taldaran forces were utterly annihilated. Even as they deployed large combat units, such as the Judgment Walker, Vanguard, Blood Hunter, and Destroyer, they were unable to inflict significant damage on the rogue squad, who instead pushed them back under relentless fire. Meanwhile, Jim Reno's fleet continued bombarding from above. The most amusing aspect was the hybrid frontline. The Taldaran felt utterly aggrieved, as they believed they should be allies with the hybrids, who were, after all, their superiors. The situation left them in a conundrum. Should they fight or not? This led to a significant decline in the fighting spirit of the Taldaran warriors on this battlefield, leaving them confused about their actions. On Jim Reno's side, however, the resistance was fierce. A high-ranking Taldaran ascendant boldly piloted the flagship of the Death Fleet against Jim Reno's fleet. James Reno, you must pay the price for your desecration of the artifact. Yet, as his threats hung in the air, he was met with a barrage of annihilation mega-cannons, which obliterated him. Thus, Tang Yu successfully gathered the artifact fragments and prepared for assembly. Chapter 109. Return to Char with the airlock doors opened. The leader of the Rangers, Jim Reno, entered. Tang Yu, how was the assembly of the artifact progressing? Though he maintained a facade of calm, his tone was laden with tension, as it pertained to his second chance at life. Oh, it's you, Jimmy. The assembly of the artifact is certainly on track. I have encountered a minor issue, but it is nothing serious. With just a slight adjustment, it will be resolved. Tang Yu is currently tapping away at the assembled artifact with a small archaeological hammer. That's good. But what are you doing now? Oh, regarding this, I discovered that different positions yield different musical scales. I'm attempting to strike a song out of it. Tang Yu hammered away, exploring the scales. All right, as long as you're happy. Just notify us when the artifact is ready for adjustment. We will head to Cha and meet Kerrigan. Trusting in Tang Yu, Jim Reno felt somewhat relieved as he departed the laboratory. Not long after he left, a cheerful melody, the theme of Becky, resonated from the laboratory. The adjustments to the artifact were quite forceful. Tang Yu first enhanced its energy absorption and conversion capabilities, then installed an efficient charging module for the primordial power, along with a zero-boundary power module. As Tang Yu completed the adjustments to the artifact, Matt and Valerian received signals to proceed to Char. In the high orbital space of Char, aboard the Bicephulo ship, you have arrived, Mr. James Reno, and this is Ms. Tang Yu. Valerian appeared quite gracious, standing alongside General Wofield. This is General Wofield. My fleet will be under his command. Valerian introduced him to Jim Reno and Tang Yu. It is a pleasure to meet you, General. Though I do not understand why His Highness Valerian brought you along, I hope you will not hinder our efforts. Clearly, Wofield held Jim Reno in disdain. In that case, young prince, did you summon us to discuss plans? Jim Reno, noticing Wofield's contempt, chose not to provoke further. I will resolve what my father could not complete here. Eliminate the threat of the Zerg, neutralize the Queen of Blades, and convert Sarah Kerrigan. However, I believe you will be more interested in the next step. As Valerian activated the communicator, an aged voice resonated through. Valerian, you have taken half of my fleet for what purpose? The voice of Monsky emerged from the device. Father, today I shall accomplish what you could not. Eliminating the threat of the Zerg. I have no time for your jesting. What has given you the audacity to return? Monsky was evidently well aware of Valerian's capabilities. And what of me, a Kuchiloosi? At this moment, Jim Reno entered the communication frame. James, though I am unaware of where Valerian unearthed you, rest assured, you cannot escape my grasp. We'll see about that, Jim Reno retorted, promptly disconnecting the communicator. Then we shall meet on the surface, Prince, he added, departing with Tangyue. Farewell. See you below, little prince. Tangyue waved goodbye to Valerian and Wofield. Under the suppressive firepower of Jim Reno's newly acquired fleet, the Rangers successfully cleared a landing area. With the command center provided by Tangyue, they established a forward position. At this juncture, Jim Reno, Takes, Iran's son, and Tangyue gathered around a makeshift conference table, alongside a holographic projection of the hybrid, namely Sykes. The center of the table displayed the status of the Imperial fleet, which appeared dire. Damn it. I had warned against a frontal assault. They completely disregarded my counsel. Jim Reno was evidently pessimistic about the Imperial fleet's landing strategy. Jimmy, it seems we too have descended via a frontal assault, Takes interjected. That is different. We had the advanced technology supported by Tangyue, enabling us to land amidst such intense combat. The Imperial fleet's equipment cannot hope to achieve a frontal landing. It is sheer folly, Jim Reno countered. All right, you win. Takes conceded, unable to refute Jim Reno's argument. Commander, the Imperial forces have sustained heavy losses in orbit. I have detected some landing pods breaching the defenses and landing near your vicinity. We can attempt to rescue them. Matt's suggestion reverberated from the communicator. Very well. We shall endeavor to rescue them and mobilize a force to hold the position. Tangyue, what do you intend to do? Having solidified his course of action, Jim Reno inquired about Tanyue's plans. I will dispatch Sykes to provide support from orbit. The Taichu Shirlian will begin searching for the nearest suitable location to charge the artifact. Then eliminate the Zerg in that vicinity. Tangyue articulated her intentions. Understood, your command. Sykes acknowledged before disconnecting the communication to prepare. Thus, we conclude this meeting. Jim Reno declared as all arrangements had been made. As the Imperial drop pods descended one after another, Jim Reno's forces grew increasingly robust. With Sykes' orbital bombardment support, the rescue operation proceeded remarkably well. At that moment, this is Wofield. My ship has sustained significant damage and is making a forced landing. Surrounding Imperial forces request assistance. It appears our old general is in need of our aid, Jim Reno remarked, promptly leading the assembled troops towards Wofield's crash site. With Sykes' assistance, they reached the crash site smoothly and successfully rescued General Wofield, although one of his hands had been injured by a spine creature. Thus, the Rangers and the Imperial forces officially converged on the surface. Chapter 110. A desperate battle? I never expected the rescuers to be you, Wofield remarked, now equipped with a mechanical arm, as he convened at the communication device in the temporary camp. The defensive power of Call is incomparable to what it once was. That you survived to reach the surface is already a remarkable feat, though harsh. His words rang true. Indeed, Reno, you have delayed, with your command skills, if only. Enough, General, you know that is impossible. Let's simply acknowledge that we share a common goal. Jim Reno clearly perceived Wofield's unspoken thoughts. In that case, I shall refrain from elaborating further. By the way, what of the young lady accompanying you? Wofield inquired, evidently curious about Tanyue's presence. You mean Tangyue? She is no mere girl, Jim Reno replied with a tone of admiration. While we struggled to establish the temporary camp, she must have already cleared the core area and transported the artifact to the target location. What? Even elite Imperial warriors struggle against the Zerg. Yet she managed to perform a clearance? Wofield expressed his astonishment at Tanyue's combat prowess. Hey, Jimmy, I have cleared a base and am currently regrouping troops. You all should hurry and establish a defense line. We are about to engage in a desperate battle. Tanyue's voice resonated through the communicator. It seems the time for our final confrontation has arrived, General. Let us depart, Jim Reno declared, leading Takes and Wofield's forces towards Tanyue's position. Upon arriving at Tanyue's encampment, aside from the elevated area designated for the artifact, she had also cleared a substantial open space. However, the ground bore numerous irregular marks, primarily the remnants of Zerg blood. Surrounding the open space were heaps of Zerg corpses, currently being processed by the Haguang squad for organic material absorption, while Tangyue stood by the cliff's edge, overlooking the scene beside the artifact. Rather than stating that Tanyue's troops had accomplished the clearance, It would be more accurate to say that they were merely wrapping up the operation. After the Taichu Shirlian calculated and identified the optimal activation point, Tangyue activated the divine state in space, plummeting from orbit. The immense kinetic energy generated a colossal shockwave upon landing, annihilating all Zerg in the vicinity. Following that, her powerful assault dispatched the remaining foes. Yet how could Kahl be devoid of Zerg? A veritable swarm of jumping Zerg, accompanied by cockroaches, spine serpents, and other aberrant units, surged towards Tangyue. However, with the magnificent Huanglong blade in her hands, she danced through the chaos, effortlessly obliterating the oncoming tide. The Heguang squad had been clearing the area for some time, and the corpses piled high created a formidable barrier, demonstrating the spectacle of the Zerg swarm. Yet, it was likely that Kerrigan had already sensed something amiss and was gathering her forces anew. What a mountain of corpses, Jim Reno remarked as he struggled to navigate through the makeshift path into the open space. It is difficult to fathom how such a scene came to be. Even Wofield, who had resisted 5 Zerg invasions, had never witnessed such a sight. To have such a vast number of Zerg corpses piled high was unprecedented. Typically, they were either obliterated by artillery fire or overwhelmed. Jimmy, you have arrived. In that case, let us swiftly establish a defense line and commence charging the artifact. Tangyue instructed before departing to direct the mixed forces of Sykes and her own troops. With the enhancement of Tangyue's advanced technology, Jim Reno swiftly established the defense line. Meanwhile, Wofield was astonished by the combat capabilities of the Rangers. The technology of this seemingly insignificant rebel organization surpassed that of the Empire, a notion he had never encountered before. Activate the charging module. The artifact is commencing its charge. With Tangyue's command, the artifact's base began to absorb void energy for the charging process. A peculiar surge of energy rendered the surrounding alien insects frenzied, causing them to swarm chaotically towards the divine artifact. Comrades, we must hold the line. Jim Reno rallied his defenses. Imperial soldiers, stand your ground. We cannot be outdone by the Rangers. Warfield joined the fervor. Chosen One, eliminate these alien pests. For Lord Tangyue, Sexus directly led the Hybrid Legion in a frontal assault against the alien insects. Blacklight Team, remain vigilant. Eradicate any that slip through. Dr. Ariel Hansen commanded the Blacklight Team to address any oversights. Outlaws, follow me. Clear those pesky, tunneling bugs. Tychus led the outlaws in purging the emerging tunnel insects. Furthermore, numerous executors, flanked by the Seraphim and the Holy Judgment, intercepted any alien aerial forces attempting to support the ground battle. Even though the Air Force was hindered by Tangyue's mighty fleet, the pressure from the ground forces left Jim Reno and Warfield struggling to maintain their defenses. The hybrid troops under Sexus, due to their limited numbers, could not entirely stave off the overwhelming alien horde. Fortunately, Tangyue's hybrids provided a safety net. Nonetheless, the situation for Jim Reno and Warfield's defenses was far from ideal as alien forces began breaching their lines, though they were promptly neutralized by the Blacklight Team. Warning: detected level 12 psionic waveforms. The Queen of Blades has entered. Suddenly, the warning from the adjutant echoed. Damn it, Kerrigan herself has come down. Jim Reno appeared anxious. Fear not, Jimmy. This is the moment we've been waiting for. The Taichu smoothly activated the support artillery for orbital bombardment. The artifact ceased its automatic recharging. It was time to conclude this farce. With Tangyue's command, the Taichu trial, positioned in the high orbit of Char, unleashed its secondary artillery, commencing an orbital bombardment around the defenses. A torrent of beams and energy projectiles descended, swiftly clearing the area. Tangyue approached the artifact, placing a hand upon it. By my primordial power, activate the artifact's might and reverse the Queen of Blades. As Tangyue's energy surged into the artifact, it erupted in a brilliant radiance. Unlike its usual azure glow, this time it radiated a golden light. The artifact's recharging status instantly reached full capacity, unleashing a vast pulse of pale golden energy that enveloped the entire region, instantly vaporizing all alien insects, while more energy surged towards the Queen of Blades. In the wake of a towering beam of light, she temporarily vanished from the Copperloo sector. When Jim Reno returned with Sarah Kerrigan from the ruins of the alien base, it signified the conclusion of this desperate battle. Chapter 111. Sarah Kerrigan. Sarah, I heard you filled the laboratory's lower levels with bugs yesterday. Is that true? Tang Yue inquired with curiosity, seated beside Kerrigan. Indeed, I gave Valerian a little lesson, Kerrigan replied. Her chamber had only been accessible to Tang Yue before the playful chaos of yesterday. And since Kerrigan could not read Tang Yue's thoughts, she felt quite relaxed in his presence. To be honest, those exterminators are utterly useless. They might as well serve as security guards to check identities. If it comes to a fight, their combat capabilities are truly lacking. I wonder who designed them. Tang Yue expressed disdain for the poorly performing robots that bore such a formidable name. Well, you should try to understand them. Not everyone is as capable as you. They are just ordinary people, Kerrigan countered, clearly aware of Tang Yue's prowess. Fine, I'll lower my expectations, but if they dare to name such rubbish ever again, I will dismantle them all, Tang Yue declared, evidently irked by the appropriation of the cool names. All right, it's mealtime. Let's head to the cafeteria. With that, Kerrigan pulled Tang Yue towards the dining area. However, as they reached the entrance, the doors suddenly slammed shut and alarms blared throughout the laboratory. Alert! Facility under invasion. Please evacuate immediately. Damn it, I was just about to eat. This abrupt turn of events infuriated Tang Yue, and in her anger, she kicked the closed door. With immense force, the airlock of the laboratory was sent flying, propelling the Imperial agent attempting to breach in against the opposite wall, ending their life abruptly. Just around the corner, Jim Reno witnessed a door, accompanied by several agents, hurtling past him. Sarah, are you all right? Jim Reno approached Kerrigan with concern. I'm fine, Jim. But Tang Yue seems quite furious, Kerrigan replied, shaking her head while pointing at Tang Yue, who was pouting in anger. What happened? Jim Reno looked bewildered. We were just about to grab a meal when the door sealed shut, and then she. That's enough. I understand, Jim Reno interrupted, having already deduced the general situation. Thus, Jim Reno led Kerrigan and the still fuming Tang Yue towards the transport dock, casually picking up a ghost operative's weapon along the way. Jim, Kerrigan, and Tang Yue. The exit of the laboratory is sealed by the Imperial forces. You must proceed through the lower levels to reach the transport dock. Valerian's voice transmitted a grim message. All right, we'll be cautious, Jim Reno responded. Oh, and there's another piece of bad news. The laboratory has sustained damage, and the alien insects have breached their containment. Valerian delivered another unfortunate update. You needn't mention that, Jim Reno sighed as he watched Tang Yue incinerate all the alien insects at the lower entrance with a burst of flames. After passing through the lower levels and vanquishing numerous bugs conjured by Kerrigan the day prior, Jim Reno's group finally arrived at the transport dock after dispatching a few Imperial squads. Finally aboard the ship. Now we head to the launch port. Jim Reno sighed in relief as he activated the transport vessel. At that moment, Tang Yue was busily munching on a large pancake, having acquired it from an unknown source. Wait, Tang Yue, where did you get that pancake? Kerrigan asked, clearly curious. It's my emergency food, Tang Yue replied, cheeks puffed like a squirrel. This? Well, all right then, Kerrigan responded, unsure what else to say. Caution, we have left the laboratory, but the journey remains perilous. Jim Reno noted as the surroundings opened up, indicating they were out of the laboratory's confines. Attention, Imperial aircraft detected. A soldier aboard the transport ship shouted. Allow me to obliterate them with kinetic shockwaves. Kerrigan harnessed psionic energy and kinetic shock to destroy a transport aircraft. Soon, the transport vessel, protected by the group, arrived at the launch port. Tang Yue was still engrossed in her pancake. Upon disembarking, Kerrigan noticed Tang Yue intently focused on her snack and had to pull her along. Hurry, the transport plane is just ahead. Jim Reno called to Kerrigan and Tang Yue. However, just as Kerrigan pulled Tang Yue across the bridge, a missile suddenly detonated, destroying the bridge before Jim Reno could cross. Faced with the gap of 20 to 30 meters ahead, Jim Reno felt helpless. Sarah, you go ahead. I will find another way to meet you. See you on the Huberian, Jim Reno shouted. All right, Jim. Just don't keep me waiting, she replied, pulling Tang Yue onward. Continuing forward, They arrived at the helipad. This is the Archangel. We have successfully secured the launch port. A specialized Viking fighter aircraft descended upon the thoroughfare. What is this place? Where is Jim? Moments later, Tang Yu, having finally finished her flatbread, regained her focus. Jim was separated from us. He will take a detour to rendezvous with us, Kerrigan noted. Very well. Our task now is to eliminate this formidable machine before us. Tang Yu, freshly nourished, appeared invigorated. The long-absent Willie reemerged, and with a swift slide, Tang Yu maneuvered beneath the Archangel, instantly rising to deliver a long-and-used pirouette strike, crashing the Archangel and its unscientific apparatus to the ground. With a heavy blow, the pilot inside was violently disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Kerrigan aimed at the cockpit and unleashed a kinetic blast, shattering the cockpit's protective barrier, before expertly raising her weapon to deliver a fatal shot, ending the pilot's life. Thus, Tang Yu and Kerrigan ascended the transport aircraft, leaving behind the wreckage of the Archangel. Chapter 112. A reason once more, as the transport aircraft gently ascended to the Hyperion, it signified Kerrigan and Tang Yu's successful exit from the perilous zone. The hatch opened, and Kerrigan hurriedly inquired with Matt and Valerian about Jim's whereabouts, her tone laced with urgency. Where is Jim? She pressed. Sorry, we couldn't make it in time, Valerian began, only to be silenced as an irate Kerrigan used her psionic powers to lift him by the throat. Nearby, guards rushed forward, intent on restraining Kerrigan. But they were no match for the formidable ghost agent, Sarah Kerrigan, and were swiftly neutralized. Stand down, Kerrigan. Valerian is here to assist us. Matt intervened urgently. The IFF alarm has failed. We are under attack. Bad news followed in swift succession. We can leave first and circle back for Jim, Matt insisted, bearing the responsibility for the other crew members. Do as you wish. I'm going back for Jim, Kerrigan retorted, disregarding the others as she departed. Hey, wait for me. Following you is certainly more entertaining than them. By the way, Matt, inform Tychus that during my absence, they can stir trouble with the Mobius Foundation. Their leader is amidst the hybrid chaos. Goodbye. Tang Yu followed Kerrigan, sensing through the currents of fate that accompanying Kerrigan promised greater excitement, especially as she was preparing to delve into her research on the Zerg. Why are you following me, Tang Yu? Kerrigan questioned, clearly perplexed by Tang Yu's decision. It's interesting to be with you. I suspect they'll just be idling about or evading pursuers, Tang Yu bluntly stated. Look, they are constructing a cannon over there. The observant Tang Yu quickly spotted the Imperial forces erecting an anti-aircraft artillery. We must destroy that cannon. Otherwise, Jim's ship will surely be shot down. Though Kerrigan had an inkling that Jim Raynor was in trouble, she was reluctant to relinquish hope. Soon, Kerrigan landed the transport aircraft amidst a field of Zerg nests. Sensing Kerrigan's arrival, the adorable worker drones ceased their tasks and gathered around her. Through her psionic connection, Kerrigan detected that this nest was under the control of a queen. Who are you? I am the queen of the Zerg, Nactal. Rally your forces. I need to destroy the cannon. I am no longer at your disposal. I will transfer control of the nest to you. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. With Nactal's declaration, Kerrigan officially assumed control of the nest. So, Sarah, are you planning to use the Zerg to obliterate the cannon? Tang Yu inquired, observing Kerrigan's adept maneuvers. Precisely. Given my current capabilities, it is challenging to destroy the cannon swiftly. To expedite its destruction, I must harness the power of the Zerg. While Kerrigan's exceptional skills could still allow her to eliminate the enemy forces single-handedly, even without the power of the Queen of Blades, it would require a gradual approach. The pressing situation, however, indicated to Kerrigan that Jim Raynor could take flight at any moment, compelling her to act swiftly. Very well. You can take the troops to eliminate some Imperial forces. Leave the base to me, and I'll further investigate Zerg technology. After receiving confirmation from Kerrigan, Tang Yu seized a larva to commence a research. Observing Tang Yu engrossed in her work, Kerrigan prepared to lead the nest's original forces in an offensive. However, before Kerrigan could set out, an Imperial unit advanced towards the nest. Command, we have detected Kerrigan's presence. She is within the Zerg base. Please dispatch reinforcements immediately. We have been discovered. We must hasten our pace. Kerrigan felt the pressure mounting. With Kerrigan's assistance, They effortlessly defended against this wave of Imperial forces. Before departing the base, Kerrigan meticulously inserted 4 tubes. Shortly after leaving the base, Tang Yu triumphantly announced her breakthrough. Success. I have dubbed it the backup hidden larva. Through her research on the larva, Tang Yu successfully developed a secretion that allows the hatchery to produce a large quantity of larvae in a short time, albeit with considerable resource consumption, necessitating intervals of rest for the hatchery. As Tang Yu regained her focus, she found Kerrigan had already vanished. Activating her psychic abilities to scan, she detected Kerrigan at the entrance of cave. A few ferocious jumping bugs charged forward, and from a distance, Kerrigan unleashed a crushing grip, elevating the suppressive forces at the cave's mouth, rendering them immobile. Seizing the moment, the jumping bugs lunged at the immobilized foes, tearing them to shreds. With the demise of the suppressive forces, the Zerg within the cave were liberated. While Tang Yu idled at the base, Kerrigan traversed the world, creating openings and executing rescues as time flowed steadily. Soon, accompanied by a series of tremors and resounding booms, countless tumblers erupted from the earth, heralding a vast ocean of Zerg. Witnessing this, Kerrigan recognized that the moment had arrived, promptly leading her forces towards the anti-aircraft cannon. Within the base of the Imperial blocking forces, another tumbler appeared, and this time, emerging from it was Queen Nactil. With Nactil's assistance, the cannon was swiftly annihilated. Humanity scattered in retreat. The Queen had truly returned. Once more, under Kerrigan's command, the human forces were vanquished, filling Nactil with exhilaration. No, I have reverted to that cold-blooded Queen of Blades. Sensing something amiss, Kerrigan returned to the transport, seated herself in the cockpit, and activated the comms, yearning for Jim Raynor's communication to stabilize her tumultuous heart. Yet, as is often the case, circumstances proved unfavorable. This is an urgent broadcast from the UNN. The infamous Jim Raynor has been apprehended today and, following a swift trial, sentenced to death. This was undoubtedly the final straw, as waves of psionic energy surged from the cockpit. When Tang Yu returned to the transport, she found Kerrigan seated with her knees drawn up, accompanied by a broken-toothed jumping bug. Chapter 113, Gidiela. Sarah, what is this? Your new pet? Come here, sit down, Tang Yu exclaimed as she entered, immediately fixating on the broken-toothed creature. It's you. I must reassemble the swarm. Mengsk must pay the price. Kerrigan's gaze was rife with hostility, a profound hatred brewing within her. This was the anguish of hope lost after a desperate grasp, a deep-seated fury transformed from absolute eruption. What is it? Why such anger? Clearly, Tang Yu, who had been frolicking outside, was unaware of Jim Raynor's news. Jim, let's go now, Kerrigan finally declared, perhaps believing that Tang Yu was still a child unfit to bear such sorrowful tidings. All right, I'll take care of Duanya first. Watch me enhance it. Tang Yu's concern for the unique jump bug was evidently greater than her curiosity about Kerrigan's anger. Duanya, that's your new pet, named for its broken tooth. What do you think? Tang Yu expressed her satisfaction with the name. Whatever you say. Kerrigan refrained from commenting further, activating the navigation to lock onto the Zerg territory. Alert! Destination is within Zerg-occupied area. Indeed, I'm going to find them. Kerrigan's tone was icy and resolute. After a somewhat turbulent flight, Kerrigan and Tang Yu finally arrived at their destination. A Leviathan docked at a distance from the frigid planet Kadair. Sarah, do you have any plans? Tang Yu asked, holding Duanya, clad in a striking armor reminiscent of the Xel'Naga, as she followed Kerrigan out. I will make them submit, or kill them until they do. Kerrigan stated confidently, ready to resume her old ways. As the nearby Zerg sensed the intruders, they naturally began to converge. At that moment, a creature, possessing a human-like face and upper body, emerged from the Leviathan's wall. Who are you? Kerrigan seemed to have lost some memories upon reverting to her human form. I am Isha. You once stored plans with me. Do you not remember? Isha inquired, using 2 tendrils resembling pigtails as arms to gesture. Of course. What matters is that you remember me. With that, Kerrigan summoned her formidable psionic energy to re-establish a link with Isha. You're the Queen of Blades. I obey. Excellent. Rally the swarm and prepare to assault Kerrigan. Eager to converse with Mengsk, Kerrigan was impatient to regain control over the Zerg. The swarm has fragmented and will not respond to your call. The Zerg nest of the Queen of Blades is right here at Dalu. Her swarm possesses high-quality Zerg units. We can commence from here. Isha, as the swarm's lieutenant, offered a well-structured plan. Very well, let us proceed. Clearly, Kerrigan was not yet fully versed in the affairs of the swarm upon regaining command. Your Majesty, you may first visit the evolution chamber. The swarm's evolution master, Abathur, will be at your service inside. Due to the harsh weather of Dalu, Isha recommended Abathur's services to Kerrigan. What? The evolution master? How intriguing. Quickly, tell me where it is. Where is the evolution chamber? Tang Yu, who had been training Duanya to sit and shake hands, instantly perked up upon hearing the title of the evolution master. Your Majesty, is this an outsider? Should we eliminate her? After resolving matters with Kerrigan, Isha finally turned to address Tang Yu. No, she is my friend. She may move freely within my swarm. You would do well not to provoke her, or I cannot save you. Having witnessed Tang Yu's combat prowess, which included easily kicking down reinforced laboratory doors and executing a shoulder throw on an archangel, Kerrigan held little faith in the swarm's ability to harm Tang Yu. Although Isha was perplexed by Kerrigan's command, she granted Tang Yu full privileges. Soon, under Isha's guidance, Tang Yu and Kerrigan navigated a winding path to a vast chamber, the evolution chamber. A strange creature suddenly emerged from the chamber wall, and it was Abathur. Organic Abathur. At your service. Fascinating. Kerrigan regarded Abathur with keen interest, having never encountered such a being. Abathur served the sovereign, and then Queen of Blades, now you. I'm the Queen of Blades. Different. Queen of Blades, efficient, pure, powerful. You, infected by a small amount of human genes, will be delivered to me for transformation, receiving a formidable physique. Abathur, oblivious to the shocking implications of his words, continued unabated. Do not touch me. Kerrigan was evidently displeased, reprimanding Abathur directly. Ha ha, you're quite amusing. Tang Yu, watching the interaction, couldn't help but laugh. Unknown existence, powerful, irreplaceable, dangerous. As the evolution master, Abathur quickly discerned the terrifying power contained within Tang Yu's petite form, which startled him greatly. All right, do not worry. I shall not devour you. From now on, you will assist me. Tang Yu patted the stiff Abathur, claiming him as a subordinate. Abathur, I need to head to Dalu to gain control over the Zerg nest of the Queen of Blades. Do you have any suggestions? Dalu, extremely cold, akin to space. Antifreeze genes are unnecessary. What is now needed is to collect local indigenous life forms, absorb their essence, and evolve the swarm. Abathur promptly presented an excellent plan. With the strategy in hand, action was imminent. Soon, Kerrigan, Tang Yu, and Duanya arrived at the surface of Dalu, landing near the nest of the Queen of Blades. After a trek through the harsh environment, Tang Yu and Kerrigan were met with the brutal ice storm of Dalu. However, Tang Yu swiftly conjured a barrier to shield them from the blizzard. At that moment, a horde of bare-fanged beasts charged forth. After eliminating these creatures and their leader, the swarm acquired genes that adapted them to the ice storm. Chapter 114. The first friendly encounter between the Xel'Naga and the Zerg. After acquiring the ability to operate freely amidst the ice storm, Kerrigan and Tang Yu pressed onward, with the frozen nest of the Queen of Blades not far ahead. Along the way, Kerrigan also collected some wild, high-quality roaches. It was apparent that these Zerg were not under the control of a higher entity, indicating a dire situation. Kerrigan realized something was amiss. What is it, Sarah? Although it could be deduced with some thought, it was simpler to ask directly. The Zerg forces are typically controlled by higher entities, cascading down through the ranks. This wild state suggests that their controller is dead. Clearly, the situation was complicated. I wonder which faction of the Xel'Naga is here. If it's the Tal'Darim, leave it to me. Tang Yu displayed great confidence in her standing within Xel'Naga society. All right, then I shall rely on you. Let us quicken our pace. I can sense the nest of the Queen of Blades is just ahead. Although Kerrigan was unaware of what Tang Yu had done during her time in Shakuras, she sensed that this battle might be avoidable. While she did not fear confrontation, minimizing losses against Mengsk will be preferable. Before long, Kerrigan and Tang Yu arrived at a frozen nest. The nest of the Queen of Blades. Surely, it was the Xel'Naga who eradicated them. I will awaken the nest and incorporate it into the swarm. Witnessing the frozen nest, Kerrigan felt a high probability, around 90 to 95%, that the Queen of Blades was indeed defeated. As Kerrigan established a psionic link with the nest, it revived once more, gaining new cold-resistant genes. The Xel'Naga have detected the anomaly in the nest. They have discovered our presence. The swarm's lieutenant Isha sent an alert. It is the Queen of Blades. How have you become a weakened human? The communications from the leader of the Xingling Expeditionary Force resonated through the public channel. I was still pondering when you would reveal yourselves. In the face of sarcasm and ridicule, Kerrigan remained unfazed. We must inform Sargeras. They will dispatch the Golden Fleet to obliterate you. This made it appear as though they were merely posturing. Hey, greetings. It has been quite a while. When did you arrive here? As both sides were embroiled in their quarrel, Tang Yu interjected directly into the conversation. Who are you, Lord Tang Yu? How could you be here, allied with the vile Queen of Blades? The leader of the Xingling Expeditionary Force clearly expressed strong condemnation regarding Tang Yu's association with Kerrigan. Oh, by the way, you might not be aware, but I previously transformed Sarah from the Queen of Blades into a human Anchar. Now she possesses only her own unique psionic abilities along with my power, and she should now be considered my subordinate. There is no need to fear when encountering Sarah's swarm in the future. Tang Yu maintained her usual demeanor, aloof and detached. What? So you command the Zerg now? While there was still a hint of dissatisfaction in their tone, astonishment and admiration prevailed. Imagine after so long, the greatest adversary suddenly turning into a formidable ally. What an extraordinary yet delightful feeling. Not entirely, though, although the swarm is currently in disarray. We are in the process of regrouping our forces. However, Sarah will likely take charge moving forward, as I am not particularly adept at that. But rest assured, Sarah's Zerg will be our allies from now on. Tang Yu confidently vouched in her own name. Indeed, Kerrigan's primary objective now is to eliminate Monsk. And as long as the Xingling do not obstruct her, there should be no issue. Since you are vouching for this, we shall no longer impede you. However, the leader of the expeditionary force remains quite reluctant to let go of Kayadiel. What does it matter? Let's consider it our first joint base for the Xingling and Zerg United Forces. Right, Sarah? You would agree, wouldn't you? Tang Yu turned to Kerrigan with her captivating crimson eyes. Unable to withstand Tang Yu's charm, Kerrigan conceded that as long as those Xingling did not interfere, there would be no problem. Given this, we shall immediately activate the psionic connection spire to inform Sargeras of this news. Upon receiving a definitive response, the leader of the expeditionary force promptly commenced communication with Sargeras to relay this information. During the time it took to establish contact, the expeditionary force also dispatched a small team to engage with Tang Yu. Among them was a researcher named Lathra, who had served under Tang Yu during her studies on Sargeras. It is truly a pleasure to see you again, Lord Tang Yu. Your research during your time on Sargeras was remarkable. Upon arriving at the Zerg hive, researcher Lathra excitedly approached Tang Yu for a handshake. Oh, I remember you. You were the one recording research data in the lab, right? I never imagined you would now be a researcher for the expeditionary force. As Lathra had been a data recorder during her studies of Xingling technology 4 or 5 years prior. Before long, the psionic connection spire was calibrated, and through its amplification, the psionic communication traversed the cosmos, linking to Sargeras. This is High Priest Arcturus. I have received reports that you have encountered the Queen of Blades. At this time, Arcturus had been appointed as the High Priest of the Dao Ram through the endorsement of the Shadow Council, now garbed in respectable attire. Ah, it is Arcturus. It has been ages. How did you rise to the position of High Priest? Tang Yu immediately seized the communication as soon as it was connected. It is an honor to hear from you, Lord Tang Yu. It has indeed been a long time. I, too, have followed the arrangements of the Shadow Council and have taken on the role of High Priest, bearing the mission of restoring Air. But enough of that. I have heard that the Zerg have joined your ranks and intend to ally with Daoram. Is that true? Arcturus's tone was filled with nostalgia and astonishment, clearly unable to fathom the alliance between the Zerg and the Xingling. Of course, Though it is not entirely accurate, it is merely the Zerg under Sarah's command. There are still many rogue and independent Zerg that do not fall under our control. However, we will strive to reclaim control over the Zerg. Tang, you provided Arcturus with an update on the current situation. In that case, we shall place our trust in your authority. We will forge an alliance with Kerrigan's Zerg while remaining vigilant against attacks from the other Zerg. Understanding the circumstances, Arcturus recognized and respected Tang Yu's leadership among the Dalram on Sargeras. Thus, Kerrigan successfully reclaimed the Nefash Zerg hive, obtaining high-quality roach and spine-crawler essences. Chapter 115. The 4-year-old Zagara. The operations in Kayadiel proceeded smoothly. With Tang Yu's influence, Kerrigan efficiently acquired the Nefash swarm, significantly increasing her power. Naturally, the main planet, Char, needed to be reclaimed. After completing the absorption and integration of the Nefash swarm, Kerrigan swiftly piloted the Leviathan towards Char. Along the way, Abathur, under Tang Yu's persuasion, optimized the existing unit's genetic sequences. Jumping Bug enhanced adrenaline, greatly increasing movement and attack speed, while equipping more powerful exoskeletons. It could load mutated genes, rapidly hatch 3 jumping bugs, and traverse cliffs, activating feral attack power. Roach reinforced burrowing movement and enhanced regenerative capabilities, optimized bile and stress exoskeletons. It could load mutated genes, harboring special microorganisms that paralyze targets, significantly reducing their movement and attack speed. Additionally, it would inject parasitic organisms, hatching small roaches upon the target's demise. Spine Crawler reinforced tendons to extend range, adjusted adrenaline to greatly accelerate attack speed, generated auxiliary exoskeletons, and optimized abdominal tendons to enhance movement speed. It could load mutated genes, allowing spines to pierce armor and unleash toxic eruptions, armor reduction, persistent damage. Furthermore, it could mutate into a lurker. There were other enhancements, such as the Twin Worker Bee, enhanced net bug, corrupted bacteria blanket, and auto-extraction chamber, which need not be elaborated upon. Simultaneously, under Tang Yu's psionic training, Kerrigan mastered new abilities. Chain Psionic Lightning, an attack that can infinitely chain to targets within range, dealing 100 damage with a basic attack. Essence Absorption, recovering her vitality by siphoning the target's essence upon attack. Essence Surge, using powerful psionics to invigorate essence, restoring herself and nearby allies' health. Ascendant Ray, concentrating the primordial power within, forming a ray that delivers devastating strikes to all targets in a straight line. After mastering this technique, the proportion of primordial power within Kerrigan significantly increased. Queen, the Zerg on Char are led by the Broodmother Zagara, who has been commanding the swarm in battle against the Empire's forces since her departure from Char. Isha informed Kerrigan about the situation on Char. Our reconnaissance indicates that Broodmother Zagara is holed up in the acidic marshes, where she is hoarding a large quantity of Zerg eggs. She intends to collect these eggs to confront the Imperial Army. In that case, let us compete to see who can gather the eggs faster. Kerrigan's face radiated confidence and disdain. Sarah, I want to join as well. I just upgraded the equipment for Toothless. You gather the eggs while I flatten Zagara's hive. Tang, you had just utilized the equipment provided by the Kayadiel Expeditionary Force to upgrade Toothless. With powerful psionics coursing through it, complemented by a complete set of specialized armor, Toothless had evolved into a formidable jumping bug. The once unmatched claws are now complemented by 2 ethereal talons, doubling the joy. The formidable spirit-infused Broken Tooth can unleash a tempest of psychic energy and execute a swift retreat under a lightning shower. Soon, Kerrigan establishes a nest with Tang Yue in the acidic marsh of Kal, situated beside a vast pool brimming with green viscous liquid. Your Majesty, these are the hatching pools. By collecting sufficient eggs and placing them within, we can expedite the hatching process. Isha's explanations are always remarkably clear. Very well, I shall gather the eggs, and then we can drive the Imperial forces out of Kal. Clearly, Kerrigan is displeased by the occupation of her homeland. Your Majesty, the Broodmother Zagara is leading her forces to attack the nest. Just as plans were being deliberated, Zagara approached, ready for confrontation. You are not the Blade Queen. You are merely a frail human. Depart from Kal. or this will become your grave. As Zagara neared Kerrigan's base, she began to issue threats. However, before Zagara could mount her assault, a multitude of toxic banlings erupted from the ground, rolling towards her. With a hissing sound, Zagara's minions were reduced to a blend of organic matter and corrosive liquid. Zagara herself was gravely injured and retreated through the deep chasms back to her base. Sarah, was there an attack just now? Tang Yue, who had been studying the hatching pools, turned upon hearing the commotion, only to find several round toxic banlings outside the now-empty base entrance. It's nothing. Continue your research. Kerrigan, rubbing her forehead, felt a headache coming on. Such a death was truly unprecedented. By the way, Isha, when was Zagara born? I don't recall any brood mother when I arrived at Call 5 years ago. The first I encountered was one I captured on Mask. Tang Yue suddenly recalled this crucial question. Lord Tang Yue, broodmother Zagara was the first broodmother created by the Queen 4 years ago. Though Isha retained some reservations about Tang Yue, she dutifully complied with Kerrigan's orders. So that means Zagara is still just a 4-year-old girl. Tang Yue immediately grasped the significance, jumping up in excitement. Kerrigan, hearing this for the first time, pondered. While the ecological rules of the Zerg may not align with human logic, by human standards, Zagara indeed qualifies as a mere child. Caught off guard, Kerrigan shook her head to refocus on collecting eggs. Enough, Tang Yue. Do not get caught up in such trivialities. Kerrigan appeared quite helpless in the face of Tang Yue's whimsical thoughts. Trivialities? This is precisely the intriguing part. Sighing, Tang Yue decided to disregard Kerrigan's comment and set off with Broken Tooth towards Zagara's base. With Tang Yue's combat prowess and the recently evolved Broken Tooth, they cornered Zagara within her base. You send mere minions to kill me. If you have the courage, let me out, and we shall see whose speed prevails. Trapped in her base, Zagara could only seethe in impotent rage. Meanwhile, unimpeded, Kerrigan successfully gathered enough eggs, hatching a massive force that directly blocked Zagara's exit. Zagara, a mere 4-year-old, had never faced such a daunting spectacle. How can you command so many Zerg? She questioned, bewildered. Because I am the Blade Queen. I am a swarm. Chapter 116, The Claim of Call. Under Kerrigan's onslaught of Zerg, Zagara finally yielded, returning to Kerrigan's command. Recognizing Zagara's unique cognitive abilities, Kerrigan intended to develop her as a subordinate leader. Zagara, eager to learn, endured several enhancements at Kerrigan's behest, each time resulting in discomfort. During this period, Tang Yue completed her modifications to the toxic banlings, enhancing their lethality and splash damage. Their acidic explosions even aided nearby allies in healing, proving exceptionally useful. Zagara, you have been engaged in combat with General Warfield. Share your insights. Kerrigan regarded Zagara with a blend of indifference and expectation. Since you were taken from Call, our forces suffered immensely, allowing the Imperial troops to seize control of the Zerg network, heavily fortifying the area. Warfield and I began contesting control of the Bone Trench. Initially, my forces held an advantage due to the divided Imperial troops. However, with Warfield receiving support from a Gorgon-class battlecruiser, our advance was swiftly suppressed. Zagara's tone was tinged with bitterness, revealing her hardships. The Zerg tunnels remained heavily guarded, while the surface was dominated by the Gorgon. Thus, the surface posed a relatively easier target. By destroying the Gorgon, the defensive strength could be shattered compared to the heavily fortified Zerg tunnels. But your majesty, what shall we do about the Gorgon? Zagara's trembling voice betrayed her fear of the formidable vessel. This question was pivotal, directly affecting the struggle for the Bone Trench. After carefully assessing the environment of the Bone Trench, Kerrigan devised a solution. We can utilize the baneling nests, activating them with fungal carpets. They will obliterate the Gorgon. Kerrigan exuded confidence in this plan. Let us hope those baneling nests can indeed destroy the Gorgon. Zagara's trepidation regarding the Gorgon was palpable. Sarah, are you planning to engage aerial forces? I shall clear the Zerg network. Tang Yue, seeing Kerrigan taking charge of the surface assault, resolved to tackle the more challenging Zerg tunnels, finding difficulty to be more rewarding. With that, Tang Yue departed with a now considerably larger Broken Tooth. Your Majesty, can we entrust her with the Zerg network? Zagara expressed concern over Teng Yue's solitary venture, accompanied only by a canine companion into the heavily fortified tunnels. Have you forgotten who trapped you in your base that day? Kerrigan's remark left Zagara momentarily speechless. It was indeed Teng Yue who had cornered Zagara, resulting in numerous defeats had she not fled with remarkable speed. With tasks assigned, Kerrigan led Zagara and her Zerg towards the Bone Trench to eliminate the Gorgon. Meanwhile, Teng Yue advanced to push through the Zerg network. In a timeline absent of Teng Yue, Jim Raynor had previously submerged the Zerg network in lava. However, this time, thanks to Teng Yue's formidable forces, both aerial and tunneling units surged forward, preserving the Zerg network. Consequently, when the Imperial troops initially occupied Khal, they had to dispatch heavy forces to secure the Zerg tunnels. Although the Imperial troops initially struggled due to divided forces, the arrival of the Gorgon turned the tide in their favor. Nevertheless, all of that seemed irrelevant now, as Teng Yue approached the Bone Trench with her new companion, Broken Tooth. Broken Tooth had doubled in size, yet its mass had increased 50-fold, its densely compressed muscle tissue granting it devastating explosive power. The new material of its shell enabled it to disregard attacks below the caliber of Yamato cannons. However, as the Zerg tunnels lay underground, even the strongest combat unit of the Imperial forces was merely the Thor. Of course, they had also introduced the new combat unit, the War Wolf, but unfortunately, their firepower remained insufficient. The intricate network of the wormholes was a labyrinth of complexity. The Imperial forces established sentries at every junction, fortified by several siege tanks, along with the Thunder God and Battle Wolf, creating an impenetrable barrier. However, these defenses proved futile against Tang Yu and Duanya. The fully enhanced Duanya charged directly into the positions, utterly disregarding any countermeasures, wreaking havoc with unparalleled force, while Tang Yu methodically eliminated the remnants of the opposing forces from behind. Tang Yu's operations proceeded with remarkable ease, as the technological superiority ensured a swift victory. Meanwhile, the surface operations of the Gorgon were equally successful. The reinforced Stinger Serpents could inflict substantial damage on the Gorgon, let alone the mere defenders. Under Kerrigan's leadership, the swarm successfully spread the mycelium blanket across the Bone Trench, activating all the explosive mosquito nests, which annihilated every Gorgon-class battlecruiser within the trench. With both fronts secured, Warfeld had no choice but to retreat to his fortress. When Kerrigan and Tang Yu reunited before Warfeld's stronghold, Warfeld was taken aback, never anticipating to find Tang Yu and Kerrigan together. Tang Yu, how could you associate with this creature? Have you considered Raynor's feelings? Warfeld intended to solicit Tang Yu's aid. However, before Tang Yu could respond, Kerrigan's voice, laced with fury, rang out, "You have no right to speak of Jim. You are utterly ignorant of what your foolish emperor has done. We have nothing to discuss. Either you die, or I do." With that, Kerrigan ordered an assault. A multitude of explosive Zerg burst through the gates, followed by an unending tide of roaches, stinger serpents, and jumping bugs. Faced with the overwhelming swarm, Warfeld resorted to his trump card, nuclear weapons. Yet, everything came to an end under Tang Yu's guidance. Upon sensing the fusion missile's launch, Kerrigan unleashed a beam of ascension, obliterating the launch site and leaving Warfeld devoid of his final resort. The Imperial forces scattered in disarray, and Warfeld ultimately sacrificed himself to cover the retreat of his soldiers. Falling to Kerrigan's hand, the remaining survivors were spared by Kerrigan out of respect for Jim Raynor. Thus, Char, the Zerg homeworld, once again fell under the control of the Zerg, and with Char's forces, Kerrigan's army began to regroup, while other Zerg factions gradually returned. Just then, a most unexpected guest arrived aboard the Leviathan. Chapter 117. Xeris having reclaimed Char, Kerrigan found herself in need of rest. Duanya also received a brief reprieve from Tang Yu and returned to Kerrigan's side to recuperate. However, it was clear that some did not wish for Kerrigan to rest easy. The unique psionic communication of the Zel Naga resonated within Kerrigan's quarters. Sensing the psionic fluctuations from the shadows, Kerrigan recognized the visitor's identity, Zeratul, As a surge of psionic energy erupted from Kerrigan, Cyrodiil's figure emerged from the darkness. Without hesitation, Kerrigan charged forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent Cyrodiil crashing against the wall. "What brings you here?" she demanded, relentlessly pursuing him with a flurry of strikes. Yet, Cyrodiil made no attempt to counter, merely blocking Kerrigan's onslaught. "What do you seek?" Kerrigan pressed, intensifying her assault, but Cyrodiil, seasoned as he was, seized upon a fleeting opening. His hand grasped Kerrigan's head, and a wave of psionic energy surged into her consciousness. Trust. That was Cyrodiil's response. Under his psionic influence, Kerrigan beheld a distant planet, Xeris, the origin of the Zerg. There, they were transformed, compelled to evolve into tools of formidable power. However, a few primitive Zerg managed to survive, evolving and propagating. You must journey to Xeris to acquire its strength. Cyrodiil's thoughts and intentions were imparted to Kerrigan through the psionic infusion, revealing to her the existence of Xeris. At that moment, the chamber door swung open, and Tang Yu burst in. "Haha, I knew it was you, old mystic." Tang Yu sensed Cyrodiil's psionic presence and rushed over, recalling that she had been occupied with experiments during Cyrodiil's last visit to Jim Raynor. "I simply had to meet you again and reminisce." "Ah, Lord Tang Yu, I did not expect to find you here," Cyrodiil remarked, visibly surprised by her presence alongside Kerrigan. "Did you not know?" "Oh, right, you certainly wouldn't know. When I departed, you began pursuing some prophecy. You should be aware that Kerrigan, with my mediation, has already forged an alliance with the Taldarim." Tang Yu stood with her hands on her hips, clearly pleased with herself. "What? You were already prepared and aware of the Dark One's arrival? The alliance between Kerrigan's Zerg and the Xel'Naga will provide us with the best support for the final confrontation. Thank you for your efforts." Cyrodiil appeared delighted by this news. The preemptive alliance would effectively safeguard both sides' vital forces, greatly benefiting the impending battle. "So what brings you here? Seeking to catch up with Sarah? That doesn't seem likely. You two should have some conflict." Tang Yu, engrossed in her reunion with Cyrodiil, failed to notice his true purpose for seeking Kerrigan. "I have come to guide Kerrigan to the Zerg's origin on Xeris to harness its power." Cyrodiil had no reservations in revealing his intentions to Tang Yu, acknowledging her past assistance. "In that case, let us proceed to Xeris, Sarah. There, I can grant you even greater strength." With Tang Yu's decision made, Kerrigan offered no objections, leading the Leviathan and the Void Seeker towards Xeris, located beyond the Copperless Sector. After a considerable journey, Kerrigan and Tang Yu finally arrived on the verdant planet of Xeris. Is this truly the origin of our Zerg? It is simply astonishing. The youthful Zagara marveled at the environment of Xeris. "I can sense that here, biological aging does not occur," Kerrigan observed through her psionic perception, noting the miraculous phenomenon. "What? How is that possible?" Zagara expressed profound skepticism. "What is so surprising about it? They are in a constant state of evolution, far outpacing the rate of aging. It's either evolve or be hunted. Aging would be a curious anomaly," Tang Yu explained while playfully teasing Duanya. "Kerrigan, does your heart still brim with hatred, willing to forsake everything for vengeance?" At that moment, Cyrodiil reappeared before Kerrigan. "Indeed, my hatred for Mengsk will never fade." As she spoke, the flames of hatred reignited in Kerrigan's eyes. "Excellent. You are back on the right path, no longer requiring my guidance. With Lord Tang Yu by your side, I have every confidence." With that, Cyrodiil departed, bidding farewell to Tang Yu before piloting the Void Seeker away. Cyrodiil remains as enigmatic as ever. "No matter, Sarah, I sense an ancient presence nearby. It must be the ruler of this planet. Awakening, it will reveal the power you seek." Tang Yu, clearly perceptive of Cyrodiil's nature, prioritized assisting Kerrigan in acquiring strength. "I too can sense that ancient essence. On such a planet, the one who has lived the longest must be a supreme hunter. Let us proceed." Evidently, Kerrigan also sensed the presence of that aura. Soon, the group arrived at the designated area. There lay an expanse of open ground, a rarity in the conflict-ridden Zerg. This signified the existence of a formidable entity, which led to the bestowal of the moniker Chong Zhu after much deliberation. "My queen, We have established a base near the Chongzu, and by harvesting the essence of the surrounding steelback beasts, we can awaken it. The considerate Isha had taken care of all arrangements. However, the situation was clearly more complicated than it appeared. Listen, outsiders, I am Balak. This territory belongs to me, and so does the essence. I will obliterate your swarm and devour your essence. Do not think of awakening the Chongzu. At that moment, the primal Zerg leader on Xeris issued a challenge. It seemed that matters were not as straightforward as they initially appeared, Kerrigan mused. Sarah, this is becoming interesting. Merely battling the steelback beasts is rather dull. Tang Wei remarked with evident delight. Chapter 118. Zolwyn with Balak's challenge delivered. Kerrigan began her preparations. The first step involved leading her forces to eliminate the local steelback beasts and dispatching worker drones to commence the essence collection. In truth, it was less about gathering and more about dissecting the slain steelback beasts into suitable portions to nourish the Chongzu. Kerrigan's endeavors proceeded seamlessly, which was certainly not what Balak wished to witness. He promptly dispatched his troops to thwart Kerrigan's efforts, only to be intercepted by Tang Wei. To ensure the success of this feeding operation, Kerrigan sought Abathur's expertise to optimize the genetic makeup of the aberrant dragons. With the aberrant dragons, the swarm gained the high-mobility combination of dragon dogs. Kerrigan led a strike team composed of cockroaches and spore crawlers to encircle the steelback beasts, while simultaneously scavenging for pools rich in concentrated essence scattered across the planet. Tang Wei commanded the agile dragon dog forces to ambush Balak's troops. Sada. Balak is quite foolish. His forces have all been intercepted by me. Given how weak he is, we can afford to accelerate our pace, Tang Wei suggested, relishing Balak's recklessness. Kerrigan readily accepted, eager for vengeance and unperturbed by the prospect of hastening their efforts. However, Balak was not pleased. Your arrogance is unbearable. Xeris will consume you. In a fit of rage, Balak chose to confront Kerrigan personally, disregarding the possibility of drawing the Chongzu's attention. Pitiful swarm, allow me to take matters into my own hands and treat my kin to your essence. Balak surged forward, leading a substantial contingent against Kerrigan's nest. Balak, classified as a high-level evolution of the Thunder Beast within the primal Zerg hierarchy, possessed a formidable physique and powerful forelimbs. Yet, his advance was met with resistance. He was intercepted midway by Tang Wei. She dispatched aberrant dragons and jumpers to restrain and eliminate Balak's forces, while she herself confronted him directly. The big dog can no longer contain himself. Allow me to teach you the meaning of submission, Tang Wei taunted, witnessing Balak's frustration reach a boiling point. Although the Zerg's facial expressions were indiscernible, Balak's heavy breathing betrayed his anger. Fueled by rage, Balak lunged at Tang Wei, but his lack of sufficient acceleration made his attack sluggish. Tang Wei deftly sidestepped, and in the blink of an eye, the weapon Willie materialized in her grasp, delivering a precise strike to Balak's abdomen. In the moment of impact, Tang Wei seamlessly transitioned into a spinning attack, her extraordinary strength crashing down upon Balak, sending him crashing to the ground. The immense force expelled a torrent of blood from Balak, leaving him feeling as though his body were fracturing. Before Balak could recover, Tang Wei declared shatter. The ensuing blow sent Balak careening against a nearby cliff, creating a significant dent upon impact. Tang Wei would not relent. She leaped high into the air, targeting Balak's vulnerable abdomen with a spiraled kick. This strike, infused with abundant psionic energy, ignited the wound in Balak's side. Should he be unable to withstand such energy, he would inevitably become a ticking bomb. With a resounding explosion, Balak's life came to a premature end. On her return to the nest, Tang Wei dashed into a thicket where she extracted a colossal primal Zerg. "Who are you and what are you doing spying here?" she inquired, suspending the creature by its tail with one hand, holding it aloft. "I am Dhaka, the Essence Thief. Your power is formidable, and following in your footsteps will grant me the opportunity to harvest more essence." "I was merely observing your strength, but was just discovered," Dhaka admitted, having witnessed Tang Yue's battle with Balak and sensing the potential for greatness by aligning with her. "Very well, you shall be my subordinate from now on." First, accompany Sarah, and I shall call upon you when needed. Do not be disheartened. Following Sarah will also allow for ample essence collection. Thus, Dihaka was willingly incorporated into Kerrigan's ranks by Tangyue. Upon returning to the Leviathan, Kerrigan was engaged in dialogue with the Chongzhu Zolwyn. I am Zolwyn, the oldest of the Zerg. Xeris, the birthplace of the Zerg, witnessed the arrival of a powerful being long ago. It was here that the ancient hatchery, the cradle of the Zerg's birth, gave rise to the Overmind. It was designed to corrupt the Zerg, binding their thoughts under a singular will. From Zolwyn's words, Kerrigan finally comprehended the origins of the Zerg. Following Amon's failure against the Protoss, he had come to Xeris, utilizing the ancient hatchery to create the Overmind, thus transforming the Zerg into their current form. Ultimately, Amon's host was destroyed by the Overmind, forcing Amon's will back into the void, where it was confined by other Xel'Naga. Meanwhile, the Zerg emerged as wild beasts. Enough of this trivial chatter. I seek power. Clearly, Kerrigan's patience was waning after listening to Zolwyn's lengthy discourse. You wish to enter the ancient hatchery. If you survive, you will become one of us and gain the powers of Xeris. Zolwyn articulated the method to attain strength through integration. Sarah, I have returned. At that moment, Tangyue entered the chamber, followed closely by Dihaka. Zolwyn, who had not yet departed, immediately noticed Tangyue, sensing the aura reminiscent of Amon's despair upon descending upon Xeris. Observing Tangyue converse with Kerrigan, Zolwyn quietly departed, disregarding Dihaka, who was hidden behind Tangyue. Tangyue, you have returned. It seems you have dealt with Balak. Who is this? Kerrigan inquired, her interest piqued by Dihaka. This is my new subordinate, Dihaka. He will be accompanying you for the time being, seeking to hunt for essence. Tangyue briefly introduced Dihaka. Your essence is feeble, yet holds potential. At present, I do not acknowledge you, Dihaka remarked, casting a critical gaze upon Kerrigan, still in her humanoid form. Let us see how this unfolds, Kerrigan retorted, equally unyielding. Chapter 119. Rebirth from the cocoon under the guidance of Erwin. Kerrigan arrived at the location of the primordial hatchery. This time, Kerrigan led the vengeful development of the Zerg host, Abathur. It is rather amusing to refer to it as vengeful development. Previously, in a confrontation against Barak, the primordial Zerg had mutated a long-range combat unit based on the Stinger, which prompted Abathur to declare, "Only I may replicate others. Others cannot replicate me." He was quite displeased with the primordial Zerg's emergence of the original Stinger. Thus, upon discovering the host, a primordial Zerg combat unit, Abathur swiftly replicated a Zerg host, demonstrating commendable diligence. As the primordial Zerg advanced, the Zerg host was commanded to take root and resist the oncoming primordial Zerg forces. Abathur boasted about his exceptional mutation skills, evidently brimming with confidence in the Zerg host. Indeed, the performance of the Zerg host did not disappoint. The small locusts generated formidable combat power, and most notably, they came at no cost. Before long, Kerrigan approached the edge of the primordial hatchery. Sarah, are you truly going to enter? Tangyue inquired, gazing at the pool filled with verdant liquid. The primordial hatchery harbors immense power, which the queen's body cannot withstand. It is advisable to maintain a distance. Abathur offered a prudent suggestion. The queen's fury is even more potent. I shall acquire the power of the primordial Zerg and return anew, Kerrigan declared with resolute determination. Tangyue, finding no grounds to dissuade her, acquiesced. Very well, Sarah. I shall infuse you with my power during your metamorphosis. Ultimately, the extent of your transformation will depend upon your own capabilities. Tangyue supported Kerrigan's decision, bestowing her with greater strength. Kerrigan gradually approached the center of the transport hatchery, where several chitinous egg membranes extended upwards, slowly enveloping her. As Tangyue observed the membranes completely encase Kerrigan, beginning to pulsate rhythmically, she realized that the metamorphosis had commenced. Under Tangyue's manipulation of energy, waves of power originating from the primordial and the void converged into her hands, with Tangyue acting as a conduit, channeling energy through her other hand to Kerrigan's chrysalis. Under this energy's influence, the chrysalis glimmered with strands of gold. While the metamorphosis took place here, The primordial Zerg would not remain idle, as Barak's remnants began to gather towards the primordial hatchery. With the matriarch Zagala, the queen, and Lord Tang, you focused on metamorphosis. We must fortify our defenses to protect the chrysalis. Isha, as the Zerg's deputy, advised the current temporary leader, Zagala. Rest assured, I will construct a defensive line and hatch Zerg hosts to safeguard the chrysalis, Zagala declared, organizing defenses against the gathering Barak forces. At that moment, the ground stirred as Dhaka emerged. I have come to provide reinforcements. My kin shall ensure Lord Tang Yu's safety. Dhaka joined the battlefield, protecting Tang Yu while simultaneously safeguarding Kerrigan's chrysalis. Listen, you insignificant swarm. Though you have slain Barak, his kin still exists. The territory belongs to me, and the essence shall be mine. You will serve to appease my kin. A strange voice intruded upon the communication channel. This is the primordial leader, Yagazao. It was evident that Dhaka recognized this primordial Zerg leader. Yagazao's forces assembled at another part of the basin, and soon, a battle ensued between Yagazao's and Barak's forces in the basin center. Isha appeared quite concerned about the situation. Let them engage. Our task is to protect the chrysalis with peace of mind. Zagala remained clear about her responsibilities. Subsequently, Zagala continuously gathered resources and produced Zerg hosts. Under her leadership, Barak's attacking forces were kept at bay on the high ground. Dhaka's troops also displayed remarkable combat prowess, providing excellent defense. Yagazao's forces were unable to advance. However, the situation soon changed. Whether by prior agreement or coincidence, both sides initiated their assaults simultaneously, significantly increasing the defensive pressure. The hatchery contains highly active energy that can hatch locusts to repel enemies. Abathur brought forth good news. Unfortunately, due to the fortifications of both sides, the opposing forces remained unable to breach their defenses. Very well, everything remains unchanged. As Barak's forces were merely remnants, they quickly faltered in the struggle, being relentlessly consumed by Yagazao's kin until ultimately eliminated. You pitiful swarm still exists. My kin shall rend you to pieces. Once the territorial dispute was resolved, Yagazao could concentrate his forces on confronting the Zerg. Countless primordial Zerg began to gather around the basin, and without Barak's restraints, Yagazao's forces could now surround the Zerg base from all directions. The intense assaults from every direction heightened the defensive strain on Dhaka and Zagala, who were on the verge of collapse. At that moment, Tang Yu's energy transmission was complete, leaving Kerrigan to assimilate the remaining energy herself. Simultaneously, the chrysalis had opened, pulsating rapidly, nearing completion of its metamorphosis. Ha ha! Since I have returned, let you insignificant ones witness my might. With that, Tang Yu concentrated a colossal energy sphere and hurled it towards Yagazao's forces. In the ensuing blaze, a significant portion of Yagazao's attacking forces was reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, the pulsations of Kerrigan's chrysalis intensified, nearing the moment of emergence. Seeing this, Yagazao's forces escalated their offensive, but it was too late. A tremendous surge of energy radiated from the chrysalis, drawing the very atmosphere above Xeris into its orbit. Ultimately, sharp bone claws tore through the chrysalis, and once again Kerrigan, the Queen of Blades, emerged, engulfed in a surge of psychic energy. Chapter 120. Supreme Overlord. The immense psychic energy swept across Xeris, and the leaders of the three remaining primordial factions sensed Kerrigan's metamorphosis, hastily rallying their forces to launch an assault on her swarm. Having completed her transformation, Kerrigan returned to the Leviathan's chamber, now assuming the form of the Queen of Blades once more. However, this time, the purple psychic patterns at the corners of her eyes glimmered in gold, and pure primordial power emanated from them. I can feel a powerful force within me. Yet in this form, I cannot unleash it. Nevertheless, with my current strength, it feels as though I could rend the stars asunder. Kerrigan sensed her power had significantly amplified. Indeed, Sarah, the strength I have granted you is merely the amount you have previously mastered. This metamorphosis has bestowed upon you more than you can currently wield. I estimate you will need to achieve another leap to temporarily unlock the power I have granted you, Tang Yu commented, seated upon a chair fashioned from the Leviathan's wall. As Kerrigan contemplated her next leap, she reflected on her recent acquisition. Not merely a gain, as what Erwin had stated that becoming one of them would only provide an opportunity. It appeared she would need to inquire further with Erwin for more detailed guidance. Thus, Kerrigan ventured outside the Leviathan to approach Erwin, as Tangyu remained inside. Erwin dared not come closer, exhibiting a degree of timidity. I have completed my metamorphosis. Now, tell me what the next step is. Kerrigan got straight to the point without any preamble. You have become one with the primordial Zerg. The leaders of the swarm are currently mobilizing their forces to pass through your swarm. Erwin replied calmly, his mouth opening wide as he spoke. Indeed, although their offensive is fierce, my swarm stands resilient. Not to mention that Tong Yue has begun to mobilize her forces. Clearly, with Kerrigan's army alone, the onslaught of the primal Zerg can be thwarted, let alone with Tong Yue's formidable fleet ensuring an inevitable victory. At present, the defenses surrounding those Zerg leaders are sparse, providing an opportune moment to infiltrate and seize their essence, to harness the power of Xeris, to consume and evolve. That is the tradition of the Zerg. At this juncture, Erwin also revealed his plan. Armed with specific methods, Kerrigan returned to the Leviathan. Thus, Erwin's strategy was set. Kerrigan discussed the plan with Tong Yue, Zagala, Ija, and Dihaka. My queen, Ija, and I shall safeguard the Leviathan. You may proceed with confidence. Zagala promptly took on the task of defending the base. My kin will provide you with support. My forces can breach the blockade of the Zerg leaders. Dihaka opted to offer reinforcements to Kerrigan. As Kerrigan underwent her metamorphosis, Dihaka sensed her burgeoning power, rendering even temporary subordinates obedient. Shala, my hybrid forces have also arrived. They will protect the Leviathan. I shall provide tactical support from the high orbit. I am well aware that Erwin fears my presence. If I were to accompany you, he might not dare to engage at all. Presently, he likely waits for you to acquire the essence of other primal Zerg leaders before attempting to devour you. Hoping to match my strength, Tong Yue remarked while sipping coconut milk. It appears my thoughts align with yours. It matters not. Once Erwin reveals his fangs, he must prepare for annihilation at my hands, for I shall gain the power of Xeris. Thus, the action plan was fully established. Each leader undertook their respective duties, proceeding methodically with the operation. Meanwhile, Kerrigan maneuvered past the defenses of the primal Zerg leaders and advanced to the rear. Her first target was the nearest Yagazao. Yagazao, a super ash worm, could traverse through molten lava with ease. With her newly acquired powers, Kerrigan swiftly approached Yagazao. The leader of the fallen swarm? No. Yagazao's voice was filled with anxiety. You are afraid, Kerrigan replied, her tone laced with mockery. As battle loomed, Kerrigan unleashed a leap attack, inflicting considerable damage with her clawed wings, while simultaneously delivering a kinetic shockwave. The violent psionic impact elicited anguished howls from Yagazao. Naturally, Yagazao could not remain passive and retaliated with a searing breath of molten lava. However, such a sluggish assault was futile. Kerrigan nimbly evaded and maneuvered, ultimately outmaneuvering Yagazao. With Yagazao's massive body collapsing, a vast and pure essence was absorbed by Kerrigan. I can feel my powers surging, allowing me to extract more of Tong Yue's strength. Departing from Yagazao's territory, she proceeded toward Kailaizi's domain. However, the path was littered with numerous eggs laid by Yagazao. Yet, these posed no obstacle. Shala, continue onward. Leave the eggs to me, Tong Yue's voice echoed through the comms. Very well, I entrust them to you, Kerrigan readily agreed. Every egg she passed was incinerated by beams of light descending from above, leaving no chance for hatching. Thus, Kerrigan, accompanied by Dihaka's supporting forces, arrived at the gates of Kailaizi. Shala, to your right, there is a fork in the path. Within lies a severed limb of Dihaka, seemingly lost in a recent skirmish. Could you retrieve it? Tong Yue's voice resounded once more. Of course, assisting you with such trivial tasks poses no issue. Kerrigan willingly obliged, as time was not of the essence. Upon acquiring Dihaka's severed arm, Kerrigan entered Kailaizi's lair. However, this time Kailaizi fared poorly. rendered immobile by a beam of stasis light unleashed by Tang Yue, left vulnerable to assault. Finally, the eternal mother of worms, Siliphin, an enormous host, unleashed hatching locusts that would self-destruct. Along the way, she posed significant challenges for Kerrigan, yet ultimately succumbed beneath her claws. Having absorbed the essence of 3 swarm leaders, Kerrigan could now wield a portion of the new powers granted by Tang Yue. At that moment, amidst the clash with Siliphin, Zhu Erwin's silhouette emerged as the fortress crumbled. Zhu Erwin, I was beginning to wonder when you would make your move. Kerrigan's tone dripped with disdain. One consumes another to become a being superior to both. This is the legacy of Zerg. You have absorbed the essence of all the swarm leaders, brimming with power. I am ravenous, and you shall be the sumptuous feast that aids my evolution. Zhu Erwin's intentions were now laid bare. Then come forth. Let us see who devours whom. Allow me to showcase my newfound strength. As Kerrigan channeled the primal power, her bony wings radiated a golden glow, their structure dissolving, ultimately giving birth to a pair of wings composed of shimmering golden energy. This was the semi-finished new form. With the wings unfurled, Kerrigan gathered a tremendous surge of energy in her hands, unleashing a powerful beam that effortlessly obliterated Zerwin's armor, honed over countless ages, disintegrating it in an instant. Zhu Erwin fell before the might of Tang Yue. After absorbing Zerwin's essence, Kerrigan's limbs and torso radiated with golden energy, her armor replaced by a golden energy shell, completely mastering the new primal power. Chapter 121. The message from Raynor. Upon completing her metamorphosis, Kerrigan successfully brought the entirety of Zira's primal Zerg under her command through Dihaka. This endeavor finally brought some comfort to Abaser. My queen, the broodmother Kelisha has contacted me. Your glorious achievements have prompted her to consider returning to the swarm. Though her hive is not strong, it possesses a powerful Leviathan. Just as she returned to the Leviathan, Ija brought forth good news. Broodmother Kelisha, listen to me. Misataf Way C is the military hub of the Empire. Lead your swarm to destroy it, and in doing so, you shall return to the embrace of the swarm. Kerrigan notified Kelisha of her mission via psionic link. As you command, my queen. Ija, prepare the Leviathan. We must return to the Kepula Star sector. Having addressed the matters concerning the returning broodmother, Kerrigan redirected her focus to her own ambitions. Now that she had undergone her metamorphosis and reclaimed formidable power, it was time to deal with Monpsych. After a period of travel, Tang Yue and Kerrigan finally returned to the Kepula Star sector once more. My queen, the Imperial forces have deployed numerous such devices to Char. They are not weapons. Upon reaching Char, Ija presented a mechanical artifact. This is a two-way communicator. Clearly, Kerrigan understood its significance. At that moment, the communicator activated, projecting an image of Arcturus Monpsych. Blade Queen, I knew you would revert to your true monstrous form. Now, if you care for Jim Raynor's safety, you must adhere strictly to my instructions. Indeed, he still lives. Therefore, it would be prudent for your swarm to steer clear of Kaha and me, or else he shall meet his demise. That man sacrificed everything to restore your humanity, and yet you allow his efforts to go waste. Just imagine how much he must despise you. Oh, I suspect he would be the first to rise and slay you. With that, Monpsych arrogantly severed the communication. Kerrigan's expression was filled with excitement, yet tinged with fear, as she dreaded the possibility of it being a mere illusion. She immediately extended her psychic senses, but was unable to detect any response from Jim Raynor. I cannot sense Jim, she declared, her anxiety escalating as she hurried toward the evolution chamber. Indeed, Tang Yu was there. Tang Yu, tell me, is Jim still alive? Kerrigan's tone was laced with urgency, yearning for confirmation. Why do you suddenly ask this? Tang Yu responded nonchalantly, revealing that she had known for quite some time. You knew all along. Upon receiving this satisfying news, Kerrigan's intelligence surged once more. You never inquired, and I assumed that once Jim was gone, you would embark on your quest for vengeance. Tang Yu replied, licking a lollipop with a tone of resignation. Forget it. Tang Yu's response left Kerrigan momentarily speechless. She felt that everything she had done during this time was utterly meaningless engulfed in confusion. However, having reclaimed the power of the Zerg, there was no turning back. Then tell me, where is Jim now? Having come to this realization, Kerrigan pressed Tangyu for Jim Raynor's whereabouts. I don't know. I can only sense that Jim is alive and well. His location, however, eludes me. What's wrong? Clearly, Tangyu was indifferent. As long as her friend was not in danger. I cannot sense Jim's presence in the psychic link, Kerrigan admitted, appearing despondent. You could seek out Matt. When we visited the Port of the Damned, we picked up a computer specialist. Just find them, and it should suffice. With that, Tangyu returned to her chamber. Upon receiving this concrete information, Kerrigan immediately contacted Matt. Matt, I have received news. Jim is still alive, but I cannot sense him. I need you to locate that computer expert and inform me of Jim's location. Kerrigan's communication was suddenly connected to the Hyperion's comms. Kerrigan, you have transformed back into this form. Matt exclaimed, startled by Kerrigan's appearance as the Queen of Blades. This is of no consequence. I am still Kerrigan. I am with Tangyu. Right now, I need you to assist me in obtaining information about Jim. Contact me when you have intel. With that, Kerrigan ended the communication. Matt stared at the closed comms with a bewildered expression, glancing at Valerian, who shrugged in response. Time passed. Tangyu was seated in a chair against the chamber wall, munching on snacks while observing Kerrigan pacing anxiously within the chamber. Sarah, stop pacing. Jim is safe. I can feel it, Tangyu remarked, exasperated by Kerrigan's restlessness. Is this the power of love? I must say, rather than walking back and forth here, you should contemplate how to explain things when you see Jim again, she suggested while continuing to snack. Upon hearing Tangyu's words, Kerrigan seemed to suddenly remember this matter, freezing in place. Tangyu, what should I do? Kerrigan's pace quickened once more. Well, when the time comes, just activate your primal form. That form is dazzling and should make a good impression, Tangyu suggested, feeling helpless about Kerrigan's frantic state. Soon, Matt's message came through. Kerrigan, we have located information about Jim. He is held on a mobile prison ship of the Empire. We can only track him during supply deliveries. I will send you the time and location of the next supply drop. No need, Horner. I will handle the next steps myself, Kerrigan interrupted Matt. All right, new fulsome pales in comparison to that. Be careful. Matt offered his well wishes, knowing better than to press further. I will safely bring Jim back. I will return. Chapter 122, The Moros. At the Atlas Space Station, the supply point of the Moros, where Jim Raynor was imprisoned. Tangyu, I am ready to depart. Kerrigan, accompanied by Leviathan, arrived at the Atlas Space Station, where the Moros had just docked for resupply. Sarah, I want to go too. I cannot miss such an exciting event. Tangyu expressed her eagerness to board the ship. Fine, just don't dismantle the ship, Kerrigan sighed, clearly still worried that her current appearance might repulse Jim Raynor, as Monsk had suggested. After preparing, Leviathan advanced, using its tendrils to penetrate the Moros' armor. The tendrils, akin to the mutated tunnel worms, possessed the same troop transport capabilities. With a resounding crash, a massive tendril pierced the Moros' hull, and as the chamber opened, Kerrigan and Tangyu emerged. Wow, this is my first time riding a tunnel worm. It feels like an incredibly long slide. So thrilling, Tangyu exclaimed joyfully. All right, Tangyu, let us get started. I'm certain Monsk is already aware of our arrival. Monsk was quite courteous to Kerrigan, for as soon as she spoke, an announcement echoed through the Moros. Brave warriors of the Empire, our ship is under siege by the Queen of Blades. We must spare no effort to eliminate her for all humanity. See, Monsk really gives you face, Kerrigan said, momentarily surprised, addressing Tangyu. This Monsk is too accommodating. Tangyu pouted, clearly dissatisfied with Monsk's behavior. Now, let us resolve this battle. Delay could lead to unforeseen consequences. With that, Kerrigan charged into the ranks of the enemy troops, unleashing chaos. Accompanying Kerrigan's assault, Leviathan provided support, sending another tendril through the Moros' armor, ushering troops inside. As they advanced, they discovered that the bridge leading to the opposite side had been retracted. Haha, Sarah, you can take the long way around. I'm off. With that, Tangyu leaped across, defying the laws of physics. After a series of demolitions, Tangyu and Kerrigan regrouped before a gate. I need some time to breach this gate. Swarm, protect me while I open it. Kerrigan began to gather her power. The swarm answered your call, my queen. Zagara dispatched additional reinforcements. Just then, Tang Yu dashed forward, leaping high and executing a flying kick. With a tremendous impact, the gate, along with the wall, was propelled forward at high speed, toppling the enemy position beyond. Kerrigan, who had just completed her power buildup, was left with no choice but to lower her hands. How was that, Sarah? Wasn't that flying kick impressive? Tang Yu beamed with pride in front of Kerrigan. Very impressive, Kerrigan replied, her tone lacking enthusiasm. Soon, through Tang Yu's forceful demolition, they reached the elevator leading to the lower holding cells. Destroy the transmission connector. They are breaching the highest security area. With the warden's command, Thor began to demolish the transmission connector. Hurry, swarm, prevent them from destroying the transmission connector. Kerrigan charged ahead, not forgetting to empower her troops with primal fury along the way. The guarding troops were utterly overwhelmed and easily dispatched. Kerrigan and Tang Yu proceeded to the lower level, where Monsk's voice resounded once more. Brave warriors of the Empire, your sacrifices bear great significance for the future of all humanity. Thank you for your valor. As the words faded, explosions erupted throughout the Mororos. That old fool Mengsike remains ever the same. Tang Yue, we must hasten our pace. Mengsike has activated the self-destruct sequence of the Mororos. Kerrigan is also preparing to accelerate our efforts. Fear not, Sarah, for I have made ample preparations. With that, Tang Yue produced a large object resembling a brick and affixed it to the wall of the Mororos. As the red light on the brick shifted to green, the explosions ceased. At this moment, Kerrigan felt utterly speechless. A hijacking, indeed. The self-destruction of Mororos has been intercepted by me. It will only detonate if I permit it. For now, let us set off to find Jim. With that, she skipped ahead, leading the way. After yet another instance of forceful demolition, Kerrigan finally arrived at the cell holding Jim Raynor, but once again hesitated. Go on, Sarah. Do not be afraid. Use the form I bestowed upon you. It should pose no issue. Tang Yue continued to encourage her. Ultimately, Kerrigan gathered her resolve. Inside the cell, Jim Raynor witnessed the door glowing red, followed by a deafening crash and the sound of ringing in his ears as it swung open. In his dazed vision, Kerrigan appeared before him, clad in a hostile battle suit, her form gradually coming into focus. Before him stood Kerrigan, shimmering with golden light. What in the world is this? Clearly, in Jim Raynor's best expectations, Kerrigan would still be humanoid. At worst, she would revert to the form of the Queen of Blades. However, the radiant figure before him was something he had never anticipated. Hey, Jimmy, we have come to rescue you. How could you allow yourself to be captured without a sound? Truly inept, requiring our assistance. At this moment, Tang Yue also entered the cell. Upon seeing Tang Yue, Jim Raynor felt that everything could now be explained. Nevertheless, he felt a pang of guilt. He had sacrificed so much to restore Kerrigan to humanity, and now it seemed all for naught. At that moment, Kerrigan reverted from her primordial form back to the Queen of Blades. This was too much. Jim Raynor exploded with frustration. Why have you transformed back into this form? Jim Raynor's temper flared. I am. Left with no choice, Kerrigan's eyes glistened with sorrow. Speak those words to those whom you have slain. Jim Raynor shouted back. Jimmy, why are you being so petty? At the time, Sarah didn't kill many good people. She merely dispatched that old scoundrel Duke and Gerald. Tang Yue was also incensed by Jim Raynor's outburst. After a moment of reflection, Jim Raynor considered that there seemed to be some merit in her words. I love you, Jim. Never forget that. With that, Kerrigan exited, clearly wounded by Jim Raynor's earlier outburst. What are you standing there for? Go after her. Tang Yue kicked Jim Raynor and urged him forward. Chapter 123. SKYRD Research Station. Some time had passed since Jim Raynor was rescued from the Mororos. Although the relationship between Jim Raynor and Kerrigan had soured, a bit of coaxing eventually mended their rift. However, Jim Raynor's current situation was less than ideal. He was being taken back by Matt for recuperation. Presently, Kerrigan's primary objective was the hybrid production center of Mengsike, the SKYRD Research Station. Upon reaching their destination, an individual approached the Leviathan. Who are you? It was evident that Kerrigan did not recognize the newcomer, or perhaps she had simply forgotten. It seems your memory is not what it once was, Kerrigan. I am Alexei Stukov. We were once adversaries. The figure before her, half human and half Zerg, spoke. We are all Zerg now, Kerrigan quipped nonchalantly. I am here because we share a common enemy, Stukov stated. Oh, do elaborate. Kerrigan's interest was piqued. The primary overseer here is Nerid, the one who transformed me, incessantly torturing me. This place is also the Empire's hybrid production center. If we destroy it, Mengsik's hybrids will be finished. When Nerid was mentioned, Stukov's tone and the glow in his eyes brimmed with resentment. Then, what suggestions do you have? The Empire's forces guard the entrance to the research station with heavy fortifications. This is arguably the most tightly secured location outside of Kar. We must seize the platform to access the laboratory. Stukov began to outline the challenges of breaching the SKYRD research station. At that moment, the walls of the Leviathan opened once more. The mischief maker, Tangyue, re-entered the Leviathan's bridge. Sarah, I have just received a long-awaited contraption that I have been working on. Wait, who are you? During the UD invasion, Tangyue had been researching Protoss technology on Sagulath, remaining oblivious to the ongoing war between the UED and the Zerg Empire. I am Stukov. You must be Lord Tangyue, correct? Stukov bowed respectfully to Tangyue. Do we know each other? Stukov's actions puzzled Tangyue. When I was tormented by Nerid, he often mentioned your name. It was clear he held you in deep disdain. Stukov seemed pleased that Tangyue had caused Nerid discomfort. Oh, you mean Nerid, that shapeshifter? Indeed, I have made him suffer on several occasions. By the way, Sarah, this Nerid is your former subordinate Duran. Upon hearing Nerid's name, Tangyue recalled. Initially, she had obliterated the incarnation known as Duran on Sagulath, later deceiving Jim Raynor regarding the Zelnaga artifact, which she still carried in her pocket. By the way, Tangyue, what were you about to tell me? At this moment, Kerrigan recalled that Tangyue had entered speaking of some new toy. Oh, you mean that? I had previously designed a void annihilation phase bomb. However, given the economic conditions of the Protoss at the time, it was utterly unfeasible. So I sent my fleet to mine resources. Recently, I finally gathered enough materials for the initial 108 bombs. I instructed the primordial trials to commence work immediately and sent one over to inquire if there is a testing ground available. Tanyue's thought process remained as uniquely eccentric as ever. Lacking resources, she immediately requested 108 bombs. Now seeking a location to test a device with such an outrageous name. Wait, isn't it fortuitous that we are about to assault the SKYRD research station? How convenient. Indeed, your timing is impeccable. We're discussing how to breach the laboratory's defenses, and you may utilize the SKYRD laboratory for your experiments. Kerrigan casually delegated the SKYRD laboratory to Tangyue, deeming it entirely reasonable. Hooray! I will prepare right away. I am brimming with confidence regarding this bomb. Tangyue hurriedly dashed out. Although Lord Tangyue had caused Nerid considerable trouble, entrusting the task of assaulting the laboratory solely to her seemed somewhat precarious. Stukov clearly harbored concerns regarding this. Fear not. Based on my understanding of Tangyue, her bomb should easily obliterate the upper level of a laboratory. At that point, we need only focus on resolving the remaining issues. With that, Kerrigan retired to rest, awaiting good news from Tangyue. Upon receiving the experimental permit, Tangyue promptly returned to her chamber and unwrapped a meticulously packaged parcel, revealing a glass orb filled with intertwining golden and red-black energies. After extracting the bomb, she hurriedly rushed to Kerrigan's quarters, eager to invite her to witness the spectacle. Kerrigan, having just reclined, was unceremoniously dragged out by Tangyue, reminiscent of how her father once did. Following Tangyue's summons, Stukov, Dihaka, Zagara, Isha, and the domestic insect Abathur gathered on the bridge, the prime location for viewing. Everyone, prepare yourselves. I am about to commence the demonstration, Tangyue solemnly informed the assembly. Trusting in Tangyue's abilities, the group braced themselves with utmost anticipation. Shortly thereafter, she produced the glass orb once more, giving it a circular shake, causing the two energies within to blend and emit a dazzling radiance. Observing this, Tangyue promptly opened a spatial portal and tossed the orb inside. Initially, nothing occurred. Just as the crowd began to relax, The planet housing the Skyted research station underwent a bizarre transformation. Its shape morphed like clay, collapsing towards the center as if being absorbed by an unseen force. After an extraordinarily surreal visual display, the entire planet vanished from the cosmos. How about that? Impressive, right? It took a substantial amount of materials to create such an effect, Tang Yu inquired, addressing the astonished onlookers. At that moment, a furious roar echoed through the starry expanse. Damn you, Tang Yu! Nerid shall await you in the void. Chapter 124. The March on Car, on Leviathan. The group observed the Skyted research station shrink to a mere point, disappearing into the depths of space. Silence enveloped them, for this was a bastion of defense, rivaling Car itself. I never anticipated you would obliterate an entire planet. I thought you would merely decimate the garrison, Kerrigan exclaimed, gazing incredulously at Tang Yu. How could that be? If it were as simple as you suggest, Sarah, I could achieve it myself without the need for such a bomb. While I could indeed destroy a planet, it requires a level of precision that is beyond mere eyes, Tang Yu declared with an air of superiority. Nevertheless, I sense Nerid's thoughts just now. He is fiercely loyal to Amon, Kerrigan remarked, having gleaned his consciousness as Nerid's final form was eradicated by Tang Yu. My queen, I detected a reaction from the Xel'Naga on the recently obliterated planet, Isha reported. It appears to be the Taldarum. They are fervent adherents of Amon. However, there are always some fools who mistake me for their deity. Isikhisis, Tang Yu replied with a resigned gesture, acknowledging the absurdity of Isikhisis's fanatical following. Though she was currently diligent in her tasks, they worship a deceased god? Zagara expressed her bewilderment at the Taldarum's actions. That is precisely what makes them more perilous. Kerrigan elucidated, understanding the intricacies involved. For years, Nerid had been tirelessly seeking to resurrect his master, and the war between the Zerg and Xel'Naga was likely orchestrated by him. Yet, how could he amass sufficient psionic energy to revive Amon? Kerrigan furrowed her brow, recognizing the gravity of this question. You released a tremendous amount of psionic energy when you reverted from the Queen of Blades to a human. Where did that energy go? Stukov interjected succinctly. Are you suggesting that if this were true, Amon must have already been resurrected? Kerrigan's frown deepened. What are you all discussing? Shouldn't Amon be alive all along? He was merely banished back to the void, unable to communicate with the material plane. Nerid was also forced to return, but I believe he can still communicate with the Taldarum. Tang Yu disclosed the secrets of the void. This world can be classified as a high-level realm, directly connected to the void with the existence of void life forms. It is important to note that only other void beings or higher entities can kill void life. Tang Yu revealed the truth of their world. Well, I nearly forgot that we still have a force that rivals Amon. Now that we've resolved the issue of the hybrid, let us prepare to march on Car. Kerrigan finally concluded, realizing that Tang Yu was no less formidable than Amon, and they had little to fear. My queen, the swarm is ready. The final brood mothers have all returned recently, Isha reported in her usual monotone. Excellent. Activate Leviathan and notify all brood mothers to prepare for the assault on Car. Isha, assist me in contacting the Hyperion, Kerrigan commanded, and the swarm commenced its operations. At that moment, in the vicinity of Car, aboard the Hyperion, the communication device suddenly activated, startling Matt. Jim Raynor, now fully recovered, was discussing matters with Valerian and Matt. Valerian, Matt, oh Jim, you're here too. I am preparing to march on Car. Kerrigan's tone bore a hint of resentment upon seeing Jim Raynor, evidently still in a cold war with him. What brings you here? Matt inquired, noticing Jim's perplexed expression. The swarm is about to invade in full force, disregarding civilians who will perish. The people require a leader. Kerrigan subtly articulated her thoughts. If you wish for me to become that leader, Kerrigan, I need your cooperation. Valerian asserted, determined to stand his ground. No, Monstrum will seize upon that to target me. Kerrigan flatly refused. But those are lives at stake, Valerian exclaimed, agitated. Kerrigan closed her eyes in contemplation. Fine, I will do my utmost to avoid densely populated areas, but do not hinder me. With that, she prepared to depart. At that moment, Jim Raynor, who had remained silent, interjected, Wait, my dear. This time, take me with you. It is time to settle my score with Arcturus. Jim, do you not intend to assist Matt and Valerian in evacuating civilians? Kerrigan felt her mood lift at the sound of Jim's endearment. Evacuating civilians is sufficient with just me and Valerian. You all should focus on what needs to be done. Matt immediately took on the responsibility. Jimmy, long time no see. I just heard you were joining us to confront Monstrum. Tang Yu interjected into the communication. It's Tang Yu. Indeed, I will be joining. I have already notified Tychus and Hansen. They are en route to Carr. Jim Raynor relayed the status of Tychus and Hansen. Without Tang Yu's presence, Tychus might have forced him into a choice, and Dr. Hansen could have sacrificed herself alongside her people. Tang Yu had averted numerous tragedies, although Kerrigan had still undergone her transformation. However, from Kerrigan's recent decision, it was evident that she was no longer the cold-hearted Queen of Blades. In that case, Jim, we shall meet at Carr. Kerrigan bid farewell to Jim Raynor. See you at Carr. My dear, Jim Raynor concluded the communication. The upcoming battle for Carr would be unprecedented. Featuring the highly evolved swarm, Raynor's forces equipped with advanced technology, Tychus leading a well-equipped band of outlaws, the nearly indestructible Blacklight Squad with potent viral capabilities, and the Taldarum hybrid forces led by Sis, who had defected to Tang Yu. Additionally, Tang Yu commanded a super fleet with the Ethereal Trial as its flagship. Any one of these forces would be capable of contending with the Terran Empire, and they were all en route to Carr together. Chapter 125. The Fall of Actilos. The Empire has fortified its formidable orbital anti-air capabilities, rendering our forces incapable of effective assembly. Ija has successfully neutralized the first line of the Monsk Iron Defense. Indeed, most of our aerial units were obliterated in high orbital space. Zagara's tone was one of resignation, as this situation exceeded her cognitive limits. We could deploy the newly enhanced spore cannons. Kerrigan furrowed her brow, clearly aware that reliance on the spore cannons was far from ideal. Sarah, why don't you consult the marvelous Tang Yu? Tang Yu's words, as always, offered a solution. Oh, then may I inquire, esteemed Tang Yu, if you possess any viable strategies? With Tang Yu having spoken, one could assume she had a plan, prompting Kerrigan to breathe a sigh of relief. That's simple. We shall initiate high-intensity orbital bombardment. Let us wait for a moment. My fleet will arrive shortly, and then we can commence the aerial assault. Tang Yu proposed the most direct method. However, that would deplete considerable resources. Ija was too rigid, undermining the suggestion. I have ample resources. With that, Tang Yu departed. After all, the ability to articulate was an exceedingly valuable skill. The wait was brief. Amidst the cosmic ripples, the super fleet, led by the ethereal primordial trials, arrived at the Kihar orbit. My forces, heed my command and target those damned platforms. Fire at will. Tang Yu unleashed her pent-up frustration upon the artillery. With countless beams illuminating the heavens, the orbital defense system of Kihar was utterly annihilated. All units advance. With the orbital defenses dismantled, the Zerg forces landed smoothly on the surface of Kihar, rapidly establishing an offensive and clearing the defensive troops, simultaneously opening a pathway to Augustagral. Tang Yu's assault was remarkably precise. After obliterating all the artillery, she inflicted no collateral damage on other enemies. The path for the swarm was now clear. Nevertheless, a new challenge emerged. That old Coot Actilos had constructed a colossal weapon specifically designed against the Zerg. This ultimate weapon could inflict catastrophic damage by severing the Zerg psionic link. Kerrigan's forces were also impeded outside of Augustagral. Kerrigan, do you truly believe I would permit you, this abomination, to roam freely in my domain? This weapon has been prepared specifically for you, and you and your repugnant Zerg shall meet your doom in Kihar. As the Zerg faced significant losses, Mons could not refrain from mocking. My queen, our forces have suffered heavy casualties. The swarm cannot survive long in the energy field. Zagara's tone was grave and filled with concern. Do not worry. It seems Actilos is still unaware of the existence of the primordial Zerg. Clearly, Kerrigan was confident in her knowledge, and after years of battling the Zerg, Monsk had never encountered the primordial Zerg. My kin and I lack a psionic link. We do not require it. I will take responsibility for destroying the ethereal disruptor. Dhaka's moment had arrived. I will also dispatch the forces of Sykes to undertake this mission. The hybrids were indifferent to such matters, given their strength. They could easily disregard the obstacles. Tang Yue had also sent her fervent fans from Sykes to carry out the task. This operation proceeded with remarkable efficiency. The primordial Zerg and hybrids completely ignored the effects of the defenses, rendering the garrison of the disruptor powerless to resist. The very presence of a disruptor was sufficient to bolster their numbers, yet the primordial Zerg and hybrids showed no fear. Furthermore, the hybrids exhibited formidable individual combat capabilities, effortlessly flattening the orbital platforms. At this point, Mons began to panic. The current circumstances were far different from the previous timeline. In Kihar, there were now Alpha Squadron, Wild Wolf Squadron, as well as the legacy of Tychus, Odin, and the ultimate weapon, the Xel'Naga artifact. Currently, Odin was part of Tychus's rogue squad, assaulting the western defenses of Augustagral, while the Xel'Naga artifact remained in Tang Yue's possession. Just moments ago, the ethereal disruptor had been dismantled, which was Monsk's last remaining trump card. Now, Jim Raynor, leading his newly assembled fleet from the west, coordinated with Tychus's rogue squad for the offensive. Meanwhile, Sykes led the hybrid forces in the east, steadily advancing despite fierce resistance. The northern front was dominated by the Black Light Squad, while the south was the primary offensive direction for Kerrigan's swarm. A vast sea of Zerg extending endlessly. The orbital heights were entirely sealed off by Tang Yue's super fleet, preventing any possibility of orbital bombardment or support. Today, I shall fulfill my vengeance upon this planet. The Zerg horde relentlessly charged, mercilessly crushing the Empire's tank positions. Monsk's statue crumbled beneath the relentless artillery fire. Imperial battlecruisers plummeted from the skies under the blockade of the super fleet. Defensive lines were shredded by the hybrids, Black Light Squad, and the rogue elite forces. The outcome of the battle was sealed. Monsk's defeat was irrevocable. Kerrigan stood atop the fallen statue, watching as the gates of the Imperial Palace were engulfed by the relentless tide of Zerg. I am a swarm. As the gates of the palace swung open, Kerrigan entered her primal form, soaring over the sea of Zerg and into the palace interior. Monsk managed to impede some of the royal guards within the palace, yet none posed a challenge to Kerrigan. Under Tang Yue's tutelage, Kerrigan had gained immense power, mastering various psionic energies. Coupled with the enhancement of her primordial powers, she swiftly shattered all defenses, arriving at Monsk's chamber. Upon opening the door, she found Monsk seated in his chair. I knew you would come, Kerrigan. Now, I am powerless. Monsk lit a cigarette, appearing significantly older than when Jim Raynor had reported the scandal in Kihar. You should have anticipated your fate, Actalos. Kerrigan, now unhurried, approached Monsk. I have turned you into a monster, Kerrigan. Kerrigan grasped Monsk's throat, pinning him against the display screen behind him. You have transformed us all into monsters. With a surge of psionic energy, Monsk became a bomb. In a brilliant flash, his wicked life came to an end. At that moment, Jim Raynor entered, gazing upon the open chamber with a sense of loss. His shattered star revolver had not been used to eliminate Monsk. I still have unfinished business, Jim. Kerrigan was aware of her departure. She still had mission. You can return any time, my dear. Take care. Jim Raynor smiled, knowing that this chapter of enmity had finally concluded. Chapter 126. A reunion with Cyrodiil since the Battle of Kihar. Kerrigan had embarked on a quest throughout the star system in search of hybrid laboratories. Following Monsk's downfall, Valerian, through his valiant rescue, garnered unprecedented acclaim among the populace and ascended to the throne. Meanwhile, Matt Horner assumed the role of the new Grand Marshal of the Empire, and Jim Raynor served as a strategic advisor, assisting in the cleanup efforts in Kihar. Sykes' hybrid forces also set off to other Taldaran outposts to spread their teachings, hoping to recruit some capable Taldaran operatives. Should they perform well, they might even undergo transformation through Tang Yue. Moreover, Sykes held a significant advantage over Marash, as he had himself ascended to become a hybrid, making Tang Yue a far superior choice compared to the unreliability of Eamon. Tang Yue's fleet once again departed from the Kupu Lu Star region to engage in mining activities. Meanwhile, the Heiguang team and the Bu Fag team received directives from Tang Yue, traversing various planets to dismantle the Zerg of Iman or the hybrid facilities of the MO by C Foundation. It resembled a collaborative effort. On this day, Kerrigan discovered yet another hybrid cultivation laboratory belonging to the MO by C Foundation. Sarah, have you found another laboratory? At this moment, Tang Yu had just completed a comprehensive enhancement of Kerrigan's Zerg. Oh, it's you, Tang Yu. This time, we found a laboratory that is somewhat different. Kerrigan appeared calm, in stark contrast to her earlier impatience in the original timeline. With the artifacts and similar items having been intercepted by Tang Yu, and with Nerid having been tricked by Tang Yu twice, many of his plans remained incomplete, significantly alleviating Kerrigan's pressure. Previously, Nerid had aimed to transform the Xel'Naga artifacts to fully collect Kerrigan's psionic energy, but now he could only salvage a bit from the hybrids at a distance, resulting in much waste. Initially, Stukov's conjecture had been erroneous. Although hybrids possessed the ability to gather psionic energy, they struggled against the Blade Queen, who had been crafted with all resources at the disposal of the Overmind, necessitating the power of the artifacts. With the artifacts gone, Nerid had no choice but to fill the gaps with Tal'Darim and hybrids, leading to a reduction in hybrid forces. Sarah, what makes this one different? We detected Protoss signatures within this facility. Kerrigan did not keep her findings a secret. Isn't that rather normal? The materials of hybrids are Protoss and Zerg. Tang Yu was puzzled. Was it not standard for hybrid laboratories to have Protoss signatures? No, this time it is different. The Protoss signal is external. It seems a Protoss force has also discovered this facility and intends to study their kin. Kerrigan promptly clarified the distinction in this situation. Why worry about so much? We will find out once we engage. Kerrigan agreed, affirming that action would reveal the truth. Soon, Kerrigan led her forces to gather at the laboratory, at which point the Protoss also initiated communication. Kerrigan, it is a pleasure to see you here. I have come to study our kin, and I hope for fruitful collaboration. A Protoss female appeared on the communication screen. Kerrigan, I did not expect to meet you here again. I arrived with Executor Talus to seek clues about the prophecy. Well, I did not expect the old seer to be here. Zeratul, I did not expect you to return as well. Executor Talus, since we have met here, please take the Protoss I saved previously once the battle concludes. I hope your investigative capabilities are stronger this time, and you do not have to rely on me for every kin. Thanks to Tang Yu's intervention, the attitudes of Kerrigan and Zeratul had improved considerably. Furthermore, due to the alliance between Kerrigan's Zerg and the Tal'Darim, they would also rescue the Protoss during their operations to dismantle laboratories. Thank you, Kerrigan. I will send someone to take over shortly. Talus expressed his gratitude to Kerrigan. This was not their first collaboration. Zeratul, are you still seeking the prophecy? At this moment, Tang Yu also detected the communication among the three and intervened using her adept communication skills. It is you, Lord Tang Yu. I did not expect you to be aboard Kerrigan's Leviathan. Talus had heard of Tang Yu's magnificent achievements and held her in high regard. After all, Sarah is considered one of my kin. It is necessary to assist her in strengthening her forces. By the way, Zeratul, how goes your search for the prophecy? Clearly, Tang Yu is more interested in Zeratul's long quest for the prophecy than her own matters. Lord Tang Yu, I have fully unveiled the Xel'Naga prophecy, but finding a solution still requires time. I have come to seek a way to save my kin. Zeratul maintained a respectful demeanor towards Tang Yu, as it was her intervention that had preserved the majority of his kin from invasion due to his oversight. Interesting. Just as I have wrapped up matters with Sarah, I will accompany Zeratul for a while. You will be fine on your own, right? Tang Yu, in search of leisure, chose to switch hosts once more. Of course, my Zerg are more than capable of handling trouble. Thank you for your companionship during this challenging time. At this stage, Kerrigan's strength had far surpassed her previous self, and single-handedly tackling a laboratory was no issue. As the discussions continued, the laboratory on the surface had already been largely dismantled. All forces of the MO by C Foundation had been annihilated, and the Protoss prisoners had all been rescued. Zeratul arrived at the central processor of the MO by C Foundation. Indeed, this is the place where Iman was resurrected. Our next step is to head here. I hope we can find hope for redemption there. Zeratul felt a sense of urgency. Peering through the veil of the future revealed only destruction. Yet with Tang Yu's existence, Many tragedies had been averted, although the shadow of Iman still loomed over the Protoss, causing Zeratul sleepless nights. Do not worry, Zeratul. Even if you cannot find a solution, we can always gather our forces and charge directly through the void. After all, I am here. Tang Yu's words always brought comfort, as her presence assured a way forward. Thank you for your support, but I still hope to explore a method of redemption, as it should also be my own salvation. Chapter 127. I'm in strong condemnation in the Sigma Star region, the Atria star system. This is the site of Iman's rebirth, a planet on the brink of collapse. On Talus's mothership, Zeratul and others were in discussion. Indeed, and it is also heavily guarded by Tal'Darim forces. Talus was not optimistic about this mission, given Zeratul's poor reputation among the Tal'Darim. Look what I have found. It is Marash, a high-ranking Tal'Darim lord who previously lost many subordinates to Sykes. What brings him here? Tang Yu also noticed Marash. Marash had a tragic tale, having submitted to Iman. He had to resort to sacrificing Tal'Darim lives to fill the gaps after Tang Yu repeatedly disrupted his plans. He was already in a difficult position, and Sykes had further undermined him by undermining his authority with the hybrids. However, some individuals remained, and with no options left, he had come here to seek his superior's counsel. Given that even a high-ranking Tal'Darim lord had arrived, it was certain that the Ares temple had yielded some results. The presence of high-ranking lords was good news for Zeratul's quest for prophecy. I hope your prophecy proves invaluable. The existence of the high-ranking lord clearly unsettled Talus's forces. What does it matter? I am here, after all. I just happened to be working on a set of battle armor aboard the ship. It has been a while since I played with psionics. Tang Yu donned 2 fresh psionic blade generators. Since Lord Tang Yu is so enthusiastic, we will naturally fight with all our might. In the end, Talus joined the battle. The planet housing the Ares temple had been significantly impacted by Iman's resurrection, with the entire planet in turmoil and severe tectonic activity. Gases erupted everywhere. Let's go. Tang Yu led her forces charging ahead. 2 15-meter-long psionic blades sprang from her bracers, startling both sides. Such length exceeded the most comfortable range for wielding. Yet to Tang Yu, it was merely a trivial matter. The immense windmill, with its extraordinary length, bestows an unparalleled range of attack. Nothing that traverses the ground can escape the onslaught of Tang Yue. Under her command, the defense of the temple was effortlessly breached. My forces, and I shall be responsible for safeguarding the temple, repelling the incessant incursions of the Talans. Zeratul, you and Lady Tang Yue must act swiftly. Our endurance is waning. Once we occupy the temple, Talus will assume the defensive duties. Do your best. I have already contacted my fleet, and a small team is en route to assist us. With that, we are free from concern. I am grateful for your generosity. Lady Tang Yue. Zeratul once again placed his hand over his heart in respect. Enough delay. Let us proceed. Tang Yue, already impatient, sensed a rift in the void within the temple. Upon entering, Tang Yue and Zeratul encountered fierce resistance from the Talans inside, yet it proved utterly futile. Tang Yue's combat prowess was overwhelming, not to mention Zeratul's ability to infiltrate alone. The most amusing moments were with the hybrids they encountered. After being vanquished by Tang Yue, she seized control over them with the primal power. It was quite a spectacle. Soon, Tang Yue and Zeratul arrived at a high platform, where they could clearly observe the entirety of the temple's grand hall. In the center lay a structure resembling a coffin, now opened, exuding a red energy from within. Look, Malash is there. He is conversing with Iming. Zeratul was taken aback to discover a void entrance here. This place must be destroyed. The only solution Zeratul could conceive was annihilation. At that moment, Malash, having finished his grievances, departed after receiving a scolding from Iming. They have left, Zeratul. Tang Yue, noticing Zeratul still staring, felt compelled to rouse him. Indeed, we must seize this opportunity to obliterate this facility. With that, Zeratul immediately turned ahead towards the Grand Hall. Tang Yue had no choice but to follow, leading to yet another bloody confrontation. Tang Yue and Zeratul stood before the coffin. After destroying it, a gentle and benevolent voice emanated from the void, proclaiming that the keystone would guide them to hope. Before Zelatu could comprehend the meaning of this statement, an enraged voice surged forth from the rift, accompanied by its further expansion. Curse be it! I sense you. The one who has continuously thwarted my plans. Interloper. Iming's voice seethed with fury. Look, Zelatu, he is in a frenzy, utterly powerless. Tong Yue, unfazed by Iming's thoughts, found amusement instead. You have repeatedly disrupted my schemes and stolen my servants. What is your true intent? Clearly, Tong Yue's leisurely activities bewildered Iming, rendering him unable to counter her motives, which was quite distressing. Me? I merely came for a vacation, Tong Yue candidly stated, though to some, it appeared as mockery. You mock me. You shall pay for this. As Iming spoke, a torrent of void creations surged forth from the rift, fearless soldiers fashioned from void energy. They are void creations. We must retreat immediately. Zelatu clearly recognized his limitations. Zelatu, what transpires on your end? I sense a surge of energy within the temple, and it is escalating. Tylus's communication suddenly connected, revealing the dire circumstances of Zelatu and his group. Ha. Fret not, Tylus. Withdraw your troops to a safe distance. I shall commence. Tong Yue's tone was lighthearted, as if oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Though Tylus was perplexed, he nonetheless led his forces away from the vicinity of the temple. Primal Star Pattern Annihilation. Tong Yue raised her hand high, gathering a vast amount of void energy, forming a colossal, vividly colored star pattern above, akin to the first awakening in the third awakening state. Following a blinding flash that obliterated sound, the temple's landscape was remade into a broad basin, and the void rift vanished. Zelatu, hurry, this planet is about to explode. Tong Yue's voice roused the dazed Zelatu. Chapter 128. The Recapture of Ai. Shortly after Tong Yue and Zelatu departed, the planet housing the Eris Temple could no longer sustain itself, transforming into a brilliant display of fireworks in the cosmos. Tylus, I have discovered the path to redemption. We must now inform Adonis. Do you know his whereabouts? With a clear plan in mind, Zelatu felt a slight relief from his earlier anxiety. The High Priest is currently orchestrating the recapture of Ai. I have been dispatched to rescue the abducted populace during this operation. Having narrowly escaped, Tylus still bore traces of his earlier fright. What? We must hurry to prevent Adonis from assaulting Ai. Such an attack would divert our attention from the imminent threat. Upon hearing that Adonis intended to target Ai, Zelatu's heart sank once more. Worry not, Zelatu. Iming is no more than a nuisance. Let us seek out Adonis. It has been a while since we last met. The last time being at Kayadir. Tong Yue casually settled into Zelatu's rear seat, unimpressed by his incessant anxiety over every little matter. Nevertheless, I shall make an effort. Let us depart swiftly. With that, Zelatu piloted the Void Seeker into the jump channel. After a hasty journey, Zelatu brought Tong Yue to Adonis's flagship. At that moment, Adonis had just concluded a plain yet earnest speech to commence the battle. In my opinion, the initial speech of the Void's legacy, despite identical lines, lacked the gravitas of the ultimate darkness. The gathered Templar warriors cheered exuberantly. Zelatu, still cloaked in mist, urgently implored, Adonis, you must halt the expedition immediately. Templar warriors, apprehend this traitor. The young and ambitious Therantis commanded, clearly a newcomer with little understanding. The guilt weighed heavily upon me, but attacking Ai would cause us to overlook the real threats at hand. Zelatu intended to reason with him. Just as Zelatu was being escorted away, Adonis was about to respond. Adonis, it has been a long time. Tong Yue descended from the Void Seeker. High Priest, after completing my rescue mission, I accompanied the Dark Overseer and discovered some matters. Tylus also arrived on the bridge. It is Lady Tong Yue and Commander Tylus. Have you also come to prevent the assault on Ai? However, we are now in a position where we must proceed with the attack. Perhaps after clearing the jump channel, we could discuss this further. It was evident that Adonis was willing to consider Zelatu's perspective. Yet the responsibilities of the High Priest compelled him to undertake the assault on Ai, a long-held ambition of the Dalarm. Seeing this, Zelatu had no choice but to acquiesce. While Tong Yue remained unconcerned, as she doubted Iming could conjure any further complications. The recapture of Air proceeded smoothly, with the vast Protoss forces valiantly fighting under the sacred link of F2. They successfully captured 3 time-space channels. Now, shall we engage in earnest conversation, Adonis? Zeratul and Artanis arrived at a secluded hilltop, this time without Tangyue, who had returned to the Void Seeker for modifications. Please elaborate, Zeratul. I hope your foresight will prove beneficial to us. Artanis, unusually relaxed, had been under immense pressure since assuming the role of High Templar. The keystone will guide us to hope. Ever since humanity used it to revert the Blade Queen back to her human form on Char, its whereabouts have been elusive. However, Jim Raynor likely possesses the clues we seek. Now that the Dark God Amon, who threatens our race, has been reborn, we must search for the Xel'Naga to confront him. Zeratul held great faith in the prophecies of Or. I will stabilize the situation here. You go find Jim Raynor and verify the location of the keystone. We shall regroup afterward. Artanis also made a decision. Let us proceed. May the glory of Tassadar guide you. After Zeratul spoke, he departed for the Void Seeker. Upon reaching the docking area of the Void Seeker, Zeratul discovered the ground littered with the corpses of various Zerg. Tangyue was there, adjusting the position of the Void Seeker. My lady Tangyue, what has transpired? Zeratul exclaimed, surprised not by her safety, but by the remaining Zerg bodies, which should have been cleared away. Oh, Zeratul! A horde of reckless Zerg attempted to invade while I was modifying the Void Seeker, but I annihilated them. Now the bodies are obstructing my work. So I'm moving it, she explained, relocating the Void Seeker away from the carcasses. Zeratul, Artanis, and the nearby Templar have vanished from Kala. I can no longer sense them. A worried voice from Selendis suddenly echoed. This is impossible. Your kind cannot disappear from Kala unless you are dead, Zeratul replied, astonished. It seems an impossible event has occurred. Selendis felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. What is it, Zeratul? Tangyue inquired, having completed her final task. We must locate Artanis and ascertain the situation, Zeratul stated, not elaborating further as he guided Tangyue to investigate the status of the nearby Templar. Along the way, they encountered numerous Zerg, which was illogical, as they should have been eradicated. Just as they continued their exploration, an unbelievable event unfolded. Zeratul, betrayer of Kala, meet your demise. Many Templar were engulfed in a crimson glow, charging at Zeratul as if driven mad. This cannot be, Zeratul exclaimed. Selendis, I have found the missing Templar. They have been corrupted. Selendis? Zeratul was taken aback, but faced with his brethren, he could not strike back and instead pushed Tangyue away from the attacking Templar. As they pressed on, they soon discovered Artanis, who was kneeling on the ground in agony. I see it, an endless hatred. Zeratul urged. Artanis, the Kala has been corrupted. You must sever the neural link. With that, Zeratul swung his lightsaber, but it was deflected. No, we are only whole within the Kala. This time I have triumphed over you. Tangyue. Ha ha ha. Chapter 129. The Fall of Kala Amon. Controlling Artanis, arrogantly taunted Tangyue, reveling in his newfound superiority. All the Protoss are mine. They shall forge my new incarnation. I will end this cycle of failure. While Amon was distracted with his taunts, Zeratul stealthily approached from behind Artanis and seized the opportunity to sever his neural link. With the severance, Amon's consciousness was forcibly expelled from Artanis' mind. With Amon's furious roar, Artanis collapsed onto the ground. Zeratul rushed to support him. Artanis, how do you feel? You must rally. We need to retrieve the keystone. Zeratul's tone was urgent. Had it not been for Tangyue's diversion, severing Artanis' neural link would have come at a great cost. The keystone? Tangyue, observing Amon's antics, became curious about the term. Although she had heard of it in the Or Temple, she was unaware of its nature, feeling frustrated that she was the only one not in the know. It is the artifact referred to by Jim Raynor and the others, the Xel'Naga relic, Artanis explained, having regained his composure. He wasn't certain whether Tangyue understood the keystone's significance, but he felt compelled to answer her inquiry. Oh, you should have mentioned it earlier. The keystone has been with me all along, Tangyue suddenly realized, feeling foolish for not grasping its importance earlier. What? The keystone has been with you all this time? Truly. This is the hand of fate. Zeratul marveled, astonished at the object he had rushed back to find Artanis for had been right beside them all along. A twist of fate indeed. Since we have the keystone, we should begin our research on it, hoping it will lead us to save our people as foretold in the prophecies. Zeratul gazed at the surrounding Protoss corpses, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. Regarding researchers, I have a commendable suggestion. Phase Engineer Kel'Thuzad. He is an exceptional talent. Moreover, our Golden Armada is under Amon's control, necessitating unconventional means to escape ire. Artanis, now composed, began to analyze the situation calmly. Then what ideas do you propose? Tangyue, idly kicking stones, inquired. The Spear of Adin lies beneath the ruins of Koshata. During the invasion of Ire, its launch was thwarted by the destruction of Koshata, allowing it to remain intact. However, we need a skilled engineer to activate the spear's power system, which is another reason to find Kel'Thuzad. Artanis articulated with clarity, earning the respect of his companions. With a plan established, the trio immediately made their way to the small base that Selendis had entrusted Kel'Thuzad to manage. Along the way, they did their best to rescue several Templar. Upon arrival at the base, they found Kel'Thuzad protected by several Centurions, fending off Zerg attacks. Tangyue and her companions quickly joined the fray, eliminating the Zerg threats. Phase Engineer, your neural link must be severed, Artanis declared, preparing for surgery. It has already been severed by the Dark Templar. I am no longer corrupted by Kala, Kel'Thuzad replied, revealing his bare neural link. High Templar, what brings you here? He asked, clearly puzzled by Artanis' presence. We seek an experienced phase engineer to activate the Spear of Adin and also to assist in researching the keystone. The Spear of Adin. This is an unparalleled honor. I will exert my utmost efforts to fulfill this mission, Kel'Thuzad exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of working on the spear. The group's combat prowess was formidable, and they effortlessly reached the ruins of Koshata. After a thorough examination of the spear's condition, Kel'Thuzad provided a definitive plan. The Spear of Adin's power core relies on ancient technology. We require a substantial energy source to ignite it and restart the spear. Upon my observation, numerous energy batteries are dispersed in the vicinity. Once I activate them all, I shall be able to harness energy and awaken the Spear of Adin. The plan devised by Kyrax is exceedingly rational. I have gathered all surviving Nerazim brethren around me, who will lend us their strength in our battle to seize the batteries. Zeratul is en route to notify the nearby Nerazim, consolidating their forces. This assembly is indeed formidable, at least more so than the hasty rescue of the Templar. The operation is progressing smoothly, except for the initially activated battery. The other four have ceased functioning due to infestation by the Zerg. However, after they were eradicated by the forces led by Tangyue, they have been successfully reactivated. The energy transfer is optimal, and the Spear of Adin is commencing its activation. Following the unlocking of all 5 batteries, Kyrax wasted no time in gathering energy for a relight. Recall all warriors, we must depart from Ire at once, commanded Artanis. In a swift manner, all the Protoss with their braids severed were transported aboard the Spear of Adin. At this juncture, Eamon, controlling a new vessel, emerged to mock, claiming that none could escape his grasp. Chapter 130, Return to Sargeras. Upon arriving at the Spear of Adin, even Tangyue could not help but marvel at its splendid decor. After Tangyue melted together the memory of Nesh and the Otharian essence, the internal embellishments fused. Subsequently, Tangyue utilized her spatial powers for a redesign, albeit inferior to the original decor of the Spear of Adin. Arriving at the Solar Forge, Kyrax was deeply engrossed in research. The Solar Matrix Core, a creation from the golden age of the Protoss, still pulsated with vigor even in the present day. Kyrax's words overflowed with admiration. Indeed, it is impressive. Yet I find the artificial star somewhat lacking. Tangyue, nurtured by her own supernova furnace, was evidently dissatisfied with the power output of the Solar Matrix Core. You possess high standards, O Solar Lord. Even the firstborn, at their most glorious, lack the ability to sustain a supernova in a state of eruption to extract energy. Artanis, having witnessed a supernova furnace, acknowledged its extraordinary nature. The supernova, under the influence of time, remains perpetually at its peak of eruption, drawing forth immense energy, truly a marvel. Allow me to assist with your modifications. Rest assured, I am merely enamored with the decor of the Spear of Adin. My initial trials were rather rudimentary, and now I wish to draw inspiration from its embellishments for my own enhancements. Tang Yue openly expressed her intentions, significantly strengthening the trust between both parties. Thus, Artanes was dispatched back to the bridge to confer with Zyrdle regarding strategy, while Tang Yue commenced her modifications to the solar matrix core. However, it was evident that Eamon had no intention of allowing Tang Yue to pursue her passions unimpeded. Soon, Artanes hurriedly returned to summon Tang Yue. What is it, Artanes? What has transpired? I intended to develop a secret weapon against Kerrigan after modifying the solar matrix core. Tang Yue was perplexed. We discovered a protector during the War Council. Initially, she was unaffected by Kerrigan's corruption, and we believed we could trust her temporarily. However, she was swiftly overtaken by Eamon and is now vociferously denouncing you. Artanes felt exceedingly awkward, having just planned to leave Lo Hannah behind for observation, only to be slapped in the face by this turn of events. And it seemed Eamon had been driven to madness by Tang Yue's actions, becoming self-taught in Zerd tactics. Well, I shall take a look. Tang Yue sighed, feeling exasperated. Had she not merely caused Eamon some inconvenience? Shortly, under Artanes' guidance, Tang Yue arrived at the War Council. Upon entering, she found Lo Hannah, possessed by Eamon, confined within a stasis chamber, while Zyrdle observed Eamon's antics with a look of consternation. You have finally arrived. Do not think that by retreating to this wretched ship, you have evaded my grasp. Lo Hannah's voice, tinged with Eamon's distinct tone, abruptly halted her mocking upon sighting Tang Yue. Just as Tang Yue prepared to speak, Eamon interrupted. Even if you have fled to outer space, your homeland cannot escape. Perhaps by the time your consciousness fades, your pitiful Sargeras will once again be under my dominion. The reactions among the group varied. Artanes expressed astonishment. Zyrdle displayed concern, while Tang Yue was incensed by Eamon's interruption. This infuriates me, although we are still in the initial stages. Dealing with you should pose no challenge. With that, Tang Yue conjured a golden sphere of light and directed it towards Lo Hannah. As the sphere was absorbed, golden energy coursed through Lo Hannah's neural locks, expelling the tainted black-red void energy. At that moment, Eamon seemed to sense something. Damn it, Tang Yue, what have you done? This is not over. Not over. Eamon's furious shouts gradually receded as Lo Hannah was liberated. Thank you, esteemed warrior. Eamon has departed. I can sense his fury and your power thwarting him. Lo Hannah expressed profound respect toward Tang Yue, entirely unlike her demeanor towards other humans. Greeting. I merely found Eamon's incessant chatter rather bothersome. Tang Yue was bemused by Lo Hannah's sudden respect, as she appeared to be unfamiliar with her. Let us set aside these matters for now. Lady Tang Yue, Sargeras has truly been invaded. We must proceed to Sargeras at once. Artanes hastily made his way to the bridge. As Eamon's tone indicated, he had likely secured Sargeras. After nodding to Tang Yue, Zyrdle swiftly teleported to the bridge. The reason they did not directly utilize the Void Seeker for reconnaissance was that it was currently under maintenance in the hangar, and this invasion was evidently comprehensive. Tackling the issue solo would be futile. Following a series of jumps, the Spear of Adin arrived at Sargeras, where flames and fungal carpets engulfed the landscape. Thank the gods. Artanes, you have arrived. This is the High Priest and Lady Tang Yue. We salute you. However, we must forego pleasantries. The portal to Aiur has abruptly opened, unleashing countless Zerg. Timetros has fallen, and many of our people remain trapped there, echoed the anxious voice of Vorazin through the communicator. Since the establishment of Dalarm and the formation of the Council of Light and Shadow, Rosagal had entrusted the position of leader to Vorazin, while she herself took on the role of a council member. Presently, Vorazin was in charge, and due to Rosagal's continued vitality, he held great respect for Zyrdle, the High Priest. Hold firm. We will come to your aid immediately. Although our Golden Fleet has been lost, I am still capable of providing adequate support, Artanes proclaimed, though this statement felt somewhat hollow, as their expedition had resulted in a total loss of resources. Chapter 131. Artistry. As the light of the jump flickered, a contingent led by Artanes descended upon Timetros. Elder, we have come to your aid, Artanes declared, albeit with a tinge of self-doubt. Thank you, High Priest. But why are there so few of you? What are the Templar warriors advancing on Airdropped? Vorazin, initially overwhelmed with gratitude, was now taken aback by the meager force Artanes had brought with him. Much has transpired on Airdropped. It is not convenient to explain at present. Adonis, finding himself in a predicament, resorted to the universal tactic of procrastination. Fortunately, we still had a contingent of Dark Templar to support you while evading the majority of the Zerg assaults. In the end, Vorazin dispatched a squad of Dark Templar to aid Adonis, as the Starforge of the Adon Spear had just begun operations. With technological recovery still in its infancy and requiring calibration, necessitating their hasty arrival, the seizure of the launch port proceeded smoothly, save for the Void Rippers. The long-range strikes from the Void Rippers caused considerable distress to Adonis, and their toughened exteriors proved formidable. Ultimately, it was Tang Yue who, after completing modifications for orbital bombardment, obliterated them with a single super-concentrated void energy projectile. With the Void Rippers dealt with, the task of clearing the shipping lanes became significantly easier. Although the Zerg invasion had commenced not long ago and the infection lockdown of the lanes had been established, the surrounding garrison remained insufficient. High Priest, may we now discuss the matter of the Templar? At this juncture, Vorazin and Adonis had completed the evacuation of Timetros and returned to the Adon Spear. Our offensive against El had initially progressed favorably. However, we were utterly blindsided by the revelation that Kara's was merely a fabrication of Eamon's deceit, through which he corrupted and commanded the Golden Fleet, resulting in El being relinquished once more. Adonis was plagued by guilt, pondering if he had not acted so stubbornly and had he heeded Zeratl's counsel, perhaps a different outcome could have been achieved. There is no need for regret, Adonis. You have performed admirably. As the High Priest, it is your duty, Vorazin reassured him. Zeratl, having sensed the presence of Adonis and Vorazin, hastened to their side and found Adonis in a state of despondency. Indeed, Adonis, this is not something we could have averted. You have done enough. We must now focus on the situation concerning Sargeras. After receiving solace from Vorazin and Zeratl, Adonis visibly felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Let us discuss the current situation, Adonis began, having regained some composure. The pressure of his role as High Priest had been suffocating. Our reconnaissance indicates that the swarm is continually encroaching upon Sargeras, and its fall appears inevitable. Vorazin expressed his grim outlook regarding Sargeras. Is there truly no alternative? Adonis inquired, still hoping for a means of salvation. Sargeras is the homeland of our Nerazim. We cannot allow it to fall into Eamon's grasp. I intend to overload the crystal at the Ritual Temple to strike the planet's core and annihilate Sargeras. Vorazin immediately voiced a harsh rebuttal. Adonis was taken aback by the gravity of the suggestion, while Zeratl pondered deeply. I cannot concur, Adonis stated firmly. Sargeras has been our Nerazim's sanctuary for generations. We will not allow Eamon to defile it. We would rather see it destroyed. Vorazin's stance was resolute as well. I support this plan. As Nerazim, we have never forgotten that our true home is ill. Sargeras must not fall into Eamon's hands, Zeratl added, offering his agreement. Adonis gazed at the two before him, lost in contemplation. The phrase "our true home is always ill" resonated deeply within him. Very well, let us proceed as such, though the plan will require some modifications. In that brief moment, Adonis conceived a new strategy. Pray tell, Zeratl and Vorazin expressed keen interest. We can fortify the temple to draw in a multitude of Zerg and hybrids, then detonate the planet, delivering a decisive blow to Eamon. Adonis approached the star map, demonstrating his vision to Zeratl and Vorazin. A bold idea, Vorazin remarked, astonished by Adonis's depth of thought. A commendable strategy. This could indeed inflict significant losses upon Eamon. Zeratl concurred. Having formulated their countermeasures, the trio sought technical support from Tang Yue. Exploding a planet. That's my forte. Ah, you want Eamon to amass troops first? Simple enough. Tang Yue readily accepted the technological support role. Before the battle commenced, Tang Yue prepared robust and resilient Protoss Nexus artillery, ultra-long-range shield generators, and enhanced Calder monoliths, integrating the capabilities of hyperdimensional cannons. Additionally, Tang Yue outfitted the Protoss Nexus with bunker modules, allowing the Protoss's long-range infantry units to take shelter within and engage in combat, including the Immortals. While these technologies may not significantly enhance combat capabilities in normal circumstances, they proved invaluable for defense. The temple's defenses progressed remarkably well, fortified by the solid bastion of the Protoss Nexus, with the rear artillery providing steady fire. The Calderon monolith balancing offense and control, and the bunkers housing numerous Immortals. High Priest, I have never seen so many Zerg. Was the Battle of El like this? Vorazin gazed in awe at the overwhelming tide of Zerg and the not-so-sparse hybrids within. Not quite. Chieftain, the current situation far exceeds that of the Battle of El. Adonis replied, reflecting on the past conflict. Adonis, the temple is ready. It is ironic that the temple we once activated is now to be destroyed by our own hands. Zeratul mused, contemplating the cruel twists of fate. Under the guidance of Adonis and Zeratul, the temple's core began to overload. As the crimson crystal plunged into the core, fissures erupted, and Sargeras, along with a vast multitude of Zerg and hybrids, erupted into a spectacular display of fireworks in the cosmos. Chapter 132. Glacius Sargeras had transformed into cosmic dust amidst that resplendent blaze. Witnessing the obliteration of one's homeland was unbearable. It was a necessary sacrifice in the fight against Demon. Zeratul stood upon the bridge, gazing at the fragments of the planet drifting through space. His emotions a tumultuous blend. As one of the Protoss who had departed alongside Rosagao, having witnessed the fall of his homeland twice, this final destruction weighed heavily on his heart. Adonis was at a loss as to how to console Zeratul, but could not help but marvel at the resolve of the Nerazim. There is no need for sorrow, Adonis. Our true homeland will forever be El. Let us strive together to reclaim it. Vorazin joined the conversation. Truly magnificent. The destruction of a planet is always awe-inspiring. It took me a considerable time to piece together my own home after its obliteration, Tang Yue remarked, casually savoring a lollipop while observing the celestial debris from the bridge's viewport. Feeling nostalgic, it seems Lord Tang Yue possesses considerable experience in this regard. Adonis attempted to lighten the mood, though the effect was somewhat tepid. Enough with the self-pity. Let us focus on our tasks at hand, Tang Yue urged, noticing the group lingering in mourning instead of attending to their duties. Indeed, we must rally ourselves. Freeman will not grant us respite. Vorazin, do your scouts have any updates? Adonis finally regained his composure and entered a productive mindset. The scouts report that the Taldaran's Death Fleet is gathering near Glacius. Something significant is afoot, Vorazin relayed accurately. Excellent. Let us observe what the Taldaran intend to do. Adonis commanded, setting a course for Glacius. Upon arriving at Glacius, they beheld the distant sight of the Black and Red Death Fleet unleashing its fury upon the facilities below. Tardaline is demolishing the facilities. We must ascend immediately. Our objective is the Dongon, where invaluable items are likely stored, and the documents within should aid in researching the keystone. Atanisu promptly issued the order. Accompanying the troops, disembarking was Tang Yue. Faced with such a time-sensitive mission, Tang Yue remarked that she must indulge in a moment of relaxation amidst the chaos. As several beams of light flickered, a number of Encouragea were teleported down, along with the recently restored war machine, the Busheuja. After all, the Adindramal is a creation of the Golden Age, its technology distinct from that of the Busheuja. Fortunately, the developers and prototype creators of the Busheuja were aboard the ship. Tang Yue, Darun, we have been dispatched to assist you in your mission, explained the leading Unshengtang Wusur. Why are there only a few of you? What about Atanisu? Is he not coming down? Tang Yue directly posed a question that troubled many commanders. Wanisu remained aboard. The Daju Jiao believes he can command us more efficiently from the ship, the honest-looking Fencheng Wusur replied. I think Anisu just wants to slack off on the Yadundrama. Never mind. Let's go. With that, Tayyid turned and rushed forward, prompting the troop to hastily follow. Not long after, they encountered a wave of Tadalin forces. Without a word, upon seeing Kanya and her group, they drew their weapons and charged, shouting, "Die in the name of Vama." Tanya responded with a swift lightning, 5-strike whip. The Tadalin did not evade, adhering to the code of honor in battle, and collided directly with Tanya's attack. Her energy was distinct from that of ordinary psionics, containing far greater power, and the Tadalin was caught off guard. The lightning whip tore through the psionic shield, striking heavily upon him, and the overwhelming energy incinerated him in an instant. Youth, when facing formidable opponents, one must gauge their strength, Tanya quipped cryptically before leading the troops onward. Soon, they confronted a large door sealed by an energy field. This door is sealed by an energy barrier. We must destroy the power source on the other side to open it. No, that's unnecessary. Tanya dismissed the convoluted approach. In her mind, how could anyone hope to impede her from breaking through a door? With a surge of immense psionic energy, she unleashed it upon the door's barrier. The barrier's color transitioned from the typical red to her golden hue. As the gold completely enveloped the shield, the door erupted with a resounding explosion, shattering along with the crystal tower behind it. "All right, it's open. Move forward," Tang Yi called to her stunned companions. Naturally, the guards behind the door met their demise amidst the shockwave that accompanied the blast. Thus, with this relentless demolition, she swiftly led the troops to the entrance of the Douluo. While the Titaness beams had only just begun to scorch the area. "Locate the coordinates of Alanga. Let's retrieve the items," Tang Yi commanded before teleporting back to the Yadun Jermal. Upon return, Atanisu informed Tang Yi that Ta Dalin had sent a message expressing strong condemnation from their elevated leader. Of course, this is of little importance. The real issue lies with the Taiyang Kershin. "Da Zhu Jiao, I believe it would be best for you to examine the Taiyang Kershin," came the urgent voice of Kursu through the communicator. Upon arriving at the Taiyang Kershin, they found Kursu scanning a prototype mech. "Ah, you finally arrived." Along with the data received from the Gala Shosu facility, there was also a prototype mech. Kursu whispered Thanisu and the others. "Is there a problem?" Shan Weiji Shi inquired, puzzled by the cautious tone. "There's no issue per se, but this is a newly activated Jinghuajira prototype, and its memory carrier is Finika." Kursu finally revealed the crux of the matter. "Well, this complicates things," Hanisu frowned. "By the way, I thought something was amiss. Where is Finikusu?" Tang Yue suddenly realized she hadn't seen Finikusu during her visit to the Xingling. Finikusu was one of the leaders of the vanguard force attacking her. As for now, it seems he was left with the Golden Fleet and is likely under an S control, Yisu admitted, feeling somewhat awkward. Chapter 133, setting aside the plight of the abandoned Atakusu found it exceedingly challenging to deal with the Jinghuajia version of Kursu since the original. A Super Bushuja remained active on the battlefield in S hands. Now, facing the Jinghuajia iteration of they were at a loss. Kaila Kusu, what is the replication extent of the Jinghuajia matrix? Understanding the replication level of the Jinghuajia matrix was crucial to determining whether this version of Phoenix was merely another iteration or a new entity altogether. It reaches 99. 9. Kaila Kusu provided an ambiguous answer. This replication level could be classified as complete, yet that remaining 0. 1 could lead to significant variations in choices throughout its existence. Atanisu, I have heard of the Jinghuajia before. I believe these bodies harbor the souls of Sung Tengwuser, misunderstood like Angafo. Perhaps we can place our trust in them. Zela Tu, speaking from the perspective of a victim of the former highest council of the Mlachu, empathized with the feelings of the Jinghuajia. I will consider this carefully, but first, we must address the current situation with this Jinghuajia. Anisu concurred with some rationale, noting that the Xingling must unite all their strength against Ung. However, just as Anisu were about to engage in a serious discussion with the Jinghuajia version of Fi Kursu, Tang Yi stood before the Jinghuajia. What? You claim to be Fi Kursu? Impossible. Fi Kursu nearly perished at Antiao Kur, a transformation I personally conducted. He is now a Super Bushuja, not someone like you. Tang Yi flatly denied the Jinghuajia's assertion. presenting the harsh reality before it, while also showcasing the current state of Feng Kosu as a Bu Shouja. Then, who exactly am I? The Jinghua Zhe, now perplexed, fell into contemplation. Tang Yue Daren. How did you end up here? Atenisu found himself at a loss for words, feeling the situation was overwhelmingly complex. Everyone, I need to ponder my existence. May I have a moment of solitude? The contemplative Ijo wished not to converse with Isu and the others. Very well, let us depart, Tang Yue declared, leading the way out. The trio of Isu followed suit, each attending to their own duties. After some time, Huckers once again summoned everyone to the Douluo. But this time the matter at hand was not regarding the Jinghua, but rather the keystone. Daju Jiao, it appears I have uncovered the secret of the keystone. Upon entering the Douluo, they were met with the visibly excited Glakursu. Please proceed with your explanation, Shanwei Ji-shi. Aside from Adonis, Zirital and Vorazin also gazed curiously at Kel'Thuzad. For the keystone, time holds no significance. It possesses the ability to self-repair. I believe the keystone retains its original location, which will guide us to before Kel'Thuzad could finish speaking. Adonis and the others interjected, Ulnar. Indeed, that is the homeland of the Zerg, and the keystone must have been created there. Kel'Thuzad's tone was filled with excitement. Then let us see it quickly, Phase Weaver. Adonis was equally exhilarated. Although there exists Tang Yue, a being on par with the Zerg, they are not their original creator. Following a series of operations by Kel'Thuzad, a coordinate and image materialized from the keystone. The Otharian Rift, he exclaimed. This must be a mistake. I apologize, High Priest. Kel'Thuzad said, panic evident in his voice. This cannot be. No, Phase Weaver. Legends speak of the Zerg originating from a place where life should not exist. If this can aid in the salvation of our race, we must make every effort to explore it. Activate the jump engine and head to Ulnar. Adonis waved his hand decisively, directing them towards the Otharian Rift. The spear of Adon surged directly toward the Otharian Rift, confronting the high-energy particle stream. After a violent jolt, a massive rhomboid structure appeared before them. Incredible! We are now in Ulnar, the cradle of life in this universe, within the rift of existence. Vorazin marveled at the magnificent edifice. Wow, this is amazing. I want this colossal structure. Hurry, let's go. I wish to meet your Zerg. I hope they are generous enough to grant me Ulnar. I am utterly enchanted by it. Beside her, Tang Yue gazed at the grand Ulnar, equally thrilled. Although the primordial trial is a super arc crafted from 2 arcs, towering at 150 kilometers, it pales in comparison to Ulnar, an artificial planet floating in space, which is nearly the size of Earth. Let us descend first. If the Zerg have no objections, we have no choice, Adonis remarked, expressing his bewilderment at the world of the powerful. Soon, Adonis, accompanied by Tang Yue and Zirital, arrived at the surface of Ulnar. High Priest, the gates of Ulnar are locked. Analysis indicates that we must activate all 4 celestial locks to open the temple, just as Adonis was at a loss. The considerate Kel'Thuzad provided the method for opening the doors. Understood, Kel'Thuzad. We will proceed accordingly, Adonis replied, relieved that knowledge made the task simpler. However, it was evident that Eamon did not intend to allow Adonis and the others to work unimpeded. The Dark God's will was clear. The temple must not be opened. The emergence of a faction of the Mobius Foundation and a group of Tal'Darim complicated the task of opening the doors. Very well, yet another group of Tal'Darim and Mobius. Let us deal with them first, Adonis and Zirital declared, ready to clear the minions. Damn it, I can hardly wait. Step aside and let me handle this. Tang Yue, impatient, was eager to discuss the transfer of Ulnar with the Zerg. She conjured a massive star sigil above her head, channeling the primordial energy. The sigil radiated a dazzling brilliance before detonating, unleashing a formidable energy wave that engulfed the surface of Ulnar, instantly reducing the Tal'Darim and Mobius to ashes. Chapter 134. A direct confrontation. The explosion of the star sigil proved remarkably effective, thoroughly annihilating the Eamon forces on Ulnar's surface. Observing this, Adonis swiftly divided his forces into 5, activating the celestial locks of Ulnar. The grand entrance to the temple was successfully opened. Upon entering the temple, Adonis immediately heightened his vigilance. Inside the Temple of Ulnar, whether due to the passage of time or its original design, lay a vast square before the true entrance of the temple. This square was adorned with numerous stone pillars and murals depicting the beliefs of the Zerg lined either side of the grand entrance. In contrast to Adonis's cautious demeanor, Zeratul, as a seasoned expert in archaeology, appeared quite at ease amidst the familiar scene. Gazing at the relics before him, Zeratul was filled with a sense of nostalgia. Yet, just as Zeratul was lost in memory and Adonis remained vigilant, a thunderous sound erupted from ahead. "There's a situation, Adonis." "Zeratul, we must go." Tangyue, ever perceptive, immediately alerted Adonis and Zeratul. The three hastened their steps, and upon reaching the source of the noise, they beheld an astonishing sight. The Queen of Blades, Kerrigan, was engaged in a fierce struggle with a small purple creature. However, it was evident from Kerrigan's expression that she had been fighting for some time and appeared somewhat fatigued. In contrast, the small purple creature exuded energy, clearly thriving in the scuffle. In a swift moment, as the trio arrived, the small purple creature overpowered Kerrigan, pinning her to the ground with several tendrils restraining her tightly. Stannis promptly brandished his light blade, executing a charge, lightning strike, towards the creature's rear, targeting the tendril's connection point with a precise strike that severed one of them. Zeratul also teleported to the opposite side of the creature, his master Psyblade carving a green arc through the air as he cut through another tendril. The loss of tendrils inflicted immense pain on the creature, diminishing its hold on Kerrigan. Seizing the opportunity, Kerrigan retaliated, kicking the creature away, sending it hurtling toward Tangyue. Facing the approaching creature, Tangyue remained composed. A surge of golden energy coalesced in her hand, and as the creature leaped towards her, she delivered a powerful palm strike to its midsection. At the moment of impact, the golden energy infused itself into the creature, causing it to be propelled backward through the air, landing among the group. Adonis and Zeratul promptly surrounded the creature, remaining cautious. Kerrigan took a moment to recover, laboriously rising to her feet, her broken wings swiftly mending. The creature gradually stood as well, but its appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation. Its once crimson eyes had turned golden, and its light blue energy patterns had shifted to gold. Once upright, it no longer exhibited any desire to attack, slowly turning to face Tangyue, kneeling on one knee. Remarkably, Tangyue's palm strike had directly seized control of the creature upon infusing it with energy. Observing the now docile creature, Adonis and Zeratul lowered their guard, diverting their attention to Kerrigan. "Kerrigan, I never anticipated encountering you here," Adonis expressed his surprise. "There is no need for astonishment, Adonis. Kerrigan shares our common goal. It is only natural that we meet here," Zeratul responded with a calm demeanor, displaying his extensive archaeological experience from past encounters with Kerrigan. "I also did not expect to find you here, nor you, Tangyue. It has been quite some time," Kerrigan remarked, appearing fatigued, evidently worn from her lengthy battle. "Ah, Sarah, it has been too long. It appears that my strength has been quite well integrated within you, yet there remains a certain wastefulness in its application. And an energy cycle within your body has yet to be established." Tangyue immediately discerned that although Kerrigan had fully grasped the primordial power conveyed by her, the primary energy supply still relied on psychic energy. Prolonged combat would lead to the depletion of Kerrigan's primordial power, necessitating a gradual recovery. If the battle persisted, it would impose a tremendous burden upon her body. Indeed, once the skirmish extended over time, the primordial power would struggle to keep pace. Clearly, Kerrigan had also recognized the underlying issue. "Fear not, for I shall seek out Salnaga to procure the Ina. Along the way, I can assist you in constructing the energy cycle of the primordial power," Tangyue declared as she took the lead into the interior. Adonis and Zeratul, upon witnessing this, hastened to follow suit. During this time, Kerrigan, having regained her strength, quickly joined Tangyue in her advance towards the temple, while the recently subdued hybrid obediently trailed behind. Before long, the quartet entered the temple's interior. Upon entry, one could immediately perceive that the ambience within starkly contrasted with that of the exterior. The outside hall resembled the caverns of a rocky planet, whereas the temple's interior manifested as a high-tech artificial relic. Energy columns floated gracefully in mid-air, and bridges constructed from levitating stone pillars interconnected various segments. Let's proceed, Adanus. I hope your divine powers will provide us with a satisfactory answer. At this point, Kerrigan had fully recovered. Earlier on their journey, Tangyu had utilized primordial power to aid Kerrigan in establishing an energy circuit. Hasten onward, for it seems Lord Tangyu is quite eager, Zeratul exclaimed, brimming with excitement. He had pursued Salnaga's prophecy for several years, tirelessly wandering in search of it. Now, with the opportunity to meet Salnaga finally at hand, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration. The group pressed on and soon arrived before Grand Door. Yet their progress was abruptly halted. The door remained shut. It was an ancient Salnaga mechanism requiring two distinct energy cores to activate. The seasoned archaeologist Zeratul, after a brief observation, deduced the solution. No need for such complexities. Watch my approach, Tangyu said, having discerned the method from the cores embedded in the mechanisms. Gazing at the orange-yellow core, suffused with a peculiar psychic energy capable of transmuting essence, she gathered a pure essence of void energy in her hand, crystallizing it to match the other core, and placed it upon the adjacent pedestal. An intriguing scene unfolded as, after a slight tremor, the door began to open slowly. See? There was no need to search for a keystone. I can create one right here. Let us proceed, Tangyu proclaimed with a proud expression, leading the bewildered trio onward. As they traversed the path, they encountered numerous members of the Mobius Foundation and soldiers from the Taldarum. Clearly, beyond the vicinity of Unna's celestial lock, there existed a multitude of Amon's forces. However, these adversaries seemed merely trivial obstacles to Adanus, Zeratul, and Kerrigan, who dispatched them with ease. Throughout their journey, Tangyu employed her method of crafting keys to directly unlock each door they encountered. Soon, they arrived at the colossal Salnaga legendary altar. Upon beholding the majestic and intricately detailed altar, Zeratul's old habits resurfaced. He immediately circled the structure, continuously marveling aloud. Incredible! This altar records that it was here, at Unna, that Salnaga disseminated life across this universe. I require further information. Let us hasten to the next. Zeratul's urgency became palpable, and the others had little choice but to comply. Under the escort of Tangyu, the group swiftly reached the final hall. However, this altar was in dire straits. As a colossal hybrid beast, the Great Red was rampaging and destroying the altar. Upon witnessing this, Zeratul was immediately alarmed and intended to rush forth to salvage the relic. Yet, before he could take 2 steps, Tangyu restrained him. Do not be hasty. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, Tangyu concentrated a vast amount of energy, transforming it into a beam of light aimed towards the distant altar. The beam advanced, evaporating the debris that had collapsed and obstructed the entrance, ultimately striking the Great Red and annihilating the surrounding hybrids. The group then gradually approached the altar. Zeratul immediately rushed forward for an inspection. I finally comprehend. Salnaga sowed the seeds of life at Unna and then refrained from interference, allowing for the emergence of 2 destined races, one with formidable physicality and the other with profound essence. They shall arrive at Unna to undergo sublimation, becoming the new Salnaga. Zeratul appeared exhilarated, having unveiled the origin of cosmic life. Wait, if Salnaga never intervened in the development of life, then we Protoss are merely Amon's creations. Everything has been a deception spun by Amon. Following a moment of contemplation, Adanus, too, grasped the truth behind Protoss history, realizing that all they had been told were mere fabrications bestowed upon them by Amon. Well then, Adanus, just ahead lies the resting place of Salnaga. Should you have inquiries, you may pose them directly. If all else fails, you Protoss may simply become my kin, though presently, only Kerrigan qualifies as a half-member, Tangyu consoled Adanus, who appeared lost in existential contemplation. Beside them, Kerrigan interjected, Why am I merely considered a half-member? Chapter 135, Acquiring the Item. Una won the doors to the internal core region gradually opened, revealing a scene far removed from their expectations. The ground lay strewn with ruins, and the corpses of enormous, tentacled creatures were crushed beneath the rubble of the structures. How could this be? Not Salnaga. Adanuz was taken aback by the sight before him, utterly unable to accept the reality. Do not fret, Adanuz. As I understand it, if Salnaga perishes in the material realm, they merely return to the void, Kerrigan reassured him, noticing his dismay. But Sarah, shouldn't Una be considered the juncture between the void and reality? Thus, it could indeed be deemed part of the void. Before Adanuz could further ponder under Kerrigan's comfort, Tang Yu callously thrust him back into despair. Huh, how tragic, how lamentable. You have tirelessly sought Salnaga, and now you have found them. Yet, what awaits you is only the remnants I have left behind. Surrender to the fate I have woven. Just as Adanuz wrestled with his internal conflict and Cyrodiil sought to accept the harsh reality, Amon seized the opportunity to mock them, intent on undermining Tang Yu's resolve. Moreover, Amon's entrance was notably grand. Within the vast hall, he utilized Una's unique state to unveil a colossal void gate, from which boundless void energy continuously emanated. Simultaneously, a massive hybrid began to take shape within the hall as vast amounts of void energy coalesced, seemingly Amon's temporary manifestation utilizing Una's power. At that moment, Adanuz and Cyrodiil completed their inner deliberations. Come forth, Amon. We shall confront you directly. Your lies no longer bind us, and we, the sons of the divine, shall no longer cower before you. Meanwhile, outside Una, upon the spear of Adan, the chieftain declared, we have detected a surge of immense void energy emanating from the temple below. A Templar Knight detected an unusual situation at the control panel and promptly reported it to Vorazin. Had Adanus encountered trouble? Vorazin was equally perplexed. At that moment, a surge of chaotic psionic energy manifested aboard the spear of Adan. Following a wave of crimson energy, Alarak appeared on the bridge of the vessel. The Templar Knight, witnessing this, immediately activated his energy blade and charged toward Alarak with his aged gate, only to be sent flying by a swift strike from the high-ranking Zerg. I am Alarak, the first of the Taldarum. Your high priest is in peril, and you require my assistance, though it will come at a cost, Alarak declared. Speaking for himself, Vorazin disregarded his words, brandishing her dragon-headed scythe directly at him. Interesting, but how can I trust you? The astute Vorazin seized the moment while Alarak was posturing, locking him within a stasis chamber. I have no need to prove anything to you. Believe it or not. It matters not. With that, he unleashed void energy, shattering the stasis chamber. Upon witnessing this, Vorazin resolved to lead the group in search of Adanus. Having received the desired information, Alarak ceased his hesitations and provided Vorazin with Adanus's current location, believing that Adanus, now facing Amon, was likely in grave danger. Vorazin shared this sentiment and, without delay, set off towards Ulnar with the recently groomed high-ranking Templar in tow. The previously cleared Taldarum and Mobius forces had once again occupied parts of the Ulnar surface. After a swift journey, the rescue team arrived at Adanus's location, only to be met with an utterly unexpected scene. In the plaza outside Ulnar's central hall, two factions of hybrids were embroiled in chaos, leaving a circular arena in their midst, where Adanus and Cyrodiil observed leisurely. Kerrigan had vacated the arena and was constructing a Zerg nest nearby. As for the center of the arena, a colossal hybrid, soaked in crimson, lay sprawled, while a diminutive figure was perched atop it, furiously striking at the hybrid below. That figure was unmistakably Tang Yue. Damn it, why can't my host move? Amon seethed beneath Tang Yue, who unleashed a flurry of punches upon Amon's host, evidently employing the meteoric strike technique, with each blow infusing a faint golden energy into Amon's being. This golden energy was clearly the reason Amon's host was rendered incapable of resistance. What is that incessant yapping before me? I can't hear clearly. Under special circumstances, Tang Yue's expression transformed into a comical one. When fatigued from her relentless assault, she would even engage in a hellish lullaby with the colossal Amon host beneath her. The rescue team beheld this astonishing spectacle. At this juncture, Adanus too had noticed the approaching rescue party. Templar, what brings you here? Adonis inquired, clearly bewildered by Vorazan's sudden deployment of troops. High Priest, the Patriarch has commanded our assistance, the rescue personnel replied, somewhat awkwardly. Well, your timing is fortuitous. Lord Tangyue has indicated that with the fall of the Xel'Naga, Ulnar is now a territory without a master. We must seize it as a testament to our allegiance to Lord Tangyue. Upon learning of the demise of the Xel'Naga at Amon's hands, Adonis resolved to become a devotee of Tangyue. Through his prolonged association with Tangyue, Adonis had come to appreciate her strength and temperament. A being of comparable, if not greater, stature than the Xel'Naga, she harbored goodwill towards the Protoss and had been a considerable ally during their darkest times, granting her subordinates significant autonomy. In every conceivable aspect, Tangyue represented a deity worthy of trust. Very well, High Priest, we place our faith in your judgment. Let us assist you forthwith. The Templar Knights ultimately decided to trust Adonis. In no time, Adonis and Zeratul, with the aid of the rescue party, established a forward base. Meanwhile, Kerrigan's Zerg nest was nearing completion. Ah, Adonis, it appears you too have established a forward position. We intend to assault the nearby Taldaram base. Will you join us? Kerrigan inquired, approaching the Protoss base with a small contingent. Certainly, Kerrigan. I shall organize a force as well. Let us collaborate to secure Ulnar, Adonis replied, rallying troops to join Kerrigan in seizing Ulnar's surface. For Kerrigan, this represented an excellent opportunity to inflict significant damage upon Amon. Not to mention, Kerrigan was now effectively half of Tangyue's kin. Helping Tangyue gain control over Ulnar was undeniably advantageous. Under the combined might of the Protoss and Zerg forces, Ulnar's surface was gradually consumed. Meanwhile, the conflict in the arena was approaching its conclusion. Shortly after the battle commenced, Tangyue summoned the forces of Sekus. After a period of combat, Sekus's Taldaram hybrid forces joined the fray. With the activation of numerous warp beams, Taldaram hybrids entered the battlefield, liberating Tangyue's temporarily commandeered hybrid forces from their strained conflict and swiftly overwhelming Amon's hybrids in unison. Amon's temporary host was on the verge of collapse, and it was evident that Tangyue had lost interest in further pummeling him. It is time to conclude this, little Amon. I have grown weary of our little game. With those words, Tangyue summoned the primal version of the Wraith, channeling immense primordial power into her spear, which transformed into a colossal lance of light that pierced Amon's temporary host from behind. With a brilliant explosion of light, Amon's temporary host met its end. Damn you! You will pay for this. I shall return. Amon's impotent fury echoed throughout Ulnar. I await your return. Farewell, Tangyue replied with a smile and a wave, her demeanor almost whimsical. With Amon's forced retreat into the void, the outcome of the battle for Ulnar was no longer in doubt. As communications were restored, Adonis promptly contacted the Spear of Adon, requesting additional troops, which, in collaboration with the Zerg, successfully led to the complete occupation of Ulnar. Meanwhile, Tangyue summoned the Primal Trials to conduct an in-depth scan and study of Ulnar, given its wealth of Xel'Naga technology. In stark contrast to Tangyue's resounding victory, Alarak, who had previously been so confident in his intentions to extort Adonis, now found himself enveloped in despair. What had become of the anticipated struggle against Amon? What had happened to the timely rescue and the gratitude he expected? How could he continue his pretense of grandeur? Despite this, Adonis, upon returning to the Spear of Adon, engaged Alarak in a thorough discussion regarding his aspirations to ascend as a High Lord of the Taldaram. Chapter 136. The Cataclysm of the Death Fleet due to unforeseen complications arising from the plan to leverage the favor of the Grand Archbishop. Alanak found himself in a precarious negotiating position. This was a disheartening turn of events for him, as he had anticipated a commanding role, engaging in conversation with a sense of leisure. Now, Alanak was compelled to place both parties on equal footing. Ultimately, through Alanak's masterful negotiation skills, Adonis consented to travel to Sealay Inn to assist Alanak in his ascension to the rank of High Lord of Taldaram. In exchange, Alanak was obliged to join forces during the decisive battle against Eamon's forces. Thus, the affairs concerning Ulna were finally resolved. Upon returning to the primary material plane, communication between the spear of Adin and the Protoss fleet was re-established. Simultaneously, the Shadow Guard brought forth the intelligence they had gathered during this time. Adnis. The Shadow Guard reports that they have discovered the base of the Mobius Foundation, concealed within the Vengeance Rift. Upon receiving this military intelligence report, Vorazin immediately relayed the message to Adnis. Excellent. This gives us the opportunity to eradicate the malignant presence of the Mobius Foundation once and for all. However, we have just forged an alliance with Alanak and must now proceed to see Lei-In. Adnis felt a surge of happiness upon learning the news. Yet the pressing matter remained aiding Alanak in his quest to become the High Lord, which indeed posed a dilemma. Haha, Adnis, I have an idea. Why not split our forces? One group can assist Alanak in becoming the High Lord, while the other can eliminate the Mobius stronghold. What do you think? Dang Yi Ue, having returned to the bridge after a long absence, found herself amidst this momentous decision. High Lord? Very well, let us set that aside for now. Who do you believe should be responsible for the Vengeance Rift? Adinus, known for his inquisitive nature, was not shy to seek clarification. I can send Kel'Thuzad. Tang Yu contemplated briefly before deciding on Kel'Thuzad for the Vengeance Rift mission. While the Fey Smith may lack in combat prowess, his military acumen remained commendable. However, relying solely on him would inevitably be perilous. After some deliberation, Adinus concurred with Tang Yu's assessment, yet he feared that Kel'Thuzad alone would struggle against the Mobius Foundation. Rest assured, I have just completed modifications to the Golden Fleet. Our new carriers and storm battleships are more than capable of overwhelming the Mobius Foundation. The challenge lies in the absence of naval support during our battle in Sea Lei-In. Nevertheless, I have prepared a new surprise, Tang Yu reassured Adnis, offering a solution to his concerns. Then it is settled. We will split our forces. We shall proceed to Sea Lei-In to resolve the Tataram issue, while the Fey Smith Kel'Thuzad will journey to the Vengeance Rift to deal with the Mobius Foundation. Adnis made a decisive resolution. Naturally, our socially awkward Kel'Thuzad was taken aback upon learning he was to undertake such a significant responsibility, heading to the Vengeance Rift to confront the Mobius Foundation. Ultimately, he had no choice but to comply and proceeded to the Vengeance Rift. With arrangements finalized, Adinus commanded the Spear of Adin to head towards Sea Lei-In. Upon arrival in the high orbit of Sea Lei-In, they beheld the sight of crimson-clad Protoss ships stationed around the planet's orbit. The entire Sea Lei-In was suffused with a purple aura, the signature of Eamon's concoctions. Behold, the Death Fleet, poised to annihilate all life under Eamon's command. Alanak remarked with a sigh as he gazed at the fleet from the bridge. This is indeed a predicament, yet I trust you will devise a solution. Yes? Adinus began to jest. Of course, I shall vanquish Marash and ascend as the High Lord of Tataram. I shall lead Tataram. Alanak's excitement grew with each word. Then, future High Lord, enlighten us on our next course of action. With casual conversation concluded, Adinus steered the discussion back to the matter at hand. First, we must address the Guardians of Marash. They will assist him during the Lakshur ritual and become a potential threat after my confrontation with Marash. Alanak candidly laid out his plan. Given that, let us prepare for battle. Alanak, Adinus instructed before notifying Zeratul and Tang Yu. Under the shimmering light of the warp beam, Tang Yu, Adinus, and Zeratul arrived at the surface of Sea Lei-In, surrounded by the location of Marash's guardians. Then, my lord Tang Yu, what is this secret weapon you speak of? It seems challenging for the three of us to tackle all the guardians alone. Upon reaching the surface, Adinus raised a question, struggling to envision how they could manage without additional support. While Tang Yu could indeed handle everything on her own, Adinus observed that she typically preferred a more leisurely approach unless urgency compelled her otherwise. Do not worry, Adinus. Trust that my lord Tang Yu has a plan in mind. Zeratul interjected with a calm demeanor. After enduring significant life challenges, he now felt revitalized and exuberant. I'll just wait and see. Behold my latest creation, the Super War Mech. Tang Yu proclaimed with delight, revealing her new toy to the eager eyes of the two. Before them stood 3 colossal robots, each towering at 1 kilometer in height and crafted from a Protoss alloy, radiating a magnificent golden hue, resplendent and brimming with combat potential. Tang Yu subsequently handed 2 wristbands to Adonis and Zeridal. Here you go, these are the keys. Infuse them with psionic energy, and you will warp inside the mech to control it. After activating her key, Tang Yu vanished from their sight, while the massive mech before them came to life, its eyes gleaming as it began to advance. Adonis and Zeridal, witnessing this, hastily activated their keys and commenced their operations. It was evident that Tang Yu's creations were exceptionally effective. The Titanic mech, shielded by seemingly infinite energy barriers, effortlessly overpowered the forces of Mirash's guardians. The most amusing aspect was that Tang Yu had neglected to equip these mechs with ranged weaponry, leading to a rather captivating combat spectacle. The 3 enormous humanoid mechs rampaged through the ranks of Tataram forces, utilizing their limbs to strike down foes relentlessly. Naturally, the true combat was conducted by Adonis and Zeridal, while Tang Yu indulged in a more flamboyant display. At times, Tang Yu would leap high into the air, seizing an enemy destroyer and tearing it apart with ease, subsequently hurling the remains to obliterate 2 Punishers. The most entertaining moment came when Tang Yu grasped a Punisher and ripped its leg off, transforming its core into a basketball, engaging in a playful routine of singing and dancing. Occasionally, she would curl into a ball and roll around amidst the Tataram forces. The battle unfolded swiftly, a complete rout. Tang Yu's mech shield was astonishing. The Tataram forces could not breach it and could only endure a one-sided onslaught. Observing the unfolding chaos from the spear of Adon, Alanak felt a sense of despair. Had he been in their position, he would have fared no better. The demise of the Guardians was an inevitable conclusion. After the last Guardian fell, this exceedingly inhumane and tragic crushing finally drew to a close. Alanak adjusted his state and arrived at the gates of Malash. "High Lord Malash, I challenge you to a Lakshil duel. Accept my challenge or perish in cowardice." At this moment, Alanak was exuberantly animated. Previously, Tang Yue's performance had granted him a profound understanding of this ally's formidable strength. This was no mere ally, but rather a powerful figure to rely upon. Wasn't victory in this Lakshil duel merely a formality? We shall confront each other at dawn. Prepare to embrace your tragic demise. Ultimately, Malash accepted Alanak's Lakshil challenge. At dawn the following day, on the Ascendant Plateau, Alanak proclaimed, Malash, this time you shall meet a woeful end. My ally is not one you can contend with." Alanak was brimming with confidence, wielding his influence with ease. "Foolish one, the dark god shall bestow upon me strength. Your death is inevitable." As the battle commenced, both sides engaged in a relentless exchange of taunts, embodying the spirit of Zwan masters. Meanwhile, Adonis began fortifying defenses, primarily to prevent the Tatterland forces from launching surprise attacks, while also stealthily hunting some of the elemental beings of Syrian. As for the necessary psionic supplies and advancements, they were entrusted to the hybrid forces of Sextalin, who had returned from Ulna. Indeed, after the primordial trials reached Ulna for research, Tang Yue had dispatched Sextalin back to the outer material realm. When Sextalin led the hybrids to the Lakshil ritual, Malash's Tatterland forces were immediately overwhelmed. Look, haven't they already ascended? After all, when Sextalin first arrived in Syrian, he had quietly taken a portion of Tatterland to join the hybrid legion. Now, their reappearance inflicted a considerable psychological blow upon Tatterland society. Even Alanak was taken aback. He had sought a battery only to discover one even more formidable than his previous master. Since becoming a hybrid, Sextalin had undergone continuous training. He was now a boss-level hybrid. Facing the mass-produced hybrid batteries of Malash was akin to slicing through vegetables. The outcome of the Lakshil ritual was unmistakable. "Curse you, Alanak! You shall lead our kin to ruin." Malash bellowed in his final moments. "You are correct about one thing. I shall lead Tatterland." Under the influence of the psionic wave, the once High Lord Malash fell, and Tatterland welcomed its new High Lord Alanak. Chapter 137, The Purifier Project. The demise of Malash became an established fact, and Tatterland was now under Alanak's command. Eamon suffered significant losses in this battle. Alanak also witnessed Tang Yue's extraordinary capabilities during this Lakshil ritual. Without even considering the combat prowess of Tang Yue, the loyalty displayed by the hybrid forces led by Sextilin was already indicative of Tang Yue's might. With the issues in Syrian resolved, good news also arrived from Kelix. The battle at the Rift of Revenge proceeded remarkably smoothly. Tang Yue, equipped with advanced technological storm battleships and aircraft carriers, pressed the Mobius Foundation at the Rift into a corner, while Kelix, an experienced technician, steadily advanced, leaving no room for a comeback. After such a series of battles, the once prosperous foundation painstakingly amassed by Nerid for Eamon had been halved. The most powerful hybrid forces faced the risk of being intercepted by Tang Yue. Only the aberrant insect forces personally commanded by Eamon and the Golden Fleet under Kara's control remained. However, these matters were not the current concern for Adonis and his companions. Phoenix, the Purifier, contemplated his existence during this shared struggle. Ultimately, after profound reflection, he came to understand his purpose and bestowed upon himself a new name, Talendal, meaning brave heart. In the Spear of Adon War Council, Adonis solemnly addressed the assembly, surrounded by Zelitu, Talendal, Vorazin, and Loana, as Kelix approached the council table. During this time of conflict, I have come to the profound realization that our class system must come to an end. The exceptional combat performance of Phase Engineer Kelix has proven that even a Kale possesses remarkable military prowess. Henceforth, anyone can become a paladin. As Adonis concluded his words, Kelix stepped forward to accept Adonis's commendation. "Thank you for your recognition, Archbishop." Kelix expressed his gratitude. "No need for thanks, Kelix. This is well-deserved. Now, let us discuss another matter." Adonis praised Kelix before adopting a serious demeanor to address the next strategic arc. "I have made a decision that most of you will likely oppose. I intend to restart the Purifier project. Through my recent collaboration with Talendal, I realized that the Purifiers are not mere cold machines. They are noble paladins." Adonis articulated his plan while awaiting the responses of others. "Archbishop, we do not possess more Purifier matrices like Talendal." Kelix was the first to address the technical concerns. Loana, well-versed in history, anticipated Adonis's intentions. "Indeed, the former Purifier Legion lies dormant on the Adian Star, aboard their flagship, the Sepros." As Adonis spoke, he projected an image of the Sepros. "History shows that those Purifiers cannot be controlled." Loana remained as obstinate as ever. "They do not need to be controlled. They possess free will, just like me." Talendal countered Loana immediately, highlighting the clash between old and new ideologies. "I concur with this sentiment. Just as Adon regarded us Nezrim, the Purifiers should also become part of our divine offspring." Zelitu chimed in, having gained new insights about the Purifiers through his long pursuit of prophecy and recent experiences. "Regardless, my decision remains unchanged. We will head to Adian Star. We depart immediately." Ultimately, Adonis issued the command to set forth. Following a series of jumps, the Spear of Adon reached orbit high above Adian Star, where the Sepros rested, shimmering in stillness. Adian Star, once a sanctuary for Kale scholars, was now overrun by aberrant insects, and it was likely that the researchers had met a tragic fate. Gazing upon the planet blanketed in fungi, Adonis sighed. "I hope they did not suffer in their final moments." "Archbishop, the Sepros' stasis net is exceedingly stable. To awaken the Purifiers, we must first deactivate the stasis net," Kelix reported after analyzing the Sepros. "What suggestions do you have, Kelix?" "We need to input special commands on the surface of Adian Star to disable the Sepros' stasis net. And to achieve this, we require a specialized terminal, Megalese," Kelix relayed to Adonis. "There is no need for such complexity. Allow me to handle it. I can directly dismantle the static net of the Sea Bureaus. At that time, you will simply need to awaken those Purifiers." At this moment, Tangyu also arrived on the bridge, naturally overhearing their concerns. "Lord Tangyu, since you wish to assist, proceed. We shall support you." The order was given to the troops to prepare for landing on the Sea Bureaus following Tang Yu's engagement with the static net and to awaken the Purifiers, particularly Talendar. Upon witnessing this, Adonis promptly altered his strategy and notified the troops to get ready. Once the forces were prepared, Tang Yu ventured into space, silently floating outside the sea bureaus. Gazing at the static net radiating stable energy, Tang Yu contemplated and devised a method. Approaching the static net, she pressed her hand against it, and golden energy began to infuse into the net. Starting from Tang Yu's position, the static net was gradually consumed by the golden energy, eventually enveloping the entire structure. Once the golden energy completely covered the net, Tang Yu seized it with a swift motion, lifting it as if she were pulling away a tablecloth. The enormous static net was torn away, gradually dissipating in the void of space. Commenced the landing on the sea bureaus. Activate the purifiers. Adonis issued the command for the troops to land on the sea bureaus. Soon, Adonis and Talandar arrived at the surface of the sea bureaus. However, their movements were somewhat sluggish. The Zerg forces had entrenched themselves on the surface of the sea bureaus like a persistent affliction. What a nuisance! The Zerg have followed us to the sea bureaus. We must defend the energy core while simultaneously activating the phasing circuit and awakening the purifiers. Talandar expressed his annoyance towards the Zerg. I shall guard the base and the energy core. You will take charge of the offensive on the phasing circuit and the awakening of the purifiers. Adonis skillfully delegated the arduous task to Talandar. Nevertheless, this task was indeed a favorable one for Talandar, as it involved awakening his kin. Given the current technological prowess of the Protoss forces, it had surpassed the Golden Age. Tang Yu's time on the Spear of Adon was not merely idle. The combat capability of the Protoss was now overwhelmingly superior to that of the Zerg from Eamon. Under Talandar's leadership, they effortlessly breached the phasing circuit, successfully awakening the purifiers aboard the sea bureaus. I am Executor Carolarian. Who are these repugnant outsiders? The purifiers immediately noticed the Zerg upon awakening. I am Adonis, High Priest of the Dalu. We have come to seek the purifiers rejoining with the Firstborn to once again become Noble Templar. Observing the purifiers' not entirely hostile demeanor, Adonis felt a slight sense of relief. We shall discuss these matters later. For now, let us eradicate these invading outsiders who scorn us. With that, several squads of purifier forces began advancing towards the Zerg. Although the technology of the purifiers was of Golden Age caliber, it still paled in comparison to the current Protoss forces. However, combating the Zerg from Eamon was still a manageable task. Adonis, witnessing this, did not remain idle and commanded his forces to commence a thorough extermination of the Zerg on the sea bureaus. Under the crushing weight of technological superiority, the Zerg on the sea bureaus were swiftly eliminated. Adonis returned to the Spear of Adon, leaving the sea bureaus under the management of the purifiers. Shortly after Adonis returned to the Spear of Adon, a tremendous energy wave emanated from the sea bureaus. The sea bureaus slowly unfolded in space, gathering a colossal amount of energy at its central launch point, causing the atmosphere of Edion to distort under the immense power. Subsequently, a beam struck the surface of Edion, and a visible red ring began to expand from the launch point, forming a searing energy firewall. The firewall swept across the entire surface of Edion, gathering on the opposite side of the planet. All Zerg biological signals on the surface of Edion vanished completely. After a while, Adonis summoned Talandar to his side, intending to contact the purifiers through him. To be honest, we have significant reservations about the Firstborn. The voice of Carolarian resonated from within Talandar's form, as he now represented the purifiers. Times have changed. The former Firstborn were arrogant and did not regard you as Noble Templar, but merely as machines. However, we are now the Dalu, the united will of all Protoss. We wish to rectify past mistakes and hope that the purifiers may return to the Firstborn. Adonis felt profound emotion. They had suffered under Eamon's lies and endured hardships, yet now they were united once more. They were engaged in discussion. Through Talandar's memories, we have learned much. We are still unfamiliar with this era, but your sincerity has moved us. We are willing to fight once more for the Protoss. Ultimately, the purifiers returned to the Protoss. Chapter 138. The Battle of Edion. Where is Lord Tang Yu? We must begin preparations to advance on Edion. Early this day, Adonis commenced his search for Tang Yu. Now that Eamon's vessel was nearing completion, Rescuing their kin was imperative. The Protoss forces were now more formidable than ever. Adonis. Lord Tang, you should be with Loanna during this time. You may check there. Zeratul responded to Adonis's inquiry. Upon arriving at the War Council, Adonis found Loanna, who should have remained in the static chamber, released. The crimson glow of her eyes and the emanation of psionic energy indicated that Eamon had possessed her. You are harming me, but it is all over now. My physical form is complete. Your arrival merely leads to your demise. Ha ha ha. In the end, I have triumphed. After delivering his taunts, Eamon departed. However, it was evident that he had been driven to a state of confusion by Tang Yu, as he had not realized that his original plan had been overshadowed by his desire to defeat her. He had not even noticed when he began to care so deeply about their contest. Loanna, are you all right? How did you come out of the static chamber? Adonis hurriedly approached to support Loanna. I am fine. High Priest. He has already left. While he occupied me, I also gleaned his thoughts. Eamon is summoning the scattered Golden Fleet to Edion to protect himself. Loanna collapsed weakly to the ground. High Priest. Lord Tang, you came here to seek Loanna for research on Kerala. Just moments ago, Lord Tang Yu intended to proceed further, and shortly after releasing Loanna, Eamon arrived. Vorazin explained from the side. I see. Then, Lord Tang Yu, do you have any results regarding Kerala? Clearly, Adonis was quite intrigued by Tang Yu's research on Kerala. Oh, you mean that? You were planning to become my vassals, were you not? So, I was contemplating how to expedite the process of your vassalization. And I have finally found the method, Kerala. Tang Yu continued to speak with audacity. Kerala? Is that not a deception of Eamon? Adonis showed considerable interest in Tang Yu's mention of Kerala. Kerala is indeed a product guided by Eamon. However, through my research, I have discovered that the Protoss inherently possess the ability to communicate psionically from their inception, and the neural locks connecting to Kerala significantly enhance this capability. I can channel my power through Kala, and once the new neural locks are connected, the transformation of your entire lineage will be accomplished. Tang Yue has also shared her analysis. That said, I still wish to understand the essence of the transformation you speak of, Tang Yue. At this juncture, Atenas has finally decided to inquire about the nature of the transformation Tang Yue has described. Oh, you wish to know about that? Since you intend to become my kin, your current life levels are insufficient to accompany me across the myriad realms. However, by sharing my power with you, you shall undergo a transformation influenced by my essence. Ultimately, your transformation resembles the elevation of your Salnaga. Tang Yue provided a brief explanation regarding the transformation. The elevation of Salnaga? What an astonishing revelation. Atenas gleaned profound information from Tang Yue's words. By the way, I have made some adjustments to the new Kala concerning Nihilism and the purifiers, allowing for free connection and the option to link with the purifier circuit. If you wish to experience the mechs of the purifiers, you can connect through Kala. Now, let me commence my experiment. Tang Yue approached the already recovering Luohan. I am prepared, Tang Yue, as a pioneer for Kala. To preserve the knowledge of Kala, she willingly volunteered to be the first subject of Tang Yue's new Kala. Atenas silently blessed Luohan, feeling reassured overall, for Tang Yue had never disappointed them. Well, hardly ever. Seeing Luohan ready, the sight of her before Tang Yue was breathtaking. Although Luohan was considered petite among the Protoss, standing at an average of 2.5 meters, her levitation due to psionic energy made Tang Yue, who stood at 1.5 meters, appear even smaller. Under normal circumstances, this would be acceptable, but in this serious setting, Tang Yue found herself looking up at Luohan, a truly beautiful sight. Recognizing this disparity, Tang Yue immediately activated her divine state, increasing her height to 1.9 meters, allowing her to gaze levelly. In the name of the Zero Realm, I hereby establish the Zero Realm contract with you. At this moment, you shall become my kin, serving me, and I shall protect you for eternity. The solemn and majestic voice echoed throughout the space. Brilliant, silver-like, translucent energies began to gather towards Luohan. This time, it was not the primordial force Tang Yue usually wielded, but her true power emanating from the highest source of creation, the Zero Realm. Under the influence of this astonishing force, a faint silver radiance began to emanate from Lohan. She felt the changes within her, as the once enchanting epic of the Protoss became clear and simple in her newly elevated perspective. Lohan's thoughts ascended to a higher realm, filled with resplendent crystals, where the winds swept across the vast expanse. Gaining the standard knowledge of Tong Yue's kin, she comprehended the essence of it. The crystals of the Zero Realm represented worlds, and the ceaseless winds governed the time and fate of those worlds. This is incredible. You are such a magnificent being. I am truly honored. May your glory guide us toward a brilliant future. Upon truly understanding Tong Yue's existence, Luohan was overwhelmed with excitement. Luohan, how do you feel? The Grand Bishop observed in a daze. Grand Bishop, you cannot possibly fathom. Just now, my thoughts and will transcended this world, reaching the domain of Tong Yue. That is the true origin of all things. Even our world, even Salnaga, originates from there. It is an honor to become Tong Yue's kin. I have never felt better. Since the moment we accepted Tong Yue from Desada, we have already won this war against Eamon. Luohan was genuinely exhilarated, receiving a multitude of astonishing revelations from Luohan. Atenus was utterly bewildered. Very well, since Tong Yue's plan poses no issues, it is time for us to advance towards her. When we reclaim her, it will mark the moment our Protoss become Tong Yue's kin. Soon, the Spear of Yadin commenced its journey towards Ur, where Eamon's preparations were nearing completion. The Golden Fleet had gathered in Ur through the temporal corridors, and the countdown for Eamon's vessel had begun. The amalgamations of Eamon were also assembling in Ur, alongside the full assembly of the Zerg forces. Atenus, it seems Eamon is prepared to go all out. My forces have also exited the defensive zone. Do you require me to head to her? As the Spear of Yadin approached her, Kai Regan sent a communication. Clearly, Eamon was gearing up for a decisive battle, as even Kai Regan could not find the forces of Eamon. Let it be so. This battle shall undoubtedly become the final confrontation between the main world and Eamon. We are already prepared. This will be a moment that determines our fate. Atenus extended an invitation to Kai Regan. If that is the case, then we shall meet in Ur. With that, Kai Regan concluded the communication and set off for Ur. Finally, after a series of jumps, the Spear of Yadin arrived in the outer space of Ur, shortly followed by Kai Regan's Leviathan army. Before them stood the Golden Fleet, fully prepared and surrounding Ur, along with numerous Leviathans and Zerg air forces, not to mention the many amalgamations drifting in space. My brethren, heed my words. We once again stand at the crossroads of destiny. With unwavering faith and resolute will, let this final battle be immortalized. We shall achieve victory for Ur. Once more, Atenus commenced his speech. However, this time, all the Protoss warriors present were filled with fervor. After enduring this arduous struggle, the Protoss stood united as never before. In this battle, our primary strategic directive is to eliminate the amalgamations and Zerg forces as effectively as possible. Tong Yue has equipped our ships with phase stasis nets. Their mission is to restrain the Golden Fleet as much as possible, ensuring the safety of our kin. Following the mobilization, Atenus began to assign tasks. The current forces are divided into 3 sections. The first is the Capture Squad, responsible for restraining the Golden Fleet to prevent harm to our forces while rescuing as many kin as possible. The second will focus on exterminating Eamon's amalgamation and Zerg forces, supported by Kai Regan's swarm. The final segment, led by Atenus, comprises elite troops who will charge the Keystone for energy. After Tong Yue destroys Eamon's vessel, they will activate the Keystone to sever Eamon's will from Kala, leading to Tong Yue's transformation of the Protoss. This will herald a new beginning for the Protoss. Chapter 139. The Firstborn of the Gods. As the horn of battle sounded, all forces commenced their actions according to the established plan. With the formidable firepower of the Spear of Yadin, Atenus and Tong Yue breached the Golden Fleet surrounding Ur and descended to the surface. Following the breakthrough of the Golden Fleet and the appearance of a defensive breach, the Capture Squad immediately initiated their operations against the Golden Fleet. Upon reaching the surface, Atenus led the elite troops to the ruins of Antioch, once the glorious capital of the Protoss, now reduced to rubble. Atenus dared not delay. swiftly locating a secure position to begin the construction of the keystone. Beside him were all the heroic units, save for Loana, who was temporarily commanding from the high orbital platform. The youthful High Priest Adonis, the esteemed Lord Taldarin, the ambassador of the Purifiers, Tyrant, the newly appointed leader of the Nerazim, Vorazin, the engineer representative, Carix, the Dark Archon, Zeratul, the member of the Council of Light and Shadow, Uralin, the senior elder of the Nerazim, Mohandar, and the Wild Phoenix who had just been captured and severed from its neural link. Oh, Adonis, Zeratul, what a dreadful sensation it is to be under mind control. The Phoenix, recently freed from its captors, lay sprawled at the edge of the keystone, bearing numerous marks of struggle, a testament to the severity of the previous capture. All right, Phoenix, steady yourself. We need you once more. This will be our race's redemption. The ultimate battle to save this world. Zeratul encouraged the Phoenix with his sage-like voice. Tyrant, observing the prototype before him, felt an inexplicable kinship, as if they were brothers. The Phoenix regained its resolve and stood tall again. The strength of the immortal prototype, crafted by Tang Yue, was indeed commendable. Meanwhile, the Phoenix noticed Tyrant and, upon understanding the situation, burst into a hearty laugh. This is splendid. We share the same memories of our past, yet we are two distinct beings. This is wonderful. We can fight for Air together, my brother. The Phoenix's words filled Tyrant with immense pride, as he truly transcended into a noble paladin. He was Tyrant. He was the heart of courage. However, time was running short for Adonis and his allies. High Priest, we've detected numerous Zerg and hybrid signals approaching your position. Lohana's communication relayed ominously. Their encounter with the enemy signified that the battle for Air had already commenced. Indeed, this was the case. At this moment, high above in the orbital platform, the capture forces, utilizing the emergency devices developed by Tang Yue, were systematically restraining the onslaught of the Golden Fleet. Yet, against the main battle fleet, their efforts seemed utterly insufficient. Meanwhile, the Zerg swarms on Air had already engaged Kerrigan's forces outside of Antioch. The entire realm of Air was engulfed in chaos. At the site of the Selnaga Temple, a dense aura of void energy enveloped the area. Countless shards of the void siphoned power, infusing it into the super-hybrid entity of Aimon, the vessel of the Overmind. With Tang Yue's unexpected presence, Aimon had absorbed the void energy, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that surged outward. Yet, before the shockwave could expand, it was intercepted by a golden energy barrier, Tang Yue. At this moment, Tang Yue had entered a combat stance, a rare, full display of power following his true ascension. A dazzling aura of golden energy enveloped him, interspersed with transparent streams of energy. The golden emanated from the primordial force, while the colorless signified the power of the Zero Realm. You have indeed arrived, but it is too late. Today, now, here, I shall defeat you. I will end this cycle of failure. Upon seeing Tang Yue's arrival, Aimon appeared exhilarated, despite having exhausted the cards painstakingly amassed by Nerid. With the vessel now at his command, Aimon felt inflated with newfound confidence. I had no intention to hunt, yet the suffering of the masses calls. They have become my kin, and there is nothing left to say. Let's engage in battle. Tang Yue's echoing words resounded as he summoned forth his weapon, Willy, which radiated a brilliant light. The primordial force coalesced into a massive spear blade, measuring a staggering 400 meters. Observing this, Aimon ceased his idle chatter, gathering a tremendous amount of void energy in his hands, converting it into a beam that shot directly toward Tang Yue. In response to such an attack, Tang Yue swung Willy, the immense spear blade severing the void ray and, with unrelenting momentum, cleaved into Aimon. It was akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. Aimon's painstakingly crafted vessel was no match for Tang Yue's assault and was cleaved in two. Imulwas momentaridistund. Yet it was important to note that Tang Yue had invoked the power of the Zero Realm. As is well known, finishing off an opponent is crucial. In the face of the bisected Aimon, Tang Yue gathered a colossal, star-patterned orb and hurled it toward Aimon's vessel. In a brilliant surge of energy, the former Selnaga Temple, the tomb of the Overmind, transformed into a deep crater. Just as Tangyue dealt with Aimon's vessel, the Keystone successfully completed its charge. The elite forces surrounding the Keystone were already adorned with the colors of the Zerg and hybrids. Among the Golden Fleet engaged in ground combat, the leader was Selendes, who had charged directly to Adonis's side. However, at that moment, the Keystone activated, unleashing a peculiar energy shockwave that swept across the entire planet, forcibly extracting Aimon from Karla. Still dazed from his swift defeat at Tanyue's hands, Aimon was roughly pulled from Karla, which jolted him back to awareness. "Master Tangyue, we are ready. Begin your ritual," Adonis exclaimed. At this moment, Aimon realized the intentions of the Protoss. "High Priest, what are we about to do?" Selendes, just regaining her senses, inquired of Adonis with a bewildered expression. "We shall ascend to become the kin of Master Tangyue." Adonis's response reaffirmed Aimon's suspicion. "Enslavement. Lies," Aimon exclaimed in a panic. "What will we gain?" Selendes still harbored doubts. "Freedom to become the true children of the gods." As Adonis's words fell, Tangyue had already initiated a colossal contract formation that enveloped the entirety of Air. The Protoss and the Zerg, races brimming with boundless potential, were now bound by contract in the name of the Lord of the Zero Realm. "I bind you to me, accept my gifts, and bring me even greater joy." As Tangyue spoke, the contract formation emitted a blinding radiance. Under this luminous influence, all Protoss and Zerg were affected by Tangyue's power of the Zero Realm, beginning their ascent to a higher plane. Chapter 140. A new future. Tangyue's power, under the influence of the contract formation, flowed into the bodies of all Protoss and Zerg. The golden primordial force continuously transformed their forms, while the colorless Zero Realm energy inscribed an imprint upon the essence of the Protoss and Zerg. With this imprint, they gained the ability to survive within the void, thus acquiring the necessary passage to traverse into the true void. The structure of the world is distinctly layered. All worlds are born from every grain of sand and crystal within the Zero Realm, while the void serves as the medium linking the Zero Realm and the worlds. The higher the world, the closer its periphery approaches the essence of the void. Beings like the Salnaga, born from the inner void, exemplify a world reaching an elevated state. After all, the outer void is devoid of anything and permits nothing to exist, unless one possesses a passage. Tangyue's primordial force successfully transformed the Protoss and Zerg. The severed neural links of the Protoss regrew, while those that had yet to be severed underwent alteration. Streams of golden light traversed through the neural links. The entire Protoss race acquired a new Karla. The power of spiritual energy has undergone a profound transformation. All-star spirits can now effortlessly wield purifying spiritual energy, void energy, and twilight energy. Individuals with advanced mastery over spiritual energy can even elevate it to primordial spiritual energy, a golden essence that embodies energies akin to those of the Xel'Naga, referencing the energy of the godlike Kerrigan. Concurrently, this metamorphosis in spiritual energy has rendered the lifespan limitations of star spirits obsolete. As long as they do not perish in battle, they can live indefinitely. Even in the unfortunate event of a battlefield demise, they can download their consciousness to become purifiers, thus continuing their existence or combat. In contrast, the transformations of the Zerg appear less pronounced. Initially, the primal spiritual energy within the Zerg has transmuted into a pale, golden apostolic energy, rendering them completely immune to the corrosive effects of void energy and enabling them to restore themselves by directly harnessing void energy. This, of course, pertains to the combat units. The true commanders among the higher Zerg now possess golden apostolic essence, allowing for limitless enhancement through continuous combat, along with the ability to directly absorb void energy and evolve through it. This implies that, given sufficient time, the Zerg tyrant is no longer a mere fantasy. The Tyranids wholeheartedly agree. In this formal covenant, Kerrigan has finally attained full evolution, her godlike form permanently activated. The golden energy she wields is not the power of the Xel'Naga, but rather the same primordial spiritual energy. Simultaneously, Kerrigan has acquired the ability to transform into an ordinary human form. Just as the battle concluded, she hastily departed with Leviathan, leaving the unfortunate 4-year-old Zagara to tidy up the aftermath. It is hard to believe, High Priest. Can you hear me? Once again, the newly restored Cullis, Kaeldets, expressed his astonishment. The most astonished were the Nerazim, who never expected to regain their neural locks one day. I could distinctly sense your thoughts. This is indeed true. We have once again reclaimed Cullis, which is simply incredible. Adonis displayed considerable excitement, despite having grown somewhat accustomed to the absence of Cullis. High Priest, this is truly significant for us Nerazim, though Vorazin felt somewhat troubled. Chieftain, I believe there is no need for concern regarding this matter. According to my recent experiments, we can freely choose whether to access the new Cullis. Undoubtedly, we would not pursue actions to confine you from Cullis. Kaeldats's words provided Vorazin and Mohandar with a satisfactory answer. Indeed, Chieftain, and I have just learned from Lord Tangyue that through the new Cullis, our kin can utilize the spiritual energy of others in combat, and, if necessary, teleport to their companions using borrowed energy, significantly enhancing the survivability of our warriors, though this must occur within the same realm. Adonis also elucidated the advantages of the new Cullis to Vorazin. The same realm? Clearly, Vorazin recognized the crucial point. Indeed, as you all are aware, Lord Tangyue hails from another world, yet possesses power rivaling that of the Xel'Naga. As Adonis articulated this, the assembled individuals nodded in agreement, with the exception of Phoenix, who remained unmoved. Just moments ago, I received knowledge from Lord Tangyue, and to my astonishment, our world is but a small part of a grand tapestry. Those of us who have become Lord Tangyue's kin will undoubtedly be summoned to explore new worlds. As Adonis shared his thoughts, the assembly felt the weight of his revelations, astonished. Oh, so you're all here? A lively and melodious voice interrupted their small gathering. Looking up, they beheld Tangyue, now returned to her usual form. Why are you still dawdling here? Quickly tend to Air. We must enter the void and put an end to Eamon once and for all. My vacation is drawing to a close, and Sila awaits me. Tangyue's words captured the attention of all present. Indeed, as the Xel'Naga exist within the void, the death of the primary world will not truly annihilate them. Lord Tangyue. Adonis began to inquire how to enter the void, but was cut off by Tangyue. Just received news from the sex. Una has a massive void portal. Just head there. With that, she departed without a backward glance. Days passed, and Adonis arranged for all non-combat personnel to aid in the reconstruction of Air, leading the majority of the elite forces aboard the newly modified Adon Spear towards Ana. As for the modifications, they were extensive, transforming everything to void-grade materials and propulsion systems. The supernova furnace was once again repurposed into a void star, growing stronger with exposure. The gates of the void swung open, and the Adon Spear boldly entered. Accompanied by Kerrigan, who had regained her human form and was enjoying her days immensely, alongside Jim Raynor, who, at Kerrigan's request, had also acquired a kinship status. Observing the camaraderie developed during this time, Tangyue bestowed a position upon each of those loyal brothers. The environment within the void was harsh, filled with the red void energy altered by Eamon. Naturally, they were welcomed by an old acquaintance, the beleaguered laborer Nerid, who had painstakingly amassed his resources. Chapter 141. The fall of Eamon. Upon witnessing the arrival of the three races' forces into the void, Nerid was poised to mock and issue threats. However, he was met with a divine beam that rendered him incapacitated, while the surrounding void crystals were swiftly cleared. At this moment, Kerrigan intervened to prevent Adonis and the others from finishing off Nerid. Why is this, Kerrigan? The young Adonis inquired. I believe we should allow our unfortunate Stukov the chance to execute Nerid. Don't you agree? With that, Kerrigan glanced towards Stukov, who was eagerly awaiting his opportunity. It would be my honor. Stukov felt an exhilarating thrill. He had endured this moment for the chance to personally eliminate Nerid. Without hesitation, Stukov unleashed a spiritual energy blast, obliterating Nerid and granting him eternal release. Nerid's demise also liberated the suppressed O.L. Ruth. You have finally arrived. What is this nonsense? Why do you all possess powers akin to the Xel'Naga? O.L. Ruth was utterly astonished, The script had not dictated this outcome. Was it not supposed to be the case that they endured great hardships to rescue him, only for him to preach and subsequently impart essence upon that promising individual to forge a new Xel'Naga? What is happening now? You are Xel'Naga. My heavens! It is an immense honor to meet you. Though we have become Lord Tungyue's kin, the greatness of the Xel'Naga remains worthy of our admiration. The star spirits accompanying Adonis were quite excited upon seeing Ruth. Ruth, observing these star spirits, felt a flicker of solace, only to be rendered speechless by Adonis's mention of kinship. Kin? What manner of existence allows kin to possess the power of the Xel'Naga? It was evident that Ruth was knowledgeable, realizing that the strength to elevate kin to the level of the Xel'Naga spoke volumes about the formidable nature of their existence. At that moment, Tangwed descended from the Adon spear and approached Adonis. "Oh, so you're all here? Who is this rather unattractive new friend?" Tanyua's appearance immediately captured Ruth's attention. In the beginning, although Zelatu and Tasa were able to perceive the immense power of Tangyu, they could only compare her to the strongest being they knew, Xel'Naga. However, Oluz was different. As the guardian of the infinite cycle and the true Xel'Naga, he could sense much more. The aura emanating from Tang Yu was reminiscent of the primordial waves of the world's genesis, her existence akin to the very origin of all things. In contrast, it is Tang Yu who truly deserves the title of Creator God. As the esteemed and venerable being that I am Oluz, the guardian of the last cycle. I extend my deepest respect to you and express my gratitude for all you have contributed to this world. This heartfelt sentiment was Oluz's genuine reflection, especially in light of dealing with Eamon. Yet, this was not my concern. I merely came here for a vacation, and it was that fool Eamon who provoked me first. By the way, you must be Xel'Naga, right? I hope you have no objections to me taking the Xel'Naga and the Zerg with me. Although Tang Yu spoke nonchalantly, to Oluz, it was merely a notification. Of course, there are no objections. Now they will all become new guardians, and we Xel'Naga could not be happier. Oluz decisively chose to follow his heart. By the way, Adonis, where's Sarah and Eamon? At this moment, Tang Yu also noticed their fundamental purpose for entering the void. Oh, we were all so engrossed in chatting with Xel'Naga that we forgot about this matter. At this time, Kerrigan also recognized the issue, realizing why something felt amiss. My queen, we have found the passage to the depths of the void. Fortunately, the diligent 4-year-old Zagara brought good news. The attendees all collectively breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, we cannot waste any time. Let us set off quickly. Adonis also intended to depart immediately to avoid further awkwardness. Seeing Adonis leave first, Kerrigan promptly followed suit, while Jim Raynor took Tychus and others to the Hyperion, leaving Oluz to gaze contentedly at the departing group, all such good children, diligently at work. As they ventured into the depths of the void, Eamon's figure appeared before them. At this moment, Eamon was surrounded by several void crystals, intending to construct a protective shell. After experiencing the battle with Eamon's intellect finally seemed to awaken temporarily. He realized that Tang Yu was not merely a Xel'Naga from another world, but a being of a higher order, and now he could only languish in his little nest. Adonis, did you see that? Kerrigan's communication echoed on the spear of Adon, with Jim Raynor eavesdropping from the Hyperion. Indeed, Kerrigan. Eamon is currently enveloped by a high concentration of void energy. To breach this protective barrier and defeat Eamon, we will need to continuously attack for a week. What? A week? I cannot bear to watch a multitude of drills in this dreary place for an entire week. Upon hearing this news, Tang Yu immediately sprang to her feet, startled, as did Adonis and the others. Never mind, I will take the lead. Once I deal with Eamon, I shall be ready to leave. With that, Tang Yu departed from the spear of Adon, entering the void. Within the void, Tang Yu arrived before Eamon, directly assuming a battle stance. Countless energies of the void and the colorful power of the world surged wildly in her hands, gradually forming an enormous slashing blade. This was a skill she had never utilized since her complete awakening, the universe-shattering slash. Let me test this technique on you. Here it comes. Universe-shattering slash. The massive blade, wielded by Tang Yu, seemed to slice slowly towards the ensnared Eamon, who was bound by his own web, ending the aspirations of this once ambitious youth. The void fell into utter tranquility, and Oluz would now diligently work to restore the void energy modified by Eamon to its primordial state. Meanwhile, Adonis would return to Ael to rebuild their homeland. The Zerg were entrusted to Zagara for recuperation, while Kerrigan took Jim Raynor to various planets for a honeymoon. I shall take my leave. You all must work hard. Do you understand? Once I have prepared everything on my end, I will need your assistance, understood? Tang Yu waved her hand, with a world passage behind her that resembled a crystalline fissure. Now, Tang Yu was truly arranging the Xel'Naga and the Zerg, as the trial of the Blade of Trials was about to commence. Chapter 142. Preparations for the ritual. A world passage opened in the ancient library of the Demon Realm, drawing the attention of the current librarian, Monica. The researchers present paused their work, turning to observe. However, upon the emergence of a golden figure from the passage, Monica displayed a joyful smile. The newcomers to the ancient library were astonished to see their librarian, Monica, exhibit such a smile. Well then, return to your tasks. Our ancient library's master has returned. Monica's words piqued the curiosity of the newcomers, as only those like Ichi and other early members were aware of the significance. They had heard that this ancient library was the legendary abode of the Zero Apostle, and today they were fortunate enough to witness it. Meanwhile, after returning to the Demon Realm, Tang Yu closed the world passage. Upon descending to the surface, she was greeted by Monica and Ichi. Oh, ISNT, that little Monica? Why have you come to the library to welcome me? Although Tang Yu's tone was questioning, she appeared quite pleased. Teacher, ever since you vanished, I moved my laboratory to the library to look after it for you. Now that you have returned, I will soon be moving back. Monica now exuded a leaderess charisma. Oh, is that so? It seems I have been away for quite some time. Come, tell me what has transpired. Tang Yu noted some hints within Monica's words. Certainly, teacher. Since your disappearance, the various apostles have been recuperating. Lord Helder organized the Demon Realm Alliance to promote development. The participants included the Talakuta, formed by Alice, our ancient library, the Cassiu faction led by Shalefez, Katie's Arcane Society, the Second Covenant that split from the Arcane Society, and the Oathkeepers formed by Ninu. Monica initially recounted the details of the Demon Realm Alliance. It seems everyone is developing well. Ninu has grown and gained her own strength. So, who emerged victorious in the end? Hearing that her little apprentice Ninu was progressing well brought Tang Yu joy. Alice emerged victorious. Her magic is truly remarkable, and the effect of that lullaby is astonishing. Monica was deeply moved by the outcome of the Demon Realm Alliance. Aside from that, there has been no significant news, currently, aside from Helder diligently working on the Blade of Trials plan, coordinating arrangements. The other apostles are compliant when needed, otherwise they are content to remain in their own domains. Tang Yu realized that she could glean no crucial information from Monica, so she bid her farewell and decided to seek out Helder to understand the situation in Arad and begin preparing for the forthcoming plans. After parting ways with Monica, Tang Yu made her way to the Douluo Valley, where she indeed found Helder. Hildia, I'm back. After many years of being busy, Helder perked up upon hearing that voice. It is you, Lady Tang Yu. You have finally returned. Where have you been all this time? Although Helder's tone was filled with respect, one could discern a hint of lingering resentment in his words. Ah, indeed. I have just returned from a delightful vacation. Now that I am back, please share the current situation in Alad so we can commence our planning. Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, Helder began recounting what he knew about Alad. To begin with, in the Celestial Realm, Bakel has already established a tyrannical regime in accordance with our script, and ultimately, with Khan's assistance, he has met his downfall, currently resting at home. The City of Silence, ruled by Luke, has been fully completed and awaits activation. Presently, the nations in Alad include the Dalu's Empire, the Belmar Duchy, Suzu, the Dark Elf Kingdom, and the Banta tribe of the North. Years ago, a manifestation of Hylic descended upon Alad and was vanquished in the Morning Cave by 4 aspiring youths and a Dark Elf Berserker. Helder had nearly conveyed the current state of affairs, and Tang Yu had gained a general understanding of the situation. Well, I grasp the overall context now. Please prepare for a meeting. Tang Yu recognized that the existing circumstances would influence the execution of their plans. and she had devised certain strategies for the modification of the venue. Soon, under Helder's organization, the group reconvened for another meeting. Tani Ue. I did not expect your return. The first to greet her was Caecilia's, as cheerful as ever. Khan nodded in acknowledgement upon seeing Tang Yu, while others offered their greetings and expressed their concern. I shall not linger on trivial matters. My purpose in gathering everyone here is to elucidate the details of our plan. Indeed, the trial of the Blade Project is officially commencing. Tang Yu's declaration captured everyone's attention, and they turned to her, eager for further elaboration. I shall not withhold any information. The specifics will follow Helder's previous plan. Each of you will arrange for your avatars to descend upon the Alid continent, allowing future adventurers to defeat them one by one, leading them to believe they have discovered their roles as Helder's blades. Ultimately, this is all for the purpose of reconstructing the Terra Star. Tang Yu reiterated the script's content, referring to the game's narrative flow. How shall we address the progression disparity between seasoned adventurers and newcomers? This question was of utmost concern to everyone present. This brings me to the next aspect of the venue arrangement plan. I will implement rule modifications that will apply throughout the new Terra. The overall progression will take place after the first batch of adventurers arrives. Each node will be transformed into a dungeon under my influence. Subsequent adventurers can undergo prior training through these dungeons, and once they catch up in progress, they will be allowed to participate in the main content. I refer to this as the main storyline of the grand map, while later arrivals will engage with the sub-storyline. Tang Yu's plan enables adventurers arriving at different times and levels to experience trials, significantly accelerating the awakening of Syra. Do you know what is most remarkable? I have already located the reincarnation of Syra, though she currently lacks memory and power. I have designated her as the mascot of this trial, ensuring that all adventurers must interact with her, thereby enhancing the efficiency of her awakening. Moreover, the main world will be her true form. In addition, I have utilized the Void to prepare a personal chamber for each adventurer, each equipped with a projection of Syra's reincarnation. This is the origin of Celia, and it heralds the birth of the fourth calamity that will sweep through countless worlds. Chapter 143, Dungeon and Warriors officially launches Hot Legend. Brothers, come strike me down. Come find a lady by the furnace and sit casually. No heroes, no alliance. Surrounding the streets, enormous electronic screens incessantly broadcast advertisements for the game. This is Blue Star, a planet that shares its position with Earth, which is highly favored by the world. Here, the era of war has passed, and now we find ourselves in a time of peace, an era that has fostered the development of the entertainment industry. The disputes between nations have shifted from open conflict to cultural exchanges. At this moment, two figures converse on the outer edge of this world. How wonderful it is to find a world like this, rare amidst the endless void. Helder, appearing weary, gazed at Tang Yu beside him. Indeed, these two figures are Tang Yu and Helder, who have ventured out to seek sources of adventurers. It is no easy task to explore a world, and Tang Yu's role is solely to traverse the void, leaving the more arduous tasks to Helder. Although Helder is also an apostle with godlike powers, this is already the 87th world, which is truly exhausting. Yes, this world will suffice. Everything appears satisfactory. I will first manage the core of this world. Please return and inform them to prepare. It should not be long before the first batch of adventurers arrives. I'll take this. As she spoke, Tang Yu produced a crystal sphere and tossed it to Helder. What is this? This is a world upgrade plugin. Bring it to the Alid continent, and it will unfold to create a folded space. If too many adventurers arrive in the future, they will enter this folded space, preventing us from being overwhelmed by crowds. In simpler terms, it acts as a channel splitter, haha. Following this, Helder took the crystal ball and returned to the Terra world through the path opened by Tang Yu, while she proceeded to the core of the world she had just designated as the source world, affixing her seal upon the world core. She performed this task with great familiarity, having done it many times before. At this moment, the world core began to function as per Tang Yu's arrangements. A company named Source rapidly rose to prominence on Blue Star, simultaneously disseminating announcements throughout society. Our Source company has achieved a technological breakthrough, a brand new complete stealth technology. With simplified versions of stealth helmets or glasses, as well as a standard version of the stealth pod, we present the groundbreaking online game, Dungeon and Warriors. Enter and become an adventurer to save the world. Dungeon and Warriors adopts a narrative progression through a grand map, with subsequent dungeons generated, continually strengthening and expanding new storylines. Thus, day by day, advertisements flooded the airwaves, capturing the attention of many gaming enthusiasts across Blue Star. Upon learning that the simplified version of the equipment was quite affordable, and even the standard version was accessible to average households, interest surged dramatically. Soon, news of this game spread throughout Blue Star, truly a game ordained by the heavens. Xiaobo, an 18-year-old student, has just undergone a transformation. He will become the new darling of this world, being a rare species of traveler among countless worlds. It seems he arrived just as Tang Yu breached the world's crystalline barrier. Upon his recent arrival, he received the first gift from this world, a fragment of memory and an impeccable identity. Xiaobo initially believed he had inhabited the body of someone identical to himself, and having been influenced by web novels in his previous life, he naturally accepted this fate, considering he was once a member of the Chidian orphanage. In this new world, he is blessed with both parents and is now a manager at the recently flourishing Source Company, capable of enjoying a life of wealth and privilege. Moreover, he was astonished to discover the fully immersive stealth dungeon game. Oh my! Having been a seasoned player of Disconnect City in his previous life, the opportunity to engage in a fully immersive dungeon experience is simply exhilarating. He hurried home to request a high-end gaming pod from his parents. Equipped with a temperature control system, automatic nutrient replenishment, and a mechanical skeleton to facilitate physical exercise while playing. After a round of fervent promotion, the official launch of Dungeons and Warriors has finally arrived. As soon as the game opened, a multitude of players flooded in. Among them was Xiaobo. Upon entering the game, he was greeted by the character customization interface. How intriguing! There is even a facial customization system. Xiaobo, filled with enthusiasm, gazed at his avatar in this pristine world of white. What? Only minor adjustments are allowed. And they must be upward? Well, that's acceptable. At least I have to witness a horde of ancient deities running amok. Oh, it appears the character's gender is fixed. So, it seems that the choice of profession is indeed limited by gender. How fascinating. In that case, I shall choose the Demon Sword Master. After all, in my previous life, I completed the entire collection for that class. After some manipulation, Xiaobo successfully finalized his facial features, presenting a young and handsome swordsman adorned with a demonic hand. Next, he was prompted to choose a nickname. Let us go with Demon Sword Master Skillmentor. It would be amusing if someone misinterpreted that. This is fantastic. Upon clicking confirm, he noted the name carried a delightful sense of mischief. Following this, the perspective shifted, placing him in the body of his character. Finally, a flash of white light engulfed him, and when his vision cleared, he found himself on a bustling forest path, alive with activity. Players adorned with peculiar nicknames were engaged in various antics, such as a male player attempting to grope a female player, only to be swiftly subdued by what appeared to be a martial artist. Others were curiously poking at bushes or teasing the guards, leading to humorous outcomes. Xiaobo felt that his splendid journey was about to commence. Armed with the experience gained from his previous escapades in the chaotic city, he was confident he would shine in this game, barring any unforeseen events. Meanwhile, in the council hall of the Demon Realm, 13 apostles gathered around a round table displaying footage of the Elven defense line. Tang Yu was slumped over the table, gasping for breath, clearly amused. Can these adventurers truly awaken Seiya? It seems they are all somewhat peculiar. The typically stoic Khan pointed to his head, indicating his astonishment at the adventurer's antics. I can't say for certain. You must understand, under the authorization of Lord Tang Yu, I restructured the foundational rules of this world, granting the Terrans the ability to issue quests. The effort expended on this endeavor has left Helder beside me utterly exhausted. Rest assured, they will grow. Trust me. I can't believe some are even undressing. After catching his breath, Tang Yu provided a response before bursting into laughter once more. Clearly, The sharpening of the trial's edge requires immense effort. Chapter 144. Seiya, as Dungeons & Warriors officially launched. Its advanced technology allowed a vast number of players to immerse themselves in the game. The realistic visuals and tactile sensations, tested by a plethora of whimsical players, led to the conclusion that this game boasts over 90% realism. Unbeknownst to them, this is largely due to its direct adaptation from reality. However, this was not the time for discussion. Just moments ago, players received a belated introduction to their professional backgrounds. For players from Blue Star, the experience of selecting a profession before commencing the game was truly unprecedented, a fact Tang Yu momentarily overlooked. Only Xiaobo, upon viewing the professional background story, realized something was amiss. The character promotional video did not introduce individual characters, but rather the origins of the chosen professions, detailing their hometown backgrounds. For instance, the male demon sword master was succinctly introduced as part of the cursed lineage of Kazan, while the female counterpart was portrayed with noble heritage and the experimental transference of the Delos Empire. Adventurers gleaned insights into the diverse cultures of a new Terra Star through this brief documentary. The most fervent discussions among players revolved around the information regarding the demon realm, particularly from those who chose the magician profession. Some adventurers recorded videos about the demon realm. Yes, Tang Yu thoughtfully provided a recording feature for spontaneous player promotion, aiming for word-of-mouth spread, and uploaded them to the newly opened forum. Comprehensive information about various nations was included, and the grand narrative of a new Terra Star captivated many geographers eager to delve into its backstory. Unquestionably, the most talked-about aspect was the fleeting mention of the apostles within the introduction to the demon realm. Wow, this game even features a place like the demon realm? It sounds like a high-level map. Indeed, you see, the magician's background story indicates they were transported to the Arad continent through powerful magic. The very name Demon Realm evokes images of a demon lord's domain. Could it be inhabited by demons? However, as a seasoned player who had immersed himself in the chaotic city for years, Xiaobo scoffed at the speculations and discussions about the Demon Realm. It is a late-game map where even the weakest monsters exceed astronomical levels, and the apostles are a formidable bunch. Yet first, he planned to search for his beloved Seiya. Apart from Xiaobo, other skilled players had already begun their journey toward the Lorn Forest, located not far from the Elven defense line, intending to hunt wild monsters. Meanwhile, Xiaobo, relying on his memories from his previous life, sought the hidden boss, the blacksmith Linus, within the Elven defense line. Linus stood out prominently, and Xiaobo quickly spotted him, hammering away at an anvil amidst the crowd. As Xiaobo approached, Linus took notice, well aware of the adventurer's peculiar existence. Thus, he was not particularly surprised, especially since the royal family of the Delos Empire was already researching ways to utilize these seemingly naive adventurers. So, young adventurer, what brings you to seek the old blacksmith? Linus inquired while continuing to strike the iron ingot. Esteemed blacksmith, might there be any way I can assist you? Xiaobo asked respectfully, his tone warm and courteous. Ah, the manners of youth are commendable. Just the other day, I had a matter that requires your assistance. Upon hearing Linus's words, Xiaobo knew a quest was forthcoming. Nearby adventurers noticed the exchange and expressed envy. Indeed, it was envy. The detailed content upon entering the game clearly stated that Dungeons & Warriors does not feature hidden exclusive quests. This means that once a quest is triggered and completed, it becomes available to all players. However, subsequent players will encounter the task in a dungeon, with rewards fixed, while the discoverer of the quest would receive additional rewards from certain NPCs. What is the task? I shall surely complete it, Xiaobo exclaimed with excitement, suspecting that this quest involved locating Seiya. That little girl has wandered into the forest to pick wild berries. Please help me find her and bring her back safely. As expected, Xiaobo received the quest to find Seiya. Thus, he promptly accepted the task, intending to venture into the Lorn Forest for a closer inspection. Wait a moment. Young man, with your current gear, you are bound to face considerable hardships in the forest. Here, take this sword. If you manage to bring back Xylea, it shall be yours. With these words, Lanus produced the famed village sword, Chuye Dao, from his possession, much to Xiaobo's eager gaze. The reputation of the village sword was indeed well-deserved, as it possessed a fiery elemental attribute from the outset, ensuring that even newly created characters would have a few starting points of attack. The fire attribute associated with the sword could fully manifest its effects without dilution. However, upon further contemplation, Xiaobo realized the flaw. Chuya Dao was a level 5 piece of equipment, while he was currently only at level 1. Yet, upon examining the attributes of the equipment, he soon found solace. The original level 5 designation was accompanied by a green bracket indicating a reduction of 4 levels. Furthermore, the weapon bore a buff marked as a quest item, which reduced the required equipment level. However, this came at the cost of compressing its corresponding attributes. To Xiaobo's astonishment, he discovered that most character attributes were obscured. Health and mana bars, along with experience points, were displayed as percentages, while physical attack, magical attack, and independent attack attributes, along with the 4 core attributes of strength, intelligence, constitution, and dexterity, as well as dual critical hit, evasion, hit rate, and speed, along with additional properties such as critical damage, were only shown in their augmented forms. This was indeed quite hardcore. With distractions cast aside, Xiaobo made his way to the Lorn Forest. Along the journey, he took time to browse the forums, hoping to stumble upon something intriguing. Meanwhile, the primary target of this trial, Silia, was busy foraging fresh wild berries in Glakali. Upon confirming some basic information, Xiaobo proceeded to Loren. The current landscape of Alrad had been transformed directly through rewritten rules, resulting in certain aspects deviating from traditional gameplay mechanics. The most notable manifestation of this was in the realm of equipment. The recent alteration of the World-S rules had rendered fallen items exceedingly rare. Presently, the gear dropped by high-level players was crafted by Tang Yue and her cadre of apostles, who were laboring tirelessly in the demon realm to establish a new factory. It's noteworthy that due to Tang Yue's unregulated quotas, nearly 100,000 players had surged into the game upon its launch, meaning that even the most skilled players were still plentiful. As Xiaobo delved deeper into the Lorn Forest, he encountered numerous players who were already engaged in monster hunting and leveling up, predominantly battling the basic goblins on the periphery. Observing these goblins, Xiaobo was reminded of his early days playing the game, a nostalgic reflection of youthful innocence. However, his attention was soon drawn to a truly skilled player, a female night elf named Xiao Gai Gai, whose appearance was restricted by gender limitations. She sported an oversized bunny headband, yet wielded impressive front-mounted armor, a rather lamentable juxtaposition. Yet, due to the game's upward adjustment restrictions, the average attractiveness of players was notably high, and this Xiao Gai Gai was certainly among the more beautiful. What captivated Xiaobo, however, was not her beauty but her method of combat. Her skills were meticulously adjusted through her own awareness, targeting the most vulnerable spots of her foes. The result was that nearly all minor enemies fell with a single strike, and even elite foes were left in a visibly weakened state, likely afflicted with numerous debuffs. This realization further emphasized the disparity between the current game and the earlier version he had played. Convinced he could not let such a player slip away, and intrigued by her efficient combat style, he resolved to approach her. Hello. Before initiating conversation, Xiaobo equipped the Chuya Dao, wishing to demonstrate his worth. As anticipated, upon seeing the sword in his hand, Xiao Gai Gai expressed a modicum of interest rather than dismissing him. Is there something you need? Her voice was cool, reminiscent of an ice queen. I have a main quest. Would you be interested in completing it together? His proposition surprised her. It was well known that only after a player accepted and completed the main quest could others undertake corresponding personal quests and access dungeons, with the world main quest available for only one player to undertake. Why me? She inquired, puzzled, as it seemed such tasks were best suited for completion by individuals. Because you're a formidable player, and I envision a long-term collaboration. What do you say? Xiaobo replied candidly. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Gai Gai, considering the player with the misleadingly intimidating moniker of Ghostblade Skills Mentor, agreed. It was common knowledge that quest experience outweighed that of mere monster hunting. So why not seize the opportunity? After forming a party, Xiao Gai Gai discovered she had been assigned a quest to find a lost Silia in Lorn Forest. Confirming the existence of a direct quest, the two set off into the forest together. Along the way, they encountered many goblins, but these posed no significant challenge to either of them. With Xiaobo's formidable weapon attributes and Xiao Gaigai's adept skills, the goblins fell before them like mere fodder. Soon, they faced a different adversary, a minotaur, which was currently pursuing a diminutive goblin with large eyes. The two immediately engaged in battle, and after a series of precise maneuvers, the minotaur fell. At that moment, all players received a notification. Adventurer Ghostblade Skills Mentor and Xiao Gaigai have completed the first phase of the main quest, unlocking the dungeon Gloomy Forest. This message echoed thrice through the players' announcement boards. Not only did this inform players that they could now delve into dungeons, but it also signified to Tang Yue and her cohorts that they had finally begun to get back on track. At that moment, Tang Yue was situated at the core of the Terra world, rewriting the fundamental framework of the world and embedding the concepts of the game system into the world as principles. Through the modification of rules, she ensured that dungeons would generate equipment, for it was unreasonable to expect her legion of apostles to act as blacksmiths indefinitely. Seizing the opportunity presented by the first dungeon's opening, Tang Yue announced the completion of the refined world rules. World announcement. This game has been updated to version 11, optimizing the drops in the vast world. Monster generation in the vast world will now occur at a slower rate, and world bosses will drop exclusive equipment. Upon conquering monsters, new dungeons can be unlocked. Note, bosses in non-quest states will experience significant enhancements. Dungeons are now fully accessible, with a high probability of various equipment and energy coins dropping within. Completing dungeons will yield substantial experience and the chance to acquire exclusive equipment from bosses. A new category of equipment, True Inheritance, has been introduced. This type is unique to the main world and possesses singularity. The Zhen Chuan equipment possesses fixed attributes that remain unaffected by quality levels. In contrast, the same-named gear produced in dungeons will be subject to quality restrictions, resulting in a certain degree of attribute diminishment, with the highest quality capped at level 99. All merchants will unveil a unique energy coin shop for trading purposes. This announcement effectively liberates Tang Yue and her companions from the burdens of manufacturing, as pre-existing equipment is now endowed with the Zhenchuan prefix, allowing dungeons to autonomously generate replicas based on this model, followed by a quality-based attribute limitation, a truly splendid arrangement. Meanwhile, as Tang Yue busies herself with these matters, the Chosen Ones, Xiaobo and his companion, under the guidance of the little goblin Toby, have successfully conquered the Thunderous Ruins and the venomous Thunderous Ruins, acquiring the Thunder Fury and the Poison Cat King's purple shadow bracers. Both Xiaobo and the enormous White Rabbit possess items of Zhenchuan quality. The dungeons of Thunderous Ruins and Venomous Thunderous Ruins have officially opened as well. With the presence of Lord Powder, a vast array of players have found hope. Naturally, the lords that spawn in the main world are likely to be camped by some powerful guilds. Indeed, it is guilds that Tang Yue thoughtfully enabled from the outset. Considering the guild model of the Disconnect City, major profit disputes are unlikely to arise, merely some minor conveniences. For players, the availability of guild functionality is advantageous, allowing for alliances and support. This also signifies the tragically brief existence of those lords in the main world. It is no surprise. As soon as they respawn, they are swiftly targeted, and the guild leaders rush from dungeons to eliminate the lords, hoping for Asian Chuan drop. However, these developments do not impact Xiaobo and Tang Yue. At this moment, they, accompanied by the enormous White Rabbit, venture deeper into the frosty, gloomy forest, which is now shrouded in ice, with sporadic maniacal laughter echoing within. Toby, are you certain Celia is just ahead? As a seasoned adventurer, Xiaobo is aware that they are now entering the climax of the main storyline, and soon they will confront the ice elemental among the 4 elemental kings. Although the main storyline's transformation into the current version has resulted in diminished difficulty due to inflated data, the monsters within were still formidable during the initial launch period of Disconnect City. Yes, Toby saw Sister Celia go that way. Toby replied with wide, watery eyes, having quickly idolized the 2 adventurers. With the affirmative response, Xiaobo had no choice but to press on. The harsh truth did not disappoint him. While the thunderous ruins and venomous thunderous ruins were manageable, the frosty, gloomy forest posed significant challenges. Upon entering, both Xiaobo and the enormous white rabbit were afflicted with a debilitating debuff due to the icy environment, diminishing their speed. Although this impact was minor, it could prove critical in moments of necessity. Additionally, the goblins here had undergone transformations, evolving from typical goblins to blue goblins and frost goblins, now capable of launching icy arrows. The surrounding environment further complicated their movements, significantly escalating the combat's difficulty. Fortunately, Xiaobo and his companion were adept players, managing the challenges with relative ease. While Xiaobo and his companion endeavored to navigate the frosty, gloomy forest, Tang Yue was diligently laboring. After traversing the frosty, gloomy forest, they would soon reach the location of Celia, where new functionalities were anticipated to be introduced. Ultimately, after much contemplation, Tang Yue decided that the shop system would be activated once Celia was rescued and returned to the Elven defense line. Yes, the shop system, which is currently absent in this version, has left many affluent players frustrated as they find themselves with wealth but nowhere to spend it. Xiaobo also found this peculiar. How could such a monetized game lack any paid content? Tang Yue's initial plan was to introduce an equipment quality adjustment box in the shop while unlocking the fashion feature. However, the fashion functionality would be limited. Aside from aesthetic changes, it would only enhance town movement speed, completely locking out any combat-related benefits. Subsequently, Tang Yue entrusted the development and distribution rights of the fashion items to a particular company, recognizing their need to earn a living despite their profitability from the platform sales. Of course, this does not imply that non-paying players would be unable to obtain the equipment quality adjustment boxes. Players could still find these boxes in Celia's shop, available for trade with energy coins. Moreover, Celia would receive a portion of real gold coins, as she is, after all, a reincarnation of Tang Yue's dear friend, albeit with memory loss, and she should not be left wanting. This marks the beginning of the future wealth of the First Lady of Alardi. Indeed, Tang Yue's plans include the eventual introduction of gold auctions and trading posts, which, while regulating gold value, would still allow for slightly cheaper purchases from Celia. After managing all these affairs, Tang Yue could finally take a moment to rest. The next wave of excitement was imminent, as players were reaching level 15, completing Lolan's main quest, and transitioning into specialized roles. At this juncture, Xiaobo, the devoted assistant of Tang Yue, had arrived at the Lord's chamber, facing the formidable Frost Mage Claw, adorned in attire reminiscent of the XP system. The encounter was met with an immediate barrage of ice spear attacks, blocking their progress. Xiaobo understood that this was intended to seal off the flames released by Benoit Shu. However, he knew he must pass through this obstacle to reach the destination ahead, Graka, the lair of the new Bull King. As Xiaobo pondered this, the enormous white rabbit had already launched an assault on Claw. Her swift movements, though hampered by the intense cold, remained remarkably agile, evading all incoming ice spears. Just as she was about to close the distance, an ice wall sprang up before her. This unexpected turn of events caused a frown to appear on the usually stoic face of the little one. As she maneuvered around the ice wall, Claw had already created distance. At this moment, Xiaobo, finally reacting, joined the fray. Both he and his companion had reached level 10, ranking among the top players, thanks to the generous rewards from the main quest, alongside the wild monsters and lords they had defeated. Despite the rapid appearance of upgrades, several days had passed since the game's launch, as genuine battles could not be resolved in mere minutes, excluding Tang Yue. After a grueling battle, Xiaobo and his companion finally triumphed over Claw, brandishing the Thunder Fury before him. Now we can have a proper conversation. The enormous white rabbit did not intervene, recognizing that Xiaobo had discovered the main quest. Thus, employing special strategies was entirely reasonable. Claw then recounted the events leading to the sealing of the frosty, gloomy forest, unlocking a wealth of information. The frosty, thunderous, gloomy forest dungeon has simultaneously opened its doors. Meanwhile, Kalahi has returned to the Mage Guild on the west coast. where under the influence of the new rules, a new frost mage devoid of self-awareness has materialized before them. In Chapter 147, transition to a new class. Confronted by the unexpectedly spawned boss, Xiaobo and his companion felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Was this the legendary face-to-face monster spawn? Fortunately, the newly emerged boss had a brief preparation period. Under the guidance of Toby, Xiaobo, and the oversized white rabbit continued their journey deeper into the Lorland Forest, heading towards the territory of the Minotaurs, known as Galaka. The frosty, gloomy forest is not far from Galaka, and after a short trek, they arrived at its entrance. It was evident that the power of the surrounding monsters had significantly increased. The once common goblins had become scarce, while minotaurs began to appear in abundance. It must be noted that minotaurs are indeed rich in experience, being higher-level creatures. This contributed to Xiaobo and the oversized white rabbit maintaining their initial pace of leveling up. After overcoming numerous challenges, they finally reached the depths of Galaka. As they approached, a tremendous roar resonated in their ears. Undoubtedly the roar of the Minotaur King, Sawuta. Recognizing the urgency, Xiaobo quickened his pace. Upon getting closer, they spotted a massive Minotaur threatening a young girl. Quickly, repair the magic array. The Minotaur's words were fragmented, indicating his deteriorating mental state. Please don't do this. I don't know how to repair the magic array. The girl, Scylla, pleaded, feeling utterly distressed by such unreasonable demands. Having identified their quest target, the solution became straightforward. They must defeat the Minotaur King to rescue Scylla. The decision was clear, and they quickly positioned themselves between the Minotaur King and Scylla, pushing back its attacks and officially commencing the boss battle. Affected by the grand magic array, the Minotaur King appeared dazed and its attacks were rather straightforward, allowing the duo to evade with ease while seizing opportunities to counterattack. It is well known that dungeons are games relying on equipment and crafting. And after a series of boss battles, both Xiaobo and the oversized white rabbit were adequately equipped, making the defeat of a Minotaur King a trivial matter. Before long, the Minotaur King lay vanquished at their feet. You must be Scylla. Uncle Linus sent me to bring you back. Xiaobo explained the situation. Upon learning their intentions, Scylla expressed her gratitude. Thank you, brave adventurers. While I am unaware of how to repair the so-called magic array, I can sense an ominous force affecting this forest ahead. It is likely the cause of the Minotaur King's madness. He was not like this before. As a former member of the elven race, Scylla could indeed feel the changes within the forest. As players, it is customary to accept NPC requests, thus the duo set forth once more. This time with Scylla as their guide instead of the initial goblin, Toby. They soon arrived at the heart of Galaka, where a blazing forest lay before them. They were to confront the first material provider from the 60th version, known as the Flame Benoshu. Benoshu wasted no time and attacked them directly, displaying a sense of madness in its actions, likely driven to insanity by the flames. However, this was not an insurmountable challenge. An ancient and traditional healing method would suffice, physical correction. After a vigorous confrontation, Benoshu regained its senses. Thank you. I never expected that I would be affected by that peculiar aura. Otherwise, the forest fire could have persisted indefinitely. The now rational Benoshu expressed gratitude towards the duo. It's no trouble at all. But may I ask, what was your purpose in igniting Galaka? Scylla inquired, clearly concerned about the raging forest fire, harboring an innate dread of it. A sinister aura emerged from the depths of the Dark Thunder ruins, affecting even the grand magic array. Lacking a solution, I encircled the area with flames and had my sister create an icy barrier to prevent the fire from spreading. However, my depleting magical power allowed that aura to seep in. It seems the fire is no longer expanding. Benoshu explained the circumstances. After understanding the situation, the party prepared to bid farewell to Benoshu and venture deeper. As a token of thanks, Benoshu presented each of them with a card. While the oversized white rabbit remained indifferent, Xiaobo was thrilled. This was the renowned fire card from back in the day. Excitement aside, they had work to do. After departing from the fiery confines of Galaka, they officially entered the realm of the Dark Thunder ruins. The area was shrouded in profound darkness. Although visibility was not entirely non-existent, it was significantly reduced. Here, the monsters had transformed into countless zombies. Zombies were already unsettling, and in the Dark Thunder ruins, they were densely packed. With their early professions lacking wide-ranging skills, the duo struggled to manage the swarm of minuscule foes. After much effort, they finally reached the Chamber of the Lord, where the instigator awaited them. Within the murky space, a magic array glowed faintly, and a figure resembling a zombie was tampering with it. "Quick, stop him! This is the source of the anomaly mentioned by Miss Benoshu." Scylla immediately discerned the disturbance. The two rushed forward to attack, but unexpectedly, the corpse thief, Bone Prison, was not as formidable as Xiaobo had anticipated and was swiftly dispatched. However, the situation was not that simple. Soon, Bone Prison resurrected within the magic array, now emanating a stronger aura than before. Xiaobo, recognizing the urgency, turned to Scylla for assistance, knowing she alone could purify the magic array. True to her abilities, Scylla began the purification process. At long last, after a grueling struggle, they managed to defeat Bone Prison for the 7th time, and the magic array was cleansed, marking the completion of their quest. With their concerns alleviated, the group returned to the Elven defense line. The dungeons of Gulaka, Fiery Gulaka, and Dark Thunder ruins were now unlocked. Additionally, the player class transition mechanism had been activated. Upon reaching level 15, they could accept quests and complete them after traversing the Dark Thunder Ruins dungeon. In Chapter 148, Sky City, the Demon Realm, Council Square, the plan is progressing steadily. The adventurers have successfully conquered the initial region, Lorland Forest, and embarked on their journey of class transition. Their next destination is the Sky City. Speaking was Airda, the primary executor and spokesperson for the plan, utilizing her magical prowess for oversight. Quite impressive. It appears these so-called adventurers possess some skill. I eagerly anticipate their growth and the eventual confrontation. Regarding the rapid growth of the adventurer, Caxilias expressed his approval. However, you will need to wait a considerable time before your turn comes. According to the plan, you will face the adventurers only after they contend with Khan. Before that, they must first overcome Luotsi, Daruji, Untaen, Luke, Pulii, Wa, Aotsuma, and Mixier, Baka and only then will it be your turn. The speaker was Ziluok. From Ziluok's words, it is evident that it will be a long journey indeed. Oh, must you articulate such a despairing plan? Upon hearing the list, Caxilias felt as though his head might explode. Caxilias, consider it from another perspective. After they have endured our rigorous trials, those who stand before you will undoubtedly not be weaklings. Unlike me, who was the first to step into the arena against those novice adventurers, it is quite difficult to perform. The voice belonged to Luotsi, the chosen one for the initial assault, bearing a formidable task. Upon hearing Luotsi's words, Caxilias found a semblance of logic in them and felt somewhat pleased. Very well, everyone. Since there are no objections, Baka please head to the Sky City and arrange your subordinates to ensure the script is executed flawlessly. Luotsi, you may also prepare to connect with the adventurers after they surpass the City Lord's trials, leading them into their first assault. The final directive came from Tang Yue, who had finally organized the game rules and could likely maintain this for quite some time, while the true powers in the Demon Realm orchestrated the narrative for the players. Those on the continent of Alade were likely reveling in excitement. After unlocking their job classes, players began to gain a preliminary understanding of the profession system in Alade. Each class possesses 4 or even 5 job advancements, with variations in skills based on gender, aligning more closely with corresponding physical attributes. Simultaneously, the healer classes, Naiba Naima, and Nailua, also captured players' attention. It is worth noting that prior to this, players had primarily engaged in games centered around combat, magic, and healing. And at the outset of this game, only 2 holy classes possessed basic healing abilities. However, with the introduction of job advancements, the emergence of healers immediately garnered significant attention. Although the current healing capabilities may appear minimal, it is well understood that their purpose is to offer protection, in a game where all characters assume offensive roles. The protective healers undoubtedly play a crucial part. Several major guilds began recruiting or training healer classes. Nonetheless, these are merely minor occurrences. The true milestone is that players have finally discovered the Sky City. Unlike the Lowland Forest, the exploration of the Sky City does not have explicit mainline restrictions. Players can join different exploration factions, such as the Free Adventurers, the Dalu Empire, or the Bayermali Duchy. The sole indicator of progress in the exploration of the Sky City is the number of layers conquered. However, upon entering, the adventurers faced immediate challenges. Having just completed their job advancements, they were still unfamiliar with their class characteristics when they encountered the elite dragon men, resulting in a harrowing experience. Yet, one significant event deeply impacted the players, the opening of Douluo's Inn. Each adventurer could claim their own room here. Previously, they could only find Douluo at the Elven Defense Line's treehouse to purchase adjustment boxes. Now, thanks to the teleportation routes of Douluo's Inn, it connects the entire world. And each player can also receive their own Douluo, Phantom. Innkeeper, you are truly remarkable. To accomplish such a feat is no small matter. A dazzling young girl clad in green attire conversed with a petite girl standing on the table within a study. The girl speaking was indeed Douluo, or rather, the essence of Douluo. The previous proprietor had unexpectedly transformed the treehouse into an inn, employing spatial magic to connect the entrance to locations worldwide. Simultaneously, she had granted herself the ability to create phantoms to welcome the adventurers. Haha, Douluo, these are merely trivial matters. All right, Douluo, work hard. If those adventurers hesitate while purchasing, just tell them you like them and encourage them to buy a dozen more. The innkeeper, who is actually Douluo, had just completed her tasks and planned to oversee some larger matters. Innkeeper, is this really appropriate? Douluo felt as if this were akin to deceiving the adventurers. Haha, it's all right. Those adventurers fall for this kind of tactic. Now, you carry on with your work. I shall take a stroll. With that, Douluo departed the inn and appeared in Huduan Maer. Meanwhile, the destined tool, Xiaobo, had just completed his job advancement, becoming a swordsman dedicated to mastering swordsmanship to provide a 25 critical damage boost to his teammates. After all, strength may be transient, but style is everlasting. As for his previous companion, Bai too, she had transitioned into a shadow warrior, aligning perfectly with her characteristics. The two had also added each other as friends, planning to team up whenever possible. Xiaobo had also found two new allies, one named Jinshi Mingnan, a slender healer, and another named Pinxiong Luoli, a formidable young lady with the profession of magic scholar. Today, the four of them teamed up to challenge the Dragon Man Tower. It must be noted that after transitioning to the Lowland Forest, the strength of the monsters had noticeably increased. Even after several days, the players had yet to breach the confines of the Dragon Man Tower. Xiaobo also aspired to trigger the GSD storyline within the Dragon Man Tower, and indeed, it had been activated, leading his three companions into a grueling battle. However, this time, they encountered a peculiar NPC. Why do I say this? Because this was one of the few NPCs, aside from the guards, who wandered freely within the city. Indeed, they had discovered Douluo. The keen instincts of a professional player alerted Xiaobo to the fact that this was likely a hidden storyline, prompting him to rally his companions and approach to investigate. Perhaps they could navigate the Dragon Man Tower, as they had with GSD. Chapter 149. GM takes the field. You have triggered my dialogue, so you must fulfill my 3 wishes. This was the reply Xiaobo received after greeting Douluo, and in that moment, all members of the quartet fell into silence. They had never encountered such a tactic before. Xiaobo, clearly wishing to negotiate, sought a way to maneuver. First, you need to collect 2 540 rusty iron pieces. Proceed to the Dragon Man Tower to slay 5,000 small, flying dragons, and then obtain a limited edition photo album from Benoaxio. Finally, defeat the 100th reincarnated corpse in the Dark Thunder Ruins. As soon as Douluo finished speaking, the trio's task list displayed these 3 objectives. This entire process left the 4 of them aghast, especially since the final requirement stated that failure to complete this task would prevent them from accepting any other missions. The 3 teammates, including the icy beauty Bai too, cast resentful glances at Xiaobo. However, Douluo's subsequent statement lifted their spirits once more. You only need to purchase 50 equipment adjustment boxes from Xylia. Instantly, their expressions turned to one of dismay and frustration. It is crucial to note that they considered themselves seasoned players, having diligently amassed a fair amount of wealth. Yet they found themselves short of even the funds for 50 adjustment boxes. After all, earning money in this game was indeed a slow endeavor, and adjustment boxes were exceedingly expensive. However, what could they do? Confronted with such a formidable NPC, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Under Tong Yue's supervision, the four surrendered all their possessions to Xylia. Tong Yue then reappeared before them. "Very well, since you have fulfilled my wishes, accept my reward." The words of Tong Yue served to restore a semblance of dignity to the four individuals, yet the hope of a favorable outcome was dim. Upon logging off, they planned to unleash their grievances on the forum. Observing the changing expressions on their faces, Tong Yue felt an unexpected joy. She had not anticipated such amusement from her covert excursion. Indeed, the tasks were concocted by her on a whim, and her intention was to scrutinize their backgrounds, aiming to provide a bit of pocket money to Xylia. Her subsequent plan was to lead them directly through the Doll Gateway. This led to a moment captured by a bored online observer, a petite, red-haired girl, merely 1 meter 50 tall, leading four players adorned with their in-game nicknames towards the Sky City. Upon their arrival, Xiaobo and his companions began to notice peculiarities. Once they entered the realm of the Dragon Man Tower, Tong Yue transformed into her Bayana form, a dazzling array of dragon patterns trailing behind her as she engaged in battle, effortlessly dispatching foes. The spectacle of her combat mage skills left the four in awe. Among them, Meng Dao discovered that this enigmatic NPC was a mage of the combat mage branch. However, she could never have fathomed that this NPC was, in fact, the mentor of the founders of both the Combat Mage and the Magic Scholar schools, effectively a true originator. Yet, such details were irrelevant to them. They merely recognized that this NPC was exceptionally powerful, leading them through the Dragon Man Tower with ease, bypassing the arduous challenges that players had faced. Thus, Tong Yue concluded her exploits, expressing her hope to meet again. With that, she activated her Taichu form and vanished in a leap. Was that also a skill of the Combat Mage? The impoverished girl marveled at the breathtaking transformation, feeling an overwhelming envy and lamenting her previous class choice. Xiaobo, at a loss, admitted ignorance. In his prior life, he had only experienced the Great War against Puel before his transmigration and was unaware of subsequent developments. The current scenario bore a striking resemblance to the transformation of Niwu, the creator of the Combat Mage organization known as the Guardians within the Demon Realm Alliance. At that moment, the four were filled with astonishment and delight, recognizing that they had encountered what was evidently a hidden plot. Although it had cost them, they had successfully cleared the Dragon Man Tower and collected numerous valuable items along the way. Moreover, with the Dragon Man Tower now accessible as a dungeon, they could directly challenge the next area, the Doll Gateway. This unexpected boon allowed them to forget their earlier intentions to vent online, a truly fortuitous turn of events. Following the unlocking of the Dragon Man Tower dungeon, a multitude of players commenced their attempts to conquer it, given its various difficulty settings. Unlike the monsters of Lolon Forest, which only offered 3 levels of challenge, the Sky City presented extreme and adventurous difficulties. The opportunity to engage in lower-tier dungeons would enable players to gather resources essential for tackling the next area, the Doll Gateway. The influence of Tong Yue and Xiaobo's party in the Dragon Man Tower had greatly accelerated their progress in Sky City, especially after players discovered that defeating the Puppet Master would transform the resilient stone giants into a vulnerable soul state. The prospect of conquering the Doll Gateway seemed imminent. Regrettably, many ultimately found themselves stymied in the boss chamber of the Doll King Daojali and the Golden Stone Giant. It was not until a player named Jiri, equipped with enhanced gear, managed to eliminate both bosses that the next area, the Dark Isle, was unlocked. Players also stumbled upon a new device. The equipment enhancer, Shatterer, introduced by the celestial being Kylie, a gadget that enticed many with modest assets to experiment, either reaping rewards or incurring losses. Chapter 150. The script of Sky City, the emergence of the Dark Isle presented players with a new type of monster known as the Exile. These creatures required activation before engaging in combat, leaving many inexperienced adventurers to suffer from their naivety. Relying on their prior limited experience, they carelessly unleashed skills against the exiles in their statue form, only to realize the futility of their efforts given the exiles' astronomical defenses. Consequently, after exhausting their skills, they were left with mere basic attacks against overwhelming numbers of exiles, leading to inevitable defeats and returns to their respawn points. Meanwhile, Tong Yue stood at the pinnacle of Sky City within the Lord's Palace, alongside the once mighty Dragon King Bakar, who had been vanquished by unknown forces 5 centuries ago. Bakar, how is the script progressing? All well? Tong Yue inquired as she walked, confirming the status of the script she had entrusted to him. Rest assured, the Dragon War and the fall of the Dragon King were all orchestrated by me. I am, after all, an old hand at this, he replied confidently. My creation, the Lord of Light, will execute my commands without fail. Upon hearing Tong Yue question his scriptwriting abilities, Bakar promptly showcased his impressive work. All right, I understand. We must hurry. After all, one of those adventurers has somehow enhanced their weapon using Kylie's device, overpowering the Doll Gateway, which I deliberately adjusted to include 2 bosses. At this, Tong Yue felt incredulous. Is it already the early stages, and players are engaging in enhancement? She had envisioned that players would generally start crafting equipment only during the first Apostle raid, led by Luo TC, which would yield gear suitable until the completion of Silas' Awakening. Although this initial offering comprised 3 accessories, they could still be enhanced. The preparations for Daruji's event would coincide with the launch of Amplification, allowing for further energy coin recovery. As they conversed, Tong Yue and Bakar arrived at a grand door known as the Destruction Gate, the passage to the location of the Lord of Light. Now, Bakar, it's your turn, Tong Yue directed, fixing her gaze upon him. Without hesitation, Bakar declared, Open sesame, and the Destruction Gate slowly creaked open. Your command to open the door. Well, never mind, Tong Yue remarked. This door needs to remain open for now. We shall close it when Ziluok descends, providing the adventurers with a surprise. Their conversation laid a subtle groundwork for the impending confrontation with Ziluok. Upon entering the domain of the Lord of Light, the loyal guardian immediately recognized his long-awaited master. And in that moment, the Lord of Light stirred with renewed vigor, having awaited this reunion for nearly 5 centuries. It is indeed an honor to see you once more. Lord Bakel, the Lord of Light has shown considerable respect. As your loyal subordinate, I now entrust you with a formidable task. Bakel stated solemnly, while Tang Yu, who stood nearby, admired him greatly. After all, it is truly impressive to deliver such a serious speech, befitting of Bakel, who is self-directed and self-starring. Subsequently, Bakel issued directives to the Lord of Light, stating, Indeed, at the appointed time, an adventurer will arrive bearing what I refer to as my relic, to inform you of my demise. At that juncture, you must perform your role convincingly. He added, You may then take a well-deserved respite. When Shiluo takes the stage, we shall return to provide you with your costume for the next act. But, Lord Bakel, what if the adventurer arrives without the relic you mentioned? The Lord of Light considered this thoroughly. Then we shall vanquish them. With this pronouncement from Bakel, those players who had toiled to reach the final checkpoint of the Sky City would undoubtedly face dire consequences. As Tang Yu and Bakel completed their arrangements and departed from the Sky City, the players finally discovered the method to unlock the chandelier at the top of the Dark Abyss corridor. For the players, this was indeed fortuitous news. The bright environment significantly accelerated their progress through the game, until they were confronted by the Dark Abyss corridor's guardian, the Celestial Exile. This time, even the most dedicated players could not accomplish a swift defeat against the Exile's graceful attacks and maneuvers. Compared to typical exiles, the Celestial Exile exhibited remarkable intelligence, wielding a lightsaber that could effortlessly dispatch the low-light resistance Demon Sword Masters. Ultimately, the team known for their exceptional skills, the Xiaobo Quartet, emerged victorious in their campaign against the Celestial Exile. After a grueling battle, they were rewarded with the true inheritance, Celestial Exile Lightsaber, boasting impressive attributes. Physical Attack 287, Magic Attack 277, independent attack 178, strength 26, attack speed 10, accuracy 1, demon sword master, male, level 2 tri-slash skill, dark warrior, male, level 2 sliding slash skill, and a 7 chance of unleashing the celestial exile's lightning during normal attacks. The attributes of this lightsaber were truly astonishing. However, Xiaobo still required a few more levels to equip the 25-level celestial exile lightsaber. Currently, the Xiaobo team members were all around level 24 and would soon reach level 25, allowing the sword master to swiftly acquire the signature skill, Blade Break. Chapter 151. Preparing to assault the Sky City with the Dark Abyss Corridor breached, players naturally turned their attention to the uppermost level of the Sky City, the Lord's Palace. There, they would encounter the first of the so-called narrative mechanism monsters. Of course, should they attain level 150, they could directly confront the Lord. After all, even the Lord of Light, re-empowered by the Apostle's strength, would struggle against the onslaught of a level 150 adventurer. However, for the first tier of adventurers still hovering around level 25, perhaps it would be best to refrain from such ambitions. Dreams can be enticing. At present, players were not focused on the Lord's Palace, but rather on the Dark Abyss Corridor dungeon, for according to the game's mechanics, higher quality gear could be obtained within dungeons. It was evident that the player's current equipment was woefully inadequate for an assault on the Lord's Palace. Even divine gear would not suffice, at least in the player's estimation. Of course, in this vast world, there exists a myriad of possibilities. While some chose to grind for gear to enhance their strength, others were reckless enough to charge directly into the tower. During this period, players had gained substantial experience in combating the exiles. And though the exiles in the Lord's Palace were indeed stronger, the difference was not insurmountable. Those who charged forward were steadily approaching the Lord's Palace. Meanwhile, what was Xiaobo, the narrative driving tool, occupied with? Of course, he was guiding his team in the Dark Abyss Corridor, fully aware of the narrative. How could he not know that, in the current setting, the Lord of Light was virtually invincible, capable of resurrecting infinitely through the grand magic circle? This resurrection was akin to GM privileges, distinct from the previous encounters in the Bone Abyss, where even the cleansing of Celia would prove ineffective. The method to confront the Lord of Light was quite simple. It required cunning and careful interaction with key NPCs. How much longer must we grind here, Master? One of the mages in the team was growing impatient. The healer and the oversized bunny who had initially teamed with Xiaobo shared a similar sentiment. However, Xiaobo's profound understanding of the game led the others to defer to his judgment. Soon, this lord is unlike any we have faced before. Mere brute force will yield no results. We must seek out NPCs who can assist us in resolving this predicament. Xiaobo's response plunged his 3 companions into contemplation, as they had not anticipated the Lord of the Sky City would be so troublesome. Yet, given the circumstances, it was understandable, as they were at the pinnacle of the game. After navigating through the Dark Abyss Corridor dungeon once more, Xiaobo led his teammates to the Mage Guild located on the west coast. Unlike the modest chambers of previous games, this was an expansive and opulent complex. Upon entering the Mage Guild, they were greeted by a spacious hall and reception area. Xiaobo approached the front desk and inquired, "Excuse me, we wish to meet with President Shalon." In response to Xiaobo's polite inquiry, the receptionist warmly replied, "Greetings, sir. President Shalon is currently unavailable. You may wish to consult Professor Alice. She may be able to assist you." The young lady's service was commendable. However, Xiaobo felt a sense of foreboding. While the others were unaware, he knew precisely who Alice was, the mastermind behind the Apostle transfers, using adventurers as pawns, and the second apostle of the demon realm, Helder's puppet. Virtually every significant event occurring in Arad bore her influence. Though reluctant, he saw no alternative. Thus, amidst the puzzled gazes of his 3 companions, he approached Alice with a sense of trepidation. "And what brings you here, adventurers?" Upon entering Alice's office, the 4 observed her diligently reviewing documents. Professor Alice, we adventurers are about to confront the Lord of Light, but as I understand it, the Lord possesses a connection to the grand magic circle that renders him immortal. Therefore, we seek your assistance." Xiaobo's rationale was sound and well-founded. Alice, already informed by Helder, was naturally inclined to assist adventurers seeking proper guidance. What kind of assistance do you seek? Alice continued her work, reviewing documents. We wish to consult President Shalon regarding her research on the Grand Magic Circle. I believe she possesses considerable insights. Xiaobo was aware of how to naturally progress the narrative towards Bakel's relic. Recognizing the adventurers had come prepared, Alice allowed them to remain, for indeed, Shalon was soon to return. As anticipated, it was not long before Shalon arrived at Alice's office, and she promptly encountered Xiaobo and his companions. Is it you little ones who wish to meet me? Then speak, what is the matter? With a directness befitting her character, Shalon did not linger on formalities. Thus, Xiaobo proceeded to elucidate the situation once more. All right, I comprehend the circumstances. This indeed poses a dilemma. Yet it is evident that the Lord of the City of Light has already acquired the authority over the Grand Magical Array, and is now helpless under the influence of external forces. The only solution left is to compel the Lord of Light to choose dissolution willingly. As the president of the Mage Guild, Shalan's extensive experience allowed her to swiftly analyze the situation. To urge the Lord to commit suicide? How on earth could we achieve that? It was apparent that Xiaobo's companions found this notion utterly preposterous. This plan might actually hold merit, interjected AI Li Si, capturing the attention of all present. Centuries ago, the Lord of Light was commanded by the tyrant king Ba-Ka-Er to guard the Sky City, preventing any passage. To resolve the matter with the Lord, we must make him realize that the tyrant king he has sworn allegiance to has been vanquished. Only then would he likely choose to dissipate. AI Li Si's words seamlessly completed the final piece of the puzzle. With a plan established, the execution seemed straightforward. To convince the Lord of Light, one merely needed to locate the pilot Mo Jiata at the dock on the west coast, who possesses the testament left by the tyrant king Ba-Ka-Er upon his demise. After gathering all necessary components, Xiaobo and his companions, under the kind recommendation of President Shalon, proceeded to the Lord's palace accompanied by the Sword Saint Aegon Zhua and the Sword Saint Ba-In. The two formidable figures sparked a flurry of energy as they made their way to the already ajar door of destruction, leading them deeper into the abode of the Lord of Light. Chapter 152. The Sky City and the Celestial Behemoth. Upon traversing the destructive portal, Xiaobo's party pressed onward to the Lord's palace without delay. As mere mortals, they were oblivious to the implications of the Lord of Light's unlimited resurrection through the Grand Magical Array and whether it might affect the array itself. Had Tangyu been present, she would have assured them that it would not. Perhaps there would have been complications before the anchoring in the demon realm, but for now, everything was stable. Long before, Tangyu had ventured to a world harboring an existence denoted as X, acquiring the core of that mini-universe to serve as an energy source. With the anchoring of the demon realm, the responsibility of maintaining the sky, sea, and the ecosystem of the Arad continent had shifted to the energy source centered around the core. The Grand Magical Array now merely functioned as an ornament, retaining some basic capabilities, such that even if it were to explode, it would matter little. However, this information was unbeknownst to the guild leaders and sword saints, including Xiaobo, who had already experienced life as a Sherlock Voyager in a previous existence. Simultaneously, this grand entourage naturally attracted the attention of players engaged in the siege of the Lord's Palace, including the infamous Jiuri, who had previously vanquished the Doll King Dalu and the Golden Stone Giant. Observant players immediately recognized this as an NPC-led expedition, recalling past encounters with GSD leading dragonmen through perilous trials, which had been recorded and shared on forums. Thus, many sought to hitch a ride on this wave of opportunity. Consequently, as they approached the entrance to the Lord's chamber, a throng of 70 to 80 individuals had gathered. If not for Tang Yu's recent return to the Zero Realm to collect primal Zero Realm crystals for the creation of Mirror Planes servers, the number of participants might have been even greater. As the assault commenced, Tang Yu, accompanied by Helda, traversed the divine structures upon the Celestial Behemoth, en route to meet the Apostle Rhodas, who had long been prepared for the adventurer's arrival. Rhodas, how goes your preparation? Upon sighting Rhodas, Tang Yu initiated her greeting. This place is utterly unbearable. Although your water retention devices alleviate significant issues, the dryness here is quite intolerable, Rhodas lamented, his demeanor a mix of relief and complaint. All right, endure for now. By the way, ensure your performance is flawless. Also, pay heed to the situation in the Sky City. When the Lord sends the signal, be sure to dispatch those entrusted with delivering messages, Tang Yu reiterated, prompting Rhodas to refrain from further complaints, knowing that once his task was complete, he could return to rest. The prospect of leaving behind a mirror to support the operation of the raid, while returning to witness the splendid performances of his fellow compatriots, filled him with delight. Rest assured, this task is trivial for me. As the mightiest of Solaris, I can handle such minor matters with ease, Rhodas boasted. Yet, he was quickly countered by Helda, who had remained silent until now. That's different. Being a weapons master is my profession, while mental manipulation is a racial skill. These two cannot be conflated. Helda's interjection flustered Rhodas, who hastily attempted to clarify his status, fearing a decline in his apostolic standing. Unbeknownst to him, his standing had already diminished upon becoming the first apostle to take the stage, as players generally perceived early bosses as weaker than their later counterparts, lacking prestige. Very well. Prepare diligently here. My script must be executed to perfection. After reiterating her instructions to Rhodas, Tang Yu led Helda toward the neural center of the celestial behemoth. Baisi Mosi. There were still matters requiring arrangement regarding Baisi Moc. Helda, I shall entrust this to you shortly. You must realize that when I first released it here, it was no larger than a dolphin, yet now it has grown immensely. The task assigned to Baisi Moc was of utmost importance. Should it fail to cooperate, the battle design I had envisioned would appear rather mundane, lacking the grandeur of an epic confrontation. Listening to Tang Yu's words, Helda felt a profound gratitude toward her. As the apostle of emotions, Tang Yu had fulfilled her lifelong aspirations of reconstructing Terra and resurrecting AI Li Si. Now, she had set her sights on a new goal. During her time in the demon realm, she had come to understand the diverse personalities of her fellow apostles, akin to the 12 gods of Terra, all possessing formidable powers, yet retaining the essence of their youthful exuberance. Despite their growth post-apostleship, they remained fundamentally unchanged. After all, apostles were the primordial darkness of creation, matched only by the pragmatic style of Luo Su. Of course, Helda appreciated such apostles, as they provided a sense of familial warmth. As Tang Yu had articulated, only with all of them present could Terra truly embody its essence. Now, Helda was determined to fulfill Tang Yu's plan, awakening the long-forgotten second god, Selah, to eternally safeguard their beautiful Terra. As Helda pondered these matters, the duo arrived at the neural center of Baisi Moc. Without hesitation, Helda advanced to connect with Baisi Moc's consciousness. The once tranquil Baisi Moc reacted with fervor upon sensing Helda's presence. Even Tang Yu could feel the overwhelming joy radiating from it, reminiscent of a faithful dog greeting its master returning from a journey. The arrangements for Bikesamos were swiftly completed. After all, Helda, as Bikesamos' caretaker, had no trouble making a few modest requests. Among these was the instruction that when the adventurers engaged in the raid against the colossal beast, they should strike the protruding flesh tumors on its exterior, while simultaneously making a noise and shaking its body. In truth, those tumors were merely slightly raised epidermal tissues. When the adventurers attacked, Bikesamos would merely feel a tickling sensation rather than pain, as it was all an act. Meanwhile, within the City Lord's palace, the Lord of Light had just concluded a profound performance, dissipating into particles of light, much to the relief of the onlookers. This was soon followed by the sounds of impact from above, heralding the commencement of the assault on Rothus. Chapter 153. The assault on Apostle Rothus, the resounding noise from the Sky City, signified the arrival of Ophelia, bearer of news regarding Apostle Rothus. As the crowd followed the sound, they ascended the interminably long external spiral staircase, scaring off several individuals afflicted with acrophobia. They finally arrived at the scene of the incident, where they beheld the outer wall of the Sky City breached, leaving a gaping hole amidst a pile of debris, at the center of which lay a young girl with flowing red hair. Fortunately, those present were not ordinary individuals. Shalon stepped forward and cast a healing spell to stabilize Ophelia's injuries before escorting her back to the west coast. Upon witnessing this, Xiaobo realized that matters concerning the Sky City had reached a conclusion. Following their departure, the dungeon of the City Lord's Palace was unlocked, simultaneously revealing a unique dungeon known as the Floating City. Within the Floating City, a significant production of energy coins was anticipated. However, the dungeon operated under a special mechanism whereby, irrespective of equipment or player level, all participants entering the uniquely marked trial dungeons would undergo a combat power adjustment, rendering any advantage from overwhelming damage or superior equipment entirely ineffective, relying solely on skill. With the Loliwith of the Sky City, players commenced their revelry, with treasure seekers flocking towards the City Lord's Palace. After all, aside from the true inheritance, there were no binding restrictions on the current equipment, only locking mechanisms to prevent accidental misuse of the newly released one-click disassembly feature. This implied that as long as one was willing to part with it, any gear obtained could be sold. It was evident that if the Sword of Exile could be unequipped, so too could the City Lord's entire ensemble. Players had seemingly discovered a pathway to wealth. Nevertheless, these developments did not affect the frontline veterans, who were still awaiting the narrative concerning the NPC that had descended from the heavens. The unfolding events proved to be equally captivating. Upon Ophelia's awakening, she recounted the occurrences that transpired. With her revelations, the crowd gained insight into the GBL Church, an organization residing atop the colossal beast in pursuit of the blue truth. Naturally, they also learned of Apostle Rothus's existence. "Miss Alice, what do you know about this Rothus?" Shalon inquired, noticing a slight change in Alice's demeanor upon Ophelia's mention of Rothus. "Indeed, esteemed President Shalon, to my knowledge, Rothus is a member of the Apostles of the Demon Realm, and it was in the Weeping Cave that the Sword Saint Aganzo and others vanquished the Apostle Sherlock." Alice responded, leaving the audience in astonishment. The battle in the Weeping Cave remained vividly etched in memory. The formidable Imperial forces and the Purple Fog Brigade were essentially annihilated, with even the four Sword Saints returning gravely wounded. In the aftermath, Shillick's influence did not wane. Rather, it birthed the powerful profession of the Demon Gunner. Now, another apostle of similar caliber to Sherlock had emerged. "It seems we must prepare thoroughly for this matter," suggested Shalon. "Indeed, I shall oversee affairs on behalf of the Empire. We shall mobilize troops to maintain battlefield control," Isabella, the princess, stated. "Barn, relay this information to my father. He will surely be intrigued." She had not anticipated that her outing would lead to such intriguing developments. "Very well, Your Highness. However, during my absence, please take care," Barn replied before departing after issuing a few instructions to the vice captain beside him. At that moment, Ophelia, who had remained silent, seemed poised to speak. "Miss Ophelia, if you have something to say, please do," Aganzo encouraged, prompting her to relax. "I believe it would be prudent to send fewer individuals. The creature possesses the ability of mental control. The curator and the bishop have already fallen under its influence and now behave strangely." Ophelia's words instantly raised the group's alertness. Mental control was indeed a grave concern. Mental control? Then numbers might not confer an advantage after all. "We must deliberate carefully," Shalon remarked thoughtfully. "By the way, Miss Ophelia, I assume the effects of mental control should be minimal in the outer regions?" Alice interjected, as her mission was to guide the group in their quest against the Apostle. "Yes, indeed. When I fled to the outer areas, the influence diminished significantly. Moreover, in the outer region lies our GBL Church's archives, which contain 4 prophecy books that may hold a solution." Ophelia recalled many things upon Alice's reminder. With a plan in place, discussing strategies became a straightforward endeavor. Soon, players received the announcement, following discussions among the NPCs. A liberation mission against the GBL Church was set to commence in the Colossal Beast. Concurrently, the system announcement informed all players of the impending assault on Apostle Rothus. System announcement: the assault on Apostle Rothus is about to begin. All players wishing to participate should prepare accordingly. The countdown to the assault is 6 days, 23 hours. and 50 seconds. With the announcement made, the countdown began to tick down, capturing the attention of all players. Preparations ensued as those eager to partake began assembling their gear. Recently, the weapon of the Lord of Light, Sagard's sword, had sold for an exorbitant price, and it did not stop there. A luxurious individual had acquired the expansion laser cannon, also belonging to the Lord of Light. Treasure hunters expressed their satisfaction, while those who wished to join the assault but lacked funds either joined the crowds farming the city lord's palace or ventured into the floating city in hopes of earning enough gold to purchase equipment. Given that gold prices remained high, as for Xiaobo and his companions, they were free from worry. After all, both the Sword of Exile and Sagard's sword's true inheritance were in his possession, a stroke of remarkable fortune. Each of his 3 teammates also possessed their own true inheritances. The burning staff dropped by the Flame Binos, Sagard's sword from the Lord of Light, and the Holy Cross, the only cleric present at the time, from the Minotaur's horn. Everyone was diligently preparing to face the Apostle Rothus's assault 1 week hence. Chapter 154. Continuation of the assault on Apostle Rothus. As the countdown to the event concluded, the first grand celebration of the players finally commenced. On this day, the pier on the west coast was unexpectedly bustling with activity, swarming with players. The common folk of Alardi marveled at the industriousness of these adventurers. Prominent figures such as President Shalon, Ai Lisi, Aganzwa, and Princess Ishabe La, along with the recently arrived military leader Barn, all converged at the West Coast Pier. Kakuin had prepared the Mo Jiata and made special modifications to ensure it was fully equipped for aerial travel. As several NPCs boarded the Mo Jiata, the players gazed at the few vessels before them, bewildered by how they would accommodate everyone. However, this was certainly not a concern, as it was all in the name of the game. When the first player approached the Mo Jiata and vanished, the others soon realized this was a form of teleportation. With this understanding, players flocked to the entrance of the event. Upon emerging from the teleportation portal, players found themselves in a jungle, where the trees resembled a typical forest, allowing for ample light, unlike the dense canopy of Lauren. However, there was no time for sightseeing. As soon as the players steadied themselves, numerous figures donned in peculiar masks charged toward them and the NPCs who had arrived first. Soldiers, arm yourselves and prepare for battle. We must secure a foothold. This will be a protracted struggle. Barn exhibited his commanding presence as battlefield leader, organizing the soldiers. His words provided clear direction to the previously aimless players, offering them a new perspective on these adventurers. With the assistance of both players and Imperial troops, a landing zone was swiftly cleared, providing a place to regroup before the official commencement of the assault. Soon, players received a detailed map depicting the terrain of the Titan of the Sky. The assault team found themselves positioned at the tail of the Titan, with the temple perimeter ahead. According to Ophelia's conjecture, this area likely housed the deranged cult leader and high priest, as well as being a potential location for one of the 4 prophecy books. The other 3 were believed to be hidden within the Trant jungle and the side chambers of Eternal Day and the Abyss. The initial objective of the assault was to conquer these 4 strategic locations and acquire the prophecy books for interpretation, in hopes of discovering a method to counter the apostles' mental control. Failure to do so would necessitate a retreat. With a detailed plan in place, the players commenced their actions. As there was only one path leading to the head of the Titan, the players congregated at the temple's periphery. The scene resembled the initial days of the server's launch, with players rushing into the Lorne Forest to level up. As they entered the temple's outer region, they were met with a frenzied assault from numerous controlled GBL cultists. The offensive officially began. The sheer number of players was impressive, and, after a fierce battle, some managed to locate the leader's position, which, as expected, was guarded by the controlled bishop and high priest. Players surged toward that direction, with one exception, the Xiaobo team. Master, are you certain this path will lead us to the prophecy book? Everyone else seems to be searching for the leader. Logically, such a crucial item should be in the leader's possession, right? The mage girl expressed her concerns about Xiaobo's choice to head in the opposite direction, while others rushed toward the boss. It appears you all have not thoroughly examined the narrative. Previous information indicated there were 4 prophecy books. Generally, such sacred texts are entrusted to missionaries. Since the leader is not our target, items are typically hidden in the opposite direction. After hearing Xiaobo's reasoning, his companions agreed, hastily following his lead. Xiaobo, Loliwith, had just improvised his explanation. He couldn't reveal that the plot had been designed this way. With the positions of the 4 missionaries located in the opposite direction of the leader's chamber. As anticipated, they soon encountered a GBL cult member distinctively attired from the ordinary cultists, one of the 4 missionaries. Surprisingly, this elite foe displayed significantly weaker combat abilities, proving to be a lackluster opponent. After defeating this Dawn missionary, they successfully obtained the Dawn Prophecy Book. Meanwhile, under the leadership of players such as Jiuri and other high-ranking individuals, they successfully defeated the GBL Bishop and High Priest, clearing the temple's outer area and reopening the path to the Treant jungle. However, players were puzzled by the absence of the sought-after prophecy book. Soon, news arrived that the first prophecy book had indeed been found, astonishing many players, though it elicited only mild excitement. With the temple's outer mission completed, they pressed forward deeper into the inner sanctum. However, upon entering the Treant jungle, players encountered difficulties. A debuff, known as mental resistance, afflicted them, slightly diminishing all attributes by approximately 25%. Coupled with enemies significantly stronger than the controlled cultists, players found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. Additionally, formidable foes like dragonhead cannons and Yasha began to appear in the Treant jungle, only easily vanquished by those with exceptional skills or those who had battled in Kelly's realm. The progress of the assault slowed considerably. Nonetheless, the players, often referred to as the 4th Calamity, persevered and ultimately overcame the Treant jungle as guardian. The Great Tree Guardian Rodan. Xiaobo once again ventured in the opposite direction to deal with the Dusk missionary. Soon, they faced a fork in the path, one leading to Eternal Day and the other to the Abyss. With 2 prophecy books discovered, the locations of the remaining Light Prophecy Book and Dark Prophecy Book became evident. In Eternal Day, players would contend with the mechanical constructs of the GBL cult, while in the Abyss, they would face cursed monsters like Yasha. The intensity of mental control in both locations increased, and players faced debuffs reaching 50%, further escalating the difficulty. Chapter 155, The Assault on Apostle Rhodas, continues. The formidable monsters and even greater attribute reductions undoubtedly complicated the assault, yet this merely slightly delayed the player's advance. After all, in Tang Yu's design, there existed no such thing as a death penalty. Instead, a temporary period of weakened attributes followed, which high-level players deemed manageable. With minimal costs incurred, both Eternal Day and the Abyss were eventually conquered, and through a thorough search, players successfully discerned the respawn patterns of the missionaries. Thus, all 4 prophecy books were gathered and transported to Sha-Lan and other esteemed scholars. These are the prophecy books. Let us examine them. I hope they contain what we seek. This assault was led primarily by President Sha-Lan, representing the Mage Guild, while the Empire served as the backbone of the operation. Naturally, the task of deciphering the prophecy books was entrusted to the experts of the Mage Guild, as Sha-Lan and Alice, along with others, endeavored to decipher the prophecy books. The remaining members prepared themselves, readying for battle while also ensuring an escape plan. After all, it remained uncertain whether the prophecy books contained solutions to their predicament. Meanwhile, the players busied themselves with a fervent sweep of the 4 besieged regions. Idleness was not an option. Soon, news emerged confirming that the prophecy books indeed held a method to combat the mental control exerted by Luo Tesi, with Helder expressing her toil as the literary work fell upon her shoulders. The solution lay in a schematic for a control disruptor. Armed with this knowledge, the assault team convened overnight to strategize their next move, which was to capture the temple situated at the first spine. There, they would construct a large control disruptor to counteract the pervasive mental influence enveloping the colossal celestial beast. The players, however, were oblivious to these intricacies. They simply understood that a new mission awaited, an assault on the first spine. Thus, They hastened toward the temple they had long desired to conquer. It was evident, however, that this location, being in close proximity to Luo-Tsi, was heavily fortified with mental control, significantly debilitating the players by a staggering 75%. This initial encounter proved to be arduous, with every engagement feeling like an uphill battle, as even the smallest creatures took an eternity to defeat. The monsters, indifferent to any notions of sportsmanship, attacked in swarms. Furthermore, the creatures inhabiting the first spine were predominantly Luo-Tsi's kin, an array of peculiar octopus-like beasts. These creatures, typically lying low and difficult to strike, unleashed various debilitating skills and would leap high to strike at the player's knees, creating immense frustration. Yet, perseverance bore fruit, as nothing could truly deter the indomitable fourth calamity. Ultimately, the first spine fell to the tenacity of these valiant adventurers. President, the adventurers have successfully conquered the first spine, reported a mage who entered the assault team's council tent, addressing the gathered leaders. Excellent, and what a Miss Kelly. Indeed, after discovering the schematic, Shalon dispatched someone to locate Kelly, recognizing that the schematic's contents were clearly divine creations, necessitating the intervention of celestial beings. Miss Kelly was already prepared. Good. Let us commence the construction of the control disruptor immediately. Otherwise, we cannot act as those adventurers have. With the final directive issued, all began to mobilize. Soon, a towering structure arose at the first spine, sending waves of energy cascading across the colossal celestial beast. The debilitating effects previously plaguing the players vanished, eliciting ecstatic tears from those who once felt the weight of despair. It seemed that everything had been accomplished. The next step was to confront Luo-Tsi at the second spine, thus concluding their endeavor. Even Xiaobo shared this sentiment, but the narrative remained in Tang Yu's hands, and this assault was far from straightforward. Upon crossing the first spine, they discovered a formidable barrier surrounding the temple where Luo-Tsi resided, preventing the control disruptor's waves from penetrating its sanctum. This unexpected development left everyone bewildered. However, the fortunate news was that, with Alice's assistance, President Shalon identified the barrier's source, located in a side hall adjacent to the temple. Observing the two side halls, it was apparent that they held significance. The players, undeterred by the complexities, divided their efforts. Some ventured toward the barrier's source, while others rashly charged toward the second spine. Clearly, those who hastened toward the second spine met with misfortune. Upon entering the barrier, they collapsed and began to engage in self-inflicted mayhem. Xiaobo was among those who approached the side hall, and upon glimpsing the sign, a sense of dread washed over him, as the scene before him diverged sharply from his recollections. He found himself in a place ominously labeled as a research facility, reminiscent of the map of the fallen temple. Yet, there was no time for contemplation as the battle commenced. After a series of encounters, these players, most nearing level 30, did not exhibit particularly dazzling skills, yet their foundational abilities shone through. Upon reaching the chamber before the Lord, they unexpectedly encountered an entity of lordly might, Isagila. Isagala's ancient forbidden spells were devastating, as she summoned lesser spirits and launched them at the players like meteors. Upon impact, these elemental spirits relentlessly pursued the players, continuing their assault. Most astonishing was the massive energy orb suspended above, which, despite unleashing a shockwave that knocked players down, granting a fleeting moment of invulnerability, claimed its share of careless souls. After a fierce struggle, they finally vanquished Isagila and gained entry to the final Lord's chamber. However, within was not the Lord, but rather a biological apparatus unlike anything seen in Arad. It resembled a plant with a vast crown of branches enveloped in a bubble-like cellular membrane, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors reminiscent of a marine organism. Faced with such a sight, they naturally advanced to attack. Contrary to their expectations of impenetrability, when the bold Geo-Ri executed a devastating strike, the membrane shattered like a true bubble. Witnessing this, the group considered retreat. However, as they departed, Xiaobo discerned a protective film gradually emerging from beneath the crown. indicating that this was no simple matter. Chapter 156. The Siege of Apostle Lot C continues with the barrier surrounding Luo C's domain now dismantled. The mental control's potency was subdued by the control disruptor, suggesting that their assault could commence. Brothers, the Lord's shield has been lifted. We can begin our assault on the final boss. Jiu Ri, who had always been at the forefront of their endeavors, rallied the group with fervor, preparing to confront Luo C. Yet, Xiaobo sensed an unsettling discord. Based on his past experiences with raids, he knew that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Despite their success in overcoming Isagila and dismantling the barrier, the adjoining palace remained unconquered, and its presence was undoubtedly significant. What could it signify? With this consideration in mind, Xiaobo gathered a group of players with whom he had previously collaborated, designating them to remain vigilant for unforeseen circumstances. Although they felt a twinge of disappointment at not participating in the Lord's battle, their past experiences with Xiaobo had instilled confidence in his perceptiveness and knack for uncovering intriguing elements. Moreover, this raid primarily focused on participation rather than rewards for defeating the boss. Xiaobo's apprehensions proved well-founded. The team that entered the second spine swiftly reached the location of Luo C. Upon entering the battle arena, they discovered Luo C ensconced within a rocky altar. Stripped of his mental control abilities, Luo C's attack patterns had become quite straightforward, merely extending powerful tentacles from the altar statue to assault them. For these daring elite players, this posed little challenge. However, the true dilemma lay not in Luo C's defenses. Rather, it was the incessant summoning of smaller octopus-like creatures by the magical array that constituted the real threat. The diminutive octopuses exhibit a frenzied aggression towards players, leaping onto them before self-destructing, inflicting astonishing damage. If three simultaneously latch onto a player, it results in instant demise. Yet, the most critical aspect is that upon the death of these little octopuses, a stream of water emerges, flowing toward Luo TC, restoring a substantial amount of health. The amount recovered is remarkably potent. Any health painstakingly diminished can be completely replenished by the water streams from just 2 or 3 octopuses. Consequently, the group finds itself compelled to seek assistance from the garrison personnel who had previously perplexed them. Their presence proves fortuitous. Brothers outside, we are encountering a grave predicament. Upon receiving this news, Xiaobo began to speculate. The previous side hall functioned as a research facility, and in conjunction with the current circumstances of the Lord's Chamber, it became apparent that the other side hall was the source of the octopus infestation, likely originating from the hatching grounds of the fallen temple. The Lord, as it stands, must be Fangeli C. With a hypothesis in hand, Xiaobo promptly led the remaining players into the hatching pool. Upon entry, the scene unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Numerous octopus eggs of all sizes lay within the temple. After vanquishing an array of octopus monsters, they finally arrived at the Lord's Chamber, where, as expected, Fangeli C awaited. His combat style was quite repulsive, as he incessantly summoned octopus creatures, and when his health reached a critical threshold, he revived all previously slain octopuses. This meant that if the initial damage inflicted was insufficiently swift, the subsequent resurrection could lead to a total party wipe. Fortunately, the players present were the elite among their ranks, and they managed to dispatch Fangeli C without severe casualties. Following his defeat, a colossal magical array gradually emerged on the ground, densely populated with eggs. Observing this, the group unleashed their attacks upon the magical array, which was swiftly obliterated. Simultaneously, good news arrived from the main team. The little octopuses had ceased to appear. With a continuous influx of health packs eliminated, Luo TC was soon overwhelmed by the players' sheer numbers. The siege battle appeared to be drawing to a close. However, would Tang Yu allow such a straightforward conclusion? Certainly not. Just as the players prepared to celebrate, they remained oblivious to the fact that the celestial beast had drawn perilously close to the Sky Sea. At that moment, its back temple plunged directly into the depths of the Sky Sea. As torrents of seawater inundated the temple, Xiaobo sensed impending doom. It must be noted that Luo TC had 2 incarnations in a previous life, one of which was the utterly pathetic version they had encountered hiding within a statue. The other, however, was the form that emerged upon absorbing seawater from the sky sea. Upon absorbing a significant volume of seawater, Luo, as the sovereign of the dream ocean planet Solaris, would unleash his full power, transforming into a colossal entity, vastly surpassing the combat prowess of the previous form. The current scenario undeniably signaled the emergence of the true Luo. As anticipated, the main team relayed troubling news. The previously defeated Luo began to swell rapidly upon the influx of seawater, resembling a pufferfish. His enormous form shattered through the temple, and due to the fourth disaster's mechanics, the main team found themselves descending slowly in the water, with little else affected. However, the sight of this gigantic octopus head and its bulging eyes was enough to instill terror. Accept my trial, blade of destiny. Defeat me and earn glory, or succumb to my might, and the world of humanity shall drown in despair. Luo's voice resonated through the celestial beast via mental energy. Others felt an unmistakable presence of a boss, but Xiaobo sensed something amiss. Ordinarily, Luo would merely be displaced and seeking water to survive. Even a version involving a reverse waterfall was merely a temperamental display. However, now was not the time for contemplation, as the main team reported another issue. Encased in seawater, their damage output was dismally low, akin to mere scratching, compounded by Luo's automatic health regeneration in the water. Although not as exaggerated as the little octopuses, this still significantly extended the time required to inflict sufficient damage. Emerging from the hatching pool, Xiaobo and his companions discovered a new entrance leading into the interior of the celestial beast. It was evident this would be the site of Luo's battleground drainage. Upon entering, they confronted a multitude of seemingly newly revived GBL cult members, along with a host of Yasha. The final boss awaited, the Arbiter Marcel. After enduring a barrage of explosive deaths and sacrificing a significant number of players, they ultimately triumphed. Consequently, the height of the celestial beast diminished, and the seawater of the second vertebra receded. Luo's frenzied tentacle assaults ceased, and the damage sustained by the players surged dramatically. Ultimately, Luo was vanquished, granting all participants in this siege battle a unique opportunity for a special card draw. Xiaobo had long been puzzled by the existence of a card draw system that seemed non-existent. In truth, the card draw system was utterly incongruous with the material world. It was only when Tang Yu's assistant commenced the siege of Luo that the creation of the team card draw system was completed. Given that prior ordinary instances lacked such a system, Tang Yu decided to implement it as a reward mechanism for the team siege battle, thereby conserving some computational resources. Now, with players having completed their inaugural mainline siege battle, the Luo siege dungeon was officially activated. As a special instance, Tang Yu designed it to differ from traditional dungeon games, not allowing bi-weekly access or casual entry like regular instances. Rather, it would be limited to once per day. Moreover, the rewards from this dungeon would be far removed from those of typical game dungeons. Completing the dungeon would yield varying quantities of Solaris corals or potentially grant a piece of the epic equipment, the Solaris Qianbing set, symbolizing Luo. Of course, equipment could also be exchanged using Solaris corals, with the primary function of Solaris corals being the enhancement of equipment. Indeed, enhancement. According to Tang Yu's design, epic equipment would only be available within team dungeons, all infused with apostolic power. In contrast, the highest tier of equipment from non-team dungeons would be legendary, and all equipment except epic gear would be freely tradable. Simultaneously, the difficulty of team dungeons would remain fixed, regardless of players' levels or the opulence of their gear. Upon entering, players would be subjected to a system combat balance, ensuring that those with basic technical proficiency could successfully clear the dungeon. Naturally, for seasoned players, it would simply be a display of skill. This design choice stemmed from the fact that equipment acquired from the dungeon would correlate with the player's level at the time of completion. Thus, gear obtained at level 50 would be level 50, while that at level 90 would be level 90. Would the level 50 equipment thus be rendered obsolete? Certainly not. This was precisely the true purpose of materials like Solaris corals. Beyond direct equipment purchases, the primary utility of dungeon materials lay in upgrading corresponding dungeon gear every 5 levels, allowing its strength to scale with the player. It could be said that early engagement reaps rewards, while late engagement yields lesser benefits, and neglect yields nothing. This time, the output from the Luo TC dungeon consisted of a set of 3 jewelry pieces: bracelet, Qian Bing Bai Lian, ring, Shan Yao E.G. Niklache, Suola Li Si Tsi Xin. Bracelet, Qian Bing Bai Lian enhances magical defense, strength, intelligence, and stamina when skills are unleashed. An additional consumption of weapon durability amplifies the skill's efficacy. Upon inflicting damage to an enemy, there exists a 50% probability to restore consumed durability. Slaying an enemy also replenishes extra used durability, while significantly increasing weapon swapping speed. Ring, Shan Yao E.G. elevates magical defense, strength, and intelligence. It significantly weakens the effects of abnormal states. While under an abnormal state, attacking enemies restores HP, and MP hitting enemies induces a state of mental interference, diminishing their desire to attack and increasing the damage they receive. Necklace, Suala Li Si Xin boosts magical defense, strength, intelligence, and spirit. When weapon durability is consumed, it enhances critical damage within a 10-second window. When enemies enter a state of mental interference, an increase in attribute damage is granted. Set effect, Suala Li Si Qian Bing set. 2-piece set. Upon triggering the effect of this subset of equipment, the blessing of Suala Li is bestowed, greatly enhancing movement speed, casting speed, and attack speed, while simultaneously providing a substantial overall attribute boost. 3-piece set. When unleashing the highest level skill currently mastered, one can mentally control an enemy unit, causing their attacks to restore 50 of the damage dealt as health to the controller. If the controlled target is a Lord unit, an additional considerable damage bonus is awarded. This set of epic equipment from Luo TC can be regarded as a template for future epic gear. The equipment's introduction was naturally included in the official compendium upon the dungeon's opening, though specific enhancement attributes were not displayed, as they are subject to continuous upgrades. Revealing data for each stage would likely overwhelm viewers. Furthermore, as the first non-tradable equipment crafted by Tangyu in the dungeon game, its set effect can be triggered with just 2 pieces, demonstrating a thoughtful design for players. The conversation shifts to the key player, Xiaobo. As an essential member of the assault team, has also obtained a complete piece, specifically the bracelet Qianbing Bai Lian. Upon seeing this accessory, Xiaobo initially thought he was mistaken. After all, the effect of accelerating weapon swapping speed is reminiscent of the effect of Jiying Shou. Does this imply that everyone can become a sword saint? However, after equipping it, his previous doubts vanished entirely. The bracelet's effect can indeed stack with Jiying Shou, allowing him to switch weapons at an astonishing speed. Nearby players witnessed Xiaobo's impressive maneuvers and recorded them, sharing them on the forum. Consequently, this Luo TC bracelet became an object of immense desire among Sword Soul players. What could be more exhilarating than performing with flair? Coupled with the damage from Jiying Shou, a rapid switching playstyle was born. It is worth noting that the Sword Soul class, whether through breaking weapons or utilizing this new bracelet, rapidly depletes weapon durability. This new swift switching playstyle quickly gained popularity among Sword Soul players, significantly alleviating durability concerns while offering both strength and aesthetic appeal, albeit requiring a stroke of luck due to the need for numerous weapons. Tangyu observed these developments with keen interest. However, she could not comprehend the joy of such absurdity. She is aware that she plans to implement a feature allowing the adjustment of equipment attribute ratios using dungeon materials in the future. If this feature is launched, it would undoubtedly lead to a plethora of Sword Souls racing to switch weapons on the streets. The saga of Luo TC's assault has reached a pause, as a multitude of players flood into the dungeon to engage in battle. The newly emerged epic equipment undoubtedly boasts the highest strength among all current gear. Due to Tangyu's dungeon design, players lacking technical proficiency and unwilling to invest time in learning began to suffer. This circumstance gave rise to a trend of high-level players leading teams, issuing commands throughout the battlefield, while those unwilling to learn paid energy coins for reasonable transactions. Naturally, with the presence of high-difficulty dungeons, strategies began to surface, and these high-level players seized the opportunity for additional income, which is commendable. Chapter 158. Fanesi. The events surrounding the GBL faction have reached a conclusion, as players dedicate extensive time to conquering the Luo Sea assault, and those in the top tier begin to disseminate the epic equipment specially crafted by Luo Sea. A new incident soon unfolds. How is the preparation on Helder and D-Regi's side progressing? In the midst of her busy schedule, Tangyu takes a moment to inquire about the status of the plan. Lord Tangyu, I have instructed Alice to complete the transfer of D-Regi, leaving Gashedo in Noipeila. It appears we have successfully accomplished the second transfer, reaching Nuwa Sima Air. Helder responds, indicating that the plan is proceeding smoothly. Ah, splendid. It seems everything is progressing rather well. I shall return to my duties. Tangyu replies before returning to the core of the realm, where maintaining the balance between gamification and materialization proves to be quite the challenge. Meanwhile, in Aladdin, a tempest brews. The Dark Elf Kingdom of Fan Neic has declared war on the Belmar Duchy, citing the spread of plague by humans in Noipela, which has resulted in significant casualties among the Dark Elf populace. In response to such accusations, Queen Scotty appears bewildered and has commissioned the Adventurers Association to investigate the situation at the Avalia camp. Simultaneously, she has reached out to the renowned Street Fighter Paris to lead a group of street warriors to assist in the investigation and ease tensions between the two nations. Of course, Scotty does not overlook the capabilities of adventurers, and she has dispatched Boken to issue an announcement, inviting adventurers to intervene in the investigation while granting them the privilege to establish guilds as a reward. Upon discovering that Boken's announcement pertains to the main storyline, and that the guild creation feature has been unlocked, players erupted in cheers. It is no joke. The current top-tier players include many scions of wealthy factions, and their levels are not solely the result of their own endeavors. Large organizations will inevitably seek to establish guilds for management purposes. While the initiation of guilds is merely a small matter, the more significant implication is the opening of a new region, prompting intrepid players to flock to the Avalia camp. However, the expected new dungeons and storylines do not trigger so easily. Currently, the Avalia camp serves as a front line in a war zone. Although large-scale conflict between the Belmar Duchy and the Fan Neic Kingdom has yet to commence, minor skirmishes continue to erupt, separated by an entire battlefield. Fortunately, there are numerous night elves among the players, who have taken on the role of intermediaries between the two nations, fostering communication. Their involvement has temporarily eased the state of hostilities, allowing adventurers some time to investigate the truth of the situation. However, this first requires a journey to the capital of the Fan Neic Kingdom, the Dark City, to meet with Queen Maya and the Senate to obtain an investigation order. At the same time, players have also encountered a character named Krente, who they may come to despise as they do Hakeli, in the Avalia camp of the Dark Elves. As an almost omniscient figure, Xiaobo naturally finds himself among the group of adventurers heading to the Dark City for investigation, led by Belen, Te, and Paris. The first obstacle they must traverse is the shallow analysis land. Speaking of which, Kelueni, does your Dark Elf Kingdom lack any teleportation arrays or similar mechanisms that could swiftly transport one to the Dark City? The location of your capital is rather remote, necessitating the passage through this interminable mountain range. The geographical position of the Dark Elf Kingdom, Vanes, is nestled deep within the mountains, with the Dark City itself being an underground metropolis. This location compels players to traverse a lengthy path to reach the Dark City. However, soon players must set aside such trivial musings as they enter the realm of the resting place, greeted by an incessant stream of resurrected skeletons and reborn spirits. Truly, as the birthplace of necromancy, the Dark Elf studies into this dark art have naturally endowed the guardians of this shallow analysis land with a fitting selection of adversaries, much to Tangyu's delight, as they are merely natural minions. Though most players don a full set of rare equipment, the 3 pieces of epic gear adorning their accessory slots still grant them formidable combat prowess. Those fortunate enough to possess a complete set of Rothis equipment are either exceptionally skilled players or affluent individuals. Faced with these simple-minded skeletal foes, they effortlessly crushed them, leaving no obstacle in their path. Soon, they cleared the skeletal monsters from their route. Just as the group was about to depart the shallow analysis land, they encountered a familiar face to Kelueni, or rather a former acquaintance, the alchemist Morgan. However, Morgan had undergone a drastic transformation, now resembling a grotesque aberration. Imanating en Ominuoha. Confronted with the mutated remains of an old friend, Kelueni implored the players to grant Morgan a release. A necromancer afflicted by the aura of Dirigi would surely stand no chance against a horde of the fourth catastrophe, ultimately perishing in their righteous onslaught. As Morgan's lifeless form met its end, a research note was revealed from his body, and upon handing it to Kelueni, the players received encouraging news. The note disclosed that the sudden plague plaguing the Vane's kingdom originated from a cave in Nuyapila, and this plague was evidently beyond the capabilities of the human kingdoms to manufacture. This research note would serve as crucial evidence in persuading the Queen and the Elder Council. It was clear that Morgan, while studying the plague, had become infected and upon realizing his impending doom, sought Kelueni to halt the war and resolve the plague, only to succumb in the shallow analysis land. With a clear objective now in mind, they hastened their journey towards the Dark City. Yet, it must be said that the Dark City is indeed remote, requiring players to overcome numerous trials, including navigating through the Spider Cave, Spider Kingdom, Lava Cave, and even vanquishing the wicked dragon Spiz before reaching the entrance to the Dark City. The arduous journey was enough to bring tears to the eyes of those who heard of it. Chapter 159. The Nuyapila incident. The path to the Dark City is long and foul-smelling, not to mention filled with animated corpses in the shallow analysis land. After traversing the spider-infested cave, the group arrived at an ancient kingdom, the Spider Kingdom. Due to the influence of Dirigi's aura, the long-deceased Spider Princess and Prince were resurrected, igniting a second battle within the Spider Kingdom. As passing players and Kelueni's group were reluctantly drawn into this long-concluded royal conflict, they realized the futility of the struggle. After a fierce battle, they managed to make the Spider Princess and Prince understand the meaninglessness of their discord, allowing them to disperse and continue their journey. However, the next challenge awaited them in the lava cave, now occupied by the Goliath, a stitched-together monstrosity. With its fiery visage, the Goliath relentlessly pursued the group. Upon exiting the lava cave, they arrived at the hero's tomb, a resting place for the ancestral heroes of the Night Elves. Under the influence of Dirigi's aura, the souls of these heroes were reanimated, and the awakened spirits evidently bore a severe case of morning grumpiness. Soothing them proved to be no simple task. Fortunately, they ultimately succeeded in returning these heroes to their eternal slumber. Yet, they soon faced another predicament. The path to the Dark City was obstructed by uncontrollable forces, necessitating a detour through the burial ground of the wicked dragon Spiz. After dispatching the soon-to-be resurrected dragon's head once more, they finally reached the entrance of the Dark City. Welcomed by the Dark Elf Guard. Your Majesty, this is the research note left by the alchemist Morgan. The situation in Nuyapila may not be the doing of humanity. Do you think a mere research note can absolve humanity of suspicion, Kelueni? Enough, Elder Shalon. I believe we should at least grant them a chance, especially since Nuyapila is currently rife with plague, making it inconvenient for our people to investigate. Upon arriving at the Dark City, Queen Maya and the Elder Council summoned Kelueni to discuss matters concerning Nuyapila while the players waited outside. Uncertain of the outcome, they contemplated the task at hand. I wonder what this entails. It appears they have meticulously prepared for even a royal meeting. By the way, the route we previously traversed has now opened several dungeons, with quite rewarding yields. Is that so? Naturally, the players were not content to wait idly outside. Engaging in conversation, they began to peruse the latest updates on the forum. The players did not have to wait long, as the grand doors soon opened, and Kelueni emerged, his expression indicating that the task was likely settled. Adventurers, I have obtained an investigation order from Queen Maya. Henceforth, I must ask you to investigate the cause of the plague in Nuyapila. Due to certain reasons, the Vane's Kingdom, are unable to dispatch personnel. As Keluani's words concluded, the players present each receive a main quest to uncover the truth behind the plague in Nuyapila. Concurrently, they noticed a new area appeared on the map, adjacent to the Dark City, a region that served as the catalyst for this war, Nuyapila. As the players of the fourth catastrophe were not easily intimidated by the plague, they were confident in their abilities, having already vanquished formidable foes like Rothis. With a precise destination in mind, the players surged towards Nuyapila. However, upon reaching the entrance, fatigue crept in once more, yet another cave. As the entirety of the Vane's Kingdom seemed to be comprised of caverns. As they delved deeper, they soon arrived at a new complex, characterized by vast spaces and adorned with gargoyle sculptures along the way. The atmosphere here exuded a certain charm, with gargoyles serving as decor. One player, admiring the gargoyles, mused aloud, "These are alive, be cautious." Aware of the impending danger, Xiaobo warned his teammates. As anticipated, the moment the players ventured deeper into the throng of gargoyles, the previously motionless figures sprang to life, some soaring into the sky, while others brandished weapons, encircling the players. Taken by surprise, several players were swiftly returned to the town. The remaining players, however, quickly regained their composure and dispatched the malevolent gargoyles. With the wisdom gained from their previous experiences, the adventurers found themselves effortlessly confronting the stone gargoyles. As they ventured deeper, they arrived at an altar. Drawing upon their past encounters, the players swiftly obliterated the altar, only to be met with a powerful shockwave that sent them flying. Cracks began to form in the ground, from which tendrils of flame erupted, heralding the emergence of a figure, the Tyrant Altar. The sudden boss battle did not diminish the players' combat prowess. After all, it had been quite some time since the game had launched. The players unleashed their skills, relentlessly attacking the boss until it was swiftly vanquished. However, at the moment of the boss's demise, a radiant pink light illuminated the area, revealing a new artifact bearing the title of True Legacy. The arrival of this equipment was far from fortuitous, the multitude present, having fought side by side without any previous artifacts dropping, now found themselves in a tense standoff over this coveted item. Observing the situation, Xiaobo and his three companions discreetly withdrew from the fray, while others with more rational dispositions also took the opportunity to leave. Those from large guilds or eager for the equipment remained, and what transpired next was all too predictable. After parting ways with the main group, Xiaobo and his companions pressed onward, soon arriving at the next area populated by various dwarves. It became evident to Xiaobo that they had entered the dwarven gold mine. As they advanced, they soon noticed glimmering traces of gold on the ground and walls, and deeper exploration revealed numerous mine carts filled with gold. The sight of these overflowing carts left Xiaobo and his companions in awe. While their own circumstances were decent, they had never encountered such an abundance of gold. However, their astonishment was fleeting, for this gold was merely a backdrop. The actual currency for players was energy coins. Chapter 160. Nua Ipela. Although Xiaobo and the others had resolved to hastily exit the gold mine and make their way to their destination, Nua Ipela. Traversing the gold mine was not without its challenges. The dwarven guardians were not so easily disregarded. Offending the dwarves while attempting to flee was a perilous endeavor. Ultimately, Xiaobo's party found themselves cornered by the king of the golden dwarves within a mine. Faced with an ultimatum of either being slain or slaying the king to escape, they had no choice but to engage in combat, ultimately defeating the Golden King. This encounter transformed the mine into a new dungeon, and subsequently, adventurers discovered the gold mine listed among the dungeons of Dark City, eager to experience it, as their reality offered no such treasures. The gold mine quickly became a popular destination before its secrets were fully uncovered. Upon arriving at Nua Ipela, Xiaobo and his companions were met with a city utterly transformed. The once thriving city of the Dark Elves lay in ruin, ravaged by a dreadful plague that had mutated its residents. This plague was unprecedented on the continent of Arad. Yet, this formidable affliction was merely a remnant of Dalu's lingering presence. Aware of the circumstances, Xiaobo recognized the immense power of the apostles. Whether it was the formidable mental dominance of Luo Teixi or the pervasive plague emanating from Dalu's shadow, both exemplified the apostles' might. Furthermore, the dynamic balancing of dungeon difficulty felt entirely justified to Xiaobo. Without such balance, players returning at higher levels would merely exploit the situation, failing to reflect the true strength of the apostles. In this desolate realm, aside from the throngs of players, members of the ruthless bounty hunting guild also posed challenges to the adventurers. While players toiled to conquer No Ipe La, Tang Yu was bustling with activity, calling out loudly in the newly established Apostle Assembly Center, "Bakar, how are the preparations with Sika Sa progressing?" "All is well. I've already instructed Sika Sa, and they should be in motion now." Once those adventurers resolve the issues in Nua Ipe La, the Banta tribe will declare war on that Bell entity, effectively diverting the adventurers' attention to the snow-capped mountains. Bakar promptly responded, acknowledging Tang Yu's inquiries, as her combat prowess was undeniable. "Excellent. This should provide ample time for Dalu. Luo Teixi, I entrust this to you. Give it your all." As Tang Yu spoke, she handed a substantial pile of equipment prototypes to Luo Teixi, all of which were samples for future dungeon gear. "Is there truly this much? Could you not show some consideration for someone who just completed a task?" Luo Teixi lamented at the mountain of equipment before him. "Spare me the excuses. Just do your job, and stop with the complaints," Tang Yu replied, her expression dismissive. Luo Teixi, unable to tolerate such remarks as they pertain to his professional integrity, begrudgingly accepted the task. After organizing matters concerning the equipment for the Dalu dungeon, Tang Yu swiftly opened a portal to another world, preparing for future endeavors. She understood that following the adventurer's conquest of Dalu, a period of dormancy would ensue, a scenario she found unacceptable. Players could not be allowed to idle. Thus, she resolved to recruit from other realms, seeking new challenges for them, while also preparing for the eventual awakening of Sei La and the journey through myriad worlds. After all, she had already arranged for the world-traversing mothership. Returning once more to Nua Ipe La, the influx of players gradually increased. Many had successfully cleared the dungeon and accessed the teleportation portal to Dark City, flocking to tackle the challenges in Nua Ipe La. With the continuous arrival of players, the exploration of Nua Ipe La accelerated significantly. Observing the situation, the ruthless bounty hunting guild recognized the futility of their efforts and chose to retreat temporarily. With the absence of the guild's interference, players delved deeper into Nua Ipe La, quickly locating the final boss, the illusion of Dalu. Although merely an illusion, its combat prowess was formidable, with miasma surrounding it that steadily drained the player's life force. Coupled with a myriad of attack patterns and teleportation strikes influenced by temporal forces that left players in disarray. The first player to encounter the illusion of Dalu was swiftly eliminated by a relentless chain of attacks. Upon resurrection, realizing their limited capabilities, they sought the aid of a major guild to share intelligence about Dalu. Upon receiving this information, the guild perceived it as a new large-scale raid and attempted to seize the opportunity for glory, only to meet with failure. However, following the sacrifice of this guild, players noted a decline in the illusion's combat strength. This was hardly surprising. After all, it was merely an illusion, and the true entity had long since departed, making a decrease in combat energy entirely reasonable. Meanwhile, Xiaobo and his companions, having acquired and shared the intelligence, hurriedly returned to the west coast. He recognized that the primary objective of the recent incident was not merely the phantasm of Dalu, but rather the resolution of the issues between the Kingdom of Vanis and the Duchy of Belmar. The simplest method to address this dilemma would be to reveal the identity of the instigator, the Apostle. By facilitating mediation through the players, the matter could be resolved smoothly. "Miss Alisai, might you possess any knowledge regarding this creature?" Thanks to the incident involving Rothus, the players, adventurers, had gained considerable advantages within the Mage Guild, which also allowed Shabo to meet Alisai. Alisai's response did not disappoint Shabo, as she provided the title of the Apostle, Dalu, armed with Alisai's confirmation. Shabo began exchanging intelligence between the two nations, ultimately directing the focus of the issue towards the apostle. Through the tireless efforts of the players, the phantasm of Dalu in Neupala was eventually vanquished. A crystalline portal opened, and Tang Yu emerged. It has been a long time, everyone. Chapter 161. Return to Douluo continent. The place Tang Yu arrived at was her homeland, the Douluo continent. Since she had completed her initial transcendence, it had been a considerable time since she last visited. Although she had taken the core of the Douluo continent before venturing into the interstellar world, this was her first time returning to visit. As she stepped through the portal, she immediately spotted familiar faces, Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were engrossed in their affectionate exchange. Nearby were Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. What a surprise! What brings you all together today? Where are Xiao Ao, Rong Rong, and Fatty? Tang Yu approached the four, greeting them enthusiastically. Tang San and the others were equally astonished to see Tang Yu. Although she had promised to return, centuries had passed, and had they not ascended to divinity, they might have awaited her arrival indefinitely. Sister, what brings you back? Tang San exclaimed with joy. Why, are you not pleased to see me? Quickly, tell me what you four are doing here, Tang Yu interjected, not allowing Tang San to change the subject. Tang San explained. Today marks the anniversary of your departure, sister. For these past few centuries, we have gathered on this day. Tang Yu was taken aback by this revelation, scarcely believing the coincidence of returning on the very day she had left the Douluo continent. As they spoke, a group approached from afar, and upon closer inspection, Tang Yu recognized Ning Rongrong and the others. Among them were Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Bai Qinxiang, Yu Xiaojiang, Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, Tang Hao, and Ain, all of whom had formed close relationships with Tang Yu. After all, the legacy Tang Yu had left behind had been sufficient for the Shrek's 7 monsters to achieve divine status. Following Tang Yu's acquisition of the core of the Douluo continent, Tang San and others have been severed from the original divine realm, and a new divine realm emerged above the Douluo continent. Now, the Shrek's 7 monsters were the 7 divine kings of this new realm. With Tang Yu's grasp of the world's authority, the barriers restricting soul beasts had vanished, and the divine realm was now home to many divine beasts, including the Silver Dragon King and the Black Dragon King, once hidden in the Stardow Forest. Tang Yu felt a sense of wonder at the myriad of events that had transpired during her absence. At that moment, a familiar small figure rushed toward her, and upon closer inspection, it was Ain, who quickly approached and embraced Tang Yu. You're back where? You haven't changed a bit, still petite and delicate. A Yin's warm embrace initially moved Tang Yu, but the latter part of her comment struck a sore spot, causing her expression to darken. The onlookers stifled their laughter, while Tang Hao, emboldened by his status, laughed heartily, which only added to Tang Yu's embarrassment. All right, mother, please put me down. I'm no longer a child. Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, Ain gently set her down. Standing on her own, Tang Yu composed herself, attempting to present an air of gravity, though her unchanged appearance belied any semblance of seriousness. Ladies and gentlemen, I have returned. As Tang Yu spoke, the crowd applauded appreciatively, which delighted her. She raised her hand to quiet them before continuing. I have come back to seek your assistance regarding a matter. This piqued the curiosity of the gathered individuals, fully aware of Tang Yu's formidable power. After all, shortly after her departure from the Douluo continent, they had all reached the divine king level. During that time, the Silver Dragon King had also ascended to the new divine realm, immediately adopting a hostile stance. However, unexpectedly, when the others attained divine king status, their legacies completed their final breakthrough, achieving the third awakening and further enhancing their powers. Ma Hongjun single-handedly subdued the Silver Dragon King, and shortly thereafter, the Black Dragon King also ascended, yet even in a 2-on-1 scenario, Ma Hongjun triumphed effortlessly. Eventually, after Tang San and the others played 500 rounds of Dodi Zhu, the feisty Xiao Wu brought the game to an end. The Silver Dragon King recognized Xiao Wu's transformation as a soul beast, and after some communication, the misunderstanding was resolved. The Silver Dragon King realized that this new divine realm was not her enemy, and since the new divine realm imposed no restrictions on soul beasts, she chose to join. However, that battle made it clear to all beings in the divine realm that there were two types of divine kings, the ordinary ones and those who had completed their third awakening. The power Tang Yu had displayed before her departure had already surpassed the current capabilities of the Shrek's 7 monsters. You error. Feel free to express any request. We will surely assist you, Ain said, smiling at the others. Of course, Tang Yu was elated by their response, as they were all individuals she held dear. She then proceeded to explain her purpose for returning. It is not a significant matter. After leaving the Douluo continent, I ventured to a new world, the very origin of the legacies I bestowed upon you. There, I encountered a lifelong friend, and with their help, I completed my ultimate transcendence. However, due to that incident, a friend's reincarnation has yet to be fulfilled. Tang Yu's request was for a section of the Douluo continent to be designated as a transitional area for those players until the matter regarding Anton in the celestial realm unfolds. Naturally, this simple request was readily agreed upon, as, in a strict sense, the entire world belonged to Tang Yu. After a joyful interlude, during which Tang Yu indulged in leisure, she bid farewell to her companions and returned to the world of Terra. Chapter 162. The Great Adventure of the Snowy Mountains. Several days had passed since the players returned to Dalu and finalized the trial arrangements. They had resolved the incident concerning Nuyapila, and the conflict between the Kingdom of Vanis and the Duchy of Bearmare had also come to a temporary halt. However, before the players could catch their breath, another event unfolded, which was splendid news for this unique group of adventurers. The ice dragon Skasa, dormant in the snowy domain, had been awakened by Bakel upon the players' journey to the Kingdom of Vanis and began to torment the Bantu tribe residing in the snowy expanse. Following the warfare between the Kingdom of Vanis and the Duchy of Bearmare, the Bantu tribe was compelled to move southward, leading to yet another conflict with the Duchy. The players' task was to address the issues plaguing the snowy domain. For the players, the snowy domain presented a completely different geographical environment. Unlike the forests of Lauren, the oceans of the west coast, the temple of the Titan Behemoth, and the subterranean structures of the Kingdom of Vanis, the snowy mountains were characterized by their frigid terrain, which posed a series of challenges. These included low temperatures and snow blindness, yet Tang Yu had already devised strategies to tackle these obstacles. Shopkeeper, must it be this way? Is this not extortion? Celia, who remained in the inn, felt conflicted by Tang Yu's advice. What does it matter? These adventurers are easy marks. A few flattering words will quickly dispel their grievances. Besides, they are heading to the snow-covered mountains where the conditions are frigid. We operate in a seller's market. It's reasonable for emergency supplies to be priced higher, Tang Yu reassured her. Ultimately, Celia acquiesced to the exorbitant pricing of the snow blindness treatment potions and warming elixirs. Indeed, due to the threat of snow blindness, players who lingered in the mountains would suffer a debilitating debuff, albeit for a brief duration of a few minutes. Yet, encountering a monster during that time could prove disastrous, as Tang Yu's game lacked resurrection coins. Dying meant retracing one's steps. The first players to explore the snowy mountains quickly encountered difficulties. Wow, what kind of design is this for the snowy terrain? This blindness is truly unbearable, exclaimed one player. I was in the midst of battle when I suddenly went blind, surrounded by a blinding whiteness, and had to return to town. Another player remarked, it seems reasonable given the snow blindness risk in such an environment, but the experience is quite poor. Moreover, the players faced a cumulative, slowing debuff alongside the blindness. What should we do about this? Indeed, I struggled through the snow, and when I went blind, I waited it out, but after a few times, I began to accumulate a low-temperature debuff, eventually freezing in place and losing health, forcing me to return town. As players vented their frustrations on the forums, an exhilarating message suddenly surfaced. Brothers Alliance, Celia is selling potions to dispel blindness and low-temperature debuffs. This announcement ignited a frenzy in the forum. Is this for real? I can't believe it. Are these potions going to require in-game purchases? Surely not. Is this wonderful game about to decline? I checked the Brothers Alliance. They can be purchased with gold, albeit at a high price. As long as they cost gold, it's acceptable. There's still plenty of players grinding for it. Brothers Alliance. Let us go. With the revelation of these two potions, players flocked to their respective inns to pour their wealth into Celia's coffers. Given the essential nature of these potions and their high demand, most ordinary players found their savings depleted, while Celia's purse swelled once more, thanks to the diligent adventurers. Equipped with these potions, players rapidly increased their exploration of the snowy mountains. The snow yetis and ice tigers fell victim to the adventurers' merciless onslaught, while the creatures of the snowy realm lamented their plight. However, it was the players who ultimately suffered. In such a terrain, the lack of severe, slowing debuffs meant that deep snow significantly hindered their movement speed. The mountain creatures possessed their own abilities, requiring players to strategize extensively to defeat even a single foe. On the other hand, due to Tang Yu's exorbitant pricing, players were cautious in their use of these potions, saving them for dire situations when the cold rendered them nearly immobile. Yet, encountering monsters during such moments created a dilemma: consume the potion and risk waste, or refrain and potentially perish, necessitating a return to the mountains. Fortunately, some wealthy players, unrestrained by financial concerns, reached the Bantu tribe's encampment and activated a vital supply point. The hospitable Bantu tribe introduced players to a different aspect of the snowy mountains, barring the encounters with their warrior tribe who confronted them fiercely. Yet, the enemies of the snowy mountains were not limited to just these. Deeper within the snowy expanse lurked fearsome foes such as ice giants, centaurs, and elemental spirits. Ultimately, the player's mission was to vanquish the root cause of the Bantu tribe's southward migration, the ice dragon Skasses. Guided by the Bantu tribe's vice leader, Olga, they were to venture to the training grounds of Buwanga, where the Bantu warriors were robust and formidable, rendering the snowy environment ineffective against them, leaving the players in dire straits. After a long journey to find Buwanga, they would face Skasses and his formidable breath attack. However, with Celia's encouragement, the players emptied their pockets, enriching Celia while triumphing over the terrifying ice dragon Skasses and resolving the crisis in the snowy domain, earning accolade from Queen Scotty once again. Though the players parted with some of their wealth, the new equipment they acquired brought them joy, and Skasses' signed photographs proved to be quite valuable. This was indeed a commendable achievement. Chapter 163, Norsmal and the New Journey. Having resolved the Bantu tribe's issues in the snowy domain and returned the ice dragon Skasses to slumber, the players once again embarked on a journey back to the Duchy of Bayermeyer, for new troubles had arisen. The recurrent issues plaguing the duchy left players exasperated. Was there something amiss in the Duchy of Bayermeyer? Why did every problem seem to stem from there? However, the next piece of news left players no time for such ponderings. The source of the current crisis, an unprecedented plague erupting from Norsmal, bore striking resemblance to the previous incident involving Neopila. This was the handiwork of the Apostle Dirich, whose mere phantom had already posed a challenge to the players. Now, considering the severity of the situation in Norsmal, it was likely they would soon confront the true entity. Facing the Apostle's true form signified that players would once again engage in a large-scale siege, reminiscent of their earlier battle against Rothis. Unlike the fierce battle against Luotzi, where Luotzi wielded formidable mental control that diminished all attributes of players, this time, the manifestation of Dirigi's plague power is relentless and unavoidable damage. Although the strength of the plague is not potent in the outskirts of Nuocymer, players can still endure it with potions or their inherent recovery skills. However, the constant depletion of health proves to be quite distressing. Soon, a new force intervenes, the superhumans residing in the verdant city of Ludo, situated on the outskirts of Nuocymer. Their involvement was sparked by a group of players who foolishly intruded into Ludo and indiscriminately attacked, angering the superhumans, particularly their leader, Maze Monaghan. He swiftly dealt with the players, who, being merely in their 40s and levels, stood no chance against an 85-level NPC. Consequently, those players fled, with Maze in relentless pursuit until he encountered Sha Bo and others passing by. Ultimately, under Sha Bo's guidance, Maze's hostility was quelled, leading to the acquisition of assistance from the superhumans, primarily from Maze himself. The ensuing battle became significantly simpler. as Maze advanced alongside the players and provided a shield that resisted the effects of D-Regi's plague for a limited duration, which would diminish as they delved deeper. This presented the players with a viable strategy, revealing the true nature of the fourth calamity as it began to ravage Nuosamer mercilessly. The most directly affected were the rogue factions that had previously lingered in Nuosamer, which underwent mutations due to the plague's influence. Undoubtedly, these mutated rogues constituted the first trial of this siege, and passing this trial was far from straightforward. While the mutated rogues alone were not overwhelming for the players, the intricate structure encompassing streets, sewers, and rooftops posed a significant challenge. The combination of high repetition, the likelihood of getting lost, and the sporadic ambushes from rogues led to considerable frustration among the players, who felt an overwhelming sense of impotence. However, thanks to the more realistic game engine, after a player was ambushed for the 10th time and met their demise, the gunslinger player unleashed a frenzy of attacks, which, unexpectedly, resulted in the destruction of the surrounding structures, clearing a vast area. This revelation exposed the rogues hiding in the alleys, granting the players access to a new realm of possibilities. When it comes to the fourth calamity's forte, it is undoubtedly chaos and destruction. Countless players descended upon Nuosamer like a swarm of locusts, flattening the entire town, thereby saving the manpower required for the eventual demolition of plague-ridden buildings. This simple yet brutal approach effectively resolved most issues. The lords who should have been hiding within the town were inexplicably eliminated amidst the overwhelming barrage of artillery and erratic AoE damage. The players then decisively breached D-Regi's external defenses, heading directly towards D-Regi's location. Soon, the players arrived at the last destination of D-Regi, the Village of Confusion. After a rather lewd admiration of the flower spirit, Xiao Gai Gai, the players resolved the encounter. However, the concentration of D-Regi's death plague intensified, and even Maze's shield, despite being level 85, began to waver under such formidable plague intensity. The players' conditions were exceedingly dire. Yet, were these obstacles truly problematic? Clearly not. After numerous players were eradicated by D-Regi's overwhelming plague, the formidable foe ultimately succumbed to the players' relentless assault. Throughout these events, the players reached level 50 and received their long-desired awakening quest. The raid on D-Regi's dungeon also provided Celia with a plethora of orders, resulting in a substantial windfall. All of this was keenly observed by Tangyu. Helder, it seems the plan is progressing smoothly, and it won't be long before these youngsters can attain significant combat prowess. Tangyu, in a buoyant mood, cast a relaxed glance at Helder beside her. Indeed, given the players' progress, they would soon reach the Celestial Realm, and as the trials of Anshuin and Luke concluded, their powers would reach a commendable threshold. As the acting executor of the Trials Edge plan, Helder was most familiar with the adventurous circumstances. Indeed, it would also be the time for them to enter the Demon Realm. And at that point, you must have the script arranged. How is Shale doing? Regarding the narrative in the Demon Realm, Tangyu was well prepared, having early on planted the unsettling factor of Shale Fey Eyes, serving as a tool to attract players' attention. When the time comes, those players would foolishly pursue Shale Fey Eyes, neglecting the unreasonable status of the apostles within the Demon Realm. Everything is already in place. Good. Then I can rest easy. It has been quite a busy time. Helder, I entrust the subsequent matters to you. I shall continue my vacation. With that, Tangyu waved and departed, leaving Helder with her remark about how he had been idly wandering during this period. Chapter 164. The New Continent. The expedition team joins the New Continent. A region distinct from the Old World, boasts a unique ecosystem. Over the past few decades, various guilds have dispatched 4 batches of elites for exploration, and now, under the guidance of the Molten Mountain Dragon, the 5th expedition team, tasked with concluding the investigation, is finally set to arrive. Off the coast of the New Continent, a thrilling event is currently unfolding. Originally scheduled to have the Molten Mountain Dragon arrive ahead of schedule, the ship's departure was delayed due to the need to await the renowned hunter, resulting in a collision with the migrating Molten Mountain Dragon just as they were nearing the New Continent. Now, the entire vessel is ensnared upon the back of the Molten Mountain Dragon, A closer look reveals two individuals in action beneath the ship. Star, the hunter awaited by the 5th Expedition Team, and her partner, affectionately known as AI Bo. After a series of evasive maneuvers, climbing, and ultimately a thrilling leap through the air, the duo finally landed on the campsite within the ancient tree forest nearby. Ah, we are finally safe, partner. Look what I found in the camp. As AI Bo rummaged through the tent while Star surveyed the surroundings, she unearthed a notebook and handed it to Star. Star gratefully accepted it and discovered it was a map. Let me see, partner. It seems the base is not far from here. Let us hurry over, but we currently lack equipment, so let us proceed with caution. The taciturn Star nodded in agreement with AI Bo's plan, stowing the notebook as they set off together. Upon exiting the camp, they encountered a vast plain where numerous herbivorous dinosaurs grazed leisurely, while a few crowned theropods lay resting nearby. Partner, this way. After a thorough observation, AI Bo discerned a path forward. Upon traversing a corridor, the two arrived at a densely wooded area. However, at that very moment, a horde of ferocious wolf dragons unexpectedly emerged, surrounding the defenseless pair. Quick to react, they swiftly concealed themselves within a nearby thicket. Their formidable ability to hide caused the wolf dragons to lose track of them. Just as the wolf dragons prepared to depart, and the duo exhaled in relief, a resounding crash, akin to shattering glass, echoed from above. A young girl with striking red hair leaped into view. Yeah, a new world, here I come. The newcomer was Tang Yu, who, having just concluded her trial affairs, had hastily entered the void, eager to explore a new realm. Her sudden appearance immediately captivated the attention of the wolf dragons, who promptly encircled her. The two hidden in the bushes felt their hearts leap into their throats. Utterly astonished that a little girl would appear at such a critical moment, seemingly frail and delicate. As the wolf dragons prepared to pounce on Tang Yu, the pair contemplated rushing out to rescue her. However, to their astonishment, Tang Yu pulled a red and white ball from an unknown fourth-dimensional space and tossed it at the nearest wolf dragon. A crimson light enveloped the creature, drawing it into the ball. This remarkable scene profoundly shook the duo's worldview. The wolf dragons, witnessing the inexplicable vanishing of one of their kind, were equally startled and fled in disarray. As Tang Yu picked up the captured ball, the two stood up, their gazes locking with hers. You speak first, the starry-eyed girl finally uttered, but as soon as she did, she fell silent, overwhelmed by the presence of others. AI Bo, regaining her composure, was the first to speak again. May I inquire, who are you? Tang Yu beamed at the question, thrilled to encounter such intriguing circumstances upon arriving in a new world and meeting locals. I am Tang Yu, the mistress of Terra, the savior of the star spirits, the new faith, and the possessor of the Douluo realm. The duo was momentarily rendered speechless by the cascade of titles. However, Tang Yu quickly reassured them. In any case, consider me a traveler. By the way, where is this place and what are you doing here? After introducing herself, Tang Yu posed her inquiries. AI Bo, eager to respond, explained, I am AI Bo, and this is Xing. We are hunters from the New Continent Guild. AI Bo's succinct response piqued Tang Yu's interest. How fascinating. Hunters, you say? Excellent. I shall also become a hunter. Observing the little girl's whimsical enthusiasm, the amiable AI Bo began to explain the perils of being a hunter, while following Xing, who was forging ahead to their base, as it was unthinkable to leave such a young girl alone in the perilous wilderness. Yet, AI Bo's cautionary tales only seemed to further ignite Tang Yu's adventurous spirit, leaving AI Bo feeling a profound sense of helplessness. At that moment, an unforeseen crisis emerged as a massive wolf dragon appeared. Without hesitation, Xing and AI Bo grasped Tang Yu's hands and began to sprint. However, their path to the base was obstructed by fallen trees. Just as danger loomed, Tang Yu retrieved a red and blue Ultra Ball, intending to throw it, where a robust voice boomed from above. A young man, wielding a large sword, leaped down and landed on the back of the formidable wolf dragon, directing it toward the fallen trees. Instantly, the path was cleared, and the trio hurriedly followed after him. With the youth's assistance, they reached the entrance of the base. AI Bo and Xing slid past the wolf dragon, drawing nearer to safety. Just then, a colossal Man Yalong joined the fray, immediately engaging in combat. Meanwhile, Tang Yu remained outside, and the trio at the entrance looked on with growing concern. Be careful. In that fleeting moment, the battle between the two dragons threatened to spill over to Tang Yu. In response, she summoned Wei Li, and to the astonishment of her companions, a colossal dragon was sent flying, allowing her to saunter leisurely into the base alongside them. Chapter 165. The Starry Base. Due to Tang Yu's remarkable display, the trio appeared somewhat dazed as they entered the base. This scene caught the attention of busy individuals unloading supplies from the ship, who cast curious glances their way. Tang Yu, on the other hand, exhibited keen interest in her surroundings, gazing about in wonder. However, their distracted state was soon interrupted by a familiar figure, saying, a cheerful investigator from the recommendation team, along with his partner. Oh, splendid. It seems you have all arrived safely. Sang's exclamation jolted them back to reality, and they felt relieved to see him, confirming that everyone was unharmed. Oh, who is this? As the trio regained their composure and greeted Sang, he noticed Tang Yu standing nearby. In response to Sang's inquiry, AI Bo introduced her. This is Tang Yu, whom we encountered on our way to the base. She aspires to be a hunter as well. With AI Bo's explanation, Sang and his partner gained insight into Tang Yu's presence. The investigation team leader then recalled an important matter. Almost forgot. The commander is waiting for you all. Hurry, follow me. Without a moment's delay, he led the trio toward the meeting area, where a grand table awaited. The entire Starry Base was constructed from various exploratory ships, with the first team's vessel even positioned on the cliff's edge, making every inch of space within the base invaluable. Grandfather, I've brought the people you requested, and even an extra. As the leader called out, the commander, engaged in discussion with several administrators, shifted his attention toward Tang Yu and the others, noting his grandson's mention of an additional guest. Quickly, he discerned that the unexpected addition was Tang Yu, as her appearance starkly contrasted with the others, lacking the new continent investigation team's insignia. Excellent. You have finally arrived. It seems the investigation can progress swiftly. However, the base is quite busy at the moment. First, familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. Then arm yourselves and commence your investigations. As the commander spoke, he nudged the leader, signaling for the trio to follow him and acclimate to their environment. The commander held no concerns regarding Xing, the formidable hunter, but cast a wary glance at Tang Yu, the unforeseen visitor. As a local of this humble world, he bore no ill intentions toward her, but felt it necessary to ascertain her background to ensure the safety of the base. Me? I aspire to be a hunter, so I shall accompany them. I assure you, I possess considerable strength. Under the gaze of the commander-in-chief, Tang Yu expressed her desire to experience life as a hunter in this realm. With her bold declaration of strength, the three companions nodded in affirmation. Observing this, the commander-in-chief contemplated the situation. Very well, Miss Tang Yu, I entrust the two of you to her care. Now, let us hasten our departure. Perhaps out of consideration for observation, the commander-in-chief agreed to Tang Yu's request, believing that any issues she might encounter could likely be resolved by this hunter. Highly recommended by the guild, provided that Tang Yu proves to be a reliable companion. Meanwhile, the quartet began their tour of the stronghold under the captain's guidance. Their first stop was the circulation area, the lowest level, which served as the center for the processing and distribution of supplies, with the command center also located in this zone. Next, they ascended to the upper level, where the forge constructed from the modified vessels of the second phase team was situated. Upon seeing the forge, AI Bo eagerly entered to explore, prompting Xing and Tang Yu to follow suit. As a seasoned hunter, Xing understood that this location would frequently be visited during their upcoming investigative endeavors, while Tang Yu expressed great interest in the new forging techniques of this world, considering her status as the founder of the magical path. Upon entering the forge, the quartet encountered the leader of the second phase team, who warmly greeted them and offered to craft any necessary equipment. After departing from the forge, they arrived at the dining area. The mere mention of the dining area invigorated AI Bo, who quickly quickened her pace and dashed ahead, prompting Tang Yu and the others to follow suit. Upon entering the dining area, they discovered numerous individuals busily transporting supplies. Here, AI Bo and Xing reunited with their Ailu cat companion, Wang Jiang, whose name intrigued Tang Yu. They also paid a visit to the head chef, a formidable one-eyed Ailu cat, leaving Tang Yu thoroughly astonished. Having explored the stronghold's basic infrastructure, the captain led the trio to a small cabin to retrieve the initial weapons for the two hunters. Wow, these weapons are fascinating. Are they all this large? Tang Yu inquired, her curiosity piqued by the noticeably larger weapons after traversing multiple worlds. Of course, after all, our quarry is not small, AI Bo thoughtfully explained. Just as she spoke, Xing quietly retrieved a standard katana from a box and strapped it to her back. "Oh, look what I found. You have such weapons here," exclaimed Tang Yu, pulling out a long-handled weapon with blades on both ends. "Ah, this is the insect glaive. I didn't expect you to favor such a weapon. It's notably complex among all the weaponry," AI Bo remarked, clearly surprised by Tang Yu's choice. "Haha, after all, I am the founder of the Battle Mage. Weapons like the spear are quite familiar to me, and this one bears a resemblance," Tang Yu replied, grasping the insect glaive and practicing various spear techniques. Noticing her lack of understanding regarding the weapon, Xing approached Tang Yu and took her hand, leading her outside. "Insect glaive, I will teach you." Thus, Xing brought Tang Yu to a training area. As a master of weapons, Xing was proficient in all forms of armaments, including the insect glaive. Tang Yu's remarkable talents soon became evident as she mastered the techniques Xing imparted in a remarkably short time, prompting further admiration from the captain and AI Bo. Chapter 166. The first mission prepared and ready. The next step was to commence the hunt. Tang Yu received her guiding insect and grappling hook. Upon examining the grappling hook, she contemplated some initial ideas. However, now was not the time for such musings. The trio's immediate task was to hunt a few ferocious wolf dragons as a warm-up exercise. "Are we finally going to begin the hunt? How prepared are you, Tang Yu?" AI Bo asked, still somewhat apprehensive despite her earlier impressive display at the stronghold entrance. The hunt was no trivial matter. Only a select few elite hunters could sustain their path in this profession, while the majority spent their lives merely encountering creatures like the mighty fire dragon. Fully prepared, there is nothing to worry about. "Xing, let us set forth," Tang Yu declared, pulling Xing toward the exit of the stronghold, with their Ailu cat companion, Wang Jiang, promptly following. AI Bo, observing the hurried departure of the two and the cat, felt a sense of helplessness and quickly trailed after them. "Wait for me." The mission's location was the ancient tree forest situated to the west of the stronghold. This entire forest was established around a colossal tree, and it was one of the two locations that the investigation team had thoroughly examined thus far. The ecosystem here exemplified a standard forest ecology. As the ancient tree forest was adjacent to the Xing Chun stronghold, Tang Yu swiftly arrived at their destination. "Tang Yu, don't run so fast. How do you intend to complete the mission like this?" AI Bo called after her, bemused by Tang Yu's energetic demeanor, which also brought her joy. "Of course, I'm heading to that small grove where we encountered the ferocious wolf dragons before. Since they did not gather there, it must hold some clues, making it easier for the guiding insect to track," Tang Yu explained, retrieving a poke ball containing a ferocious wolf dragon from her dimensional bag and tossing it forward. As Xing and AI Bo, who agreed with Tang Yu's reasoning, witnessed a flash of red light, a ferocious wolf dragon materialized at the spot. Tang Yu, seizing the opportunity, swiftly mounted the dragon, grasping its neck, and it promptly took flight. "I'll be off now. Make sure to catch up." Before Xing and AI Bo could react, Tang Yu sped away on the back of the wolf dragon. The two, along with the surprised cat, exchanged glances before hastening after her. When they reconvened, Tang Yu had already reached their destination, wielding the mining pick she had brought from the stronghold and digging at the entrance of a cave. Surrounded by several ferocious wolf dragons that had met their tragic end. You finally arrived. I've already dealt with them," Tang Yu exclaimed upon noticing Xing and AI Bo. AI Bo was astonished by the scene, further affirming Tang Yu's remarkable learning ability. While Xing bent down to inspect the corpses of the wolf dragons, observations revealed that most of the wolf dragons had succumbed to swift slashes, while a few had perished from concentrated thrusts, with some faint traces of insect attacks visible, indicating Tang used commendable grasp of the insect glaive. Just then, the guiding insects at their waist began to react, swirling around them before extending toward the cave where Tang Yu was. However, they quickly turned red and scattered in haste. Emerging incessantly from the cave's mouth were the ferocious Xiongchai dragons, swiftly encircling the three individuals. The previous scene unfolded once more. However, this time, Xing was not unarmed. She swiftly drew the katana from her back, delivering a decisive cut that felled one of the approaching Xiongchai dragons to the ground. Following this, she unleashed a powerful air blade, clearing the surrounding dragons from her path. The remaining targets have appeared. Let us conclude this swiftly. Tang Yue had also stowed away her pickaxe and retrieved the standard insect controller, deftly commanding her hunting insect to extract essence from the Xiongchai dragon's body with remarkable speed and precision. Observing this, Aibua quickly vacated the combat zone through the gap cleared by Xing, leaving space for the two, while also offering encouragement. Upon witnessing this, Xing disregarded Aibua and plunged into the throng of Xiongchai dragons. With a series of intricate sword techniques, she weaved through the swarm, rapidly filling the katana's air blade slot and initiating the blade's activation. A flurry of graceful air blade strikes forced the surrounding Xiongchai dragons to retreat, culminating in a powerful spinning attack that sent several nearby dragons crashing to the ground, incapacitated. In that very instant, as the spinning motion concluded, she seamlessly sheathed her sword and executed a swift draw, obliterating the remaining Xiongchai dragons in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Tang Yue, through agile positioning, absorbed the essence of the hunting insects, enhancing her attack, defense, and speed. She then thrust her insect controller into the ground, elevating her body high into the air, and executed a ground-shattering impact with a dazzling pattern. Although she did not utilize the dazzling pattern itself, the instinct ingrained within her generated a tremendous shockwave that swept away all nearby Xiongchai dragons, rendering them dazed. At the moment of landing, she pivoted on her axis, delivering a sweeping slash that annihilated the remaining dragons. Thus, this fierce battle concluded in an instant, serving as an excellent warm-up for Xing, a hunter of the recommendation group. With the mission accomplished, it was time to gather resources and report back. Speaking of which, Aibua, curious as ever, took the opportunity to inquire about Tang Yue's red and white sphere while assisting in processing the materials from the Xiongchai dragons. Xing also looked up at Tang Yue, clearly intrigued. "Oh, that sphere? It's a pokeball I received from a girl at a family gathering. I found it quite interesting, so I decided to keep it. Would you like some? I can give you a few to play with, as they aren't particularly valuable." Tang Yue elaborated on the pokeball, recalling her departure from the StarCraft world, coinciding with her notification to attend a family gathering where she acquired numerous fascinating trinkets. Before long, the three completed the extraction of materials and returned to their base, where Tang Yue's combat capabilities were duly validated. Clearly, Aibua and the others would no longer harbor concerns regarding Tang Yue's hunting excursions. Upon returning to the base and briefly organizing their supplies and newly acquired materials, the trio received notification of their next assignment. They were tasked with investigating the cause of the recent disturbances among the Guanta dragons in the ancient tree forest. Preparation ensued for their departure. Aibua diligently organized the task details, allowing Tang Yue and Xing to address the target directly. Not a problem. Those minor Xiongchai dragons were hardly a challenge. Additionally, I have made significant progress in my research on guiding insects and claw hooks. Upon our return, I should be able to finalize it. Tang Yue expressed her enthusiasm for hunting, exhibiting no hesitation regarding the upcoming mission. Xing naturally had no objections, as quality weapons and equipment required resources, and her current lack of superior equipment hindered her performance. Having confirmed their objective, the three gathered the necessary supplies and prepared to set forth. Before departing, they indulged in a meal of cat food at the dining area. The lavish side dishes and hearty main course left Tang Yue, a first-time cat food consumer, utterly satisfied. Upon learning that the current cat food offerings were limited due to ingredient shortages and had considerable room for improvement, she entrusted Aibua to pay attention to tasks that could enhance the ingredient variety. This decision garnered Aibo's enthusiastic support, being a third-generation glutton. Returning to the matter at hand, after finishing their cat food and making final preparations, the trio promptly set off for the ancient tree forest. Arriving once more at the campsite, upon exiting, Xing and Tong Yue witnessed a particularly agitated Guanta dragon attacking a nearby herbivore dragon. Without hesitation, Tong Yue seized her insect controller, leaping into the air above the Guanta dragon. "How can you bully such a delightful herbivore?" As her words echoed, a flame pattern, previously gathered, erupted forth. A simple yet powerful pressure was unleashed, instantly obliterating the Guanta dragon and all herbivores within the vicinity. Tong Yue executed a roll upon landing, skillfully retrieving a skinning knife to carve a piece of meat from the herbivore's corpse, which she then placed on a pre-prepared grill to commence roasting. Be sure to add plenty of cumin. Observing Tong Yue's seamless execution of this culinary art, Xing felt a surge of admiration, contemplating an opportunity to learn from her. The technique was fluid and unprecedented, truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Xing quietly approached another herbivore dragon, extracting a piece of meat to roast, ensuring nothing went to waste. After hosting an impromptu barbecue feast and bidding farewell to Aibo, who had been drawn by the enticing aroma, Tong Yue and Xing set off once more to continue their mission. Under the guidance of the guiding insect, they arrived at a coastal area where a group of Guanta dragons was frantically scurrying about. Facing such medium-sized creatures, Tong Yue refrained from intervening, allowing Xing to effortlessly handle the situation. After extracting the necessary materials, they spotted yet another agitated Guanta dragon approaching the open space before them. However, before they could engage, this Guanta dragon was suddenly devoured whole by the unexpectedly emerging Daxiongchai dragon, its belly distended and dragging on the ground. Tong Yue and Xing exchanged glances, unable to contain their incredulity. This was a large monster capable of yielding new equipment. Without hesitation, they charged toward the Daxiongchai dragon, surrounding it. Realizing its predicament, the Daxiongchai understood that these two were intent on preventing it from leisurely digesting its meal. Xing was the first to strike, executing a swift draw cut that landed on the Daxiongchai's belly. Due to its engorged state from consuming the Guanta dragon, its abdomen was notably vulnerable, causing the Daxiongchai to howl in pain. Meanwhile, Tong Yue commanded her hunting insect to dart back and forth across the Daxiongchai's body, quickly returning with 3 types of enhancement essences, completing the augmentation. Tang Yu skillfully utilized her chogo to balance herself on the back of the ferocious Chai Long, employing a spinning motion reminiscent of a windmill to deliver strikes. Typically, such an action would be achievable solely with dual blades. However, due to Tang Yu's stature, she astonishingly managed to execute this maneuver with her chogo. Concurrently, Xing took advantage of Tang Yu's spinning assault, launching a series of attacks that included vertical slashes, horizontal cuts, and a Cassis slash. Following this, he sheathed his blade, initiating a coordinated Gasatsu slash, and concluded with a powerful finishing move after a grand rotation, deftly sheathing his sword once more to unleash a subsequent Aido strike. As is widely recognized, battle mages possess immense strength, and as a paragon of this profession, Tang Yu's petite form concealed formidable power. This immense strength was vividly demonstrated when, after performing 2 full rotations of her windmill technique and executing an aerial 5-hit combo on the Chai Long, she sent it crashing down. The Guatua Long within her was also forcefully expelled. At this moment, Xing accumulated energy in his katana until it radiated a crimson hue, then leaped high into the air to deliver a devastating dragon slash, inflicting significant damage. Simultaneously, Tang Yu unleashed a skyward strike, sending the Chai Long soaring, as she ascended to engage in aerial combat with it. Before long, Tang Yu and Xing began harvesting materials from the Chai Long. This hunting expedition reached a temporary conclusion. Although the cause of the Guatua Long's rampage remained unclear, it marked a significant milestone. Upon returning to their base, the trio was granted a brief respite to await further directives. During this interval, Tang Yu completed her research on the Daochong and Gozhao. She endowed the Daochong with exceptional tracking abilities and remarkable vitality, ensuring that the Daochong in her insect cage faced no limitations on lifespan. Once a target had been tracked, it would be permanently recorded, allowing for immediate pursuit in subsequent encounters without the need for preliminary information gathering. The initial tracking requirements were also drastically reduced, and a force tracking mode could be activated during combat. As for the Go Zhao, Tang Yu enhanced its length and strength, enabling it to grasp targets from greater distances. The mobility afforded by the Go Zhao was significantly accelerated, and its capacity to soften monster flesh was vastly augmented, requiring merely a single application to breach even the most formidable defenses, owing to the power of the softening rule. Chapter 168. Establishing the camp. The time for rest was fleeting. Just as Tang Yu completed the modifications to her equipment and was about to conduct tests, the captain summoned her to the command center, accompanied by Xing and AI Bo. The reconnaissance team reported signs of the poison demon bird's activity in the ancient tree forest, exhibiting erratic behavior influenced by traces left by the Rong Shanlong's movements. The commander promptly addressed those present about the situation, and the revelation of reliable intelligence brought great joy to the group. To facilitate further investigation, they were tasked with establishing a new safe zone, ensuring security for the upcoming hunt of the poison demon bird, and the ecological study of the Rong Shanlong specifics could be discussed with the Resource Management Office. That is all. Dismissed. With the commander's orders echoing, individuals dispersed to attend to their various tasks, while Tang Yu and Xing proceeded to the circulation area to consult with the professionals at the Resource Management Office. The head of this office was an elderly member of the Dragonkin, serving as the technical team leader, alongside a young human female leading the supply team and a young male from the Dragonkin heading the research team. You're here. I've already received the updates from the command center. Now, regarding the camp in the ancient tree forest, I leave it to you. If you happen to find a suitable location for the camp during your exploration, feel free to note it down. Once you have the necessary resources, you can establish a new camp. The supply team's leader warmly welcomed Tang Yu and Xing, enthusiastically explaining matters related to camp construction. Although she typically adhered to a frugal approach in resource allocation, given the evident challenges of the new continent, the outpost was pieced together from the ships and supplies of past expedition teams. However, in terms of establishing camps, she ensured ample resources, understanding the importance of judicious use. Once preparations were complete, Tang Yu and Xing set off again, having gathered commendable resources during their previous mission. Xing donned a bone-crafted shirt and helmet, complemented by lower garments and gauntlets made from the materials of the recently hunted Chai Long. Tang Yu, on the other hand, remained in her original attire, as her formidable divine energy rendered her impervious to the assaults of the dragon beasts. Their weapons, however, had been enhanced using the minerals they collected, providing a modest upgrade. After their customary meal, they mounted their wyverns and departed. This time, the campsite had already undergone preliminary exploration, and its location was approximately determined. The site for the camp was situated on a natural platform formed by the roots of the ancient tree, allowing for easy access to various pathways. It was conveniently positioned near the center of the ancient tree forest, facilitating expedient travel. Now, Tang Yu and Xing's task was to secure the area surrounding the camp's location. Departing once more from the coastal camp, they encountered a fishing master at a large pond during their journey across the expansive plains. After engaging in conversation, they accepted a quest to catch a pink aberration fish. With keen eyes, Tang Yu spotted the pink aberration fish swimming in the pond. As Xing prepared to cast his rod, Tang Yu swiftly equipped the net and, with precision, launched it towards the fish. The modified grappling hook had an astonishing range, capturing not only the pink aberration fish, but also several surrounding fish. Holding the net filled with fish, Tang Yu promptly reported back to the fishing master. Here are the fish you requested. Witnessing Tang Yu's adeptness, Xing quietly stowed his fishing rod, while the fishing master, unfazed, accepted the catch and informed them that they could retrieve their reward from the Resource Management Office. It was evident that he was quite skilled. After this fishing interlude, the duo resumed their journey. Traversing a path formed by tree roots, Tang Yu and Xing arrived at a lush clearing surrounding their target area, with the location itself adjacent to this open space. At that moment, the leader of the investigation team awaited their arrival, greeting them enthusiastically. "Hey, over here. The site for the camp established by our team is just above. Let's go take a look." In response to the leader's suggestion, Xing nodded affirmatively, signaling his agreement. Tang Yu expressed her concurrence as well, and after Xing and the leader adeptly ascended, Tang Yu followed suit with a leap. Fortunately, the leader and Xing had gone up first, missing the spectacle. Upon reaching their destination, the trio observed a visitor rummaging through the soil, who soon unearthed a ceramic jar, cradling it in their hands. Upon noticing the trio's gaze, the startled individual tossed the jar high into the air, where it crashed to the ground before them. Understanding that ensuring the safety of the camp involved dealing with this intruder, the trio recognized that they were facing a troublesome creature, the Sound Yao, which promptly fled the scene. "Thus, the mischievous bird is entrusted to you. I shall notify the management and commence the establishment of the camp." With that, the captain waved farewell to the two and departed. Tang Yu and Xing followed suit, trailing after the mischievous bird. Just when they thought all hope was lost, Tang Yu gleaned the current whereabouts of the mischievous bird from the feedback of the guiding insect. At this moment, the mischievous bird was in dire straits, having been caught by a wandering Man Yalong during its escape. The creature seized the mischievous bird in its jaws and brutally slammed it to the ground, causing its crowned feathers to become disheveled. By the time Tang Yu and Xing arrived, the mischievous bird was being subjected to a devastating slam by the Man Yalong. Upon spotting Tang Yu, the Man Yalong experienced a surge of memory. It recognized the young girl as the one who had once struck it and another creature, sending them both flying across the ancient tree forest. Consequently, it dropped the mischievous bird and fled in a hasty retreat. Tang Yu and Xing, bewildered, took charge of the battered, mischievous bird. After administering a thorough beating, the creature was captured by the Make 1 automatic capture lightning grenade tossed by Tang Yu. Chapter 169. The Poisonous Demon Bird. Tang Yu. Da Ni Ue. What was it you just used? It felt reminiscent of a paralysis trap, yet not entirely so. After completing the task and notifying AI Bo, he arrived at the site where Tang Yu and Xing had concluded their hunt. Naturally witnessing the mischievous bird ensnared by the lightning grenade, Make 1. It is my latest invention, the lightning capture grenade, Make 1. I learned from the scholar by the entrance of our base that capturing these monsters yields more materials and rewards. Thus, I delve into the study of capturing techniques. I found the original capture process to be rather cumbersome. One had to first set a trap, wait for it to be triggered, and then use a tranquilizing jewel for capture. It was excessively tedious. Therefore, I improved the trap, enhancing its mechanism for deploying the capture net. The specialized net, fortified with the conductive essence of lightning insects, is far more effective at inducing paralysis. Additionally, I equipped the trigger with a tranquilizing jewel launcher, allowing for automatic firing of the tranquilizing jewels. When in use, one merely aims at the weakened target, disengages the safety, and throws it, achieving a fully automated capture. Upon the conclusion of Tang Yu's explanation, both Xing and AI Bo were genuinely impressed. After all, many young hunters often found themselves struck by monsters as traps were triggered, thus missing the opportunity to administer tranquilizers. Others had not even managed to press the trap trigger before being swept away by a monster's desperate thrashing. Such a swift and efficient capture method is indeed remarkably useful. What a splendid invention. Tang Yu, could you share the method of its creation with the technical team? This would undoubtedly assist many. AI Bo recognized the utility of this grenade and was keenly interested in whether Tang Yu would be willing to impart the technical knowledge of this invention to the technical team. However, AI Bo's concern was unwarranted. After all, Tang Yu had previously produced an array of advanced technologies in the StarCraft world, most of which had been generously given to the three tribes. Although in the end, the three tribes lost everything. The ownership of this world had long belonged to Tang Yu upon her arrival. Of course, no problem at all. It's merely a trivial gadget. Moreover, if the technical team learns how to create it, they can directly produce the finished product. Collecting materials can be rather monotonous. I would rather hunt a few larger monsters. With Tang Yu's affirmative response, AI Bo joyfully accompanied her and Xing back to the base. Upon returning, he also shared the method for constructing the lightning capture grenade, Make One, with the leader of the technical team. After receiving the recipe, the esteemed members of the technical team felt inspired and agreed that Tang Yu and Xing could each receive a free lightning capture grenade, Make One daily. While Xing did not voice her thoughts, it was evident that she was delighted. After all, who does not appreciate useful tools? Notably, the improved grappling claws and guiding insects Tang Yu had previously developed were already in use by Xing, and they were incomparable. Meanwhile, having successfully captured the mischievous bird, Tang Yu and Xing obtained commendable materials. Xing utilized the materials from the mischievous bird to craft a handpiece and 2 lower garments. Among these, the handpiece was exceptionally beneficial, providing hunters with the special enhancement of transport expert, invaluable for egg-stealing endeavors. Tang Yu also updated her equipment, using the materials from a mischievous bird to derive upgraded weapons. Not only was the appearance enhanced, but the damage output also saw a notable increase. For Xing, the critical factor was the damage, while Tang Yu was more concerned with the aesthetic appeal of the mischievous bird's bug stick. Now, with the equipment complete and the camp established, it was time to advance the investigation of the ancient dragon. However, standing in the way of the investigation team was the tempestuous poison demon bird. Thus, the next task for Tang Yu and Xing was to hunt the poison demon bird. Naturally, now equipped with a lightning capture grenade, Make One, they aimed to capture it whenever possible. After indulging in a delicious meal meticulously prepared by the colossal Dalu cat chef, Tang Yu and Xing mounted their wyverns once more and set off towards the central camp of the ancient tree forest to commence their hunt for the poison demon bird. With a swift leap from the platform of the camp, Tang Yu retrieved the scattered feathers from the investigating team that had previously discovered the poison demon bird. Releasing the guiding insect, she familiarized herself with the scent of the poison demon bird, and the enhanced guiding insect promptly began its tracking. Haha, the guiding insect has found it. Let us hasten forward. Upon witnessing the guiding insect's reaction, Tang Yu shouted excitedly and swiftly pursued it. Xing quickly followed suit, simultaneously utilizing the hardened powder made from hardened seeds collected during previous tasks to bolster their defensive capabilities. Evidently, the choice of camp location was strategic, as the poison demon bird resided at the continent's edge adjacent to the camp, a favored nesting site. Upon their arrival, Tang Yu and Xing spotted the leisurely wandering poison demon bird, its peculiar tail with a jetting port swaying in the air. How dare you flaunt that little tail in my presence? Prepare to be severed. Tang Yu was clearly seeking a pretext to strike at the tail. No sooner had she spoken than she charged forward, positioning herself beneath the poison demon bird's tail, forgive her stature. With a powerful upward slash, she decisively severed the tail. The poison demon bird, initially moving with ease, was suddenly deprived of its tail, and the combination of excruciating pain and overwhelming force sent it crashing to the ground, howling in agony. Following closely, Xing's hunter instincts kicked in, and she executed a precise Aido strike aimed at the bird's head, swiftly building up her spirit blade value before unleashing a rapid dragon slash directed at the down poison demon bird. The unfortunate creature, barely regaining its footing, was knocked off balance by Xing's dragon slash, nearly causing it to topple once more. Enraged, it charged at Xing, yet she anticipated the move, executing a perfect counterstrike with a decisive cut, subsequently launching another dragon slash aimed at its head. At this moment, the poison demon bird found itself truly incapacitated once more. The subsequent battle needs no elaboration. The exceptional skills of Xing, combined with the formidable combat techniques of Tang Yu, resulted in the poison demon bird being thoroughly subdued. This spectacle was witnessed by some hunters passing by on a collection mission, who were understandably taken aback. Ultimately, the weary poison demon bird was captured by Tang Yu with a well-placed capture grenade, paving the way for a significant equipment upgrade. Having successfully dealt with the threat posed by the poison demon bird, it was now time to officially commence the investigation of the Rongshan dragon. Reports indicated traces of the Rongshan dragon had been discovered in the Dezhong wasteland, and the scholars were prepared to embark on their journey. They entrusted the escorting duties to us, and may the guiding light of the Azure Star illuminate your path. Disband. Following the hunt for the poison demon bird, the investigation team successfully retrieved fragments of the Rongshan dragon from its activity zone. The investigation into the Rongshan dragon could now formally commence. Tang Yu and Xing were also assigned to escort the scholars to the Dalu wasteland. Now, we must prepare for the scholars' escort task and set off swiftly. AI Bo displayed considerable enthusiasm for the upcoming task, his excitement palpable. Tang Yu and Xing naturally expressed their agreement. However, first, they needed to visit the forge to collect their custom-made new equipment. After completing the hunt for the poison demon bird, they had acquired new materials. Tang Yu crafted a new insect rod derived from the poison demon bird, now imbued with venom. With their new weapons in hand and supplies replenished, the trio set off from the eastern exit of their base. After traversing a considerable distance, the lush greenery transformed into jagged rocks, signaling their approach to the Dalu wasteland. Upon passing through the outpost established by the investigation team, they fully entered the realm of the Dalu wasteland. Not far from the outpost lay the frontline camp set up by the scholars, who were now readying a cart for transporting the Rongshan dragon traces. AI Bo, noticing this, eagerly stepped forward to assist, while Tang Yu and Xing remained vigilant, prepared for any combat. The environment of the Dalu wasteland starkly contrasted with the ancient tree forest. Most areas were characterized by rugged rocks and low shrubs. Continuing forward, they observed a river flowing from the direction of the ancient tree forest, converging into a lake at its terminus, with abundant water sources creating marshes along the way. The scholars opted for a higher path to effectively avoid the river's reach. At the highest point, they beheld the immense ant mound. The very reason this place was dubbed the Dalu wasteland. Surrounding the great ant mound was a typical desert environment, predominantly featuring drought-resistant flora such as cacti. Wow, look, that must be the great ant mound, truly magnificent. AI Bo, who had been assisting with the cart, seized a moment to admire the scenery of the Dalu wasteland, with the colossal ant mound being the most striking feature. Meanwhile, Tang Yu had readied her capture net, aiming at a golden stag beetle perched on a nearby log. With a swift motion, she successfully captured the sizable golden beetle. After a brief respite, the group prepared to set off once more. Ahead lay an area bordering the ancient tree forest, a veritable oasis amidst the surrounding desert. Just then, a resounding roar echoed through the air. The scholars peered ahead and gasped. It's the female fire dragon. The queen of the earth has appeared. Faced with a creature of the female fire dragon's caliber, even seasoned hunters would find it challenging. The scholars were well aware of this. But with the female fire dragon blocking their path, they could only send one individual to distract it while the others passed through. Tang Yu stepped forward resolutely. I'll handle this. You all go ahead. The scholars, deeply grateful for her bravery, exchanged glances of appreciation. Xing and AI Bo, familiar with Tang Yu's combat prowess and her character after spending considerable time together, reluctantly nodded and assisted the scholars in pushing the cart onward. Fully aware that Tang Yu was merely eager for a fight against the female fire dragon, Tang Yu charged forward with remarkable speed, leaping high into the air. Simultaneously, her meticulously nurtured hunting insect surged forth with incredible speed. As Tang Yu reached the apex of her jump, the insect returned, filling her insect rod with essence mid-air. With her rod now charged, she struck down upon the dragon, whose head had turned due to the insect's attack. The tremendous force momentarily staggered the female fire dragon, shattering several scales on its head and breaking its elegant chin spikes. Utilizing the recoil from her strike, Tang Yu ascended once more, launching her clawed grappling hook to land on the dragon's back, initiating a flurry of strikes. The heavy blows forced the female fire dragon to the ground, and as her chaotic assault concluded, Tang Yu prepared for another heavy strike. Upon landing, she executed a powerful upward thrust, lifting the dragon and following up with a traditional circular combo. The female fire dragon, battered by the series of strikes, staggered and attempted a counterattack. Anticipating this, Tang Yu deftly employed a decoy, positioning herself behind the dragon to deliver a devastating blow that severed its tail, inflicting yet another unbearable wound. Throughout the battle, Tang Yu fluidly dodged and maneuvered, while the female fire dragon bore the brunt of the assault. Huh, is that all you've got? It seems the Queen of the Earth isn't all that formidable. With that, Tang Yu tossed a lightning capture grenade at the barely conscious female fire dragon, securing her capture. Meanwhile, Xing and AI Bo encountered a new foe, the rampaging Tu Sha Long, wreaking havoc across the Yizhong wasteland. Had Xing not been present, this creature might have posed a genuine threat to the scholars. However, with the guild's strongest hunter on site, there was little to fear. Without hesitation, Xing executed a series of swift maneuvers, dispatching the Tu Sha Long with precise strikes that severed its fragile tail and hardened head. Once the Tu Sha Long had been thoroughly incapacitated, Xing tossed a lightning capture grenade to secure it as well. At that moment, Tang Yu approached, bouncing cheerfully from a distance. AI Bo, noticing her, stepped forward to greet her before they proceeded to collect materials from the Rongshan dragon traces. The scholars rejoiced as they gathered around the fragments. Their next task was to wait for the scholars to load the cart and return to base. It was during this time that Tang Yu and Xing encountered a mysterious dragon person hunter. "Who are you?" The newcomer, clearly impressed by Xing's hunting skills, appeared puzzled, suggesting a disconnect with the investigation team's information. "We're the 5th phase team." Xing's response was succinct as ever. The dragon person showed mild surprise at this revelation. Has it already come to this? It seems the investigation into the ancient dragon migration will soon reach a conclusion. I witnessed your hunt. It was truly splendid. The matters at the base shall be entrusted to you. You may freely utilize my former camp. Please extend my regards to everyone. We shall meet again at the conclusion of our investigation. Having said this, he rose to gather his belongings in preparation for departure. Meanwhile, AI Bo and the scholars pushed a cart laden with the fragments of the Rongshan Long back to the camp. Upon arrival, AI Bo hurried over, curious about the dragonkin warriors they brushed past, while the scholars, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. After some inquiries, it was revealed that this particular dragonkin hunter was a member of the first expedition that accompanied the commander to the new continent, often conducting solitary investigations and seasoned in the ways of hunting. Upon returning to the base, the commander convened Tang Yu and Xing, the Trio's recommending group, once more. This time, their accomplishments were nothing short of remarkable, having successfully hunted both the Tusha Long and the female fire dragon, with each claiming one. Furthermore, the recent performance of Tang Yu had eased the commander's reservations, fostering a growing bond with this formidable ally. However, this gathering was for a pressing matter. You two have excelled in the protective duties concerning the scholars. Yet, the reason for summoning you is not solely about the guard work. After you collected the fragments of the Rongshan Long, another scholar ventured into the Great Ant Graveyard for research. Regrettably, one scholar went missing on a return journey. Hence, we hope you can undertake a rescue mission. Faced with such a task, Tang Yu and Xing readily accepted, recognizing the urgency. Tang Yu had no choice but to hand over the materials acquired from the captured female fire dragon directly to the forge, while she and Xing promptly set off to search for the lost scholar after resupplying their resources. However, for Tang Yu, the new equipment would not enhance her capabilities, as the materials from the female fire dragon were intended for Xing to forge a blade derived from it. After all, a poisoned greatsword is certainly more exhilarating than a dagger. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was the rescue mission. As for the new blade, that could wait until their return. To test its prowess would have to wait for the next assignment, which was a shame, as it was the pinnacle of lower-tier weaponry. Arriving once again at the Great Ant Graveyard, the sky had darkened. Fortunately, the guiding insects proved reliable, quickly revealing a clue. Following the trail of these insects, Tang Yu and Xing arrived at a river, flowing downstream to reach a marshy area within the desolation. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The originally green guiding insects transformed into blue, clinging to a large tree nearby, which bore sharp roots. The blue insects only appear in response to high-energy reactions, elevating the seriousness of the situation. The reaction of the guiding insects indicated that matters were far from simple. Aware of this, Xing immediately heightened her vigilance. For blue guiding insects signify the presence of powerful adversaries or ancient dragons. Do not be so anxious. Whatever formidable opponent we encounter, I shall surely manage, Tang Yu declared with confidence. Although she had seldom employed her battle mage techniques in recent skirmishes, she was not incapable. If danger arose, she could activate her divine state and contend with ancient dragons effortlessly. Contemplating this, Xing too found solace and pressed onward, discovering further clues, a notebook abandoned atop a protruding rock. Clearly, the scholar had passed through here. With this definitive marker, the tracking abilities of the guiding insects came to fruition, swiftly leading them towards a distant lake. Witnessing this, Tang Yu and Xing followed suit. Hooray! We have found our target. Let us hasten. They quickened their pace, and, after encountering a bug clinging to a book, Tang Yu launched her grappling claw, swinging through an expansive arc and soaring to the lake's edge, with Xing mirroring her leap. Upon arrival, they spotted the scholar seated beside the corpse of the Tusha Long, its body covered in spikes, on a small island in the lake's center. They hurried over to assist, but the scholar was muttering incessantly, "It is that creature. It must be that creature, not the mudfish Long." Tang Yu paid little heed, and Xing quickly supported the scholar away from the site. Knowing well that this area had been thoroughly explored by the investigation team, it was indeed the territory of the mudfish Long. As anticipated, just as the trio departed, a mudfish Long emerged, dragging away the readily available feast. The situation could have ended here. However, the mudfish Long, evidently greedy, intended to attack the three of them. This would spell trouble. When the mudfish Long lunged at Xing, she adeptly evaded with a leap using her grappling claw, while Tang Yu produced a newly cultivated special item, the soaring insect. She scattered it toward the mudfish Long and promptly mounted it. This soaring insect was a remarkable creation, simplifying the release of certain combat techniques and enabling unique defensive maneuvers. Most importantly, it allowed for a delightful activity, dragon riding. The research behind this success stemmed from Tang Yu's prior experience with a ferocious Canis dragon. After riding it, she set her sights on larger dragons. With the assistance of the Canis dragon, the soaring insect was successfully fashioned by Tang Yu. Now, the mudfish Long found itself manipulated by her, crashing violently against a nearby wall and toppling to the ground. The consequences of such a fallen foe were evident. With a triumphant aerial assault, the mudfish Long could not evade the grasp of the Thunderlight capture grenade. Tragically, it had yet to enjoy its previous meal of the Tusha Long, suffering a double loss. Chapter 172. Full preparedness. The scholar has safely returned. You have performed admirably. Tang Yu, Xing, and AI Bo had just returned to the base when they were summoned to the command center to report on their mission. The scholar, having calmed down, returned to the base, and this mission was deemed successful. The commander offered commendations and then promptly informed the leaders of various departments to convene for a meeting, with Tang Yu and Xing remaining as representatives of the recommending group. Everyone, we have obtained significant leads regarding the investigation of the Rongshan Long. Therefore, after discussion, we have decided to initiate a capture operation. With the commander's declaration, astonishment and excitement rippled through the gathered leaders. Capturing an ancient dragon, and particularly an oversized one, was an extraordinary opportunity. If missed, they would have to wait another decade. However, success could unlock the secrets of ancient dragon migrations. All the leaders expressed their agreement, recognizing the historic significance of such an endeavor. Grandfather, since we have resolved to conduct a capture operation, we must also ensure the safety of the base. Recently, the man-eater dragon has been notably active in the forest, suggested the captain. Upon hearing this, the assembly concurred, acknowledging that the capture and research would require an extended absence, thereby necessitating careful consideration of the base's security. Prolonged absence can indeed ensure the safety of the rear. Otherwise, in the unfortunate event of failure, returning to find one's homeland lost would render all prior efforts futile. Excellent. Then I shall trouble the recommendation team to initiate the hunt for the Manya Loan. Other departments should prepare and allocate resources for the capturing of the Rongshan Loan. That's all. Dismissed. With the commander's decree, each team leader returned to their posts, diligently preparing for the task ahead. Just as Tang Yue and Xing were about to gear up to confront the diminutive Mon Mon, a scholar intercepted the trio. Could the recommendation team come over for a moment? There are matters requiring your assistance. Naturally, the three were eager to ascertain the nature of the request. Upon arrival at the designated location, they discovered the head of the Plant Research Institute waiting for them. "Ah, you have arrived. The reason for summoning you is that there is a special piece of equipment to be crafted here. But the collection of materials has been continuously hindered by the disturbances caused by the Fei Lei Long in the forest. If we acquire this special equipment, it would significantly bolster our efforts in capturing the Rong Shan Long. Therefore, we would appreciate your assistance in dealing with the Fei Lei Long, which also proves beneficial for hunting the Manya Long." Upon hearing the director's request, Tong Yue understood the task at hand, dealing with the Fei Lei Long to obtain new tools. "Absolutely, this sounds intriguing," she replied. Moreover, the Fei Lei Long, being of the thunder affinity, would allow for the crafting of thunder element weaponry. She recalled a family gathering where a daughter bragged incessantly about how all dragon types were weak against thunder, recounting her experience of being relentlessly pursued by her so-called Sunshine Gun 5-hit whip. Xing, intrigued by this so-called special equipment, readily agreed, and the two promptly gathered supplies for their expedition. After consulting with the director of the Ecological Research Institute, they learned that the Fei Lei Long was particularly vulnerable to poison. Thus, Tong Yue and Xing equipped themselves with their poison demon bird insect stick and the female fire dragon greatsword, both known for their toxic capabilities. Once again, they descended upon the ancient tree forest depths, arriving at a camp situated far from the coast and closest to the trees. Aibo gradually landed, prepared to assist Tong Yue and Xing, although this was merely a precaution, as the two had become the apex of combat prowess within the entire investigation team. With the Fei Lei Long scales and feathers previously obtained from an unknown benefactor, the guiding insect immediately began to lead the way. "Charge! By the way, Xing, remember to pluck a few more feathers. I promised that kind-hearted individual 5 in return." Xing, hearing this, could only roll her eyes. The hunter had once encountered the Fei Lei Long, pursued relentlessly, and only narrowly escaped with a single scale feather. Upon learning of this, Tong Yue had sought it out and promised a 5-fold return. However, that scale feather proved quite useful, and soon they arrived at a platform midway up the ancient tree, where they noticed cotton-like scales drifting down from the sky. Tong Yue, seizing the moment, drew her insect stick and launched it skyward. The specially bred hunting insect flew out and automatically began to extract essence. Below, Tong Yue and Xing followed the trajectory of the hunting insect, discovering the Fei Lei Long suspended upside down on a tree branch. In an instant, the hunting insect, propelled by tremendous kinetic energy, managed to extract 3 types of essence from the Fei Lei Long before swiftly returning. The Fei Lei Long, struck by these 3 blows, plummeted to the ground. Instantly, the duo, driven by their instinctual DNA honed through previous hunts, slid beside the Fei Lei Long. One drew her blade, while the other executed a skyward aerial assault. Their relentless barrage of attacks enveloped the Fei Lei Long, while the poison coated on their weapons began to take effect, manifesting as purple spots across its body. Tong Yue, atop the Fei Lei Long, delighted in assaulting its massive tail, while she focused on delivering precise strikes to its head. Before long, the Fei Lei Long's sharp claws, magnificent tail, and all its electric spines, originally poised to unleash a thunderous attack, were thoroughly dismantled by the duo. Alas, the Fei Lei Long, once a master of electricity, had only intended to intimidate the two before it. However, the moment it prepared to unleash its might, a relentless hunting insect interrupted its spellcasting, causing it to lose its grip and fall. Subsequently, the two launched a frenzied assault upon it. Ultimately, with Tong Yue hurling a thunder capture grenade, the Fei Lei Long could finally succumb to peaceful slumber, free from further torment. Upon returning to their base, Tong Yue and Xing retrieved the so-called special equipment from the director of the Plant Research Institute, only to discover 2 cloaks of invisibility. Observing the leaf-pattern garments, Tong Yue's spirits dampened. Nonetheless, the good news was that the Fei Lei Long set proved quite impressive, and Tong Yue joyfully donned her new attire. Chapter 173. Manya Long Xing. Aibo, come take a look. How do I look in this Fei Lei Long set? Quite splendid, isn't it? With her new outfit, Tang Yue could not resist showcasing it to her close companions, Xing and Aibua. In this world, most individuals tended to adopt a similar attire to Tang Yue's, wearing complete sets, not merely for aesthetic appeal or set bonuses, but because most hunters would only achieve a certain level of hunting capability throughout their lives. Consequently, they often crafted equipment based on their maximal hunting targets, reflecting both their limits and the experience garnered from numerous hunts. Meanwhile, Tang Yue's choice was driven purely by aesthetics. As for Xing, a hunter capable of vibrant combinations, she either belonged to the burgeoning ranks of novices or was a formidable expert, with her attire serving merely to enhance her equipment's special attributes. Clearly, Xing fell into the latter category. Truly remarkable. The Fei Lei Long style suits you splendidly, Aibor replied, offering a compliment that delighted Tang Yue. In truth, Tang Yue's figure appeared adorably charming in the Fei Lei Long set, contrasting sharply with oversized garments, which would only seem out of place, referring specifically to the female fire dragon's voluminous skirt, which does not align with my aesthetic. Having successfully hunted the Fei Lei Long and acquired the special attire, it was now time to address the Mon Yalong issue. For the sake of ensuring safety at the rear, the trio made their way to the dining area, where Tang Yue and Aibua focused on the culinary delights. Su noticed a change in today's meal offerings. Look, have you noticed? Tang Yue exclaimed to Aibua. Aibua nodded emphatically, and together they accelerated towards the head chef. Chef, is there something new and delicious today? I could sense it from afar. Tang Yue boldly inquired, diving straight into the matter at hand. The chef, in response to Tang Yue's inquiry, confirmed her suspicions. Indeed, in preparation for the more arduous hunts and the upcoming operation to capture the Rongshan Long, we have revamped the kitchen to provide more sumptuous meals. Hooray! More delectable dishes await. Tang Yu and Ai Bo, upon hearing the news, leaped up in excitement, clapping their hands to express their elation. For these two food enthusiasts, it was the most delightful news they could hope for. Ai Bo, as a third-generation glutton, had every reason to be thrilled, while Tang Yu found her greatest joys in this world through hunting and exquisite cuisine. Star, who had just arrived, also felt a wave of happiness upon hearing the news, for every exceptional hunter is a hearty eater, and superior meals significantly enhance one's hunting prowess. After indulging in a new and more sumptuous cat meal, Tang Yu and Star felt an unprecedented surge of strength. Star remarked on the power of the meal, while Tang Yu extolled its delightful taste. Thus, after relishing this superior cat meal, the recommendation team promptly mounted their flying dragon and set off towards the ancient tree forest. They once again arrived at the internal camp, as the investigation into the man-eater dragon revealed its favored activity in this vicinity. After exploring some footprints, the guiding insect began tracking, leading them in a winding path until they found themselves directly beneath the ancient tree, with the central camp being the closest point. However, this posed no significant issue. After traversing through waterways and tree hollows, they finally laid eyes on the man-eater dragon. Before them stood Chong Wei engaging in a fierce battle. No, wait, it was the man-eater dragon dominating the middle-parted brother. Upon witnessing such a scene, Star concocted a plan. After exchanging a bewildering glance with Tang Yu, she stealthily moved aside to launch two flying fruit. One was aimed at the ground beneath the massive rock, instantly capturing the man-eater dragon's attention as it dropped its middle-parted brother to investigate. In the blink of an eye, Star seized the opportunity to launch the second fruit towards the towering rock, causing it to plummet and stagger the man-eater dragon. The sudden distraction drew the man-eater dragon's ire, which then hurled the middle-parted brother at Star with a furious roar, displaying its formidable might. Upon spotting Tang Yu, the atmosphere fell silent. Before Star could draw her sword to strike, the man-eater dragon, as if facing a nemesis, immediately turned and fled without hesitation. Both Tang Yu and Star were taken aback by this turn of events. Recognizing the man-eater dragon as the one Tang Yu had previously sent flying alongside the fierce jackal dragon upon their arrival at the outpost, Star resigned, sheathed her half-drawn sword, casting a puzzled glance at Tang Yu, who merely shrugged in response, leaving everything unsaid. What a predicament! The man-eater dragon fled at the sight of Tang Yu. How were they to hunt now? Ultimately, with no viable strategy, Tang Yu retrieved 2 garments radiating a brilliant luminescence from her spatial pouch. Star's gaze shifted to Tang Yu in curiosity. This is my specially modified invisibility attire. Upon wearing it, one enters a state of complete invisibility, rendering them undetectable by sight or scent, and even enduring blows or skirmishes without failure. The duration is slightly shorter, but it should suffice for our needs. Star, astonished by Tang Yu's description of such extraordinary equipment, finally snapped back to reality after accepting the attire. Once more, they set off, guided by the insect, quickly locating the man-eater dragon's position. Interestingly, along the way, Tang Yu donned the garment and mounted a passing middle-parted brother, steering it toward the man-eater dragon. Under the powerful effects of the attire, the man-eater dragon failed to detect Tang Yu on the back of the middle-parted brother, mistaking it for an unwitting meal delivery. Just as it prepared to strike, Tang Yu maneuvered the middle-parted brother to evade, then charged forward, knocking the creature to the ground. Star, who had been poised for action, leaped down from a high platform, executing a downward slash that incapacitated the rising man-eater dragon. After a thorough beating, as the effects of Tang Yu's invisibility attire faded, the man-eater dragon ceased to resist, lying still. Tang Yu, elated by this turn of events, produced a high-grade capture ball and tossed it at the now docile man-eater dragon, successfully capturing it without a hint of defiance. Chapter 174. The capture operation of the Rongshan dragon to the astonished gaze of many at the outpost. Tang Yu rode back to the camp atop the newly captured man-eater dragon. Observing the seemingly docile creature beneath Tang Yu, most hunters, who had previously struggled against the man-eater dragon, expressed their profound admiration. Scholars, upon witnessing Tang Yu atop the man-eater dragon, rushed forward to gather around. Although scholars had commissioned hunters for numerous capture missions, this was the first time they had encountered a fully conscious, vibrant man-eater dragon, igniting their research fervor. Oh my, how remarkable! Why is the man-eater dragon so docile and compliant? This warrants thorough investigation. Faced with the scholars' enthusiasm, Tang Yu graciously accepted their interest. However, their research endeavors were ultimately curtailed by the arriving commander-in-chief, as the primary mission at hand remained the capture of the Rongshan dragon. The scholars were to begin their investigations immediately following the capture, leaving no time for other inquiries. With a mix of regret and anticipation, the scholars departed to prepare for the Rongshan dragon capture operation. The safety concerns at the outpost were now resolved, even transforming the man-eater dragon into a defensive asset for the base. It was now time to commence the capture of the Rongshan dragon. Everyone, since all arrangements for the Rongshan dragon capture operation have been finalized, we shall officially commence the operation. Based on our tracking of the Rongshan dragon's routes, we will conduct the capture in the Grand Canyon. The supply team has moved the equipment to the designated location, and the defense line is now fully established. The formal capture operation will begin at dawn tomorrow. We depart now. As the meeting concluded, a multitude of hunters set out toward the front lines of the Grand Canyon capture operation. The Grand Canyon, situated to the north of the ancient tree forest and the Great Ant Mound Wasteland, serves as a massive natural barrier, obstructing the survey team's activities. Only a select few elite personnel could traverse the Grand Canyon to explore further into the new continent. The last significant survey by a large group occurred prior to the arrival of the 5th Phase team, utilizing hot air balloons to transport an entire ship across the Grand Canyon with the 3rd Phase team. However, it seemed that due to the hot air balloons or other reasons, the 3rd Phase team became stranded on the opposite side of the Grand Canyon. Only a handful of elite hunters managed to shuttle between the two locations for communication. The investigation on the other side of the Grand Canyon has been arduous, merely achieving nomenclature. At present, however, the Grand Canyon stands as an ideal location for capturing the Rongshan dragon. 2 massive walls have already been erected within the canyon, and the surrounding cliffs are laden with various supplies. Numerous cannons and crossbows are poised for action. The team has arrived at the camp for final preparations, awaiting the dawn to commence the exhilarating capture operation of the Rongshan dragon. Time swiftly passed, and as the first rays of sunlight broke over the distant coastline, A multitude of blue guiding insects emerged from the hunters' guiding insect cages, gathering in the canyon below. Following a violent tremor, the colossal form of the Rongshan dragon, burdened with a volcano, erupted from the earth, surrounded by swirling waves of scorching heat. The operation has begun. As the commander's resounding order echoed, the combat personnel swiftly took their positions, readying themselves for battle. Numerous hunters, some operating artillery in pairs, while others manned the crossbows single-handedly, engaged in the battlefield, armed with bows and crossbows to hunt down the disruptive Fangulong. Tang Yue and Xing found their own spots, unleashing a relentless barrage against the Rongshan's Hong. Xing, accompanied by Wang Jiang, tirelessly loaded and fired artillery, inflicting substantial damage upon the Rongshan's Hong. The overwhelming artillery fire and crossbow shots repeatedly repelled the Rongshan's Hong, causing it to stumble and significantly slowing its advance. Meanwhile, Tang Yue had disassembled a crossbow, indeed disassembled it, leaving behind a plethora of additional components she had extracted. This idle activity did not go unnoticed by the commander, who approached to inquire about her apparent lack of effort. However, before he could speak, Tang Yue had reassembled the crossbow, transforming it into a formidable weapon. The original bow section had been reinforced with 2 additional sets of bows, greatly enhancing its power, while the loading area had been converted into a chassis filled with intricate components. The commander halted as he witnessed Tang Yue inserting a previously modified chain of crossbow bolts into the side of the chassis. Without hesitation, Tang Yue aimed her upgraded crossbow at the distant Rongshan's Hong and unleashed a furious onslaught. "Ahaha! Taste this!" she exclaimed, her laughter tinged with a hint of madness. The hunters, drawn by her enthusiasm, watched as bolts shot forth in a straight line towards the Rongshan's Hong. The powerful bolts struck the creature, rapidly shattering its relatively fragile carapace and exposing its softer tissues, leading to catastrophic damage from the subsequent barrage. Indeed, Tang Yue had transformed the crossbow into a high-powered Gatling weapon, having already fired off 20 bolts during this brief period, achieving remarkable results that undeniably boosted the hunter's morale. However, capturing the Rongshan's Hong was no simple task. The first line of defense had been obliterated under its formidable armor, allowing it to crush the initial barrier and continue its advance. The reason for the failure to hold the line despite Tang Yue's weaponry was simply due to a shortage of ammunition. The next phase of the battle commenced, with hunters climbing onto the Rongshan's Hong's back to target its thermal vents. Xing and her companions moved towards the tail, intending to dismantle it from the rear, while Tang Yue descended upon its head, having noted the presence of a thermal vent there. Upon reaching the head, Tang Yue was greeted by an ancient voice. "Greetings, great being. Your arrival graces our world. I hope you find joy here." "Who are you?" Tang Yue inquired, intrigued by the voice. "I am merely an old dragon nearing the end of my days, seeking a place of rest. I am genuinely curious. It seems you're aware of my existence." The hunters were diligently wreaking havoc upon the Rongshan's Hong's back, searching for thermal vents, while some idlers were frantically mining. Tang Yue, seated atop the Rongshan's Hong's head, engaged in conversation with it. "I was unaware of your presence, yet your immense power resonates with the very essence of the world, showcasing your extraordinary nature." The Rongshan's Hong's response did not surprise Tang Yue. As a member of its lineage, it possessed absolute dominion over the world. Creatures endowed with great power or profound connections to the world could instinctively sense Tang Yue's unique attributes. Surely, those capable of perceiving your greatness are few. The Rongshan's Hong's words piqued Tang Yue's interest, revealing that many beings in this realm shared a deep connection with the world. Why not those endowed with immense power? Tang Yue pondered, having studied the ecological research on ancient dragons. In this realm, ancient dragons typically wielded formidable strength, often embodying natural phenomena. This indicated a profound bond with the world, perhaps even constituting a part of the natural order. Tang Yue surmised that only those classified as super dangerous veteran dragons by the guild could directly sense her uniqueness. As ancient dragons formed clans, and the veteran dragons represented the strongest among them, possessing a deeper connection with the world. For now, however, the focus remained on the Rongshan's Hong. and Tang Yue was more than willing to engage in a meaningful conversation. What is your choice? Shall you allow them to investigate the reason for your presence here? Or will you depart? Tang Yue was eager to learn of the Rongshan's decision. I have come here to seek a place of rest, and my remains shall nourish the land, giving rise to a new breeding ground. This is the fate of my kind. The efforts of these hunters are in vain, and I sense it approaching. I shall heed my destiny and seek a resting place. We shall part ways here. Before Tang Yue could grasp the implications of the Rongshan's words, a dark figure appeared in the distant sky. It is the Mijinlong. Hunters on the Rongshan's, do all you can to stop the Mijinlong. The commander and others had also noticed the approaching Mijinlong. However, among the hunters on the Rongshan's, most could only engage in mining activities, with only Xing and Tang Yue, who had just leaped down from the Rongshan's head, possessing the capability to confront the Mijinlong. Upon meeting, they exchanged knowing smiles, each understanding the other's intent. Xing executed a slide to close the distance to the Mijinlong, launching an upward slash with her blade aimed at its jaw. Meanwhile, Tang Yue teleported from behind, closing in to deliver a powerful strike to the Mijinlong's tail, severing it with a decisive blow. This moment allowed Xing to seize the opportunity, unleashing a flurry of attacks on the Mijinlong's formidable horns. However, the power of her female fire dragon blade was insufficient to inflict significant damage, while Tang Yue's ability to sever the Mijinlong's tail stemmed from her own immense strength, albeit causing her newly crafted weapon to dull. The Mijinlong, having regained its composure, roared in fury. Just then, the hunting master who had come to support launched an attack on the Mijinlong, skillfully shattering its spikes with agile movements. The Mijinlong endured the assault, trading damage for damage, sending the hunting master flying. The shattered spikes quickly regenerated, revealing the Mijinlong's formidable regenerative abilities. This sight startled Aibua and the commander, while the Mijinlong took advantage of the moment to sweep away the binding dragon guns it had previously launched at the Rongshan's. The Rongshan took the opportunity to create a massive opening and escape, while the Mijinlong, upon witnessing this, showed no inclination to linger in battle, casting a glare at Tang Yue before departing. This scene confirmed Tang Yue's speculation regarding the ancient dragons. With the departure of the Rongshan, the recent capture operation was declared a failure. It was evidently impossible to conduct another operation of such magnitude, as this endeavor had drained the entire stockpile. Ladies and gentlemen, the capture mission of the Rongshan has failed. As for our next course of action, we cannot undertake another operation. We must seek assistance from the guild. This matter shall be entrusted to the captain. The day after the capture operation, the team gathered at the command center for a meeting. The atmosphere noticeably somber due to the recent failure. The commander's orders were promptly acknowledged by the captain, who would determine whether additional strategic resources could be procured. Although the attempt to capture the Rongshan ended in failure, the investigation team reported the discovery of a large fissure along the route taken by the Rongshan, which opened a pathway to a new area. The examination of this passage and the new region would be entrusted to several members of the recommendation team. This is crucial for the continuation of our subsequent investigative efforts. Meeting adjourned. Despite the bleak situation at the base and the scarcity of strategic resources, the investigation must persist. The capture operation, albeit unsuccessful, yielded a new passage for exploration. Tasked with this mission, Tang Yue, Xing, and Aibua hurriedly proceeded to the Grand Canyon. Upon arrival, they encountered many familiar faces, including Sang and his partner from the recommendation team, who were also conducting explorations in the canyon. Like Tang Yue's group, they advanced along a narrow path beside the cliff. Soon, they arrived at a vast fissure, and as they pressed on, they stumbled into a new realm. Towering coral-like platforms stood in abundance, and numerous leaf-like entities floated gracefully in the air. Many ethereal creatures drifted by, evoking the sensation of being submerged in an underwater world. The breathtaking scenery captivated Aibua, who eagerly jumped down to observe the surroundings up close. Tang Yue and Xing followed suit. But before the trio could fully immerse themselves in the beauty, an unexpected intruder appeared. Although they managed to evade the attack, the platform beneath them collapsed, sending them plummeting down. Chapter 176. land coral plateau. When the three regained consciousness, they found themselves in a new stronghold, reminiscent of the Sentient base. Entirely reconstructed from ship hulls and adorned with lavish drapery. Tang Yu was fully aware of the events that transpired after her fainting spell. Given her exceptional physical prowess, even piercing through a series of planets at superluminal speed would pose no challenge for her. The reason she, Aibo, and Xing were brought back to this new stronghold was a tale that began when the platform collapsed, causing them to fall. Despite being super hunters, Xing and Aibo were unable to withstand the effects of gravitational acceleration and promptly lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Tang Yu created an impact crater upon landing, brushed off the nutrient-rich ash from her body, and surveyed the decayed surroundings. At that moment, the Wilderness Master arrived, appearing quite sprightly as she slid down a nearby slope. Upon seeing Tang Yu and the impact crater at her feet, she immediately recognized that Tang Yu was no ordinary individual. After exchanging words, the two learned of the events that had transpired, and the Wilderness Master guided Tang Yu, carrying the unconscious Xing and Aibo to this location. The new stronghold, named the Research Base, was established by members of the third phase team who had previously transformed their ship into a hot air balloon and subsequently stranded themselves after crossing the Grand Canyon. After placing Xing and Aibo in a resting area, Tang Yu lay down between them and promptly fell asleep, while the Wilderness Master informed the leader of the third phase team before continuing her exploration. Returning to the present, Aibo and Xing finally grasped their current circumstances, while Tang Yu remained indifferent to such matters. Thus, the third phase team found themselves trapped in this land coral plateau. Given that most of the team members were scholars with no combat abilities, they requested the trio to explore the land coral plateau for safety assurances. Faced with the leader's request, the three had no reason to decline, as it represented a new map and a fresh adventure. Observing the expressions of Tang Yu and her companions, the leader felt confident in their capability to undertake this task. With that, they bid farewell to the leader of the third phase team. Tang Yu and her companions quickly gathered their supplies, preparing to set forth, as they had no choice but to do so. After all, this area had previously been uncharted, and the available resources barely sufficed for their operations. However, this was not a significant issue. The trio's skills were more than adequate to confront the challenges ahead, especially since Tang Yu had brought along Xiao Man, the name of her formidable manny, long exiting the research base. They arrived at a campsite established by scholars, situated atop a plateau that commanded a high vantage point, with a winding path leading down to facilitate the scholars' daily explorations. Yet, as an experienced hunter, there was no way Tang Yu would take that route. Instead, she leaped directly from the opposite cliff, as the height posed no challenge to a super hunter. It was worth recalling that during their time in the ancient tree forest, Tang Yu and Xing had frequently jumped freely from the highest points of the ancient trees, reaching the ground with remarkable speed. As for the previous incident that left her unconscious, it was merely a matter of external forces. Tang Yu had clearly witnessed it. Indeed, she had landed headfirst. As they leaped down, Tang Yu and Xing found themselves in a lush, dreamlike environment. Graceful hummingbird-like creatures flitted through the foliage, while jellyfish-like beings floated in the air, creating the illusion of being in a brilliantly illuminated underwater realm. Tang Yu's attention was captivated by a creature resembling an eel that emerged from the ground. Its intelligent demeanor, coupled with its upper body swaying in the air, immediately drew her interest. However, before she could delve deeper into the wonders of these extraordinary beings, Xing urged her to explore the map. With a resigned sigh, Tang Yu recognized it was time to get to work. With a swift motion, she produced a pokeball and tossed it, summoning a robust and healthy manny long before them. "Come forth, Xiao Man. Let's explore this place together." With that, Tang Yu mounted Xiao Man's back alongside Xing. Once they were securely seated, Xiao Man let out a mighty roar and began to navigate along the irregularly spacious paths of the land coral plateau. Soon, they arrived at a location resembling a cluster of mushrooms deeply embedded in the ground, where they encountered a new type of creature, visually resembling a bird-like dinosaur. It possessed a petite form and two elongated, eyebrow-like structures on either side of its head. Clearly, this was the species known as the Xinyao. In no time, The Xian Niao showcased its signature move, the battlefield reporter flash. Its eyebrows unfurled into two massive fan-like structures, and after gathering energy, it emitted a brilliant flash of light. Xiaoman was completely dazzled, and the Xing on her back felt equally entranced. As for Tang Yu, she remained unfazed, immune to the extraordinary circumstances, casually playing with the sunlight. However, shortly after, a flashbang was unleashed, prompting the dazzling bird to flee, for the Man Yalong was indeed a formidable beast. After a brief respite, Xiaoman and Xing regained their composure, while the dazzling bird had long since vanished. Now, their primary objective was to explore and confirm their surroundings. Thus, Tang Yu urged Xiaoman to continue onward. As they progressed, they soon arrived at an area adorned with towering coral-like trees. Here, they also encountered a floating dragon reminiscent of a gliding squirrel. Rather than provoking it, they opted to thoroughly investigate the terrain first. After a diligent exploration, they discovered a newly established camp and encountered the very culprit responsible for their earlier fall, the Feng Piaolong. At that moment, the dazzling bird reappeared on Xiaoman's return to the research base, and it was a case of enemies meeting with fierce animosity. Xiaoman charged forward, launching a fireball, and opened her mouth wide to bite down. Observing this, Tang Yu and Xing dismounted from Xiaoman, drew their weapons, and initiated combat. With Xiaoman taking the lead as a tank, the duo focused on delivering powerful strikes, ultimately capturing the dazzling bird after its prideful flashbang was shattered. Chapter 177. Hot Air Balloon. The investigation of the Lu Shanhu Tai Di was successfully completed, and it was now time to venture into the depths of a land, specifically the miasmic valley filled with a suffocating aura of death. However, preparations were necessary to reach this destination, specifically the construction of an enormous hot air balloon to elevate the ships of the Third Phase Guild. Following the completion of the map exploration, the hunters at the base began their investigations on the Lu Shanhu Tai Di. Notably, the uncle who had been pondering outside the forge on how to rectify the destruction of the previous hot air balloon had also arrived at the research base, intending to utilize local materials to enhance a new hot air balloon. Fortunately, shortly after his arrival, the exploring hunters returned with valuable information. Their research indicated that the most suitable material for the new hot air balloon was derived from the floating dragon. This small dragon species could inhale air into its resilient throat, forming a large balloon that allowed it to float gracefully in the sky, an innate hot air balloon. Additionally, as it lived in the Lu Shanhu Tai Di and was not a primary target of top predators, its materials were remarkably durable. Thus, Tang Yu and Xing received a new mission, to hunt the floating dragon. The objective this time was to procure materials from the floating dragon to create the hot air balloon, allowing for direct hunting, although capturing one was also permissible. With the task confirmed, they prepared for departure. Tang Yu and Xing exited the research base once more, arriving at the camp of the Lu Shanhu Tai Di. As usual, the muscular warriors descended from the sky. Tang Yu immediately recognized a red and white sphere, from which a small figure emerged. Indeed, it was the ferocious Zhuang Chailong. Beside her, Xing whistled, summoning a local specialty, the cat lizard dragon. The cat lizard dragon was encountered during their exploratory wanderings on the Lu Shanhu Tai Di, where, after a friendly spar, which could be described as a beating, they visited its camp and received the dual task of hunting reporters. Upon completing this commission, the local catfolk taught them the technique to summon the cat lizard dragon as a mount. Now, both riders mounted their respective dragons and set off towards the densely populated coral forest, having discovered that the floating dragon favored this area for its hunting activities. With a clear target in sight and excellent guiding insects, they swiftly arrived at their destination. As anticipated, the floating dragon was floating in the air, puffing up its cheeks. How should they proceed? Tang Yu gazed at the drifting balloon above, eager to puncture it, while Xing kept a keen eye on the floating dragon. Understanding Tang Yu's unspoken question, Xing exchanged a knowing glance and nodded. Very well, leave it to me. Their unspoken camaraderie was evident, as a mere glance sufficed to convey their intentions. Clearly, both shared the same delight at the prospect of deflating the balloon. With resolve, Tang Yu sprang into action. She stood up, adopting a perfect javelin-throwing posture, aiming her insect controller directly at the floating dragon's inflated gas bag. Timing her throw impeccably, she launched the controller, which soared through the air in a flawless line, piercing the floating dragon's gas bag. The impact sent the floating dragon crashing to the ground. Its inflated gas bag ruptured, rendering it unable to ascend. However, this was no concern. They could bring it back for modification, as it was excellent material for the hot air balloon. In response to the situation, Xing charged forward, wielding his katana and unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the floating dragon's head, which resembled that of a rodent. Meanwhile, Tang Yu had just landed beside her insect controller, retrieving it from the rocky wall and directing her insect to collect essence from the floating dragon. Xing, slow down a bit. I haven't had my turn yet. Observing Xing's relentless onslaught, Tang Yu felt a surge of urgency and leaped into action, utilizing nitrogen acceleration to approach the floating dragon from the air. Just as she was about to reach it, the floating dragon ascended, its large, waffle-like tail swinging directly in front of her. Having developed a keen interest in monster tails during their hunts, Tang Yu seized the opportunity and delivered a decisive blow to the base of the massive tail, employing a powerful technique to ensure she would sever it. The result was gratifying. Tang Yu successfully chopped off the floating dragon's tail, which caused the creature, relying on its tail for acceleration and balance, to plummet to the ground, unable to take flight. Below, Xing attempted to leap onto the floating dragon's back, only to be caught beneath the descending creature. The floating dragon, puzzled by the lack of pain from its fall, found itself grounded. Thankfully, the super hunter was resilient, though the fallen floating dragon had landed squarely upon him. Xing quickly regained his footing after consuming a recovery potion. Meanwhile, the floating dragon had transformed from a soaring creature into a grounded one, wobbling unsteadily without its tail, its balance completely disrupted. In the ensuing battle, Tang Yu and Xing needed only to exert a little more effort to bring the floating dragon down. This is too easy. At this moment, Tang Yu and Xing had successfully captured the floating dragon and were on their way back. With Tang Yu dragging the large tail she had severed, her spirits were exceptionally high. Tang Yu intended to take this tail back for examination, transforming it into a new fly swatter, Mo Dao Shui. After acquiring the floating dragon, Uncle Hot Air Balloon was also filled with joy as he began utilizing the floating dragon to gather materials for his new hot air balloon blueprints. After a period of diligent work, the new hot air balloon was finally completed, and the long-grounded ships of the Sentient once again soared into the sky, preparing to explore the Valley of Miasma. Chapter 178, Valley of Miasma Ding. With the clear chime of the Sentient leader's bell resonating, the research base gradually ascended into the air accompanied by this sound. AI Bo and Tang Yu were both curious about this scene. One was experiencing a flying ship for the first time, and this novelty was exhilarating. The other had only traveled in high-tech vessels, and witnessing a balloon-bound ship for the first time was a delightful surprise. In essence, both AI Bo and Tang Yu appeared quite elated, while Xing displayed a heightened alertness, ever vigilant for unforeseen circumstances. "All right, let us depart," declared the leader of Sentient as he struck the unknown controller in his hand once more, directing the research base to glide towards the miasma-laden valley beneath the Lushan Coral Plateau. As the altitude decreased, the once resplendent underwater scenery vanished, replaced by a landscape reminiscent of an ancient dragon graveyard. The surrounding cliffs were stained with decaying colors, and the air was thick with a gas reminiscent of sulfurous smoke. This was the reason this area was dubbed the Valley of Miasma, as the noxious gas lingered here indefinitely. Wow, this is an entirely different style compared to the Lushan Coral Plateau. It's hard to imagine that such a beautiful place above hides this grim scenery below. AI Bo remarked in awe at the sight before him. Tang Yu, however, was not overly concerned about the scenery here, having encountered far stranger terrains in her interstellar world. Yet, a new ecosystem indicated the presence of new monsters, which was what truly captivated her interest. Look over there, it seems quite suitable for establishing a camp," AI Bo exclaimed as he scanned the area. The Sentient leader also found it a promising spot and nodded, once again tapping the controller to guide the research base closer. Meanwhile, Tang Yu and her companions had reached the landing platform, using the original ship's anchor to secure their descent. As they slowly descended, they discovered a beast dragon devouring a fawn-y dragon on the open ground. What are we going to do? This makes establishing a camp impossible, Tang Yu pondered, realizing the inconvenience of the situation. Nevertheless, this was not a problem. She promptly threw a pokeball, and a massive beast dragon materialized in the clearing. This beast resembled a man-eater dragon, but boasted white skin adorned with stripes of red, yellow, blue, purple, and black. Its previously brown fur had transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, exuding an aura of elegance. The originally bony head armor had morphed into a prominent horn. Indeed, the creature that appeared was her little man, which had undergone energy adjustments over time, granting it the elemental energies of ice, water, thunder, and dragon. With the infusion of these species' energies and Tang Yu's modifications, a new energy transformation cycle had emerged, altering man's appearance. Now, man could switch between 6 distinct forms. The determining factor was the colorful fur. In this vibrant state, man's physical combat abilities were greatly enhanced, along with a high resistance to all attributes. Conversely, when the fur shifted to a single color, man would become immune to the corresponding attribute, while simultaneously inflicting significant damage of that type on its attacks and unleashing an elemental breath attack. Additionally, all of man's forms were immune to all abnormal status effects except for explosive properties. It could be said that man had undergone a complete rebirth. Capable of easily taking on a Miejin Long currently, man's target was the beast dragon before them. Without hesitation, man charged forward, stepping on the tail of the great poison dragon, biting its head and swinging it wildly. How did man change so much? Aibo and Xing, clearly noticing the significant transformation, curiously inquired of Tang Yu, given that this was clearly her doing. Tang Yu had no intention of concealing anything. Of course, I invested considerable effort into adjusting man's energy. Now, man is proficient in all attributes and incredibly powerful. If we encountered that Miejin Long again, I guarantee man could take it down single-handedly, Tang Yu declared proudly, lifting her head high. If man could truly defeat Miejin Long alone, that would indeed be an impressive feat. As the three conversed, man had already captured the nearly unconscious great poison dragon and was gazing up at Tang Yu and her companions. Upon seeing this, the trio leaped down to join man. Tang Yu patted man's legs, and man promptly dropped the great poison dragon onto the ground. Xing, seeing this, swiftly retrieved a thunder capture grenade to secure the great poison dragon, not wanting to waste any opportunity. In response to man's resentful gaze, Tang Yu stored the captured dragon away and began to clear space to establish their camp. With the construction of the camp in the Valley of Miasma completed, they had firmly established a foothold here. Exiting the camp, they could survey the entire Valley of Miasma from a vantage point, noting that the upper layers of the valley seemed to rest upon the skeleton of a colossal ancient dragon, likely the Snake King Dragon. The path leading from the camp to the main thoroughfare was lined with vines, while the fierce beast would, of course, be airdropped. Upon reaching the main road, they discovered a slope leading both downward and upward. Soon, the guiding insect detected some traces. Since they could not decide which path to take, they opted to follow the guiding insect. Ascending further, they arrived at an open area, but before Tang Yu and Xing could thoroughly observe their surroundings, they heard a rumbling sound approaching from the distance, resembling a massive entity rolling forward. The sound quickly grew closer, and the duo finally discerned the source. They beheld a creature enveloped in substantial bony armor, rolling towards them in a tight coil. The intense vibrations caused a large skeletal fragment hanging above to plummet. With quick reflexes, Tang Yu kicked the falling bone fragment swiftly towards the beast dragon, striking it hard and shattering a significant portion of its bony armor. It appeared that the bones were not its own, but rather adhered to it by the dark, tar-like substance covering its body. The approaching creature was none other than the Bone Hammer Dragon. Upon witnessing the fiery explosion erupting from the Bone Hammer Dragon, Tang Yu's interest peaked. She dashed forward, executing a heavenly strike aimed at the dragon's abdomen, then followed up with a meteor shadow strike targeting the side of the Bone Hammer Dragon, causing it to spin violently and shedding its armor at an astonishing rate until it was entirely stripped bare, without the protection of its bony armor. The Bone Hammer Dragon was swiftly dealt with by Xing, who relished the opportunity to finish the job. Chapter 179. Wind Drifting Dragon. Upon returning to the research base, the leader of Sanchi Tuan began to diligently read through the research report compiled by AI Bo. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, who was solely responsible for combat, entertained Wang Jiang with a cat toy, waving it playfully. Xing busied himself maintaining his sword. Before long, the leader of Sanchi Tuan completed his review of the research report and arrived at his conclusions. Setting aside the report in hand, I turn my gaze to the three individuals. I have gathered the specifics of the situation here. It appears that the upper levels of Jiangxi Jigu have yielded no useful information. Although the ecological research on the new continent has its merits, there remains no progress in the investigation of the Rongshan Long. As the leader of the 3rd Brigade side, it was evident that ever since the previous failed operation to capture the Rongshan Long, the leaders of various brigades have been quite invested in the inquiry regarding the ancient dragon's migration. Leader of the 3rd Brigade, I believe we must venture deeper into Jiangxi Jigu. I hope to uncover valuable clues there. According to our prior research, the path from the upper levels to the lower levels has been obstructed, and the only way to reach the lower levels is from the air. Following AI Bo's suggestion, the leader of the 3rd Brigade agreed on the next course of action, to utilize the hot air balloon of the 3rd Brigade and directly descend from the sky into the depths of Jiangxi Jigu to continue the investigation, hoping to acquire useful intelligence. Observing this development, Tang Yu and Xing also recognized that there was work to be done and shifted their focus accordingly. With a shared smile between AI Bo and the leader of the 3rd Brigade, preparations for departure commenced. The leaders skillfully piloted the hot air balloon, ascending once more. They arrived at a vast gorge within the Lushan Ruo Plateau, where a broad expanse of airspace allowed for a direct descent into the heart of Jiangxi Jigu, serving as a transit point to reach the lower levels. At this moment, not only was the hot air balloon from the 3rd Brigade flying in this airspace, but numerous Fangyalong were also soaring and spiraling around them. How spectacular this ecosystem is! AI Bo exclaimed, marveling at the free-flying Fangyalong, earning a subtle smile from the leader of the 3rd Brigade. Tang Yu, too, was quick to draw out a specially designed capture net. She launched it and succeeded. She had captured a Fangyalong that had inadvertently ventured too close. Tonight's feast was assured. Just as AI Bo and Xing attempted to dissuade Tang Yu from attempting to capture another Fangyalong, a sharp, piercing roar echoed closer and closer. Accompanied by a strong gust of wind, the group soon discerned the source of the roar, a dragon with enormous, elegant wings. Its abdomen a creamy white and its back a deep sea blue, was darting about in the air, preying on the surrounding Fangyalong. Clearly, this was its territory. The leader of the 3rd Brigade recognized the approaching dragon. AI Bo and Xing also had a vague impression and realized that this was indeed the very creature that had caused their previous fall and subsequent unconsciousness. What is that? That is the Feng Piao Long, the apex predator of this Lushan Ruo Plateau. It seems we cannot proceed to the lower levels of Jiangxi Jigu without addressing it first. Let's retreat for now. With that, the leader directed the hot air balloon to begin its return to the previous encampment. AI Bo, slightly disappointed, remarked, "Is it not because you, Tang Yu, snatched the Feng Piao Long's prey that it has come here to cause trouble?" Though everyone understood this was said in jest, Tang Yu was determined to respond. No, that cannot be the case. Everything here belongs to me. It was that Feng Piao Long who stole my prey. Once we return, we shall set out immediately, and I will make that thief pay. Intrigued by Tang Yu's declaration, AI Bo and Xing were supportive of her intentions, knowing that the forthcoming task would likely involve dealing with the Feng Piao Long. Upon landing at the research base, Tang Yu hurriedly prepared for departure, prompting AI Bo and Xing to hastily follow suit. Arriving at the window platform, Tang Yu quickly secured a nearby winged dragon for transportation, with the destination being the camp situated beneath the highest platform of the Lushan Ruo Plateau. Upon reaching the camp, Tang Yu immediately emerged from the concealed entrance, producing her pokeball. "Go, Xiao Man. You are the one." With a flash of red light, Xiao Man reappeared on the surface of the Lushan Ruo Plateau. As Xiao Man let out a joyful roar, AI Bo and Xing expertly climbed onto its back, ready for the journey. Once they were settled, Xiao Man set off towards the designated location, the highest platform of the plateau. After traversing a lengthy wall of foul-smelling vines, they finally arrived at this platform. However, an infuriating incident occurred. Just as Tang Yu and Xing reached the unmistakable lair of the Feng Piao Long, the creature flew away right before their eyes. It simply took off. This left Tang Yu seething with anger. She leaped from Xiao Man's back and activated her divine state mid-air. A resplendent garment enveloped her form, radiating an aura of authority and brilliance as her stature transformed from that of a young girl to a striking young woman. The insect-catching rod in her hand magically morphed into an exquisitely ornate spear. Ignoring the astonished Xing behind her, Tang Yu soared towards the departing Feng Piao Long, grasping its tail with a fierce tug, sending it crashing onto the platform below. Huh, you think you can escape after crossing me? Absolutely not. Following the falling Feng Piao Long, she unleashed a dazzling strike. Although she had not activated her special technique this time, the sheer force of her immense magical power enveloped the entire Feng Piao Long. In an instant, its body was riddled with numerous wounds. Its once smooth wings were now marred, and its proud crest was left in shambles. But the assault did not end there. Seeing the Feng Piao Long plummet, Xiao Man rushed forward and sank its teeth into the dragon's long neck, lifting it high before slamming it down once more. When Xing regained her senses, she witnessed Tang Yu, no longer in her divine form, observing the sight of the Feng Piao Long being wrestled by Xiao Man. In the end, unable to bear the sight any longer, she captured the Feng Piao Long, bringing its suffering to a close. Chapter 180. The rabid dog's claws having resolved the Feng Piao Long issue. The path to the lower levels of Zhangqi Zhigu was now unobstructed. After capturing the unfortunate Feng Piao Long, Tang Yu and Xing acquired a plethora of materials from it, which they utilized to upgrade their own equipment. Tang Yu donned a new Feng Piao Long suit that accentuated her elegance, albeit slightly shorter in stature. Xing received a new ice elemental Feng Piao Long-derived katana, leading to a joyful outcome for both. With the principal combatants prepared, it was time to set sail once more towards the lower levels of Zhangqi Zhigu to complete the unfinished investigation. Upon returning to the vast hollow, although Feng Yi Long still drifted around, the troublesome Feng Piao Long was temporarily absent, needing time to reappear after others discovered that their kin had been taken. This time, it has gone quite smoothly, AI Bo remarked, gazing at the now peaceful airspace. This is all thanks to the courageous efforts of our two hunters. The leader of the 3rd Brigade praised Tang Yu and Xing generously. However, the remark stirred memories in Xing, recalling Tang Yu's transformation and the immense power she wielded. As AI Bo engaged in conversation with the leader of the Sanchi Tuan, and Tang Yu and Xing exchanged casual banter, the research base finally traversed the main passageway between the Zhangqi Zhigu Miasma Valley and Lushanhu Tai Coral Plateau. Circumventing the sealed passage of the Miasma Valley, they arrived at the lower tier of the Miasma Valley. In contrast to the upper tier, the environment in the lower tier was significantly harsher. Although the concentration of miasma had diminished, the presence of corrosive pools and more ferocious monsters was no jest. For Tang Yu, however, it was merely a jest. Partners, Tang Yu, wait for me. I want to join. Just after Tang Yu and Xing emerged from their new camp following the Mighty Man Descends mission, they heard AI Bo calling from behind. It seemed that AI Bo, unable to bear solitude, was eager to join their expedition. Naturally, Tang Yu and Xing would not deter her. With the two of them present, they would face little trouble. Ah, look over there. If the traces of the Rongshan Long, magma dragon, my intuition was indeed correct. While Tang Yu was still fishing and mining, AI Bo had already spotted fragments of the Rongshan Long's traces by a pool of acidic liquid. Her exclamation caught the attention of Tang Yu and Xing. Upon closer inspection, they confirmed it was indeed the sign of the Rongshan Long. The trio felt compelled to continue deeper, guided by the lead bug, and soon discovered traces of the Rongshan Long that rivaled those found in the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. AI Bo excitedly approached to explore, but at that moment, an unexpected guest appeared, the Kanjua Long, Fangclaw Dragon. a formidable presence at the ecological apex of the Miasma Valley. With an agile demeanor, the Kanjua Long approached, emitting scalding white smoke from its nostrils. Its claws poised for attack, the second row of sharp claws above its paws unfurled. Faced with such a situation, Xing immediately stepped forward, pulling AI Bo back in an attempt to distance her from danger. Meanwhile, Tangyu drew her insect controller, ready to strike fiercely. However, unbeknownst to them, another presence lurked nearby. A projectile, a specialty of the Miasma Valley, shot down from above, striking the Kanjua Long squarely on the head, momentarily stunning it. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and get away." A voice echoed, revealing an elderly woman clad in light green attire, equipped with a respirator collar, who was firing specialized ammunition from a crossbow at the Kanjua Long. It was the renowned wilderness master. Observing this, Xing nodded and hastily pulled AI Bo away, while AI Bo, in her haste, called out, "Andy, Tangyu, please take care of this." Though Tangyu was not one to babysit, and perhaps did not fully grasp AI Bo's intent, she understood one thing. She was determined to crush the Kanjua Long before her. "Here I come." With those words, Tangyu unleashed her swift hunting insect, which pecked thrice at the Kanjua Long, extracting 3 types of essence. Simultaneously, Tangyu propelled herself toward the creature with her insect controller. As she drew nearer, she coincidentally met the returning insect, and while collecting the essence, she thrust her spear into the Kanjua Long's head. The wilderness master, witnessing the unfolding chaos, descended from the slope to gather ammunition, preparing to provide support to Tangyu. However, after receiving a powerful jab from Tangyu, the Kanjua Long erupted into a frenzy, howling in rage as it began to dart back and forth at high speed. The wilderness master could only rely on her years of experience to predict its movements and shoot, significantly increasing the difficulty of the task. Although Tangyu wielded immense strength, the insect controller was not a weapon suited for rapid strikes, and she soon found herself infuriated by the creature's erratic movements. "You pest! Stop bouncing around." Tangyu anticipated the Kanjua Long's next landing point, and as it vaulted over her head, she swiftly executed a well-timed thrust to its abdomen with her circular staff, followed by a powerful throw that slammed the creature to the ground. Before the Kanjua Long could rise, Tangyu brandished her insect controller and executed a powerful move, creating a circular confinement area with a special insect silk, immobilizing the creature. In an instant, the Kanjua Long transformed from a high-speed target into a stationary one, unable to unleash its devastating attacks. By the time the effects of the special silk wore off and the Kanjua Long regained its mobility, it was already on the brink of collapse. After capturing the Kanjua Long with a thunderbolt net, Xing, who had been escorting AI Bo back to camp, arrived late, only to find the Kanjua Long peacefully asleep in the capture net and the wilderness master still in shock. "Are you all right?" Xing asked, breaking the silence. "Of course we are fine, but you were simply too slow. We have already resolved the situation. I must tell you, if you encounter this vile creature again, just let Wang Jiang set traps all around." Tangyu began to share a wealth of hunting techniques regarding the Kanjua Long with Xing, while the wilderness master smiled warmly at the duo as they returned to camp. Chapter 181, The Apex of the Ecosystem. Due to forgetting to update yesterday and inadvertently overriding the previous chapter, I must add this summary at the beginning. So frustrating. After successfully hunting the Kanjua Long, the trio returned to camp. Following a fruitful exchange of information with the wilderness master, they obtain a lead on the ancient dragon people. After some preparation, they set off for the location of the ancient dragon people as disclosed by the commander, the ancient tree forest. After a strenuous search, they finally located the ancient dragon people, who presented them with an array of cryptic demands. Aibel, translate this for me. Faced with the ancient dragon people's riddle-like responses, Tangyu was disinclined to engage her imaginative intellect, opting instead to delegate the task of comprehension to their charming mascot, AI Bo. Fortunately, AI Bo did not disappoint. She quickly deciphered the meaning behind the ancient dragon people's words. The peak of the forest and the depths of the desert. I understand now. The ancient dragon people wish for us to prove our strength. The peak of the forest likely refers to the fire dragon, while the depths of the desert must pertain to the horned dragon. Indeed, both are apex predators within their respective ecosystems. With AI Bose analysis, the task became clear: to hunt the fire dragon and the horned dragon to demonstrate their prowess, thereby securing information regarding the Rongshan Long from the ancient dragon people. Very reasonable. All right, we understand. Without further ado, there happens to be a fire dragon lurking outside. Let us swiftly deal with it. With that, Tang Yu seized her insect controller, ready to embark. Observing this, Xing strapped on her katana, following suit, while also retrieving 2 bags of powder from her pack to sprinkle over Tang Yu, herself, and Wang Jiang. These were, of course, hardening powder and strength powder. Once the powder had settled, the trio, 2 humans and 1 cat, made their way to the cave they had previously evacuated, promptly entering. They arrived at the former lair of the fire dragon, but it seemed the creature was currently absent, likely out hunting or patrolling its territory. Joe. It seems the little fire dragon is not at home. In that case, let's assist in redecorating. Tang Yue spoke, then retrieved a large bag and began to extract items from it. Beside her, Xing watched as Tang Yue produced an array of extraordinary gadgets. Taking a moment to honor the fire dragon, the items included powerful explosive traps, a binding net launcher, paralysis traps, an atmospheric disruption device, a super penetrating cannon, and a 16-barreled automatic flash bomb launcher. Tang Yue proceeded to strategically set up these devices within the rather confined lair, demonstrating remarkable spatial efficiency by nearly filling the entire area. Shortly after completing her arrangements and unveiling the central control device, wiped away non-existent sweat, just as a resonant sound of wings flapping echoed from afar. It seemed that the main event was about to commence. Xing, prepare yourself. When the fire dragon arrives, I will engage it first, and then you shall strike. If it attempts to resist, I will intervene. Focus on your battle. With a nod from Xing, the fire dragon began its descent from the sky. However, the moment it touched the ground, a series of explosions erupted, engulfing the fire dragon entirely, followed by a robust binding net ensnaring it securely. Concurrently, the automated crossbows and cannons positioned around began to alternate their fire, ensuring comprehensive coverage. The fire dragon, showcasing its might, managed to break free from the net with its powerful wings and ascended to low altitude. Yet, this was precisely what Tang Yue had anticipated. Numerous super-penetrating cannons unleashed their fire, riddling the fire dragon's wings with holes, rendering them ineffective for flight. Simultaneously, the atmospheric disruption device activated, chaotic air currents forcing the fire dragon back to the ground. Now is the time. Go! At Tang's command, Xing, fully prepared, charged forth wielding her blade. A powerful long-range strike landed on the fire dragon, followed by a seamless series of katana attacks that shattered its already weakened scales, leaving it in a pitiful state. Whenever the fire dragon showed signs of resistance, Tang Yue would deploy a flash bomb to incapacitate it further, thus ensuring a continuous assault. Ultimately, Xing succeeded in capturing the creature. With this, the task of the ancient dragon people was half accomplished. The next step involved heading to the Great Ant Mound to confront the horned dragon. To prepare for this encounter, Tang Yue and Xing made thorough preparations. After enhancing her insect control stick, Tang Yue completed her equipment upgrade with specialized sound bombs. Xing upgraded her female fire dragon katana to a fire dragon katana. Additionally, to combat creatures vulnerable to poison, Xing crafted a new female fire dragon katana for unforeseen circumstances. With preparations complete, they set off for the Great Ant Mound. Naturally, a hearty meal was essential before their journey. Sated and refreshed, they arrived at the central camp of the Great Ant Mound, planning to proceed from there. Upon reaching the Great Ant Mound, Tang Yue and Xing witnessed a sand dragon being thrust upwards by a horned dragon, accompanied by flowing sand into the depths below. Without hesitation, Tang Yue and Xing descended rapidly. Among the cascading sands, a horned dragon with massive dual horns emerged, bellowing at Tang Yue and Xing. However, Tang Yue had previously equipped both herself and Xing with specialized earplugs to negate the horned dragon's roar. It was evident that the horned dragon was attempting to intimidate them, but Tang Yue would not relent. She swiftly drew a machine gun-like sound bomb launcher and fired, the powerful sound waves resonating through the air, knocking the horned dragon to the ground. The formidable dual horns, typically efficient sound wave conductors, nearly cost the horned dragon its life this time. As the sound bomb's potency surged, Xing, fully equipped and ready, swung her newly forged katana, severing the horned dragon's tail. The pain caused the horned dragon to cry out, disorienting it. Tang Yue and Xing seized the opportunity, mercilessly assaulting the creature. Whenever the horned dragon showed signs of recovery, Tang Yue unleashed another specialized sound bomb. To maximize the effect of the sound bombs, they deliberately preserved the horned dragon's dual horns, only shattering them when the creature was at its weakest, showcasing their cunning strategy. Chapter 182. The Fate of the Lava Dragon. Those who stand at the pinnacle must understand the secret of the volcanic dragon. This dragon, enchanted by the light of life, escaped from its graveyard, thus becoming lost within the veins of the earth. Now, its demise is imminent, and its fiery vitality has reached its pinnacle. The veins of the earth, as the name implies, are the lifeblood of the planet. Should the dragon perish deep within these veins, it will unleash an overwhelming surge of fiery energy that will course through the earth, erupting in flames from various locations, blackening the sky and scorching the land. This is its secret, the conclusion of this land, the law of nature. After completing the hunt for the horned dragon, Tang Yue and her team were granted qualification and received word from the ancient dragon people at the camp. However, the news was far from favorable. Following the ancient dragon people's briefing, the team promptly returned to their base to report to the command center. Upon learning of the critical news, the commander called for an immediate war council with all present officials. With everyone gathered, the meeting commenced. First, the representative from the recommendation team was asked to convey the received information. Following the commander's directive, Aibwa energetically began to elaborate. We have obtained intelligence regarding the lava dragon's movements from the ancient dragon people. The lava dragon has recently departed from the Miasma Valley, but it has become lost within the veins of the earth. Aibwa shared details concerning the lava dragon's trajectory, yet it was evident that this information, while useful, did not warrant such an extensive assembly, prompting the audience to await further elaboration. The pressing issue, however, was that the lava dragon had entered the final stage of its life cycle. At the moment of its death, the immense energy accumulated within its body would be released. As this revelation was made, the attendees furrowed their brows, each being skilled individuals who quickly grasped the critical implications. The commander astutely recognized the pivotal concern, the location of the lava dragon's potential demise within the veins of the earth. Indeed, the veins of the earth interconnect the entire new continent. If the lava dragon were to perish there and unleash its formidable energy, it could devastate the entire new continent. The commander articulated the direst outcome that everyone had already feared. Thus, we are left with two choices. Either evacuate the new continent and terminate the investigation mission. Either we confront the Rongshan Long head-on, or we devise a strategy. The commander-in-chief promptly outlined two strategic directives, while the assembled crowd fell into contemplation. With the exception of Tang Yue. To depart in such a disheartened manner would truly be unacceptable. Standing nearby, Sang was the first to voice her discontent regarding the prospect of retreat. It had only been a short while since their arrival in the new world for reconnaissance, and returning now would be a significant embarrassment. Indeed, after all these years, an emotional bond had formed with this place. Despite the hardships endured, everything had been accumulated through the collective efforts of the group. Leaving now would be deeply unsatisfactory. This sentiment of reluctance to withdraw resonated with the vast majority present. It seems that the consensus is to remain and fight. The commander-in-chief observed the spirited crowd and smiled knowingly. However, even if we were to triumph over the Rongshan Long in the Gumai corridor, we would still face insurmountable challenges regarding the creature's energy. Just as the group was preparing for a vigorous effort, a representative from the research team doused their enthusiasm with cold water. Everyone, I have an idea. Amidst the collective uncertainty, Bo stepped forward, and the crowd turned their gaze toward her, hoping for a viable plan. Sensing their anticipation, Bo approached the map. her finger resting on a location near the coastline. This position leads to the ocean within the Gomai corridor. We can ambush the Rongshanlong here, compelling it to alter its course towards the sea. Indeed, if it erupts in the ocean, it will not affect the Gomai, someone exclaimed. Moreover, the released energy could give rise to a new ecosystem in the future. This feasible proposal ignited lively discussions among the crowd. Thus, this operation shall be termed the Rongshanlong Induction Operation. Everyone, prepare immediately. The commander-in-chief declared decisively, recognizing this plan as the most promising under present circumstances. However, the leader of the logistics team raised a critical concern. Commander, our supplies were nearly exhausted during the previous operation against the Rongshanlong, and our recent collections are merely a drop in the bucket, barely sufficient to sustain our base's operations. There is no need for concern, the commander replied, directing his gaze towards the elderly figure who had long been seated in the background. That is, the captain. The crowd recognized this symbol of hope. Indeed, it was the captain. His presence indicated that the guild's material support had arrived, allowing them to unleash their full potential. Very well, since everything is in order, let us commence preparations. Our time is limited. The Rongshanlong induction operation is set to begin. Dismissed. With the commander-in-chief's command, everyone promptly returned to their posts, initiating pre-battle preparations, leaving only the recommended Tang Yu and Xing with nothing to do. As for AI Bo, she was of course busy organizing and coordinating information. For the two combatants, not causing disturbances was the greatest assistance they could offer. With nothing pressing to attend to, Xing took Tang Yu to explore the support vessel dispatched by the guild, a ship adorned with an impressive prow. Hey Xing, what is this remarkable prow? Dan Yi Ue Inquit, clearly unfamiliar with the unique design, which featured seams suggesting mechanical expansion and a frame crafted from dragon bones, all indicative of this world's engineering marvels. The dragon-slaying spear. Oh, is that the latest and most powerful super engineering device from the guild's data? The immense, extendable spear capable of directly penetrating formidable armor. Tang Yu was indeed aware of the dragon-slaying spear, having studied it during her recent reading sessions. However, this was the first time she had seen the actual item. Previously, she had contemplated crafting one herself, but lack of materials had thwarted her plans. Now, with the real thing before her, she was overjoyed, determined to be the one to fire it when the time came. Chapter 183. The conclusion of the old chapter Gomai Corridor. Rongshanlong Induction Operation Frontline Camp at this moment. The entire camp was abuzz with activity. Each staff member diligently performed their respective duties, continuously transporting supplies, installing engineering equipment, and moving ammunition. Hunters were meticulously adjusting their gear, sharpening weapons, and preparing for the impending battle. Everyone, this operation determines whether we can continue our activities in this new world. Success is our only option. Amidst the immense pressure and heightened morale, all present exhibited formidable resolve, believing they could successfully complete this operation and persist in their endeavors in this new world. Tatakai, however, in stark contrast to the fervent atmosphere, AI Bo and Xing, the recommended duo, were wandering throughout the camp, searching for Tang Yu, who had mysteriously vanished shortly after their arrival. The sudden disappearance caught them off guard, and as the battle approached, they realized the gravity of the situation, for Tang Yu, who was usually among the first to prepare for departure, had yet to be seen. Where could Tang Yu be at this moment? Continuing along the passage of the Gomai corridor, a colossal figure was slowly making its way towards the camp. It was none other than the target of this operation. The Rongshanlong atop its head sat a petite figure, Tang Yu, who had vanished from the camp. Shortly after arriving at the front line, she sensed the Rongshanlong's thoughts. Driven by curiosity and a desire to show respect before the battle, she had flown to the creature's head, eager to discover what it wished to convey. So, little Rongshanlong, what is it that you wish to express by summoning me here? Tang Yu's voice echoed softly atop the creature's head. Though her words were faint amidst the thunderous footsteps of the Rongshanlong, it still heard her clearly. Little Rongshanlong? How nostalgic that title is. I cannot recall the last time I was addressed as such. The Rongshanlong responded, a tone of joy and nostalgia evident in its voice. However, for someone of your stature, I indeed qualify as little. Do not say that. Your words make me sound ancient. Are you not aware that girls care deeply about their age? Tang Yu feigned annoyance, yet the atmosphere between them remained tranquil. In truth, Tang Yu was unconcerned about age, when considering the sum of all worlds' ages. Even her own essence would not surpass that of her true form. She had inherited the immeasurable ages of her predecessor, an amusing irony. Very well, I shall refrain from further ado. The reason I have summoned you here is to request your agreement to a single matter. The Rongshan Long felt the moment was right to delve into the subject as they approached the battlefield. Go on, I am listening. If it is something I can accept, I shall grant my consent. With Tang Yu's permission, the Rongshan Long began its narrative. I had reached the final moment, journeying from afar to my destined resting place, where I would meet my end and give birth to a new world. However, just as I arrived at my destination, ready to slumber, a more potent will invaded my thoughts, drawing me towards a deeper realm. By the time I reclaimed my intentions, I had already become lost within this intricate geological corridor. However, in this place where land meets sea, I discovered the arrangements made by these small creatures. It seems they wish for me to venture into the ocean. I am but a flickering candle in the wind. Returning to my destined place appears impossible. I shall heed their will and journey towards the sea, where I shall meet my end. The response from Rongshan Long also astonished Tang Yue, as he planned to comply with the hunter's arrangements and end his life in the ocean. Then why have you summoned me? Tang Yue inquired, her confusion evident, to which Rongshan Long provided an answer. Although I shall proceed to the ocean and embrace my conclusion, there exists a powerful new being in the depths. This will be the greatest trial for these small creatures on this continent. Before I depart, I must provide them with a test to ascertain whether they can survive here. If they cannot even pass my trial, it would be better for them to leave sooner. My request is that you refrain from participating in the upcoming battle. I hope you will consent. Listening to Rongshan Long's plea, Tang Yue found herself in a dilemma, for she truly desired to wield the Dragon Buster. Nevertheless, she ultimately acquiesced to Rongshan Long, resolving to thoroughly study the Dragon Buster so that when the next opportunity arose, she could unleash a barrage of shots. Very well, I agree, but in exchange, I wish for you. Tang Yue's request momentarily startled Rongshan Long, but he soon relaxed. After all, he was but a flickering candle in the wind, destined to offer his body in the end. Thus, Rongshan Long concurred. Having received the desired response, Tang Yue and Rongshan Long parted ways. Rongshan Long pressed on, while Tang Yue concealed herself in the air, intending to observe the hunter's actions during this battle. For those who seek salvation must also save others. Meanwhile, on the other side, after searching the entire camp without finding Tang Yue, Xing and Aibo came to a halt, knowing that the battle was about to commence. They were aware of Tang Yue's prowess and felt reassured about her. However, they were concerned about being designated as targets by Tang Yue. With Rongshan Long's entrance, the battle that would determine the hunter's fate in the new world began. The first phase commenced, with two teams of hunters from the recommendation group leading the charge. They advanced boldly towards Rongshan Long's back, aiming to damage his heat dissipation organs and slow his movement. Meanwhile, the defensive fortifications on the rock face began to unleash a relentless barrage of firepower to weaken Rongshan Long's stamina. Drawing from their previous experience during the capture operation, the hunter team swiftly, under Xing and Sang's leadership, destroyed Rongshan Long's heat dissipation organs. As time passed, Mi Jinlong arrived on the battlefield as anticipated, but this time was different. Xing had upgraded her weaponry. The Fire Dragon Greatsword struck Mi Jinlong with such force that it shattered his spiked scales. After a fierce struggle, Mi Jinlong ultimately found himself overwhelmed and retreated from the battlefield. Rongshan Long then approached the defensive barrier. Amidst a continuous barrage of cannon and crossbow fire, Rongshan Long's stamina was relentlessly depleted. This unceasing effort and assault confirmed Rongshan Long's recognition of the hunter's growth. Compared to the last encounter, they had made significant progress. At that moment, the hunters unleashed their ultimate technique, the Dragon Buster, which struck Rongshan Long with tremendous force. This blow compelled Rongshan Long to acknowledge the hunters, and he proceeded contentedly towards the ocean. Chapter 184. A a new investigation begins. As the coral petals in Iboy's hand danced in the wind towards the ocean, the induction battle concerning the fate of the investigation team came to a successful close amidst joyous laughter and cheers. However, while the investigation team concluded their efforts, Tang Yue's journey was just beginning. Rong Shamlong waded through the cool seawater, which temporarily replaced his damaged heat dissipation organs, cooling the volcano on his back. He awaited his demise, anticipating Tang Yue to fulfill their agreement. I have arrived. Accompanied by a voice filled with authority, a figure radiating a solemn golden light appeared above Rong Shamlong. Upon raising his head, Rong Shamlong beheld this figure, whose dignified and sacred stance signified absolute power. Is this your true form? It truly befits your greatness. Rong Shamlong realized who had come. It was Tang Yue, transformed for the solemn occasion. Now, you must fulfill our agreement. You shall become my possession. I will grant you a new form and a new story. As Rong Shamlong sensed impending doom, he had not anticipated that Tang Yue possessed such power, sealing his fate as a lifelong servant. With an intense surge of light, the very essence of the world enveloped Rong Shamlong. Within this dazzling yet gentle radiance, Rong Shamlong's form underwent a profound transformation. His already massive body grew even larger, expanding exponentially. The volcano on his back soared into the clouds. As Rong Shamlong's form expanded, the rocky landscape he bore began to diversify, evolving from a mere basalt shell into mountains, forests, marshes, mangroves, plains, and even snow-capped peaks. The original volcano now stood at the center of this vast continent. Several rivers, formed by the accumulation of seawater in low-lying areas, intertwined across the land. Rong Shamlong's wings, once merely supports for the volcano, were now greatly enlarged, becoming robust and broad enough to carry the entire land upon his back. Simultaneously, through a miraculous power, the creatures inhabiting this land would return the energy they accumulated throughout their lives to Rong Shamlong upon their demise. In turn, Rong Shamlong's energy would foster life on this land. As this cycle continued, the beings above would grow ever stronger. Tang Yue gazed upon her creation with immense satisfaction. Now, her other plan could commence. Your rebirth has arrived. The name Rong Shamlong no longer suits you. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Fang Zholong, the ancient dragon that bears an entire life arc. Upon hearing Tang Yue's proclamation, Rong Shamlong expressed no further grievances. Though he was destined to serve Tang Yue eternally, he had come to understand the abilities he now possessed through his recent evolution. The newly transformed Fang Zholong could freely draw energy from the void to nurture the beings upon his back. And the energy they returned in their roars would enhance his strength and capacity to absorb energy from the void. Through this cycle, he would grow ever stronger. And from this day forth, he would no longer be a harbinger of calamity, but a nurturing mother goddess of all life. Traditionally, ancient dragons did not possess gender. Their orientation was determined by their form and function. Previously, Rong Shamlong, leading volcanic lava, leaned towards the masculine, while now, as a nurturer of all living beings, Fang Zholong clearly embodied a feminine essence. Thank you for your gift. With Fang Zholong's transformation, the voice that emerged shifted from aged and frail to vibrant and maternal. At last, you may now experience the passage of time in this world. Upon my departure from this place, I shall lead you to a new realm, where new arrangements await. Now, go forth and nurture your own people. With Tang Yu's proclamation echoing in the air, the Arc Dragon bore the immense landmass upon its back, drifting towards the distant ocean, gradually vanishing in the twilight glow. The Arc Dragon's form can be likened to the Tian Chuanglong of the Bilibili content creator Douluo, while the terrain on its back resembles that of the Arc Island. In its upright stance, the terrain on its back shifts horizontally in layers, with snow-capped mountains at the summit and volcanoes in the middle. Thanks to the world's power bestowed upon the Arc Dragon, its ecological impact in this stance is directly influenced by this power, rendering it impervious to the shortcomings of natural influences. As Tang Yu watched the Arc Dragon depart, she reverted to her original form and began her flight towards the stronghold. Unbeknownst to her, All that transpired was being keenly observed by a tall figure with golden hair atop a lofty cliff in the distance. These fellows are quite impressive. Witnessing such a magnificent event is truly remarkable. By the time Tang Yu returned to the stronghold, a celebratory feast had already commenced, with everyone indulging in a rare and hearty meal. Ai Bo, in particular, had brought forth a platter of food large enough to conceal herself, devouring it voraciously, living up to her reputation as a Tyrannosaurus Rex cub. When Tang Yu finally located Xing, she found her thoroughly sated, sprawled across the dining table, while Wang Jiang was diligently attempting to drag her back to their quarters. Tang Yu, where have you been? We searched for you throughout the camp. You cannot imagine how arduous this journey has been. Ai Bo, who was in the midst of her second meal, also spotted Tang Yu and immediately began recounting the details of their recent battle. Meanwhile, the commander, who was enjoying a drink at the table, noticed Tang Yu as well. Although her absence during the battle had piqued his concern, he chose to trust his esteemed comrades and did not delve deeper into the matter. After exchanging pleasantries, he returned to his conversation. As the banquet drew to a close, the early hours of the following day approached. This clearly indicated the considerable pressure the stronghold's inhabitants had endured throughout this operation. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. The crisis had been surmounted, and the investigation team was set to embark on a new beginning. Due to Xing's outstanding performance during the battle, the commander had no choice but to allocate the previously unused 5-Dragon Hall as accommodation for Xing's recommended group. This was a particularly special arrangement, as the ship had been skillfully maneuvered to a high cliff during the first Unit S operations. While the issue with the Rongshan Long had been resolved, investigations continued, with the ultimate goal of uncovering the reasons behind the ancient dragon migrations. However, after a period of leisurely living, a new crisis emerged. A potent toxic demon bird had been discovered in the Zhuang wasteland. Chapter 185, Ascendancy. Upon hearing the news of this formidable creature, Tang Yu realized that something significant was afoot. Sure enough, the investigation task regarding the powerful toxic demon bird in the Zhuang wasteland once again fell upon the shoulders of the recommended group. As the primary combatants of the entire stronghold, Tang Yu and her companions had no reason to decline. Following the incident with the Rongshan Long, Tang Yu was filled with joy and enthusiasm, eager to delve into the information regarding the powerful toxic demon bird, anticipating potential breakthroughs that could assist in strengthening Xiaoman. Ai Bo, let us set forth immediately to the Zhuang wasteland. Upon receiving the news, Tang Yu hurried to the dining area, intent on dragging the still feasting Ai Bo along to commence their investigation. Xing trailed behind Tang Yu, wearing an expression of resignation mixed with an eager anticipation. It seems you all can hardly wait to depart. Then let us go. Although we have yet to finish this meal, we can eat at any time. Let us set off, right, Wang Jiang? Ai Bo, observing her eager companions, paused her meal and casually inquired of the nearby Ai Lu Cat Wang Jiang. Even though the opinion of Ai Lu Cat would not bear much weight, with unanimous consent, the group promptly departed, utilizing their pterosaur for transportation, soaring towards the Zhuang wasteland. However, an unforeseen event occurred. The pterosaur carrying Tang Yu and Xing appeared to be spurred by some unseen force, suddenly veering off course and heading straight for a peak in the Zhuang wasteland. Just moments before impact, Tang Yu and Xing leapt from their mounts, landing safely on a relatively flat platform. Are you both all right? What caused the pterosaur to behave so erratically? Ai Bo, witnessing the situation, immediately expressed her concern, relieved to find that they were unharmed. Look, Xing, see what I have discovered. Upon hearing Tang Yu's voice, Xing turned to gaze at the platform, which previously bore no significant resources, now revealed a cluster of white crystalline mineral veins. Upon sighting the mineral deposits, Xing's dormant DNA surged with energy, prompting her to retrieve her pickaxe and begin excavating. As they unearthed the material, they realized it was an armor stone vein. What? An armor stone vein? This is quite alarming news. As Ai Bo filtered the information from Tang Yu and Xing's return journey atop the pterosaur, she recognized the implications. After all, Armor stone veins typically manifest in areas rich in energy, such as the depths of the geomantic corridor, which serves as a conduit for energy transfer between continents. The emergence of an armor stone vein in the Yizhuang wasteland suggests a significant increase in energy levels here, possibly to the extent of fostering such deposits. Compared to minerals, the changes in energy intensity would have a more pronounced effect on the local fauna. It seems that the appearance of the ultra-powerful toxic demon bird is no mere coincidence. After articulating her hypothesis, AI Bo observed that Tang Yu and Xing's spirits were undeniably lifted. After all, this was the recommended group, and their pursuit was to challenge even stronger draconic entities. Alright, let's not dwell on unnecessary concerns. The immediate priority is to address that toxic demon bird. I find such powerful beings quite intriguing. Tang Yu, undeterred by any distractions, successfully redirected the conversation back on track. Now let's set forth. As a creature of the ancient tree forest, the toxic demon bird should prefer environments similar to its original habitat within the Yizhuang wasteland. AI Bo's remark accurately pinpointed the target location for their mission, as it was reasonable to deduce that the toxic demon bird would be active within the forest of the Yizhuang wasteland. Thus, Tang Yu and Xing swiftly mounted their respective medium-sized monsters and headed towards the forest. As anticipated, upon arriving at the forest's entrance, they spotted the toxic demon bird leisurely strolling between the trees. "Look there! It appears our deductions were correct," Tang Yu exclaimed, having located their objective. Without waiting for Xing to react, she promptly withdrew the pokeball containing Xiao Man, releasing her from confinement. Upon emerging, Xiao Man let out an exuberant roar, clearly overjoyed to be free. Soon after, a bewildered Diao Niao appeared before them. As a Mon Yalong, it naturally did not shy away from the confrontation. Harnessing the energy within, it spread its wings and charged at the Duyao Niao. "Oh, come on, Xiaomon," cheered Tang Yue, who was eagerly watching the spectacle unfold. Xing, noticing this, momentarily set aside her thoughts of joining the fray, curious to see whether Tang Yue's Xiaomon or the unique Diao Niao would prevail. During the battle, Xiaomon did not disappoint. It opened its maw wide and lunged for the Duyao Niao's neck. The Duyao Niao, sensing the imminent danger, flapped its wings and executed a backward glide, narrowly evading Xiaomon's crushing bite. Immediately, the feathers around its neck exploded, and with a surge, it unleashed a torrent of venom toward Xiaomon. In response, Xiaomon swiftly retaliated, gathering flames in its mouth and releasing them towards the venom. The two elements collided in midair, resulting in a violent explosion. "Yay! Wow! How thrilling!" Tang Yue's cheers were heard by Xiaomon, invigorating it further. Its mane began to emit a dazzling array of colors, and with the aid of lightning elements, several radiant bolts erupted from Xiaomon's mouth, engulfing the Duyao Niao. The various attributes reacted with one another, leading to a chain of reactions that severely injured the Duyao Niao. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaomon charged forward, sending the Duyao Niao flying, and then swiftly closed in, delivering a series of energy blasts of varying attributes to its head. Ultimately, the battle concluded with Xiaomon's victory, and Xing took the opportunity to capture the creature, as living specimens are undoubtedly more valuable for research than the deceased. Tang Yue, however, faced reprimand from Xing, for the outcome of this encounter held significant implications for the direction of their base's development, necessitating a cautious approach. Consequently, the unique Diao Niao was brought back to the base, but the research findings left many within the base feeling troubled, as the enhancement of such strength would likely become common rather than exceptional, indicating an impending shift in the ecosystem of this new continent. Chapter 186. The Ascendant Mon Yalong and Xiao Mon. The elevation of the ecological niche on the new continent presents a dual-edged sword for the expedition team. The downside is that, over a protracted period of development, the number of hunters within the Hunter Guild capable of defeating ancient dragons remains exceedingly few, with most hunters only reaching the pinnacle of battling lower-tier dragons, such as the Huolong. Although the expedition team consists of elite members, only a handful can thrive in the upper echelon of the ecosystem. With the rise of the ecological niche on the new continent, the majority of hunters will inevitably face increased dangers during their missions. despite the newly established trade routes with the guild alleviating material shortages. Resources remain scarce and cannot be squandered carelessly. On the brighter side, Ascendance implies access to superior materials, boasting qualities far surpassing those of lower-tier resources, whether in terms of weapon sharpness and durability or armor resilience. This presents an excellent opportunity for the elite heavy expedition team to enhance their overall combat capabilities. Moreover, this fifth phase team includes two powerful recommended groups. Even though the recommended groups previously faced challenges due to a lack of resources, now, equipped with potent materials from the upper echelon, they can tackle formidable monsters with greater efficiency, gaining a fighting chance against ancient dragons, whose ecological niches are at least at the upper tier, excluding the Qilin. Hey, look, this is my newly crafted Fei Lei Long set. I captured every Fei Lei Long I could find in that forest to piece together this gear. What do you think? In the dining area, Tong Yue showcased her newly acquired Fei Lei Long set to Aibua. It suits you perfectly, and this one is upper tier, significantly enhancing your defense. Since capturing the upper tier Diao Niao, the ecological niche of the new continent has seen a complete rise. Tong Yue embarked on an extensive hunt in the ancient tree forest, intending to upgrade her Fei Lei Long set. Meanwhile, Xing aimed to forge a Fei Lei Long katana, requesting Tong Yue's assistance in gathering materials, resulting in a significant decrease in the frequency of Fei Lei Long sightings in the forest, likely out of fear. Wow! While Tong Yue was demonstrating the upper-tier Fei Lei Long set, Xing appeared before them in a brand-new upper-tier Sanjua Long set. The Sanjua Long set that Xing wore was acquired after Tong Yue bravely ventured into the Miasma Valley alone, encountering a Sanjua Long that had emerged for hunting. As the small tyrant of the Miasma Valley, the Sanjua Long confronted Tong Yue, resulting in the creation of the upper-tier Sanjua Long set, now adorning Xing. What do you think? Not bad, right? Tong Yue felt a sense of pride at the sight of Xing's new attire, knowing her efforts contributed. Thank you. The Sanjua Long gear is quite suitable for katana use. All right, Tong Yue, partner. The command center has issued a new mission. Aibo's announcement immediately captured the attention of Tong Yue and Xing. Recently, there had been no significant events, and although they ventured out daily to hunt upper-tier dragons, they felt somewhat aimless. Tong Yue had a research proposal for upper-tier evolution, while Xing was simply focused on slaying monsters. Do you remember the strange traces and scales we discovered during our recent explorations? Aibo's words rekindled their memories. Indeed, during their hunts, they had noticed distinct traces and scales unlike any other dragons in various regions, although they bore a high resemblance to those of a female Huolong. It was evident they were not from one. Seeing that the two had recalled the details, Aibo continued. The command center has entrusted us with the investigation of this unidentified female Huolong. Let us strive together, with renewed determination. Tong Yue and Xing prepared to hunt two large dragons that day. However, matters always seemed to converge at once. After receiving the task to investigate the traces of the peculiar female Huolong, intelligence from another expedition team quickly reported the presence of Mon Yelong traces at the same location, the Great Ant Hill Wasteland. Without hesitation, they resolved to set out to address the situation, this time targeting the upper-tier Mon Yelong. If they successfully captured it, Tong Yue was confident that Xiaomon would evolve to the upper tier. Then, let us prepare for departure. Tong Yue expressed her satisfaction with this mission. Wait, I just learned that the head chef has upgraded the kitchen facilities again to ensure our investigation proceeds smoothly, providing even higher quality ingredients to choose from. Aibo's words immediately redirected his attention back to the dining area, where an array of new equipment had been installed and the ingredients suspended from the ceiling had significantly increased. The rich aroma of simmering broth filled the air, while the enormous chunks of meat roasting in the central furnace released an enticing fragrance. After indulging in an exquisite feline feast that surpassed all previous experiences, the trio once again set forth into the Beijing Wangdi. It was perplexing that both peculiar occurrences had manifested in this desolate expanse. Upon arriving at Beijing Wangdi, Tang Yit summoned Shaman and, alongside Xing, mounted the creature's back. making their way toward the surrounding woods. At the entrance of the forest, they encountered a wandering Hmong. History seemed to repeat itself. The last time, it was at Wuyao, and now it was Amon with no change in location. As the higher rank of Hmong confronted Shaman, still pondering the presence of a fellow member of its kind, Shaman unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at the opponent. Despite the diverse attributes and potent energy attacks, the lower-rank Shaman struggled against the superior Hmong. However, they managed to suppress it through overwhelming firepower. Yet this was not a one-on-one battle. Two exceptionally skilled hunters were also present. Chapter Yi by Bashuqi, Ying Huolong, Xiaoman. Now is the time. Utilize Punsu Huoyan. At the apex of the ancient tree forest, a uniquely patterned was engaged in combat with the apex predator of the woods. The two combatants were evenly matched. Upon receiving commands, the Hmong unleashed a continuous stream of flames, targeting the airborne Chengong. This was none other than Tang Yurt, who had recently conducted research on advancing the ecological status of Xiaoman. Eager to test the results of her efforts, she charged directly at the formidable fire dragon. As Xiaoman's flames surged, they formed a fan-shaped inferno that engulfed the sky. Although the Shunlong possessed remarkable flame resistance, the relentless tide of fire forced it to descend, seeking refuge from the scorching onslaught. Once the Shunfeng landed, the tide of battle shifted. The powerful ground combat capabilities of Hong were no laughing matter. As the Sheng Huolong touched down, Xiaoman's back bristles shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, channeling various energy attributes through its newly developed energy circuits, which enhanced its sharp teeth with magical properties. With remarkable agility, Xiaoman lunged for the Sheng's neck. Despite the dragon's anticipation and evasion, it was still grazed by its razor-sharp fangs. The moment the diverse energy attributes made contact, the previously tranquil state erupted into a violent explosion, violently shredding the Sheng's scales. Now, Xiaoman, use Leiguang Touxi. Tang Yurt, commanding from the sidelines, instructed. The obedient Xiaoman complied without hesitation. A powerful surge of thunder coalesced in its mouth, followed by a tempest of lightning that engulfed the severely wounded Chengfeng. The continuous electrical assault paralyzed its body, causing its scales to shatter and peel away. Witnessing the scene, Tang Yit frantically began tossing a handful of air that she had grabbed earlier. Upon returning to the base, she found Xing emerging from the forging room, beaming with joy, brandishing a brand new blue kadal. The unique design of the weapon indicated it was a Vo Xing doll, crafted from the materials of the Galway Feng Pao, showcasing an exquisite appearance befitting an ice-type blade. Xing. Upon seeing Xing, Tang Yit approached to greet her, momentarily rousing Xing from her reverie. Acknowledging Tang Yit with a nod, Xing suddenly realized her Wuxing doll had vanished from her grasp. Upon inspection, she discovered it had somehow found its way into Tang's possession. Though Xing desired her weapon back, Tang Yit merely wished to admire the distinct weapon while also retrieving the Mio Senguchu that she had commissioned in a previous battle. Additionally, she intended to present the captured Golong as a gift to Xing, as it was a material from the Galway Vong that could significantly enhance Xing's fire dragon blade, transforming it into the Feng doll. Alright, let me take a look. By the way, I just caught a Sheng Huo. Would you like it? Tang Yue's casual remark sparked immediate interest in Xing, who eagerly nodded and hurried towards the base's entrance, where Tud had arranged for the Sheng to be transported. Days passed, and the investigation regarding the elusive Golong concluded. With a wealth of data sent to the Ecological Research Institute, under the diligent efforts of the director, they successfully identified the recent sightings at Usheng Tai. With the lead established, all that remained was to hunt. Recommendation Squad, assemble. Tang Ye, Xing, and Aibo's companion Wang Zheng set forth aboard the widely recognized transport, the Yilong. Hooray! The investigation is complete. Let us hasten to the hunt. In recent days, Tang Yue had effectively calibrated Chang'an's combat capabilities, ensuring it could now effortlessly dispatch ordinary Gong. This accomplishment greatly uplifted Tang Yue's spirits. As the group approached, their target sensed their presence and sought to strike first, descending from the skies with overwhelming wind pressure. It's the Ying Huolong. So it was her all along. Everything makes sense now. Partners, Tang Yue, it's up to you. In response to Babo's exclamation, the task was swiftly delegated to Tanyut and Xing. Without hesitation, Xing leaped onto a vine on the cliffside, while Tanyut executed a daring leap, landing atop the Yinglung's head and forcing it to the ground. In that instant, as the Yinglung fell, Xing also leapt down, delivering a powerful strike to the creature's head. This was the modus operandi of the recommendation squad. They prioritized head-on assaults with fierce determination. The Yinglung, accustomed to dominating others, was unprepared for such a direct confrontation. As seasoned hunters, Tanyut and Xing showed no mercy, executing their tactics with precision. A mid-air whirl and a powerful strike with the Dashilung Jin danced upon the Yinglung's form. To prevent any retaliation during their assault, Tanyut called upon Xing, who promptly stomped down on the Yinglung, pinning it to the ground without further ado. The pitiful Yinhuolong could only watch as Tang Yue and Xing engaged in their manipulations, rising and falling, entering and exiting its being. Ultimately, it was helplessly ensnared within a capture grenade that had imprisoned countless dragon eggs. What a delightful experience this has been. Well done, Xiaoman. Now that it is settled, let us return. Amidst the crackling sounds of thunder, the two nefarious individuals returned to their investigation base, concluding the day's hunt. Chapter 188. The Land of Dragon Crystals. Oh, it is indeed a Yinhuolong. Yes. Furthermore, this particular Yinhuolong has developed remarkably well. As the Yinhuolong was transported back to the base, numerous scholars eagerly approached to conduct examinations and research. Even the commander-in-chief and others were drawn in, coming to observe. It was unexpected to encounter a subspecies here on the Lushengguo Plateau. The commander-in-chief gazed at the Yinhuolong before him, his brow furrowed. The situation was far from simple. The conditions for the appearance of a subspecies do not align so easily, as the scholars have stated. The investigation team leader also sensed that there was indeed a problem with the emergence of subspecies on the Lushengguo Plateau, considering that subspecies do not appear without reason. Indeed, and the condition of this subspecies is exceptional. It must have thrived in an environment rich in nutrition to reach such a state. The commander-in-chief concurred. Having spent less time hunting since his appointment and more time studying ecological knowledge, he understood some aspects of subspecies. So, it seems that as long as there is a nutrient-rich environment, it can foster these so-called subspecies. During this time, Tang Yue, who had been busy studying advancements, had not delved into the knowledge of monsters to the level of subspecies. Upon seeing the Yinhuolong, she initially thought it might be a genetic issue akin to albinism, but now it appeared to be more complex. That is roughly the case. However, specific details still require inquiry from scholars. In response to Tang Yue's question, the investigation team leader found himself at a loss. He could outline the basics, but not the intricacies. I may not know the rest, but I do know of a nutrient-rich growth environment. Just then, a resounding voice echoed from the direction of the base's entrance. The group turned to see a golden lion, or rather, a robust man with a mane of luscious golden hair appearing at the doorway. Captain, with the utterance of the investigation team leader, the identity of the newcomer became clear. He was the commander of the investigation team, the leader of the first group dispatched to the New World, renowned for his exceptional skill in navigating the ship between the towering stone pillars. You have finally returned. The commander-in-chief was elated to see the captain's arrival and immediately approached him. I witnessed your performance. The battle with the Rongshamlong was truly spectacular. Naturally, I also saw something extraordinary. I will have much to discuss with the old comrades. Ha! The captain exuded an air of grandeur, but when he mentioned the extraordinary, his tone grew serious, clearly having been taken aback by Tang Yue's transformation of the Rongshamlong, having observed it from a cliff. It was fortunate that by the time he saw it, Tang Yue had already entered her divine state, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. If you saw it, why didn't you come to help? Upon hearing this, the commander-in-chief was displeased that the captain merely stood by during the event and playfully punched him in the chest. What are you saying? I have great faith in you all. With that, he burst into laughter, prompting the commander-in-chief to join in, revealing their deep camaraderie. All right, enough of that. Come and see this. The captain then tossed a large sack from his back onto the ground, and, as it landed, its contents scattered before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. numerous crystals appeared. AI Bo immediately reached for them, and Tang Yue's eyes sparkled at the sight. Wow, such immense energy. Upon contact, the overwhelming energy contained within the crystals was palpable. Where did you find these? The commander-in-chief's expression grew grave. The emergence of such energy-rich artifacts was not favorable for hunters. We found them in the interior of the area where we confronted the super-colossal ancient dragon. They were everywhere there. I have a feeling these are connected to the recent series of changes. The news provided by the captain caused the commander-in-chief's expression to deepen. While only AI Bo, Tang Yue, and Xing felt joy. AI Bo and Xing were excited because this signified a new ecosystem and new prey, while Tang Yue, having sensed the enormous energy within the crystals, began formulating numerous new plans. I intend to investigate there. Is anyone interested? With this declaration from the captain, the previously lively discussion fell abruptly silent. While AI Bo and Xing continued examining the crystals, Tang Yue had already progressed her plans to the third stage. Hey, who is the most spirited among us? The captain directly inquired of the commander-in-chief, knowing that the most spirited individual would likely be the strongest and safest. Upon hearing this, the commander-in-chief tossed the crystal he held towards Xing, jolting him back to reality, momentarily bewildered, while AI Bo quickly grasped the situation. All right, it's settled. You two will gather on site. I will be waiting in that corridor. No tardines. With that, he departed in a flurry, clearly eager to remain active. The others followed suit, offering supportive glances and words of encouragement to Xing before dispersing, leaving behind the still-dazed Xing, the recently reoriented Tang Yue, and the exuberant AI Bo. After AI Bo explained the situation to the two, they quickly became enthusiastic, igniting a fiery determination within them. Without further ado, they prepared for departure, feasting on a hearty meal before setting off. Upon reaching the depths of the geological corridor, they discovered the captain waiting at the mouth of the cave, his golden hair strikingly visible. Ha ha ha! You all arrived quite punctually. Come, follow me. I will show you around. With that, the captain took the lead, and Tang Yue, along with the three others, followed closely behind. Along the way, AI Bo and the captain engaged in light conversation, while Tang Yue began gathering resources from the surroundings. After traversing a narrow passage filled with hard rock, a vast cluster of crystals unfolded before their eyes. Passing through the crystals, they entered a spacious area where towering crystals reached towards the clouds, showcasing the unique topography of this place. Gazing at the colossal crystals, Tang Yue's eyes shimmered with a lustrous gleam, reflecting her greedy desire. Chapter 189. The Crystal Chaos. Onward, everyone. There are traces of the Mijanlong here. Just as AI Bo and the others continued to marvel at the grandeur of the crystal land, the captain delivered another shocking revelation. During the two encounters with the Rongshan Long, the appearance of the disruptive ancient dragon and the presence of the Miejin Long in this locale is indeed a fortuitous capture. In that case, my companions, let us embark on a quest to trace the whereabouts of the Miejin Long. Perhaps we might uncover its location. Abwa, too, exhibited palpable excitement upon hearing news of the Miejin Long, though the reason eluded him. However, given the lingering resentment from their previous skirmishes, Xing would naturally not decline such an opportunity. Yet, by the time the two made their decision, they discovered that Tang Yue had mysteriously vanished. Where has Tang Yue gone? If it is that red-haired girl, she is likely set off while you were conversing. You both must keep up. The Grand Commander provided an answer to Ibwa's query, and immediately after, he forcefully hurled his grappling claw, commandeering a passing wyvern for his own endeavors. Observing the departing Grand Commander and the now desolate campsite, Ibwa and Xing were enveloped in an indescribable sentiment. Ultimately, with no other recourse, Xing commenced his investigation alone. As Ibwa was a non-combatant and could not afford to engage in every encounter, given the unpredictability of events. What then was Tang Yue engaged in at that moment? Progressing along the path of dragon crystals, they arrived at a passage riddled with chasms, continuing upward until they encountered a cliff face. Below this precipice lay a vast expanse, the opposite end of which was overgrown with countless crystals, saturating the entire area. At that moment, Tang Yue stood before these crystals, frantically wielding a pickaxe in her relentless pursuit of gathering. Beside her, Xiaoman diligently followed Tang Yue's orders, incessantly gnawing at the crystals, absorbing the immense energy that surged into her being. The wall of crystals was being steadily devoured. Meanwhile, Xing had ventured onto the racing track, encountering the frenzied, racing Tiaolong. As a speedster, upon sighting Xing, it immediately initiated a furious chase, propelling Xing downward. "Hey, Xiaoman, did you hear something behind us?" While mining, Tang Yue seemed to catch the distant sound of rolling wheels, though it quickly diminished, leaving her puzzled as to its nature. Xiaoman halted her feeding, wearing a look of confusion. "Well, how foolish of me to anticipate your response." With that, Tang Yue resumed her mining efforts. On the other hand, Xing, having been pursued into the lower expanse by the Tiaolong, unleashed his fury, executing a decisive strike that sent the racing beast crashing to a halt, concluding with a powerful blow to its head. This act thoroughly enraged the Tiaolong, yet under Xing's graceful maneuver, it inflicted no harm upon him. While in tandem with Tang Yue, the feeble creatures had merely lain defeated. Such battles were opportunities only available to Xing when hunting alone. Nevertheless, the prowess of a seasoned hunter does not diminish. Xing's skills remain sharp. Following his final strike, the racing Tiaolong was rendered incapacitated, bound, and awaiting transport. With the racing Tiaolong dispatched, Xing intended to continue his exploration along the path. Advancing further, he entered a space suffused with lava, where he encountered a lava dragon, a creature dwelling within the molten depths. Additionally, on the rock face, he discovered new spikes of the Miejin Long. Just as he resolved to cripple the lava dragon and transport it back, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, emanating from the crystalline expanse. Returning to Tang Yue, it was indeed from this very location that the mighty roar had originated. What was the cause? It turned out that while Xing battled the Tiaolong, Tang Yue and Xiaoman had breached the crystal wall before them. What lay before them was a brand new passage. Fearless, Tang Yue advanced along the route, collecting every visible crystal along the way. As she ventured deeper into the passage, she discovered a slumbering ancient dragon, its body adorned with black spines, nestled in its lair. Tang Yue immediately recognized it as the Miejin Long, previously encountered during the battle with the Rongshan Long. Curiosity piqued regarding the Miejin Long's regeneration abilities. She noted that aside from the Rongshan Long, her only experience with ancient dragons had been with the embarrassing lower-tier Qilin. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Yue drew forth her insect rod and struck at the Miejin Long's tail. What followed was a resounding roar, the very sound Xing had heard in the lava region. The Miejin Long, rudely awakened from its slumber, ascended in fury, prepared to retaliate against Tang Yue. However, as it leapt, Xiaoman unleashed a powerful dragon element energy blast, striking it down. Having unleashed an unprecedented amount of energy, Xiaoman felt a wave of relief, having consumed so many high-energy crystals. The Miejin Long, however, suffered greatly. The energy blast obliterated all of its black spines, sending the creature crashing to the ground. Observing the scene, Tang Yue did not rush to deliver the final blow, but instead squatted beside the Miejin Long, watching as its spines rapidly regenerated before her eyes, their color deepening. How fascinating! Such formidable regenerative abilities. She mused. Indeed, without such prowess, this Miejin Long, known for its meddling, would not survive long. As Tang Yue pondered, the Miejin Long completed its recovery, preparing to teach the intruder a lesson. When Xing arrived, drawn by the commotion, he beheld the ancient dragon, its smooth body under assault from Tang Yue, with the newly sprouted spikes being shattered instantaneously. On that day, the Miejin Long surely wished it did not possess such extraordinary regenerative capabilities. When Tang Yue returned to the outpost, dragging a defeated Miejin Long, she astonished everyone present. This was an exceedingly rare case of capturing an ancient dragon, after all, for not all hunters in the outpost could contend with a creature that symbolizes calamity. Chapter 190. B-25 Bomber and Lufa. Ever since Tang Yue brought back the Miejin Long, the scholars at the outpost buzzed with excitement, fervently surrounding the creature for research day and night. Even scholars from the research base arrived at the news. Now, these scholars were densely packed around the Miejin Long, which remained surprisingly docile, lying still like a well-behaved child. Only occasionally, when some audacious scholars dared to pluck a spine, did it instinctively roar in response. The Miejin Long's unusual compliance was not due to Tang Yue's watchful eye. Had that been the case, she would have opted to simply contain it for her own enjoyment, prioritizing her own comfort rather than playing the role of a bodyguard. Unlike those who would traverse a restroom for a second-tier attack gem, the current docility of Miejin Long can be attributed to Tang Yu, who has produced the long-unseen Weili and placed it directly beside Miejin Long's head. Since the moment Tang Yu reclaimed the power of the Zero Realm, Weili's status has risen significantly, making it feasible to suppress a mere Miejin Long. At this moment, Tang Yu is dining in the higher dining area, savoring cat food, while AI Bo, seated beside her, observes the scholars and the Miejin Long below. Of course, there is no issue. You must have faith in Weili. It has accompanied me for many years, Tang Yu expresses, her eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia as she reminisces about her adventures in Douluo, Dalu, the stir she caused in the starry realms, and the cherished friends she made in the Terra world. However, it is now leisure time, and one must enjoy it to the fullest. All right. By the way, it seems the scholars outside have made some new discoveries. Shall we go and investigate? Upon hearing Tang Yu's confident reply, AI Bo felt reassured, harboring an inexplicable trust in her. The conversation then shifted to recent investigative leads. I am indeed interested. I just completed the enhancement for Xiao Man. It is the perfect opportunity to test it out. Tang Yu exclaimed. By the way, where is Xing? Why hasn't Tishi appeared? During this period, Tang Yu has not merely been idling. She has diligently researched the crystals of the Dragon Crystal Land and achieved significant progress, applying her findings to enhance Xiao Man's combat prowess substantially. Oh, you mean her? Recently, she learned of a special arena from the Forge and has gone there to hone her skills, AI Bo replied. Just then, a weary figure appeared from a distance, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than Xing herself. Hey Xing, you're back. How was that special arena? Was it interesting? Upon seeing Xing, Tang Yu recognized her return from the arena, intrigued by the place herself. It was quite exhilarating, filled with intense battles. Xing replied succinctly, yet her expression conveyed clarity, having faced every monster she had captured in a relentless series of fights. However, this indeed piqued Tang Yu's interest. Well, now that you're back, let's take a moment to rest before we engage in the scholar special tasks. AI Bo suggested, leading Xing to freshen up. The following day, the trio regrouped and boarded a wyvern, heading towards the ancient tree forest. Ah, you all have arrived. Excellent. We have discovered some unusual traces in the ancient tree forest that require your investigation. By the way, where is that partner of yours? Upon reaching the camp, they encountered the scholars who had issued the quest. However, their inquiry prompted the two to glance around, realizing that AI Bo, who had been preparing at the camp, was now missing. With no other choice, they began their search. Fortunately, with the assistance of the enhanced guiding insect, the task proved to be trivial. They quickly found AI Bo's footprints and followed them deep into the forest, arriving at a clearing outside the camp. There, they spotted AI Bo gathering mushrooms. As soon as she noticed them, she waved in greeting. However, at that moment of distraction, a herbivorous dragon stretched its head into the basket where AI Bo stored her ingredients. AI Bo, sensing the intrusion, hurried to intervene. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurred as Tang Yu and the others witnessed a mid-part brother suddenly leap forth, biting the herbivorous dragon. AI Bo was knocked off balance by the herbivorous dragon's reaction and landed atop the mid-part brother. This incident could have ended there, yet, lurking in the nearby trees, a massive beast dragon emerged, unmistakably the fearsome Tyrannosaurus, a destroyer of the food chain. AI Bo was swept onto the back of the Tyrannosaurus due to the commotion caused by the mid-part brother. As they prepared to confront the Tyrannosaurus and rescue AI Bo, a shadow loomed beneath them. Looking up, they beheld the ecological enforcer, the explosive scale dragon. In a remarkable twist, the Tyrannosaurus had just dispatched the mid-part brother, only to be bombarded by a barrage of explosive scales from above. Fortunately, it was a side attack, allowing AI Bo to narrowly escape. Seizing the opportunity while the Tyrannosaurus was momentarily incapacitated, she rushed to join Tang Yu and the others. Upon witnessing AI Bo's safe arrival, Tang Yu retrieved 4 small stools and placed them on the ground. AI Bo, upon realizing this, joined Tang Yu and Xing, sitting on the stools to observe the chaotic battle between the two disruptive creatures. The Tyrannosaurus swiftly grabbed the explosive scale dragon by the neck and slammed it to the ground. In an instant, the explosive scales on the explosive scale dragon detonated, enveloping both dragons in a series of explosions, severely injuring the explosive scale dragon, while the Tyrannosaurus was left dazed. The first to recover was the explosive scale dragon, which whipped its tail, unleashing a torrent of explosive scales that struck the Tyrannosaurus, resulting in a violent explosion. Angered by the assault, the Tyrannosaurus opened its scales, gathering a massive amount of dragon attribute energy, unleashing a powerful breath attack directed at the explosive scale dragon. The explosive scale dragon found itself overwhelmed by the surge of dragon energy and, sensing the impending defeat, ascended into the sky, retaliating with its own bombardment. The Tyrannosaurus relentlessly countered with dragon breath. Tang Yu and her companions watched in sheer delight, but then, as if the two dragons had reached an understanding, they charged toward Tang Yu and her group, stirring up trouble. In response, Tang Yu threw an object into the air, which transformed into a colossal figure. At the moment of its emergence, a brilliant white light engulfed both the Tyrannosaurus and the explosive scale dragon, neutralizing their threat. Observing this, Xing skillfully deployed a capture grenade. Chapter 191, The Ancient Dragon Battle. Recommended Group, you have finally returned. The command center urgently needs you for a matter, so I must rely on you. A frantic hunter exclaimed upon encountering Tang Yu and her companions as they returned to their base. Seeing Tang Yu and the others, the hunter immediately expressed his excitement and relayed the message. Since it was a matter concerning the command center, Tang Yu and her companions could not decline, promptly making their way toward the nearby command center, where they observed the leaders of various departments already gathered. Since the representatives of the recommended group have arrived, let us commence the meeting, the commander-in-chief announced, signaling the start of the session. It appeared that the earlier hunter bore significant responsibility, as his timely encounter with Tang Yu's group spared him the risk of searching for them. Today, I have summoned you all here for a crucial matter. Ever since Miss Tang, you captured Miejin Long and brought it back to the base. The investigation teams have frequently reported sightings of ancient dragons in various locations. The commander-in-chief wasted no time, diving directly into the subject, which was indeed of monumental importance. What? Ancient dragons are being spotted frequently across various locations? Could it signify a mass migration of ancient dragons? The leader of the logistics team exclaimed in astonishment. Wait, it is also plausible that ancient dragons, which may have been dormant due to the activities of Miejin Long, are now stirring since its capture has removed the suppression it imposed, another voice chimed in. According to the description provided by the director of the Ecological Research Institute, the Miejin Long is indeed a predator of the ancient dragons. In contrast, the investigation team leader offered a different hypothesis, one that aligns more closely with the current situation. Thus, is it my issue then? Suddenly, Tang Yu felt as if the problem lay with her. No, it is not only not your fault, but we must also express our gratitude to you, Miss Tang Yu. If it were not for your capture of the Miejin Long, the ancient dragons of this new continent would not have become so active. Although this may heighten the dangers of our mission, as long as we remain vigilant, we should encounter no issues. On the contrary, with the ancient dragons' increased activity, we have a greater opportunity to uncover the true purpose behind their migration. Upon learning that the Rongshan Long was lured away from its resting place, we suspected that the matter was not simple. If there exists a multitude of ancient dragons on this new continent, it supports our hypothesis. The dilemma lies in the fact that if the ancient dragons were to remain peacefully asleep, their formidable vitality might prevent us from completing our investigation even until our demise. However, with the ancient dragons now active, any movement will yield clues, and with clues, we have a chance to conclude our investigation. Therefore, we all owe you our thanks." After the commander-in-chief's explanation, Tang Yu shyly scratched her head. Although she had captured the Miejin Long merely by chance while mining, the outcome was ultimately favorable. Now that the ancient dragons have begun to stir, it is imperative to conduct thorough investigations and ensure the safety of our base. We will now arrange the tasks. This investigation will be divided into 3 areas. The ancient tree forest will be monitored by 1 investigation team. The Great Ant Mound Wasteland will be led by a master swordsman, and the investigation of the Miasma Valley will be overseen by the research base, with hunters assigned to investigate the 3 regions and report back to their respective leaders. Once sufficient clues have been gathered, they will be consolidated by the Ecological Research Institute. Dismissed. With the Commander-in-Chief's organized arrangements, the ancient dragon investigation officially commenced. Tang Yu and Xing approached the investigation team leader and the master swordsman to accept their tasks, then hurried to the research base to begin their assignments. Upon meeting the team leader of the 3rd phase, who appeared troubled by the task at hand, Tang Yu and Xing set off without delay to scour the Miasma Valley, eliminating every threat from the upper-layer Bone Hammer Dragon to the mid-layer Terror Dragon and the lower-layer Scornclaw Dragon. They then began an exhaustive search throughout the Miasma Valley. In the upper layer, they successfully discovered some seemingly decayed flesh, which, intriguingly, attracted the attention of the guiding insects, manifesting a blue response upon encountering a high-energy target. This revelation immediately led Tang Yu and Xing to realize they had stumbled upon traces of the ancient dragons. They promptly instructed the guiding insects to commence their work, following their lead downward. Soon, they arrived at the valley's base, where acid pools were abundant. Ultimately, under the guidance of the insects, they were obstructed by a wall composed of unique biological tissues from the Miasma Valley. This ignited Tang Yu's temper. Nothing can stand in my way," she declared. Tang Yu swiftly stepped back, gathering energy in her insect-controlling stick, and hurled it towards the center of the wall. Upon contact, it embedded itself firmly, and energy erupted, spreading radiant patterns across the wall. Then, with a mighty leap, Tang Yu delivered a powerful kick to the exposed insect-controlling stick, transferring her strength and shattering the wall into fragments along the energy's patterns. The path was now clear, and Tang Yu retrieved the nearby insect-controlling stick, leading the way onward. Xing and Wang Jiang followed suit. "Let me see what lies ahead," exclaimed Tang Yu. To their astonishment, the innermost part of the Miasma Valley revealed a mountain of corpses. Before them loomed a towering mound of countless bodies, with several local poison-stunned dragons feasting atop, surrounded by dense miasma. Just as Tang Yu and her companions prepared to delve deeper, a transformation occurred. The miasma coiling around the poison-stunned dragons suddenly altered, and strands of energy were drawn from their bodies, causing them to collapse lifelessly. Simultaneously, wisps of miasma converged, forming streams that flowed towards the center of the corpse mound. "How formulaic. Clearly, a great boss is making its entrance," Tang Yu remarked. As the mound of corpses rose, a tall silhouette gradually emerged, its tattered wings resembling decayed matter unfurling, and its head covered in a grotesque tissue. 2 glaring orbs, resembling eyes, were positioned on either side of its head. Its body was draped in remnants of corpses, enveloped in thick miasma. This was indeed the source of the miasma in the valley, the ancient dragon known as the Corpse Shroud Dragon. Chapter 192. Ancient Dragon Battle 2 Roar. I knew there had to be a big fellow here, just as I suspected. "Come on, Xing. Let the hunt begin. It's you, Xiaoman." Tang Yu had evidently anticipated the appearance of the Corpse Shroud Dragon. In a scenario that screamed boss battle, it would have been a waste not to have a formidable foe present. As someone who had once served as the main dog planner, Tang Yu understood this all too well. With her jubilant exclamation, Xing prepared for battle, while Tang Yu released Xiaoman from her pokeball. As the red light faded, Xiaoman appeared before them, showcasing a new form. In the land of dragon crystals, Tang Yu had gathered an abundance of high-purity crystals. Xiaoman had already revealed this new form in previous battles, demonstrating its immense power. Xiaoman appeared largely unchanged, save for the crystals adorning its shoulders and back. which wrapped around its arms and spread out like mini gliding wings. Furthermore, fragments of crystals appeared at its tail and claws, signifying the fruits of Tang Yu's enhancements. Without hesitation, Xiaoman charged at the corpse shroud dragon. Perhaps due to the corpse shroud dragon's inherent nature as an ancient dragon, or perhaps due to the time spent with Tang Yu, Xiaoman showed no signs of intimidation. It lunged at the dragon's head, biting down fiercely. The corpse shroud dragon, however, was not one to take such an attack lightly. As the miasma swirled around it, a violent eruption ensued, sending Xiaoman flying with a force so potent that it also affected Tang Yu and Xing, who were preparing to attack its tail. Xing fared better, having experienced being thrown and flung numerous times. However, Tang Yu had never encountered such treatment, especially not for miasma. This activated her battle mode. Gripping her insect-controlling stick, she executed a sweeping attack towards the corpse shroud dragon, the tremendous force lifting the massive creature before crashing it down heavily. Noticing this, Xiaoman seized the opportunity to bite the dragon's neck, drawing forth streams of energy from the corpse shroud dragon into its maw. Meanwhile, Xing, naturally positioned behind the dragon, delivered a powerful strike to its slender tail, severing the adorable appendage with a decisive blow. On the other hand, Tang Yu unleashed a series of meteor flash strikes directly onto the head of the Shitolong, akin to a torrential storm of jabs relentlessly striking its cranium, causing the two luminous orbs resembling eyes to shatter under her assault. The fragments of the corpse draped over its head were completely obliterated as well. This barrage sent the Shitolong into a frenzied state, and with a powerful thrust, it flung off Xing, who had crawled onto its back, along with Tang Yu, who had intended to deliver another round of strikes, and the energy-absorbing Xiaoman. However, it was already too late. Xiaoman, activate combat mode. With Tang Yu's command, Xiaoman, having absorbed the energy from the Shitolong, underwent a transformation. Crystalline structures began to grow, morphing into a blade forged from crystal. Its robust hind limb joints were reinforced with protective crystals, and most importantly, the originally short forelimbs, under the fervent growth of the crystals, evolved into a pair of formidable crystalline arms with sharp claws. Transformed, Xiaoman delivered a resounding slap to the Shitolong's head, inflicting considerable psychological damage. Following this, Xiaoman charged forward, causing the Shitolong to stagger, then seized its wings with her crystalline arms, pressing down with great force, her jaws snapping towards its neck once more. Simultaneously, Tang Yu leaped onto Xiaoman's lower tail and, with a powerful push, launched herself like a catapult, soaring above the Shitolong's back. There, she executed a dazzling pressure maneuver, performing a dramatic 90-degree aerial turn, and with immense force, struck the Shitolong's back, breaking its limbs and forcing it to collapse onto the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Xing began to frantically strike at various spots on the Shitolong's body where rare materials might be located, hoping to harvest valuable resources for crafting new equipment. Completely immobilized, the Shitolong was subjected to the whims of Tang Yu and her companions, ultimately succumbing and becoming their material. Wow, look what I found. As the two gathered resources, Tang Yu's exclamation drew Xing's attention. Glancing over, she saw Tang Yu holding aloft a brilliant orb, the precious gem of the Shitolong, a super rare material for crafting equipment. Just as Xing was marveling at Tang Yu's good fortune, she was suddenly caught off guard by Tang Yu's call, instinctively reaching out as something flew toward her. Realizing the gem had landed in her hands. Take it. It's of no use to me. Indeed, Tang Yu cared little for the effectiveness of the equipment she crafted, focusing solely on aesthetics, making such rare materials even more precious to Xing. Having completed their resource gathering, the group returned contentedly to the research base. Hey, we're back. With Tang Yu's greeting, the personnel at the research base turned to her. As Tang Yu's group ascended to report their mission to the leader of the third phase team, they noticed the wilderness master nearby. Ah, it's a basin. You're here too. Aibwa eagerly approached the wilderness master. It's you all. Are you investigating the ancient dragons? I previously discovered a new area deep in the Miasma Valley, which may harbor traces of ancient dragons. I returned to see if anyone would investigate it. Would you like to go? The wilderness master briefly explained her reason for being there and presented a task to Tang Yu's group. Upon hearing this, Aibo emitted a hesitant sound. What's wrong? Is there an issue? You all are usually so proactive. The wilderness master found their behavior peculiar. It seems there is some reason. Could you explain? Inquired the leader of the third phase team. The area you mentioned has already been explored, and there was indeed an ancient dragon there, which was just dealt with, Aibo explained. A moment of silence followed, then laughter erupted. Isn't that even better? Chapter 193, Ancient Dragon Battle 3. Although the wilderness master felt somewhat disheartened by the demise of the Shittalong, she refrained from elaborating further, as everyone present shared a similar disposition. After advising Tang Yu and her companions, she shouldered her backpack and set off once more. Well then, this matter is concluded. I have received the results of the investigation into the ancient dragon in the Miasma Valley, so please return to the starbase to report. The leader of the third phase team confirmed the completion of the mission, prompting Tang Yu and her group to pack their belongings and head back to the starbase. As their work there was finished, investigating the ancient tree forest and the great ant mound would be more convenient starting from the starbase. Let us go then. Goodbye. After bidding farewell to the personnel at the research base, Tang Yu and her companions took to the skies once more on their wyverns, heading towards the starbase. Upon returning, Aibo proceeded to the Ecological Research Institute to report on the Shittalong, while Tang Yu returned to her cottage to rest. As for Xing, she hurried to the forge and, after some discussion, crafted a set of armor from the Shittalong's materials that could continuously restore the wearer, truly a life-saving artifact. With the command center expressing admiration for the efficiency of the investigative team, Tang Yu and her group set off again, this time toward the ancient tree forest. The ancient tree forest was now far more perilous than when they first arrived in the New World. The fearsome Tyrannosaurus Rex, the World Police explosive scale dragon, and the subtypes of the fire dragon, the cherry fire dragon and the azure fire dragon, frequently roamed the forest seeking prey. However, it must be noted that the ancient tree forest's ancient dragons seem to possess superior mobility, leaving only traces of their activity, while their true forms remain elusive, leading Tang Yu to contemplate a strategy similar to that which had failed against the pitiful Shittalong. Unfortunately, the director of the Ecological Research Institute was not to be trifled with. Utilizing the traces collected from the ancient tree forest, the specific breed of the ancient dragon was identified as the steel dragon. Its location was pinpointed to be within the dragon crystal land, specifically in the upper regions according to the steel dragon's habits. Upon receiving this information, Tang Yu, well-rested, and Xing, donned in her new gear, prepared to set off immediately. The dragon crystal land, although previously ravaged by Tang Yu, still brimmed with abundant crystals. Following the guidance of the director of the Ecological Research Institute, the group ascended to the upper platform. Soon, a powerful whirlwind began to coalesce in the sky, lifting surrounding scattered crystals into the air. After a forceful impact, those crystals rained down towards Tang Yu and her companions. Amidst the winds, the silhouette of their target, the steel dragon, emerged. Seeing their mission objective appear, Xing leaped forward with a clawed strike, initiating the battle, while Tang Yu began rummaging through her pockets for supplies. In order to confront this steel dragon, Tang Yu had meticulously prepared. As these young ancient dragons were oblivious to her true identity, their fate was already sealed. They would become her playthings. Tang Yu boldly retrieved a mechanical device with a 3-meter radius from her 10-centimeter pocket. The machine was predominantly cylindrical, topped with a colossal magnet-like apparatus in alternating red and blue. Without hesitation, she activated it. Beside her, Xing had just engaged in an aerial skirmish with the steel dragon, ultimately being dislodged as the steel dragon endured a series of 5 consecutive aerial slashes from Xing. Just as they were poised to commence a second round, Tang Yu had already initiated her new toy below. With a powerful suction emanating from the device, the steel dragon was uncontrollably drawn downward toward the machine. A resounding bang echoed as the steel dragon was ensnared, and after a desperate struggle, it realized it could not resist. It was immobilized in a position with its back facing down. Now, the steel dragon lay helplessly with its limbs flailing in the air. its wings rendered motionless by the influence of Tang Yu's apparatus, suspended without any means to regain its footing. Ha ha ha! Xing, look, I have succeeded. The sealing device I created specifically for the steel dragon has worked. Amidst the cheers and Xing's bewildered expression, the steel dragon appeared despondent, resembling a lamb led to slaughter. Devoid of the majestic presence expected of a renowned ancient dragon like Feng Xianglong. What now? Xing questioned, uncertain of Tang Yu's intentions. However, Tang Yu's response was simply one of confusion. I initially aimed to merely toy with the steel dragon, perhaps create something akin to a magnet. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? I didn't consider the subsequent implications at all. This behavior was indeed characteristic of Tang Yu, spontaneous and impulsive, yet capable of producing results in a short time, leading to actions that lacked follow-through. Oh, what remarkable feat have you all accomplished? A robust, hearty voice resonated from afar. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it was the Grand Commander. It's Jin Shizi. Tang Yu unabashedly acknowledged the Grand Commander's presence. Indeed, some do refer to me as such in private. However, what you have here is even more astonishing, he remarked, casting his gaze upon the now despondent steel dragon, which had finally succumbed to resignation after numerous attempts to resist. Oh, this was a spur-of-the-moment creation, and now I find myself utterly at a loss regarding what to do next. Tang Yu displayed no signs of reflection on her actions. This presented a dilemma. Although she had managed to capture an ancient dragon, the inherent dangers of entrusting such a creature to scholars could not be overlooked. The Grand Commander had recently learned of Tang Yu's capture of the extinction dragon, which had profoundly surprised him, as such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Thus, what should be done? Chapter 194. The Battle of Ancient Dragons. I'm finally back. This journey has utterly exhausted me. Upon returning to the base, Tang Yu stretched widely, reflecting on the twists and turns of her recent mission. You brought this upon yourself, managing to ensnare the steel dragon and causing such an extensive mobilization of resources. AI Bo interjected, critiquing Tang Yu's actions. Ultimately, the steel dragon, captured in such an unconventional manner by Tang Yu, was relocated to a temporary research site in the Grand Canyon with AI Bo's assistance, who had returned with reinforcements after learning about the situation. Meanwhile, the extinction dragon, previously brought back by Tang Yu, had been released, leaving with a lingering gaze, as if unsure whether the entire affair was a jest. Fortunately, the scholars had completed their research on it, significantly advancing the study of ancient dragons, which had garnered praise from the guild. With the steel dragon's task completed, the only ancient dragon left to investigate was the one lurking in the Great Ant Graveyard. As Tang Yu and her team, assisted by the larger contingent, transported the steel dragon, another team led by Sang had completed their investigation of the Great Ant Graveyard under the Ecological Research Institute, identifying the target as the Yin Wang Long. Since Tang Yu's group was still engaged with the steel dragon, the command post dispatched Sang's team to proceed directly with the hunt. You're back. Just in time. Another team has encountered trouble. Please, lend in your support. Shortly after Tang Yu's group returned to the base, they were summoned by the commander. The directive was clear. They were to provide assistance. Given Sang's capabilities, handling a single ancient dragon should not pose a problem. Thus, the need for backup indicated an unforeseen circumstance. Understood. We shall depart immediately. AI Bo promptly affirmed, recognizing the urgency of the support mission. Let us hurry. We must move swiftly. I Bo urged, as he noticed Tang Yu lost in thought and began to drag her along with Xing towards the Great Ant Graveyard. Upon arrival at the support site, they swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. In the desert of the Great Ant Graveyard, a fierce battle was underway between two towering figures, one red and one blue, revealing themselves as the Yin Wang Long and Yin Fei Long. It was no wonder assistance was required. While Sang could potentially handle the Yin Wang Long alone, the presence of its official mate, the Yin Fei Long, rendered the situation perilous. Without hesitation, Tang Yu and Xing advanced to support. Utilizing the terrain, they executed a sliding maneuver beneath the two dragons, delivering a powerful strike to their vulnerable underbellies. Meanwhile, Sang, who had been maneuvering amid the chaos, noticed their arrival. Oh, you finally made it. We were on the brink of disaster, he exclaimed, his voice filled with energy, though his labored breathing betrayed his exhaustion from the prolonged combat. "Rest easy. With our arrival, the battle is over," Tang Yu replied, seizing the opportunity to strike the incoming Yin Wanglong's head, sending it crashing aside. The crown, already damaged by Sang, shattered under the force. The Yin Fei Long, too, found no reprieve, as Xing adeptly countered all of its assaults with precise techniques, combining them with the outdated toy he had recently acquired from Tang Yu to unleash a series of Sakura-like energy slashes, inflicting substantial damage and rendering both dragons disheveled. After Tang Yu sent the Yin Wang Long flying, she swiftly drew the blade of her Chao Chong gun forward, pulling it back to summon a dazzling magic formation that enveloped her. The Chao Chong gun transformed into the tip of a colossal spear, which Tang Yu then struck heavily against the Yin Wang Long's kidneys. This blow caused the Yin Wang Long to roll a complete 720 degrees before collapsing onto the ground, overwhelmed by an intense sense of weakness. Surely, Tang Yu had rendered the Yin Wang Long's kidneys incapacitated, jeopardizing its future. Meanwhile, with the help of the recovering Sang, Xing and Sang efficiently subdued the Yin Fei Long, forcing it to retreat steadily. Just then, a shadow approached from a distance. As the shadow landed, they recognized it as the Miejin Long. Upon its arrival, the Miejin Long spotted Tang Yu, who was dragging the Yin Wang Long's tail and smashing it against the ground, alongside the trio relentlessly attacking the Yin Fei Long. Upon noticing the three, Tang Yu and her companions also turned their gazes toward the Miejin Long. The Miejin Long immediately stood upright, tapped its fingers together twice, and waved its hand, taking off into the air in a hurried escape. "That was the Miejin Long, wasn't it?" Tang Yu inquired as she continued to strike the Yin Wang Long, glancing toward Xing and Sang. "It seems so," Sang replied, perplexed as he had never witnessed such a spectacle. But what was its purpose? Was it merely a greeting? Tang Yu remained puzzled and decided to cast aside her thoughts, casually discarding the now-defeated Yin Wang Long onto the ground, preparing to harvest materials. Xing and Sang, having concluded their battle, also began to collect materials from the Yin Fei Long, dismissing the recent encounter with the Miejin Long. Upon returning to the base, the group observed their surroundings, ensuring that no peculiar items were brought back, feeling a mix of disappointment and surprise as the two teams completed their tasks. However, it was evident that the investigation into the ancient dragons was far from over. Just as Tang Yu and her companions prepared to depart, two figures emerged from outside the base. One was the renowned captain known as the Golden Lion, and beside him stood the Dragon Man hunter they had encountered in the Great Ant Graveyard. You have returned. What discoveries have you made?" The commander-in-chief inquired eagerly, recognizing the two as familiar allies. Indeed, they had returned with significant findings. The Dragon Man hunter presented a crystal to the commander. This energy concentration, the moment the commander held the crystal, he sensed the issue. The energy strength was astonishingly high. Chapter 195. The Ancient Dragon Battle V. Where was such a concentration found? The current situation pinpointed the cause of the ancient dragon incident. Deep within the realm of dragon crystals, at the heart of a massive crystal, lay the convergence of energy for the entire new continent, which I shall refer to as the Convergence Zone. The Dragon Man hunter promptly divulged everything he knew. "Haha, it seems the final battle is upon us. Are you prepared?" The captain responded enthusiastically, addressing Tang Yu and her party. In the entire base, aside from the aging members of the first team in their youth, it seemed only the recommended group, who had been ruthlessly battling ancient dragons, could stand against such formidable entities. You must consider this carefully. This opponent is on an entirely different level. Having absorbed such vast energy from a new continent, it will undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. In contrast to the captain's exuberance, the Dragon Man hunter expressed deep concern, for even the dispersed energy in that area was sufficient to spawn numerous high-quality subspecies. Let's set off to prepare. If you have made your decision, come forth. Tardiness is not permitted. With that, the captain and the Dragon Man hunter departed, heading towards the Convergence Zone, leaving behind a serious commander and a somewhat dazed Tang Yu and her companions. What are your thoughts? The commander ultimately placed the choice in the hands of Xing and Tang Yu. However, the only consideration should be what weapons or armor to prepare. Is there any need for deliberation, Commander? We came to this new continent precisely for this moment. AI Bo, clearly aware of Tang Yu and Xing's personalities, readily accepted the task. Excellent. I entrust this to you. Prioritize your safety. The base will meet all your needs. Receiving the commander's affirmation, he felt a slight relief, knowing this would be the best opportunity to complete the investigation. All clues and the ancient dragon's anomalies pointed toward the convergence zone, where whatever awaited would hold the ultimate answers. Accepting the mission, Tang Yu and her companions hastened to the forge. While Tang Yu was adequately prepared, Xing's strength relied heavily on his equipment. Although he possessed Tang Yu's exceptional items, the equipment remained crucial. This time, Xing presented a katana crafted from the materials of the Miejin Law, a dragon that preys upon ancient dragons, ensuring the weapon possessed formidable dragon-sealing capabilities, which would be invaluable against such a powerful ancient dragon. After a series of preparations, they set out once more, this time targeting the depths of the dragon crystal realm, specifically the enormous crystal Tang Yu had long coveted. Following an underground river, they arrived at a concealed entrance, where a platform had been established as a makeshift camp. The captain and the Dragonman hunter awaited them there. I knew you would come. Quite prompt, I must say. The captain approached, clapping both Tang Yu and Xing on the shoulder in admiration. Are you truly prepared? This venture is exceedingly perilous. The Dragonman hunter reiterated the gravity of their undertaking. Of course, let us commence the battle. The Dragonman hunter, seeing their resolve, ceased further discussion as he ushered them onto a small boat, heading into the depths of the crystal. At first, the waterway was narrow, surrounded by protruding crystals. However, after advancing for a while, they entered a vast chamber. Here, they beheld a colossal cocoon suspended above, with countless streams of energy converging toward its center. It appears this creature is the cause of the ancient dragon migration and the recent anomalies. The captain concluded. Tang Yu and Xing observed the situation intently. It seems our target this time is this unborn creature. Upon hearing this, the group momentarily fell silent, but upon reflection, it made sense. It was indeed a baby yet to be hatched. Without delay, let us restrain it before it is born, the Dragonman hunter suggested. However, just as the others prepared to respond, the cocoon above began to stir, its energy flowing rapidly, and it began to pulsate. Oh, it is about to hatch. As the words left their lips, the cocoon burst open, revealing an enormous ancient dragon, nearly translucent and radiating a haunting violet energy before them. The immense presence of a single entity is equivalent to that of 8 ordinary Gulong. Is this the baby dragon? The Longrinza hunter was still marveling at the baby's size when the Grand Captain dragged him away, as it should be noted that just moments prior, the baby dragon unleashed a myriad of lasers upon its surroundings. As the Grand Captain and the Longrinza hunter retreated, Tang Yu and Xing positioned themselves between the two. This is now entrusted to you. With that, the Grand Captain swiftly departed. Well then, let us commence. Go forth, Xiaoman. Unleash your full power. Upon uttering these words, Tang Yu excitedly released Xiaoman, who was specifically modified for this land of dragon crystals. It could be said that this was now Xiaoman's domain. Once summoned, Xiaoman rapidly absorbed vast amounts of energy from the vicinity, causing the crystals on its body to grow wildly. A blade emerged from its tail, its arms expanded, and massive crystalline wings sprouted from its back, enveloping its entire form in armor composed of crystals, reminiscent of the ice-cursed dragon's icy armor. Tang Yu and Xing joined the fray. Albeit due to the baby's colossal size, they could only aim for its legs. It is well known that large foes are susceptible to leg attacks. Meanwhile, Xiaoman coordinated their assault, continuously unleashing beams of white light. As the baby had just been born, its bodily structure was semi-transparent, brimming with internal energy, yet exceedingly fragile. Typically, after a period of targeting one of its legs, Tang Yu and Xing could disrupt the internal energy, causing the young dragon to lose balance and collapse to the ground. At this moment, Xing would execute a swift air blade strike aimed at the luminous organs on the head of the Mingdonglong. After engaging for some time, Tang Yu began to observe from a distance, noting the aesthetic appeal of the ancient dragon before her, contemplating the possibility of taming it. As per tradition, to tame a creature, one must first lower its health. Thus, Tang Yu transformed, prompting Xing to halt her actions, as she had learned from Tang Yu that this time she was serious. Indeed, upon Tang Yu's transformation, she unleashed a comprehensive assault on the baby dragon. And just as the energy in the heart of the Mingding Glong was on the verge of extinguishing, Tang Yu hurled a Master Ball. Chapter 196. The ancient dragon battle concludes. Yes, I have captured it, regardless of what dragon it may be. With a triumphant sound, the Master Ball ceased its movement. Tang Yu rushed forward, raising it high, declaring her capture. If I'm not mistaken, what you hold is the previously mentioned Master Ball, right? Xing observed Tang Yu's Master Ball, her expression reflecting a state of existential doubt. Previously, Tang Yu had introduced them to the concept of Pokeballs, and although due to the world's rules, Xing and the others could not utilize them, they were aware of the effects of various Pokeballs. Naturally, they understood that the Master Ball in Tang Yu's possession was reputed to guarantee capture. Thus, the arduous battle they had fought raised questions in Xing's mind. Indeed, Tang Yu answered without hesitation, further unsettling Xing. What was originally an exhilarating and protracted battle had been entirely disrupted by Tang Yu. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Yu began directing Xiao Man to consume the crystals in the area while she retrieved a pickaxe to mine. Witnessing this scene, Xing found herself at a loss for words and could only produce her portable barbecue set to begin grilling meat. After a while, the Grand Captain, riding on a wyvern, returned with Sang and others to the rendezvous point, intending to rescue the presumably exhausted Tang Yu and her companions. However, what unfolded before them was quite the spectacle. On the platform where the Mingding Glong had been born, Tang Yu was simultaneously grilling meat with one hand while holding a perfectly cooked skewer in the other, surrounded by a pile of bone remnants. The entire area had expanded significantly since their departure, with a mountain of crystals now erected in the center. Not far from the wall, Tang Yu was fervently mining with an SCV, while Xiao Man continued to gnaw at the crystals. It seems we need not intervene. The Grand Captain, observing this scene, felt no embarrassment but rather relief, recognizing the formidable combat prowess of these two hunters. Oh, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, I would have struggled to transport these resources. The newly captured baby possesses immense potential, and these are all high-quality resources that I can surely cultivate to become unparalleled. Noticing the newcomers, Tang Yu promptly approached to request assistance with the cargo. Capture the baby? The group latched onto the critical point in Tang Yu's statement. It is indeed the ancient dragon from here, and it has now been captured, much like Xiao Man, Tang Yu remarked, patting Xiao Man, who tilted its head in confusion. The members of the Xiao Man base were quite familiar with it, having witnessed its transformation under Tang Yu's guidance. The thought of the new ancient dragon's colossal size, coupled with Tang Yu's extraordinary nurturing abilities, filled them with anticipation for the future. Let us return to base first. Moreover, since you have completed the capture, it would be appreciated if you could allow the scholars to investigate this newly discovered ancient dragon. The individuals present were reasonable and kind-hearted, harboring no ill intentions towards Tang Yu. However, the Mingding Glong was of utmost importance to the investigation team as decades-long efforts and ultimate objectives. Thus, the research was necessary. Of course, that is not an issue at all. Ultimately, under the resentful gazes of the hunters summoned to transport the crystals, Tang Yu and Xing followed the Grand Captain back to the base. Upon returning, they reported to the command center. Upon learning of Tang Yu's successful capture of the new ancient dragon, initial astonishment gave way to acceptance as they reflected on her recent endeavors. The scholars, upon discovering that Tang Yu had indeed captured a new ancient dragon, eagerly expressed their desire to conduct research. After some coordination, due to the size constraints of the Mingding Glong, the research location was designated to the more accommodating Grand Canyon. At the moment Tang Yu released the Mingding Glong from the Master Ball, its enormous form, semi-transparent body, and overwhelming energy caused the scholars' blood pressure to surge. A month later, all personnel at the base gathered at the command center, where the commander was to announce the final resolution regarding this investigation. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just received the final confirmation from the guild, naming the newly discovered ancient dragon as the Mingdinglong. The name Mingdinglong is indeed splendid. Many agreed as they discussed the designation. Ladies and gentlemen, through our research, we have confirmed that the reason for the migration of ancient dragons is the energy emitted by the Mingdinglong, which attracts them. Thus, our investigation into the reasons for the migration of ancient dragons in the New World has reached a perfect conclusion. Thank you all for your hard work over the years. What should have been a cause for celebration, however, was met with subdued reactions. For the completion of the mission meant it was time to conclude their activities in the New World. For this place where countless individuals have toiled for decades, there is undoubtedly a sense of reluctance to part. The Supreme Commander, observing the sentiments of those present, bestowed a faint smile. For the thoughts of the crowd were evident through their expressions. The forthcoming news was sure to align with their hopes, and that sufficed. Although the investigation into the migration of the ancient dragons had concluded, the guild's inquiry into the ecology of the new continent remained ongoing. Those interested in pursuing further investigation were welcome to remain in the new continent. Such was the guild's resolution. As the Supreme Commander concluded the reading of the guild's directives, a thunderous cheer erupted from the assembly. At that moment, the banquet commenced with exuberance. Soon, with the assistance of the head chef, an abundance of culinary delights graced the tables as a myriad of hunters and staff mingled, relishing the feast and indulging in merriment. During this time, Tang Yu, having gathered an impressive array of ingredients from various sources, orchestrated a lavish banquet. Presently, she was engaged in a culinary contest with Ibua, while Xing, holding a wine glass, gazed contemplatively at the distant moon, her heart in turmoil. Noticing this, the Supreme Commander approached Xing for a conversation, showering her with a stream of encouragement that left her feeling quite awkward, for her recent thoughts were rather vexatious. Had she faced that battle alone, it would surely have culminated in a triumphant celebration. Chapter 197. The dawn of a new continent month had elapsed since the battle at the convergence point, marking a period of unprecedented freedom and, paradoxically, great difficulty mentally for the stronghold. With the cessation of the ancient dragon migration investigation, the expedition teams embarked on various activities, selecting their targets according to personal preference. For most hunters, life continued as usual, venturing out to gather resources to sustain the stronghold. However, for super hunters like Tang Yu and Xing, the monotony was palpable. After Tang, Yu had successfully tamed the Mingdinglong. The frequency of ancient dragons' appearances diminished significantly. Although some dragons still emerged occasionally, they were no longer prevalent, leaving only the most formidable of individuals requiring the intervention of hunters like Xing. Fortunately, there were still tasks to engage in, and amidst the tedium, visitors from other realms arrived to enliven the atmosphere. After aiding Geralt in setting fire to the Stag Lord and vanquishing the behemoth that had crossed over, Tang Yu forged new friendships and acquired coordinates to two worlds, planning to explore them when time permitted. Most notably, the battle against the Xian Huilong was of great significance. While resolving a skirmish with a seasoned individual, Xing discovered traces of the Xian Huilong, capturing the attention of several veteran hunters who considered themselves old friends of the dragon. Learning about the existence of the Xian Huilong from them ignited Tang Yu's interest, for during that period, she had been preoccupied with dealing with seasoned opponents and the occasional ancient dragon, or meticulously nurturing her Mingdinglong. Notably, under Tang Yu's care, the dragon had grown to 8 times its original size, nearing the dimensions of a half-sized Rongshanlong. Had the canyon not been sufficiently vast, Tang Yu would have been compelled to contemplate the need for additional space. Moreover, after several molts, the once translucent skin of the Mingdinglong had transformed into a lustrous white, a phenomenon that left scholars restless, yearning for endless hours of research. The rapid growth of the dragon came at a cost, as the colossal crystalline pinnacle in the center of the Dragon Crystal Land had been significantly diminished. Returning to the topic of the Xian Huilong, this ancient dragon, capable of gathering metals, piqued Tang Yu's curiosity, compelling her to initiate a search. Ultimately, She cornered the Xian Huilong in a cave. After a vigorous tussle with its resplendent golden armor, the Xian Huilong, in frustration, shed its hard-earned golden plating and fled. Upon examining the remnants of the armor, Tang Yu realized they were merely high-strength alloys, causing her interest to wane. Conversely, the blacksmiths were ecstatic about the quality of the alloys, launching into a frenzy of creation. However, a new anomaly emerged. The Feng Piaolong, typically residing in the Lushan Ruo Plateau, was spotted in the Gudai Shu forest. This intriguing news was the best possible development for Tang Yu, signifying new events and stories. Is it true? The Gudai Shu has new developments. Upon receiving the news, Tang Yu hurried to the dining area to inquire with Aibua. Is it true that the Feng Piaolong was discovered in the Gudai Shu forest? Indeed it is. Should we investigate further? Aibua immediately understood Tang Yu's inquiry, as the most plausible recent occurrence was indeed the appearance of the Feng Piaolong in the Gudai Shu forest. Of course we must go. I've been engaged in repetitive tasks for too long, and the Ming Danglong is nearing its final transformation. I've spent an entire month mining to deplete that crystal area. Tang Yu's words were blunt, reflecting the fact that after completing the adjustments to the evolution tree, she had fed the Ming Danglong an entire dragon crystal land's worth of crystals, initiating its metamorphosis into slumber, leaving Tang Yu with ample free time, save for the flattened spectacle in the dragon crystal land. Once Tang Yu concluded her remarks, she promptly accepted the mission and proceeded to awaken her partner Xing. Dragged from a semi-conscious state, Xing was brought to the Gudai Shu forest, where they followed the traces until they reached the cliff near Camp 1. Awakened by the calls of the passing Feng Piaolong, the three immediately approached the cliff's edge, witnessing numerous Feng Piaolongs flying in formation toward the distant ocean. Look, the Feng Piaolongs, Aibor remarked, filled with wonder. Observing the direction of the Feng Piaolongs, it was evident they were headed towards something significant. Otherwise, their flight capabilities would merely exhaust them over the sea. Aibel began a preliminary analysis of the Feng Piaolongs. Ah, I see it. An ancient dragon is preying on the Feng Piaolongs, soaring toward the horizon. There must be something there. At that moment, Tang Yu shared her own observation, and despite the considerable distance, she could discern the details clearly. Her revelation instantly captured Aibua's full attention. If the appearance of the Feng Piaolong suggested some unique circumstances, then the emergence of a new ancient dragon heading in that direction undoubtedly indicated something noteworthy was occurring. Just then, a faint melody resonated in the air. We should return to the stronghold and report our findings. The group made their way back to the stronghold and promptly conveyed their discoveries to the command center. So, the Feng Piaolong has appeared in the Gudai Shu forest and is flying toward the open sea with deeper implications, along with the emergence of an unknown ancient dragon. Let us convene a strategic meeting. Upon hearing Aibua's report, the Supreme Commander resolutely called for a strategic meeting. Soon, after the notification was dispatched, heads of various departments assembled, including even the leader of the 3rd Expedition Team. So what suggestions do you all have? The Supreme Commander proceeded to narrate the situation to the assembly. Without a doubt, there must be islands beyond the sea where intriguing events are unfolding. However, if we were to rely on the pterosaur, it may not reach such distant lands. Perhaps utilizing a hot air balloon would be more prudent. This method would allow for prolonged aerial navigation, as well as the transport of supplies for the construction of forward positions. The group of leaders engaged in fervent discussions. Thus, it was decided that the 3rd Expedition Team would employ hot air balloons to carry supplies for exploration. The logistics team prepared diligently, ready to accompany the engineers and scholars from the Ecological Research Institute for the investigation. Following the preparations, the hot air balloons of the 3rd Expedition Team ascended once more, embarking towards the unknown to commence a new inquiry. Chapter 198. Perpetual frosted soil. The sea breeze howled as the hot air balloons of the 3rd Expedition Team gracefully soared above the ocean, surrounded by numerous pterosaurs serving as mobile transport. What awaits us ahead remains a mystery. AI Bo and the leader of the 3rd Expedition Team occupied the upper deck of the vessel, with the leader at the helm, while AI Bo engaged in conversation. Who knows? It could be an island, or perhaps an entire continent. The atmosphere remained relatively tranquil as they conversed, and with the continuous advancement of the hot air balloon, they drew closer to their destination. In the distance, a peculiar sight began to emerge on the horizon. Look over there. It's an island. AI Bo spotted the shadow in the distance and immediately adjusted the observation equipment atop his head for a closer look. At that moment, Tang Yu and Xing emerged from the cabin onto the deck. What is happening? Is there a new discovery? Tang Yu inquired eagerly, leaning over the railing to gaze into the distance. Ah, I see a landmass over there, Tang Yu exclaimed, her eyes shining brightly as she pointed toward the distant land. The leader of the third expedition team, and Xing, turned to follow her gaze. A small dark spot was steadily enlarging and elongating. It appeared that this was not merely an island, but an expansive continent. The leader of the third expedition team marveled at the revelation. Who would have thought that beyond the new continent's vast ocean lay an entirely new land? Without hesitation, the leader commanded the hot air balloon to accelerate towards the distant continent. As they drew ever closer, the appearance of the land unfolded before their eyes, its size exceeding their initial expectations, ample enough to constitute a grand and complete ecosystem. At that moment, dense clouds began to gather. As they approached the land, the weather shifted rapidly. The previously serene day transformed into a tempest, with fierce winds and ominous clouds forming overhead. Progress became untenable. As the navigator, the leader felt powerless against the weather. Advancing under such conditions could lead to unforeseen peril, and she had to ensure the safety of everyone aboard. Just as the leader wrestled with her dilemma, AI Bo, unwilling to concede defeat, launched a grappling hook to seize a nearby pterosaur, determined to forge ahead for reconnaissance. Tang Yu and Xing had no choice but to select a pterosaur to accompany her. They could not allow AI Bo to venture alone. We shall take on the exploratory mission and scout for a suitable landing site, AI Bo called out to the leader from the vessel. The leader, hearing this, could only smile resignedly, refraining from further objections, for the three of them were undoubtedly the expedition's strongest assets, and she had no concerns for their safety. Fortunately, they were nearing their destination, and the pterosaurs managed to carry the trio to the ground. Upon landing, they found themselves in a new continent blanketed in ice and snow. The landscape was adorned in silver, with snowflakes swirling through the air. "It's quite cold here. Let us change into warmer clothing," as the leader instructed me to bring specialized attire. The frigid environment prompted AI Bo to exhale vapor, rubbing her hands together as she began to set up a forward camp while retrieving the prepared winter garments. Once the camp was established and they had donned their winter attire, AI Bo and Xing emerged from the tent. As for Tang Yu, she was unbothered by the cold. Having swum in lava and braved polar winds, she was entirely indifferent to the temperature. However, the pterosaur, their means of transportation, was not suited for such cold, appearing rather lethargic. Xiaoman also exhibited a lack of vitality, so Tang Yu opted not to release it. After tidying up, the trio prepared to set out. Just before their departure, Xing produced a hot beverage made from the potent frozen peppers they had collected, which Tang Yu, upon sampling, promptly spat out. In contrast, AI Bo and Xing eagerly consumed it, feeling an immediate surge of warmth coursing through their bodies, albeit with a slight burn on their tongues. The reputation of the super spicy pepper water was well-deserved. Emerging from a concealed tree hollow outside the camp, they arrived at a vast plain covered in ice and snow, where coniferous trees thrived across the terrain. A stream flowed past the front of their camp, with several herbivorous creatures donning thick fur meandering nearby. Look, there are mammoths," AI Bo exclaimed, nostalgic upon seeing the long-haired mammoths, reminiscent of those from the snowy mountains of the Old World. After appreciating the rare, snowy scenery of this new continent, the trio began their investigation. Continuing onward, they soon discovered the tracks of the Feng Piao Long, confirming that this icy land was indeed the migration site of the majestic creatures. At that moment, a small black and white dragon-like creature passed by, adorned in fur suitable for its ecosystem. Tang Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. In an instant, she teleported forward and embraced this local specialty, the ice wolf. The ice wolf's thick, fluffy fur felt exquisite to the touch. Tang Yu couldn't resist petting it incessantly, but soon the ice wolf realized it was being held captive and attempted to resist. However, upon realizing its struggles were futile, it ceased to fight back. AI Bo and Xing, witnessing the scene, joined in to explore the creature, expressing their approval. After a while of petting the ice wolf, Tang Yu captured it in a specially designed pokeball. Suddenly, a tremor reverberated from afar, and upon closer inspection, they spotted a large ichthyosaur gliding through the snow, heading in their direction. Tang Yu, recognizing the situation, signaled to Xing, AI Bo, and Wang Jiang to prepare their earplugs. The duo and the cat understood Tang Yu's intentions immediately and complied. Tang Yu then produced a specially crafted sonic bomb and hurled it, creating a deafening explosion that startled the passing ice ichthyosaur. Without hesitation, Xing charged in to engage. Unsurprisingly, the ice ichthyosaur was swiftly captured, though they were uncertain when personnel would arrive to retrieve it. Following the tracks left by the ice ichthyosaur, they continued their exploration until they finally discovered a relatively spacious and level area, which was suitably sized. AI Bo promptly launched a signal flare to guide the third expedition team to land and establish a forward base. Chapter 199. Moonlight Base. Following the signal flare's guidance, the hot air balloons of the third expedition team began their gentle descent. At the edge of this clearing, aligned with the road, the hot air balloon began to anchor and hover. As it settled completely, the passageway opened, and a multitude of staff, armed with pre-prepared supplies, commenced unloading. Fortunately, the docking point for the hot air balloon was in close proximity to the selected location, allowing for swift transportation of goods. This place is quite nice, albeit a bit small. Well done, everyone. The leader of the third phase team, having completed the docking, approached Tang Yu and her companions draped in a cloak. Indeed, it is astonishing to discover a continent here, complete with a unique ecosystem. It is truly marvelous. AI Bo was also brimming with enthusiasm, having just discovered a new continent and ecological system, which is one of the highest honors for the expedition team. It seems the transfer of supplies is nearly complete, so I shall return to Sentient to report. Subsequent supplies will be transported once the route is confirmed. For now, the safety of this area is entrusted to you. While they conversed, the transfer of goods from the hot air balloon was completed, and the workers commenced construction according to the local terrain. After delivering his remarks, the leader returned to the hot air balloon and set off once more. After bidding farewell, Xing and AI Bo began patrolling around this new base, while Tang Yu remained at the entrance of the clearing, observing the workers busily erecting various facilities. One cannot help but admire the professionalism of the personnel. Tang Yu watched as the dining area, forge, command post, and reserve pipelines for heating were constructed. Although the area was only roughly defined at this stage, they had swiftly erected a simple shelter. The dining area was the first to be completed, and for this expedition, the commander had invited the head chef of the Sentient base, Granny Mao, to serve as the chef for this new outpost. Upon seeing Granny Mao begin to stew meat, Tang Yu promptly seated herself at the table in front of her, eagerly awaiting the culinary delights. Tang Yu's actions surprised Granny Mao momentarily, but she quickly resumed her cooking with a sense of relief and satisfaction, while the assistants began working diligently, soon presenting the first serving of cat food from this new continent. Tang Yu, unable to contain her anticipation, immediately began to eat as soon as the cat food was served. The flavor of the grilled meat was entirely distinct from that of the head chef's offerings, yet one could sense a shared essence in the seasoning. The stew was rich and aromatic, and enjoying a hearty bowl of it in this frigid land was undoubtedly a delightful experience. Savoring gourmet dishes was among Tang Yu's primary objectives in this world, and the entirely different culinary style from the Sentient base was particularly gratifying. Tang Yu, how can you secretly indulge in delicacies here while we toil outside on patrol? Just as Tang Yu was relishing the stew, a voice of astonishment rang out from outside. Turning her head, she realized it was AI Bo and Xing, who had just returned from their patrol, with AI Bo, the glutton of the third generation, being the first to reprimand her for sneaking a taste. As AI Bo scolded Tang Yu, Xing seated herself beside Tang Yu and an assistant promptly brought over another serving of stew, which Xing began to enjoy without hesitation. AI Bo, seeing this, immediately ceased her reproach and hurriedly found a spot to sit and await her own serving. Thus, the outpost flourished with activity. The following morning, Tang Yu and her companions witnessed the hot air balloon of the third phase team once again descending at the docking point, which had undergone some basic repairs, allowing for easy docking and transportation of supplies. As the hot air balloon settled, the leader of the third phase team and the commander descended, clad in warm clothing. "Well, you have done remarkably well. This is indeed a fine location." With the commander's arrival came an influx of hunters, addressing the safety concerns surrounding the outpost. "We have also completed the planning for the transportation routes for supplies, though the docking location for the vessels remains somewhat distant. We must ensure the safety of the route before commencing large-scale supply transport. The task of securing the route is entrusted to you." The commander promptly assigned tasks to Tang Yu and her team, which was essential as the hunters at the outpost were already struggling to ensure its security. Since the upheaval caused by the Fengpiao dragon, the energy level of the entire new continent had surged once more, with ordinary monsters surpassing upper-tier strength and reaching master level. This heralded the occurrence of a significant event on this continent. This matter has already been reported to the guild, and upon learning that the ecological system of this new continent has also attained master level, they have offered substantial support for the investigation, allocating a considerable amount of resources. By the way, Zhejiang, let's South name this place. It would be inconvenient to manage without a designation. The expedition team leader suddenly proposed the need for a name. Indeed, let this new continent be called Yongshuang Dong 2, and since it was discovered by you, it shall be named Yuchun, in harmony with Xingchun. The commander's naming received unanimous approval from all present. Subsequently, the expedition team leader led a small team in the recommended group to protect this batch of workers as they proceeded to the designated docking location to construct a port, while Tang Yu and her companions ventured into Yongshuangdong 2 to eliminate potential threats along the transport route. Yongshuangdong 2 is vast, but the transport route is not overly long, allowing the trio to quickly survey the area. However, as they advanced, they arrived at an intersection obstructed by a fallen tree. Just as Tang Yu prepared to clear the tree trunks, a violent tremor emanated from the distance. Soon, they beheld the source of the disturbance. A beast dragon species with robust antlers burst through the wall of tree trunks, presenting a threat to the transport route. With the target identified, Tang Yu and Xing drew their weapons. The two climbed onto the massive antlers, and with a resounding clash of metal, the enormous antlers fell to the ground. Once the captured beast dragon was transported back to Yuchun, it signified the clearing of the shipping lane, allowing for large-scale resource transport to commence. Chapter 200. Investigation of the ice field as the vessels docked. A variety of supplies were transported onto the vehicles with the assistance of small dragons, making their way towards Yuchun. Thanks to Tang Yu and her companions having cleared the passage, the efficiency of the transport crew was remarkably high. In no time, a copious amount of construction materials arrived at the outpost, and the engineering team began erecting the base according to the previously designated areas. What was once a rudimentary dining area shelter transformed into a grand circular building enveloping the entire dining section. Simultaneously, the previously reserved thermal conduits were completed by the engineering team's efforts, and the heating apparatus, serving as the thermal source, was constructed. With a significant amount of dragon vein carbon fed into the boiler, a steady stream of warmth flowed through the pipes to various buildings. Additionally, the forge command post and assembly center were also completed, with a hot spring even being constructed within the assembly center. It appears that matters here have fallen into a proper rhythm, and thus it is time for me to depart from the Xingchen region, where numerous tasks await my attention. The Grand Commander, observing the nearing completion of the Yuechen base and the mere finishing touches that remain, has also resolved to return to Xingchen, as his real-time guidance is no longer necessary. Zhejiang, if you leave, what shall we do here? In light of the Grand Commander's return to Xingchen, the captain of the investigation team felt a surge of panic, for the team had always operated under the Commander's direction. Then, how about you take command here? The Grand Commander, gazing at his grandson, intended to entrust him with the leadership role, seizing this opportunity for him to gain experience. Especially with a plethora of seasoned veterans and formidable hunters assembled at the Yuechen base. I cannot do this. Perhaps Ji Jiang should stay. The captain of the investigation team was taken aback by his grandfather's intention to pass the command to him, feeling quite uncertain about his own abilities. It is settled then. The safety of this place shall be entrusted to you. I have faith in you. Now, I shall return to Sentient. Without granting the captain an opportunity to gather his thoughts, the Grand Commander resolutely departed for the Sentient base to oversee the larger scheme. As Sentient served as the logistical support for Yuechen, and the expanse and environment of the Yongshuang frozen soil could not compare to the resource-rich new continent. With the Grand Commander's departure, the construction of the Yuechen base was completed and the first operation meeting for the Yongshuang frozen soil officially commenced. Present were the hunters from the recommendation group, led by Tang Yu, the catering department represented by Grandma Cat, the forging department led by the second phase group leader, the logistics team leader, the technical team leader responsible for the thermal supply of the Yuechen base, and the director of the accompanying Ecological Research Institute. Not to mention the captain of the investigation team and the wilderness master who had come to investigate. Thus, we shall commence the investigation operation for the Yongshuang frozen soil. First, as the commander, I am responsible for safeguarding the base and your safety. The dining arrangements shall be entrusted to Grandma. Although the captain of the investigation team lacked confidence, he remained remarkably calm and dependable when the moment of decision arrived. Meow. Grandma Cat nodded in agreement. The allocation of supplies, equipment forging, and thermal supply would be managed by the respective teams. The captain of the investigation team then turned his gaze towards the logistics team leader and his two companions. No problem, leave it to us, came the expected response. Lastly, the investigation concerning the Fengpie Long shall be entrusted to the recommendation group and a master. The crucial task of investigating the Yongshuang frozen soil thus fell upon the shoulders of Tang Yu and her companions. Leave it to us, right, Obasin? AI Bo cheerfully accepted the task. Ah, indeed. Leave it to us. Now, our operational directive is set. Others may continue with their respective duties. Everyone disperse. With the captain's concluding remarks, the operational meeting came to an end. The heads of various departments returned to their posts to commence their work, while Tang Yu, accompanied by Xing and AI Bo, prepared to head to the Yongshuang frozen soil for their investigation after finishing their meal. The preparation process was simple and proficient, as this time the investigation was to be conducted by the trio of Tang Yu and the wilderness master. Soon, they arrived at the highland camp, and from there, they encountered the wilderness master who had arrived ahead of them. Oh, hey you all. It seems quite expansive here. Shall we split up for the investigation? I will go over there. After meeting with Tang Yu and the others, the wilderness master suggested a divided investigation. Although the Yongshuang frozen soil is considerably smaller than the new continent, it remains an independent land deserving of respect. Following the division, Tang Yu's group, guided by the guiding insects, arrive at a rock face. It appears we cannot proceed. The path is blocked by collapsed rocks. We may need to take a detour. AI Bo felt a wave of discouragement upon seeing the rock face. Just as Tang Yu was about to blast through the obstruction, AI Bo suddenly exclaimed and began rushing off into the distance, prompting Tang Yu and Xing to follow suit. AI Bo, why are you rushing over there? Tang Yu questioned. I have discovered traces of the ancient dragon people here. If I can inquire with them, perhaps they hold information about the Fengpie Long. Tang Yu and Xing found AI Bo's reasoning quite sensible, and since they could ask directly, there was no need to expend effort breaking down walls. Tang Yu was pleased with this turn of events. Before long, the trio reached a glacier, where they encountered the ancient dragon people. Not here. Further down, much deeper down. I've already imparted my aura to them. The ancient dragon people, straightforward in their manner, presented a riddle, but fortunately, there was no need for guessing as the guiding insects had begun to navigate. AI both thanked the ancient dragon people before following the insects, with Tang Yu and Xing continuing to trail behind. Soon, they arrived at an underground space characterized by ice blocks, within which countless fish, large and small, were encased in ice. Here, they also encountered the wilderness master. "Oh, Basin," AI Bo called out, evidently relying heavily on the wilderness master. "So you all have arrived here as well. It seems we are on the right path. The wilderness master expressed his delight upon seeing Tang Yu's group, as their presence confirmed the accuracy of their direction. Just then, the guiding insects ascended, leading them to a higher cave, indicating that matters were becoming more complicated. It seems that this situation is not as simple as it appears, and there are obstacles that do not wish for us to resolve this easily. With the wilderness master's remark, they looked up to see an orange flying thunder dragon appear before them, making it evident that a confrontation was unavoidable. Chapter 201. The Shibi Poison Dragon. The creature that approached, akin to the flying thunder dragon, is none other than the Shibi Poison Dragon, a subspecies boasting a remarkable resemblance to the flying thunder dragon. Unlike its counterparts' lightning attributes, the Shibi Poison Dragon possesses poison and paralysis traits. Nevertheless, for Tang Yu, this distinction held little significance, as it was merely another adversary on the metaphorical chopping block. The Shibi Poison Dragon initiated its assault, raising its massive tail high and then executing a low-altitude glide towards Tang Yu and her companions. This move, akin to a descending strike, was reminiscent of the flying thunder dragoness technique. In response, Tang Yu swiftly employed a decoy, positioning herself behind the Shibi Poison Dragon, while Xing executed a precise slash to evade the attack, following up with a cutting wind strike aimed directly at the dragon's head. Having teleported to the Shibi Poison Dragon's back, Tang Yu seized her insect-controlling rod and executed a powerful strike, delivering a critical blow that caused the dragon to stumble forward. Seizing the opportunity, Xing unleashed another slicing strike, enveloping his blade in yellow energy. Subsequently, Xing launched his insect, performing the Sakura Blade Slash, effectively slicing through the Shibi Poison Dragon in one fluid motion, while simultaneously activating the red energy blade for his next move. Tang Yu remained proactive, propelling herself into the air to deliver a back-scratching maneuver, dismantling the spines that had emerged on the dragon's back, leaving its large tail battered and bruised. The Baidu Long, a creature truly deserving of its esteemed ecological niche, chose to retaliate even in dire circumstances, executing a sweeping attack in an attempt to force Tang Yu and Xing back. However, Tang Yu swiftly ascended with a hook claw, seamlessly transitioning into a powerful downward strike. Meanwhile, Xing unleashed a decisive Aido-style attack that interrupted Baidu Long's sweep, following it up with a fierce long dragon sword strike. Both Tang Yu and Xing soared into the sky and then descended together, with Xing delivering a vertical slash to Baidu Long's head, while Tang Yu's forceful strike pinned the creature to the ground, leaving a spiderweb pattern across the surface. As Tang Yu and Xing unleashed their assaults on Baidu Long, the battlefield around them was littered with an array of traps. Meticulously set by Wang Jiang during their confrontation with the creature, there were at least a dozen glowing insect cages. Taking a brief respite, Tang Yu and Xing prepared themselves, while Baidu Long seized the opportunity to rise and demonstrate its prowess, only to unwittingly step onto an explosive trap, triggering a series of blasts that sent the creature tumbling amidst the shockwaves, all while being bombarded by numerous flashbang attacks. When it finally came to a halt, it found itself ensnared in a paralysis trap. Afterward, Tang Yu and Xing resumed their offensive for the second half. Due to the environmental challenges posed by the Everfrost tundra, Xiaoman's agility was compromised, and Ding Ding was too large to provide assistance, allowing Tang Yu to finally engage in a proper hunt. The synergy between Tang Yu and Xing was exceptional, with Tang Yu's combat style being particularly ingenious. Just as Baidu Long lifted its upper body to execute a crushing blow, Tang Yu deftly maneuvered to strike one of its hind legs, causing it to stumble and fall. This was a refreshing return to conventional hunting, invigorating Tang Yu, who sat on an ice block, expressing her sentiments. Xing nodded in agreement, acknowledging how long it had been since Tang Yu had engaged in such a battle. After a sufficient break, they decided to seek out AI, Bo, and the others. With that, Tang Yu and Xing departed towards the cave, leaving behind Baidu Long, ensnared and battered, amidst the frigid landscape. Upon entering the cave, they found a passage along the cliff wall, leading to a frozen expanse where AI, Bo, and the Wilderness Master were present. Oh, with Tang Yu's call, AI, Bo, and the Wilderness Master turned to face them. Tang Yu and Xing approached them immediately. This seems to be a ship, AI Bo remarked, observing the scene. They stood in an underground glacial area, predominantly encased in ice, with a ship embedded at an angle. Prior to our expedition, numerous teams had ventured to explore this new continent. This must have been one of them, the Wilderness Master noted, leading the way to inspect the ancient vessel. Clearing the snow revealed inscriptions upon its surface. After a thorough examination, the Wilderness Master discovered a bundle that contained a flag from an expedition, along with an unusual stone. "Ah, this is..." AI Bo exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the stone, which bore the same material as one her grandfather had secretly brought back from the new continent. She retrieved the well-preserved stone for comparison. "Let me see what these adventurers have inscribed upon it." The Wilderness Master began to scrutinize the fragment of the flag, refraining from delving further into AI Bo's grandfather's secretive acquisition. There are numerous creatures in turmoil, their songs indicating the discovery of the stone. I wonder if it is formed under special conditions? Further investigation is necessary. Alas, the rest is damaged. The wind, drifting dragons, anomalous behavior, and the songs. This situation closely resembles the accounts above. AI Bo, listening intently, recognized that this was indeed a crucial clue. However, just as they were about to continue their discussion, another party arrived. "Hey, we've been looking for you." It was Sang and his editor from another recommendation group. "Xing has issued a summons. We must return promptly." Nonetheless, the news they brought was not particularly favorable. AI Bo felt a pang of dismay, as she was on the verge of unraveling her grandfather's long-held mysteries, only to be interrupted by the summons. The Wilderness Master perceived AI Bo's predicament. "Would you like to join us? You yearn to uncover the secrets of the stone, do you not? I share your curiosity, and we cannot let the truth slip away." Faced with the Wilderness Master's invitation, AI Bo's desire was evident, yet she glanced at Tang Yu and Xing, mindful of her responsibilities as Xing's editor in the investigation team. "How about this? During your absence, I could take over your duties," suggested Sang's editor, providing a swift resolution to the matter. Sang praised the ingenuity of his editor, and both Tang Yu and Xing expressed their agreement. "Thank you." With this solution, AI Bo can confidently embark on her desired investigation, while Tang Yu and Xing return to their mission. Chapter 202. New Subspecies. You're back. It seems everything is fine on the Yuchin side. By the way, where's the third-generation glutton? Upon their return to the base, Tang Yu and her companions were summoned by the commander-in-chief, indicating that a task awaited them. Noticing AI Bo's absence, the commander inquired about her whereabouts. "Oh, she is currently accompanying the Wilderness Master in exploring the Everfrost tundra, so I will temporarily assume her role as your editor," the green-clad editor explained, clarifying AI Bo's situation and the consensus reached among them. The commander nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that the investigation team was not strictly bound by rigid rules. "Very well, then. I entrust this to you. Following the anomalies of the wind, drifting dragon, disturbances have arisen once more across various regions. I task you with investigating the events surrounding the subspecies." The commander refrained from commenting further on AI Bo's activities, deeming them inconsequential, and proceeded to assign tasks to Tang Yu and Xing. "As for the subspecies mission, we are more than capable. Leave it to us." Acting as AI Bo's substitute, they seamlessly took on the responsibility as the external vocal apparatus for Xing. "Then it's entrusted to you. Based on the investigation, subspecies of the poison demon bird and floating dragon have been discovered in the Lushan Coral Plateau and the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. Specifically the water demon bird and floating sleep dragon. I rely on your expertise." With the information confirmed, it was time to engage in battle once more. This time, returning to the new continent for their mission, Tang Yu could finally allow Xiao Man some fresh air after being cooped up in the pokeball for an extended period due to the cold climate. After preparing for battle, Tang Yu and Xing set forth on their pterodactyl, opting to first tackle the water demon bird located at the Lushan Coral Plateau. Completing this hunt would enable them to return along the same route to address the floating sleep dragon at the Great Ant Mound. Upon arriving at the Grand Canyon, Tang Yu also took the opportunity to pay a visit to Deng Deng. At that moment, Deng Deng remained ensconced within a colossal cocoon, yet the energy fluctuations emanating from within attested to its robust health. Tang Yu approached and gently patted the large cocoon, overwhelmed with a sense of solace. "Good baby. Keep it up. When you emerge, you shall undoubtedly astonish everyone." As Tang Yu spoke, the cocoon radiated a gentle glow, seemingly responding to her anticipation. "All right, let us proceed swiftly to complete our mission." With that, Tang Yu once again mounted her pterosaur and set off, while Xing, after casting a lingering glance at the cocoon, followed closely behind. She could distinctly sense the immense energy contained within, foreseeing that its birth would herald significant events. Everything in the new continent operates within a unique cycle. Upon reaching the Lushan Hua tableland, the duo first visited the research base, where they sought out the leader of the third phase, gaining further insights regarding the Shui Yao, including its primary habitats. Exiting the research base, they swiftly made their way to the expansive leaves located beneath the upper plate. The guide insect had also completed its recording of the Shui Yao's information, leading them efficiently to their destination. There, they observed the Shui Yao burying its head within the enormous leaf, extracting copious amounts of water. Nearby, the Mao Shilong had gathered, eager to test the Shui Yao's mettle. The outcome was predictable. The Shui Yao's tail charged rapidly, and it unleashed a high-pressure water jet, swiftly dispatching the Mao Shilong. Tang Yu, witnessing this, exclaimed in astonishment and promptly released Xiaoman to join the fray. As soon as Xiaoman appeared, she unleashed a thunderous roar, venting her pent-up energy, which sent shivers down the spine of the Shui Yao. Fortunately, Tang Yu's throw was powerful enough to launch Xiaoman far away. Otherwise, she would have been fine, but Xing and Wang Jiang would have faced discomfort. The Shui Yao was not one to be trifled with. It retaliated against Xiaoman with a water jet to the face. Having never endured such indignity, Xiaoman countered with a breath of icy frost. The Shui Yao's water jet was instantly frozen, the frigid tendrils swiftly enveloping its body, which was already drenched from its previous water-guzzling antics. Without hesitation, Xiaoman unleashed another breath, this time a thunderous surge. The powerful lightning struck the frozen Shui Yao, causing a cacophony of crackling sounds as the ice shattered. Following a series of explosive sounds, the icy shell of the Shui Yao was forcibly fragmented, resulting in substantial damage from the fierce thunder. In merely 2 strikes, the Shui Yao was left on the brink of collapse. Observing this, Xing and Tang Yu promptly recognized the opportunity and captured it. It seemed that Xiaoman had been somewhat pent up during this time. Tang Yu gazed at the Shui Yao before her and the jubilant Xiaoman beside her, reflecting on the moment. Xing nodded in agreement. Having dealt with the Shui Yao, they wasted no time and immediately set off for the Dalu wasteland, where a floating slumber dragon awaited resolution. Once again traversing the Grand Canyon, they arrived at the Dalu wasteland. Tang Yu and her companion hastened towards the forest within the wasteland, speculating that the floating slumber dragon would be active in the favorable woodland environment. Departing from the camp, they followed the upper riverway toward the forest. Upon entering the dense woods, the thick canopy shielded them from the sweltering sun, creating a pleasantly cool atmosphere. As they searched, a sudden mist approached, swiftly engulfing Xing in a wave of drowsiness. Realizing their target had appeared, Tang Yu promptly delivered a wake-up slap to rouse her companion before she succumbed to sleep. Regaining her senses, Xing immediately drew her weapon, while the floating slumber dragon overhead displayed an expression of surprise. What followed was a barrage of blows. The adorably vulnerable floating slumber dragon was thoroughly beaten, ultimately captured by the duo. With their task completed, they returned to the Xing Chun stronghold, intending to rest. For many more challenges lay ahead. Indeed, shortly after the two had returned, enjoyed a meal, organized supplies, and sharpened their equipment, they were summoned by the commander, as matters requiring their attention had arisen once more. Chapter 203. The White Knight and the Ice Curse You've Returned. It appears all is well on the Xingchen front. The reason for your summons is that the investigative team has discovered traces of the Bingyalong in the Yongshuangdong 2. Please resolve the situation with the Bingyalong and bring back the 2 editors and the Wilderness Master. The outside world is rather unsettled. Upon returning to Yuchun, Tang Yu and Xing were met by the investigative team leader, who promptly assigned them their mission. However, this familiar beginning felt akin to being mere tools of incessant travel. Nevertheless, having previously resolved the Deng Deng incident, they had gained recognition for their prowess, earning the esteemed titles of the Azure Star, guiding the way, and the White Wind of the new continent. Before Granny Cat, Tang Yu and Xing prepared to indulge in a delectable stew to commence their hunting expedition in the Yong Shuang Dong Tuesday Granny. Please prepare for me a special stew set. In response to Tang Yu's request, Granny Cat began her meticulous culinary process, applying marinade to large chunks of dragon meat and massaging the flavors into the flesh through a special technique, complemented with fresh ingredients and drizzled with specially crafted dragon milk. The essence of the ingredients was absorbed during the high-temperature simmering, releasing an enticing aroma upon lifting the lid. I came here just for this. Dan Yu et Galim. Her joy evident, as these unique culinary delights were among her primary motivations for exploring this world. Had she encountered a village offering endless tea or dumplings upon her arrival, she might have lingered for mere days before departing. After savoring a lavish feast of stew, Tang Yu, Xing, and Wang Jiang set off, equipped with new weaponry. Their return to Xingqian was not solely to address the Shui, Yao Niao, and floating slumber dragon. Previously, they had also hunted the Feng Piao Long, Hualong, and Qinzhua Long, updating their arsenal. This time, they were armed with the new Fei Long Dao, Lan Ran, and the Yi Vice to confront the Bingyalong. Following the trail to the ice fish dragon's nest, they advanced toward the distant cliffs, traversing a high-altitude passageway composed entirely of ice, with a sea of floating ice and an abundance of caped penguins below. As they navigated the icy passageway, Tang Yu spotted several caped penguins basking in the sun. Without hesitation, she deployed a specially designed large capture net, successfully ensnaring them to bring back as decorations for her small abode. Her dwelling was already adorned with an array of wriggling eels, and now she could introduce new delightful creatures. Continuing onward, they arrived at the cliff previously blocked by ice. On their last visit, they had refrained from forcefully dismantling the wall for fear of causing a catastrophic ice collapse. However, this time, their objective was clear, as Xing had recently discovered something new in this very location. Several completely frozen specimens of the everlasting frost tundra pterosaur lay encased in ice, seemingly succumbing to an intense blast of frigid air, akin to the breath of Xiao Man when she dealt with the water demon bird. However, the master of this domain was not inclined to allow Tang Yu and Xing to investigate peacefully. Above the cliff, a white silhouette loomed, observing them closely. Upon realizing that Tang Yu and Xing had turned their gaze towards it, the figure wasted no time and leaped down from the heights. The newcomer possessed a pair of long, sharp fangs, evidently the target of Tang Yu and Xing's expedition, the Ice Fang Dragon. Upon landing, the Ice Fang Dragon showed no intention of granting Tang Yu and Xing a chance to retaliate, launching itself directly at them with a dragon charge. Little did the Ice Fang Dragon know the harsh realities of society, nor the ruthlessness of Tang Yu and Xing. In a swift motion, Tang Yu took flight, while Yu remained grounded, skillfully controlling her flying insect to adopt a water moon stance. As a native of the everlasting frost tundra, the Ice Fang Dragon had never encountered such tactics and charged blindly forward, only to be met with Xing's counterattack, which sent it reeling from a Sakura Chi blade slash. Fortune and misfortune often arrive in tandem. As the Ice Fang Dragon absorbed the brunt of Xing's attack, Tang Yu executed a mid-air ambush, striking down upon its not-so-mighty back, further compounding its troubles. The Ice Fang Dragon, already lacking in stature, found itself pinned to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Xing pivoted and delivered a powerful attack to the dragon's tail, severing it with a Dragon Ascension sword. Meanwhile, Tang Yu began to dance upon the Ice Fang Dragon's back, wielding the insect control rod derived from the Tragic Claw Dragon with great finesse, effectively stripping the dragon of its protective layer. After executing a Chi blade slash, Xing once again confronted the Ice Fang Dragon head-on, targeting its head with relentless strikes. The Ice Fang Dragon attempted to resist, but each time it raised a limb, it was met with a devastating blow from Tang Yu, who floated effortlessly above. Once Tang Yu shattered the dragon's prize fangs, the duo concluded their confrontation, capturing the Ice Fang dragon and marking the end of the first phase of their mission. The next step was to locate AI Bo and the Wilderness Master. Fortune smiled upon them. For as Tang Yu and Xing handed over the captured Ice Fang dragon to the approaching transport team, they spotted AI Bo and the Wilderness Master approaching from the distance. "Hey, Aibo, over here," Tang Yu called out, assuming the role of communicator, for it was well known that Songlan Xing was often mute. AI Bo, upon seeing Tang Yu and Xing, beamed with joy and rushed towards them. "Friends, Tang Yu, you've returned. It seems the issues with the stars have been resolved." AI Bo grasped both Tang Yu and Xing's hands, curious about their recent experiences, having previously journeyed together as a trio alongside a feline companion. Indeed, the current environmental conditions had led to an increase in monster activity, heightening danger levels. Tang Yu and Xing relayed their intentions to AI Bo and the Wilderness Master. Just then, a melodious voice echoed, followed by a powerful gust of cold air sweeping through, freezing the pterosaur in midair. The source of this chilling presence revealed itself to be a pure white ancient dragon, shimmering with a spectrum of colors, the Ice-Cursed Dragon. Chapter 204. Pursuit and Omen. Upon its appearance, the Ice-Cursed Dragon let out a few roars before departing towards the new continent. This news was temporarily encouraging for Yu Chun and the Wilderness Master, as it suggested an easier route back to their base. However, this was merely jest, for upon observing the dragon's trajectory, the Wilderness Master and AI Bo hurriedly led Tang Yu and Xing back to Yu Chun. Thus, the Ice-Cursed Dragon headed towards the new continent. The sudden emergence of such a powerful ancient dragon would undoubtedly disrupt the local ecosystem, a troubling prospect for the stars. Upon returning to Yu Chun, the Wilderness Master promptly made her way to the command center to inform the investigation team leader about the Ice-Cursed Dragon. The leader, upon receiving the news, fell in a deep thought. "So, AI Bo, how is your investigation in the everlasting frost tundra progressing?" Surprisingly, the investigation leader chose to inquire about AI Bo's progress in the frost tundra. "Well, it should be a temporary halt," AI Bo replied truthfully, though uncertain of the reason for the inquiry. "All right then, I entrust you and several members of the recommendation team to return to the stars to assist in investigating the Ice-Cursed Dragon's movements and its impact on the local ecosystem. I shall take responsibility for the safety here, as it is my duty. As for the investigation, I leave that to you." The investigation leader decisively decided to send Tang Yu and the others back to the stars, finding humor in the back-and-forth nature of their tasks. Lastly, the leader turned to the Wilderness Master, entrusting her with the investigation tasks assigned to Tang Yu and the others upon their departure. "Not a problem. I am well suited for this task. You can return without worry," the Wilderness Master replied, having spent decades exploring the new continent independently, merely resuming her previous responsibilities. With no lingering concerns, AI Bo rejoined the group, following Tang Yu and Xing back to the starbase. Upon returning to the starbase, they immediately proceeded to the command center to report the situation regarding the Ice-Cursed Dragon. As expected, upon learning of the dragon's movements, the commander recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly commissioned Tang Yu and Xing, the strongest recommendation team, to investigate the Ice-Cursed Dragon. After crafting 2 new armors to enhance the power of their blade techniques, the trio and their feline companions set off without delay towards the ancient tree forest. If the Ice-Cursed Dragon was indeed advancing from the everlasting frost tundra towards the new continent, its landing point would undoubtedly be the ancient tree forest. "Look, there it is. Fragments from the Ice-Cursed Dragon." Indeed, not long after departing the base, the guiding insect detected something. Following its lead, they discovered several small fragments scattered across the ground, identical to the ones in AI Bo's possession. Additionally, a faint chill emanated from the fragments, confirming them as traces of the Ice-Cursed Dragon. As they pressed onward, intending to explore the ancient tree, the guiding insect soon made another discovery. At the entrance of the ancient tree, it uncovered new traces, a set of black feather-like scales. "What is this? We should proceed further. Perhaps we will encounter it," AI Bo exclaimed, clearly having made a realization, and eagerly advanced into the depths of the ancient tree. Tang Yu and Xing had no choice but to follow closely behind. Since embarking on investigations with the Wilderness Master, Bo had grown increasingly audacious, disregarding potential dangers and charging ahead, leaving Tang Yu and Xing to clean up after her. Regardless of the circumstances, the new situation managed to obstruct Aibo's delivery service. At the entrance of the Gadeshu, the ancient dragon man made his appearance, instantly capturing Aibo's attention. After all, every encounter with the dragon man was accompanied by a plethora of seemingly profound utterances. As anticipated, upon encountering Tang Yue and Xing, the two apex hunters of the food chain, the dragon man commenced his cryptic discourse. It exists, he proclaimed. It has existed since time immemorial. It awakens after slumber, merely a matter of duration. One side lies in deep sleep while the other remains awake, a perpetual cycle. Occasionally, both sides awaken simultaneously, overlapping. The dragon man's words plunged Aibo into contemplation, pondering the connection between this information and the recent anomalies. What could it possibly signify? Was there something that needed awakening? Aibo was genuinely intrigued by the dragon man's discourse. The essence of his message seemed to imply that a formidable presence resided here, while another equally powerful entity dwelled in the eternal frosted soil, alternating their reigns. Tang Yue, as the founder of a scholarly organization specializing in demonic studies, had no trouble with this straightforward analysis. It was merely a matter of her will. But what kind of existence could it be? Since Aibo posed the question, let us conduct a simple analysis. Based on our previous investigations, the most formidable entity in the new continent is undoubtedly my lantern, which hatches using the energy released from the demise of countless ancient dragons. Lantern can truly be considered a super ancient dragon. Aside from Lantern, another powerful being among the ancient dragons is Miyamizi, which feeds upon ancient dragons. If the Dragon Man was referring to Miyamizi, then the corresponding entity would likely be the Ice Curse Dragon. However, my conjecture suggests that it is unlikely to be Miyamizi, as it does not possess the ability to dominate or influence the entire ecosystem of the new continent. In contrast, Lantern has undeniably impacted the continent's ecology. In summary, combined with the Dragon Man's information, we can deduce that within the eternal frosted soil, there exists a super ancient dragon comparable in strength to Lantern. Since we have dealt with Lantern, the other side has begun to stir, and as a super ancient dragon that can directly influence the continent's ecosystem, its activity should manifest as the recent series of anomalies. The migration of the wind-drifting dragon, the emergence of subspecies, and even the disturbances from the ice-cursed dragon all serve as precursors to its activation. Tang Yue's analysis left Aibo and Xing momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by the magnitude of information, unsure whether to believe it. If this were true, it could spell trouble. All right, if we wish to ponder this, we could do so on our way back. Did you not discover something earlier? Tang Yue remarked, redirecting Aibo's thoughts back to their original objective. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Let us hurry over. If all goes well, this should be connected to the recent anomalies, Aibo exclaimed, snapping back to focus and eagerly leading the charge deeper into the forest. Tang Yue and Xing quickly followed, relieved to see Aibo let go of previous concerns. Before long, the trio arrived at the heart of the forest, where they found the lifeless body of a herbivorous dragon lying on the ground, its corpse riddled with dark blue feather-like scales. It was evident that these scales were the cause of the herbivorous dragon's demise. Just as I suspected, I was unsure before, but seeing the state of this herbivorous dragon confirms it. It is indeed a Xuanlong, Aibo declared upon recognizing the creature's fate. Just as Aibo uttered the name of the Xuanlong, several feather-like scales shot towards them at an astonishing speed from behind. Fortunately, Xing reacted quickly, tackling Aibo to the ground, while Tang Yue braced herself against a few of the scales, which, fortunately, had little effect. Following the scales was a shadowy figure, the Xuanlong itself. In a swift motion, the Xuanlong darted from behind them to the front, catching them off guard due to their focus on the recent attack. Just as the Xuanlong prepared to capitalize on this moment to unleash a fatal strike on Tang Yue and Xing, yet another unexpected guest arrived on the scene. The longtime sovereign of the Gadeshu, the fire dragon, descended from the heavens, launching an offensive against the intruding Xuanlong. Both the fire dragon and Xuanlong belong to the flying dragon species, yet their skeletal structures differ significantly. The fire dragon boasts a typical flight-oriented skeleton with robust hind limbs and elevated forelimbs for flying, while the Xuanlong is adapted for terrestrial combat with a ground-oriented skeletal structure. Its hind limbs are not as powerful as those of the fire dragon, but its forelimb strength is significantly enhanced, providing a considerable advantage during ground battles despite a marked decrease in flight capability. The two dragons, each possessing their unique strengths, found themselves in a fierce confrontation. As they battled, they began to move away from the area, leaving Tang Yue in a state of confusion, readying her weapon. It seems safe now. Let us return to the base. We must report this to the Supreme Commander. Aibo sighed in relief upon witnessing the Xuanlong and Fire Dragon engage in combat and depart. Eager to return to the base, Aibo quickly made his way back, with Tang Yue and Xing reluctantly following. After all, with the dragons gone, it was impractical to pursue them just to engage in a fight. Upon their return to the Sentient base, the trio promptly proceeded to the command center to report to the Supreme Commander. Aibo conveyed Tang Yue's analysis, which upon reflection, was indeed the most plausible and aligned with the current situation, albeit presenting the worst-case scenario. Consequently, the motivation behind the ice-cursed dragon's arrival in the new continent was narrowed down to two possibilities. Either it was fleeing or preparing for battle. The Supreme Commander, leveraging Tang Yue's insights, deduced a plethora of information. In summary, the activities of the ice-cursed dragon had triggered numerous events in the new continent. In addition to the Xuanlong discovered in the Gadeshu forest, the investigation team also uncovered the Zhanlong in the Great Ant Graveyard, likely a consequence of the ice-cursed dragon's activities. Thus, you are tasked with hunting the Xuanlong and Zhanlong. As always, the Supreme Commander assigned the most arduous tasks to the recommended team comprising Tang Yue and Xing. After all, it was their duty as the guiding Azure Star. Subsequently, Tang Yue and Xing began to prepare their gear for the continuation of their endeavors in the new continent. After deliberation, they decided to split into two teams. Tang Yue would tackle the Xuanlong in the Gadeshu forest, while Xing would head to the Great Ant Graveyard to deal with the Zhanlong. This time, Aibo accompanied Xing to the Great Ant Graveyard while Tang Yue acted independently. Upon arriving at the Gadeshu forest, Tang Yue promptly retrieved the Xuanlong scales collected from the herbivorous dragon, allowing the guiding insect to rapidly complete the information memory and initiate navigation. Tang Yue, upon witnessing the situation, promptly followed the guiding insect and commenced her journey. The direction of the guiding insect was unmistakably clear, leading towards the lofty heights of the ancient tree. After traversing for a considerable duration, Tang Yue arrived near the fire dragon's lair at the pinnacle of the ancient tree. It was peculiar. How could the swift dragon make its way to the lair of the fire dragon? Were they still at odds with one another? How amusing! Tang Yue quickened her pace, eager to reach the vicinity of the fire dragon's nest. Soon, amidst the dense branches, she began to hear a cacophony of sounds. Parting the branches, she beheld the fire dragon and the swift dragon engaging in a fierce battle within the nest. At one moment, the fire dragon seized the swift dragon and hurled it down with great force. In the next, the swift dragon pounced upon the fire dragon, delivering relentless blows. One would unleash a fireball, while the other launched a barrage of darts. Tang Yue, amused by the spectacle, took out a chair, seated herself, and began to snack while savoring the duel, fully immersing herself in the performance. After a time, the fire dragon and swift dragon, having been engrossed in their tussle, finally noticed Tang Yue, reaching a tacit agreement to launch a ranged attack at her. With her enjoyment abruptly interrupted, Tang Yue was displeased. She had been relishing the show, only to be splattered with debris. Although it did not cause any significant harm, her good mood was indeed precious. The swift dragon and fire dragon, in turn, paid a heavy price for this misadventure. Upon returning to the base, Tang Yue found herself dragging the battered swift dragon and fire dragon, each bearing wounds from their skirmish. Meanwhile, Xing wielded an ice attribute great sword against the slashing dragon, engaging in a day-long duel in the desolate lands of the Great Ant Mound. Ultimately, the battle concluded with the slashing dragon suffering a severed tail, leaving its once mighty appendage looking tattered and rusted. Riddled with wounds from Xing's cherry blossom air blade and energy slashes, which were also dragged back to the base. Chapter 206, Fracture and Roar. Having successfully dealt with the swift dragon and slashing dragon, the ancient tree forest and the great ant mound lay momentarily at peace. As was customary, upon returning to the base, the group proceeded to the command center to report their mission to the commander-in-chief. However, the influence of the ice-cursed dragon was far from over. While you resolved the issues with the swift dragon and slashing dragon, the ice-cursed dragon advanced deeper into the territory, its movements adversely affecting the ecosystems of the Blight Valley and the Dragon Crystal Land. According to reports from the investigation team, traces of the roaring dragon and the fracturing dragon were discovered in both regions, indicating further ecological disruption. Yet, the anticipated respite was not to be, as the ice-cursed dragon's actions heralded the emergence of even more new monsters. Just as the swift dragon and slashing dragon were dealt with, the roaring dragon and fracturing dragon appeared on the scene. Tang Yue and Xing were both aware of what the commander-in-chief was about to say. Very well, we shall resolve this. In response to Tang Yue's interruption, the commander-in-chief did not exhibit anger. Instead, he chuckled heartily. Then it is entrusted to you. May the azure star that guides the way bless you. Listening to the commander's blessing, the group felt a sense of awkwardness, considering they were now referred to as the guiding azure star, which felt akin to self-ennoblement. Nonetheless, such matters were trivial. Having just completed the hunt for the slashing dragon and swift dragon, it was time to forge new equipment. As for the roaring dragon and fracturing dragon, they could continue their rampage for a few more days without concern. Tang Yue procured materials from Xing to craft a derived insect control rod from the slashing dragon, while Xing utilized the materials brought back by Tang Yue to forge a great sword derived from the swift dragon. With their new equipment in hand, the two once again set off on separate paths. This time, Xing opted to venture into the Blight Valley to confront the roaring dragon, affectionately dubbed, while Tang Yue proceeded to the Dragon Crystal Land to tackle the fracturing dragon. In the Blight Valley, Xing leapt down from the winged dragon. During this time, she and Tang Yue had ceased their joint ventures, instead opting for solitary endeavors. This feeling was reminiscent of her earlier days, hunting alone before arriving in this new land. However, since meeting Tang Yue, they had always hunted together. While the thrill of the hunt had diminished during their time together, Tang Yue consistently introduced new elements that kept the experience equally enjoyable. Yet, the recent period of solitary hunting rekindled feelings akin to those of the past, reminiscent of the exhilaration of battling formidable foes alone, alongside her feline companion. Confirming that her supplies were in order, Xing departed from the camp, leaping off the cliff at the camp's entrance. In midair, she consumed a vial of stamina-enhancing potion, rolling upon landing to absorb the impact. She then took out a vial of hardening potion and began to drink. The guiding insect sensed the target's presence and began to navigate. Following the guiding insect, Xing simultaneously consumed another vial of demon drug as she raced ahead. With great speed, she traversed several claw points, launching herself forward. Soon, she reached the destination indicated by the guiding insect and discovered her target, the roaring dragon, digging amidst a pile of shattered bones. Suddenly, the roaring dragon halted its excavation. Turning its head, startled, Xing felt a tremor approaching from behind. Turning, she beheld a bone hammer dragon rolling toward her. The roaring dragon also noticed the incoming bone hammer dragon and demonstrated a dramatic break maneuver, observing the bone hammer dragon adorned with an array of bone spikes. It was clear that the roaring dragon's jaws were formidable. How could a mere bone hammer dragon possibly triumph over the mighty roaring dragon? It was effortlessly dispatched. The roaring dragon then shifted its focus to Xing, who had been watching the spectacle. Without hesitation, Xing drew her swift dragon greatsword. The roaring dragon, recognizing her presence, initiated its renowned technique with a resounding roar. In response, Xing performed a precise counterslash, absorbing the force of the roar and swiftly delivering a cherry blossom airblade strike from behind the roaring dragon. Following this, she executed a swift draw, aiming her blade at the delicate tail of the roaring dragon in a decisive slash. The roaring dragon, suffering from the pain of a severed tail, became enraged, its head turning crimson as it unleashed its signature move, Dragon Car. Dragon Car, repeatedly charging at Xing. Unfazed by the onslaught, Xing stood her ground, adopting the water moon stance to deftly block the first charge. As the roaring dragon pivoted for a second assault, she executed a precise counter-slash, transitioning into a grand spin that charged her air blade to a fierce red edge. She then sheathed her blade, preparing for the roaring dragon's next charge. As the roaring dragon hurtled towards her, Xing unleashed a powerful draw, channeling her accumulated energy to bring the roaring dragon to a halt, toppling it to the ground. Without missing a beat, she swiftly turned and struck the downed roaring dragon with a rising dragon sword. The intense air blade strike concentrated upon the roaring dragon's head, shattering it and breaking off its two prominent horns. A seasoned hunter would never let an opportunity for damage slip away. Xing had learned from Taiyid a technique designed for such moments, releasing a guiding insect into the air, then using silk manipulation to connect it to herself, unleashing a spiraling cherry blossom air blade strike that continuously circled the roaring dragon. This move, which Taiyid had dubbed the Eternal Spiral Cherry Blossom Airblade Strike, would relentlessly revolve around its target until it succumbed. At this moment, the Hong Long lay severely wounded in the center, having been subjected to a relentless assault akin to a meat grinder, leaving it in a perilous state. Just as it attempted to rise, it was once again felled by an unending barrage of injuries. The early onslaught from Xing had pushed the Hong Long to the brink, and now, with the continuous destruction of its body parts, it found itself utterly incapacitated, eventually succumbing to unconsciousness, allowing Xing to capture it. On the other side of the Long Jiejing Tang Yue had also arrived. Upon reaching the camp, she noticed her guiding insects beginning their navigation, and as she followed their trail, she discovered that they were leading her back along the path she had taken to the Long Jiejing. After descending through a vertical passage from a rear trail, Tang Yue witnessed the Sui Long bullying the Bao Chui Long. In Chapter 207, the initial battle against the Bing Zhou Long commenced. At this juncture, the Sui Long encountered the Bao Chui Long in the corridor between the mid-level and the lava zone. The Bao Chui Long unleashed a rolling attack with its explosive body, but was met with a series of explosive punches from the Sui Long, which forced it to a halt before the Sui Long smeared it with explosive fungi. When Tang Yue arrived, she beheld the Bao Chui Long covered in marks of explosions. Staggering towards her, its body smeared with orange-yellow fungi. Just as the color shifted from orange to red, an explosion ensued. This detonation was undoubtedly the final straw that broke the Bao Chui Long. The powerful blast brought it crashing down. In terms of explosive prowess, the Sui Long prevailed. Meanwhile, the Sui Long stood atop the fallen Bao Chui Long, demonstrating its explosive techniques. Tang Yue observed the fierce contest between the two dragons, with the Sui Long emerging victorious. It earned the chance to challenge Tang Yue, and thus, a new confrontation was about to begin. As the battle commenced, Tang Yue, in front of the Sui Long, produced what appeared to be a talisman and began to anoint the blade of her insect-controlling stick. This act of enchantment was a show of respect. The Sui Long, perceiving this gesture as an affront, launched its attack. It imbued its fists with explosive enchantments. Tang Yue's ritualistic approach to enchantment was noteworthy. Just as she completed her enchantment, the Sui Long charged at her with a flurry of punches, leaving a trail of explosive fungi in its wake. As the Sui Long's fist was about to strike Tang Yue, she deftly thrust her insect-controlling stick forward and executed a meteoric shadow strike. The continuous thrusts met the Sui Long's fists. At that moment, Tang Yue's enchantment took effect. The fungi on the Sui Long's hands began to rapidly turn black, indicating decay. This abnormal decay prevented the fungi from exploding upon death. Soon, the Sui Long's fists were devoid of any fungi, and without their protective layer. They were shattered by Tang Yue's blows. The destruction of its prized weapons dealt a severe blow to the Sui Long. However, it still had its head's fungi secretion port, allowing it to use its explosive headbutt for attacks. Just as the Sui Long prepared to launch a headbutt at its formidable foe, Tang Yue anticipated its move and executed a sky strike with her enchanted insect-controlling stick, striking the Sui Long's head and obliterating the explosive fungi once more. As the Sui Long's head but struck the ground, Tang Yue skillfully evaded and delivered a powerful Shatter Dominant strike, crushing the Sui Long's robust headbutt with a rising blow. The Sui Long was in distress. Its weapon destroyed and its proud explosive strikes rendered useless, it found itself at a disadvantage. While pondering how to overcome this formidable adversary, the Sui Long witnessed Tang Yue preparing another enchantment. Unable to tolerate this any longer, it attempted to interrupt her with a charge. However, Tang Yue was ready, pulling out a righteous poison dagger while swiftly completing her enchantment. When she struck the Sui Long, a violent explosion erupted. It was an explosive enchantment, a retaliation in kind. The Sui Long fell, utterly defeated. Whether in its explosive punches or other aspects, it faced a comprehensive defeat. It knelt before Tang Yue, awaiting her judgment, ready to meet its demise as a vanquished foe. Tang Yue then retrieved the capture grenade and bound the Sui Long. The creature seemed somewhat bewildered, as if it had been contemplating strange thoughts moments before. Tang Yue dragged the dazed Sui Long back to the camp, commenting on its odd demeanor during their recent encounter. As she returned to the camp with the Sui Long in tow, Tang Yue sensed a chilling aura emanating from the nearby crystalline plaza. After handing the Sui Long over to the transportation personnel, she made her way back to the Long Jiejingjidi, eager to investigate the source of the chilling energy. Sliding down the passage, she arrived at the scorching Long Jiejingjidi, now covered in a layer of frost. A powerful cold air swirled at the center of this area, where a colossal ancient dragon, the Bingzhou Long, resided. As Tang Yue approached, the Bingzhou Long raised its head, fixating its gaze on her, clearly intrigued by this uninvited guest. Tang Yue observed the Bingzhou Long, sensing its formidable presence. Rising to meet it, a fierce cold wind surged toward her. Feeling the refreshing breeze in this sweltering place, Tang Yue experienced a moment of comfort, but soon, the sharp tail of the Bingzhou Long came charging toward her. Yet Tang Yue was not so easily subdued. She lifted her foot and stomped down on the rapidly approaching tail. Her immense strength pinned it firmly in place. The Bingzhou Long, realizing its tail was trapped, attempted to withdraw it, but after several futile attempts, it found itself unable to do so. Observing the dragon's struggle, Tang Yue smiled kindly and drew her insect-controlling stick, delivering a fierce blow to the tail. The Bingzhou Long's agile and elongated tail was severed. The force of the attempted withdrawal sent the dragon reeling backward, slamming into a crystalline pillar, shattering it. While the Bingzhou Long experienced excruciating pain, its entire tail rendered numb. As the Bingzhou Long lay on the ground, Tang Yue felt no pity. She approached and seized its head, forcefully slamming it against the ground, leaving the dragon dazed. Just as she intended to engage in further dialogue with the Bingzhou Long, it, leveraging its ancient dragon resilience, regained composure and took flight, quickly gathering the surrounding cold energy to form an icy armor, hastily fleeing the scene. Seeing the Bingzhou Long depart without hesitation, Tang Yue found no need to pursue. Instead, she collected the severed tail and returned to the outpost. Upon her return, her companions observed the tail in her possession. Ah, this is the tail of the Bingzhou Long. I encountered it in the Long Jiejingjidi and fought it. After severing its tail, it fled and transformed, adding a layer of armor, seemingly heading toward the Yong Shuangdong too. Tang Yu spoke nonchalantly. What? Chapter 208. Return to the Eternal Frosted Land. While Tang Yu was recounting the whereabouts of the ice-cursed dragon to the various heads in charge of the stars, the Wilderness Master was also conducting her own investigation in the Eternal Frosted Land. This time, she descended into the lower glacier using climbing equipment, intending to conduct a thorough search. Clearly, the Wilderness Master had good fortune this time, as she discovered a piece of fabric hidden behind a layer of ice. Without hesitation, she used her launcher to break the ice and retrieve the fabric. This was indeed similar to what she had found in the sunken ship. Even after leaving, it continued to present challenges. This piece of fabric served as a significant supplement to the information obtained from the fabric found earlier in the sunken ship, presenting a substantial opportunity to unravel the series of anomalies. Just as the Wilderness Master was preparing to find a safe place to examine her discovery, a powerful chill swept in from the distance. It was the ice-cursed dragon. After being driven away by Tang Yu, it swiftly returned to the eternal frosted land, its rapid flight generating a formidable wave of cold that triggered violent glacier disturbances. Such upheaval tore apart the ice beneath the Wilderness Master, causing her to fall, while the fabric she held was swept away by the wind. At the Yuetian base, the captain stated, "We have returned. Please prepare yourselves. The ice-cursed dragon has returned to the eternal frosted land, and this time it is evidently not as simple as before. We must be ready for defense." Dan Yi Ue, Xing, and Ai Bo, dispatched by the commander-in-chief, hurried back to inform the personnel at Yuetian of the ice-cursed dragon's return. The old man had arranged for such an early notification, indicating that this situation was indeed serious. "We will be prepared," replied the investigation captain, recognizing the gravity of the matter. It was crucial, as the safety of the entire base was at stake, and his duty was to protect it. "By the way, where is the Wilderness Master?" Ai Bo suddenly recalled, realizing that she was absent upon returning to Yuetian. "Oh, she must still be investigating outside. That is not good. Does that mean she is in danger? Can I ask for your help?" The investigation captain quickly understood the Wilderness Master's predicament. Upon receiving the captain's request, Ai Bo decisively accepted the task. "Leave it to us, my comrades. Tang Yu, let us set off quickly." The Wilderness Master, seeing Ai Bo's anxious demeanor, Tang Yu and Xing nodded in agreement, acknowledging her as a respected senior who had experienced much alongside them. Given the nature of the rescue mission, they refrained from further preparation, gathering essential supplies before departing immediately. Upon reaching the eternal frosted land, Tang Yu promptly summoned the guiding insect. Fortunately, Ai Bo still possessed an item imbued with the Wilderness Master's aura. Once the guiding insect confirmed the Wilderness Master's scent, it began its navigation. Following the guiding insect, they soon arrived at a glacial cliff facing the sea. The original path was blocked by glaciers, which Tang Yu had attempted to breach several times but had failed. However, it was no longer a concern, as the glacier obstructing their way had collapsed, revealing a new pathway. The guiding insect led them further inside, and they quickly discovered a piece of fabric at the edge of cliff. "This is just like the one we found at the sunken ship." Ai Bo recognized it immediately, since they had found such fabric here. It was certain they could locate the Wilderness Master nearby. Indeed, after Ai Bo inspected the area, she discovered the Wilderness Master's goggles on a platform below the cliff. It belongs to the Wilderness Master. Could it be? However, the scene was clearly ominous. Just as Ai Bo prepared to descend to investigate further, trouble arose. A large group of wind-drifting dragons approached. "It's the wind-drifting dragons. So, they have come here." Ai Bo realized one of the answers to the many questions they faced. Among the flock, a distinctive individual emerged, its body covered in icy armor, indicating was an elite among the wind-drifting dragons. As expected, this particular dragon approached them and emitted a challenging roar. Clearly, they could not proceed with the rescue without addressing this threat. "Comrades, Tang Yu, I entrust this to you," Ai Bo stated, acknowledging the current predicament. The interference from this wind-drifting dragon would pose a risk to the Wilderness Master's rescue, especially since they would be operating on newly altered ice layers. Since negotiation was not an option, combat was inevitable. Tang Yu and Xing promptly drew their weapons. They were experienced in dealing with wind-drifting dragons, and this Frostwing wind-drifting dragon had not yet grasped the full concept of its kind. The fire attribute insect controlling stick and the great sword were undoubtedly excellent choices against it. Tang Yu and Xing launched their grappling hooks, ascending to engage the Frostwing wind-drifting dragon mid-air, delivering powerful strikes from above. Their formidable assault brought the Frostwing wind-drifting dragon crashing to the ground. As the fallen Frostwing wind-drifting dragon lay incapacitated, Xing began to target its head, while Tang Yu wielded her dragon-slaying insect-controlling stick to strike at its limbs. The claws, which the wind-drifting dragons prided themselves on, were swiftly severed by Tang Yu's powerful blows. She even took the liberty to smooth the edges. Simultaneously, Xing's relentless assault on the dragon's head rendered its vocal apparatus incapacitated. With its roar and claws compromised, the Frostwing wind-drifting dragon's combat capabilities dwindled rapidly. With Tang Yu's graceful aerial maneuvers and Xing's swift strikes, this special entity among the wind-drifting dragons ultimately fell to the relentless onslaught of these two formidable hunters. After vanquishing the troublesome Frostwing wind-drifting dragon, Xing utilized the climbing equipment to descend to the lower ice layer. After a thorough search, she successfully located the unconscious Wilderness Master and rescued her. Upon seeing the Wilderness Master safe, Bo breathed a sigh of relief. Her inner anxiety alleviated somewhat. After bringing the Wilderness Master back to the base, they ensured she had ample rest. The Wilderness Master had only sustained minor injuries from the fall, which, for a hunter, was inconsequential. She merely lost consciousness due to the impact. However, the extreme cold posed a challenge, yet they managed to rescue her in time. When they next encountered the Wilderness Master, she had already regained her composure. Chapter 209: The Subjugation of the Ice-Cursed Dragon. Thus, it was concluded that this series of changes must have been instigated by that great entity, with the Ice-Cursed Dragon merely being influenced by it. Upon arriving at the command center, Tang Yu and her companions shared their analysis of the ancient dragon people, along with the results of their discussions, relayed through Bo. After extensive deliberation among the director of the Ecological Research Institute, the commander-in-chief, and various other specialists, it was provisionally determined that the series of ecological disasters were all instigated by the great entity. The Ice-Cursed Dragon, while also a catalyst for a series of ecological upheavals, is indeed one of the entities affected by these changes. It is true that although the Ice-Cursed Dragon is an ancient dragon influenced by these events, its actions have triggered a subsequent level of ecological disruption. Presently, the Ice-Cursed Dragon has been driven back to the eternal frosted soil, posing an imminent threat to the Yuetian stronghold. We must promptly prepare supplies and construct defensive fortifications to brace for a potential assault by this ancient dragon. The return to the eternal frosted soil serves not only to relay information, but also to initiate the defensive construction at Yuetian. We cannot afford a situation where the ancient dragon strikes before our primary defensive weapons are fully erected. We, too, will commence the construction of our defensive works, and the transport units must expedite their efforts. The investigation team leader understands the gravity of the situation and has immediately begun formulating the construction of defensive installations and the allocation of resources. Shortly after Tang Yu and the others departed, they were summoned back by Sentient due to the emergence of new subspecies influenced by the Ice-Cursed Dragon. This matter necessitates the intervention of the recommendation team. Tang Yu often ponders how a single investigative unit has managed to endure in this new continent for so long. The answer is rather simple. Prior to the arrival of the 5th Phase Corps, the ecological niches here were quite low, and the various monsters were not particularly formidable, with the strongest being the Fire Dragon and the Horn Dragon. However, with the advent of the 5th Phase Corps and the stirring of the Mingdang Dragon, the energy levels of the new continent surged dramatically, causing the ecological niches to escalate rapidly. Most members of the 5th Phase Corps are merely ordinary hunters, unable to adapt to the swiftly rising ecological niches, and thus can only contend with weaker monsters. As for formidable beings such as the Sulfur-Slashing Dragon and the Fierce Claw Dragon, they're beyond their capacity to conquer. Alas, as Tang Yu and Xing are the guiding winds of the new continent, it falls to them to address such challenges. Therefore, after conveying the message to Yuetian, they were once again summoned by Sentient to combat the Fierce Claw Dragon on the lush Coral Plateau and the Sulfur-Slashing Dragon in the Miasma Valley. The expedition against the Sulfur-Slashing Dragon and the Fierce Claw Dragon proceeded smoothly. Aside from the latter exhibiting excessive agitation due to stress and having its limbs severed by Tang Yu, there were no unforeseen complications. The two swiftly resolved the confrontation. Excellent work. The combat supplies have been transported, and the surrounding ecology has returned to normal. We now entrust you with the task of heading to Yuetian to assist in the defense preparations. As anticipated, following the successful hunt of the subspecies, Tang Yu and Xing are once again en route to Yuechen, undertaking a seemingly endless cycle of travel. Upon arriving at Yuechen, they observed a remarkable transformation. A frontline defense line had been established in front of the stronghold. Numerous workers were busy assembling the dragon-slaying cannons. Just as Tang Yu and her companions arrived, the ice-cursed dragon also made its entrance. Upon arrival, the ice-cursed dragon unleashed a freezing breath that swept across the entire frontline position. Many workers had no choice but to evade. The weapon master immediately rushed forward, intent on confronting the ice-cursed dragon. The dragon retaliated with a sweeping tail attack aimed at the weapon master. The weapon master deftly leaned back, narrowly avoiding the sharp tip of the tail that grazed his helmet, leaving a mark. Seizing the opportunity, the weapon master advanced, preparing to strike the weakened ice-cursed dragon with a Dragon Ascension sword attack. However, as the attack landed, it met with a solid ice wall conjured by the dragon's cold breath, successfully thwarting the assault. The weapon master promptly retreated, and, at that moment, Tang Yu and Xing arrived, drawing their weapons to engage in battle. Xing executed a water moon stance to deflect the ice-cursed dragon's tail, while Tang Yu seized the moment to strike down with her spear, severing the dragon's tail once more, rendering it even shorter than it had been in the Dragon Crystal Land. Xing, demonstrating remarkable synergy, took advantage of Tang Yu's action to leap onto the ice-cursed dragon, delivering a series of claw strikes that shattered a significant portion of its icy armor. Inflicted with such damage, the ice-cursed dragon rose, unleashing a fierce gust of cold wind toward the duo. "What are you all doing? Attack! Those assembling should get back to assembling. Why the hesitation?" The weapon master suddenly berated the hunters who were uncertain how to contribute. Prompted by his words, the hunters began to load ammunition and attack the ice-cursed dragon, taking advantage of the brief window created as Tang Yu and Xing distanced themselves from the confrontation. The workers responsible for assembling the dragon-slaying cannons resumed their tasks immediately. Under the relentless bombardment from Tang Yu and Xing, the ice-cursed dragon was driven out of the vicinity of the dragon-slaying cannons and into the barrier zone. Observing this, the investigation team leader commanded the defensive barrier to be raised, erecting a towering iron curtain that kept the ice-cursed dragon at bay. This enhanced sense of security invigorated the workers assembling the dragon-slaying cannons. With the ice-cursed dragon contained outside, the internal defenses were unable to target the exterior, allowing the hunters within to rest without worry, while those outside continued to provide support. Fortunately, these hunters remembered to prepare dragon binding ammunition to ensnare the ice-cursed dragon. Tang Yu and Xing took this opportunity to rest. After a period of time, the assembly of the dragon-slaying cannons was completed. "Excellent. The dragon-slaying cannons are ready. We now entrust you with loading the ammunition," the investigation team leader said with joy, approaching Tang Yu and Xing to request their assistance, as had been done previously. "Of course, we shall load the ammunition. You can count on us to restrain the ice-cursed dragon," Tang Yu replied. However, her statement left the investigation team leader feeling exceedingly awkward, as Tang Yu and Xing were the primary combatants of a stronghold, now tasked with loading ammunition instead of engaging the ice-cursed dragon. We will handle the loading of ammunition. You all take care of restraining the ice-cursed dragon," the investigation team leader replied, embarrassed, before leaving to gather personnel for loading. Meanwhile, Tang Yu and Xing continued their battle against the ice-cursed dragon. Finally, as Tang Yu and Xing wore down the ice-cursed dragon, pushing it to the brink of collapse, the investigation team completed the ammunition loading and unleashed a shot that struck the ice-cursed dragon squarely in the chest, delivering a fatal blow. Who on earth is the genius that placed the ammunition so far away? It's exhausting. Chapter 210. The resurgence of ancient dragons with the ice-cursed dragon collapsing at the gates of the Yuechen stronghold. The repercussions of its activity have come to an end. However, it is evident that the ecological anomalies will not cease with the fall of the ice-cursed dragon. Everyone, thank you for your efforts during this defense. The defense against the ice-cursed dragon was quite successful. Nevertheless, the situation is evolving towards a more dire outcome. According to reports from the investigation team, Ecological anomalies continue to persist across various regions. This situation undoubtedly confirms Tang Yu's suspicions. All these events stem from a great existence. Following the successful defense, the investigation team leader convened everyone for a post-battle summary and to strategize the upcoming actions, while the Supreme Commander observed, mentoring his grandson. Indeed, all of this originates from that great existence. The activities associated with it are none other than the songs, which are, in fact, manifestations of its influence on the ley lines. At this moment, the Dragon Clan hunter, who had only made a few appearances during previous investigations, arrived at the command center, evidently here to conduct his own inquiry into the frozen wasteland. It must be said that he truly possesses remarkable skills. Despite Tang Yue and Xing having traversed the entire frozen wasteland, they had yet to encounter him. You have returned. It seems you have uncovered quite a bit of information. The commander greeted the Dragon Clan hunter, as they were both part of the same investigative team. I have heard that you have defeated the Ice-Cursed Dragon. I wanted to come and inform you about the great existence. However, it appears you're already aware. Indeed, after a series of analyses by Tang Yue and the information brought back by the wilderness master from previous explorers, the existence of the great entity had been largely confirmed. Subsequently, the group engaged in a thorough exchange of intelligence regarding this formidable presence. By the way, have you located the lair of the Ice-Cursed Dragon? Tang Yue suddenly posed a question. At this moment, both Tang Yue and Xing had donned the splendid armor crafted from the Ice-Cursed Dragon, which was quite eye-catching. Especially with Tang Yue maintaining a remarkably slender figure, the tailored armor made her appear irresistibly charming. We have indeed found the lair of the Ice-Cursed Dragon. Since you have already dealt with the Ice-Cursed Dragon at the outpost, the investigation of its lair has proceeded quite smoothly. Clearly, an ancient dragon lair devoid of an owner holds significant investigative value. Just as the group intended to continue their discussion, a violent tremor swept across the entire frozen wasteland. Intense seismic activity caused mountains to crumble, and dark clouds engulfed the sky. In an instant, the world seemed to change color, as if a great catastrophe was descending. The tremors persisted for an extended duration, and once they ceased, the personnel within the command center let out a collective sigh of relief. It became evident that the great existence needed to be addressed promptly. If left unchecked, the ecosystem of the new continent would suffer catastrophic damage, forcing them to evacuate. Moreover, a super-ancient dragon capable of directly influencing the ley lines possesses a destructive power that should not be underestimated. The investigation leader's analysis garnered unanimous agreement among the group. They had all toiled for decades on this new continent, and the members of the same cohort had dedicated the majority of their lives here. The investigation leader, being a native born and raised in the new continent, voiced the collective sentiment of not wanting to abandon this land. Thus, the responsibility of confronting the great existence falls upon you, Tang Yue. After all, the Mingdang dragon was likely a peer of this great entity, as both are super-ancient dragons capable of controlling ley line energy. Having triumphed over the Mingdang dragon and even tamed it, you should also be able to overcome the great existence. We entrust this task to you. In response to the investigation leader's request and the gazes of the other department heads, Tang Yue naturally raised her head slightly and nodded. Leave it to me to savor unique delicacies and experience the thrill of the hunt. These were the very reasons Tang Yue remained in this world. With a powerful and intriguing presence like Deng Deng, how could she possibly let it slip away? In that case, we must spring into action. While we have some understanding of the great existence, we lack precise knowledge of its location. Currently, due to its activities, the entire ecosystem has undergone drastic changes, and our task now is to manage these alterations. The investigation team will be responsible for monitoring and addressing the active monsters, while the logistics and other departments will continue with their respective duties. The Wilderness Master and the Dragon Clan Hunter will resume their original activities. Based on past experiences with the Mingdang dragon, it is likely that other ancient dragons will also become active alongside this, one capable of controlling ley lines. We may even encounter our old friend, the Miejin dragon. The responsibility for investigating and managing the ancient dragons will fall to the recommended team members, as only you possess the capability to effectively suppress the ancient dragons. We ask for your assistance." The investigation leader began to methodically arrange the actions, and the gathered individuals expressed no dissent, as it largely aligned with their original tasks. The only one injured was the recommended team member, Kang Langsing. "By the way, Tang Yue and Xing, our investigation team has discovered some developments in the land of dragon crystals. Would you mind investigating there?" At the conclusion of the meeting, the investigation leader unveiled a troublesome matter, directly delegating it to Tang Yue and Xing, the recommended team members of Kang Langsing. They had no choice but to accept, as the combined combat power within the entire investigation outpost was less than that of Tang Yue and Xing alone. They were the only ones capable of resolving the issue. Other hunters in the investigation team could handle disturbances from creatures like the vicious poison bird, the chaotic bird, and the toxic dragon. But they were utterly powerless against formidable opponents like the terror dragon, fire dragon, horn dragon, and the four great titans. Only the recommended team, led by Sang and his editor, could assist in alleviating the pressure on Tang Yue and Xing, fully prepared. Armed with the newly forged Ice-Cursed Dragon Blade and Ice-Cursed Dragon Bug-Catching Stick, Tang Yue and Xing set forth once again, embarking on the arduous investigative journey of the illustrious Kang Langsing, with their destination being the land of dragon crystals. This time, they were poised to unleash devastation upon the enhanced B-25 of the pre-ignition. Chapter 211. The second ancient dragon battle shortly after entering the land of dragon crystals. The guiding insects on Tang Yue's body reacted, swiftly darting out in search of the ancient dragon's trail. Tang Yue and Xing immediately pursued, surprised at how smoothly this task was progressing. As they had quickly located the ancient dragon, it seemed they would be able to return early for a second lunch. With two whistles, two assault dragons, a local specialty, rushed over. Tang Yue and Xing mounted the dragons and sped towards their destination. As for why they called upon local drivers instead of using a private vehicle, it was because Tang Yue had previously arranged for the Ice Wolf she had captured to be stationed at the Xingchen and Yuechen outposts for shared transportation. Even Xiaoman had been borrowed by a child who suddenly appeared in this world for playtime. Thus, Tang Yue had no choice but to utilize the local public transport. Furthermore, she felt that her time in this world was nearing its conclusion. The primary goal now was to discover the surprises awaiting the evolving Deng Deng and to ascertain the true nature of the so-called Great Existence. Surely, it would be time to depart, but what did it matter? This world was already under her dominion. Although the assault dragon was not particularly fast, it arrived at the destination indicated by the guiding insects. It was once again a vast plain, and one could only say that the energy of the new continent was indeed abundant. In just this brief period, the crystal mountains that Tang Yue had previously excavated had sprouted a new layer, with the once exposed black rock surface now enveloped in white crystals. Upon dismounting from the assault dragon, Tang Yue and Xing spotted several more formidable bone spines embedded in the ground, immediately recognizing them as remnants left by the Miejin dragon. Indeed, they had encountered an old friend. "Oh, it appears you have also made your way here for investigation." Indeed, these are traces of the Miejin dragon. It seems significant events are unfolding once more. As the two individuals were observing, they were suddenly met with shouts from aside. Turning their heads, they beheld a figure resembling a golden lion, which turned out to be the Grand Commander. "Ah, it's the Grand Commander," one exclaimed. After a period of absence, he had certainly put on some weight. This matter had become common knowledge throughout the base, so Tang Yu inquired, "Haven't you been attending the base lately?" Her words rendered the Grand Commander momentarily awkward. Indeed, he had been wandering outside without engaging with the base's strategic directives, leaving him somewhat uninformed. Faced with Tang Yu's inquiry, he was at a loss for words. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "In any case, it seems the Miejin Long is becoming active again. This is excellent news, as it will lead us to the answers we seek." The Grand Commander swiftly changed the subject, hoping to divert attention from the awkwardness by discussing the Miejin Long. However, just as he was about to elaborate, a shadow swept overhead, followed by a swarm of shadows rapidly diminishing in size. Looking up, they recognized it was the B-25, or rather, the Bao Lin Long, preparing for bombardment. The group quickly sought cover to avoid the impending explosion. Once the Bao Lin Long landed, they beheld its full form, which radiated an intense red heat. Energy coursed through its veins, and the explosive projectiles appeared to be in a pre-detonation state, indicating it was a super-enhanced version. Indeed, this is quite remarkable. It seems we must address this threat before properly investigating the call, the Grand Commander jested, evidently hoping that Tang Yu and Xing would grasp his intention and willingly accept the task of hunting the Crimson Bao Lin Long, observing the Grand Commander's demeanor. Tang Yu found herself questioning how he had managed to wander alone for so long. As Xing prepared to accept the mission and engage in battle, a tremor reverberated through the air, and suddenly, from the edge of a nearby cliff, a dragon-like beast infused with red and black energy leapt forth. It was the Kong Bao Long, and not just any Kong Bao Long, but the enraged version that had fully absorbed dragon energy suppression. What followed was a classic confrontation between the world's guardians and the enforcers of order, this time intensified. A multitude of pre-detonating explosives were hurled toward the enraged Kong Bao Long, which retaliated with a torrent of dragon energy breath, resulting in mutual harm. The enraged Kong Bao Long then attempted a physical assault, while the Bao Lin Long entered its fiery state, the temperature around it escalating from red to a bluish-purple hue. As the two dragons clashed fiercely, Tang Yu could no longer contain her excitement. Seizing the opportunity while the Kong Bao Long and the Bao Lin Long were entangled in battle, she positioned herself between them and unleashed a powerful icy slash. Infused with an intense chill, a sweeping arc of frost emanated from her, enveloping both the Kong Bao Long and the Bao Lin Long in a frigid embrace. The powerful strike cleaved through them, and the sudden drop in temperature triggered a violent clash of thermal currents around the Bao Lin Long. While the Kong Bao Long found its movements hindered by the intense cold, Xing seized this moment to strike, executing a cold-infused blade attack that severed the Bao Lin Long's tail, significantly diminishing its bombardment capabilities. Taking advantage of the chaos, Tang Yu also targeted the Kong Bao Long's tail, preventing its sweeping attacks. Both dragons, realizing the threat posed by the two humans, swiftly reached a consensus to eliminate them first. In the ensuing chaos, one dragon was caught off guard by Xing's counterattack, while the other fell victim to Tang Yu's relentless strikes. After exchanging blows, they quickly adapted, only to find themselves grappling with their own inadequacies. The enhanced versions of the Bao Lin Long and Kong Bao Long, upon being returned to the investigation base, brought immense joy to the scholars present, particularly due to their massive sizes, making them ideal subjects for study. Upon completing their mission, Tang Yu and Xing proceeded to the command center, where the Grand Commander awaited them, having already familiarized himself with recent developments. "Ah, you've returned. It seems your endeavor was fruitful. We've discovered traces of ancient dragons in the ancient tree forest, specifically the Misty Corpse Dragon, which I entrust to you." Chapter 212. The Second Ancient Dragon Battle. Ah, the Misty Corpse Dragon. How nostalgic. I vividly recall our encounter in the Miasma Valley, Tang Yu mused as they made their way toward the ancient tree forest, reminiscing about the battle with the Corpse Dragon. Despite their overpowering tactics leading to the Corpse Dragon's demise, she wondered if the Misty Corpse Dragon would prove to be a more formidable opponent. As they entered the forest, the guiding insects sensed the presence of the Misty Corpse Dragon, directing them forward. Following the insects, they encountered numerous unusual spore clusters, some powerful enough to parasitically overtake creatures, as evidenced by several ferocious wolves now lifeless under the spore's influence. It appeared that this creature possessed abilities reminiscent of the earlier Corpse Dragon, though the medium had shifted from miasma to spores. This made sense, as the forest environment was not conducive to the accumulation of miasma, allowing it to dissipate and be decomposed by the flora. Spores, however, thrived in such an environment. While Tang Yu analyzed the situation, the guiding insects abruptly halted, gathering in unison as a towering figure approached. The newcomer donned a protective armor composed of gathered fungal spores, surrounded by a swirling mass of spores, forming a kinetic armor. As Tang Yu observed the Misty Corpse Dragon, it too became aware of the two, sensing their potent energy signatures, primarily from Xing. As Tang Yu's energy was too advanced to register clearly, without hesitation, the Misty Corpse Dragon launched an attack, believing that taking the initiative would grant it the upper hand. A torrent of spores, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, surged toward Tang Yu and Xing, enveloping them in an instant. As the spore mist enveloped them, Xing felt his energy rapidly depleting, seemingly siphoned by the misty corpse dragon, which appeared to grow stronger as it absorbed his energy. Conversely, Tang Yu remained unaffected. The spores could not penetrate her defenses, as an invisible energy shield surrounded her, keeping the spore mist at bay. This situation could not persist, while Tang Yu was unfazed. Xing was at risk, and their companion, Wang Jiang, had already started sneezing. Without hesitation, Tang Yu drew her insect control stick and thrust it forward, striking the misty corpse dragon in the chest. The force of the impact staggered the creature, temporarily disrupting its control over the spore mist. Star directly stuffed a handful of disbanding seeds into his mouth, then executed a swift slash towards the head of the foggy corpse dragon, which had just stumbled and lowered its head. An intense chill erupted instantaneously, freezing the spore mist between Star and the foggy corpse dragon. At this moment, Tang Yu had already circled behind the foggy corpse dragon and delivered a fierce blow to its still slender tail, severing it completely. Tang Yu and Star, sharing an unspoken understanding, unleashed a series of attacks. Star performed a cherry blossom blade slash, slicing through the left side of the corpse dragon, while Tang Yu, wielding her insect manipulation rod, executed a succession of forward slashes from the right side. This coordinated assault severely wounded the foggy corpse dragon, halting the flow of poisonous spores that had been swirling around its body, revealing large patches of skin. Tang Yu and Star immediately directed their frenzied attacks at these exposed areas. Although the foggy corpse dragon boasted superior environmental adaptability and combat prowess compared to ordinary corpse dragons, it was ultimately confronted by beings at the apex of the food chain in this new land. Following their triumph over the foggy corpse dragon, Tang Yu and Star returned to the Star Point. After all, compared to the Eternal Frostland, this period in the new continent was when ancient dragons were most active. Due to the influence of great beings, the new continent was once again experiencing a surge in ancient dragon activity, with a plethora of formidable monsters emerging. Not to mention the notorious Eradicator Tyrannosaurus and the Scarlet Flame Dragon. There were also various wandering creatures like the Rampaging Bull Dragon and the Thunderjaw Dragon roaming across diverse ecosystems. This scenario undoubtedly caused considerable distress for most ordinary hunters. Collecting minerals or gathering ingredients now required utmost caution, as a rampaging bull dragon could suddenly appear. While the rampaging bull dragon might be manageable, encountering powerful beasts like the Scarlet Flame Dragon or the Eradicator Tyrannosaurus would necessitate abandoning all prior gains and fleeing for dear life. This predicament had led to an increasing scarcity of supplies at the outpost. Even with fleets bringing back resources from the guild, it was merely a drop in the bucket, leading to a slow decline. The most pressing issue was to eliminate the threat posed by the great beings. If preparations for battle were to be made, space for transportation ships for strategic supplies would have to be cleared, forcing the relinquishment of much-needed survival resources, thereby intensifying the strain on the outpost's self-sufficiency. You're back. It seems the issue with the foggy corpse dragon has been resolved. The commander observed Tang Yu and Star before him, feeling somewhat drained. A stark contrast to the commander the others had seen before. Commander, is there a problem? AI Bo inquired, intending to clarify the situation and see if he could lend a hand. It's nothing, just that the investigation is progressing slowly. With the ecological upheaval, everyone faces considerable danger while gathering resources, making it difficult to collect supplies. If we cannot resolve this incident before exhausting all resources, we may have to rely on the guild for support, which would undoubtedly lead to a slow demise. The commander was not optimistic about the current situation. I apologize. Things have become somewhat complicated. I shouldn't be complaining in front of you frontline personnel. By the way, since you've returned, I'd appreciate it if you could investigate the Lu Shan Coral Plateau. The investigation team has discovered traces of an unknown ancient dragon there. And according to the response from the guiding insects, it is indeed an ancient dragon. I entrust this task to you. Observing the commander's expression, Tang Yu and her companions felt it challenging to refuse, as numerous pressing matters had arisen, slowing the investigation's pace. Partners, Tang Yu, let us head to the Lushan Coral Plateau quickly. I hope we can complete the task swiftly and alleviate some pressure on the outpost. I actually think it would benefit you to eat a bit less. Tang Yu couldn't help but tease AI Bo. Chapter 213. The Second Ancient Dragon War. Although AI Bo consumed quite a lot, Tang Yu and her companions needed to fulfill their mission, investigating the ancient dragon at the Lushan Coral Plateau. Due to the intensity of the ancient dragon, the task of subjugation was assigned solely to Tang Yu and Star, allowing them to focus exclusively on the ancient dragon without any other concerns. Every resource at the outpost needed to be utilized judiciously to push the investigation forward as much as possible, without the need to consider logistical support. Tang Yu and Star set off for the Lushan Coral Plateau, accompanied by AI Bo and Wang Jiang. It's been a while since I've been here. It looks just the same. Let us get started. With that, Tang Yu boldly jumped off the cliff outside the camp. Star followed suit, quickly trailing behind Tang Yu and scattering dust from their demon powder. The two began their exploration along the main path, encircling the Lushan Coral Plateau, intending to gather some basic traces for the guiding insects to track. After all, the investigation team had little information regarding the newly discovered species of ancient dragon at the Lushan Coral Plateau. They only reported finding traces unlike any recorded ancient dragon. Look, what is that? It appears to be a large pool of sticky saliva. Upon hearing this, Star stepped forward to investigate, revealing a puddle of transparent, gelatinous liquid. As they observed, the diligent guiding insects began their work, with a characteristic blue guiding insect flying out of its cage, collecting information from the puddle before starting to navigate. It looks like this is the one, given its distinctive color. Tang Yu and Star nodded in agreement and promptly followed the guiding insect toward their target. As they advanced, their position gradually ascended toward the upper levels of the Lushan Coral Plateau. It seems our target resides at a higher elevation, much like the Qilin. Star concurred with Tang Yu's observation. The quickest way to reach the upper levels of the Lushan Coral Plateau was to take flight. The two arrived beneath the top platform, where a powerful updraft awaited. They donned their gliding suits, and the strong airflow propelled them upward toward the platform. After a rapid ascent, they landed safely on the top platform. However, just as they settled, the already dim surroundings darkened further, and a powerful jet of water surged toward them. Caught off guard by this violent torrent, they would have been swept away if not for Tang Yu's quick reflexes. She rushed in front of Star, drawing her insect manipulation rod and plunging it into the ground to steady herself while absorbing the impact from Star. Star, realizing the situation, swiftly drew her blade and followed Tang Yu's example, driving her sword into the ground. With their weapons providing support, the two easily withstood the force of the water. After catching their breath, they looked up to see the source of the high-pressure water jet. Before them stood a creature of deep blue, its body appearing dark under the reflection of the unique water and environment. Its bright red head was adorned with long, ribbon-like appendages glowing with luminescence. Upon encountering their adversary, Tang Yu and Star showed no intention of holding back. Tang Yu swiftly extracted the Taochungun from the ground, its clawed tip seizing the head of the Mingbo Long, initiating an assault. However, Xing encountered a minor predicament. The Taidal, which had been embedded in the earth, was now tilted backward due to the force of the water flow, compacting the surrounding soil and rendering it immovable. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, engaged in combat with the Mingbo Long, felt perplexed by Xing's absence in delivering support. As for Wang Jiang, he had been inadvertently swept away by the torrent and was likely still navigating his way back from the Coral Plateau. Noticing the unusual delay, Tang Yu glanced back to find Xing struggling against the earth. With a hint of exasperation, she refocused her efforts on the Mingbo Long. It was evident that the ancient dragon of the water element possessed remarkable resilience, as Tang Yu's attacks were frequently deflected by the creature's viscous secretions. Even the ice-enhanced Cao Chonggun, augmented with frigid energy, failed to hinder the Mingbo Long's movements. Moreover, the slippery surface of the dragon's body made it exceedingly difficult to maintain a grip, and Tang Yu nearly lost her footing on several occasions. Fortunately, the claws she had designed had been reinforced, allowing her to secure her hold on the Mingbo Long without issue. as Tang Yu engaged in a prolonged battle against the creature's slippery exterior. Xing finally liberated the Kadal from its entrapment, executing a decisive strike aimed at the Ming Bolong's head. The already wounded dragon entered its battle stance, its dark wings radiating brilliant light, transforming its coloration into a vivid display. Where it once lurked in shadows, the Ming Bolong now resembled a dazzling dancer upon the coral plateau. Yet, the Ming Bolong's assault was not a performance, but rather a powerful jet of water. A torrent surged forth, targeting both Tang Yu and Xing. Reacting swiftly, they evaded the oncoming deluge, which subsequently crashed down upon Wang Jiang, who had just resurfaced. Following the initial surge, the Ming Bolong unleashed another torrent, infused with its own energy, enveloping the battlefield and plunging Tang Yu and Xing into a sensation akin to being submerged in deep waters, severely restricting their movements. However, Tang Yu was not without recourse. She unleashed a dazzling pressure, channeling the gathered icy energy into a multitude of ice-based patterns. This marked the first instance of her utilizing a complete dazzling pressure in this realm. The overwhelming icy energy swept across the battlefield, freezing the water flow and subsequently ensnaring the Ming Bolong, immobilizing its limbs against the ground. Faced with such an adversary, both Tang Yu and Xing exchanged knowing smiles. Recognizing their advantage, the Ming Bolong continued to secrete its peculiar water, resulting in large portions of its body being encased in ice, ultimately collapsing beneath their relentless brilliance. Chapter 214. The Second Ancient Dragon Battle. Ah, you've returned. We are currently in a meeting, and your presence is the last piece we need. Quickly, join us. Having vanquished the Ming Bolong, Tang Yu and Xing returned to their base, only to be intercepted by Sang, who summoned them to the command center for a meeting. With everyone gathered, the commander commenced the discussions regarding the great entity, revealing that the investigation results had finally been compiled. The investigation leader, upon noticing Tang Yu and Xing's arrival, promptly initiated the meeting. As stated by the investigation leader, after enduring a challenging period, they had successfully gathered information about the great entity. Firstly, I shall explain that during the investigation of locations where songs could be heard, a specific pattern was identified. I have marked these locations on the map according to their temporal sequence. The Dragonkin hunter responsible for the song investigation began sharing intelligence. It's quite perplexing. What sort of pattern could this be? AI Bo gazed at the markings on the map, utterly bewildered. Do not rush. I will now indicate the locations of geological shifts in chronological order. Next, the Wilderness Master marked her findings on the map, revealing that all mark points subtly formed a spiral pattern around the Dragon Crystal Land. A spiral? Could this signify the ley lines? AI Bo began to discern a semblance of understanding. I see now. The energy is moving along the ley line corridors. The commander also arrived at a preliminary conclusion. Excellent. Now, let us deliver the decisive blow. Fifth Squad, present the findings of the Ancient Dragon investigation. The squad leader made his presence known by marking the locations of Ancient Dragon activity, with the final Ancient Dragon activity point marked. The overall pattern on the map fully manifested as a spiral trajectory, according to the investigation team's report. Pursuing the trajectory along its extension led to the discovery of an island. Considering the period of the Ancient Dragon's unrest, the great entity must be located there. The investigation leader provided the final coordinates obtained by the team. What awaits us on that island remains uncertain. We will need to respond according to the situation upon arrival. Regardless, I wish to hear everyone's opinions. The commander made the final call. There is no need for discussion. The elite few. No objections. Each leader began to articulate their views, but Tang Yu perceived a singular sentiment resonating throughout. It was indeed their responsibility to guide the way that Song Lan Xing understood. We get it. No need to elaborate further. Xing, let us prepare. It's evident that it will be us undertaking this task. Listening to the discussions, Tang Yu couldn't help but sarcastically remark before dragging Xing away to make preparations. After all, the leaders were merely deliberating on who would accompany them on this grand adventure. Observing Tang Yu and the reluctantly led Xing depart, several leaders erupted in laughter, beginning to discuss who would be assigned to the mission. Soon, it was time to set forth. The so-called great entity possesses the capability to utterly disrupt the ecosystem from its very source. Given the interconnectedness of the ley lines, it is not surprising that one day its influence could reach far and wide. We must thwart it at all costs. Despite the uncertainties that lie ahead, we are resolute in achieving our objective. The investigation leader delivered an invigorating speech before their departure, though only those hunters not participating in combat felt particularly motivated. Tang Yu expressed confidence in their success, while Xing harbored hopes of redeeming themselves from the earlier Master Ball battle. As the investigation leader concluded the address, leaders from various departments convened, with nearly all the elders from the first squad in attendance. They gathered around the newly constructed hot air balloon-powered vessel, preparing to send off the guiding Zhonglan Xing. Ah, how nostalgic! It has been refurbished, hasn't it? The squad leader reflected upon the vessel before him, recalling its previous form. Not a new ship, but rather a renovated one. Indeed, it has been rebuilt based on a model of the first hot air balloon we crafted upon our arrival here. The commander clarified, assuring that it was not merely a patch-up, but a thoughtful reconstruction. Ultimately, after a lively discussion among several seasoned members of the first squad, the Wilderness Master was loaded onto the ship, embarking alongside a few unfortunate souls from the recommendation group. In contrast to the inverted ship from the third phase, this time the hot air balloon vessel maintained a normal posture, significantly expanding the available space for movement. After traversing layers of clouds and mist, we finally arrived at our destination. Amidst the towering, jagged rock formations, we discovered a barely adequate campsite. After a brief respite, Tang Yu and Xing, carrying the hopes of everyone, ventured along the path to the central area of the island. There, they encountered their old friend, the Miejin Long. However, this Miejin Long appeared markedly different from the one they had previously known. It resembled a super-enhanced version of itself, with what once were oxidized black spikes transformed into crystalline, exquisite bone protrusions. Its pair of large horns now gleamed black, suggesting a significant increase in strength. This Miejin Long could aptly be renamed the Jian Shi Miejin Long. Upon seeing Tang Yu, the Jian Shi Miejin Long displayed a look of surprise and instinctively recoiled. In that moment, Tang Yu realized that this creature was indeed the same one she had previously subdued and released back into the wild after a fierce battle. To her astonishment, it had evolved into a more formidable version during their time apart. Delighted by their reunion, Tang Yu thought, "Let us engage once more." She felt a surge of joy, recalling how the Miejin Long had been utterly defeated and left incapacitated during their last encounter. The emergence of the Jian Shi Miejin Long also implied the presence of a powerful ancient dragon capable of wreaking ecological havoc, a truly grand entity. Xing clearly recognized this as well and drew her weapon, preparing for battle against the enhanced version of Miejin Long, the Jian Shi Miejin Long. The Jian Shi Miejin Long, upon observing Tang Yu and Xing assume an aggressive stance, ceased hesitating and readied itself for combat. It launched an aerial assault, attempting to execute a powerful strike akin to the Buddha's palm. However, as the Jian Shi Miejin Long took flight, Tang Yu utilized her insect-controlling staff to ascend, targeting the creature's head and knocking it down, marking the commencement of their battle against the Jian Shi Miejin Long. As the Jian Shi Miejin Long fell, Xing swiftly approached, delivering a decisive slash that struck the creature's wing, sending several crystalline bone spikes flying. The signature ability of the Miejin Long clan, Rapid Regeneration, quickly began repairing the damaged crystalline spikes. Meanwhile, Tang Yu positioned herself behind the Jian Shi Miejin Long, intending to perform a brutal operation on its tail. The vigilant Jian Shi Miejin Long noted her intentions and executed a roll, narrowly evading her strike. "Oh dear, why must you be so agile? I can hardly land a blow on your tail," Tang Yu exclaimed in frustration, realizing her attack had missed. This remark startled the Jian Shi Miejin Long, which instinctively reared up, gripping its tail defensively. Tang Yu and Xing couldn't help but find the sight amusing, though the Jian Shi Miejin Long maintained a high level of vigilance, having taken considerable time to regrow its tail after their last encounter. However, this standoff could not last long. Tang Yu charged forward, and upon seeing her advance, the Jian Shi Long lowered its tail, preparing to confront her attack. Just as Tang Yu was about to engage, she sprang into the air with a soaring insect maneuver. Following closely behind, Xing unleashed a cold, blade-drawing strike at the Jian Shi Long. The creature had no choice but to defend itself against Xing's assault. Seizing the moment, Tang Yu leaped behind the Jian Shi Long, taking advantage of its defense to deliver a powerful blow to its tail, severing it entirely. The Jian Shi Long, despite its caution, was taken aback by Tang Yu's successful strike, losing its hard-won, enhanced tail once more. The pain radiating from its tail caused the Jian Shi Long to momentarily weaken its defenses, allowing Xing to capitalize on the opportunity with a fierce slash to its head, shattering its formidable horns. Meanwhile, Tang Yu executed a rolling aerial attack, shattering numerous crystalline bone spikes from the Jian Shi Long's back. This relentless assault left the creature reeling. In a moment of rage, the Jian Shi Long resolved to unleash its final resort. It raised its body high and then dramatically collapsed onto the ground, feigning death. I am finished, it seemed to convey. Tang Yu and Xing, bewildered by this unexpected turn, approached and prodded the Jian Shi Long, but remained unresponsive. Having never witnessed such a scene, they were at a loss for what to do. Just then, as they pondered their next steps, AI Bo and the Wilderness Master arrived, drawn by the abrupt silence. How are you? Are you injured? Perhaps you should take a moment to rest, they expressed their concern, reassured by the lack of visible injuries on Tang Yu and Xing. At that moment, a fierce wind began to howl around them, accompanied by violent tremors. This is bad. The Wilderness Master recognized the seriousness of the situation as massive stone wings began to rise from the ground, enveloping the Jian Shi Long's body and drawing it into the depths below. With the ground beneath them starting to crack and collapse, he urged, "We must leave this place." Yet, Tang Yu and Xing responded by shouldering their weapons and heading toward the colossal stone wings. The Wilderness Master attempted to voice his concerns, but AI Bo grasped his arm, assuring him, "I have faith in them. They alone can complete this battle." With a nod of understanding, he followed AI Bo to a safer location. After their departure, Tang Yu and Xing deftly navigated the falling debris, ultimately arriving in a vast subterranean chamber surrounded by towering rock formations, resembling an arena. Ah, how splendid! A unique battleground awaits us. Let us commence our duel. Tang Yu marveled at the surroundings and promptly retrieved a Master Ball. Xing, witnessing this, grew anxious, recalling how the previous encounter with this purple orb had led to a chaotic battle. She raised her hand to stop Tang Yu, but it was too late. Tang Yu had already thrown the Master Ball. Contrary to their expectations, instead of capturing a grand entity, a colossal silhouette emerged. As the red and white glow faded, a magnificent figure resembling the Ming Deng Long stood before them, its semi-transparent skin shimmering in deep blue, adorned with twinkling stars, radiating an ethereal azure brilliance. This was none other than the evolved form of Deng Deng. Before arriving at this island, Tang Yu captured the great existence known as DD Long within a Master Ball at the Grand Canyon. After absorbing the immense dragon vein crystals and undergoing adjustments by Tang Yu, Deng Deng bore a striking resemblance to the legendary azure star that ascended into the heavens, achieving a similarity of approximately 90%. Upon witnessing this transformation, Xing breathed a sigh of relief and promptly prepared for battle, reasoning that having multiple allies was preferable to being captured outright. Go forth, Deng Deng, and showcase your first battle after rebirth. As Tang Yu's words resonated, Deng Deng unfurled its magnificent wings, casting a radiant starlight that sparkled with brilliance. With a swift surge, Deng Deng charged towards DD Long, causing the great being to stumble, shedding a significant amount of rocky debris. Tang Yu discerned that these rocks appeared to encase the entity's true form. Pressing forward, she delivered a powerful meteor strike to the creature's head, unleashing a forceful gust that shattered the rocky facade into fragments. Seizing the opportunity, Deng Deng executed a crushing maneuver, gripping the colossal claw-like wings and pressing downwards as if attempting to snap them in two. Meanwhile, Xing unleashed her own assault, targeting the limbs of the great being, which, under Dang Dang's suppression, found itself largely immobilized and relegated to a defensive position. Chapter 216. The Second Ancient Dragon Battle accompanied by a deafening roar. The being later known as the Heavenly Emperor's Wailing Dragon, affectionately referred to as DD Long, sustained critical damage. A significant portion of its rocky exterior began to peel away, revealing the ancient dragon's true form within. Its body resembled that of an ancient tree, with bark-like skin akin to tree roots, and its wings lacked membrane support, presenting a yellow hue reminiscent of the earth, accented by red undertones. The tightly shut eyes were particularly unique, a sight that sparked a challenge within Tang Yu. How audacious to close your eyes in my presence. Do you underestimate me? This sentiment propelled Tang Yu to manifest an even greater strength. Since you dare to hold back in front of me, allow me to demonstrate what true power entails. With those words, Tang Yu summoned forth her latent magical energy, which had seldom been utilized since her arrival in this world. The magical force coursed through her body, reactivating her formidable physical attributes. Elevated by this surge of magic, Tang Yu began to ascend. The energy enveloped her bug-taming rod, gradually transforming it into the primordial spear of Tai Chu, now imbued with her special magic. A resplendent golden spear materialized in her grasp. At the same time, Ding Ding, connected to Tang Yu, also received the nurturing essence of magical energy. The starlight emanating from its form intensified, while the earth vein energy within it rapidly activated. Now completely under Ding Ding's control. Observing the unfolding scene, Xing recognized that her own battle was drawing to a close. Yet her concern for the stronghold led her to entrust the fight to Tang Yu, a testament to her faith in her partner. The magical energy ultimately transformed Tang Yu into her primordial incarnation. Her combat prowess was fully unleashed, radiating an overwhelming pressure and aura that enveloped the surroundings. The entire transformation process was clearly visible to the members of the First Division, who had just received word and rushed to the nearby encampment. Although the other members intended to assist in the battle, they were halted by the Grand Commander. It's unnecessary. I have witnessed the might of that entity firsthand. I never anticipated that it would be Tang Yu, who has been active in the stronghold. Trusting the Grand Commander's judgment and lacking insight into the current situation, the others complied with his guidance. Meanwhile, the battle below reignited. Ding Ding, now fully liberated from its energy constraints, unleashed a torrent of earth vein energy from its mouth, striking DD Long with tremendous force. Concurrently, Tang Yu charged forward, thrusting her spear into DD Long's form, followed by an unstoppable flurry of strikes that lifted the massive creature off its feet. Behind her, an array of dazzling patterns coalesced as Tang Yu executed a powerful attack, compressing the multitude of radiant designs and directing them towards DD Long. However, DD Long was not inclined to remain passive. Its wings drew together, channeling a violent sound wave energy that coalesced into a colossal sound wave cannon. Yet, DD Long grossly overestimated its own combat capabilities. To the majority of hunters, the sound wave cannon appeared as a calamity, but it was swiftly overwhelmed by Tang Yu's radiant onslaught, which surged forward, infused with multiple magical patterns, striking DD Long and sending it crashing to the ground. At that moment, Ding Ding enveloped itself in energy and charged at DD Long. To amplify Ding Ding's destructive force, Tang Yu swiftly teleported to the opposite side of DD Long and unleashed the Radiant Dragon Dance. A continuous barrage of powerful strikes propelled DD Long towards Ding Ding. Just then, Ding Ding's charge collided with DD Long. However, Ding Ding's impact paled in comparison to Tang Yu's relentless assault, leaving DD Long caught in the middle, subjected to a relentless barrage from both Tang Yu and Ding Ding. Once the onslaught concluded, DD Long exhibited clear signs of exhaustion, its previously shut eyes now wide open, revealing a fearsome and terrifying gaze that unsettled Tang Yu. In response, Tang Yu unleashed the primordial Star River's destruction, her spears slicing through the fabric of reality, unleashing an overwhelming expanse of void, filled with countless ancient radiant patterns. As Tang Yu's final strikes fell, billions of these patterns erupted simultaneously. DD Long, bearing the brunt of this assault, was utterly annihilated, its vitality extinguished amidst the cataclysmic explosion of radiant patterns, transforming into nourishment for this world. As DD Long collapsed, a shadow leapt from the precipice below. It was the Annihilation Dragon. It landed beside the fallen DD Long, preparing to deliver a final blow to the seemingly lifeless creature. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that DD Long was truly defeated. Faced with the sight of Tang Yu in her primordial incarnation and Deng Deng, brimming with earth vein energy, the Annihilation Dragon found itself at a crossroads. Opting for discretion, it made a hasty retreat. Shortly after the Annihilation Dragon's departure, Tang Yu had yet to revert from her transformed state when voices from the First Division called out from above. "Ah, it's you all. You actually came back. Didn't TU intend to leave this to us?" In the face of Tang Yu's teasing, the seasoned veterans of the First Division remained unfazed. After all, they had seen much in their time. However, the Grand Commander soon donned a serious expression, approaching Tang Yu with gravity. "I wish to know if you were indeed the one who captured and elevated the molten mountain dragon as it ventured towards the ocean." Dan Yi Ue, taken aback by the Grand Commander's inquiry, nodded, having nothing to conceal regarding the matter. "Is that so? Then what brings such a being as yourself to this place? Although your previous display of strength at the stronghold was formidable, it has yet to reach the level of the current prowess exhibited by Tang Yu." The leader of the group attempted to articulate the power Tang Yu showcased now, but after much contemplation, he ultimately relinquished the endeavor. "Me? I have no particular reason. I simply came to this world for leisure, to savor the hunting and the culinary delights here." Upon hearing Tang Yu's response, the leader and several hunters from the first group couldn't help but smile, bursting into hearty laughter once more. After all, based on Tang Yu's earlier displays of combat prowess, they trusted that she would not deceive them, nor was there any need for her to do so. They preferred to maintain goodwill. And since Tang Yu came for hunting and gastronomy, it mattered not who she was or how powerful she might be. She was a friend deserving of sincere regard. A month later, "Tang Yu, are you truly leaving?" AI Bo gazed at Tang Yu with evident reluctance. "Indeed, I have matters to attend to in another world. This trip was merely a clandestine escape for relaxation. Moreover, during this time, we have together vanquished the Ming Qi Long, Huang Hei Long, and the leader, oh no, the Jin Shizi. It is indeed time for farewells." Tang Yu expressed a touch of nostalgia, for they had frolicked together for quite some time. "Will you return?" "Certainly. The cuisine here is quite exquisite. The hunting is also quite engaging. I shall return whenever the opportunity arises. Oh, and I leave the lantern with you. It will safeguard this place in my stead. Until we meet again." As Tang Yu's words faded, she waved farewell to everyone at the stronghold and opened the world crystal wall once more, departing from this realm of hunting. It was time to complete the reconstruction of Terra. Chapter 217. The final trial. As he beheld the re-emergent crack in the crystal wall, Pierre felt a palpable sense of relief from the anxiety that had gripped him. During Tang Yu's absence, the plan had proceeded remarkably well. The adventurers, under the script's guidance, had continuously grown stronger. They had triumphed over Douluo Ji in no smar, achieving a transcendence of awakening, traversed the dimensional rift to the world known as Douluo to acclimatize to their powers, returned to Alad to address the war against Kalute in the heavenly realm, ultimately aiding the celestial beings in their victory over Intuan, penetrated the Silent City and vanquished the creator Lu Ku, brutally defeated Sha Lufuzi in the Hailing region, and conquered Ishi Si at the Night Sky Tower, thwarted the violent search party and once again bested Shi Luo Ku, hindered the Chaos Cult and triumphed over Ao Zima, battled and bested Messier, and traversed time to defeat Bakair. Now only Hierda, the second apostle, alongside the fourth apostle conqueror Ka, Si Li Si, and the fated one Ka, and remained. The growth rate of these adventurers was truly astonishing, and Celia's memories concerning Sarah were rapidly awakening under persistent stimuli. Aside from the imminent confrontation, everything was progressing smoothly. "Yahoo! I'm back!" With that exuberant exclamation, Tang Yu re-entered the world of Terra. Lady Tang Yu, you have finally returned. Hierda was filled with excitement upon seeing Tang Yu. After all, anyone besieged by a group incessantly clamoring for their health bar during this interval would feel quite strained. Ah, it's you, Hierda. You appear to have something on your mind. Come, tell me how the plan has unfolded during my absence, Tang Yu remarked, intrigued by Hierda's animated demeanor at her return. Through Hierda's recounting, Tang Yu learned of the progress made by the instrumental adventurers. Excellent. It seems I have returned just in time. Let us commence the final step of the plan. Inform Cayenne. It is time to awaken our last family member, Sarah. With Tang Yu's directive, the Trial's Edge plan officially reached its final phase. The last apostle was set to return, and the sacred Terra would be reborn once more. The responsibility for this undertaking had now shifted to Tang Yu. Server announcement. An online update is imminent. This update marks the final update of version 10 for Dungeon and Fighter. This update will unveil the ultimate storyline dungeon, open to all players. We encourage all players to participate enthusiastically and embark on a new chapter. This sudden announcement sent a wave of excitement through a multitude of players, preoccupied with completing dungeons and various enhancement avenues due to the version update. Thanks to Tang Yu's planning, the output of each version could be enhanced without limits, resulting in a powerful retention capability and a diverse array of equipment and build choices for players. The only factor affecting balance was the player's skill, as highly skilled players' equipment setups may not suit novices, and some even developed lazy setups. It is worth noting that although the vast array of equipment allowed for the easy enhancement of a particular skill to have no cooldown, the inherent realism prevented the instantaneous release of numerous skills. Each skill cast consumed mana, and while ample mana could facilitate a barrage of skills, it could also lead to adverse effects such as exhaustion, thus rendering such playstyles attempted by only a select few. Nonetheless, this flourishing variety of playstyles, coupled with limitless enhancements and Tang Yu's commendable operations, which only improve the aesthetics of cash shop items, allowed the game to thrive even after decades of operation, maintaining a robust player base and enabling countless factions to establish new economic systems through this game. The consequence of all this was that innumerable players, driven by the prospect of profit, engaged in relentless dungeon runs akin to a daily grind. Had it not been for the restriction of one character per player, many would have succumbed to exhaustion. Furthermore, due to the limitless enhancement mechanism, the dungeons offered significant value as various builds coexisted. The difficulty of the dungeons would also adapt according to the participants' combat prowess, unlocking higher-level dungeons, thus perpetuating players' relentless pursuit of greater damage. Now, this unexpected announcement caused a surge of excitement among so-called high-level players and numerous dedicated grinders. Aside from those grinding for Baka Air's equipment, the majority found themselves in a lull, their gear fixed in accordance with their established builds, only accumulating materials weekly for enhancements. Thus, the sudden announcement of the long-awaited version 10 concluding after decades of updates, coupled with the much-anticipated world boss, was indeed a cause for celebration. In truth, the so-called update merely entailed Tang Yu changing into a new outfit and notifying Ka-In and Celia of the timing. Upon her return, Tang Yu was clad in a magnificent set of the radiant dragon armor, a stark contrast to the aesthetic of this realm. Are you sure you are ready? Ka-In inquired, observing Tang Yu now adorned in her battle mage garb, as matters concerning Sarah were of utmost importance. Although the other kin had remained by her side, the absence of Sarah rendered them incomplete. Certainly, now is the perfect moment. I will emerge as the final boss, presenting these adventurers with their ultimate trial. The energy generated from their battles and their influence on the world will be collected by me to awaken Sarah's final essence. Once this battle concludes, Sarah shall return once more, and I will utilize the remaining energy to revive the ecology of the demon realm. Terra will once again manifest. Now let us commence. With those words, Tang Yu boldly strode towards the dimensional storm that traverses all planets. Indeed, while this tempest was instigated by Xylofuzi, its true purpose was to serve as a venue for all players to undergo the ultimate trial. This has been the reason for the perpetual existence of this dimensional storm. Attention, players! The final trial is about to begin. Come forth, blades of trial, and let me witness the extent of your growth and your readiness to confront the challenges ahead. Accompanied by Tang Yue's resounding voice that reverberated throughout the world of Terra. She appeared at the heart of the dimensional storm, which transformed into an infinitely overlapping expanse, with an endless starry sky above. Chapter 218, to this end. As Tang Yue's announcement echoed across the server, players gradually discovered the scene of this ultimate trial. In a flurry of excitement, players made their way into the dimensional storm. Upon seeing Tang Yue suspended in midair, the arriving players felt an overwhelming sense of pressure and exhilaration. After all, Tang Yue's battle stance resonated with the XP systems of the vast majority. They were deeply intrigued by this confrontation. Once the number of participating players reached a certain threshold, the system's explanatory message reappeared in the notifications of all players. Detection indicates that the number of participants has reached the minimum threshold. The rules of the final trial are now being announced. This trial is open to all players, forming a unified faction to face the trial of the Zero Apostle. Player skills will adapt to battlefield conditions. Please explore the adjustments in range, duration, and coverage of enhancements. In this trial, players cannot use revival coins upon defeat. Instead, they will enter a resurrection area and undergo a countdown for revival. Players' enhancement indices, damage indices, and control judgment indices will be comprehensively evaluated, affecting the initial resources obtainable when version 20 commences. All players are encouraged to participate actively. With the conclusion of the announcement, players understood the nature of this event. Although it did not offer substantial rewards, did it truly matter? Completing this event would grant access to a new version, and the rewards would directly transform into initial resources for that version. This was undoubtedly advantageous. Furthermore, due to the absence of an official strength evaluation index previously, certain classes with control or enhancement abilities faced disadvantages in damage output, failing to accurately reflect the differences among players, especially for dedicated healing classes. The introduction of a comprehensive index thrilled those players who sought to assess combat strength. Today, after decades of effort, they would finally witness the fruits of their labor. Attention, players! The final trial is about to commence. As this announcement was made by the system, a countdown began before the players who had entered the dimensional storm. This trial, which had spanned several decades, would reach its conclusion today. Unleash your power. With Tang Yue's words, the countdown concluded. Eager players promptly activated their awakening skills and charged towards Tang Yue. The system made it clear that this would be a high DPS event. While buffs and control effects would add points, it was evident that for burst classes, maximizing damage before falling was the optimal strategy. Sustained classes needed to be vigilant in evading, striving to increase their output during the moments when burst classes were incapacitated, while support players focused on providing buffs to those dealing damage. As countless skills rained down upon Tang Yue, she raised her hand, conjuring a golden barrier surrounding her. The skills that struck the barrier merely caused ripples. This architectural-like judgment rendered control skills ineffective, yet the expressions of the controlling class players indicated that even without tangible effects, the value of control had been calculated. Tang Yue would not allow these players to persist in their assault indefinitely. She lifted her spear and unleashed a sweeping strike imbued with a long trail of energy, sweeping across a multitude of players. The vast attack range instantly engulfed numerous players, and the actions across different overlapping planes synchronized perfectly, sending a large number of players into a countdown for revival with a single blow. The battle continued relentlessly, although Tang Yue remained stationary, allowing players to feel as though they were striking a target that could retaliate. This innovative method of assessing combat capabilities, along with the validation of decades of accumulated efforts, kept players thoroughly engaged. Observing the energy accumulating within her, Tang Yue felt exhilarated. Through the barrier, she could convert all incoming attacks into energy to awaken Sarah. Despite the slow progress of the energy gauge, it was evident that it was rising. She believed that by the end of this event, there would be ample energy left to transform the demon realm. Witness the power of the apostles. While absorbing attacks granted energy, sending players into revival also yielded substantial energy. Remaining passive was not a favorable strategy. Thus, Tang Yue decided to ignite the fervor among these players. With her declaration, she raised her spear high. 9 differently colored orbs of energy fanned out at the tip of the spear. Subsequently, the powers of the 9 distinct apostles began to sweep across the battlefield. Abilities such as the mental control of Luotez and the plague of Diurgy surged forth. As the powers of the apostles that players had previously conquered inundated the arena, players began to suffer significant casualties, while those who encountered the corresponding apostolic powers experienced minor enhancements, providing satisfaction to those who enjoyed dissecting game mechanics. The trial persisted for an entire day. Player attacks continued unabated, with many cycles of players joining, aside from the most dedicated. However, as the sun rose once more, Tang Yue made contact with the barrier, and the scene of its shattering greatly invigorated the players. Just as they marveled at finally breaking through the shield, preparing to assault the main body, Tang Yue unleashed a violent shockwave, sweeping all players out of the dimensional storm. The reason for this action was clear. She had completed her energy collection. Over the decades, Sarah's consciousness and memories had been continuously excavated and integrated with Celia. Now, all that remained was to activate this energy to truly awaken Sarah. Your growth fills me with joy. This trial concludes here. Now, welcome the new epic. Tang Yue's figure vanished from the demon realm, reappearing amidst the cosmos of Alarid. The gathered energy coalesced in her hands, and a portion was directed towards Celia, who had long been brought to the council square of the demon realm. Under the influence of this energy, the former deity Bana, Sarah, began to merge with the current apostle, Celia. Tang Yue scattered the remaining energy across the demon realm. As the energy permeated, the land within the Mo Jie began to sprout vegetation. The waters once tainted by Tai La Shur transformed into crystalline clarity, and the anomalous energies resulting from prolonged exposure to cosmic radiation were meticulously organized. The entire ecosystem of the Mo Jie was in a state of continuous restoration, gradually reverting to its former glory reminiscent of Tai La. With the resurgence of Sai La, the legendary 12 Baya Na gods of Tai La reunited once more. Although Sai La regained her past, she also embraced the entirety of her existence during the Sai Lia era. The Mo Jie underwent a renaming, reclaiming its original identity. It is now referred to as Tai La. Meanwhile, the players were not idle. They eagerly embarked on the 20th version prepared for them by Tang Yue, which featured the Ark ship initially conceived in the StarCraft universe. After redirecting all players' access points onto this vessel, a main control program was established to absorb certain abilities and inspirations from the players before being cast into a new world, a replica that would traverse the void and automatically replicate the worlds it encountered. With everything now in place, Tang Yue was finally free to embrace a new life, and it was time to embark on new adventures. Summary: descend into the Douluo world, wielding the power of a battle mage to unleash colossal waves. Bea Ana transforms. Apostle incarnates. Primordial embodiment. A transformation awaits the world. Existing worlds: Douluo, Alid, Origins of StarCraft, Dungeon and Fighter, Monster Hunter, World.